3 years ago, I went to prison to protect my sister, endured countless humiliations, and suffered abandonment by friends and family. 3 years later, on my first day out of prison, a stunning female CEO offered me $1 million contract to be her fake husband. I wanted to refuse, but her words instantly broke my defenses. Don't you want to know if your parents' car accident was intentional? My name is Chu Fan. 3 years ago, I was sentenced to prison for severely injuring a bully while protecting my sister. Now, I'm out of prison, carrying the legacy of medical arts, only to be stopped by a blue-haired beauty in a Porsche right at the gates of Longyu prison. Her name is Lee Jinmei, the CEO of the Lee Group. As soon as she opened her mouth, she asked me, $1 million to be my husband. Deal or not? I stared at her, thinking she must have lost her marbles. A stunning, wealthy woman like her, why would she need a convict to be her fake husband? Lee Jinmei seemed to read my thoughts and calmly stated, I checked the records of recent parolees. You, Chu Fan, lost both parents 3 years ago. That same year, your sister was bullied, and while protecting her, you accidentally stabbed someone severely, resulting in a 5-year sentence. Due to good behavior and multiple sentence reductions, you were released 2 years early. Those 3 years left me abandoned by all, but misfortune sometimes carries blessings. In prison, I met an immortal physician who passed down his extraordinary medical skills to me. With this medical skill, I kept making merits to reduce my sentence, and was eventually released early. I told Lee Young-mi that I just wanted to be an ordinary person, didn't want any trouble, and declined her proposal. But I had only taken a few steps when she suddenly asked me, don't you want to know why your parents were in that car accident 3 years ago? I halted my steps, turned around, and asked her, what do you mean by that? Was my parents' car accident not an accident but man-made? She took out an employment contract. This is the contract. Sign it, become my fake husband, and I'll tell you the whole truth. I refused again because I dislike being manipulated. Given your current identity, status, and abilities, by the time you uncover the truth, they'll have long since fled far away. Lee Jinmei continued to persuade me, if you cooperate with me, I can lend you a hand. Moreover, your sister will be in her final year of high school next semester. I can arrange for the best teachers to ensure she receives top-tier education and gets into a prestigious university. Hearing about my younger sister softened my heart. Over these 3 years, I couldn't help her at all, and now that I'm out of prison, it's time to make it up to her. Just acting as a husband in exchange for resource favoritism, I had no reason to refuse. In the end, I compromised with Lee Jinmei. She handed me the contract, but one clause made me frown, absolute obedience. I asked her what it meant. Lee Jinmei explained, absolute obedience only requires you to follow my instructions when playing the role of my husband. At other times, I won't force you. After a moment of hesitation, I signed the document. After signing, I accidentally touched her hand, frowned, and blurted out, are you sick? I gave her a once-over and slowly said, Qi deficiency with cold excess, the whites of your eyes are pale, these are classic signs of uterine cold syndrome. Lee Jinmei's expression changed, and she snapped angrily, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm not lying. You haven't slept through the night once this month. Your period just started yesterday, but there was barely any flow, no more than a bottle cap's worth. I went on to add. Lee Jinmei listened, her pretty face flushing with embarrassment as she bit her lips tightly, unable to speak for a long while. She couldn't believe a prisoner could know her privacy so thoroughly. Your uterine cold is quite severe now, and you must be experiencing lingering pain in your abdomen. I suggested she take off her high heels because it would worsen her condition. But Lee Jinmei said coldly, I know my limits. You just need to play the role in the contract properly. I smiled helplessly, admitting I had overstepped my bounds, then asked about her parents. Not now. Lee Jinmei shook her head, first help me resolve my matters, and your issues will naturally be solved effortlessly. Suppressing my inner frustration, I asked, what's next on my schedule? Come to the mall with me to buy some clothes, then visit my grandfather at the Lee family. The rest of the time is up to you. Lee Jinmei checked her watch as she spoke, then strode forward, her high heels clicking against the ground, her silhouette graceful. I quickened my pace to catch up, reminding her not to walk so fast. Before I could finish, she glared angrily and snapped, shut up. Remember your place, you're just a prisoner. Don't start thinking you're actually a doctor. As soon as her words faded, her vision went black, and she slumped forward. Quick as lightning, I caught her and pulled her into my arms. She broke free, her face flushed, insisting it was just low blood sugar. I didn't call her out on it. On the following journey, she walked at a notably slower pace than before, clearly taking my advice to heart. We made our way to a nearby parking lot and boarded a red Porsche. Lee Jinmei noticed my familiarity with the car's controls and asked if I'd ridden in this kind of vehicle before. I say yes, because over these 3 years, the warden often took me out to treat high-ranking officials and nobles. An hour later, the Porsche pulled into the bustling downtown and stopped at a traffic light. Your sister should have picked you up today since you're being released from prison. Why didn't she come? Lee Jinmei suddenly asked. I didn't tell her, I said, rolling down the car window. Finals are coming up, and I don't want to distract her. Besides, it wouldn't be appropriate for a student to skip class and come to a prison to pick up an inmate. If word got out, she'd be the subject of gossip among her classmates. Lee Jinmei looked at me with newfound respect. After getting out of the car, we arrived at Urshian Bridge, a crowded bridge lined with stalls. Many fortune-tellers swarmed around Li Junmei like cats drawn to the scent of fish, and I helped shoo them away. Not far away, a sudden scream pierced the sky. Someone's dead, call 120 now. I moved against the crowd and approached a stall, where a woman lay on the ground, her face purple and veins bulging, looking utterly terrifying. Li Junmei caught up and asked, "You're not thinking of saving someone, are you? Saving a life is more virtuous than building a 7-story pagoda." I looked at the woman on the ground. Since she met me, it proves her fate isn't to end here. Heh, it's not like 3 years ago. Nowadays, to save someone, you need a medical license. If you rescue without certification and fail, you're 100% going to jail. Don't tell me you want to go back in, she reminded me. I went to prison because my younger sister was bullied, and I don't regret it. My eyes blazed. Now this woman is being tormented by illness, isn't that just another form of bullying? Li Junmei scoffed, insisting that I was just an inmate and that saving someone would earn me nothing more than a simple thank you. The woman's husband overheard our conversation and rushed over, pleading with me to save his wife. I was about to save someone, but Li Junmei stopped me. No saving, Chu Fan. Remember your role, this is work time, and you must absolutely follow my orders. She pointed at the handbag, reminding me about the contract. I halted my movement, sighed, and gave the woman's husband a meaningful glance. He immediately understood and went to beg Li Junmei. Do you think such pitiful pleading will make me sympathize and agree to save her? Let me tell you, don't even dream of it. I despise moral blackmail the most, Li Junmei snapped angrily. The onlookers, seeing her cold-blooded and heartless nature, all began to reproach her. I stepped forward, bowed to the crowd, and said she was my boss, that we had an agreement, she was a good person, and it was all a misunderstanding. A 7 or 8-year-old girl walked over, tugged at Li Junmei's sleeve, and asked her why they couldn't let the big brothers save the person. Li Junmei was at a loss for words. I patted the little girl's head and said, "Little one, the older sister was just joking with everyone. We had an argument on the road, so she's angry with me and said the opposite on purpose. You should believe she's a very kind person. I'm really at my wit's end with you." Li Junmei went along with the suggestion. "Do as you please, I won't interfere anymore." I took out the jade box, ready to treat the woman with silver needles. Just as I was about to insert the needle, a sharp voice called out, "Don't touch him." I turned around and saw my high school classmates by Xuemei and Yu Hui. Yu Hui said to me with a haughty air, "Chu Fan, judging by your outfit, you must have just been released from prison. Since when can a convict save anyone?" The onlookers were all stunned upon hearing this. Yu Hui continued, "Everyone, this guy Chu Fan, who graduated from high school and was sentenced to prison for intentional assault, do you really think someone like him knows medicine, has a medical license, and can save lives?" Everyone's gaze toward me had changed. Yu Hui told me to scram, saying it should be up to top-notch medical students like her to save lives. Upon hearing this, the woman's husband immediately turned to Yu Hui and Bai Xuemei. "As the top students in medical school, our skills are far beyond what mere prisoners can compare to," Yu Hui said, crouching down beside the patient with Bai Xuemei. I frowned and stopped them. "You two, quit fooling around. This person is beyond your ability to treat." Yu Hui shoved me roughly, while Bai Xuemei rolled up her sleeves, preparing to perform CPR on the middle-aged woman. "Stop. His issue isn't cardiac, CPR isn't necessary," I snapped again. But Li Junmei held me back, saying, "Every profession has its expertise. Leave specialized tasks to the professionals. As long as the person is saved in the end, that's all that matters." Others also stepped in to stop me, calling me a scumbag. I had no choice but to watch helplessly as Bai Xuemei began administering first aid. But after just a couple of presses, the woman suddenly opened her eyes wide, rolled them back, and her breathing grew even fainter. Yu Hui was so frightened that she fell to the ground, while Bai Xuemei also collapsed to the floor, utterly bewildered. The woman's husband was so angry that he shoved them aside with his butt, calling them witches and saying that if anything happened to his wife, they would have to pay with their lives. I couldn't hold back any longer and rushed forward. "Enough, both of you, stop messing around. If you let me take over now, there's still a chance to save her. If you keep this up much longer, this woman really won't make it." Bai Xuemei glared at me with tear-filled eyes. "What do you mean by that? Are you saying I'm harming her? Isn't that obvious? You can't treat her, yet you insist on meddling, isn't that just causing harm?" I laughed right then. "You clean up after us," Yu Hui said angrily. "Who do you think you are, a prisoner daring to criticize us? Even though I'm a prisoner, I'm confident I can save lives. The two of you may be top-notch graduates, but that doesn't necessarily mean you can actually save anyone," I retorted. Upon hearing my words, the woman's husband immediately pulled out his phone, recorded, and said, "That's what you said." I ignored him, opened the jade box, pulled out the silver needle, and swiftly plunged it into the woman's throat. Chapter 4, The Calming Stone, Meet My Sister-in-Law. Whoa! Bai Xuemei turned pale at the sight of where the needle had landed. I knew this guy was just showing off. It's over, he's gone." Yu Hui sighed. "Just keep watching patiently." Chu Fan paid no heed to Yu Hui's words. Using his internal energy as a guide and his true chi as a conduit, he drove the second silver needle into the middle-aged woman's Shinkei acupoint. The moment the needle pierced her skin, the woman let out a gurgling sound, expelling a mouthful of congealed blood before gasping for breath. As air flooded back into her chest, the purple pallor on her face gradually faded. There. Seeing this, Chu Fan withdrew both silver needles. Witnessing the woman slowly return to normal, everyone present was astonished. Especially by Xu Mei and Yu Hui. They never imagined that a prisoner with no medical training could actually save someone's life. This was nothing short of an insult to them. Li Jinmei was equally stunned. Although she had personally witnessed Chu Fan's abilities before, that had only involved diagnosing conditions, not actual treatment. Now, however, Chu Fan had revived a woman on the brink of death with just 2 silver needles, a feat that truly exceeded her expectations. Seeing his wife able to speak again, the woman's husband immediately stood up and bowed to Chu Fan. "Young man, thank you for saving my wife. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. I don't have much cash on me, only 1,000 yuan. If you don't mind, please accept it." Saying this, he pulled his wallet from his side, preparing to offer Chu Fan a token of gratitude. However, Chu Fan smiled and declined. "No need, sir. Today's consultations are free. I don't charge for treating illnesses." No, that won't do. Payment for medical treatment is only fair." The woman's husband shook his head repeatedly, insisting on giving Chu Fan the money. Seeing this, Chu Fan pointed to the man's pocket and said, "If you truly wish to repay me, give me that stone." The woman's husband paused, reached into his pocket, and pulled out a multicolored round stone. "Young man, this might just be something I picked up. It's pretty, but it's not worth much. It's fine. It's the thought that counts." Chu Fan took the stone without hesitation. Truthfully, from the moment he saw the woman's husband, he had sensed a power that could calm the spirit. After repeated verification, he realized it emanated from this very stone. This thing was called a calming stone, originating from the mountains and seas. After 100 years of solidification and consecration, it possessed the effect of calming the mind and stabilizing the spirit, making it excellent for cultivation. In Chu Fan's eyes, the calming stone was worth far more than 1,000 pieces. Yet to the others, 1,000 pieces of silver could buy hundreds of such stones. They interpreted Chu Fan's actions as simply refusing the woman's husband's money out of kindness, and one by one, they cast admiring glances at his noble character. Chu Fan tucked away the calming stone and advised the woman's husband, "Make sure your wife takes care of her health. With her asthma, she should avoid trigger foods, not just seafood, but also eggs and milk." Hearing this, the husband covered his mouth and gave Chu Fan a thumbs up. "Young man, your medical skills are truly extraordinary. Before we came out for our walk, she ate 40 eggs. She mustn't eat like that anymore." "Got it, thank you." The husband nodded vigorously. Chu Fan smiled with his hands behind his back. "Rather than thanking me, you should thank Miss Li. If she hadn't let me treat her, I wouldn't have been able to save your wife." Li Jinmei was taken aback by Chu Fan's words. He wasn't taking credit for himself, instead, he was pinning the medal on her. What a peculiar man. The couple listened to Chu Fan's words and immediately came over to thank Li Jinmei repeatedly. "Miss Li, we owe you so much today. This young doctor is truly remarkable. May you soon be blessed with a child and enjoy lasting happiness and health." Li Jinmei froze for a moment, then flushed and stammered, "No, you've misunderstood. He and I. Miss Li, don't be fooled by this young doctor's current circumstances. With his skills, he's bound for greatness." "Exactly. He's a real hidden gem. Miss Li, you'd be wise to hold on to him. Once this young miracle doctor passes his medical licensing exam, Jinling might just gain another renowned physician." Now that the patient was saved, the crowd who had earlier criticized Chu Fan began rallying around him, hoping to make amends. Finding herself caught in this matchmaking turmoil, Li Jinmei felt momentarily flustered. Still, she could manage the slight awkwardness. It was by Xu Mei and Yu Hui who acted like ostriches, burying their heads and silently retreating to the back of the crowd, wishing they could vanish into thin air. They had put on such a grand show earlier, practically trampling Chu Fan into the dirt. And what was the result? A slap in the face. But who could have foreseen such a turn of events? Chu Fan was just a prisoner, how could he possibly have such power? Did the prison even have a program to train doctors? But then again, if Chu Fan hadn't stepped in to help, they would have been the ones taking the fall, their entire careers ruined. Originally planning to expose Chu Fan's true colors, they ended up being saved by him instead. This left the proud Yu Hui and by Xu Mei feeling bitterly disappointed. Just then, the ambulance pulled up. Everyone parted to let the middle-aged woman, now out of immediate danger, be carried away. "Big brother, big sister, these are for you." The little girl pulled out 2 candies and handed one to Chu Fan and one to Li Jinmei. Both paused, exchanged glances, and smiled simultaneously before accepting the profoundly meaningful candies. With the situation resolved, the bustling crowd gradually dispersed. When Chu Fan snapped back to reality, Yu Hui and Bai Xu Mei had already vanished without a trace. Noticing his pensive expression, Li Jinmei cautioned, "Those 2 high school classmates of yours aren't good people. Stay away from them in the future. They were pretty reasonable back in high school. I don't know why they turned out like this in college. Probably some misunderstanding about my background, Chu Fan shrugged. Li Jinmei had only offered the warning out of sudden kindness and didn't intend to dwell on the topic. Let's go. You've delayed us a bit. We need to pick up the pace. She snapped her fingers and led the way. Chu Fan followed silently behind Li Jinmei to the men's clothing store. With the staff's help, he quickly picked out a suitable outfit, though it was a bit pricey. During this time, Li Jinmei even made a special trip to the jewelry store next door to buy a pair of rings, just to make the illusion complete. After slipping the rings onto their fingers, Chu Fan asked, "Before visiting your grandfather, should we pick up some gifts or something? I've already prepared those. They're at my villa. My sister just messaged that she's off work now, will bring her along to visit Grandpa." Li Jinmei adjusted the rings until they fit comfortably before leaving with Chu Fan, driving back to the villa. Though Chu Fan had already glimpsed Li Jinmei's wealth from the hefty commission. But upon actually arriving at Li Jinmei's villa, he was still quite taken aback. This wasn't just a villa. This was practically an estate. After passing through the main gate, they had to drive for another minute through a long garden before reaching the villa's entrance. The villa itself had 7 floors, spanning over 3,000 square meters, with a vast lawn at the rear perfect for golf. The underground garage was packed with luxury cars. After taking the elevator from the garage to the grand hall, all sorts of opulent decorations caught his eye. It felt like stepping into a museum. Chu Fan stared blankly at the clock on the first floor. It was actually a Lamborghini. He had always thought Lamborghini only made cars. Just as Chu Fan marveled at Li Jinmei's wealth, a butler approached. "Young miss." Dressed in a tailcoat, wearing glasses, and sporting graying hair, the butler looked refined and scholarly. "Uncle De, allow me to introduce you. This is Chu Fan, my husband." Butler Luo had been working here since before Li Jinmei was even born, for decades now. To Li Jinmei, Mr. Luo was like a second father. Their bond was so close that she never held back with him, always speaking her mind. Though deeply surprised by Miss Li's marriage, Mr. Luo understood the complexities of wealthy families and refrained from judgment, greeting her with a warm smile instead. "Welcome, son-in-law. Uncle De, you're too kind. I look forward to your guidance in the future." As soon as Chu Fan finished greeting them, Li Jinmei asked the butler, "Uncle De, has my sister come back yet?" "The second young lady returned half an hour ago. She's currently playing games in the game room upstairs. I'll call her on the internal line," the butler said, picking up the landline phone on the first floor and dialing the number. Moments later, Li Xiang emerged from her 5th floor room. She wore a silk gown, her radiant hair cascading down her shoulders. Still wearing her neck pillow and clutching her game controller, she clearly hadn't even had time to put down her things before rushing out into the hallway to meet Li Jinmei. "Sis, you called me so urgently. Did you buy me something nice?" Li Xiang has a lively personality and a sweet voice. She waved to Li Jinmei, then took the indoor elevator and soon arrived before the two of them. Those massive fortresses made Chu Fan's heart race. Good grief, how could two women be so different, one flat as a board, the other busting out of her clothes? "Hey sis, did you get a new bodyguard? Doesn't he look a bit too skinny? That won't do, right?" After settling in, Li Xiang wrapped her arm around Li Jinmei's and began acting coy. Turning to look at Chu Fan, she asked with a hint of puzzlement. A silent knife stabbed Chu Fan's heart. "Stop talking nonsense. He's not a bodyguard, he's your brother-in-law. Go say hello." Li Jinmei playfully pinched Li Xiang's nose before introducing Chu Fan. "This is my younger sister, Li Xiang. She's 21 and still in college." "What? Brother-in-law? Sis, you've got to be kidding." Before Chu Fan could respond, Li Xiang blurted out in English. Staring at Chu Fan's unremarkable appearance, her eyes nearly popped out of her head. Li Jinmei scolded, "Xiang, be polite to your brother-in-law." "Ha! Who wants a brother-in-law like this? Sis, I know you're loaded. Even if you couldn't find someone of equal standing, couldn't you at least get a young, promising guy? This is practically charity." Li Xiang was furious. In her eyes, her sister was a perfect goddess. Even if she didn't marry into a wealthy family, she certainly didn't deserve to end up with just any random guy. Li Jinmei narrowed her eyes and said sternly, "Xiang, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll get angry." Seeing her sister's stern expression, Li Xiang reluctantly lowered her head and called him brother-in-law. Chu Fan detected the disdain in Li Xiang's tone but didn't get angry. Instead, he remarked, "Xiang, has a certain part of your body been looking a bit asymmetrical lately?" Chapter 5, The Sister-in-Law's Pointing and Criticizing. The room fell deathly silent. Li Jinmei never imagined Chu Fan's first words to her sister would be this. How vulgar. Li Xiang froze, her small face gradually flushing crimson with both shame and anger. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Chu Fan replied without batting an eye, "No need to be embarrassed. This minor issue is quite common during college, especially among women. Staying up late, spending all day in air-conditioned rooms, and drinking soda instead of water can easily disrupt your endocrine system." He added a reminder, "Asymmetry is a minor issue after all, you can always wear a bra to conceal it, and no one will notice." But if the condition worsens, that becomes a serious problem. What happens? Li Xiang asked anxiously. Uneven size, inconsistent fullness, and even signs of sagging. Li Xiang's flushed cheeks drained of color, replaced by a pallid pallor. She looked at Chu Fan nervously, her voice trembling with fear. What should we do? Li Jianmei, who had witnessed her sister's emotional shift firsthand, knew Chu Fan's words were likely accurate. She stepped forward, gently patted Li Xiang's head, and reassured her, "Don't worry, Xiang. After we visit Grandpa, I'll take you to see a gynecologist I know. She's a friend of mine and highly skilled. She'll just prescribe some medicine." "Ugh, more medicine?" Li Xiang pouted, clearly reluctant. "You don't have to take medicine." Chu Fan interjected, adding, "Massage can relieve the symptoms quickly. Afterward, maintaining a good routine will solve the problem. Or I could give you 2 acupuncture needles, you'll recover in 3 minutes." "No way." Li Xiang refused without hesitation. "Our relationship isn't that close. I don't see you as my brother-in-law, so save your kindness." Chu Fan's kindness was met with outright rejection, leaving him utterly helpless. But since he'd taken the money, he might as well endure the insult. Seeing Chu Fan silent, Li Xiang thought she'd hit a nerve and grew even more insolent, scrutinizing him from head to toe without a shred of politeness. This guy wasn't particularly tall, nor was he short. His looks? Barely a 7 or 8 out of 10. He definitely wasn't a heartthrob, not even qualified to be a pretty boy gigolo. His demeanor was unremarkable, his speech awkward, clearly not the type of gigolo who could charm his way into someone's good graces. After scrutinizing him for a long while, Li Xiang still couldn't fathom why her sister would be interested in Chu Fan. After all, Li Jianmei was the president of the Li Group, a conglomerate worth billions, and also held the prestigious title of one of Jinling City's top 10 beautiful CEOs. Suitors lined up from south to north across the city, including plenty of second-generation officials and wealthy heirs, with even the least affluent boasting assets of at least a few million. Compared to them, this so-called brother-in-law was truly an eyesore. Seeing Li Xiang shake her head repeatedly, Li Jianmei's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she reminded her, "Xiang, we're married now. He's my husband. As long as I'm satisfied, that's all that matters. Stop criticizing your brother-in-law like that. You must respect him from now on, understand?" "Oh." Though Li Xiang looked down on Chu Fan, she dared not defy her sister and could only swallow her pride for now. "Alright, hurry upstairs and change your clothes. We're heading back to the ancestral home shortly. Grandma called today saying Grandpa's condition isn't looking good. She wants us to prepare in advance. Since you're back today, we'll go together to check on him." "Okay, just wait a moment. I'll be ready soon." Li Xiang had a close bond with her grandparents. Hearing about Grandpa's condition instantly pushed her resentment toward Chu Fan to the back of her mind, and she hurried off to change. Now, only Chu Fan and Li Jianmei remained in the villa's grand hall. Li Jianmei gestured for Chu Fan to sit on the sofa, then lowered her voice. "Chu Fan, my sister said some things earlier that might have been hard to hear. Don't take it to heart." Chu Fan waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. Your sister has a point, I truly don't deserve you. Whether I'm worthy or not doesn't matter. You're just doing a job for money. As long as you can play the part well, that's all that matters. I paid you to pretend to be my husband this time mainly to appease my grandparents. You understand what I mean, right?" Chu Fan nodded. "Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. I won't blow it." "Good. When we meet, remember to keep your distance. If you get stuck with a tough question, just stay silent for now. I'll smooth things over for you. The sharpest eye at the old house is my grandmother." Li Jianmei picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. All these years, she's been handling every family matter, sharp-minded and observant. If she asks you questions, be extremely careful not to contradict yourself or give anything away. Li Jianmei took this matter very seriously and was deeply concerned that Chu Fan might slip up, hence her repeated reminders. As they spoke, Li Xiang had already changed and come downstairs. She wore a green cheapao-style dress, appearing graceful and elegant, truly embodying the aura of a refined young lady. Chu Fan glanced at her briefly before averting his gaze. He certainly didn't want any complications. After descending the stairs, Li Xiang kept discreetly observing Chu Fan, thinking that if he dared to glance at her again, she would definitely report him to her sister. To her surprise, Chu Fan proved surprisingly discreet, giving her no grounds for complaint. "Sis, are you really bringing this country bumpkin back to the ancestral home?" Li Jianmei set her teacup on the coffee table and snapped irritably, "Stop insulting him at every turn. As my husband, of course I'll bring him back to meet Grandpa and Grandma. Sis, you know our cousins, none of them are as pretty or accomplished as you, yet they all married way better men. Bringing him back today will just make us look bad." Li Xiang disliked Chu Fan and didn't bother sparing his feelings, saying such hurtful things right to his face. Li Jianmei, however, remained utterly unfazed. With a carefree expression, she retorted, "Why should I care if they laugh? Chu Fan is my husband. Anyone who dares mock him is mocking me. And you know very well what happens to those who get cocky in front of me, don't you?" "You." Seeing how fiercely Li Jinmei defended Chu Fan, Li Xiang had no retort. Fuming, she stormed out of the villa, slipped into the luxury car waiting outside, and sat alone in the passenger seat. That girl never ceases to worry me. Li Jinmei gave a wry smile and shot Chu Fan an apologetic glance. My sister doesn't know any better. Don't take it personally. Chu Fan understood, different perspectives come from different standpoints. Xiang is a good sister, at least she's thinking of you. Li Jinmei hadn't expected Chu Fan not only to remain unoffended but to speak up for her from Li Xiang's perspective. Her regard for him grew a little more. Let's go. She waved her hand, leading Chu Fan out of the villa. They got into the car, and she took a seat in the back. As the driver started the engine, the group hurriedly made their way to the Li residence. Chapter 6, Women's Verbal Sparring. The Li residence sat halfway up Hulushan Mountain in the eastern suburbs. This prime location in Jinling City boasted excellent feng shui, though its remote setting made it less than ideal for daily commuting. By the time they reached the Li residence, it was nearly noon. Upon entering, Chu Fan was once again amazed. Pavilions, terraces, waterfront pavilions, and lantern towers. This was undoubtedly the grand view garden described by Chao Shuichin. Carved beams and painted rafters, resplendent with gold and vermilion, ornate pillars and carved brackets. It was a magnificent and splendid sight. Despite the sweltering summer heat, the villa's courtyard remained refreshingly cool. Waves of floral fragrance drifted from every corner, creating an utterly serene and uplifting atmosphere. At that moment, a group of maids stood in formation at the entrance, greeting them with utmost respect. Li Jinmei nodded to the servants and led Li Xiang and Chu Fan further inside. No sooner had they crossed the long corridor than a jarring voice echoed behind them. Oh my, oh my. Even the ever-busy President Li has returned? What on earth has blown him this way today? Hearing this sarcastic remark, the sisters exchanged a glance, their expressions darkening slightly. Chu Fan turned slowly with them, seeing a beautiful woman gliding toward them in a blue cocktail dress, adorned with sparkling diamond jewelry that shimmered in the sunlight. Accompanying her was a man equally handsome in appearance. Li Xiang was quick-witted and outspoken. The moment she saw the woman, she mocked her loudly. Li Huihui, even if you have ulterior motives, could you at least not make them so obvious? My sister earned her position as president through her own abilities. The reason you get to wear gold and silver is because of the dividends she earned. If you know what's good for you, you should show my sister some respect. Got it? Hearing Li Xiang's words, the woman named Li Huihui instantly flushed with anger and humiliation. She stormed over, glaring at Li Xiang through gritted teeth. Who do you think you are, speaking to your elders with such disrespect? Li Huihui was Li Xiang's cousin, roughly the same age as Li Jinmei. Because they were close in age, the two had competed over everything since childhood. While Li Jinmei showed little interest, Li Huihui was fiercely competitive. After the patriarch of the Li family fell ill, the matriarch found managing the household alone increasingly difficult. To lighten her burden, she decided to select an executive president from among the younger generation to oversee the Li group's affairs. The Li family did not favor sons over daughters, so among the younger generation, the most outstanding candidates Li Huihui and Li Jinmei became the top contenders. After 6 months of observation, the matriarch selected Li Jinmei for the role of CEO. From that moment on, Li Huihui stopped pretending and would engage in sharp-tongued exchanges with the Li sisters whenever they met. It seemed that gaining the upper hand in a verbal spar would somehow elevate her own standing. As Li Xiang prepared to retort to Li Huihui's remark, Li Jinmei spoke first. Let's not bicker at home, Huihui. How is grandfather doing? Stop pretending, Li Jinmei. You're practically wishing for grandfather to die already, aren't you? After all, if he really passes, you'll be able to legitimately take the reins and secure the position of family counselor, right? Li Huihui chuckled. If you think you lost to me and are lashing out in frustration, trying to win this way for your own satisfaction, then congratulations, you've succeeded. Li Jinmei's pretty face turned frosty. She was deeply repulsed by Li Huihui's constant references to death. No matter how well you pretend, you can't fool me. Let me tell you this, I won't let you succeed. Li Huihui showed no fear toward Li Jinmei and continued. My fiancé specially invited a master physician from Shanghai this time. With his treatment, there's a high chance grandpa will recover fully. You want to be the counselor? Wait another 10 or 8 years. Li Huihui tilted her head triumphantly, her arm hooked through her fiancé's, a look of smug satisfaction on her face. The man beside her was her fiancé, Zhao Tai. The Zhao family had built a substantial business empire over the years, surpassing the Li family in financial standing this year and cementing their status as a true powerhouse. Though Zhao Tai belonged to the second branch of the Zhao family, he was in no way inferior to the first branch in either looks or intellect, perhaps even surpassing them. Though she held no particular fondness for Li Huihui, Li Jinmei's expression softened considerably upon hearing that she could cure her grandfather. I see. Well then, thank you very much, fiancé. May I ask, brother-in-law, what is the name of this divine physician? Li Jinmei gazed at Zhao Tai with eager anticipation, her moist eyes rippling with emotion, drawing him in completely. He had thought Li Huihui was already a beauty of unparalleled grace, but upon seeing Li Jinmei today, Zhao Tai suddenly felt his fiancée pale in comparison, looking like nothing more than an ugly duckling.
Li Jinmei, that's enough. Stop flirting with my fiancé.
Li Huihui turned to see Zhao Tai's face filled with admiration and instantly flew into a rage, lashing out at Li Jinmei. Li Jinmei hadn't been flirting with Zhao Tai at all, she was merely curious about the distinguished guest he had invited. After all, the Li family possessed considerable wealth. In their quest to cure grandfather, they had practically consulted every renowned physician, both domestic and international. Yet every single one declared his condition incurable, advising them to prepare for the worst. Now, suddenly, a miracle doctor appeared, guaranteeing he could cure grandfather's illness.
This truly left Li Jinmei both shocked and delighted. Huihui, stop talking nonsense. Before Li Jinmei could respond, Zhao Tai cut Li Huihui off. Her crude remarks made him feel utterly humiliated, especially when contrasted with Li Jinmei's refined demeanor. In comparison, Li Huihui seemed like a boorish country bumpkin, ignorant and brash. That Li Huihui had found a fiancé like Zhao Tai was actually a match made in heaven, and in some ways, even a step up for her social standing. That's why she always obeyed Zhao Tai without question. Hearing Zhao Tai's rebuke, Li Huihui naturally dared not continue her nonsense. She could only grudgingly shut her mouth, glaring fiercely at Li Jinmei and blaming all her resentment on her. Cousin, the miracle doctor I brought is nicknamed Wei Yizhen. He's a highly sought-after master of traditional Chinese medicine in the metropolis lately, especially skilled in acupuncture. He has the power to bring the dead back to life. After Zhao Tai silenced Li Huihui, he eagerly began introducing Li Jinmei.
Li Jinmei's eyes lit up upon hearing Zhao Tai's words, her beautiful gaze sparkling with delight. This Wei Yizhen has indeed gained widespread fame recently. Li Jinmei had heard about this renowned practitioner from her Shanghai friend just days ago. She had been planning to visit Shanghai herself to invite him over, only to have Zhao Tai beat her to it. Rumor had it that he had only recently emerged into the public eye, having previously secluded himself in the mountains to cultivate his medical arts, which was why the Li family had been unable to secure his services before.
Inviting Wei Yizhen to treat grandfather might truly bring a turning point. You've been very thoughtful.
Li Jinmei nodded to Zhao Tai, feeling quite grateful.
According to friends, Wei Yizhen had a very peculiar personality, unlike other doctors.
He didn't seek payment for treating patients, but instead demanded that those seeking his care help him with a task. In other words, to seek his treatment, one must possess the ability to assist him. The scale of this favor varied greatly, depending entirely on his whim. For instance, not long ago, Wei Yizhen had treated a butcher who sold pork. His only request was that after the butcher recovered, he slaughter a dog for him. Wei Yizhen was the antithesis of the compassionate physician archetype, eccentric and entirely driven by whim. Zhao Tai must have put in considerable effort to win his favor. Humph. We certainly care. Unlike certain people who cling to their family's business empire, pretending to be busy all day long, ignoring grandfather completely, and putting on a show of false filial piety, it's truly disgusting. No sooner had Li Jinmei finished speaking than Li Huihui seized the opening to deliver another stinging barb. Rarely able to outdo Li Jinmei on this matter, she was naturally bursting with smugness. In fact, she even hoped that through this medical treatment, Grandpa and Grandma would change their minds and pass the position of trustee onto her.
Think whatever you want.
Li Jinmei ignored Li Huihui's provocation, not bothering to argue.
The atmosphere grew awkward for a moment.
Standing beside Li Xiang, Chu Fan noticed her glaring at Li Huihui, her cheeks puffed out in anger.
He rolled his eyes and whispered, "Are you trying to take revenge for your sister?"
Da! Li Xiang rolled her eyes. Her expression seemed to say, why would Chu Fan ask such a brain-dead question? That Li Huihui said your sister was hitting on her fiancé. The truth is, she has genital warts and STD. That proves she's promiscuous and has slept around with multiple partners. Hearing Chu Fan's words, Li Xiang covered her mouth, her eyes wide with horror.
Are you sure? Believe it or not, but this is your only chance to get revenge. It's up to you. Chu Fan said, offering no further explanation.
Glancing at Chu Fan's expression, as calm as autumn water, Li Xiang pondered for a moment before finally deciding to trust him. After all, he had correctly diagnosed her health issues from the start. He probably wouldn't let her down at this critical moment. Sis, don't get too close to that person. She's sick, watch out, she might infect you.
Li Xiang said, pulling Li Jinmei away as if avoiding Li Huihui. Li Xiang, what do you mean by that?
Li Huihui frowned, clearly displeased. Li Xiang shrugged her shoulders, nothing much. Just don't want my sister standing next to a woman with genital warts and a messy private life. At those words, Li Huihui's face turned pale. How did Li Xiang know she had genital warts? Had she sent someone to secretly investigate her?
Damn it! This must be Li Jinmei's doing. Xiang, don't speak recklessly.
Li Jinmei, unaware of the truth, thought Li Xiang was venting her grievances and slandering Li Huihui. She frowned and cautioned her. Li Xiang shot Li Huihui a sidelong glance and dropped a pointed remark.
Fine, fine. Since you say so, sister, I'll let that person off this time. But I hope they know their place. If they keep spouting that nonsense, I'll have even juicier dirt to spill. Li Huihui's face darkened to the extreme. That little. I'll find a chance to rip her teeth out. Chapter 7, Public Ridicule. Seeing Li Huihui's utterly mortified expression, Li Xiang knew Chu Fan's words were true. While feeling a sense of relief, her opinion of Chu Fan shifted slightly. This guy seems to have some skills after all. Zhao Tai, seemingly already privy to Li Huihui's private affairs, showed no surprise. Instead, he smoothly changed the subject, smiling at Li Jinmei. I've long heard of my cousin's peerless beauty. Seeing you today, you're even more breathtaking than the rumors suggest. Li Jinmei's expression darkened at Zhao Tai's compliment on her appearance, clearly displeased. To compliment her in front of his fiancé? This man was far too flippant. Watching Zhao Tai drool over her, Li Huihui's anger boiled over. She glared fiercely at Li Jinmei, cursing silently. That really knows how to worm her way in. Why did she have to return today of all days? Had she gotten wind of something from some bastard? Li Huihui had planned to secretly cure her grandfather's illness and then catch Li Jinmei off guard. But what a stroke of bad luck! Not only had Li Jinmei returned, but she'd also run into Zhao Tai. What infuriated her most was Zhao Tai's utterly pathetic, love-struck expression toward Li Jinmei. Zhao Tai, let's get down to business. When is Master Wei coming? Zhao Tai sensed Li Huihui's displeasure. To avoid backfiring, he had no choice but to take the lead. Dr. Wei is already on his way. He should arrive shortly. Li Jinmei had no intention of lingering. Nodding at his words, she offered a simple thanks for your trouble before leading Chu Fan and Li Xiang further inside. No sooner had they stepped outside than they spotted Grandma Su Chunli emerging from the side door. At 72 years old, Su Chunli was past 60, yet she looked remarkably spry and alert, standing tall with a straight back, appearing more like someone in their early 50s. Following closely behind Su Chunli were Li Jinmei's uncles and other relatives from various branches of the family. Grandma! The moment they spotted Su Chunli, Li Jinmei, Li Xiang, and Li Huihui all rushed over to greet her in unison. Su Chunli beamed with joy at the sight of them, greeting each one in turn. The house is bustling today with everyone back. Hey, that young man looks unfamiliar. Which one of you brought him? Zhao Tai had accompanied Li Huihui back several times before, and Su Chunli recognized him. So the young man she referred to was naturally Chu Fan. Even though she had mentally prepared herself, Li Jinmei's heart still skipped a beat when Su Chunli asked. Li Xiang, embarrassed by her brother-in-law, silently lowered her head. Grandma, his name is Chu Fan. He's your grandson-in-law. The moment Li Jinmei uttered those words, the room erupted in an uproar. No way. That guy is your husband? Ha! Li Huihui burst into unrestrained laughter at the news, completely disregarding her composure. Li Jinmei, you're not pulling our leg, are you? You married him? Along with Li Huihui, many others of their generation burst into laughter. Chu Fan possessed absolutely nothing remarkable in terms of appearance or demeanor. He wasn't just unfit to be a son-in-law, he wasn't even qualified to be a lowly servant in their household. While finding a son-in-law might be tough, the Li family was loaded. They couldn't possibly be this desperate. Li Jinmei, I've always wanted to beat you, but you really don't need to degrade yourself like this. If you're desperate for a man, I can introduce someone, but definitely not him. Li Huihui felt she had won a resounding victory. Li Jinmei had found such a low-class boyfriend and still expected to inherit the Li family fortune? She was just dreaming. Jinmei, you're being utterly foolish. Even if our family has an ancestral rule stating that a daughter must find a son-in-law to inherit the estate, you can't just grab some random beggar off the street to fulfill that requirement. Exactly. If we let someone like that become our son-in-law, how could we ever hold our heads up again? Wouldn't we be laughed to death if word got out? Jinmei, you've truly gone too far this time. I was originally supportive of you becoming the new council member, but now it seems you have such poor judgment in choosing men. How could you possibly manage the vastly group well? Everyone chimed in, their words dripping with contempt for Chu Fan. Especially Li Jinmei's second and third uncles. They'd already resented the idea of a woman inheriting the family business. Although Li Jinmei did manage the company well, they believed that even if their sons were incompetent, they were still sons and thus more deserving of the family legacy than a woman. Now that they finally found a way to pin something on Li Jinmei, they weren't about to let it go. Of course, no one had anticipated just how foolish Li Jinmei would prove to be. To inherit the family business and become a director, she married such a bumpkin. Li Zhongmi remained completely unflustered. Instead, she spoke up, uncles, please calm down. To suggest I married this man solely to inherit the family business is to underestimate me. You know full well how many suitors I had. If I truly wanted to take such a desperate measure using a sham marriage to fulfill the inheritance requirements, I could have easily found someone far more suitable. Chu Fan and I truly love each other. Please don't slander our relationship. Chu Fan suddenly understood. He finally grasped what Li Jinmei saw in him. Had she chosen someone wealthy and powerful, she'd likely face even greater suspicion. Only someone like him could be seen as genuine love. To create an illusion of authenticity, she was willing to endure ridicule. Li Jinmei really went to great lengths. Seeing this, Li Huihui stepped forward again. Your taste is truly awful. How could you fall for such a bumpkin? Grandfather explicitly said it was fine to find a son-in-law to inherit the family business, but that son-in-law must be capable enough to shoulder the Li family's responsibilities. Look at this penniless toad you've brought back. Does he meet grandfather's standards? Don't let that poverty-stricken look bring down the Li family's fortune. With that, Chu Fan, who'd remained silent until now, finally spoke up. He retorted with deadpan seriousness, I've always had good luck, no need to worry about that. As for capability, where exactly do you see me lacking? Hearing this, Li Huihui burst into laughter once more. You crack me up. Open your blind eyes and look at us here, our clothes, our style, our speech, our aura. Now look at yourself. Even if you bought a brand new outfit, it couldn't hide how provincial you are. The others chimed in one after another, not a single one of them looking favorably upon Chu Fan. Jinmei, bringing this pretentious, neurotic fool into the Li family as a son-in-law is an absolute disgrace. Get rid of him immediately, don't tarnish the Li family's reputation. Li Jinmei's face flushed alternately crimson and ashen. Though she'd anticipated this kind of scene, she hadn't expected them to be so shallow. They were supposed to be upper-class people, how could their words be so vulgar? Unexpectedly, even Su Chuanli, who had always supported Li Jinmei, didn't take her side this time. Her expression grave, she shook her head and advised, Jinmei, I thought you were a mature adult. It turns out you're still playing house like a child. Bringing such a useless son-in-law into the family won't just fail to win your grandfather's approval and cost you the trustee position, it might even drag you down. You could lose your chance at becoming president. You need to seriously reflect on your mistakes. Hearing her grandmother speak thus, Li Jiangmei felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. The rules set by the Li family were, in essence, a form of arranged marriage. Li Jinmei believed she had the capability to shoulder the responsibility alone and refused to accept this predetermined fate. That was precisely why she had sought out a fake husband like Chu Fan to assist her. She had believed her contributions to the family were substantial enough that marriage would grant her autonomy, only to find it all for naught. Chu Fan now understood Li Jinmei's feelings to some extent. While finding a husband to marry into the family might be difficult, given Li Jinmei's qualifications, countless suitors would surely throw themselves at her. Yet Li Jinmei had chosen not to pursue such options, proving her lofty aspirations. It was a pity that the Li family's rigid rules, inflexible and unwilling to adapt, had wasted such a talented woman. Ladies and gentlemen, may I ask what level of achievement defines true capability? Reaching the level of my fiancé, that's what it means to be capable. Li Huihui seized the moment, drawing Zhao Tai into the conversation. His ability to bring in Wei Yizhen proves he meets the standards whether in power, wealth, or connections. If Wei Yizhen subsequently cures grandfather, it would highlight both his capability and merit. And you fall short on every single one of those counts. I see. Chu Fan clapped his hands, suddenly enlightened. Following your logic, if I cure grandfather, I'd be the most capable of the capable. After all, I'm younger than Wei Yizhen and have a brighter future, right? Hearing Chu Fan's flippant tone, everyone burst into laughter. Look at the nonsense you're spouting. You're just a pig with a green onion in its snout pretending to be an elephant. How dare you compare yourself to the legendary Dr. Wei? Why don't you just take a piss and look at yourself in the reflection? The first to jump in with her scorn was, naturally, Li Huihui, the one most resentful of Li Jinmei. Right behind her, Zhao Tai, Li Huihui's fiancé, chimed in, Master Wei's reputation precedes him. He's cured countless incurable illnesses. His fame spreads among the young and old, women and children through sheer skill. How dare you even mention your name in the same breath as his? Master Wei was invited by him. Chu Fan's brazen remarks were nothing short of slapping him in the face. You want proof of ability? Fine, I'll give you some. Chu Fan chuckled, fixing his gaze on Li Huihui. Genital warts aren't scary. What's truly frightening is your lack of caution. You've played around too much, chasing thrills without protection. Worst of all, you ignored medical advice on medication, indulging your desires whenever you pleased. And you've had abortions. Am I right? His words held no subtlety. For an unmarried young woman, they amounted to a scathing indictment. Li Huihui's face drained of color. She opened her mouth but couldn't utter a single word. Because every word Chu Fan spoke was true. Chapter 8, The Unorthodox Divine Healer. You bastard. Try slandering my fiancé again. With so many witnesses present, Zhao Tai naturally felt compelled to defend his fiancé. Chu Fan said nothing to Zhao Tai, merely shifting his hand from beneath Zhao Tai's gaze to his lower body with a faint, mocking smile. You've got some issues yourself, don't you? Others had no idea what was going on, but Zhao Tai understood perfectly. His face flushed crimson, and he immediately stopped confronting Chu Fan. Li Xiang found it odd and nudged Chu Fan discreetly with her elbow. With an innocent look, she asked, Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Is he sick too? Chu Fan chuckled. It's not proper for a young lady to ask such questions. I can't very well expose his shortcomings in front of all these women.
As he spoke, he emphasized the word shortcomings with deliberate intonation, his animated expression leaving no doubt in Li Xiang's mind, however innocent she might be. Her eyes widened as she turned to Li Huihui.
Oh, I see. That must be so frustrating for you. No wonder you've been hunting for wild food. You.
Li Huihui and Zhao Tai were nearly choked with rage by Chu Fan and Li Xiang's coordinated teasing. They tried to retort, but when they saw everyone around them staring with expressions ranging from sympathy to gleeful curiosity, they were instantly overcome with shame and embarrassment. Their throats felt constricted, as if blocked, leaving them speechless. Unlike Li Xiang, who was chuckling non-stop, Li Jinmei noticed something else entirely. Judging by their reactions, Chu Fan had undoubtedly hit the nail on the head about both of them.
This meant Chu Fan might genuinely possess extraordinary abilities.
After all, he had effortlessly revived that woman at Erxian Bridge earlier. It was precisely like prescribing the right medicine for the right illness. If he hadn't accurately diagnosed their ailments, Chu Fan wouldn't have dared to treat them so casually.
This realization suddenly cleared the fog in Li Jinmei's mind. Perhaps she really should consider asking Chu Fan to examine her grandfather. It might just resolve their current urgent crisis. As Li Jinmei pondered, a luxury car pulled up outside. Immediately afterward, the maid came to announce that Master Physician Wei had arrived. Regardless of how these younger generations behaved, for Su Chuanli, her husband's illness was the most pressing concern. Therefore, the moment she heard Wei Yizhen had arrived, she immediately forgot everything else and hurriedly led her entourage to greet him. Since Zhao Tai had invited them, he and Li Huihui naturally strutted ahead with great pomp and circumstance. Meanwhile, Li Jinmei, Chu Fan, and Li Xiang, who were at odds with the two of them, were left far behind. Li Xiang reluctantly followed Li Jinmei, muttering irritably, "Sis, why are we even tagging along? We didn't invite this guy. Even if he cures Grandpa, we won't get any credit." "How can you say that? If grandfather recovers, it benefits us both. Regardless of who invited him, we mustn't be rude." Li Zhangmei understood the bigger picture, and her bond with grandfather ran deep. If grandfather truly recovered, she'd gladly relinquish her board seat. "All right. By the way, Chu Fan, who taught you medicine? You're pretty good at it." Li Xiang might be a bit willful and spoiled, but she had keen observational skills. Seeing the grim expressions on Li Huihui and Zhao Tai's faces, she knew Chu Fan must have hit the nail on the head with his earlier remark. Self-taught, Chu Fan replied with a smile. "I may not be as refined as you in other areas, but when it comes to medicine, I'm quite confident in my abilities." He was usually low-key, but he said this now to reassure Li Jinmei. After all, he'd already resolved to help Li Jinmei deal with these relatives, so naturally he needed his ally to feel confident. "Ha! You're full of hot air. I may dislike Zhao Tai too, but even I've heard of Wei Yizhen's reputation. He's the real deal. If you think you can compete with him, save yourself the embarrassment and spare my sister the shame." Facing Li Xiang's mockery, Chu Fan merely smiled without a word. Actions speak louder than words. Further discussion was pointless now. Li Jinmei was no fool. She understood Chu Fan's words weren't meant for Li Xiang, but for herself. But Li Jinmei was still unsure. Having only recently met Chu Fan, she couldn't tell if he was genuinely skilled or just spouting nonsense. Thus, she didn't respond to him right away. Chu Fan paid it no mind, strolling leisurely toward the entrance. When they arrived, their car had dropped them off at the outer gate, and they'd walked the rest of the way. Upon reaching Wei Yizhen's location, Su Chuanli ordered immediate passage, allowing Wei Yizhen to enter the inner compound directly in a stretched Rolls-Royce. The Li family's regard for him was evident in this gesture. After the car stopped, the driver stepped out to open the door. Two young apprentices gently assisted Wei Yizhen as he slowly descended from the vehicle. This wasn't due to Wei Yizhen's poor health, but rather a deliberate display of his demeanor. Chu Fan glanced over. Wei Yizhen was dressed in a tailored suit, clutching an eagle-headed walking stick, and sporting a large gemstone ring. To those in the know, he was a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, but to the uninitiated, he could easily be mistaken for some gang boss. Despite his opulent appearance, Chu Fan couldn't help but look down on him. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasized grace and integrity, yet this fellow's garb was utterly incongruous, a disgrace to his ancestors. Regardless of Chu Fan's thoughts, the Li family treated Wei Yizhen with utmost reverence. Even his extravagant attire didn't seem the least bit out of place to them. They bowed and scraped, each one anxious to ensure their courtesy was impeccable. Su Chuanli personally stepped forward, smiling apologetically. "Master Wei, we failed to greet you properly upon your arrival. Please forgive our oversight." "Madam Su, that's quite an exaggeration. Young Master Zhao paid handsomely for my services. I'm simply doing my duty, taking money to resolve troubles. How could I be presumptuous?" Though Wei Yizhen's words were polite, he didn't even use honorifics with Su Chuanli, clearly showing his disdain for the Li family. "Well, young Master Zhao certainly has a kind heart. To have such a grandson-in-law is indeed a blessing for our Li family." Su Chuanli knew Wei Yizhen was trying to curry favor with Zhao Tai, so she promptly followed suit and bowed respectfully to Zhao Tai as well. Seeing this, Zhao Tai beamed with delight and promptly offered insincere flattery. "Grandma, you flatter me. Hui Hui and I are about to marry. Her family is my family. Grandpa's illness weighs heavily on my heart. Good boy. Su Chuanli smiled with satisfaction. She then turned to continue chatting with Wei Yizhen, but he politely declined. Alright, old Madam Su, time is precious. I have an important dinner engagement tonight after I return. You'd better take me to treat the patient as soon as possible. Alright, my apologies. I tend to ramble when I get older. Master Wei, please follow me. Su Chuanli, who had exuded authority before her children and grandchildren moments earlier, now shed all pretense of superiority in Wei Yizhen's presence. Instead, she remained obsequious, fearful of offending him in the slightest. Wei Yizhen, leaning on his cane, strode forward with his head held high and an air of arrogance, not once acknowledging the other members of the Li family with so much as a glance. As they entered the house together, Li Xiang, Li Zhenmei, and Chu Fan remained at the rear as usual. Li Xiang muttered under her breath, "What a phony. Half-baked, yet so full of himself. I wonder if he's really that capable. Ah Xiang, how many times have I told you? You must watch your words and actions in front of others. Do you just let my words go in one ear and out the other?" Li Zhenmei also found Wei Yizhen's demeanor somewhat unconventional, but he was clearly talented. No matter how arrogant or eccentric he was, they were merely juniors tasked with serving him. Even Su Chuanli was already like that. How could they possibly have the right to comment? After being scolded by her sister, Li Xiang pouted in displeasure. She turned to Chu Fan and said, "Hey, if you're really that good, you better show it off later and save our face. Don't let that old fart lord it over us. It's just annoying to watch. Don't worry, Ah Xiang. Your brother-in-law will definitely make you proud this time." Chu Fan had assumed he and Li Xiang wouldn't get along, but unexpectedly, every word this little girl spoke struck a chord with him, and he couldn't help but smile. "Don't get too cocky. I haven't officially recognized you as my brother-in-law yet. But if you really can match up to this Wei Yizhen guy, I promise to call you brother-in-law every single day from now on." Chu Fan shrugged. "Deal. You two stop whispering. Chu Fan, have you forgotten what I told you earlier? I don't care if you're genuinely skilled or just bluffing. You're not to act recklessly without my permission. Got it?" Seeing Chu Fan and Li Xiang hit it off instantly, Li Zhenmei's temper flared. She stopped in her tracks and gave both of them a stern scolding. Li Xiang pursed her lips and fell silent, while Chu Fan remained unfazed, continuing forward. He understood clearly that Wei Yizhen's heart was not in the right place. A person blinded by greed and ambition could never be a good traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Traditional Chinese medicine treats illness not only through herbs and acupuncture, but also by harnessing internal energy. This vital energy stems from the body's foundation, which itself originates from two sources, the dantian and the true heart. Without a pure heart, one cannot cultivate great virtue. Without unblocked internal energy, how could one possibly master the art of healing? Therefore, even without witnessing Wei Yizhen's skills, he could confidently assert that Wei Yizhen could neither save old Master Li nor surpass him in ability. Chapter 9, Praise and Disparagement. One by one, the group arrived at old Master Li's room. Inside, 2 doctors and 3 or 4 young nurses bustled about in a flurry of activity. The wealthy Li family had long since brought all the equipment needed for old Master Li's treatment into their home. These 2 doctors were stationed there permanently, rotating shifts day and night with 4 others to provide care even more comprehensive than what a hospital could offer. Yet despite these efforts, old Master Li's condition showed no signs of improvement. Early this morning, he had slipped into a coma and remained unconscious. As soon as Chu Fan entered the room, he saw an elderly man lying on the bed. His cheeks were sunken, his face gaunt, and his throat and stomach gurgled incessantly. "Dr. Zhang, how is he?" Su Chuanli asked urgently as soon as she entered. "Mrs. Su, you should prepare for the worst. I fear his condition is beyond saving. Get out of here." Su Chuanli resented hearing this and felt Dr. Zhang was incompetent. She angrily pushed him away, then turned and respectfully pleaded to Wei Yizhen, "Master Healer Wei, I beg you." "MHM." Wei Yizhen nodded, strolling casually to the bedside. He handed his cane to an apprentice standing nearby, then raised both hands high. With 2 snaps, the 2 apprentices slipped rubber gloves onto Wei Yizhen's hands, one on each side. Chu Fan watched, utterly dumbfounded. How could such a bizarre individual exist in this world? He had assumed Wei Yizhen merely indulged in Western-style attire, but never imagined this fellow would even wear rubber gloves. How could a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner take pulses while wearing gloves? Wasn't that utterly ridiculous? Yet, not a single person present spoke up in protest. No one seemed to find anything odd about it. Chu Fan couldn't bear to watch any longer and was about to speak up when Li Xiang beat him to it. "I say, Master Wei, are you certain traditional Chinese medicine practitioners wear rubber gloves when treating patients?" "Humph. You're just ignorant. My master wears gloves to keep his hands clean. You're young and inexperienced. Stop butting in and go play somewhere." No sooner had Li Xiang finished speaking than the apprentice standing to Wei Yizhen's left immediately began cursing at her, showing no respect whatsoever for Li Xiang as the host. Li Xiang was rendered speechless. Just as she was about to retort, Su Chuanli cut her off. Shut your mouth. Who gave you permission to talk back to Master Wei? One more word and you're out. After Su Chuanli finished her tirade, Li Xiang still felt unsatisfied and turned her anger toward Li Jinmei. What have you been doing all this time? Couldn't you teach your sister some manners? It's not my sister's fault, it's mine. I'm sorry, Grandma. I failed to discipline her properly. Li Jinmei, wanting to stop Li Xiang from causing more trouble, quickly stepped forward to apologize. She pulled Li Xiang close and covered her mouth. Humph. The farce ended there. It was clear to everyone that Su Chuanli's heart had completely shifted toward Li Huihui. Even if Li Jinmei did nothing, she'd still be scolded. Chu Fan watched the scene unfold before him, unable to suppress a sigh of emotion. Born into a wealthy family, one must tread carefully in every step, sitting or lying down. It wasn't necessarily happier than being a child from an ordinary household. Turning to Wei Yizhen, the man had barely finished taking the pulse with his rubber gloves when he declared without even specifying the ailment, "Rest assured, Madam Su. I've already diagnosed the condition. Just let this old man insert a few needles, and I guarantee old Master Li will be cured." Really? Su Chuanli was overjoyed. The others chimed in with flattering remarks. Dr. Wei truly lives up to his reputation. Other physicians were helpless, yet after just a brief pulse diagnosis, Dr. Wei immediately devised a foolproof solution. No wonder they call you Wei Yizhen. A single silver needle truly brings the dying back to life. Wei Yizhen paid no heed to the Li family's effusive praise, showing not the slightest hint of joy. Instead, he waved his hand impatiently. Quiet, he commanded. Ada, bring me my plum blossom needles. Ada, the apprentice who had just argued with Li Xiang, promptly set down the medicine box at his waist. After rummaging through it, he retrieved a box of silver needles preserved in striped ebony. The plum blossom needles were silver needles shaped like the pistils of a plum blossom, their tips not sharp but ending in a small, rounded segment. These specialized needles were exclusively used for the plum blossom needle technique. It was said that only 5 boxes existed in the entire world, crafted by a master artisan who had poured his entire life's work into them. That someone like Wei Yizhen possessed one box was truly a waste of such a precious resource. Chu Fan sneered inwardly, narrowing his eyes as he continued to observe Wei Yizhen's performance. As soon as the plum blossom needles were brought out, Zhao Tai immediately announced to the crowd, "Everyone, today Master Wei is going all out. It seems he intends to treat grandfather with the plum blossom needle technique, an ancient, extraordinary method. I'm not exaggerating when I say that besides Master Wei, there's probably no one else in all of China who knows this array technique today." Impressive. Truly impressive. Hearing Zhao Tai's words, the crowd offered praise that rang as hollow as a hollow drum. Chu Fan was left speechless. The plum blossom needle technique wasn't particularly difficult. Compared to ordinary acupuncture, the only difference lay in whether one used internal energy. But look at this Wei Yizhen, fat-headed and big-eared, with weak chi and a frail physique. He clearly spends his days drinking heavily, indulging recklessly, and neglecting self-care. Even if he cultivated internal energy, he couldn't control it. Understanding the medical principles of the plum blossom needle technique would be utterly futile. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than Wei Yizhen, putting on an air of solemnity, picked up a silver needle through his rubber gloves. His fingers trembled slightly as he aimed straight for the bench and acupoint on old Master Li. Chu Fan's expression hardened as he barked, "Stop!" The abrupt command made Wei Yizhen flinch violently. The silver needle slipped from his hand and clattered onto old Master Li's bed. Instead of retrieving it, he whipped his head around, glaring at Chu Fan with a scowl. "Damn it," he bellowed. "Who the hell do you think you are? What business do you have speaking here? Are you trying to stop me from treating him?" Seeing Wei Yizhen raise such a ruckus, Su Chuanli and the Li family members all grew furious. "What the hell are you spouting, you little brat? Our Li family has been far too lenient. We should have kicked this scoundrel out the moment he stepped through our door. He's got a screw loose. Earlier he even dared to challenge the legendary Dr. Wei. He's completely lost his mind." Amidst the furious crowd, Li Huihui alone wore an amused expression, clearly enjoying the spectacle. She wasn't worried about Wei Yizhen's anger. After all, money talks. At worst, they'd just have to spend a little more. But with Dr. Wei so furious, not only would Chu Fan get scolded, but Li Jinmei would also get dragged into it, becoming the target of everyone's anger. That would make her look pretty good in the Li family's eyes. This was a perfect opportunity to get something for nothing. "Wait, you're declaring war on me?" Wei Yizhen suddenly latched onto a crucial detail in the Li family's words. He whipped his head around, staring at Chu Fan in utter disbelief, his eyes brimming with scorn. "No, Dr. Wei, please don't misunderstand. This is just some ignorant bumpkin. Don't stoop to his level." Su Chuanli didn't want Chu Fan to continue, lest he further provoke Wei Yizhen. She quickly stepped in to smooth things over, simultaneously shooting Li Jinmei a withering glare as she snapped, "You good-for-nothing brat. Get this fool out of here immediately. If you ever dare bring such trash here again, I'll disown you as my granddaughter." Su Chuanli not only scolded Li Jinmei but also made Chu Fan sound utterly worthless in her words. Seeing the moment had passed, Wei Yizhen adopted an air of magnanimity and declared, "Enough, enough. He's just an ignorant youth. If we truly lost our temper over him, it would only show our lack of grace. Let him be." Master Wei, with his noble character and magnanimity, naturally wouldn't stoop to arguing with such a person. But our Li family is, after all, a distinguished lineage. We can't let such a petty individual soil our threshold. He must be sent packing. It must be said, Su Chuanli truly excelled at playing favorites. She flattered Wei Yizhen until he was beaming with pride, while simultaneously taking a swipe at Xu Fan. Though Wei Yizhen was prone to putting on airs, Su Chuanli was, after all, the eldest matriarch of the Li family. To be treated with such courtesy by her was, in the end, quite flattering. Thus, he knew when to hold back. Fine, let the boy observe for now. Better than having him spread rumors later that I'm stingy and unwilling to mentor the young. Master Physician Wei possessed a magnanimity rare in this world. With Wei Yizhen's words, Su Chuanli wanted to dismiss him but couldn't bring herself to mention it again. Wei Yizhen took up his needles once more, aiming straight for the bench and acupoint on old Master Li's head. Watching the silver needle sink inch by inch into old Master Li's scalp, Xu Fan shook his head. Don't bite off more than you can chew. You spend your days drunk and deluded, all bark and no bite. You simply don't possess enough internal energy to execute the plum blossom needle technique. Inserting needles like this, without sufficient follow-through energy, will not only harm old Master Li but also backfire and endanger your own life. He knew that threatening with a life wouldn't sway Wei Yizhen. A cowardly opportunist like Wei Yizhen, obsessed only with wealth and glory, could only be swayed by threatening his own life. Sure enough, Wei Yizhen, who had been stubbornly determined, paused his hand momentarily upon hearing Xu Fan's words. He did not continue driving the silver needles deeper. Chapter 10, The Difference Between the Wise and the Foolish. Seeing Wei Yizhen pause, the Li family members held their breath. They assumed Wei Yizhen had grown so infuriated by Xu Fan's persistence that he'd abandoned the treatment in anger. You little bastard, you're never satisfied, are you? What gives you the right to talk back here? This is the Li family's territory, you have no right to speak here. Li Jinmei, you've no sense of propriety. Get him out of here immediately. Master Wei, please don't stoop to this petty man's level. His words in no way represent the Li family's views. Calm down, please. Wei Yizhen's face darkened. He released the silver needles, ripped off his rubber gloves, and slammed them onto the floor. Burning with rage, he snapped, "You insolent brat. I won't stoop to your level. Is this still not enough for you? Fine, then treat him yourself." I refuse to continue. On one hand, he was genuinely furious. On the other hand, he feared Xu Fan might be telling the truth. He knew his own body best. Regardless of whether the claim about his energy failing was true, his physical weakness was undeniable. Thus, Wei Yizhen sought to evade the diagnosis by feigning anger, hoping to salvage his dignity. But the Li family had no idea what Wei Yizhen was scheming. They thought Xu Fan's words had genuinely angered him, so they rushed forward to plead with him, many even kneeling down. Master Wei, we implore you, if not for our sake, then for the sake of our elders. I, old lady Su, have rarely begged anyone in my life, but now I beg you, save my husband. Not only the younger generations, but even Su Chuanli nearly knelt before Wei Yizhen. But Wei Yizhen remained unyielding. Seeing that Wei Yizhen remained unmoved, Su Chuanli, overcome with fury, lunged forward and slapped Li Jinmei across the face. Get down on your knees and apologize to Master Wei. Your grandfather raised you for nothing. To think you'd bring people here to sabotage us at such a critical moment. Do you think just because your grandfather died, the position of manager is automatically yours? I'm not blind. Based on your behavior today, you won't be president anymore. Su Chuanli's tirade grew fiercer as she raised her arm high once more, aiming another blow at Li Jinmei's face. Last time, Xu Fan hadn't expected the old woman to actually strike someone, so he hadn't intervened. Now he was prepared. There was no way he'd let Su Chuanli strike again. The moment Su Chuanli made a move, Xu Fan seized her arm. If you have a point, argue it. Why resort to violence? Li Xiang, who had been cowering in the background without daring to utter a word, instantly felt that this man was quite reliable after seeing Xu Fan step forward to protect Li Jinmei. When Li Jinmei saw Xu Fan grabbing Su Chuanli's arm, her first reaction wasn't gratitude, it was panic. She lunged forward, grabbed Xu Fan, and snapped, "What are you doing? Who gave you permission to touch my grandmother? Apologize to her immediately." I didn't say anything wrong. Why should I apologize? That Wei Yizhen is nothing but a useless drunkard. Do you really think he could save your grandfather? Li Jinmei never dreamed Xu Fan would be this stubborn. At this critical moment, he was still listing Wei Yizhen's shortcomings, showing no sign of remorse. Xu Fan, have you lost your mind? Don't forget our agreement. I order you to apologize to Master Wei and Grandma. Li Jinmei's words carried weight, even hinting at using their contract to pressure him. But Xu Fan remained unmoved, speaking each word deliberately. It's precisely because I promised to be a good husband to you that I'm speaking up now. I can't stand by and watch this useless doctor kill someone. His gaze shifted sharply toward Wei Yizhen. Stop pretending. That needle just now was weak and shaky. It disrupted the young energy in old Master Li's vital acupoint. Only I can fix it now. If you beg me, I'll clean up this mess. If you don't, you'll bear full responsibility for this. The crowd gaped in stunned silence. They now believed Chu Fan wasn't just ignorant and reckless, he was downright insane. Wei Yizhen's reputation preceded him. He'd cured countless incurable illnesses. And you, Chu Fan? You're just some upstart nobody who popped up out of nowhere. What gives you the right to challenge him? Wei Yizhen was equally furious. In his eyes, offering to dump this mess on Chu Fan was already a tremendous favor. Yet Chu Fan actually expected him to beg? How utterly ridiculous. You insolent brat, don't spout nonsense here. If this old man's medical skills claim second place, then no one in all of China can claim first. I need you to clean up the mess? What do you think you are? Facing Wei Yizhen's provocation, Chu Fan remained unruffled. Instead, he folded his arms and said, since you don't need me to clean up, then go ahead. Show me your plum blossom needle technique. Let me witness the skill of the second best in the land. Shut up. Li Jinmei, take him and get out of here immediately. I never want to see you two again. If you want to be disowned by the Li family, then keep hanging around with him. Su Chuanli was genuinely furious this time, casting aside even the slightest shred of past goodwill. In front of everyone, she not only lambasted Li Jinmei mercilessly but even sought to strip her of her privileges, seemingly intent on banishing her from the family. Just as this spectacle reached its most satisfying climax, Li Huihui stepped forward with a sarcastic tone, "Grandma, please calm down. Jinmei's always been sharp, but she's made a foolish mistake this time. Sigh, if a woman can't find a good husband, her life is ruined. Choosing someone like this shows her judgment is truly lacking. Jinmei, you'd better kick this good-for-nothing out immediately and apologize properly to your grandmother. If you really insist on letting this sort of person become our nephew-in-law, then we won't tolerate you either." Following Li Huihui, it was Li Jinmei's second uncle who spoke. Though he'd always harbored ambitions to compete with her for company shares, he had no intention of driving his own niece away. But Li Jinmei was so disappointing. Not only did she find such a pathetic son-in-law, but she also acted so disrespectfully in front of Wei Yizhen, completely disregarding the old man's feelings. This time, even he couldn't stand by and watch. Li Jinmei had been slapped, and now she was the target of everyone's criticism, the laughingstock of the entire family. She felt utterly wronged. After all her years of effort to finally secure the CEO position, her life's work had been swept away overnight. Because of Chu Fan's few words, not a single person in the family stood up for her. Grandma even slapped her in front of everyone and threatened to kick her out. To say she wasn't furious would be a lie. Yet she also knew that Chu Fan truly understood medicine. So far, in matters related to medical science, he had never made a mistake. In a way, this suggested Wei Yizhen might indeed be unreliable. After much deliberation, Li Jinmei decided to take a gamble. Since things had already come to this, she might as well stake everything on Chu Fan. Chu Fan, if Master Wei fails to save grandfather, could you bring him back from the brink? Chu Fan was taken aback. They had only met half a day ago. Even if Li Jinmei had meticulously investigated his background, it made no sense for her to trust a stranger enough to risk antagonizing her entire family. Yet instead of venting her anger at him, Li Jinmei focused solely on saving old Master Li, maintaining a level of rationality beyond ordinary people. It had to be said this woman was truly a paragon of beauty and wisdom. You trust me, so I can. Alright, I trust you. Let's wait outside together. After speaking, Li Zhongmi led the way out of the room. Seeing this, Chu Fan followed without hesitation. Li Xiang stood frozen for a moment, glancing at the seething Su Chuanli and the gloating Li Huihui. She pursed her lips, then finally followed Chu Fan's footsteps out. The three stood at the doorway looking somewhat disheveled, none of them knowing what was actually happening inside. In the silence, Li Xiang suddenly spoke up, "Chu Fan, my sister's entire fortune is riding on you. If you play games with her, I won't let you off the hook." Hearing her sister's warning, Li Jinmei lifted her head to meet Chu Fan's gaze. Her deep eyes flashed with accusation. Chu Fan smiled faintly, his composure unshaken. "Since I aspire to become your brother-in-law legitimately, I must demonstrate genuine skill." Wei Yizhen chose to begin with this vital acupoint, sealing his own defeat. I tried to reason with him, but he refused to listen. Soon enough, he will reap what he has sown. Chu Fan's confident demeanor eased Li Xiang's anxious heart slightly. Li Jinmei, however, still carried a trace of unease, her expression slightly unsettled. Inside the room, Li Huihui sneered contemptuously at the closed door. What a joke. Acting all high and mighty, but I bet he's already running away with his tail between his legs by now. Enough. Keep quiet and let Dr. Wei continue the diagnosis. After this unexpected incident, Su Chuanli's face darkened considerably. Family shame must not be aired in public. She refused to be humiliated in front of Wei Yizhen and his apprentice. Though Wei Yizhen felt a weight of unease, he was no stranger to storms. He quickly steadied his mind, determined to prove himself. He refused to believe he couldn't handle even this minor task. This time, Wei Yizhen didn't bother with rubber gloves. He took the second plum blossom needle barehanded and inserted it into Old Master Li's upper gate acupoint. The swift, steady insertion boosted Wei Yizhen's confidence considerably. The moment the yang energy flowed through the Shangguan acupoint, the previously unconscious Old Master Li let out a muffled groan. Hearing the old man finally show signs of life, the Li family members all wore ecstatic expressions. Especially Li Huihui. She felt the position of family counselor was now within her grasp. The second needle went in smoothly, easing Wei Yizhen's expression considerably. With renewed confidence, he swiftly placed plum blossom needles at the Renzhong, Daikang, and Shangjiang acupoints on the old man's face. The acupuncture process proceeded smoothly. Now came the most critical step, infusing his own internal energy into Old Master Li's body to connect the yang energy at these points. This would stimulate the Shenmen acupoint and bring Old Master Li back to consciousness. Wei Yizhen rubbed his hands together, feeling certain of success. First, he gathered his internal energy into his palms. Then, he placed his fingers on the temples of Old Master Li. As the energy gradually flowed in, the silver needles on the top of Old Master Li's head began to tremble uncontrollably. The next second, Old Master Li opened his eyes. He's awake. Grandpa's awake. The moment she saw him open his eyes, Li Huihui was the first to rush to his bedside. The others scrambled over, unable to contain their excitement. Old Master Li wore a bewildered expression, about to speak, when a soft pop sounded beside his ear. The next moment, his face was drenched in blood. Ah! Li Huihui screamed in terror, her clothes and face now stained with crimson marks. Everyone looked up to see Wei Yizhen spitting blood as he staggered and collapsed to the floor. Master! Seeing Wei Yizhen collapse, his disciples rushed over to support him. Meanwhile, Old Master Li, who had just regained consciousness, froze with a frozen expression on his face. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted once more. Seeing the old man's condition, Li Jinmei's second uncle nervously reached out to check his breath. The moment his fingers touched the skin, his entire body froze in shock. Master Wei! Quick, see what's happening! My father, he's gone! He's gone! Chapter 11, just trust me, leave the rest to me. In an instant, the room descended into chaos. Voices rose in a cacophony of shouts, cries, and pleas, all demanding that Wei Yizhen rise and continue the treatment. But Wei Yizhen could barely save himself. He coughed up blood incessantly, his face deathly pale, unable to form a single coherent sentence. His half-dead appearance sent the Li family into a panic. Especially Li Huihui and Zhao Tai. They had believed that Wei Yizhen's intervention would instantly cure Old Master Li. Instead, they got a double whammy. Not only had Old Master Li passed away, but Wei Yizhen, who had come to save him, now looked like a candle burning down to its wick. What on earth was going on? Li Jinmei and Li Xiang, who had been waiting outside, heard the wails coming from inside and rushed in without hesitation. The sight that met their eyes was so horrific that even Li Jinmei, a businesswoman known for her ruthless decisiveness, nearly fainted and collapsed to the floor. Several doctors had already rushed out from the small back room, frantically administering emergency treatment to Old Master Li, but their efforts yielded little effect. Beside them, Wei Yizhen's apprentice frantically supported the pale, blood-spitting master, his panic palpable. The scene was in utter chaos, with no one capable of taking charge. Seeing her husband's breathless body, Su Chuli, a woman who had spent half her life putting on a brave face, could no longer hold back. She collapsed onto the floor, wailing uncontrollably. Grandpa! Grandpa, don't leave us! Wah! Li Xiang, unable to contain herself any longer, threw herself forward and embraced the emaciated Old Master Li. She and Old Master Li had always shared a deep bond. Now that he was gone, she grieved more deeply than anyone present. Li Jinmei's eyes burned red, but she quickly regained her composure. Fighting back her tears, she rushed out of the room and grabbed Chu Fan's hand. You said before you could save my grandfather, right? You have a way, don't you? Glancing at the choking Li Jinmei, Chu Fan patted her shoulder. Don't worry. Grandpa won't pass away anytime soon. With that, he strode purposefully back into the room. Looks like my words came true. Surveying the ostentatious scene before him, Chu Fan remarked coldly. Li Huihui heard this and immediately snapped, You bastard! What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to get lost? Don't think you're qualified to watch our Li family's embarrassment. Zhao Tai tried to push Chu Fan out, but Li Jinmei, radiating authority, stomped over in her high heels and yanked his hand away. Don't interfere with Chu Fan saving people. Seeing her fiancé struck by Li Jinmei, Li Huihui instantly screamed hysterically, You! Are you out of your mind? Who gave you the right to lay a hand on my fiancé? Don't push me to hit you. Grandfather has already passed away. What we should do is let him rest in peace. Now you let this scumbag disturb grandfather's tranquility. What are your intentions? Li Huihui pointed at Li Jinmei and demanded of everyone, judge for yourselves. Wasn't grandfather the kindest to her when he was alive? And look at what she's doing now. What kind of thing is this? Under Li Huihui's incitement, many relatives began to condemn Li Jinmei. Even Su Chuanli, supported by Li Er, glared at Li Jinmei with bloodshot eyes, trembling all over. This time, however, Li Jinmei didn't meekly submit to Su Chunli as she usually did. Instead, she spoke with unusual resolve, who said grandfather is gone. Didn't you hear what Chu Fan said? As far as I'm concerned, even if there's just a sliver of hope, I'll fight with everything I've got. Grandpa isn't gone yet, how can there be peace? How can there be tranquility? Anyone who refuses to let Chu Fan treat Grandpa today, I won't let them off the hook. Li Jinmei's fierce aura stunned everyone present. No. Whether grandfather is dead or alive, he absolutely cannot be touched by such filthy hands and feet. What does he think he is? He isn't even worthy of stepping through our Li family's door. What gives him the right to treat grandfather? Li Huihui refused to relent, insisting that Chu Fan not intervene. She stood with arms akimbo before old Master Li's bed, fierce as a tigress. Li Jinmei grabbed Li Huihui by the collar, her pretty face turning icy. Li Huihui, I never wanted to turn against you, but grandfather is my bottom line. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. The real reason you're blocking Chu Fan from treating him isn't because you fear grandfather won't pass peacefully, it's because you're afraid he won't pass at all. If Chu Fan succeeds, the credit will go to me, and then your chances of competing for the family council seat will be even more hopeless, right? You're slandering me. Li Huihui was thrown into a panic by Li Jinmei's words, her eyes darting nervously, unable to meet her gaze. Get out of here. Seeing Li Huihui's guilty reaction, Li Jinmei knew she'd hit the nail on the head. Without another word, she shoved her aside and turned to Chu Fan, her eyes pleading. My grandfather entrusts you. Seeing Li Jinmei's fragile yet resolute expression, Chu Fan nodded solemnly. Trust me. Leave the rest to me. Before this, he had helped Li Jinmei because he felt obligated. He had signed the contract and taken the money, so he had to fulfill his duties. But now, his patience with these arrogant fools stemmed purely from his admiration for Li Jinmei. Li Huihui, already feeling guilty, dared not struggle after being caught by Li Jinmei. With no further obstacles, Chu Fan wasted no time. He slowly withdrew the silver needle Wei Yizhen had earlier inserted into Old Master Li's Benshin acupoint. As for the other needles, he left them untouched. Bring me the needles. Chu Fan extended his hand toward Wei Yizhen's apprentice. Ada snorted in defiance, refusing to move. Give them to him now. Though Wei Yizhen was stubborn and self-willed, he had no desire to harm others, much less see Old Master Li die by his own hand. Never mind this set of plum blossom needles. Even if Chu Fan demanded the $1 million gemstone ring on his finger, Wei Yizhen would have handed it over without hesitation. This wasn't because the plum blossom needles were worth less than $1 million. Wei Yizhen knew full well he'd likely never have the chance to use them again. The most exquisite aspect of the plum blossom needle technique lay in harnessing internal energy, yet his dantian was now utterly ruined, with almost no possibility of repair. Without internal energy, the plum blossom needles in his hands were no better than ordinary silver needles, nothing but a waste of precious tools. Seeing Wei Yizhen's resolute stance, Ada reluctantly handed the plum blossom needles to Chu Fan. Chu Fan selected 2 needles from the set and inserted them into the Qianting and Tongtian acupoints on the elderly Mr. Li's forehead. With the combined effect of internal energy and the silver needles, the previously flatline electrocardiogram immediately showed stable changes. He's alive. The old man is truly alive. Witnessing this, the crowd erupted in excited shrieks. Old Master Li was the bedrock of the Li family. Though he no longer managed affairs, his presence alone allowed the family to wield immense influence externally, free from bowing to others. Still want me to go out? Chu Fan glanced at Su Chunli and delivered the line coldly. Facing Chu Fan, whose presence commanded respect without anger, Su Chunli hesitated, words caught in her throat. She had assumed Chu Fan was just some good-for-nothing bumpkin who came here to cause trouble, never expecting him to possess such profound medical expertise. Now, with his aura fully radiating and his gaze piercing like a candle's flame, even Su Chunli, a lifelong, strong-willed head of the household, felt a flicker of unease. My apologies, Mr. Chu. My earlier words were a bit harsh. Please don't take them to heart. With those words, Li Huihui felt her heart turn to ashes. It's over. Even Grandma had bowed her head. This meant Chu Fan's standing was now firmly established. Chu Fan swept his piercing gaze across every person present. All fell silent, lowering their heads in fear, not a single one daring to meet his eyes. Many secretly regretted their earlier actions, wondering how they could have been so blind as to think Chu Fan was a pushover they could bully. Of course, many relatives and friends who had always supported Li Jinmei now felt a glimmer of hope. If Chu Fan could truly cure the old master's illness this time, not only would Li Jinmei secure the family inheritance smoothly, but the Li family would also gain an extraordinary divine physician among their sons-in-law. This would undoubtedly be a win-win situation for the Li family's future development. Sister, my brother-in-law actually did it. Li Xiang, her face still streaked with tears, clutched Li Jinmei's hand tightly, overwhelmed with joy and surprise. In that moment, she finally accepted Chu Fan's identity. Li Jinmei's nose stung as she fought back tears, nodding firmly. We didn't misjudge him. Seeing Chu Fan snatch old Master Li back from the jaws of death with a single gesture, Wei Yizhen was utterly stunned. He tremblingly tried to stand and approach for a closer look, but the excruciating pain in his dantian made him stumble and fall back.
Noticing this, Chu Fan approached Wei Yizhen, holding the plum blossom needles. Wei Yizhen swallowed hard, while his disciple stared at Chu Fan with guarded suspicion. What are you doing? Don't you dare harm my master. Chu Fan narrowed his eyes, gazing at the cold gleam of the plum blossom needles, his voice calm and measured. Wei Yizhen, I now offer you a needle. Life or death, do you accept? You lunatic! Get lost! Ada's eyes blazed crimson as he stood resolutely in front of Wei Yizhen, determined to block Chu Fan's silver needle at all costs. Wei Yizhen felt the sharp pain in his lower abdomen and the metallic taste filling his throat. After a moment's hesitation, he steeled his resolve and said, Young friend Chu, my vital energy is depleted and my strength scattered. Even if this needle isn't meant to kill, I won't live long. Life and death are in the hands of heaven. I'll take my chances. Please, strike. Master, this brat clearly has ulterior motives. After all we just hurled at him, how could he possibly treat you sincerely? Don't be foolish. Let's return and recuperate properly. We'll find another divine healer, there must be another way. Ada desperately tried to stop Wei Yizhen, his eyes filled with hostility toward Chu Fan. Unexpectedly, Wei Yizhen remained resolute. He forced himself to sit up, gasping for breath as he bowed his hands to Chu Fan. Young Master Chu, this old man has offended you greatly. That you are willing to grant me a single needle is already an act of saintly generosity. Place this needle wherever you see fit, no one will ever hold it against you. Chapter 12, A Spectacular Show. Wei Yizhen's reputation spread far and wide not only because he possessed genuine skill but also because he retained a measure of integrity. A dying man speaks truth. Believing his end was near, Wei Yizhen dropped all pretense. Closing his eyes, he assumed a resigned posture. Chu Fan's hand shot out, the needle plunging directly into Wei Yizhen's temple. You bastard! What are you doing? That's a fatal point. With Ada's piercing scream, Wei Yizhen collapsed stiffly to the ground, his eyes closed and motionless. The family erupted into chaos at the sight, screams rising in waves. Even Li Jinmei froze in shock. Chu Fan killed someone? He actually stabbed Wei Yizhen to death? Everyone stared in disbelief, gasps of shock echoing through the room. And among them, none was more terrified than Li Huihui. It was true that Wei Yizhen had offended Chu Fan, but the extent of his offense was nothing compared to hers. If even someone like that had to die, how could she possibly survive? Murder! Li Huihui, suddenly possessed by a superhuman strength, pushed through the crowd, clutching her head as she tried to flee. But she was, after all, a woman. Her strength was no match for Chu Fan's, and he yanked her back, slamming her to the ground. Li Huihui knelt there, frozen like a statue, not daring to breathe. She buried her head like an ostrich, too afraid to look up. Zhao Tai was dumbfounded. Though Li Huihui was his fiancée, life was precious. Wei Yizhen was already dead, and he certainly didn't want to follow in his footsteps. So when he saw Chu Fan dealing with Li Huihui, not only did he not step in to stop him, he actually ducked behind the Li family members, terrified of being seen by Chu Fan. Chu Fan took in his pathetic display with a smirk, finding the whole spectacle utterly amusing. No, don't kill me. The moment Chu Fan took a step forward, Li Huihui frantically knelt down and began banging her head on the ground. Little did she know, Chu Fan remained unmoved. He carefully selected an exceptionally long silver needle from the plum blossom needle case, measuring it against Li Huihui's face. The gleaming silver glint nearly scared the wits out of her. She scrambled on her knees to Li Jinmei's side, pleading desperately, Jinmei, for the sake of our sisterhood, please save me. I don't want to die. I truly don't want to die. I'll never fight you over the family inheritance again. I won't dare speak ill of you, and I'll never feed journalists rumors to slander you. Please, I beg you. Li Jinmei felt both chilled to the bone and amused upon hearing this. She had thought their rivalry was simply a matter of fair competition, each relying on their own abilities. Little did she know Li Huihui had been stabbing her in the back all along. You truly are a venomous woman. Plotting against my wife like this, I absolutely cannot keep you alive. Chu Fan's expression was as cold as ice, his eyes utterly indifferent. Many Li family members trembled at the sight, let alone Li Huihui, who was already feeling guilty. As Chu Fan lunged forward, Li Jinmei finally relented. She stepped in front of Li Huihui and pleaded with Chu Fan. Enough. Since she's admitted her mistake, let's spare her this time. After all, they were family. Li Jinmei didn't want Chu Fan to kill again. When Wei Yizhen died earlier, she had found it utterly unbelievable and even felt profound fear toward Chu Fan. But when Chu Fan stepped in to discipline Li Huihui, that fear vanished like smoke. After all, Chu Fan had never wronged her personally. Alright, you're my wife. Since you put it that way, I'll definitely give you some face. Chu Fan shrugged his shoulders, seemingly abandoning his murderous intent. But before anyone could breathe a sigh of relief, his silver needle plunged mercilessly into Li Huihui's Zhongzhu acupoint. Since he was stabbing through her clothes, no one could tell exactly where the needles had landed. But by any ordinary person's common sense, who would ever insert needles through clothing? This was clearly an act of malice. Ah! In an instant, Li Huihui's agonized screams echoed.
Zhao Tai rushed forward, determined to pull the needle out without hesitation. Seeing this, Chu Fan spoke slowly, "Go ahead and pull it out. The moment that silver needle leaves her body, she'll die right there in your hands. And when that happens, it won't have anything to do with me." Zhao Tai's hand hovered mid-air before finally dropping. Holding Li Huihui in his arms, he feigned remorse. "Huihui, I'm so sorry. I couldn't protect you. Rest assured, after you're gone, I'll do everything in my power to seek justice for you." Li Jinmei couldn't fathom it. Chu Fan had clearly promised to spare Li Huihui, so why would he still needle her? Could he possibly be mentally unstable? If even Li Jinmei thought that, the others in the room certainly did too. Although Old Master Li had regained his breathing and heartbeat, he still hadn't regained consciousness. Panic gripped everyone. They stared at Chu Fan with trepidation, watching his every move warily, terrified he might snap again. Chu Fan offered no explanation. With a sharp snap, he slammed the needle case shut and tossed it nonchalantly into Wei Yizhen's lap. "Keep it yourself." Hearing Chu Fan's words, the others found it rather odd. Who was he talking to? Surely not the already deceased Wei Yizhen? Just as everyone exchanged bewildered glances, nearly convinced Chu Fan was a complete lunatic, Wei Yizhen, who had collapsed on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes. "Holy, Master, you're not faking death, are you?" Ada had personally checked Wei Yizhen's pulse just moments ago. At that time, Wei Yizhen's pulse had completely stopped dead as a doornail. How could he suddenly sit up now? That. Get lost. Wei Yizhen pushed Ada away with a look of disgust, then knelt before Chu Fan without hesitation. His face filled with remorse and gratitude, he declared, "Thank you, Divine Dr. Chu, for saving me and restoring my dantian. Your immense kindness leaves this old man utterly indebted." As Wei Yizhen not only came back to life but also kept thanking Chu Fan, the unexpected turn of events left the entire crowd speechless. You didn't kill him?" Zhao Tai stared at Chu Fan in utter shock. Chu Fan didn't answer. Instead, he bent down and personally pulled the silver needles embedded in Li Huihui's body. "Considering your sincere repentance and my wife's willingness to forgive you, I'll treat your genital warts for now. But remember this, if I can save you, I can certainly kill you and make you wish you were dead. So next time you scheme against my wife, weigh whether you can endure the consequences." After speaking, Chu Fan stood with a flourish, his sleeves fluttering. He gazed at Li Jinmei with a smile, winking at her. Li Xiang suddenly understood. So all this time, Chu Fan had been doing these things purely to demonstrate his power and intimidate the Li family. This way, they'd be too afraid of his strength to ever act so arrogantly toward her sister again. In that moment, Li Xiang felt as if a drumstick had struck her heart. Not only did she fully acknowledge this brother-in-law, but an inexplicable affection also began to blossom within her. Gazing at the dashing and charismatic Chu Fan, Li Jinmei suddenly smiled. Her eyes shone like stars, filled with gratitude toward Chu Fan and a hint of admiration that was almost imperceptible. The others understood as well. All this time, Chu Fan had been doing it just to make Li Jinmei feel proud. This guy really knew how to play the game. "Ah Xiang, step aside for a moment. Grandfather's treatment isn't finished yet. Earlier, I only temporarily stabilized his heart meridian. The follow-up treatment will take a while longer. Everyone else, please step back. The air isn't circulating well, and grandfather will feel very uncomfortable." At this moment, Chu Fan's words carried the weight of gold. Not a single soul in the Li family dared to contradict him. Every command was obeyed without question. Though Wei Yizhen still felt somewhat weak, his destroyed dantian had been preserved, allowing him to continue healing patients. Hearing Chu Fan intended to demonstrate more medical skills, he hurriedly had his disciple help him stand, watching intently as Chu Fan worked, clearly eager to observe and learn. Chu Fan understood that the long-term survival of traditional Chinese medicine depended not on his efforts alone, but on a community of like-minded individuals working together to promote and preserve its legacy. Seeing Wei Yizhen's eagerness to learn, Chu Fan held nothing back. As he channeled his internal energy into various points on Old Master Li's body, he simultaneously explained the techniques to Wei Yizhen. Within 3 minutes, the plum blossom needles embedded in Old Master Li suddenly seemed to resonate, vibrating violently. Simultaneously, streaks of azure light burst forth from the needle tips, filling the room with vibrant energy. Even the budding orchid tucked in the corner burst into full bloom the instant the green light erupted, filling the air with its rich fragrance. The sweet orchid scent filling the room left everyone present utterly stunned. They watched Chu Fan's movements with utter dread, their jaws dropping in astonishment. As the clear light flowed over every part of Old Master Li's body, the readings on the monitoring equipment steadily approached normal levels. Finally, they reached a completely healthy state. Chapter 13, The Certified Grandson-in-Law. However, despite all readings returning to normal, Old Master Li still hadn't regained consciousness. This puzzled everyone, and Li Jinmei couldn't help but ask urgently, "Chu Fan, what's going on?" Grandfather's illness had reached a critical stage. Compounded by the collapse of the plum blossom needle therapy midway, his internal organs were severely depleted. Even with his qi channels now open and his yang energy surging, he still lacked that final drop to fill the channel. He needs a little assistance. Shu Fan spoke as he pulled the calming stone from his pocket, the very one he'd taken from the woman's husband earlier. Isn't this the stone you got at Urshian Bridge? Yes. It's called a calming stone, a priceless treasure beyond market value. Shu Fan instructed the Li family servants to prepare purified water, rinse the stone thoroughly, and then placed it into old Master Li's mouth. Had the Li family not witnessed Shu Fan's true abilities firsthand through Wei Yixin, they would have dismissed him as a lunatic and never permitted such reckless experimentation. Truth be told, even without the calming spirit stone, Shu Fan could have cured old Master Li. However, doing so would have required him to expend a significant amount of his own vital energy to help channel the yang energy, leaving his body severely depleted. It would have taken at least 2 or 3 days of rest to recover. But with the calming stone, it was different. By using the gentle, harmonious energy within the stone as a conduit, he could slowly guide the scattered yang energy throughout old Master Li's body back to where it belonged. The old man would be cured instantly, and Shu Fan wouldn't have to expend much effort himself. Why wouldn't he do it? Seeing old Master Li holding the calming stone without moving for a long time, Shu Fan took out his plum blossom needles and inserted a silver needle into his Shangxing acupoint. As the needle sank in, the various greenish energies that had swirled around old Master Li vanished instantly, as if nothing had ever happened. Others remained baffled, but Shu Fan understood perfectly. The green vital energy had transformed into yang energy, all absorbed into old Master Li's body. Now, it only awaited the calming stone to gradually take effect, settling this yang energy into its proper places. Then, the task would be complete. Sure enough, moments later, a soft cough echoed, and old Master Li slowly opened his eyes. Shu Fan acted swiftly, grabbing a nearby cup and prompting old Master Li to spit out the calming spirit stone. The calming stone plopped into the cup, and old Master Li's gaze immediately cleared. Shu Fan, having no desire for credit, quietly went to the side to clean the calming stone. Seeing their patriarch regain consciousness, the Li family members rushed forward, tears streaming down their faces. "Grandfather, you're finally okay? Dad, if you hadn't woken up, we truly wouldn't have known what to do. Good people are blessed by heaven. Our Li family is under the protection of the heavens. The old master will surely enjoy longevity and good health, living forever." Everyone crowded around, fawning over him to show filial piety, not a single one paying Shu Fan any mind. Only Li Jinmei looked at Shu Fan. Her tears held both joy at the old master's miraculous survival and boundless gratitude toward Shu Fan. Shu Fan had just finished cleansing the calming stone. Wiping it dry, he tossed it into his pocket and turned to Li Jinmei. "Stop crying," he said. "Grandfather has turned his misfortune into good fortune. He'll be safe from harm henceforth. Moreover, I've specifically channeled pure yang energy throughout his body, restoring vitality to his organs. With proper care, he'll easily live another 20 or 30 years. Hearing Shu Fan's assurance, Li Jinmei's heart finally settled. "Shu Fan, you've worked so hard today. It's my duty." Shu Fan waved his hand dismissively, signaling Li Jinmei not to be so formal. Meanwhile, Li Huihui and the others were desperately crowding around old Master Li's hospital bed, frantically trying to curry favor. Even if Shu Fan managed to save old Master Li, this group wouldn't feel the slightest gratitude toward him. Just as Li Jinmei had earlier exposed Li Huihui's ulterior motives, none of those backing Li Huihui to take charge or even plotting to seize power themselves had ever wished for Shu Fan to cure old Master Li. They cared little whether the old master lived or died. After all, his presence brought them scant advantage. Only after his passing, when chaos engulfed the Li family, could they more easily take advantage of the situation. And now, the man who cured the old patriarch was someone Li Jinmei had brought in. This meant Li Jinmei's faction would undoubtedly gain the old master's favor, leaving even less room for the others within the Li family. Shu Fan hadn't understood these family feuds before, but witnessing it firsthand today made him realize that grand families weren't all surface-level splendor behind the scenes, they were rife with scheming. Even a formidable woman like Li Jinmei had to tread carefully in such an environment, constantly facing criticism. It seemed being born into wealth wasn't necessarily a blessing, it was practically like ancient palace intrigue. Shu Fan found such gatherings utterly distasteful, the participants' true colors repulsive. Just as he was about to slip away and wait for Li Jinmei outside, old Master Li suddenly spoke up. "Enough. No filial son endures a long illness at the bedside. I know exactly what you're all thinking, so there's no need to make a show of yourselves now. What kind of man is old Master Li? Having dominated the business world for so many years, he had long since seen through human nature. Precisely because of this, while he still possessed his clarity, he always valued Li Jinmei above all others. For only this girl genuinely cared for his well-being and that of the family. As for Li Xiang, she was too young to understand the treacherous nature of society. The others possessed ambition but lacked capability, nor did they understand the principle of brotherly harmony. Even while he was alive, they were constantly scheming and plotting against each other. Once he was gone, who knew what trouble they might stir up? The group instantly fell silent, daring not to utter another word. Seeing Shu Fan about to leave, Li Xiang rolled her eyes and leaned close to old Master Li's ear, whispering a few words. Hearing this, he was startled and immediately called out to Shu Fan. "Son-in-law, don't leave. Without your miraculous healing touch, I would have died in regret today. Have you and Jinmei registered your marriage? Our Lee family hasn't had a joyous occasion in ages. Your wedding would be the perfect chance to celebrate. With these words from the old patriarch, Chu Fan's status was instantly confirmed. Now, no one could possibly pull the rug out from under him. Su Chunli had been planning to give Chu Fan some money to send him away, but now that old Master Li had spoken, everything was set in stone. Even if she was unwilling, there was no room for maneuver. Some opportunistic members of the Li family immediately rushed over to congratulate Chu Fan, showering him with warm greetings like brother-in-law and nephew-in-law. Yet Chu Fan remained unmoved. He and Li Jinmei had signed a contract, they were only pretending to be together. Now that things had escalated to the point of actually getting a marriage certificate and holding a wedding, it would be incredibly difficult to extricate himself later. Worse still, he might be pressured to have children. What would he do then? Chu Fan turned his head, frantically signaling to Li Jiangmei, hoping she would step forward and say something. This wasn't because Chu Fan was ungrateful for his good fortune and unwilling to marry Li Jiangmei. Quite the opposite, Li Jiangmei possessed a jade-like spirit and a flower-like beauty, radiating charm and allure. She combined the proud demeanor of a strong woman with a plump, jade-like figure, flawless as jade and graceful enough to put flowers to shame. To marry such a woman would be a dream come true for Chu Fan. But becoming a son-in-law who lives off his wife's family? That was something he had to think about. After all, with his capabilities, he had no need to live off someone else's generosity, nor did he truly require the Li family's patronage. Catching Chu Fan's silent plea for help, Li Jinmei took a deep breath before finally plucking up the courage to speak. Grandpa, I only brought him back so everyone could take a look and maybe help treat your illness. I never planned to rush into a wedding just yet. What if we end up divorcing? Wouldn't that just make a laughingstock of us in front of all our relatives and friends? Don't talk nonsense. What ifs? If they truly love each other, why wouldn't they make it work? Don't be so sentimental. Every couple has their friction, but as long as both are responsible, dependable, and of good character, it'll work out. Old Master Li furrowed his brow and urged, Jinmei, it's rare to find such an outstanding man as Chu Fan. Others would beg for a chance like this. You must treasure him. Once this opportunity passes, you won't find another like it. Mr. Li pleaded earnestly with Li Jinmei, his words dripping with the message that she must hold on to this golden opportunity of a husband. To an outsider, it might seem as though Chu Fan was Mr. Li's own grandson, given how high he was being held. Truth be told, old Master Li was only looking out for Li Jinmei's best interests. Li Jinmei wasn't just beautiful, she was highly capable in her career. The only flaw was her romantic life remained empty. Coupled with old Master Li's intention for her to take over the family business, he desperately wanted her to find an outstanding son-in-law. This would also facilitate the Li family's continued legacy. Now that he'd finally found such a suitable match, he naturally wouldn't let go of the opportunity. Seeing how impatient old Master Li was, the Li family knew that after this arranged marriage, Li Jinmei would likely become the head of the household. First, her capabilities had long earned the elder Mr. Li's approval. Second, even Chu Fan, the son-in-law, had received the elder Mr. Li's high praise. No one else could compare to Li Jinmei. Li Jinmei gazed at the elderly, whose eyes brimmed with expectation, and found herself momentarily speechless. She hadn't anticipated events accelerating so abruptly. This development had completely overtaken her expectations, leaving her utterly at a loss for how to proceed in such a short time. Seeing that Li Jinmei couldn't articulate a clear response, Chu Fan stepped in. He bowed slightly, his face filled with regret as he addressed old Master Li. I'm sorry, grandfather. Jinmei and I aren't ready yet. Please allow us more time to get to know each other. It won't be too late to marry once our bond is stronger. Chu Fan was penniless now. His entire motivation for partnering with Li Jinmei was to earn money and secure his sister's future. If he rashly committed to such a lifelong matter and ended up as a son-in-law who had to move into his wife's family, wouldn't all his future ambitions and grand plans go down the drain? Chu Fan wasn't one to take shortcuts. Any other man offered this chance to marry into the family would likely have jumped for joy and eagerly accepted. But he wanted to build his career first before settling down. He wanted to build his own business empire and use his own abilities to uncover the truth behind his parents' deaths, to avenge them. Romantic matters were the last thing on Chu Fan's mind at this moment. Besides, he had no intention of becoming a vassal of the Li family. Chapter 14, The pace is too fast to handle. Li Xiang, standing nearby, couldn't help but feel suspicious. Before arriving, the two had been so affectionate, with Li Jinmei even insisting she call him brother-in-law. Now that grandfather was urging them to marry, why did they suddenly seem so unhurried? What was going on? After Chu Fan finished speaking, Li Jinmei quickly chimed in, Yes, grandfather. You've only just recovered and need proper rest. Once you're fully well, it won't be too late to marry. After all, we're counting on you to help organize the wedding. Very well. Since you both feel the same, I shan't press you further. But I have one request, you must promise me this. Old Master Li smiled first, then grew unusually serious. A golden-scaled fish is no mere pond creature. I know you, Chu Fan, are reluctant to marry into our family, and that's fine. But there's one thing, after you marry, I hope among the children you bear, there will be a boy bearing the Lee surname. The legacy I've built over my lifetime depends on the grandson you produce to inherit it. The moment old Master Lee uttered these words, the entire room erupted in an uproar. What did this mean? Not only did old Master Lee intend to pass his current generation's business to Lee Junmei, but he also planned to entrust the next generation's enterprise to their child? Didn't that leave everyone else with nothing but a front row seat to watch it all unfold? Everyone stared in disbelief, their hearts racing with anxiety. Originally, they couldn't care less whether Lee Junmei and this country bumpkin were together. But now, nearly every person silently prayed that these two would break up immediately. They mustn't actually be together, let alone have a son. Otherwise, the Lee family would forever be controlled by this couple. Lee Junmei, however, hadn't considered all this. Instead, she felt intensely embarrassed when grandfather mentioned having grandchildren. Her face flushed crimson as she stammered, "Grandpa, we're not moving that fast. Your words are making me feel so awkward. What's there to be shy about? When a man and a woman are together, it's just that one thing. You'd better hold on to Chu Fan tightly. If some other woman beats you to it, I'll be so furious I might just die of anger." Old Master Lee was usually a stern man, but today he was clearly in a good mood, treating Chu Fan like his own flesh and blood. Li Hui and the others, however, wore gloomy expressions. Their spirits were completely dampened. Exchanging glances, they seemed to reach a shared resolve. No matter what happened next, they would stop Lee Junmei and Chu Fan. They absolutely could not allow the two to walk down the aisle. As noon approached, the Lee family prepared a lavish luncheon, and the group began arranging the meal. Old Master Lee had recovered quickly and was in high spirits, insisting on dragging Chu Fan over for a few drinks. Lee Junmei and Lee Xiang accompanied him, chatting and laughing. Others looked on with envy, wanting to join in but finding no words to say. While Lee Junmei escorted Chu Fan to the restroom, Su Chunli approached Old Master Lee with obvious displeasure. "Junmei isn't that old," she said. "She's in the prime of her youth. Why must you force her to marry this low-born boy? I'm grateful he saved you. We can compensate him generously with money. But don't sacrifice Junmei's lifelong happiness for it. Just the other day, Mrs. Liu came to see me. She said a young man from a distinguished family had taken a fancy to our Junmei and begged her to speak on his behalf. Think about it, someone who could persuade Mrs. Liu to act as matchmaker must be of considerable standing, right?" Clearly, Su Chunli disliked Chu Fan and didn't want Lee Junmei to ascend so smoothly. Her previous support for Lee Junmei stemmed partly from Junmei's genuine talent, but equally from her complete obedience. Although Lee Junmei was the company president, Su Chunli held considerable influence and could treat her like a puppet without feeling any qualms. But after today's incident, Su Chunli sensed a looming crisis. If Lee Junmei truly married Chu Fan, the two of them would hold immense power, backed by the Lee family patriarch. They would certainly not regard her with any respect. The profound sense of loss from her power slipping away struck Su Chunli deeply, transforming her affection for Lee Junmei into wariness. She no longer wished to facilitate this marriage. Unaware of Su Chunli's true thoughts, the old patriarch assumed she disdained Chu Fan and sought to climb the social ladder. He snapped sternly, "How can you think so feudalistically, you old woman? What era do you think this is? Our family isn't short on money. As long as the next generation can hold on to our empire, that's what matters most. Can't you see the potential in Chu Fan? He even managed to win over Wei Yizhen. With him around, the Li family's rise to prominence is only a matter of time. Don't you dare get in the way." Seeing Old Master Li's displeasure, Su Chunli reluctantly swallowed her words. Meanwhile, Lee Junmei, who had led Chu Fan to the restroom, stood at the doorway feeling somewhat troubled. Her original plan was for Chu Fan to play along with her act. Once she had purged the company of dissenting voices and secured sufficient authority, she wouldn't be constrained by others in matters of marriage. But plans changed faster than she expected. Grandfather genuinely wanted Chu Fan to become the Li family's son-in-law, even urging them to marry and have children, leaving no room for objection. This left Lee Junmei with a headache. While her position as company president was now secure, how could she possibly explain this to grandfather? The more she thought about it, the more irritated she became. Just then, Chu Fan emerged from the restroom. She paused and said to him, "Chu Fan, feel free to wander around and relax. I need to give Ah Xiang some instructions. Dinner should be ready in about half an hour. Come back then, so you can avoid Li Hui and her gang giving you the cold shoulder." "Okay, see you later." Chu Fan wasn't one to trail after women anyway. He was paid to do his job, so he did follow Lee Junmei's instructions without getting involved in their family affairs. With that thought, he strolled over to the small garden. Spotting a swing nearby, he was just about to sit down and play when Wei Yizhen called out to him. "Master Chu." Seeing Wei Yizhen approaching with submissive demeanor, Chu Fan raised an eyebrow. "What is it?" "Dr. Chu," Wei Yizhen began, "after careful consideration, I realize keeping this plum blossom needle set is a waste of its potential. I wish to present it to you as a gift. I hope you won't refuse it." Chu Fan knew well the saying, unprompted kindness is either treachery or theft. He didn't immediately accept Wei Yizhen's gift.
Even though he did covet the plum blossom needles after all, they were rare treasures, priceless artifacts that money couldn't buy.
Let's be frank, he said. If you have an ulterior motive, just say so. Hearing Chu Fan's bluntness, Wei Yizhen couldn't help but feel awkward. With a wry smile, he bowed his hands and said, "Divine Physician Chu, your miraculous medical skills truly leave me in awe and admiration. If it's possible, I wish to apprentice under you. Sorry, I can't take you as my disciple." Chu Fan refused without a second thought. The age gap between them was like night and day. If he took Wei Yizhen as a disciple, wouldn't the entire lineage become chaotic? But Wei Yizhen refused to give up so easily. After a moment's hesitation, he bowed deeply to Chu Fan once more. "Master Chu, I know you doubt my character. But after today's events, I've resolved to reform myself completely, casting aside all worldly distractions. Honestly, having lived this long, I've only now grasped the true essence of the medical path. It's embarrassing, I know. But I wish to do something meaningful with the limited time I have left. Please grant me this favor." It must be said that the older generation still held onto their principles with some conviction, unlike the younger generation today who are so easily blinded by greed and ambition. Before this, Wei Yizhen had indeed prioritized money and valued appearances. But after witnessing Chu Fan's miraculous medical skills, he felt profoundly ashamed. He resolved to change his ways and no longer waste his days as he had before. Chu Fan looked at Wei Yizhen and saw genuine determination to improve his medical skills. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke, "I won't take you as my disciple, not because I look down on you, but because I don't teach apprentices. You should understand that the plum blossom needle technique relies on cultivating energy. This requires your own practice and cultivation. Compared to acquired effort, innate talent is the most crucial factor. That's why martial artists begin cultivating their energy from a young age. At your age, altering your innate constitution is no easy feat, it's practically impossible." Chu Fan's words were not mere evasion, they were the plain truth. Ordinary medical skills might be improved through accumulated experience and rote memorization. But this acupuncture technique, which harnesses internal energy to heal, is fundamentally inaccessible to anyone without extraordinary innate talent. Even if he were willing to help Wei Yizhen, he would be powerless to do so. "I understand." Wei Yizhen knew Chu Fan wasn't deceiving him, so he let it go. With a sigh of regret, he departed. Chapter 15, Practicing Medicine as a Wandering Healer to Buy a Home. Before long, lunch was ready. At Old Master Li's warm invitation, Chu Fan took the seat of honor. It was a seat that, for years, had been reserved solely for Old Master Li. Even when high-ranking officials from the city came to dine at the Li residence, they could only occupy the secondary seat. Yet today, no matter how much Chu Fan protested, Old Master Li insisted he take this seat. This clearly demonstrated the high regard in which he was held. Though he had only been awake for a few hours, Old Master Li appeared refreshed and alert, looking even more robust than before his illness. Even though he couldn't drink alcohol, he showed no disrespect toward Chu Fan. Not only did he honor him with tea, but he also had every member of the Li family come forward to express their gratitude to Chu Fan, giving him ample face. In stark contrast, Zhao Tai, the other son-in-law brought by Li Huihui, was left feeling rather stifled. He sat in a corner throughout the entire banquet, drinking in solitude, ignored by everyone. After the luncheon concluded, Old Master Li dismissed Li Huihui and the others. He then pulled Li Jinmei, Li Xiang, and Chu Fan aside for a lengthy conversation, urging them to visit often regardless of occasion. Finally, he personally escorted them to the door. Such treatment was unprecedented for any member of the Li family. Li Xiang was flattered and impressed, raising her regard for Chu Fan even higher. On the way back, Li Jinmei expressed her gratitude to Chu Fan once more. "Chu Fan, thanks to your help today, you not only cured my grandfather's illness but also restored so much of my family's honor." "Thank you. We're on the same side." "When you do well, I do well," Chu Fan replied nonchalantly. "Oh, and by the way, my grandfather tends to be quite passionate and impulsive. He'll forget about it in a few days, so don't take it too much to heart." Chu Fan understood that Li Jinmei was referring to the matter of marriage and children. He turned to look at Li Jinmei, her figure gracefully curved and her waist supple, and remarked with a hint of a smile, "But I think Grandpa's eagerness to hold a grandchild is pretty intense. He probably won't forget about it anytime soon." Li Jinmei rubbed her temples, feeling a headache coming on. Chu Fan watched her silently, smiling. Li Xiang, sitting in the back seat, suddenly chimed in with a teasing remark, "Brother-in-law, why don't you just do it with my sister? It's bound to happen sooner or later anyway." Chu Fan nearly choked on his own spit. Li Jinmei smacked Li Xiang hard on the head, her face flushing as she snapped, "What nonsense are you spouting, you little brat? I'm not talking nonsense. During lunch, this guy kept staring at your chest, drooling over your body for ages." "Really?" Li Jinmei looked at Chu Fan incredulously, demanding an answer. Chu Fan waved his hands frantically. "Don't get the wrong idea. I just thought your brooch was pretty, so I took a few extra glances." "Ha!" Seeing Chu Fan's flustered state, Li Xiang couldn't hold back any longer. Sitting in the back seat, she burst into laughter.
Li Jinmei's face darkened as she huffed, "You men are all a bunch of lecherous creatures.
If you dare stare again next time, watch out, I'll beat you up."
Though her words carried a warning, her tone lacked any real menace, clearly not taking the threat seriously.
Chu Fan couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. These sisters were no easy opponents, one wrong move and he'd fall right into their trap. Looks like life wasn't going to be easy from now on.
Still, the occasional challenge could be rather amusing.
Looking at Li Xiang, Chu Fan couldn't help but think of his own sister.
That girl might not be as lively and articulate as Li Xiang, but she never put on a show of being sweet and obedient in front of him. She was always on the same page as him. Before long, the three of them returned to the villa. As soon as they entered, Li Jinmei led Chu Fan upstairs and pointed to a guest room.
"I've had the housekeeper tidy it up. You'll be staying there from now on." Chu Fan joked, "We're husband and wife, aren't we? Aren't you going to stay with me?" "TSK, don't get too carried away. My sister and I live upstairs. Unless we give you permission, you're not allowed to go up there, understand?" "All right." Chu Fan nodded. If it were only Li Jinmei, that would be one thing. But with Li Xiang also living upstairs, the thought of bumping into either of them in a less than presentable state was undeniably awkward. As Li Jinmei headed upstairs, she paused as if remembering something. "Oh, and remember to go buy some clothes this afternoon. The housekeeper said your old ones are too worn out and unsuitable." "I'll see," Chu Fan hummed, then asked, "If I don't stay here at night from now on, that should be fine, right?" "Whatever you want. Just make sure you show up when I need you and don't let me down. The rest is up to you." Li Jinmei tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and added, "Also, if you run into any trouble in the villa, just go to the butler. He'll handle it for you." "Got it." Chu Fan gave an okay gesture, watched Li Jinmei ascend the stairs, then stepped into the guest room. Though it was a guest room, it was just as well equipped as the master bedroom, with every amenity imaginable. After briefly exploring some novel gadgets he'd never seen before, Chu Fan felt a sudden pang of melancholy. He now had a stable residence with excellent conditions, but what about his sister? The old rural house was dilapidated, plagued by leaks, power outages, and countless other problems. How could a college student live properly in such conditions? After a moment's contemplation, Chu Fan resolved it was time to buy a house for his sister too. These past years, trapped in prison, he hadn't been able to support her. Now that he was free, he had to make amends. However, property prices in Jinling now hovered around 10,000 to 20,000 yuan per square meter. Purchasing a 120 square meter commercial property would require a down payment of at least 400,000 to 500,000. Securing such a large sum all at once was no easy feat. After some deliberation, Chu Fan resolved to set up as a traveling doctor by the roadside. Practicing medicine on the street didn't require any medical license, and it was a good way to build a reputation. As long as he could cure a few patients early on and establish a good reputation, he wouldn't have to worry about business in the future. He wasted no time. After bidding farewell to Li Jinmei, Chu Fan hopped on a bus bound for Jinling First Street. This street had once been Jinling's most bustling thoroughfare. Since ancient times, merchants had set up stalls here to trade, a tradition that continued to this day. Glancing around, the antique-style street was filled with all sorts of curious trinkets. From legendary antique ornaments to hand-squeezed lemon juice, the variety was endless. From portrait artists and fortune-tellers to second-hand goods vendors, there was nothing you couldn't find here. Chu Fan spent several hours gathering the necessary supplies for his traveling medical practice. He then headed to the street management office, paid a small fee, and secured a fixed stall for the month. After arranging his goods, the Divine Medicine Hall officially opened its doors. Though named a medicine hall, Chu Fan carried no actual medicine. His primary service was diagnosing patients and prescribing remedies. After all, there were plenty of traditional Chinese medicine shops nearby. Patients could simply purchase their own herbs afterward. Time passed slowly. As dusk settled in, the office drones finally had their own leisure time, and the street gradually came alive. However, most people were drawn to the street for its snacks and novelty items. Men and women strolled through the night market, eating and playing, with few stopping at Chu Fan's stall. "Young man," a well-meaning fellow at the stall ahead advised, "they say a craftsman who wants to do his job well must first sharpen his tools. You're running a medicine stall here, you should at least have some decent herbs to make it look the part." A woman at the next stall chuckled, "This kid's just a plant. There are several herbal shops nearby, he's here to draw customers their way." Hearing this, the man felt there was some truth to it and stopped paying attention to Chu Fan. Instead, some passers-by stopped and asked curiously, "Young man, how do you get paid for being a plant?" "I'm an itinerant doctor, not a plant," Chu Fan replied with a helpless smile, adding, "If any of you have health issues, feel free to come see me. I cure all ailments, no cure, no charge." Such bold claims made everyone frown. At your age, you probably haven't even finished medical school, yet you dare call yourself a miracle doctor who cures all illnesses? Bull. Yeah, even specialists in hospitals are divided by field. And you claim to treat everything? This Jinling street needs to be cleaned up, it's full of con artists and swindlers.
Everyone chimed in, one after another, criticizing Chu Fan for his underhanded ways, drawing more and more attention.
Chu Fan remained unruffled, refusing to engage in arguments.
He simply sat off to the side, adopting the demeanor of Jiang Taigong fishing, waiting patiently for those eager to take the bait.
It's over, it's over. This guy's a lunatic.
Just as the crowd concluded Chu Fan was mentally unstable and lost interest in entertaining the lunatic, a woman emerged from the crowd. She was decked out in designer labels, her ears adorned with dazzling glass earrings, and her face heavily made up. Perched on sky-high stilettos, her thick legs resembling carrots, she strode purposefully toward Chu Fan. The moment she stopped, she pointed at Chu Fan with an air of superiority, as if a boss were giving orders to an employee.
Get lost. Chapter 16, The Sun Family Heiress's Attention. Chu Fan remained unmoved by the plump woman's bossy demeanor. I paid to rent the stall. Why should I get lost? Because the stalls on both sides belong to me.
The plump woman snorted.
This spot was vacant before. I merged 3 stalls into one. Now you're wedged in the middle, cutting off my customers. Chu Fan glanced left and right. To his left was a vendor selling trinkets, to his right, one peddling bags.
Without exception, every item was counterfeit, as fake as could be, mirroring the cheap imitations adorning the plump woman herself. It turned out that before Chu Fan set up his stall, the plump woman had shrewdly paid for only 2 stalls while occupying the space of 3. Now that Chu Fan had arrived, she couldn't exploit the loophole anymore. So she wanted to kick him out and keep taking advantage of the situation. But Chu Fan had already rented this spot and bought his merchandise. He hadn't made a single penny yet. How could he just leave? Lady, you rented only 2 stalls but expect to occupy 3? That's ridiculous. Get lost. Who do you think you're calling auntie? I'm not that old yet. You're just a deadbeat con artist peddling fake medicine, acting all high and mighty? Get the hell out of here. The fat woman, utterly unreasonable, pointed her finger at Chu Fan and unleashed a torrent of abuse. A few nearby vendors sat on small stools munching snacks, clearly enjoying the show. Not one of them stepped forward to say a word in his defense. Compared to the newcomer Chu Fan, this fat woman was practically an old acquaintance to them. Plus, she was notorious on Jinling First Street as a down-and-out troublemaker. No one dared cross her. This kid really walked into a hornet's nest. Exactly. Who didn't know that woman was vicious? Old Sun at the registration office was a real bastard. Giving this spot to the young guy, wasn't that just setting him up? You know nothing. Old Sun and that woman are having an affair. I caught them checking into a motel last time. That's playing both sides. But that kid deserved it. If he were doing legitimate business, we might feel sorry for him. But a fake medicine peddler acting all high and mighty, calling himself a miracle doctor? Better he's gone. If he messes someone up, all us street vendors will get dragged down with him. Passers-by who heard the commotion started giving this place a wide berth. Within half an hour of opening, Chu Fan's miracle medicine clinic had already gained a notorious reputation. Meanwhile, a woman in a plain pink dress was strolling with a girl wearing a green button-up top and blue cropped pants. The woman in pink was Sun Miaoyu, the eldest daughter of the prestigious Sun family. The girl in green was named Ah Chui, her personal maid. Ah Chui had dark, ruddy skin. When she smiled, it was a simple, wholesome grin that radiated health. Her mistress, Sun Miaoyu, looked far less well. Her skin was pale as snow, her lips tinged with frost, and she walked as if supported by weak willows in the wind, appearing frail and delicate. Miss, this street in Jiling is packed with people, reeks of foul odors, and is stiflingly hot. Let's just take a quick look around and hurry back. If you get heatstroke, I couldn't bear the responsibility. It's not as bad as you make it sound. The sun has already set, and I find it quite pleasant. Hearing aqueous complaints, Sun Miaoyu smiled slightly, her lips pressed together. I've been cooped up indoors all day. I feel like I'm losing touch with the world. Coming out to see these down-to-earth things is actually quite interesting. Ah Chui tugged at Sun Miaoyu's sleeve, pleading, Miss, it's not that I don't want to accompany you. I'm just worried your health can't handle it. If you truly like these things, I'll speak to the steward later and have them all purchased for the house. Why bother coming out to see them yourself? Some things only reveal their charm when witnessed firsthand. Besides, I had a dream last night. A divine being appeared and told me I'd encounter a benefactor if I went out tonight. Sun Miaoyu shook her head and laughed. Since I'm feeling a bit better these past few days, why not try my luck? Miss, how can you believe in dreams? I dreamt of a peerless hero coming to marry me, yet here I am, still your maid. Besides, you come from a noble house, you lack nothing. You're the one destined to be someone's benefactor. Who could be more noble than you? ACU shrugged dismissively, finding Sun Miaoyu's words utterly preposterous. Not necessarily. Money, yes, I have plenty. But my health grows worse by the day. If I could find a divine physician to cure this ailment I've carried since birth, wouldn't he be my benefactor? Sun Miaoyu sighed softly. Though she spoke these words, her heart held little hope. Ah Chui rolled her eyes at this remark. Miss, you've seen countless doctors since childhood, virtually every renowned practitioner under the sun.
How many of them were actually any good? And in a place like this, where society's dregs gather, what chances there of finding such a master? Instead of daydreaming here, you'd be better off going home to rest properly. Eat a few more servings of bird's nest soup, it might actually do your body some good. Chui had grown up alongside Sun Miaoyu since childhood. She always spoke her mind without the usual constraints between master and servant. Though Sun Miaoyu didn't scold Chui, a pang of sadness still lingered in her heart. Perhaps I was just dreaming. Sun Miaoyu came from an extraordinary background, raised in luxury and pampered as the family's precious jewel. With her clan's lack of patriarchal traditions, she, as the eldest daughter, possessed the right to select a son-in-law to inherit the family business and become a formidable female powerhouse. Alas, heaven does not always grant one's wishes. When Sun Miaoyu's mother gave birth to her, whether from eating something wrong or some other reason, Sun Miaoyu had been plagued by minor illnesses since birth, never enjoying robust health. She barely made it to adulthood, hoping her condition would improve, only to find it worsening year after year. She could scarcely leave her room more than a few times annually, often confined to quiet recuperation. Though her family showed no sign of resentment toward her frail health, the power and wealth once within her grasp now seemed impossibly distant. Even her own survival through the summer remained uncertain. Catching sight of Sun Miaoyu's desolate expression, Chui felt a pang of guilt. "I'm sorry, Mississippi. I spoke too harshly. Please don't take it to heart." Watching Chui's cautious apology, Sun Miaoyu smiled reassuringly. "You needn't apologize to me. Everyone has their own destiny. From the moment I was born, I was destined to die young. It's only through the care of the entire family that I've managed to survive this long. To have extended my life this far, I am already deeply satisfied." With that, she sighed deeply once more. "It's just a pity my parents had to bury their child before they themselves passed away." Alas! Sun Miaoyu's parents doted on her immensely. No matter how much the other elders in the family urged them, they never had another child. The more they cherished her, the heavier her burden grew. She was barely clinging to life thanks to a special medication developed abroad, but this wonder drug was exorbitantly expensive. The annual cost ran into the hundreds of millions, and many clan members were already murmuring discontent. Chui opened her mouth to speak, but before she could utter a word, a wave of hysterical curses washed over them, piercingly shrill. "Goddamn quack! Even beggars know to rip off money, not people. But you? You parade around as some divine healer, preying on the poor to make a killing. So what if I sell counterfeit goods? At least I let people walk away with something, and I don't charge genuine prices. But you? You run a shabby little pharmacy with no real medicine, just peddling lies with your silver tongue. If anyone actually comes to you for treatment, they won't just waste their time, they might even lose their lives. You heartless bastard, just wait for your karma to catch up with you." The plump woman raged on, but Chu Fan remained utterly indifferent, as if he had no ears at all. Upon hearing this, Chui burst out laughing. "It's like a crow perched on a pig only seeing the other's blackness, blind to its own. A counterfeiter berating a fake medicine seller? Aren't they both cut from the same cloth? Miss, isn't that laughable?" As she spoke, Chui noticed Sun Miaoyu staring blankly at Chu Fan. She gently tapped her shoulder and asked curiously, "Miss, what's wrong? Let's go take a look." Sun Miaoyu took a deep breath and decided. This Chu Fan remained utterly unfazed by the insults, calm and composed as ever. He was most likely a master physician with extraordinary medical skills. As the saying goes, take a chance and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. She wanted to try her luck, perhaps she'd truly encounter a benefactor from her dreams. Ha! At the mention of this, Chui was instantly dumbfounded. Why would her young mistress, perfectly fine, take an interest in a fraud? Forget it, Mississippi. That crowd is full of gossip, especially that fat woman hurling insults. If we go over there and she shoves you around, what if you get hurt? Despite Chui's desperate pleas, Sun Miaoyu remained stubbornly determined. Ignoring the warnings, she insisted on going over to investigate. She couldn't explain it herself, but the moment she saw Chu Fan, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over her. Somehow, she felt this man bore a striking resemblance to the noble figure she'd seen in her dreams. Chui was powerless to stop Sun Miaoyu, so she could only carefully shield her, trying to prevent any mishaps. On the way there, she couldn't help but inwardly grumble. Clever but foolish, her young mistress, always sharp and self-taught, even earning a PhD, was now making such a fool of herself on the small street in Jinling. TSK, guess more books don't always make you smarter after all. As the two pushed their way through the crowd, the plump woman's tirade continued unabated. She ranted non-stop for a good 10 minutes, panting breathlessly by the end, yet Chu Fan didn't even lift an eyelid, treating it as if it weren't happening. Damn it! Are you deaf? I've been yelling at you for ages, and you haven't reacted at all? Just as the plump woman slammed her hand on Chu Fan's table, ready to resort to physical force, Chu Fan suddenly spoke up. Divine medicine hall cures all ailments. We examine first, collect payment later. No cure, no fee. Her words weren't directed at the plump woman, but at Chui and Sun Miaoyu standing behind her. Sun Miaoyu and Shu Fan's eyes met, and she instantly understood the implication. Hurriedly, she asked, "Young master, are you certain you can cure any illness?" Shu Fan slowly rose to his feet, his gaze fixed on the emaciated, frail figure of Sun Miaoyu before him. A deeply meaningful smile spread across his face. "Of course, including yours." Chapter 17, 300,000 yuan consultation fee. At Shu Fan's words, Chui's eyes widened in shock. Her young mistress was ill, anyone with eyes could see that from her complexion. But to claim he could cure her? Over all these years, Shu Fan was the first to make such a claim. Sun Miaoyu listened, her excitement nearly overwhelming her. Before she could speak, the plump woman who had taken a sip of water during the pause sneered, "You actually believe that bastard's words? If he kills your mistress while treating her, who will you cry to for help?" Other merchants nearby chimed in with warnings. "That's right, young lady. Don't fall for this scam. What doctor is this young? He's just fooling you." Sun Miaoyu paid no heed to the various rumors circulating around her. She met Shu Fan's gaze directly, speaking each word deliberately. "Everyone says my illness is incurable, but I can only leave it to fate, kept alive by medication. Whether I live or die is entirely up to the Lord of Death. You're the only one who says my illness can be cured. Whether it's true or not, I'm willing to trust you this once and take a chance. Please save me." The plump woman, upon hearing Sun Miaoyu's words, immediately exclaimed in disbelief, "Holy crap, are you out of your mind? Even if you're dying, you can't just throw caution to the wind and hand your life over to someone like this. You're right, young lady. Think this through carefully. Once you're dead, there's no coming back. And judging by your clothes, you don't seem like a poor girl. Your IQ shouldn't be this low." Everyone pleaded earnestly with Sun Miaoyu to avoid being deceived. Some were genuinely concerned, while others merely pretended to be kind, hoping Sun Miaoyu would take pity on their good intentions and patronize their business. Unexpectedly, Sun Miaoyu stubbornly shook her head. "Everyone, thank you for your kindness and concern. Even if I don't trust this young gentleman, I won't live much longer anyway. Given that, I might as well give myself a chance." Seeing Sun Miaoyu's resolve, the plump woman shook her head helplessly. "You can't reason with a fool. You little bastard, think carefully. If you kill someone, you'll rot in prison for life. That girl's decked out in designer labels, she's got a good background. If you kill her, her family won't let you off the hook. My advice? Spill the beans now. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Save yourself the trouble." Failing to persuade Sun Miaoyu, the plump woman turned her attention to Shu Fan. Shu Fan paid no attention to the plump woman's words. Smiling, he said to Sun Miaoyu, "Please sit." Before Sun Miaoyu could move, a pot-bellied man approached her with a leering grin. "Miss," he said familiarly, "instead of letting this pretty boy treat you, why not let me? You're going to die either way, but I can make sure you have some fun before you go." "Ha!" Just as the man's hand was about to land on Sun Miaoyu's shoulder, Chui acted without a word. She grabbed his arm and twisted it backward with a gentle motion. A sharp crack echoed as the man's sturdy arm instantly dislocated. "Ah!" The man let out a wail of pain and plopped down onto the ground. "Miss Sun isn't someone you can just lust after. Get lost. Don't make me slap your filthy mouth to pieces." The crowd had assumed these two women were easy targets, simple-minded and gullible. Little did they expect that Chui, the maid who looked like a little potato, possessed such formidable skills. The small merchants who had been scheming to rip them off quickly abandoned their plans, stepping aside to avoid trouble. Chui had shown off her skills partly because the man had disrespected her mistress, but also to intimidate Shu Fan and deter him from further nonsense. Though her warning was directed at the shameless man, her gaze lingered deliberately on Shu Fan, brimming with threat. Shu Fan understood Chui's meaning, merely curling his lips into a faint smile without offering any explanation. "Miss Sun? Could it be Sun Miaoyu?" someone speculated, a connection forming in their mind. Her companion gasped in surprise. "Huh? You wouldn't be referring to the Sun family, one of Jinling's 4 great clans, would you? Which other Sun family could it be?" "Ah, I've always heard Miss Miaoyu is clever and sharp, with a brilliant mind. It's just a pity she's frail and sickly, plagued by illness since childhood. Truly, heaven envies her talent." As ordinary citizens, they rarely got to see the heiress of such a prominent family. Everyone was incredibly excited, almost reaching for their phones to take photos. Yet under Chui's piercing glare, the crowd dared not act on their desires. Beyond whispered murmurs, no one dared make a single unnecessary move. The Sun family enjoyed an excellent reputation in Jinling, and Miss Sun herself was widely admired. She hosted an annual charity dinner to fund the orphanage. Facing the crowd's warmth, Sun Miaoyu gave a gentle nod of gratitude. Though confined to her home by illness these past years, she remained deeply touched by the steadfast support of so many. It was impossible to deny the surge of hope it brought, even strengthening her will to live. "Young master, I entrust my illness to your care." Sun Miaoyu pressed her palms together, gazing at Shu Fan with sincere eyes and an earnest tone. "Treating your illness is no problem, but we'll need to discuss the consultation fee first." Shu Fan was working to earn money for his sister's home purchase, so he wouldn't waive the fee simply because of Sun Miaoyu's good character.
Likewise, he wouldn't overcharge her simply because her family was wealthy. Sun Miaoyu smiled confidently. Young master, Sun Miaoyu, have no particular talents except for being born into the right family.
The Sun family is immensely wealthy.
As long as you can cure my illness, money is no issue. After all, merely sustaining her life already cost the Sun family over 100 million annually. If a permanent cure could truly be achieved, paying several hundred million in one lump sum would be well worth it.
Since Miss Sun was being so direct, I'll be equally forthright. A 30,000 yuan consultation fee guarantees a cure. How does that sound? Chu Fan asked tentatively. He quoted such a high figure not because he truly expected that amount, but to give Sun Miaoyu room to bargain. The bottom line was around 150,000. To his surprise, a Chui burst out laughing. You're underestimating the Sun family. Our young Mrs. daily medication costs more than 300,000 yuan. If you can truly cure her illness, forget 300,000, even 30 million yuan is within our family's means. A Chui's tone carried a hint of contempt, implying Chu Fan was narrow-minded and inexperienced. How could someone like this be a divine physician? Shut up.
Sun Miaoyu shot a Chui a glare before turning to Chu Fan with an apologetic expression. My apologies, young sir.
This girl has been spoiled by me and has a sharp tongue.
Here, take 30,000 as a deposit. If you can cure my illness, there will be a generous reward afterward. She shot a Chui a meaningful glance.
Transfer 300,000 to the young master's bank account.
Most people might have tried to dissuade her mistress from paying up front, but as a servant of the Sun family, a Chui had seen the world. Even to her, a mere maid, 300,000 yuan was a mere trifle. She had no fear of being swindled by Chu Fan, so she promptly transferred the funds.
Conveniently, an ATM stood nearby. Chu Fan dashed over to verify the transaction.
Upon confirming the substantial sum had arrived, he couldn't help but marvel at his good fortune.
He'd thought he wouldn't get a single customer tonight, yet his first transaction brought him such a generous patron. Others watched Sun Miaoyu transfer the money so readily, shaking their heads and murmuring among themselves. TSK, the Sun family really is loaded, spending money like water. That kid is clearly a con artist. If you've got money to burn, give it to me instead of letting him profit off it.
Indeed, the most ingenious scams are often the simplest.
Though Ah Chui didn't trust Chu Fan, she could read Sun Miaoyu's expression.
Sun Miaoyu's expression darkened noticeably upon hearing their mockery of Chu Fan. Seeing this, she stepped forward without a word and glared fiercely at them. Shut it, she snapped. If anyone says another word and disrupts the young master's treatment of our young lady, I won't be polite. After speaking, Ah Chui discreetly signaled to Chu Fan and added with a hint of sarcasm, Young master, the Sun family has shown our sincerity. We hope you'll do your utmost. Don't entertain any ulterior motives. Should our young mistress's condition worsen, the Sun family's wrath is something you wouldn't want to bear. Ah Chui, enough. Sun Miaoyu shook her head, interjecting. Since I've chosen to place my life in the young master's hands, I've already set aside thoughts of life and death. Even if my condition worsens, it is my own fate. Don't make things difficult for the young master.
Miss. Ah Chui simply couldn't fathom it. They'd only met once, yet how could their young mistress place such trust in this wandering physician, even leaving him an escape route?
What she didn't know was that Sun Miaoyu spoke this way primarily to reassure Chu Fan, to dispel any thoughts of Sun family retaliation, and to encourage him to focus entirely on her treatment.
Chu Fan could roughly guess the unspoken meaning behind Sun Miaoyu's words, and he admired this woman's magnanimity and decisiveness.
Rest assured, I will cure your illness. However, your body isn't suited for treatment tonight, and this environment is too poor for proper care.
We'll postpone the session.
Find a quiet, spacious place after you return home.
Contact me tomorrow morning or afternoon.
Chu Fan wrote his phone number for Sun Miaoyu before gathering his things to head home.
Seeing Chu Fan take the money and prepare to leave, Sun Miaoyu couldn't help but freeze in surprise. Ah Chui's expression turned cold as she snapped, You took the money but won't treat our young miss? Are you mocking me? I never said I wouldn't treat Miss Sunday. I only asked you to wait one night. If you don't trust me, then take your money back. Chu Fan pulled out his bank card and gave a slight nod. Acupuncture treatment required removing clothing. How could Sun Miaoyu undress in public? That would be utterly indecent. Moreover, Sun Miaoyu's condition was nocturnal in nature. Treating it at this hour carried certain risks. Should an accident occur, not only would Sun Miaoyu's illness remain untreated, but Chu Fan himself might suffer backlash from internal energy damage. Hearing Chu Fan's explanation, Sun Miaoyu's expression softened slightly. Young master, I trust you. Here is my token. Come to the Zhao residence after 8 tomorrow morning with it. The steward will guide you to me. If you find my home too remote or inconvenient to reach, I can send someone to escort you there. No need. I'll go myself. Chu Fan was straightforward. He tucked Sun Miaoyu's waist token into his pocket, inquired about the Sun family's address, and then strode off. Watching Chu Fan's retreating figure, Ah Chui pouted and huffed indignantly, Miss, that gold inlaid jade token is no ordinary trinket. It could fetch over $1 million if sold. If that lad is merely greedy, that's one thing. But if he uses your token to swindle people in your name, won't that ruin your reputation?
Sun Miaoyu smiled softly, shook her head, and patted Chui's shoulder.
To gain, one must first give. Compared to my life, what do these benefits matter? Who in all of Jinling doesn't know the Sun family?
If he truly used my waste token for nefarious deeds, word would reach us immediately.
Stop fretting over nothing. Trust those you employ, and never doubt them once you've chosen them. Let's return now. Ahem.
Seeing Sun Miaoyu's weakened state, Chui dared not speak further and hurriedly supported her away. It truly was a case of Zhou Yu beating Huang Gai, one eager to strike, the other willing to endure. The plump woman witnessed the entire scene, her lips curled in scorn.
Everyone nodded in agreement.
To be completely duped by a young upstart lies the Sun family's heiress is nothing special after all.
Chapter 18, The Vanity-Driven College Girl.
After leaving Jinling First Street, Fan made his way to the nearest bus stop. As he studied the bus routes to determine which one to take home, a surprised voice suddenly rang out from behind him.
Fan? Hearing his name called, Fan turned to see Bai Shuemei standing there. Good evening. Bai Shuemei nodded awkwardly.
Though she had called out to Fan herself, now that she was closer, she found herself at a loss for words. After a long pause, he bit his lip and said, "About saving that person today.
I'll be more careful next time."
Fan knew Bai Shuemei was trying to apologize, so he waved her off.
Seeing Fan's coldness, Bai Shuemei felt even more awkward.
She pursed her lips and continued, "By the way, the technique you used to treat the patient today seemed quite novel.
I've never seen anything like it before.
Where did you learn it?"
In her mind, a prison inmate couldn't possibly possess such advanced medical skills. Since she hadn't been rude, Fan didn't want to embarrass her. He casually made up an excuse. "I learned these methods from a village doctor back home. People in the countryside are poor when they get sick, they have to find their own folk remedies. I never thought it would come in handy today." After hearing Fan's answer, Bai Shuemei was momentarily at a loss for words.
She'd assumed he'd mastered some remarkable medical skill, only to discover it was just a rural folk remedy.
"If there's nothing else, I'll head back now." Fan saw the disdain on Bai Shuemei's face.
He knew this woman looked down on him for having served time in prison, and he wasn't about to go out of his way to curry favor with someone who clearly didn't care for him.
Keep this rescue strictly confidential. Don't go blabbing about it and ruin my reputation." Bai Shuemei gave a parting warning before turning and walking into a nearby milk tea shop. What a pain.
Fan gave a wry smile, boarded the bus, and vanished from the scene. Meanwhile, inside the milk tea shop, Yu Hui sat on the sofa, waiting for her freshly made bubble tea to arrive. Spotting Bai Shuemei, she pouted, "Shuemei, why'd you take so long? I've been waiting forever. I ran into Fan earlier and chatted with him for a bit, so I was delayed," Bai Shuemei explained as she set down her bag. Yu Hui perked up instantly, her curiosity piqued. "What did you talk about?" Bai Shuemei didn't hide anything and spilled the beans. I knew it was just blind luck. But come to think of it, what could Fan possibly know about traditional Chinese medicine? He's just a dropout who's even served time. I say, this is clearly fate helping us too," Yu Hui declared triumphantly, showing not a shred of guilt for nearly causing someone's death. Bai Shuemei listened silently, offering no agreement. Seeing her lack of interest, Yu Hui picked up her phone and opened her social feed.
"Shuemei, we're the talk of the campus now." "What do you mean?" Bai Shuemei froze. "Someone recorded us saving that person today.
I got the video, posted it in our class group, and our counselor saw it. He said it was great publicity material, so he shared it on his own moments. Word spread like wildfire, now the whole school knows about it.
It even made it onto the forum and hit #1 on the trending list."
Yu Hui beamed with pride. The principal specifically told the counselor that he'll commend us in front of the entire school at Monday's assembly.
"We've really hit the jackpot this time, huh?"
"What?" Bai Shuemei stared at the ecstatic Yu Hui, her voice thick with disbelief.
"You're taking credit for this?
But that person wasn't saved by us at all."
"Oh, chill out. I edited it flawlessly. Fan never even appeared in the footage. Everyone will think we saved him.
Besides, this will only circulate on campus, it won't leak outside.
Fan has no way of knowing. Who else would expose us?"
Yu Hui declared brazenly, not a hint of embarrassment on her face.
Bai Shuemei shook her head after hearing this, clearly uneasy. "Forget it, Hui. If you don't want people to know, don't do it in the first place. Taking credit for someone else's work? I just can't bring myself to do it. Listen to me. Our advisor let slip some inside info. The school's offering 10 graduate school recommendation spots this year.
8 are already reserved for connected students, and the remaining 2 are for outstanding campus performers. Our grades are already top tier, and with this rescue incident, we have a 90% chance of snagging one of those spots." Yu Hui grabbed Bai Shuemei's hand, pleading earnestly, "You know how competitive our grad school admissions are.
This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance, we can't let it slip away." Shuemei, just help me out this once. Let me take that spot, okay? Bai Shuemei looked troubled. After much internal struggle, she still refused. The consequences of this being exposed are too severe. At best, we'd get major disciplinary warnings, at worst, we'd be expelled and have our degrees revoked. Besides, I never actually learned any life-saving techniques from Chu Fan. If we take credit for this now, what happens when we encounter another patient like this and are expected to treat them? Bai Shuemei appealed to reason and emotion, refusing to take the risk under any circumstances. But Yu Hui refused to give up. She had her sights set on a graduate student senior and wanted to establish herself as an exemplary junior with both academic excellence and moral integrity. Therefore, she was determined to secure that graduate school recommendation at any cost. Shuemei, there weren't many onlookers at the time. As long as we handle Chu Fan, this will never come to light. Bai Shuemei rolled her eyes and retorted, "You're thinking too simplistically. Why would Chu Fan help us? Leave this to me. Just promise me this, as long as Chu Fan agrees to keep quiet, you won't undermine me." Fine. Though Bai Shuemei disliked Yu Hui's methods, the prospect of a free pass to graduate school was too tempting to ignore. She decided to turn a blind eye. After all, Yu Hui was handling it, she stood to lose nothing. Sitting back and waiting for the outcome felt absolutely blissful. Just watch, I'll handle this flawlessly. Yu Hui declared with brimming confidence. As for how to handle Chu Fan, she already had a plan in mind. Chu Fan came from a poor background and had studied relentlessly throughout high school. He'd never been with a woman and had no idea what they were like. With her looks, all it would take was a little trickery and a hint of that color to drive this country bumpkin wild with desire, making him obey her every command. Chapter 19, The Zipper Pull Holds a Trick. At this moment, Chu Fan remained unaware that he was already being set up. He returned to Li Jinmei's villa with a bag of items, took a quiet shower, then lay in bed researching the home buying process until 11 o'clock before finally falling asleep. The next morning, Chu Fan stretched lazily, about to leap out of bed like a cart, when a ghostly, lingering voice suddenly appeared beside him. "Are you a pig? Waking up this late?" Gazing at Li Xiang, radiant in her princess dress with her fair skin and striking beauty, Chu Fan massaged his temples. "Xiang, couldn't you knock before barging in? This is my house. Why should I knock?" Li Xiang retorted, her voice full of righteous indignation. Chu Fan was at a loss for words. "The point is, what if I wasn't wearing anything and you saw me? What then? Tisk, look at you, such a wimp. It's your honor to be seen by this lady, and you're complaining?" Li Xiang pouted her pink lips, hands on her hips, striking a coy, reproachful pose. Chu Fan wanted to retort, but then realized arguing with this girl was futile. He simply shook his head and headed to the bathroom. To his surprise, Li Xiang followed him in without a care, showing no sign of shyness. She kept pestering him all the way. "Why did you walk so fast? Trying to dodge the question? Answer me, what time did you get back yesterday? Why didn't you come home for dinner? Where the heck were you wandering around in the middle of the night?" Faced with Li Xiang's barrage of questions, Chu Fan could only scramble for excuses. "I went out for a walk and got lost." "If you didn't know the way, couldn't you have asked the butler to send a car? You've got a mouth right under your nose, can't you use it?" Li Xiang snorted coldly, curling her lip. "I bet you were out fooling around with some other woman." Chu Fan couldn't be bothered to argue with this spoiled princess any longer. He bluntly declared, "I need to pee. If you don't get out of the way, you'll get sprayed." "Ah! You pervert!" Watching Chu Fan reach into the crystal, Li Xiang shrieked, covering her face as she bolted out. Such a terrifying start to the morning had truly shaken Chu Fan awake. By the time he stepped out of the room, Li Jinmei was already dressed and ready to head to work. Her white suit made her look pure and sharp, exuding both shrewd competence and a flawless, gentle grace. Chu Fan couldn't figure it out. A woman like Li Jinmei surely had no shortage of suitors, so why was she still single? Could it be she preferred women? Filled with suspicion, Chu Fan stared at Li Jinmei for a long moment, trying to use his aura reading technique to discern her orientation. "What are you staring at? Come home earlier at night from now on. I don't want to end up in any gossip columns alongside my husband." Li Jinmei frowned, her tone sharp. Chu Fan nodded. "Rest assured, I have that much professional integrity." Though his response was lukewarm, Li Jinmei's expression softened slightly. Just as she turned to leave the villa, Chu Fan rose and drew near, his handsome face slowly closing in on Li Jinmei. Li Jinmei mistakenly thought he was about to force a kiss, her face turning pale as she nearly screamed. Instead, the next second, Chu Fan merely brushed his hand lightly against her lips. "What are you doing?" Li Jinmei flushed crimson with embarrassment and shame. "You have a crumb on your lip," Chu Fan said, opening his palm to show her the tiny crumb resting there. Li Jinmei blushed fiercely, biting her lip as she stammered, "Next time something like this happens, just tell me directly. Don't feed me. What are you doing coming over again? Ah!" Amidst her startled cry, Chu Fan grabbed Li Jinmei's hand, pulling her entire body into his embrace as he yanked the zipper pull from her sleeve. "Chu Fan, don't push it too far." This time, Li Jinmei was genuinely furious.
Without bothering to stand up, she raised her delicate fist and landed a punch squarely on Chu Fan's chest.
Ouch.
Chu Fan grunted softly, then handed her the zipper pull.
See what this is?
Li Jinmei remained silent. Chu Fan placed the zipper pull on the table, clenched his fist, and slammed it down hard.
With a loud bang, the surface of the zipper pull shattered into powder, revealing a black component inside.
Chu Fan pushed the black component toward Li Jinmei, urging her to examine it closely. Li Jinmei stared in disbelief, pinching the tiny object into her palm. After a moment of scrutiny, her expression abruptly changed.
Is this a miniature recording device? Li Xiang happened to be coming downstairs and witnessed the scene. She frowned. Sis, I remember you just bought this dress less than a week ago, right? Was it tampered with when you bought it, or? I don't know. Li Jinmei was completely bewildered.
Fortunately, the dress had remained on the coat rack since purchase, never worn outside. Otherwise, every word she uttered, including company confidential meetings, would have fallen under the control of the mastermind behind this.
Be careful, lately someone's been plotting against you.
Chu Fan swept the shattered recording device into the trash bin as he issued the warning. Li Jinmei nodded at first, then seemed to recall something and asked thoughtfully, Chu Fan, how did you know I had this hidden in my sleeve?
This micro recorder was hidden inside the zipper pull.
Even up close, it might not be detectable, let alone from a distance like where I was standing. I worked on zipper pull production in prison, Chu Fan replied with deadpan sincerity.
I've developed a keen sensitivity to their construction. Under the gaze of qi reading techniques, all matter reveals its primordial aura.
This zipper pull emitted two mismatched colors, which is why he suspected something was amiss.
That was pure luck, Li Xiang couldn't help but exclaim.
Li Jinmei wholeheartedly agreed.
Had Chu Fan not been lucky enough to notice the anomaly, she might have become the biggest leak within the Li group. Chu Fan, come with me to the company.
Li Jinmei hadn't originally planned to bring Chu Fan along, but the incident with the recording device left her deeply uneasy. She decided to have Chu Fan help her inspect various areas of the company, especially the offices, to ensure they weren't being manipulated without realizing it. Chu Fan hesitated, words on the tip of his tongue. He had promised Sun Miaoyu last night that he would go to the Zhao family to treat her illness.
He couldn't go back on his word, could he? What's the big deal? Isn't it only natural for a husband to drive his wife to work? Li Jinmei blinked innocently. Chu Fan. As the saying goes, if you're going to put on a show, you might as well go all the way. The act of being a loving couple had to continue. Chu Fan knew this was his duty, so he nodded, ate a quick breakfast, and followed Li Jinmei out the door. Once in the car, Li Jinmei didn't immediately instruct the driver to head to the office. Instead, she first stopped at a cake shop. Today was the birthday of a secretary who had been with Li Jinmei for 5 years, and they had a very good relationship. So she planned to personally visit the cake shop to buy a cake for the secretary to bring to the office. Upon arriving at the bakery, Li Jinmei took the product catalog handed to her by the attendant and began carefully selecting a design. Chu Fan glanced at the 5-digit price tags on the cakes and felt a jolt of shock. He had always thought cakes costing $100 or $2 in town were extravagant, but never imagined this shop's cakes would run into the tens of thousands. The lives of the wealthy were indeed simple and monotonous. At that moment, Li Jinmei was bent over studying the cake designs. Her V-neck white blouse revealed her fair skin completely to Chu Fan's gaze. His gaze drifted to the deep valley between her breasts, causing his eyes to widen momentarily. He quickly grabbed the complimentary drink beside him and downed it in one gulp before finally regaining his composure. Li Jinmei, oblivious to his reaction, asked without looking up, Chu Fan, why did you lie? What do you mean? Chu Fan was confused. You claimed your Chinese medicine knowledge was self-taught, but I checked the prison where you were held. Their library doesn't even have books on traditional Chinese medicine. Chu Fan was at a loss for words. He hadn't expected Li Jinmei to investigate so thoroughly. What a misstep. Never mind. Everyone has their secrets. If you don't want to talk about it, I won't push you. Seeing Chu Fan remain silent for a long time, Li Jinmei offered him a way out. Before long, they had selected a cake. Just as they were about to pay, the shop assistant suddenly said, Miss Li, our owner happens to be here today. He's an old friend of yours, so there's no charge for this cake. Ha! Li Jinmei didn't recall knowing the owner of this cake shop. This cake shop is invested in by young Master Zhou. He's right over there. The clerk pointed toward a window seat. There sat a flamboyant young man, dressed in flashy clothes, holding a cup of coffee. When Li Jinmei looked over, he deliberately curved his lips into a confident smile. Li Jinmei froze, completely unable to recall who this Mr. Zhou might be. Zhou Jieluan seemed to sense her confusion. He stood up, his face plastered with a greasy smile, and gradually approached. Miss Li, I sent flowers to your office every single day last month. Chu Fan suddenly understood, so this Mr. Zhou was pursuing Li Jinmei. Li Jinmei, however, frowned slightly. I'm sorry, but I received so many flowers that I can't possibly remember them all. As she spoke, she shot Chu Fan a meaningful glance. The implication was clear, rivals meeting face to face are bound to clash fiercely. If you won't help me out of this awkward situation, are you just going to stand by and watch the show? Chu Fan caught Lee Junmei's hint and was about to speak when Zhou Jielun beat him to it. He eyed Chu Fan up and down with utter contempt, unable to suppress a sneer. Miss Lee, if this were some second or third tier playboy, I might back down. But this guy? His clothes, his looks, his whole demeanor, nothing about him holds a candle to me. Don't tell me you're into losers? Chapter 20, Taking on multiple opponents with ease. Zhou Jielun's smug confidence made Lee Junmei want to vomit. She usually ignored these persistent suitors, but she never expected to be hounded even when just buying a cake. Just then, a group of young men entered the shop. They were Zhou Jielun's rowdy friends. Seeing him locked in a standoff with a stunningly beautiful woman, sexy and alluring, they instantly guessed the situation and began to play along. Miss, by anyone's standards, young Master Zhou is far more accomplished than that country bumpkin by your side. That's undeniable. I mean, young Master Zhou is gentle, wealthy, and handsome. How could that bumpkin possibly compare? Bolstered by his supporters' encouragement, Zhou Jielun smoothed his clothes and stood even taller, his expression growing more arrogant. Miss Lee, I've pursued you for so long, yet you've never given me a chance to show who I truly am. Why not let me properly introduce myself this time? What do you say? Sorry, I don't need your self-introduction. Please step aside. Seeing Chu Fan remain silent, Lee Junmei had no choice but to take matters into her own hands. Unfortunately, Zhou Jielun was thick-skinned. Even after being scolded by Lee Junmei, he showed no sign of backing down. Miss Lee, it's not me who should leave, it's him. Zhou Jielun's friends, hearing this, began to egg him on from the sidelines. Exactly. Can't some people just know their place? That sour stench of his is polluting the sweet air in this cake shop. A penniless toad finally snagged a rich woman, no wonder he won't let go. Too bad our young Master Zhou and this lady are a perfect match. Someone better step aside quietly before things get too ugly. Why waste breath on this country bumpkin? Just throw him out. The group approached, mocking him as they shoved and pushed Chu Fan, trying to shove him out. Chu Fan had no desire to get involved in Lee Junmei and Zhou Jielun's business, so he deliberately remained silent, choosing to play dead. Little did he know, these guys were practically begging for a fight. I don't like fighting. Don't push me. Ha! Now you're getting cocky? I'm not just going to fight, I'm going to fight to kill. One of the men, sporting an earring, sneered contemptuously and swung his fist recklessly toward Chu Fan's face. Chu Fan snorted coldly, sidestepping effortlessly to dodge the blow. He circled behind the pierced man and delivered a swift kick to his backside. Caught completely off guard, the earring guy's head slammed into the cake, smearing his face with frosting. He looked utterly pathetic. Miss Lee, you saw it, he started it. Can't blame me for this. Zhou Jielun's face darkened at the sight of his friend being beaten in his own shop. Glancing around, he grabbed a nearby ice bucket and swung it toward Chu Fan's face. Chu Fan lunged forward, seized Zhou Jielun's wrist, and twisted his arm, redirecting the force so that the entire bucket of ice smashed squarely into Zhou Jielun's own face. Not only was his carefully styled hair ruined, but he now looked like a drowned rat, utterly ridiculous. Lee Junmei was utterly astonished. Could such a frail figure harbor such immense strength? What she didn't know was that Chu Fan had inherited the legacy of a divine physician while in prison. He had undergone profound physical transformation, strengthening his constitution tenfold. Dealing with these minor thugs was as easy as drinking water for him. Zhou Jielun, beaten into a laughingstock, couldn't possibly swallow his pride. Damn it! Let's take him down together. He bellowed, rallying his few brothers. They grabbed whatever weapons came to hand and charged at Chu Fan. Yet Chu Fan's strength, speed, and reflexes far surpassed theirs by more than tenfold. Not only did none of their blows land, but in Chu Fan's deft evasions, they ended up beating each other senseless. In the end, Chu Fan walked away unscathed, while the others were left bloodied and bruised from their own clashes. Outside the shop, numerous customers stood frozen in front of the display windows, watching the scene in stunned silence. To the uninitiated, it must have looked like a movie shoot. How else could such a dramatic scene unfold? The shop staff standing nearby were equally bewildered. Chu Fan looked so frail, yet he turned out to be such a formidable fighter. Damn it! As one of Jinling's most prominent playboys, Zhou Jielun was humiliated in his own cake shop. How could he face anyone if word got out? Gritting his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, he pointed at Chu Fan and roared, "You're finished. Not even Jesus can save you now. Mark my words." Sorry, I don't believe in Jesus. Chu Fan shrugged indifferently. Lee Junmei nearly burst out laughing. To be fair, Chu Fan was clever. He didn't attack anyone directly but used his agility to make these men fight each other. That way, even if the authorities investigated later, they couldn't pin anything on him. You. Zhou Jielun was furious, and seeing Lee Junmei smirking beside him only made him feel utterly humiliated. Miss Lee, though our Zhou family may not match yours, we have the Sun family, one of Jinling's 4 great clans, as our backing. If you don't give me a proper explanation today, don't blame me for turning my back on you. With that, Zhou Jielun completely severed ties, ordering his men to shut the cake shop's doors. Lee Junmei's expression shifted slightly. The sons were indeed a force she couldn't afford to provoke. If Zhou Jielun escalated this matter to the sons, she wouldn't be able to protect Chu Fan. Seeing the distress on Li Jinmei's face, Zhou Jielun smirked triumphantly. Now you're scared? I genuinely like you, which is why I humbled myself to pursue you. It's your good fortune that I took notice. Not only did you fail to appreciate it, but you brought this mongrel here to disgust me. I can let you off the hook, but not this mongrel. If he doesn't kneel and beg my forgiveness, don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhou Jielun's gang of cronies, seeing him invoke the Sun family's name, grew wildly arrogant, radiating that when one person succeeds, even their dogs and chickens get elevated vibe. Li Jinmei's heart sank. Had she known Zhou Jielun had ties to the Sun family, she would never have let Chu Fan run wild. But now that it had happened, regret was useless. Solving the problem was the priority. Just as Li Jinmei pulled out her phone, debating whether to involve her elders in such a matter, Chu Fan suddenly pressed down on her hand. It's a minor matter. No need to involve anyone. Chu Fan's casual tone made Li Jinmei's expression freeze instantly. With the Sun family's influence, a single word from them could send you, Chu Fan, straight to your grave. A minor matter? How utterly ignorant. Not much skill, but plenty of attitude. I'll be damned if I don't see how you handle this so-called trifle. Zhou Jielun crossed his arms, narrowed his eyes, and snorted derisively. Chu Fan remained unflappable, pulling a gold-inlaid jade waist badge from his pocket and holding it before Zhou Jielun. Do you think this will solve it? Chapter 21, The Might of the Sun Family Badge. Zhou Jielun's pupils suddenly contracted. He instantly recognized it as belonging to Sun Miaoyu, the eldest daughter of the Sun family. He stood rooted to the spot, unable to recover for a long while. As the symbol of the Sun family's status, this waist token could not be forged, nor would anyone dare to attempt it. Possessing Sun Miaoyu's waist badge was equivalent to her physical presence, allowing one to command the Sun family's allies at will. This was common knowledge among all Sun family vassals, and Zhou Jielun was no exception. Yet he had only ever seen Sun Miaoyu's waist badge in pictures before, never up close like this. His heart pounded like a drum, his limbs went weak, stars danced before his eyes, and his lips began to tremble. The sycophants beside him, unfamiliar with the artifact, roared with laughter. You little punk! You wouldn't dare offer this junk to compensate us for our losses, would you? Young Master Zhou has mountains of wealth piled up at home. Do you think we're as shallow as you? Shut up! Just as their mockery reached its peak, Zhou Jielun abruptly turned his wrath inward, lashing out at his own men. This abrupt shift left everyone stunned. Zhou Jielun clutched the nearby counter, trembling violently. His face drained of color as he stared at Chu Fan, his mouth opening and closing repeatedly without uttering a word. His panicked state made Chu Fan chuckle inwardly while also deepening his understanding of the Sun family's influence. A mere identification token could terrify someone this much. It seemed the Sun family truly held formidable influence in Jinling. I'm sorry. After much internal struggle, Zhou Jielun finally gathered his courage to speak. He bowed deeply to Chu Fan, his face etched with fear as he pleaded, Sir, I was blind earlier and offended you. Please spare me this once. I swear I'll never dare to do it again. After speaking, Zhou Jielun waited anxiously, but Chu Fan showed no sign of relenting. In desperation, he dropped to his knees with a thud. This scene left the already stunned crowd utterly speechless, each of them frozen in place, their mouths agape. Young Master Zhou, what on earth are you doing? Shut up. Compared to this master, what kind of young master am I? Zhou Jielun glared angrily at the others before pleading with Chu Fan again, Master, you're magnanimous. A statesman's stomach can hold his ship. Let's just turn a blind eye to today's incident, okay? Zhou Jielun looked utterly pathetic, leaving everyone utterly baffled. Li Jinmei was equally baffled. She craned her swan-like neck to catch a glimpse of what Chu Fan held in his hand, but he swiftly tucked the identification token into his pocket. This gang of cronies had always regarded Zhou Jielun as their leader. Now, seeing their boss kneel and kowtow to someone else, they rushed over to help him up. Young Master Zhou, you really didn't have to kneel, did you? Exactly. A man's knees are made of gold, how could he kneel before such a weakling? Smack! Zhou Jielun showed no gratitude. Not only did he refuse to rise, but upon hearing their words, he turned and slapped each of them across the face. You fools! Who do you think you are? Who gave you the right to speak to him like that? Get down on your knees and apologize immediately. Miss Li, I swear I'll never bother you again. Please beg your husband to spare me. I won't dare again, I truly won't. Zhou Jielun had completely shed his earlier air of superiority. He was scared out of his wits, utterly humiliated. His henchman stood frozen beside him, silent and seething with resentment. Why should the esteemed young master of the Zhou family apologize to such a lowly bumpkin? It was just an ordinary gold-inlaid jade pendant. What's so special about it? Facing Zhou Jielun's pleas, Li Jinmei's delicate brows furrowed slightly. The Li group and the Zhou family had some business ties, and she didn't want to make things too awkward. Chu Fan, grandfather, and the Zhou patriarch have some history. Where there's room to spare, spare. Let's end this here. Chu Fan never intended to crush Zhou Jieluan completely.
He merely used Sun Miaoyu's waist token to intimidate him, knowing when to stop. Only after the two had departed did Zhou Jieluan, still shaken, slowly rise and slump onto the sofa, cold sweat pouring down his face. That kid must be a big shot among big shots. He even got his hands on Sun Miaoyu's pass. Thank God I was quick to recognize my mistake. Otherwise, even the Zhou family couldn't have saved me. The thought sent a chill down Zhou Jieluan's spine. After dismissing his friends, he staggered into the bathroom. Judging by his reaction, that woman Li Jinmei probably wouldn't dare touch him again. After leaving the cake shop, just as Li Jinmei was about to ask Chu Fan what he'd shown Zhou Jieluan earlier, her phone suddenly rang. It was an urgent call from old Master Li, demanding that Li Jinmei bring Chu Fan to the company for a meeting. Without delay, Li Jinmei picked up the call, ushered Chu Fan into the car, and sped straight to the Li Group headquarters. Upon reaching the parking lot, both got out of the car. Li Jinmei strode purposefully toward the elevators, but Chu Fan turned back toward the entrance, seemingly intending to leave. Chu Fan, where are you going? Li Jinmei hurried a few steps forward, frowned, and called out to him when she realized Chu Fan hadn't followed. Didn't you ask me to drop you off at the company? We're here now. I need to attend to my own matters. Chu Fan explained. After taking 300,000 yuan from Sun Miaoyu yesterday and using her medical pass this morning, delaying treatment any further would truly be ungrateful. Anything else can wait. Grandfather specifically instructed you to attend this morning's meeting. Chu Fan opened his mouth, hesitating to speak. What this? Follow the contract. Li Jinmei's eyebrows shot up, then softened as she added, the meeting will last half an hour at most. The rest of the day is yours to handle. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow to their will. With no other choice, Chu Fan nodded reluctantly, fine. On the way, Li Jinmei specifically had Chu Fan tidy up his attire and conduct himself properly to avoid gossip. Chu Fan nodded throughout, deciding to play dumb once inside the conference room. He'd just be the mascot. The meeting was grand in scale, with over 100 people filling the conference room. Besides the Li family confidants Chu Fan had met earlier, numerous company executives were also present. At the head of the table, old Master Li sipped his tea, his spirit undiminished. When Li Jinmei and Chu Fan entered hand in hand, Li Huihui, seated in the corner, immediately flashed a look of resentment, clearly still stewing over the humiliation they had inflicted upon her the previous day. Go sit in the back. Follow the plan later, Li Jinmei whispered to Chu Fan before striding toward the seat to the left of old Master Li. Large corporations strictly adhere to protocol, where each seat holds distinct significance. The seats beside the old Master Li were typically reserved for the company's decision-makers and those with the highest authority. Ordinary people could only sit in secondary positions, arranged according to a strict hierarchy. Seeing Chu Fan move toward the back, old Master Li waved his hand. Chu Fan, where are you going? Come here. Sit to grandfather's right. The moment old Master Li spoke, the entire room erupted in a stir. The seat on the right was reserved for the vice president, second only to the chairman and president. Could this young man named Chu Fan be about to be parachuted into such a position? Chapter 22, Declining the Vice President Position. As everyone stood bewildered, old Master Li smiled warmly, patted Chu Fan on the shoulder, and addressed the entire gathering in a clear voice. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my grandson-in-law, Chu Fan. Starting today, he will join our Li Group as vice president. All of you present here were my trusted lieutenants during the founding of this empire. I hope you will support my son-in-law as you supported me. Though he has no prior experience in this field, he possesses exceptional intelligence and courage. With his addition, I am confident our board will thrive and prosper. Old Master Li beamed with delight, lost in his vision for the Li Group's future, completely oblivious to the stunned, solemn expressions on every face in the room except his own. Li Jinmei is notorious for being a stone woman. When did this iron tree finally bloom and find herself a boyfriend? No. Not a boyfriend. If old Master Li calls him his son-in-law, they must already be a proper married couple. But even if Chu Fan is Li Jinmei's husband, he can't just run wild like this. The Li Group has a strict promotion system. Even Li Jinmei herself, before becoming company president, underwent 3 years of rotational assignments within the group, starting at Li Property Management and climbing the ranks step by step through her own merits. Why should Chu Fan get a special fast track and parachute straight into a top position? Has old Master Li lost his mind? Li Jinmei never imagined the actor she hired would end up stepping into her inner circle as her deputy. A vice president isn't some decorative mascot to be paraded around. She needed a partner with genuine talent and capability, someone who could hold up half the sky. It wasn't that Chu Fan was unsuitable, but he simply lacked the relevant experience. It was like a blind man feeling an elephant. He could only grasp a fragment of the whole. If even Li Jinmei wouldn't agree to this, the others certainly wouldn't. Li Er was the first to voice his opposition. Dad, this decision feels too hasty. While our family should help Chu Fan build his credentials, I think a manager-level position would suffice. He can't jump this high all at once. These past years, Li Er had lived in constant frustration. After his eldest brother passed away, he should have been next in line to manage the company.
Why was it suddenly skipped over to Li Jinmei's generation?
Now, old Master Li was making Chu Fan, a junior, a vice president, placing him above Li Er.
Wasn't that a blatant slap in the face?
After Li Er fired the first shot, Li Huihui quickly followed suit, putting on an air of profound understanding as she said, "Grandfather, if the name isn't right, the words won't be convincing.
Although the company belongs to our Li family, we can't have a one-man show. Your arrangement will cause resentment throughout the company."
Li Huihui's words were cleverly phrased. She avoided mentioning her own grievances, instead shifting the blame onto others. After hearing both Li Er and Li Huihui, old Master Li's face turned cold.
Whether my decisions win approval is my concern. As members of the Li family, you two should stop constantly opposing me.
His gaze swept across the assembled executives as he declared plainly, "Gentlemen, I have the utmost confidence in my grandson-in-law. I believe he will excel even if parachuted directly into the position of vice president.
Will you support me?"
Despite old Master Li's display of unwavering trust in Chu Fan, the executives prioritized profit above all else. They wouldn't let old Master Li run wild simply because of past ties. If the Li group collapsed, they'd lose their red-hot cash. "Chairman," one executive countered, "the young man inevitably lacks experience. It would be more appropriate for him to hone his character in an entry-level position, familiarize himself with our company's structure, and then pursue promotion."
Quite right. Mr. Chu Fan is barely out of university, the same age as many of our core frontline staff. Dropping him into a top position would likely demoralize those foundational employees.
Anyone aspiring to become a vice president in our company must cultivate their own trusted team. It would be better to send him down to the grassroots level. After mingling with those outstanding young talents, it will greatly benefit him in building his own team in the future. The senior management's comments leaned toward Li Er and Li Huihui, leaving old Master Li looking rather displeased.
He'd only been away from the company for a few months due to illness, yet his subordinates were already turning against him and opposing his views?
Seems his wife Su Chunli has done a splendid job as acting chairwoman, rallying everyone to pledge allegiance to Li Er's agenda. No wonder Su Chunli hadn't attended today's meeting. She must have deliberately avoided him, fearing his temper. Unaware that the old patriarch had grown disgusted with his under-the-table dealings, Li Er proudly declared, "Father, with so many opposing me, I believe we should respect their opinions." With such united pressure, old Master Li would surely yield to his will on this matter. But he hadn't anticipated old Master Li's cold sneer. "When I first started this business, those opposing my decisions were no fewer than today.
What became of them? None remain.
Yet the Li Corporation thrives and flourishes to this day." At these words, Li Er's confident smile vanished instantly.
If anyone truly resents Chu Fan's sudden appointment, they are free to leave.
After speaking, old Master Li leaned back in his chair, casting a stern, overbearing gaze at Li Er and his faction. The entire room fell deathly silent. Li Er's men exchanged wide-eyed glances, none having anticipated such an outcome.
The Li group was currently in its golden age of massive profits. Who would willingly walk away?
But old Master Li had always been fair and impartial. Why was he so stubborn this time, completely intolerant of dissent?
The executives remained silent.
Old Master Li knew his words had struck fear into their hearts. Turning his head, he smiled and patted Chu Fan on the shoulder.
"Chu Fan, don't feel pressured. Everything in the company is now on solid footing. As long as you and Jinmei work together effectively, you'll surely achieve even greater success."
Li Er and the others looked sour as lemons upon hearing this.
Unexpectedly, Chu Fan's next words left everyone utterly stunned. "Grandfather, I cannot accept the position of vice president."
Li Huihui stared at Chu Fan in utter shock, her eyes filled with question marks.
Was this kid out of his mind?
Although Chu Fan's refusal aligned perfectly with her wishes, she couldn't fathom how anyone could be so foolish as to let a sure thing slip right through their fingers.
Old Master Li also frowned in confusion. "Why? Grandpa, I'm a complete outsider. Being parachuted into the VP role would not only look bad but also leave me overwhelmed.
Let me get a solid grasp of all the departments first and confirm I have the capability before taking on the promotion."
Chu Fan wasn't being deliberately modest. A lowly country boy who barely finished high school before landing in prison, never having held a proper job, asking him to be vice president? That was nothing short of a joke.
Old Master Li, unaware of Chu Fan's true thoughts or his past, took his words as mere modesty.
He sighed deeply and said, "You're such a sensible boy.
Well, since you feel this way, I won't force it.
Jinmei, you'll handle Chu Fan's position. Make sure he isn't treated unfairly."
Mr. Li's words were actually meant for everyone present. Anyone who dared to wrong his grandson-in-law would have him to deal with. Within 10 minutes, the high-level meeting concluded. Despite being subtly chided by old Master Li in every way, Li Er remained radiant with confidence.
So what if he had to endure a few unpleasant remarks?
Hadn't he heard his fair share over the years? But that kid Chu Fan needed a lesson, otherwise he'd think he could run wild just because of his grandfather.
Unaware he was already being targeted, Chu Fan planned to find an excuse to visit the Sun family after seeing off old Master Li. Before he could speak, Li Junmei interjected, Chu Fan, Li Property Management is an organization I built from the ground up. Everyone there is easy to work with. Report to the Customer Service Department. Your daily tasks will mainly involve answering calls, documenting residents' needs, and relaying them to the service department. Her original plan was merely to have Chu Fan pretend to be her husband to silence the gossip. She never imagined their entanglement would deepen to the point where even the company would soon have a place for him. The situation had spiraled beyond Li Junmei's control. She feared that one day, Chu Fan's ambitions might swell, turning him into her enemy. Better safe than sorry. With the intention of marginalizing Chu Fan, she made this decision. Unaware of Li Junmei's intricate schemes, Chu Fan simply preferred his work to be as easy as possible. He was quite content with this switchboard operator-like role. Seeing no objection from Chu Fan, Li Zhangmei immediately had her secretary escort him to the customer service department of Li's property management. No sooner had Chu Fan reported for duty than Li Huihui received word. Leaning back on the sofa, she remarked to her father, Li Erdeo, Li Zhangmei sure knows how to arrange things, sending the Chu Fan to the customer service department. The customer service department at Li Property Management handled simple tasks with minimal workload. It was essentially a place for the offspring of company executives to pad their resumes. By placing Chu Fan there, Li Zhangmei clearly intended to reduce his workload, letting him coast by collecting a paycheck while advancing his career. Oh, that plays right into our hands. Make arrangements for the customer service team to entertain him. Li Er narrowed his eyes and sipped his tea. Remember to keep things under control. Otherwise, we won't be able to explain it to your grandfather. Understood. Li Huihui nodded, picked up her phone, and dialed a number. Chapter 23, Those who bully others will be bullied in turn. Changing into his work uniform and carrying his office supplies, Chu Fan arrived at the property management customer service office. The room reeked of smoke. A group of men were drinking and playing cards, not a single woman in sight. The group, previously smoking and chatting idly, immediately fell silent upon seeing Chu Fan enter. Just as Chu Fan was about to introduce himself, a tall, burly man stormed over to him. Grabbing the name tag on his chest, he glanced at it and sneered coldly, "You're Chu Fan, right? I hate anyone with the surname Chu. Guys, get him." Zhu Dachan's sudden, unprovoked attack left Chu Fan utterly bewildered. What kind of bull reason was that? Just because his surname was Chu, they wanted to attack him? Even if he were an idiot, Chu Fan could guess Zhu Dachan was here on someone's orders, and this so-called reason was just a flimsy excuse. At Zhu Dachan's command, the others scrambled to pull various tools from their desk drawers. Some wielded fruit knives, others gripped hand grippers, while several simply picked up computer monitors and hurled them at Chu Fan. Chu Fan took a few steps back, shielding his head with a folder. He spun swiftly to evade the onslaught, keeping his hands still while silently shifting his stance. Each time an attacker charged, he would casually deliver a subtle blow, a knee strike or a toe kick without drawing attention. Though these small attacks seemed insignificant, they actually had the effect of using a feather to move 1,000 pounds. Ouch! Damn it! Damn it! The shouts and curses never ceased. Every single one of them had fallen for Chu Fan's tricks, stumbling and crashing to the ground. Once down, they were utterly powerless to fight back. Zhu Dachang had no idea how much subtle skill Chu Fan had employed in this. He only felt his useless teammates were utterly incompetent, a bunch of fat, bloated idiots who couldn't land a single blow on Chu Fan. Bunch of useless jerks. Get out of the way. I'll handle this myself. Zhu Dachang had long harbored a secret crush on Li Huihui, but aware of their social gap, he knew he was unworthy of her and rarely expressed his feelings. Now that his goddess had finally given him an order, Zhu Dachang, ever the devoted admirer, was determined to fulfill it with unwavering dedication. He swung his iron fist like a human punching bag, slamming straight into Chu Fan. Chu Fan had already dodged into a corner. Seeing no way to evade the blow, he sighed, "You asked for this." As he spoke, his leg swept out in midair. A thunderous crash echoed as Zhu Dachan was sent flying backward, hurtling from the left wall corner straight to the right windowsill. Whoa! A chorus of gasps filled the air as Chu Fan's astonishing strength instantly stunned everyone present. Oops, I overdid it. But honestly, it's not my fault. The greater the force, the greater the reaction. You should know all this is because you're just too fat. Chu Fan shrugged his shoulders, his face innocent. Zhu Dachan listened to Chu Fan's nonchalant, self-righteous explanations, unable to hear a single word. Instead, they grated on his nerves. Clutching his throbbing chest, he glared at Chu Fan through gritted teeth. "You bastard! You're mocking me, aren't you? I'm complimenting your broad-mindedness and robust physique." Chu Fan chuckled, his gaze gradually sharpening. "You don't have the guts to take me down yet. This was just a warm-up. Next time you dare act as arrogantly as today, you won't be standing here, you'll be lying in the hospital morgue." His voice, neither loud nor soft, carried a chilling undertone that made Zhu Dachang shiver involuntarily. This Chu Fan? He's no ordinary man. He was a damn Tibetan mastiff. Even if he wanted to be a bootlicker for the goddess, he wouldn't risk his life over it. If Xu Dashang was backing down, the rest of the minions certainly weren't going to stick around. Seeing them retreat, Zhu Fan didn't press the issue. He set down his belongings, righted the overturned chair, and sat down, crossing his legs. He smiled at Zhu Dachang and asked, "Did Li Huihui send you?" "And no, I just got screwed over by someone surnamed Xu before, so I hate anyone with that surname." Zhu Dashang dared not reveal the real mastermind behind the scenes. He could only grit his teeth and continue taking the blame himself. Zhu Fan instantly saw through Zhu Dachang's guilt but chose not to expose him. "Do you still hate them?" Zhu Dachang shook his head repeatedly. "Not a chance. From now on, anyone with the surname Chu is my boss. I'll bow down to every single one. TSK. You sure are quick to back down. After getting beaten like that, you won't go and complain about me, will you?" Zhu Fan stroked his chin with a half smile. "I'm new here and don't have much backing. If you complain about me, it'll cause me trouble. We're all colleagues, why would we snitch on you?" Zhu Dachang and the others shook their heads vigorously. "Fine, I'll take your word for it. But even if you did snitch, it wouldn't matter. My salary's not high anyway. If the company fires me, just chip in 5,000 a month each, and I'll live comfortably even without working." Zhu Fan struck a brazen pose, spreading his arms wide with a look of longing. Zhu Dachang and the others exchanged glances, fully realizing that Zhu Fan was not someone to mess with. It was best to keep their distance. Just as they were about to offer some kind words to placate Zhu Fan, a phone rang abruptly. It was Zhu Dachang's phone. As luck would have it, Zhu Dachang's phone had fallen to the ground during the scuffle, landing squarely at Zhu Fan's feet. "Goddess Huihui? Li Huihui, right?" Glancing at the contact name on the caller ID, Zhu Fan let out a dismissive snort. "Let me hear it." Zhu Fan puckered his lips, gesturing for Zhu Dachang to answer. Zhu Dachang hobbled over, gritted his teeth, and pressed the speaker button. The moment the call connected, Li Huihui's incredibly lazy voice asked, "Got the person sorted?" Zhu Dachang's face turned awkward, momentarily unsure how to respond. Zhu Fan raised an eyebrow, snatched a nearby sheet of A4 paper, and scribbled a few words. After reading it, Zhu Dachang looked stunned. Finally, intimidated by Zhu Fan's authority, he nodded and said, very, very smoothly, "We knocked him out. He won't dare cause trouble again. Are there any visible injuries?" Hearing Li Huihui's new question, Zhu Dachang quickly glanced at Zhu Fan's prompt again. "Rest assured, no one will be able to tell he was beaten." You handled this well. It's rare to see such resourcefulness. Come to my office after work." Li Huihui's voice on the other end of the line was incredibly sweet. "Got it." This time, without needing Zhu Fan's prompting, Zhu Dachang agreed to the arrangement on his own. Watching Zhu Dachang's excited expression, Zhu Fan remarked in surprise, "That woman is clearly using you as a pawn, and you're still running around like a puppy?" Zhu Dachang scratched his head and replied grudgingly, "I've had a crush on her for ages. She has a fiancé named Zhao Tai. You're just a backup option." Zhu Fan delivered the blow without mercy, yet Zhu Dachang couldn't care less. With a sharp hoe, no wall is too tough to break down. Zhu Fan. Someone, sing The Lonely Warrior for sure. "Excuse me, but what exactly is your relationship with Huihui?" Zhu Dachang opened his mouth, voicing his inner thoughts. "Don't ask what you shouldn't." Zhu Fan, sparing with his words, replied indifferently before lowering his head to tidy his desk. Zhu Dachang didn't press further. He and his gang of cronies kept their distance from Zhu Fan clearly. The man had left a lasting impression on them. Ding! Suddenly, a distinctly mechanical ringtone echoed from Zhu Fan's pocket. Startled, he pulled out an old-fashioned flip phone and pressed the answer button. "Who is this?" "Young master, it's a Chui. My mistress has suddenly fallen ill and is now in the ICU at Jinling Central Hospital. Please come immediately." Hearing the anxious voice on the other end, Zhu Fan felt a bit dazed. Although Sun Miaoyu had seemed unwell when he saw her yesterday, his aura reading indicated she should be fine for at least 3 days. How could her condition have deteriorated so drastically overnight? What happened? "Don't worry, I'll be right there." Zhu Fan briefly reassured a Chui before rushing out of the office. The moment he stepped out the door, Zhu Dachang slammed his fist on the desk and erupted in anger. "Damn it! No respect whatsoever. Going off without telling me a damn thing? Don't you know I'm the boss of this office?" Zhu Dachang's curses weren't particularly loud, as if he feared Zhu Fan might hear and turn back. But as they say, what you fear most is what happens. Right in the middle of his rant, Zhu Fan's figure appeared in the doorway, followed by a calm voice drifting in. "Got a problem with that?" Zhu Dachang dared not voice any objections. He immediately offered a forced smile. "Brother Fan, I was talking about another colleague, Xiao Hai, who was absent without leave. You go ahead with your work, no need to report to me." Zhu Fan chuckled softly and strode away. Once he confirmed Zhu Fan was gone, Zhu Dachang exhaled in relief, yet his fists clenched in frustration. "This is outrageous. In all my years, I've never been treated with such contempt.
Seeing Zhu Ducheng's eyes red with fury, Qin Shou, the number one sycophant, immediately stepped forward.
Brother Zhu, should we report this to Li Huihui? Have her discipline that little bastard? Zhu Ducheng snapped, are you out of your mind? Report to Huihui that we got beaten up by a newbie? I'm more afraid of the shame than the enemy.
If anyone dares leak a single word about what happened in this office today, I won't let them off easy.
Brother Zhu, are we just letting this slide?
Qin Shou muttered, his lips curled in disdain.
Save your strength for another day. We'll get our dignity back when the time is right. Zhu Ducheng shed his earlier timid demeanor before Chu Fan, transformed as if reborn, his eyes flashing with fierce determination.
But what he didn't know was that such an opportunity would never come.
Chapter 24, Sun Miaoyu's New Beginning.
When Chu Fan arrived at Jinling Central Hospital, A Chui was waiting at the entrance. The moment she saw him, she hurriedly led him straight to the ICU. Even before entering, Chu Fan sensed something was off.
Why are you alone? Where are Miss Sun's family members?
When Miss Sun's condition suddenly worsened, she didn't want to make a big fuss or trouble her family. That's why we deliberately concealed her identity when we came for treatment. She specifically asked me to call you over. She's prepared to take a gamble, placing all her hopes on you alone. Chu Fan understood that A Chui was speaking to him with the heart of a guardian confiding her last wishes. He reassured her, rest assured. I wouldn't take on a job I couldn't handle. Your young lady's illness is in my hands. With that, he followed A Chui into the ICU. Sun Miaoyu lay pale and lifeless on the hospital bed, hooked up to a ventilator, her eyes sunken and dark, appearing on the verge of death. Chu Fan frowned, took Sun Miaoyu's hand, and checked her pulse. This movement stirred Sun Miaoyu. Slowly opening her eyes, she recognized Chu Fan and gazed at him with desperate longing. In a voice so faint it was barely audible, she whispered, young master, save me. As death approached, the vanity of past memories began to fade.
Gone was Sun Miaoyu's usual unflappable composure in this moment, her will to survive burned intensely. Chu Fan nodded and smiled. Everything is under control, Miss Sunday, rest assured. Your condition deteriorated rapidly this morning, likely due to consuming iodine-containing food. Upon hearing this, A Chui gasped in alarm, young master, you truly possess remarkable skills. Our young mistress ate seaweed meatball soup this morning. Exactly.
Chu Fan adopted a knowing expression and gestured.
Please help Miss Sun undress.
Though her trust in Chu Fan had deepened considerably, the thought of undressing her young mistress still made A Chui hesitate.
A Chui, listen to the young masters. Sun Miaoyu clearly didn't care about such details.
To her, her life was more important than her virtue.
All right then.
Seeing her young mistress speak so decisively, A Chui could say no more and could only comply. Chu Fan took out the silver needles and began preparing for the acupuncture treatment. The malignant disease within Sun Miaoyu had indeed been present since birth. It was likely that her mother had been poisoned during pregnancy. While the toxins had little effect on the adult, they had settled within the infant's body, causing fatal damage. This had severely damaged her heart and lungs. To cure her, the first step was to expel the toxins from her cardiovascular system. Then, the ravaged organs would need to be nourished with vital yang energy and revitalized with life-giving qi. Only then could Sun Miaoyu return to normal health. Of course, this sounds simple in theory but proves exceedingly difficult in practice. Decades of corrosion had allowed toxins to permeate every part of Sun Miaoyu's body. Even after eliminating the source, the remaining organs must be purified. Otherwise, the condition would recur, making the effort futile. Before long, Sun Miaoyu stood before him with complete openness, wearing no adornments to conceal her features. Her eyes darted nervously, betraying an overwhelming sense of shyness. Chu Fan, however, remained utterly composed, harboring no improper thoughts toward her. Holding silver needles, he held his breath and concentrated, channeling his dantian energy to generate yang qi within his body. Half of it flowed directly into Sun Miaoyu, while the other half was refined through the needles, transforming into a green life force that swirled around her upper body. As both energies worked simultaneously, Sun Miaoyu's delicate brows furrowed tightly. Her face flushed crimson, her chest heaved, and a distinct current of energy could be seen moving slowly up and down beneath her skin. This process of expelling toxins was excruciatingly painful for Sun Miaoyu. The toxins had settled within her body for nearly 20 years, becoming almost an integral part of her being. Now, forcibly extracting them felt like having her sinews torn out. Fortunately, Sun Miaoyu possessed astonishing resilience. Determined to survive, she endured pain beyond what ordinary people could bear, gritting her teeth and persevering. With Chu Fan supplementing her with vital energy to nourish her, the pain gradually subsided. A layer of black, mud-like grime appeared on Sun Miaoyu's skin, the toxins being expelled from her body. With the root toxins addressed, Chu Fan then employed the calming spirit stone in conjunction with the 9 needles of disease breaking to purify each organ, washing away residual toxins. This process lasted a full half-hour before concluding. Phew! Chu Fan exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow. He rechecked Sun Miaoyu's pulse to confirm her stability before carefully removing each silver needle. There you go, Miss Sunday, congratulations on your rebirth.
Already?
Sun Miaoyu's eyes sparkled. The words had barely left her lips when she felt a surge of energy. She swallowed hard and attempted to sit up from the bed. To her surprise, her body felt incredibly light and brimming with energy. I'm truly well now, young master.
Thank you for saving my life.
Overwhelmed with emotion, Sun Miaoyu had completely forgotten her state of undress.
Ahem. Just call me Chu Fan. Go take a shower first. Chu Fan turned his head away and gave a light cough.
Sun Miaoyu's illness was indeed a difficult and complicated condition to treat with Western medicine, with no effective cure. But for traditional Chinese medicine, it only required using qi to guide the needles and attack the toxins.
Unfortunately, most TCM practitioners never cultivate sufficient internal energy in their lifetimes. Even those who do often lack mastery of the intricate needle techniques. Coupled with the inherent variability in internal energy reserves, they naturally cannot sustain a steady output like his. While waiting for Sun Miaoyu to bathe, Chu Fan instinctively stepped out of the ICU. Leaning against the wall, he closed his eyes. After her bath, Sun Miaoyu quickly changed into her own clothes and followed a Chui out of the ICU. She approached Chu Fan and bowed deeply. Mr. Chu, this kindness I, Sun Miaoyu, shall never forget. Should you ever need anything in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. You've paid me to solve your problem. With such trust placed in me, I won't let you down. Talented individuals are common, but discerning mentors are rare. As an unlicensed wandering physician, Chu Fan had struck gold landing such a gracious major client for his first transaction. Not to mention, he later used Sun Miaoyu's official pass to intimidate Zhou Jielun and resolve a troublesome matter. While Sun Miaoyu appeared to gain the upper hand, he hadn't lost out either. In fact, he'd even made a small profit. Mr. Chu truly is a man of character. Sun Miaoyu's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gave a Chui a knowing glance. Chui understood immediately and returned from the parking lot with a small box. The box wasn't particularly exquisite, nor was it large. Chu Fan assumed it was just some ordinary souvenir or trinket. But when he opened it, he found a key inside. What is this? Chu Fan asked in confusion. Mr. Chu, this is the key to the Yuntian Palace Villa. Worth over 100 million, it's my way of repaying you for saving my life. Please allow me to provide you with a good place to stay, Sun Miaoyu said as a Chui handed the box to Chu Fan. Hundreds of millions? Chu Fan's eye twitched. He shook his head and decisively pushed the small box back. This gift is far too extravagant. I feel unworthy of it. Since I've already received the 300,000 yuan consultation fee, our transaction is complete. If you still wish to thank me, simply treat me to a meal sometime. Chu Fan understood the importance of knowing when to stop. Occasionally taking small favors was acceptable, but he didn't have the nerve to accept such a huge gift. As the saying goes, a gift in hand is a debt in the heart. Accepting this would bind him. Sun Miaoyu's future requests would become impossible to refuse. Chu Fan's principles touched Sun Miaoyu even more deeply. She spoke softly and gently, Mr. Chu, this gift may seem overly valuable to you, but to me, it is far from sufficient. I only hope you won't look down on it. In the future, please be my friend, Sun Miaoyu. Let's keep in touch and look out for each other in Jinling. To Akui, Sun Miaoyu's words seemed excessively humble. The granddaughter of the Sun family, what possible need could she have for Chu Fan's support? Chu Fan smiled faintly. If Miss Sun wishes to be my friend, then you certainly shouldn't have given such a grand gift. After all, friendship is priceless. This. Sun Miaoyu opened her mouth, then closed it, unable to speak. A Chui rolled her eyes, leaned close to Sun Miaoyu's ear, and whispered a few words. Sun Miaoyu's eyes lit up. She nodded and said, since Mr. Chu has his own plans, I won't insist. I'll keep this villa reserved for you. You're welcome to move in any time. Chu Fan felt both amused and exasperated. Just as he was about to speak again, his secretary called, urging him to return to the company immediately. Li Jinmei needed to see him. Miss Sun, I have matters to attend to here. I must take my leave. All right. There would be plenty of time to talk later, and Sun Miaoyu wasn't in a hurry. She and a Chui personally drove Chu Fan back to Li Group. Only after Chu Fan's figure vanished from sight did a Chui roll up the car window. Miss, would you like us to investigate Mr. Chu's background? Sun Miaoyu pondered for a moment before nodding. Investigate. The sooner, the better. Due to her health issues, she had never interfered in the family business over the years, allowing many opportunities to be snatched away by her peers in the Sun family. Now that her health had recovered, securing control swiftly was paramount. Befriending a renowned physician was her best strategy. Once Chu Fan's background was thoroughly investigated, she could better cater to his preferences, achieving twice the result with half the effort. Yes, miss. Seeing the gleam in Sun Miaoyu's beautiful eyes, a Chui's face lit up with joy. From this day forward, the once ridiculed eldest daughter of the Sun family would finally begin her counterattack. Chapter 25, A Proper Massage. Upon returning to Li Group, Chu Fan followed his secretary straight to the president's office. At that moment, Li Jinmei sat alone on the sofa, lost in thought.
Her face, as translucent as jade, bore ice clear as water. Her features were exquisite, her posture alluring, and her long, beautiful legs were casually draped over the edge of the sofa. She radiated an irresistible charm that left one breathless at a single glance. Lee Junmei snapped back to reality upon noticing Chu Fan's arrival. She dismissed the secretary, then rose and said, "Check the office for me." Chu Fan looked utterly bewildered, unsure what Lee Junmei intended to inspect. But when he saw her flick her wrist, he suddenly recalled the zipper incident from that morning. "So that's why she called me to check for recording devices in the office. Let me take a look." Chu Fan rolled up his sleeves and began the inspection. To his surprise, the office was indeed equipped with quite a few recording devices, cleverly concealed in hard-to-spot places like decorative paintings and the roots of potted plants. After a thorough search, nearly 7 or 8 recording devices were found hidden throughout the spacious office. Lee Junmei's expression turned icy, her eyes flashing with cold fury. Who on earth had the audacity to plant so many listening devices right under her nose? The thought of living under constant surveillance filled her with fury. Damn it! Lee Junmei clenched her jaw, vowing to uncover the mastermind behind this. But this is no easy task, and at least for now, there's no clue in sight. She took a deep breath, suppressing her inner fury, and forced a smile at Chu Fan. "Thanks for your help with this." Chu Fan shrugged indifferently. "It was nothing. Trivial. To show my gratitude, let me treat you to a meal," Lee Junmei invited. Chu Fan was feeling hungry anyway and readily agreed. But no one noticed that just moments ago, while dismantling the recording devices, Chu Fan had accidentally dislodged a small pebble from the flower pot. Lee Junmei walked ahead, striding confidently, and stepped right onto the pebble. Her high heels were thin and tall, and the pebble threw her off balance. Her ankle twisted, sending her reeling forward. Her beautiful face was hurtling straight toward the ground. Ah! Just as Lee Junmei thought she was about to smash her face open, a pair of strong, powerful hands swiftly caught her. The next second, she fell into a broad embrace. The one who caught her was none other than Chu Fan. Chu Fan held her slender waist tightly, listening to her rapid heartbeat. Their breaths mingled, and the air in the office grew inexplicably heated. Having lived this long, this was the first time Lee Junmei had ever been in such intimate contact with a man. Instantly, her face flushed crimson, a blush spreading across her jade-like features. She frantically tried to straighten up, but her hands lost their grip and accidentally pinched Chu Fan's side. This spot was particularly sensitive for Chu Fan. The sudden pinch drained his strength, sending him crashing straight back onto the sofa. Inertia pulled Lee Junmei down with him, her soft pink lips pressing tightly against Chu Fan's. Just then, the door knocked. Lee Junmei struggled to get up, but she had twisted her ankle in the fall. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't stand. Meanwhile, beneath Lee Junmei's writhing in friction, Chu Fan's face grew increasingly flushed. Veins bulged on the back of his hand as he seemed to be fighting off something. "Mr. Chu, there's a document." Before the two could tidy up the mess, Secretary Wu Mini pushed open the door, catching the exact moment Lee Junmei was flailing desperately on top of Chu Fan. "Oh my god!" Wu Mini gasped, quickly covering her mouth before retreating at top speed. Her departure left the office atmosphere tense to the breaking point. Lee Junmei lay sprawled across Chu Fan, glaring at him with wide eyes. After a long while, Chu Fan finally shifted his attention. "Your ankle seems sprained. Do you want me to take a look? I'd appreciate it." Lee Junmei's face was now flushed crimson, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. Gone was her usual sharpness, replaced by an unexpectedly adorable look. With Chu Fan's support, Lee Junmei slowly settled onto the sofa. As her eyes flickered, they brimmed with coquettish charm. "Ah!" As Chu Fan's hand touched her ankle, Lee Junmei gasped in surprise, her delicate brows furrowing as if in sharp pain. Outside the office door, Wu Mini heard the sound and couldn't help but startle. Had the battle already begun? Inside the office, Chu Fan examined Lee Junmei's foot closely. Unfortunately, she was wearing dark brown stockings today, making it impossible to see clearly with the naked eye. "Take off your stockings. I need to examine your ankle injury to determine the treatment." "Here?" Lee Junmei's face flushed crimson like a boiled crab, her eyes brimming with unease. These stockings were seamless. If she took them off, Chu Fan would see everything. But her foot hurt so badly she couldn't possibly go to the bathroom to remove them. Noticing her shyness, Chu Fan suggested, "Why not have Secretary Wu help you?" "No." Seeing Chu Fan about to get up and leave, Lee Junmei quickly grabbed his arm. "Just you do it. I don't want scissors or anything like that." She had to attend Wu Mini's birthday party that afternoon and didn't want to show up feeling awkward. Chu Fan understood immediately. He picked up the scissors from the table and began cutting with precise, swift motions. As the fabric crinkled with each snip, Lee Junmei's face flushed bright red, even her earlobes burning hot. Chu Fan's breathing grew slightly ragged too. Though to a doctor, a patient is just flesh, the sight of such tender, pale calves, the smooth texture beneath his fingers, and the faint fragrance wafting to his nose made it hard to maintain detachment. "Stop shaking your leg. My foot isn't moving, it's your hand that's shaking," Lee Zhongmi said, both annoyed and amused. "Chu Fan.
Li Junmei caught Chu Fan's dazed expression, realizing his confusion too late, and couldn't help but chuckle. Her laughter instantly lightened the room's previously stifling atmosphere. What are you laughing at? Don't move around. Chu Fan frowned awkwardly, trying to look stern and serious, which only made Li Junmei laugh even harder, her body shaking with mirth. Wu Mimi, her ear pressed against the door, heard the CEO's hearty laughter echoing from inside and looked utterly bewildered. Li Junmei was usually so serious, why was she suddenly giggling like this? Besides, would people really laugh like that while doing that kind of thing? What on earth were those two doing? Inside the office, as the saying goes, joy turned to sorrow. Li Junmei's laughter abruptly stopped, transforming into a piercing scream. This time, Chu Fan's hand had landed precisely on the most swollen part of Li Junmei's ankle, causing her to scream and whimper incessantly. Outside the door, Wu Mimi suddenly understood. That eerie laughter earlier, could it be that the CEO discovered Chu Fan was a virgin, which made her laugh out loud, and then... Wow! In an instant, Wu Mimi's mind spun a melodramatic little soap opera about the female CEO and her young lover. Little did she know that Chu Fan was merely applying techniques from the medical chapter of the Tai Chi Heart Sutra to massage Li Junmei. The Tai Chi techniques were exceptionally gentle, applying pressure precisely at key points to relax muscles and stimulate acupoints. Li Junmei felt as if tiny insects were crawling over her body. The tingling sensation was both ticklish and pleasurable. But when Chu Fan finally applied pressure to her sore spot, tears welled in her eyes and her body convulsed. This created an odd atmosphere in the office. While the two involved didn't notice, Wu Mimi, who was eavesdropping outside, imagined a dramatic, heart-stirring scene in her mind. Before long, she found herself growing restless and impatient. The massage lasted a full 5 minutes. Because he had been channeling his internal energy the entire time, Chu Fan was drenched in sweat, panting heavily, thoroughly exhausted. Li Junmei's ankle was now healed. She gently rubbed her calf, feeling that in comparison, Chu Fan's hands seemed to possess magical powers. Though the technique was identical, the sensation of massaging herself versus being massaged by Chu Fan was worlds apart. Recalling that tingling, mind-bending relief, Li Junmei still felt a lingering desire for more. Hearing the office fall silent, Wu Mimi finally picked up her documents again and knocked on the door. Li Junmei and Chu Fan hadn't done anything improper, and both felt completely at ease. Hearing Wu Mimi's knock, they immediately invited her in. The moment Wu Mimi entered, she saw Chu Fan sitting on the sofa, drenched in sweat, unbuttoning his shirt and panting heavily, as if he'd just expended a tremendous amount of energy. Li Junmei, meanwhile, glowed like a peach blossom, her face flushed like dawn clouds. Most tellingly, the stocking on her left foot had been torn clean off, half of it discarded on the floor. This was clearly the aftermath of something. Wu Mimi's eyes widened in shock, clenching her jaw to stifle a scream. Ms. Li, there's a document that needs your review. With that, she placed the documents down, closed the office door, and scampered back to her own desk, excitedly pinching her thigh. She recalled how her CEO usually carried himself like a distant, untouchable figure, cold and imposing, someone to be admired from afar but never approached. But today, because Chu Fan had stepped down from his pedestal, she completely disregarded her image, and right there in the office. Indeed, love strikes like a tornado. Neither Li Junmei nor Chu Fan realized that this perfectly normal treatment had already spiraled wildly out of control in Wu Mimi's mind. After a moment, both regained their composure. Your foot's healed. Get up and walk around. Okay. Li Junmei nodded, reaching for her high heels, only to have Chu Fan press down on her thigh. Despite the thick layer of skirt fabric, the intense heat radiating from Chu Fan's palm made Li Junmei shudder involuntarily. What are you doing? The blush that had barely faded from Li Junmei's cheeks flared up again in an instant. Don't wear those heels. You twisted your ankle because of them just now. Already forgotten? Hearing Chu Fan's paternal tone, Li Junmei pouted shyly. Who are you to tell me what to do? Though her words still held a defiant edge, her feet were honest. She walked to the walk-in closet and changed into a pair of flats. Li Junmei wasn't short, and even without heels, she looked exceptionally tall and slender walking on the carpet. With her stockings cut off, she exuded a disheveled beauty that sent Chu Fan's adrenaline surging. Unaware of Chu Fan's reaction, Li Junmei finished getting ready and led him out the door, heading to a trendy restaurant nearby for dinner. But no sooner had they stepped out of the Li Group building than Wu Mimi's panicked voice echoed behind them. Mr. Li, it's bad. A resident in our complex is attempting suicide. Chapter 26, Resident Jumps. Suicide? Li Junmei startled, gazing at the breathless Wu Mimi with a slight frown. What happened? I don't have all the details yet, but according to the message from the community manager, this female homeowner was apparently swindled out of money and exploited by a Li property employee. He even recorded explicit videos during their intimate moments. Unable to bear the threats, she's threatening to jump off the building to end it all. How outrageous! Li Junmei's blood boiled upon hearing this. Since she took over Li property management, such a scandal had never occurred. Every employee underwent meticulous selection, testing, and training before being qualified for their positions. How could she not be furious that such a scumbag had emerged from the team she had always been immensely proud of, tarnishing the reputation of Lee's property management? Have security apprehend this employee and hand him over to the supervision department for processing. Woo Mimi replied helplessly, Ms. Lee, this employee was new. He just resigned yesterday. Lee Junmei narrowed her eyes, sensing a whiff of conspiracy. This was clearly just a romantic dispute between two people, yet the parties involved had shifted the blame onto their property management company. There was obviously something fishy going on. Seal off information from the community to prevent this matter from escalating into absurd rumors. We're heading to Emerald City to handle this immediately. Such a scandal was something Lee Property couldn't afford to bear. If it escalated, it could even impact the market value of the Lee Group. This absolutely couldn't be taken lightly. As an employee of Lee Property Management, Shu Fan was naturally brought along by Lee Junmei to the scene at Emerald City. At that moment, the area below the high-rise apartments in Building C was packed with onlookers. Each held a phone, some filming short videos, others live streaming the scene to friends, and a few even broadcasting on the spot. Lee Junmei's head began to spin at the sight of this chaotic scene. In this age of self-media, anyone with a phone could become a reporter making headlines. Although Lee Junmei had instructed the manager to seal off the entrances and exits and prohibit journalists from reporting, she hadn't anticipated that while she could block reporters, she couldn't stop these residents. For Lee's Property Management, residents were treated like royalty. Even though she was deeply annoyed by these residents filming her incessantly, Lee Junmei could only offer a polite smile and assure them she would handle the situation properly. Ms. Lee Property Management has always been known for its excellent service and high standards. Why did this happen? Exactly. The property fees at Emerald City aren't cheap, are they? How could you take our money to hire scum like this to manage our community? Exactly. Today it was this female homeowner who suffered, but next time, could it be us? Or even our children? Compared to the reporters, these homeowners were even more difficult to deal with. After all, this directly affected their personal interests. The residents were completely enraged, placing Lee Junmei squarely on the opposing side. Woo Mimi felt a surge of anger seeing Lee Junmei's troubled expression, the crowd pushing forward relentlessly, and the men and women holding their phones as if they wanted to shove them into Lee Junmei's mouth. It's not like they're refusing to resolve the issue, why be so aggressive? Just as Woo Mimi was about to step forward to speak up for Lee Junmei stopped her with a look. Her face still bore a composed smile as she addressed the crowd calmly, Residents, I fully understand your feelings. The presence of such an employee at Lee's Property Management is indeed a result of our inadequate oversight, and I take full responsibility for that. But right now, that poor female homeowner is still up there struggling with her emotions. Before the final investigation results come out, I hope everyone can stay calm and give Lee Property some time to resolve this matter. Since I've come here today, it's to listen to your concerns. If you have any other grievances against our property management company, you may share them with me after this matter is resolved. I will certainly help address them. It must be said that Lee Jongmi truly possesses considerable skill in the art of speaking. Even in such a chaotic situation, she managed to handle it with unhurried composure and ease. After Lee Junmei's words, the crowd exchanged glances and refrained from further escalating the tension. Woo Mimi, seeing her CEO stabilize the situation, breathed a sigh of relief and quickly chimed in, Residents, please trust the integrity of Lee Property Management. Until the investigation concludes, refrain from spreading rumors. If such actions negatively impact the parties involved, you may face legal consequences. Shu Fan observed the two women working in tandem, using a mix of kindness and authority to calm the residents' emotions and defuse the situation. He was deeply impressed. Truly, every profession has its masters. Had he been in their shoes, faced with these ranting homeowners, he might not have resorted to violence, but he certainly wouldn't have possessed such gentle patience. After persuading the residents to leave, Lee Junmei and the others finally approached the building where the incident occurred. The protagonist stood out immediately, dressed entirely in red with smoky eye makeup, looking like a vengeful ghost straight out of a horror film. She had brought her own Bluetooth speaker. Her shrieking voice was amplified through the microphone in her headphones and blasted out through the speaker, creating an ear-piercing, demonic sound that echoed throughout the entire residential complex. Even the reporters outside the complex could hear fragments of it. Seeing this setup, Shu Fan, unaware of the truth, sensed something was off. Would someone truly intent on dying go to such lengths? This was clearly an attempt to make a big scene. Everyone, this scumbag not only slept with me but also took private photos of me, demanding 500,000 yuan. He threatened to leak all the photos if I didn't pay. I now suspect he saw my client information and decided to pursue me just to extort money. Ultimately, this is all because Lee Property Management carelessly leaked resident data. I confronted their property management, but they claimed the guy was a new employee who'd already fled yesterday. Is that even a valid excuse? Blaming it on a new hire? How did that new hire get my information? And how did he just happen to pursue me? The victim wailed hysterically, tears and snot streaming down her face, her voice choked with sorrow as tragic as it gets.
Hearing this, the residents were filled with righteous indignation.
If it were just a story about some scumbag deceiving someone, they could easily stay out of it. But if privacy was involved, that was a whole different ballgame.
In an instant, the residents' anger flared up again.
Lee Property can't even protect our personal information. What the hell are they even doing? Mr. Lee, you spoke so eloquently earlier, but what about now?
The victim has exposed your true colors. All talk and no action.
Enough talk, let's call the police.
We must protect our rights together and prevent this tragedy from happening to us. The residents shouted in unison, their voices rising as if denouncing Lee Property Management as a shady operation. Lee Junmei had just exhausted herself persuading these owners to calm down. Yet, with a few words of provocation from that female owner, all her efforts went down the drain.
It was truly heartbreaking and infuriating.
Lee's Property Management was a company she had personally nurtured and built up.
Over the years, its operations had flourished without a single incident. As for information leaks? Utter nonsense. She absolutely refused to believe a new employee could obtain residents' personal information and orchestrate such a massive scheme. There must be more to this.
But now that the person had fled, any claims were mere empty words.
The urgent priority was to persuade the individual down from the ledge.
If a tragedy occurred, even if Lee's Property Management was completely innocent, it would still bear the blame.
Lee Junmei refused to tarnish the Lee Group's golden reputation.
She grabbed the megaphone Wu Mimi handed her and shouted to the woman, "Ma'am, please calm down.
Lee Property Management will resolve this matter wholeheartedly.
Please come down and cooperate with our investigation so we can uncover the truth."
Get lost. You're all a pack of wolves. I don't believe a word.
Today I'll prove my point with my life, so everyone knows Lee Property Management is worthless. You couldn't care less about the lives of your residents. The woman grew increasingly enraged, pacing and stomping on the rooftop, sending waves of screams rippling through the horrified crowd below. With the individual above refusing to cooperate, the uninformed residents below, incited by his outbursts, began demanding answers. Lee Junmei was jostled from side to side by the crowd, overwhelmed and flustered. As if misfortune never comes alone, just as Lee Junmei was at a loss for how to defuse the situation, the sound of police sirens echoed from the community entrance. Recalling that a resident had threatened to call the police earlier, it seemed the authorities had indeed arrived.
Once the authorities got involved, the situation would inevitably escalate.
Regardless of whether Lee's Property Management was innocent, they would be left with a negative public image. Even if the investigation later proved the resident had framed the property company, the public narrative would become, Lee's Property had personally sent a resident to jail. Lee Junmei, well versed in online trends, immediately turned to Wu Mimi beside her. "Go explain the situation to those inspectors and buy us some time."
"Yes, Ms. Lee, I'll go right away."
Wu Mimi received the task and hurriedly pushed her way through the crowd.
"Why are you blocking the inspectors? Got something to hide, huh?
You're bullying customers with your size.
Even the inspectors can't control you anymore. Is there no law anymore?" The moment the owners heard Lee Junmei wanted to block the inspectors, they immediately began indiscriminately berating her.
Lee Junmei felt a surge of anger and frustration, rubbing her temples as a throbbing headache washed over her. Just as Lee Junmei stumbled from being jostled by the crowd and nearly fell, Chu Fan stepped forward in time to steady her by wrapping his arm around her shoulders.
He soothed her, "Don't panic. It's not a big deal." Hearing Chu Fan's calm tone, Lee Junmei's eyes widened with fury, her voice rising. "Someone could have been seriously injured. You call that no big deal? What is a big deal then?"
Unable to vent her anger at the other homeowners, she directed all her frustration at Chu Fan instead. But soon, she realized this was just impotent rage. Steeling herself, she lowered her voice.
"I'm sorry, I didn't mean to snap at you." Chu Fan gave a faint smile. "It's fine. I know you're just anxious. Don't worry, she won't jump. As long as she's still here, it's not a big deal." At this remark, Lee Junmei furrowed her brow, utterly baffled. "How do you know she won't jump?" Chapter 27, Breaking the Mold to Uncover the Truth.
Chu Fan shrugged, offering no pretense as he spoke plainly. In the art of mystical medicine, there's a saying about discerning illness through facial features. This woman has a sharp, narrow forehead and prominent cheekbones, clearly a sharp-tongued, unforgiving woman with no tolerance for others.
With such features, if truly threatened, she wouldn't commit suicide. Instead, she'd seek revenge through murder.
After hearing Chu Fan's solemn assurances, Lee Junmei felt slightly reassured, yet she remained deeply concerned about the group's predicament. "I don't know if you're just trying to reassure me, but now that the video has been posted online by these homeowners and the supervisory department has arrived, unless we resolve this properly, no matter what this woman's motives are, once the situation escalates, it will cause irreparable damage to our group. To be safe, you should keep your distance from me to avoid getting caught up in the online backlash." Chu Fan hadn't expected Lee Junmei to be so thoughtful, still looking out for him in this situation.
He couldn't help but feel touched. Everyone in the Lee family knows we're husband and wife. If they saw me abandon you and run off, they'd surely mock you. As your fake husband, I won't shirk any of my duties. I'll handle this woman for you."
Chu Fan's words left Li Jinmei feeling somewhat incredulous. After all, they were merely bound by a contract, with little genuine affection between them. Yet despite that, Chu Fan was still thinking about fulfilling his promise and considering her situation at home. It must be said, this was indeed a man of great responsibility. Stop trying to be tough. This homeowner's emotions are too intense, even a professional psychologist might not be able to reason with her. The divine always have their ways. With that, Chu Fan sprang into action. Li Jinmei stared at Chu Fan's retreating figure, utterly astonished. A high-rise apartment building in Block C was completely surrounded by a dense crowd of onlookers, making entry and exit extremely difficult. Yet, as if by some kind of magic, Chu Fan weaved through the shoulder-to-shoulder throng, moving with such ease and agility that he seemed to glide through an empty space, entering the building as if no one was there. To save time, Chu Fan skipped the elevator and took the stairs instead, reaching the rooftop in under a minute. Ah! A gasp erupted from the crowd as a dark figure leaped from the rooftop, landing on the landing where the female homeowner stood. The hysterical female homeowner was startled out of her wits, even forgetting her lines. What are you doing? Wang Niao never dreamed anyone would dare jump right beside her. Panic overwhelmed her. She wanted to retreat but feared losing her footing in falling. Instead, her legs gave way, and she sat on the ground, her eyes fixed on Chu Fan with intense wariness. Don't come any closer. If you dare take another step, I'll jump. Is Li Property Management trying to drive me to my death? Ah! Wang Niao's deafening scream sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers below, who immediately began pleading with her. Chu Fan paid no heed to the woman's screams. He waited until Wang Niao cried herself hoarse and finally fell silent. Only then did he speak, calmly and deliberately, enough. Stop pretending. I know you won't jump. With that, he casually plopped down beside Wang Niao, utterly unconcerned that this woman, her eyes bloodshot, looking like a female ghost, might plunge to her death. A pang of unease struck Wang Niao's heart. She hadn't truly intended to die, it was all an act. She'd assumed the people below would compromise once the reporters arrived to document everything, and it would all be over. But then this unexpected obstacle appeared. Don't try to provoke me. I will jump. I really will jump. Wang Niao felt that only by threatening her life could she force Chu Fan to compromise. She raised her voice further, shouting. But who could have guessed that Chu Fan wasn't falling for this at all? Pointing down at the crowd below, he said with a faint, mocking smile, then jump. All these onlookers are eagerly waiting. Let me tell you straight, I'm an outdoor streamer. I've got a pinhole camera on me. Right now, my viewers are itching to see me capture some up-close footage. Rest assured, I've already adjusted the filters for you. I'll make sure you die beautifully. Go ahead, I'm ready. Since Chu Fan was standing extremely close to Wang Niao, his voice, though quieter than hers, still came through clearly from the Bluetooth speaker. After hearing Chu Fan's words, everyone was stunned, their mouths agape. This kid really loves a good spectacle. Is he trying to push someone to their death? Even if Wang Niao hadn't intended to jump, the shock would surely push her over the edge. You! Wang Niao was dumbfounded. The other person had risked jumping off the rooftop not to save her, but to actually kill her. This guy must be insane. Scared to jump now, huh? Ha! Just in case people couldn't hear you clearly, you even brought a Bluetooth speaker. Are you trying to jump or threaten Li's property management? Any sane person can see through this. Chu Fan got straight to the point. You think Li Property would cave to your petty tricks? Don't be ridiculous. We operate with integrity and have never engaged in such shady dealings. Why should we let you sling mud at us? Chu Fan knew everyone below could hear him, so he seized the chance to set the record straight for Li Property. By confronting Wang Niao openly in front of everyone and setting the record straight, he could minimize the damage to Li's property no matter how things unfolded afterward. Wang Niao was startled. Had this kid actually seen through her scheme? Desperate to salvage the situation, she rolled her eyes dramatically, then dramatically slammed her thigh and wailed, "Everyone, listen. This man is from Li Property Management. He deliberately tried to force me to my death to silence me. He has no good intentions. That bastard." Wang Niao had intended to play the victim, win sympathy, and make Chu Fan the target of everyone's anger so he'd have to submit to her. But Chu Fan couldn't be bothered to listen to her nonsense. He grabbed her arm and shoved her down. The moment Chu Fan released his grip, Wang Niao would be as good as dead. In this tense standoff, no one dared provoke Chu Fan, terrified he might actually let go and end Wang Niao's life. Suspended in midair, Wang Niao screamed and instinctively struggled. Her heart-wrenching wails were far more agonizing to hear than the fake, thunderous yet rainless sobs she'd put on during her earlier performance on the platform. Chu Fan, the instigator of this ordeal, remained unruffled, even wearing a faint smile. The more you struggle, the harder it is for me to hold on. Don't blame me when you fall. His voice boomed from the Bluetooth speaker, demonic and chilling, turning many faces pale. Wang Niao, however, immediately fell silent upon hearing this. She pleaded desperately with Chu Fan, sobbing, "Don't let go. Please, don't let go. I don't want to die. From this height, even gods couldn't save you. He'd just collected a payment yesterday, planning to live it up after today's performance.
If he lost his life here, what meaning would that money hold? You don't want to die?
But just moments ago, you insisted you had no face left to live and had to jump. Chu Fan's earnest expression made it seem as though he genuinely wanted to help Wang Niao, which was why he'd resorted to such a terrifying act.
Wang Niao was stunned.
This man before her must have a mental illness. And a serious one at that. The thought that her life was being threatened by someone clearly not of sound mind sent Wang Niao into a panic.
Money was the last thing on her mind now.
She had to come clean.
No. I don't really want to die.
Someone paid me to stage this farce and smear Li Group.
I never intended to jump. Let me go up now.
You're lying. You clearly said the Li Group property manager was your boyfriend. How could this be an act?
Chu Fan didn't pull her up.
Instead, he continued asking calmly.
No.
We were both hired to put on this show. Wang Niao, overcome with fear, had completely lost her composure.
Whatever Chu Fan asked, she answered truthfully, not daring to utter a single lie.
Ha?
Both of you were hired to act?
How long has this plan been in the works? How did they find you?
Could you just pull me up first, okay?
Faced with Chu Fan's relentless barrage of questions, Wang Niao was on the verge of breaking down. With only one arm held by Chu Fan, she felt as if her shoulder was about to dislocate. Each gentle breeze felt like a hurricane battering her body, and the slightest misstep could send her crashing to the ground, smashed to pulp.
Yet Chu Fan remained unmoved, chuckling, I'm a very curious person. If you don't tell me everything exactly as it happened, I'll think you're lying to me. You wouldn't just be talking nonsense and deceiving me because you regret it and don't want to die, would you?
I'm not lying, Wang Niao sobbed. A month ago, I went to a class reunion and discovered my classmate Feng Dagong happened to work for Li's property management. When he handed out his business card, he learned I also lived in this complex and made a point to chat with me longer. A couple days later, Feng Dagong approached me, asking me to play along with a scheme. First, we'd pretend to be boyfriend and girlfriend so everyone at Li's property management would know about our relationship. Then, we'd act like he was a jerk who betrayed me, blaming it all on Li's property management. Once we finished this charade, $500,000 would appear in my account tomorrow. I'm doing this for the money, but I don't want to die.
I beg you, I've told you everything.
Please take me upstairs now. I'm so scared, I'm about to wet myself.
Ah! Wang Niao's blood-curdling screams echoed through the air.
The confession streaming from the Bluetooth speaker stunned everyone present. Li Zhongmi, who was already overwhelmed and exhausted from dealing with the inspection, also heard the entire story. She froze in place, her expression unreadable, but inside she was overjoyed. Though the person hadn't been rescued yet, Wang Niao had spilled the entire truth and she'd done it right in front of the inspectors. With so many witnesses, even if this woman tried to retract her confession later, she wouldn't stand a chance. You had to admit, Chu Fan really knew how to play the game.
Chapter 28, Re-encountering Wei Yizhen.
After the entire incident was made public, Chu Fan still didn't drag Wang Niao up.
With a faint, ambiguous smile, he inquired, so who exactly ordered you two to stage this elaborate charade to undermine Li's property management?
I don't know. That person was in contact with Feng Dagong.
I was just following Feng Dagong's orders.
Watching Wang Niao wail like a ghost, Chu Fan knew the matter was nearly settled.
With this evidence, Li's property management would be fine. Since you've revealed the truth, I'll reluctantly save you.
Though it was clearly Chu Fan who had thrown her down, his tone now made him sound like some kind of savior. Wang Niao ignored the fact that she had been perfectly safe until his arrival, putting her life in jeopardy. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she clung desperately to his arm, terrified she might fall again. Chu Fan truly possessed superhuman strength. Using just one arm, he managed to suspend Wang Niao weighing over 100 pounds in midair for a full 5 minutes before effortlessly pulling her back up. Throughout the entire ordeal, he remained completely unfazed, his composure unshaken. After bringing Wang Niao up, Chu Fan calmly clapped his hands, then turned and descended the stairs with effortless grace.
In stark contrast, Wang Niao was utterly terrified.
Overwhelmed by the intense emotional shock, darkness flooded her vision, and she immediately fainted.
This dramatic scene became the talk of all the homeowners. Business competition these days is downright ruthless. Using such dirty tricks to undermine Li's property management? Disgusting. Damn it, just thinking about it makes me furious. We actually sided with that woman at first, only to be used as pawns in the end. We're never taking sides again. Just because someone's weaker doesn't mean they're right.
The crowd chattered angrily.
Some praised Chu Fan as no ordinary man, others seethed at being manipulated, while still others, remembering their earlier slander against Li's property management, felt so ashamed they slunk away with their tails between their legs. The supervisory department took this incident extremely seriously, deciding to make an example of it. They would thoroughly investigate, root out the mastermind behind the scheme, and prevent similar turmoil from occurring again. As Chu Fan exited the apartment, Li Zhenmei approached with a smile, handing him a can of cola and giving him a thumbs up. Nice work, but don't do that again. If you'd actually thrown someone off, the consequences would have been unimaginable.
While she admired Chu Fan's courage and skill, she was also deeply unsettled by his reckless, headlong actions.
This time, luckily, nothing went wrong. If it had, it would have been double the trouble. Chu Fan took the soda from Li Junmei's hand and politely declined. I never take risks I can't control.
You, on the other hand, should seriously consider your own situation lately. First, you discovered a mole within the group eavesdropping on your words and actions.
Then came this frame-up incident. The other side is coming at you full force, clearly intent on harming you.
At this point, Chu Fan opened the Coke, took a big gulp, and let out a long sigh. He truly hadn't anticipated that Li Junmei, the seemingly glamorous female CEO, would bear such immense pressure behind the scenes. No wonder she wore that perpetually icy expression.
Yeah, I'll be careful.
Thanks to you this time, the internal audit can follow the trail and thoroughly investigate that Feng Dagang. As long as we uncover who his real backer is, the rest will be straightforward. Judging by Li Junmei's composed demeanor, she must have weathered such storms more than once or twice.
Chu Fan felt a wave of helplessness. Great.
Entering into a contractual marriage with a woman perpetually on the brink of crisis meant he was in for a wild ride. With Li Junmei and Wu Mimi working together, matters at Emerald City were swiftly resolved.
After dinner, Chu Fan accompanied Li Junmei to celebrate Wu Mimi's simple birthday before returning to the Li group.
Li Junmei immediately convened a meeting with key executives to discuss the Emerald City matter. As the hero of the hour, Chu Fan was granted a half-day off and received a bonus of 5,000 yuan. With a hefty sum in hand, he deliberated and decided to buy a new phone. No sooner had he arrived at a district center than a delightful voice reached his ears before he could even decide which store to visit.
Dr. Chu?
Chu Fan recognized the voice as familiar. Turning his head, he was stunned to see Wei Yizhen.
Master Wei? Oh, Dr. Chu, you flatter me too much. Compared to you, I'm just an ordinary little doctor. Call me Old Wei. What are you doing wandering around here alone? Did you get lost?
Wei Yizhen held deep admiration for Chu Fan, his words brimming with genuine warmth.
Chu Fan answered bluntly, No, I'm not lost. I'm looking for a cell phone store to buy a new phone. My current one is too old, so I'm planning to replace it. I was just heading back to the clinic anyway. Let me show you around the phones. Wei Yizhen rolled his eyes and asked with a smile, Which brand do you prefer? Chu Fan scratched his head, replying somewhat awkwardly, I've only ever used basic phones before. I don't know much about brands. Just recommend one with good value for money that can run WeChat. Wei Yizhen looked slightly taken aback. Chu Fan looked young and spoke like any ordinary person. He didn't seem like some caveman with a generation gap. How could he have never used a smartphone? Though inwardly puzzled, Wei Yizhen gave no outward sign. Instead, he nodded and said with a smile, Hold on a moment. I'll have my granddaughter accompany you. She just returned from traveling with friends and will be here shortly. Young people understand these electronic gadgets better than I do. She'll be able to give you some solid recommendations. Before Chu Fan could refuse, Wei Yizhen's granddaughter, Wei Jingjing, suddenly leaped out from behind a tree. Dressed in light summer attire, her figure was curvaceous and alluring. Though wearing no makeup, she looked as fresh and elegant as a lotus blossom emerging from water, utterly captivating. Grandpa, your eyesight is terrible, you didn't even notice me. As she spoke, she pointed at Chu Fan and asked, And who is this? Chu Fan looked at Wei Jingjing, feeling a sudden spark of interest. This is the renowned physician Chu Fan I mentioned earlier. Come say hello. Wei Yizhen added, introducing Chu Fan, Master Physician Chu, my granddaughter Wei Jingjing is also studying medicine. I hope you'll offer her guidance whenever possible. I'll do my best. Chu Fan was not one to let his exceptional abilities go to his head. Despite possessing extraordinary talents, he remained humble and unassuming. So this is the renowned divine physician Chu. I've long admired your reputation, Wei Jingjing said, her eyes widening in surprise. Chu Fan's previous treatment of old Master Li at the Li residence using plum blossom needles had left a profound impression on Wei Yizhen. After returning home, she had chattered about it repeatedly, nearly wearing out Chu Fan's ears. During casual conversation, Chu Fan learned that Wei Yizhen was a native of Jinling. Having returned from the metropolis, he had no intention of leaving again, deciding instead to settle down and run his medical clinic in his later years. Given Wei Yizhen's widespread fame and reputation, many people had reached out through connections, asking him to treat their ailments. Guided by a physician's compassionate heart, Wei Yizhen didn't turn anyone away. He helped as many as he could. Truth be told, he had once been a profit-driven merchant, caring more about money than healing the sick. However, after being taught a lesson by Chu Fan, Wei Yizhen had completely reformed. Those absurd, selfish thoughts were gone, and this had greatly improved the strained relationship between Wei Yizhen and his granddaughter, Wei Jingjing. Upon learning of Chu Fan's need for a phone, Wei Jingjing readily agreed to help. Just as they were about to head toward the mobile phone mall in the east, a ringtone suddenly sounded. Wei Yizhen answered the call, but before he could speak, desperate cries for help poured through the line. Master Wei, it's Dong Hozhu. My father-in-law is dying. Please come quickly. Wei Yizhen's heart sank.
He quickly reassured her, Ms. Dong, please calm down and tell me slowly.
My father-in-law was perfectly fine when he got up this morning.
He just said he was going downstairs for a walk, but as soon as he reached the doorway, he collapsed with a thud. Now he's completely pale, and white mucus is flowing from the corners of his mouth.
We're afraid to move him.
Dong Hoju's father-in-law, surnamed Han, was the former president of the Han Group, a man of extraordinary stature and one of Wei Yizhen's most important clients. Upon hearing of old Master Han's accident, his expression turned solemn. He turned to look at Chu Fan, his eyes carrying a hint of apology.
Chu Fan understood immediately and smiled. It's fine, Master Wei. You should go handle your business. No, Master Dr. Chu, could you please accompany me? To be honest, old Master Han's illness is extremely tricky. I've never treated such a strange condition before, so I'm a bit unsure. I'd like to ask for your help. Chu Fan, thinking he'd need Wei Jingjing's help buying a phone later, readily agreed. On the drive to the Han residence, Wei Yizhen briefly explained old Master Han's condition to Chu Fan. It turned out that old Master Han appeared perfectly normal and healthy in everyday life. Yet when his strange illness struck, his entire body would stiffen, his blood would turn pale, and he'd become completely motionless like a vegetable. These episodes lasted anywhere from 2 or 3 hours to 3 or 4 days. Afterward, he'd slowly regain consciousness, his appetite would surge, and he could devour dozens of bowls of rice in one sitting. Since the episodes had been infrequent in the past, old Master Han hadn't taken them seriously. Recently, however, the frequency of his episodes had increased dramatically. Hospitals offered no cure, leaving him no choice but to seek help from Wei Yizhen. Yet even after Wei Yizhen's treatment, he found himself at a loss, suspecting it might be a neurological disorder. He prescribed some nerve-calming medication for old Han. But within 3 days, old man Han had another episode. And from what Ms. Dong implied, it seemed even more severe than before. This strongly suggested that Wei Yizhen had misdiagnosed the condition. The medication he prescribed not only failed to help Mr. Han but may have even worsened his condition. Thus, throughout the journey, Wei Yizhen was filled with anxiety, silently praying that old man Han would be safe. About 15 minutes later, Chu Fan arrived at the Han residence and met with the patient, Han Weiman. Besides his daughter-in-law, Ms. Dong, his son Han Wenqing had also returned home. As a prominent family rivaling the sons, Han Wenqing, the young head of the household, was usually extremely busy. Yet he was profoundly filial. Whenever he heard his father was ill, he would rush back without delay. It was he who had contacted Wei Yizhen earlier, requesting treatment for his father. Upon entering, Wei Yizhen first examined Han Weiman's condition. As he took his pulse more deeply, his expression grew increasingly grim. After a thorough examination from head to toe, his lips pressed into a straight line, and he remained silent. Wei Jingjing instantly understood her grandfather's expression. He couldn't identify the cause of the illness and was deeply troubled. Thinking this, she quietly nudged Chu Fan with her elbow and whispered her request, Master Healer Chu, grandfather seems at a loss. Could you please take a look? No problem. Chu Fan nodded, but as he took a step forward, Han Wenqing barked a warning. Stop right there. Who gave you permission to approach? Stand over there. Chapter 29, 3 Conditions. Han Wenqing's rebuke momentarily startled Chu Fan. Just as he was about to explain, Wei Yizhen, his face dark, spoke up first. Master Han, this young man is not my disciple. On the contrary, he is a divine physician far more skilled than I. I am powerless to cure your father's illness. Please allow this divine physician Chu to continue the treatment in my stead. Humph. Wei Yizhen, are you mocking me? Han Wenqing's rage boiled over. Forgetting all decorum, he addressed Wei Yizhen by name, his harsh words masking inner weakness. You're shallow and ignorant. It's bad enough you couldn't cure my father's illness, but now you're pushing this greenhorn up here to take the fall? What could such a youngster possibly understand? Han Wenqing's contempt for Chu Fan had long been anticipated by Chu Fan himself. In prominent families, medical prowess was almost universally judged by age, a principle the Li family exemplified to the fullest. Compared to others, the Han family was still better off. Only Han Wenqing was affected. Though Chu Fan showed no sign of anger, Wei Yizhen's face darkened. I, Wei Yizhen, have practiced medicine for years without ever harming a single patient. Old Master Han is an old friend of mine. Do you really think I would toy with his life? Let me tell you this, if even the divine Dr. Chu cannot cure your father's illness, then he truly is beyond cure. Even if he were beyond cure, I wouldn't let this upstart treat him. If you can't fix it, get out, stop glaring at me. Han Wenqing, holding a high position and now consumed by rage, issued a direct order to dismiss him. Hearing Han Wenqing insult her grandfather, Wei Jingjing felt deeply offended. She immediately stepped forward to defend Wei Yizhen. Master Han, how could you speak of grandfather like that? Shut up. What are you, anyway? I don't even care about your grandfather. What right do you have to speak here? Han Wenqing turned away with utter disdain, not even acknowledging Wei Jingjing with a glance. He pointed toward the door, signaling for all three to leave. Though seething with indignation, Wei Yizhen had no power to resist. He was merely a humble traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. How could he possibly stand against the Han family, one of Jinling's 4 great clans?
Master Chu, I'm truly sorry to have made you come all this way for nothing. Wei Yixin felt his head droop in shame, deeply apologetic to Chu Fan for dragging him into this humiliation.
It's fine.
Life and death are in the hands of heaven.
It seems old Master Han was destined to face this calamity.
Chu Fan shrugged, his expression calm, showing neither joy nor sorrow.
Dong Hoju knew Han Wenqing was famously hot-tempered.
Once he flew into a rage, not even 10 oxen could restrain him. Yet seeing her father-in-law convulsing on the ground, she couldn't bear it.
Husband, I'm begging you. Let this young master try.
If we don't take this chance, father-in-law's life is truly lost.
Han Wenqing's figure faltered. He clenched his fists, but ultimately relented. Fine, treat him. But let me make this clear, if you fail to cure my father, you'll leave here today the same way you came in dead.
Oh?
Chu Fan's eyes narrowed.
He waved his hand dismissively.
Then let your father wait to die.
You. Han Wenqing gritted his teeth, about to erupt, but Dong Hoju held him back firmly, her face apologetic. Young master, he has this fiery temper.
Do your best, and we won't hold it against you. 3 conditions.
Chu Fan held up 3 fingers, his tone calm. First, he must apologize. Second, from now on, every member of the Han family must bow their heads before Old Wei.
Third, you owe me a favor, payable anytime I demand it.
Meet these 3 conditions, and I'll save him.
Otherwise, bring your own coffin. What? Han Wenqing's eyes widened as he roared. Who the hell do you think you are? Treating my father was a favor. And now you dare make demands?
Chu Fan remained expressionless.
In 5 seconds, old Master Han will vomit blood. In 1 minute, he will die.
His words fell precisely 5 seconds before the deadline. True to his word, Han Weiman suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. His breathing grew faint to the extreme, 1 foot seemingly already stepping into the gates of death.
This scene sent shockwaves through Han Wenqing and Dong Hoju. A gleam of admiration flashed in Wei Jingjing's eyes as she looked at Chu Fan with profound respect. Wei Yixin whistled in admiration. No wonder he wanted to apprentice under him. Medical skills like these were truly extraordinary. You have 30 seconds left to decide. Chu Fan snapped his fingers, enunciating each word deliberately.
Dong Hoju hurriedly nudged Han Wenqing, who proved himself adaptable. Bowing deeply, he said, my apologies to all 3 of you. My eagerness to save my father led me to put on airs. This was my mistake, and I beg your forgiveness. Turning to Chu Fan, he added, Divine Physician Chu, I accept all your conditions. As for my transgression, I'll face punishment later. Please save my father's life first. Chu Fan hummed in acknowledgement, pushing Han Wenqing aside and pulling Wei Yixin toward him. Master Wei, remove the needles. I'll direct your acupuncture. This divine Dr. Chu, you should handle him personally. Noticing Wei Yixin's concern, Chu Fan folded his arms and smiled calmly. It's fine. Just trust me. Seeing this, Wei Yixin steeled himself and stepped forward. Beginning at the Tongtian point, he proceeded to Yingxiang, Shangxing, Shinting, Xingguan, and finally concluded at Dangyang. He then reinserted needles, applying light pressure up front and firm pressure at the back, ending at the Sishinkan point. Continue. Guided by Chu Fan's direction, Wei Yixin's technique grew increasingly fluid and precise. The two worked in perfect harmony, leaving Wei Jingjing deeply moved. Grandfather had spent years chasing fame and fortune, using traditional Chinese medicine to amass wealth, losing sight of his original purpose for studying it. But today, Wei Jingjing was delighted to discover that grandfather's original heart had returned. He had become that young man again, the practitioner who held boundless devotion to traditional Chinese medicine, willing to dedicate his entire life to its study. He even gained insights into the medical principles for treating this illness from Chu Fan's approach. 3 minutes later, all 23 silver needles were placed on Han Weiman's body. Han Weiman's deathly pale complexion gradually regained color, and his convulsing body calmed. By then, Wei Yixin was drenched in sweat, looking as though he'd been pulled from the water. He took Han Weiman's pulse, diagnosed him, and after confirming he was out of danger, carefully removed each silver needle one by one. As the final needle left his body, Han Weiman, who had been unconscious, suddenly opened his eyes. Dong Hoju was overjoyed, while Han Wenqing's face flushed crimson, all traces of his earlier arrogance vanished. The young man he had scorned and looked down upon had truly become the key figure in saving his father's life. Father, are you all right? Han Wenqing stepped forward to inquire, but Han Weiman suddenly slapped him across the face. How dare you speak to me like that? He came all this way to treat me, yet you put on such an air of officialdom. I must have been blind to have given birth to such an ungrateful son. Han Weiman, now fully recovered, spoke with powerful resonance, his voice booming like a bell and making Han Wenqing's eardrums ache. Dad, weren't you unconscious? I was unconscious, not dead. Otherwise, how would I have witnessed your arrogant, tyrannical official airs? In his father's presence, Han Wenqing was ultimately just a slightly rebellious son. Considering Han Weiman had just recovered and couldn't handle any more shock, Han Wenqing cast aside any concern for his pride and immediately apologized profusely to Chu Fan and the other two.
Enough talk. Just remember the terms I set.
With that, Chu Fan turned and walked away without so much as a glance back at Han Wenqing.
Wait for me, Divine Dr. Chu.
Grandpa, hurry up and catch up with the Divine Doctor.
MHM.
Wei Jingjing walked over, supporting Wei Yizhen as they headed out together, making it abundantly clear that neither would give Han Wenqing the time of day. Han Wenqing stood there utterly embarrassed. After receiving another glare from Han Weiman, he could only chase after Wei Yizhen, desperately trying to salvage the situation. Out of respect for old Master Han, Wei Yizhen didn't want to make things too awkward. His eyes darted around, and he said to Wei Jingjing, Jingjing, I don't know much about phones either. You take Divine Dr. Chu to pick one out. I'll catch up with old Master Han and head back on my own later. His reasoning was twofold: first, to return a favor, and second, to encourage Wei Jingjing and Chu Fan to interact and build rapport.
All right. Wei Jingjing saw through Wei Yizhen's plan and quickly caught up with Chu Fan.
Inside the house, Han Weiman had already been helped to sit on the sofa by Dong Hozhu. He bowed his hands to Wei Yizhen and said with a wry smile, Brother Wei, my son has gotten a bit too big for his britches since he hit the jackpot. If he's been rude, please forgive him.
It's only human nature, perfectly understandable.
Wei Yizhen was skilled at smooth talk, diffusing the earlier awkwardness with just a few words.
I wonder what the background of that Chu Divine Doctor is.
Han Weiman pressed further.
I'd like to know too. That arrogant bastard dared to disrespect me. I'll see to it. Shut your mouth. Who gave you permission to speak here? Before Han Wenqing could finish his sentence, Han Weiman kicked him off the sofa.
Wei Yizhen felt a secret thrill, but he didn't reveal Chu Fan's identity outright. Instead, he replied ambiguously, Dr. Chu is a reclusive master. His status is beyond our comprehension.
I see. Han Weiman nodded in agreement.
To possess such extraordinary medical skills at such a young age, he must be the direct disciple of some great master of Chinese medicine.
After some small talk, Wei Yizhen took his leave. No sooner had Han Weiman escorted Wei Yizhen out than he slapped Han Wenqing across the face again. How many times have I told you not to judge by appearances?
You little brat, do you treat my words like they're just wind passing by your ears? If it weren't for Dr. Chu today, I'd have lost my life right here.
Dad, snap out of it.
Wei Yizhen was stumbling over his words. He couldn't even explain that kid's background properly.
I bet he just got lucky. Han Wenqing retorted stubbornly.
I seriously suspect Wei Yizhen deliberately orchestrated this stunt. He had the ability to treat you all along but pretended to be helpless, letting this young man take the spotlight to build his reputation. As the saying goes, business is business. Han Wenqing was thinking like a typical businessman. Anything beyond the ordinary seemed suspicious to him, likely just a publicity stunt. Han Weiman nearly spat blood upon hearing this.
Why didn't I nail you to the wall back then? His skills speak for themselves. Does he really need marketing? Even if Wei Yizhen is marketing, you should have just played along. Who knows, you might need him in the future. Why burn bridges? Han Wenqing opened his mouth, then closed it, unable to speak. I'm warning you, drop that high and mighty attitude.
Send people to thoroughly investigate Dr. Chu's background. If this isn't handled properly, forget about ever touching the Han group again.
Han Weiman threatened. Understood. Han Wenqing swallowed his resentment, grudgingly agreeing to the demand. Chapter 30, Ambush on the Road.
Wei Jingjing led Chu Fan back to the mobile phone mall. Among the dazzling array of devices, she selected the Mi Xiao 12, the same model she already owned.
Chu Fan didn't discard the old phone either. Instead, he tucked it back into his pocket, intending to keep it as a memento. When it came time to settle the bill, Wei Jingjing insisted on paying first, smiling as she said, Dr. Chu, if you hadn't stepped in today, Grandpa and I would have been thoroughly humiliated by that Han Wenqing. To thank you for your kindness, I'm giving you this phone. Wei Jingjing's generosity was hard to refuse, so Chu Fan gratefully accepted the phone.
After purchasing the phone, he accepted Wei Jingjing's invitation to grab a milk tea at a beverage shop. They enjoyed a pleasant conversation and exchanged WeChat contacts. By the time he returned to Li Group, it was already quitting time.
Li Jinmei had no intention of working overtime today.
With Li Xiang home for a rare visit, she wanted to return early to spend time with her younger sister. On the way back, Li Jinmei drove while Chu Fan sat in the passenger seat, fiddling with his phone. He accidentally activated the blind mode, causing the phone to emit a constant mechanical female voice that annoyed Li Jinmei. Just as she turned to instruct Chu Fan on how to exit the mode, the taxi behind them slammed on its brakes, which failed and crashed into the back of their car with a thud. It took Li Jinmei a moment to steady her car. Before she could breathe a sigh of relief, the SUV driver and several passengers got out, already adopting the posture of the aggressor making the first accusation.
Chu Fan noticed the men's eyes gleaming with hostility. They didn't seem like ordinary people. Ignoring his phone, he unbuckled his seatbelt.
I'll go talk to them.
Wait for me in the car.
Li Jinmei urged, be careful. As soon as Chu Fan stepped out, he caught the driver's hand darting into his coat pocket in a knife-drawing motion. To avoid causing panic, he decisively drew the plum blossom silver needles he carried and flicked them into the neck acupoints of several men, temporarily paralyzing their movements. He swiftly returned to the car and said urgently, "Those people seem to be targeting you. Let's leave now. We'll report the damage to the insurance company later." Li Jinmei's expression changed drastically. She hurriedly maneuvered around the thugs and sped away. Still shaken, Li Jinmei asked again on the road, "Who are they? Why are they after me?" "Probably people you've offended in business, or perhaps someone from the Li clan. Look into it thoroughly when we get back." Chu Fan glanced at the rearview mirror, ensuring no one was following, before speaking. "Try to avoid going out alone for a while. If you must, use a more ordinary car to prevent similar incidents." Li Jinmei sensed Chu Fan's concern for her. She glanced at him without betraying her emotions, pressed her lips together, and nodded. Though they were only a fake couple, having a man who cared for her like this did indeed bring a sense of security. Meanwhile, it took the Tesla owner and his crew a full 10 minutes to recover. They pulled the silver needles from their necks and tossed them to the ground, both furious and terrified. "What the hell is this bastard's deal? Knocked us all out with just a few silver needles? Damn, what a humiliation. Strange. Our intel never mentioned anyone this formidable in Li Zhongmi's entourage. Looks like we'll need to dig deeper. This kid's got some damn weird skills. Carrying silver needles like that, could he be a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? Impossible. There's no such thing as a young Chinese medicine practitioner." The group chattered excitedly, yet their words betrayed deep apprehension toward this mysterious newcomer, Chu Fan. Li Jinmei had originally planned to take Chu Fan back to her private villa for dinner with Li Xiang. But after what happened on the way, she felt unsettled. She turned the car around and led Chu Fan back to the old residence. Her unease now compelled her to seek counsel from someone who could help her make a decision. Her grandfather had only recently recovered from a serious illness, and Li Jinmei feared the news might cause him to relapse. She turned instead to seek out Su Chuanli. Though Su Chuanli wasn't particularly fond of Li Jinmei, she was still her granddaughter. Hearing about the incident on the road, she flew into a rage. She pulled Li Jinmei aside, examined her thoroughly, and only relaxed a little after confirming she was unharmed. "I'll look into this for you. Be extra careful from now on." In truth, Su Chuanli had already guessed who was secretly behind the trouble, but without solid evidence, she couldn't confront Li Jinmei directly. "Alright, thank you, Grandma." Li Jinmei pursed her lips and exited the ladies' chamber. Meanwhile, upon learning that Li Jinmei had brought Chu Fan home, Li Zhonghua not only instructed the kitchen to prepare several of her favorite dishes but also brought out fine wine to entertain Chu Fan, insisting they both stay overnight at the ancestral home. Faced with the old master's warm hospitality, Li Jinmei and Chu Fan had no choice but to accept the invitation. The next morning, as soon as Li Yongmi got out of bed, Su Chuanli came looking for her. "Grandma, what's wrong?" Su Chuanli stated bluntly, "I've uncovered the mastermind behind this at Si Heishui." Upon hearing about Li Jinmei's incident yesterday, her first suspicion fell on Li Huihui's father, Li Er, her second son. To verify her suspicions, Su Chuanli sought out Li Er that very night. She laid out the consequences clearly, insisting he tell her the truth. After persistent questioning, Li Er repeatedly denied any involvement, insisting he had nothing to do with the incident. He even solemnly promised to help Su Chuanli investigate the matter to prove his innocence. Persistence paid off. After a night of investigation, Li Er came to Su Chuanli with evidence. Turns out, the whole thing was orchestrated by He Heishui. Although Li Er hoped his daughter Li Huihui would take over, he had no intention of harming Li Jinmei. After all, Li Jinmei's capabilities were undeniable. If she were to die, it would make it even harder for the Li group to develop in the long term. Realizing her second son was innocent, Su Chuanli finally relaxed and sought out Li Jinmei to explain the situation. He Heishui? Black Lord? Li Jinmei's heart skipped a beat as she instantly pieced together the entire sequence of events. He Heishui worked for Yang Yaoyan, chairman of the Yaoyan Group. The Yaoyan Group and the Li Group were bitter rivals, and recently, the two companies were competing for the Wanbao project. Yang Yaoyan couldn't openly defeat Li Jinmei, so he resorted to these underhanded tactics behind the scenes. But even knowing the true mastermind behind the scheme, Li Jinmei was powerless against him. Yang Yaoyan had built his fortune through underground dealings before gradually going legit in recent years. With vast wealth, extensive connections, and formidable backing, he was no enemy she could resolve with a single word. Su Chuanli narrowed her eyes and cautioned, Yang Yaoyan is wildly ambitious. He's been boasting openly for ages, repeatedly declaring his intent to swallow the Li Group whole someday. If they secure the Wanbao project this time, their next move will undoubtedly be sharpening their knives for the Li Group. By then, we'll be at their mercy like fish on a cutting board. Any resistance will be too late. Grandma, I understand everything you're saying, Li Jinmei replied with a bitter smile. But our Li Group doesn't have the same financial muscle as them. Going it alone, it'll be incredibly difficult to defeat them. The Wanbao project must succeed. Failure is not an option.
If we can't defeat them alone, then we must forge alliances, Su Chuanli declared with seasoned resolve. News recently surfaced that the Han family patriarch is gravely ill. The Hans possess deeper roots and greater financial clout than us. The Wanbao project is merely a dispensable item for them.
If you can persuade the Hans to aid our Li group, not only will we gain full control over the project, but with the Han group as our powerful backing, Yang Yaoyan won't just be unable to touch the Li group, he might even be crushed beyond recovery. Su Chuanli's plan was brilliant, her calculations clicking away like an abacus. But putting this plan into action would prove incredibly difficult. While the Li family held some standing in Jinling, compared to the Han family, they were like a minor sorcerer meeting a grand wizard. The Hans have always been aloof, preferring to work only with relatives. The Li group holds neither familial ties nor appeal for them. Trying to persuade them with mere words alone is nothing short of climbing to the heavens. Li Zhangmei felt a wave of despair wash over her, leaving her distracted even during breakfast. Chu Fan had just finished his meal when Wei Yizhen called. Master Chu, are you free today? Could you swing by my clinic? I'd like to discuss something with you. Later, then. I'll come see you after work. After all, Chu Fan now held a position of responsibility and couldn't simply come and go as he pleased. Wei Yizhen understood and hung up. After hanging up, Chu Fan tucked his phone away and followed Li Zhenmei into the car, heading toward Li group. But as he turned, he sensed several hostile gazes fixed on him from behind. They must be the people from yesterday. After a moment's thought, Chu Fan said to Li Zhenmei, I'd like to take the day off to meet a friend. Is that okay? Call Zhu Dashang, the head of customer service. He's your direct supervisor. If he approves, it's fine. No problem. Without another word, Chu Fan immediately dialed Zhu Dashang. Having just been reprimanded yesterday, Zhu Dashang dared not defy him. The outcome was predictable. Chu Fan secured his leave without a hitch. After watching Li Zhongmi leave, Chu Fan paused for a moment before walking away from the Li residence. No sooner had he turned a corner into an alley than he found himself caught between two groups. Caught between two fronts, Chu Fan calmly surveyed the faces of these men, recognizing them as the very ones he'd encountered at Tesla. Who sent you? Go ask the King of Hell. The leader sneered coldly, charging forward with an iron bar. That iron rod weighed at least 20 or 30 pounds. A direct blow to the head would split his skull open. Though Chu Fan disliked fighting, these men had crossed the line. Their every move was lethal, clearly aiming to take his life. Moreover, these men had prepared in advance, deliberately redirecting the surveillance cameras. Thus, even if they killed Chu Fan here, no one would ever trace it back to them. Realizing this, Chu Fan felt a sense of relief. He'd feared ending up behind bars again for crippling someone, but it turned out they'd already covered all his bases. With that settled, he had nothing left to hold him back. Without hesitation, Chu Fan rolled up his sleeves and unleashed a flurry of punches. With a series of sharp cracks, the surrounding attackers fell to the ground, some with broken bones, others suffering concussions. The burly man at the back, seeing the situation turn against them, suddenly shouted, "Security! Someone's committing assault here." Chu Fan whipped his head around, but the burly man swiftly vanished, clearly using a diversion tactic. Little did the burly man know, however, that Chu Fan had deliberately let him slip away to reel in the bigger fish. He quickened his pace, silently trailing the burly man, his concealment flawless. Chapter 31, Do I Deserve to Know Now? Chu Fan's speed was beyond that of ordinary men. The burly man, now utterly exhausted and terrified, could barely catch his breath after running just a few steps. Chu Fan massaged his temples, drew a silver needle, and flicked it into one of the burly man's pressure points, helping him temporarily recover his stamina. Suddenly feeling invigorated, the burly man accelerated his pace. After racing back to his car, he didn't even pause to catch his breath before immediately starting the engine. He intended to report the incident to his boss behind the scenes, completely unaware that someone was tailing him. 10 minutes later, the burly man arrived at a hotel called Zunshang. He got out of the car, glancing back nervously from time to time, as if afraid Chu Fan would catch up. Only after the man had entered the hotel did Chu Fan emerge. He smoothed his clothes and followed. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. Wearing the suit Li Zhenmei had bought for him, he passed the doorman without arousing suspicion and entered the hotel smoothly. As he stepped into the elevator, the young man operating the doors gave him a special nod, not because he recognized Chu Fan, but because he could tell the outfit was worth a fortune. Thus, when Chu Fan requested the top-floor presidential suite, the attendant showed no hint of suspicion and respectfully granted him access. Ha, this money-driven society is so pragmatic. Meanwhile, in the presidential suite on the top floor, a bald man in a bathrobe, holding a glass of red wine, sat on the sofa scrolling through his phone. After glancing at the dossier handed to him by his subordinate, he sneered, "What a joke. Turns out it's just some bumpkin from the sticks who's even done time in prison. And this piece of trash actually thinks he can stand in my way? Utterly delusional." With that, he shut off his phone, sipping his wine as he waited for good news. This man was He Shuwei. Just as Su Chuanli had uncovered, he was the one who had dispatched yesterday's hitman. He Heishui came from humble origins, once just a small-time thug. But with his sharp mind and smooth-talking ways, he'd climbed the ranks rapidly, becoming one of Jinling's 5 tigers of the underworld within just a few short years.
Each of Jinling's 5 tigers served a different boss. He Heishui's boss was Yang Yaoyan of the Yaoyan group.
Standing beside He Heishui were 3 men. Among them was Sang Biao, He Heishui's right-hand man, while the other 2 were Sang Biao's henchmen.
He Heishui glanced at Shang Biao and said, "I've looked into that kid's background. He doesn't seem like anything special. Whoever attacked our men yesterday was probably someone else.
You need to thoroughly investigate the surrounding surveillance footage.
Be extra cautious in the next operation.
Under no circumstances should you expose your identities." When Mr. Yang met with me yesterday, he stressed repeatedly that the Wanbao project is a must-win for Yaoyan Group. You lot better be thorough this time. Make sure you take out Li Jinmei.
If anyone gets in the way, eliminate them first. You have 3 days max, got it?
Understood, Mr. He.
Rest assured.
No sooner had Sang Biao finished speaking than a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside. The door swung open, and Yuan, the burly man Sang Biao had dispatched to eliminate Chu Fan, crashed to the floor with a thud. His expression was dazed, his body covered in blood.
"Sorry, Black Boss. The mission failed." Sang Biao's expression instantly hardened as he rushed over to help Yuan up. He Heishui frowned deeply. How could this happen? Could that kid have had help?
No, it was just him.
You're kidding. That kid looks like a little chick. How could he beat all of you? He Heishui refused to believe it. How could Chu Fan single-handedly ruin their plans?
Ignoring Yuan's injuries, he grabbed him by the collar and demanded an explanation.
Reality soon slapped He Heishui in the face. As he bellowed, the door left ajar suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. The next second, Chu Fan appeared before them.
His presence radiated overwhelming power, showing no sign of having just endured a brutal battle. Seeing Chu Fan like this, He Heishui's heart sank. He shot a fierce glare at Yuan, convinced that Yuan had betrayed him.
How else could Chu Fan have found such a hidden location?
Yuan was both furious and frustrated, his heart filled with resentment. Just as he opened his mouth to protest, the side effects of Chu Fan's chi-powered silver needles hit him, causing him to faint instantly.
Chu Fan scanned the entire scene, his gaze settling on He Heishui. "Why did you send men to kill me and my wife? Humph, you're not worthy of knowing."
He Heishui glanced outside the door, confirming Chu Fan had no other allies nearby.
Immediately feeling confident, he decided killing Chu Fan this roadblock right here would be a good choice. He signaled to his remaining henchmen, who understood instantly.
With a swift leap, he closed the door, trapping Chu Fan inside.
Now trapped like a turtle in a jar, He Heishui didn't even need to give the order. Sang Biao and his men immediately launched their assault on Chu Fan.
Chu Fan deftly ducked the attack, then countered with a backfist that slammed into the ribs of the man on his left. A piercing scream erupted from the man, his face instantly turning ashen. He crashed to the floor with a clang, unable to rise. Others saw nothing amiss, but the victim knew his kidneys had been shattered. Seeing this, the man on the right charged forward. His specialty was leg techniques, and he launched a sweeping kick aimed at Chu Fan's lower body. This time, Chu Fan lowered his body and grabbed the opponent's leg. A sharp crack echoed. The man collapsed instantly, his once proud iron legs now fractured. Seeing both his top fighters taken down by Chu Fan, Sang Biao's eyes flashed with apprehension, and he halted. Chu Fan clapped his hands and glanced sideways at He Heishui.
"Now do I deserve it?"
"Truly, heroes emerge young," He Heishui marveled, suppressing his shock.
"I never intended to kill you or your wife.
I was merely entrusted with a request to persuade your wife to abandon a project. Had you convinced her, not only would it have resolved our concerns, but you would have earned my approval and recommendation. I would have welcomed you into the brilliant group, where we could have enjoyed the good life together."
Chu Fan sneered dismissively at this. Black influence and black money? To me, they're no better than filth. Fine.
Since you refused the wine offered, don't blame me when you drink the punishment wine. He Heishui clapped his hands, and a masked man slowly emerged. He appeared frail and weak, yet his combat skills were anything but. Teaming up with Sang Biao, they launched a relentless assault on Chu Fan, one targeting his head and face, the other his lower body, leaving no opening. Chu Fan remained utterly composed. He sidestepped, one hand clamping down on Sang Biao's throat while the other grabbed the masked man's hair. With a swift, powerful jerk, he slammed the two men together with a thunderous crash. With a thunderous crash, both men spattered blood on the spot. Compared to Sang Biao, the masked man's skull proved significantly harder. Sang Biao collapsed unconscious on the ground, while the masked man, still conscious, stared at Chu Fan in sheer terror. Clutching his bleeding forehead, his eyes were filled with utter disbelief. "Where did you get that strength?" Chu Fan ignored him, stepping forward. He Heishui recoiled in terror, his expression utterly horrified. Yet Chu Fan merely walked over to the coffee table, picked up a tissue, and wiped his hands. Just as He Heishui thought he'd narrowly escaped and could negotiate with Chu Fan suddenly spoke, "Of the two of you, only one will live." He Heishui stared at the masked man, his pupils contracting sharply. He Shui, now is the time for you to repay me. I've kept you alive all these years. Shut up. The masked man removed his mask, revealing a delicate face but only one eye. All these years you've kept me around, only to use me. Afraid I'd turn on my master, you had someone cripple one of my eyes. Did you think I didn't know? As he spoke, He Shui picked up the vase from the coffee table and smashed it violently onto the floor. After it shattered, he picked up one of the shards and walked toward He Heishui. Without giving him a chance to beg for mercy, He Shui ended He Heishui's life with the shard. Blood spattered the ceiling. Once one of the 5 tigers of Jinling, the once arrogant He Heishui met his end with his throat slit. He Shui knelt on the floor, pleading, Mr. Chu, I had no choice but to follow He Heishui before. Now I intend to turn over a new leaf. Please give me a chance. I won't get involved in your disputes, as long as they don't interfere with my normal life. Shu Fan waved his hand dismissively, finding a chair and sitting down. Speak, he ordered. Who is this Mr. Yang that He Heishui mentioned? Having narrowly escaped death, He Shui dared not conceal anything. He truthfully revealed everything. The Wanbao project determined the future trajectory of both conglomerates. However, compared to the Brilliant Group, the Li Group needed this project far more. If the Li Group lost this battle, they would soon be swallowed whole by the Brilliant Group, becoming yesterday's news and ceasing to exist. I see. Chu Fan nodded slightly, finally piecing together the entire situation. I'm leaving. Pretend I was never here. Got it? He Shui froze for a moment before understanding instantly. Understood. I took care of these people. They killed He Heishui, and I avenged him. Pretty sharp. Chu Fan smiled and added, I don't want anyone bothering me about this again. As for how to stage the scene, I trust you're smart enough to handle it without my guidance. Rest assured, Mr. Chu. I'll handle this properly. He Shui nodded repeatedly. Only after Chu Fan vanished did he slump to the ground, wiping sweat from his brow and breathing a sigh of relief. A master. A true master. Definitely a cultivator hidden among mortals. This man must be befriended, never offended. Chapter 32, The Nameless Hero. After leaving the hotel, Chu Fan didn't return to Li Group. Instead, he headed straight for Wei Yizhen's clinic. He'd already taken the morning off, so whether he went to Li Group or not didn't matter. First things first, he needed to handle Wei Yizhen's situation. Today, Wei Jingjing wore a white lab coat, radiating an intellectual elegance that made her appear far more composed than usual. Spotting Chu Fan, Wei Jingjing warmly welcomed him inside while calling out loudly to Wei Yizhen. Wei Yizhen, who had been reading in his office, hurried out upon learning of Chu Fan's arrival. Master Dr. Chu. I thought you wouldn't arrive until noon. Please, have a seat. Wei Yizhen received Chu Fan in the tea room. Before Chu Fan could ask what matter they were discussing, another man suddenly walked in from outside. Han Wenqing. Seeing Han Wenqing appear here, Chu Fan frowned slightly. Mr. Wei, is this the matter you wished to discuss with me? Wei Yizhen gave an awkward smile and stepped in to mediate. Master Chu, Mr. Han has realized his mistake. He asked me to arrange this meeting so he could apologize in person. Seeing his sincerity, I agreed. Please forgive his rashness yesterday, let bygones be bygones. Han Wenqing wielded extraordinary power. If he could seize this opportunity to build goodwill and leverage it, his future ascent would be meteoric. While considering his own interests, he was also inadvertently aiding Chu Fan. Under normal circumstances, if anyone dared call him a reckless fool, Han Wenqing would explode like a powder keg. But at this moment, he remained silent, standing there meekly with his head bowed. Only after Wei Yizhen gave him a subtle nod did he speak, his voice filled with regret. Master Chu, yesterday my father's illness was critical. In my panic, I spoke without restraint and uttered many harsh words. The fault lies entirely with me. Therefore, I have come specifically to apologize. I also sincerely hope we can become friends and turn hostility into friendship. As he spoke, he lifted a cup of warm tea and offered it to Chu Fan. Han Wenqing's sincerity stemmed not only from genuine remorse for his actions but, more crucially, from the pressure exerted by his father, Han Weiman. Offending a divine healer was unwise, especially one so young. Chu Fan glanced at Wei Yizhen's hopeful gaze and Wei Jingjing's subtle wink. Ultimately, he nodded, accepted the warm tea, and drank it in one gulp. Alright, I'll grant Wei Lao and Miss Wei the courtesy of accepting your apology. But whether we can become friends depends entirely on your future conduct. Thank you, Divine Dr. Chu, for your magnanimity. Han Wenqing flashed a relieved smile. Chu Fan hummed in acknowledgement, exchanged a few casual words, then excused himself, citing the need to return to Li Group. Seeing this, Wei Yizhen promptly arranged for Wei Jingjing to drive him out, the service impeccably attentive. Mr. Wei truly has an eye for talent to have befriended such a formidable figure and to have the foresight to have his granddaughter build rapport with divine physician Chu. His strategic depth is something I, Han, truly admire. Noticing the meaningful smile playing on Wei Yizhen's lips, Han Wenqing seemed to grasp his intent, murmuring his admiration. Mr. Han, you flatter me. The world of the young ultimately hinges on mutual rapport.
I merely added a little filler.
Listening to this old fox Wei Yizhen speak, Han Wenqing smiled in agreement on the surface, but inwardly regretted having a son. Had he had a daughter instead, he could have employed Wei Yizhen's beauty strategy to lure Chu Fan into his fold. In the car, with nothing else to do, Chu Fan began asking Wei Jingjing about He Heishui. He'd assumed Wei Jingjing, being new here, might not know He Heishui, but to his surprise, not only did she know him, she knew quite a lot. After a thorough briefing, Wei Jingjing solemnly warned Chu Fan, He Heishui is notorious for his petty vindictiveness. Anyone who crosses him faces certain death. If you ever see his men, keep your distance. Never confront them head on. You won't come out unscathed. Chu Fan chuckled, not taking the warning seriously. He Heishui had already been killed by He Shui. What was there left to be cautious about? Words spoken without thought, but heard with concern. Though Chu Fan brushed it off vaguely, Wei Jingjing couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Upon returning to the clinic, she immediately shared the story with Wei Yizhen. Han Wenqing, who overheard the conversation nearby, seemed to grasp something.
Could it be related to the Wanbao project?
He knew He Heishui was Yang Yaoyan's man. Coupled with the recent conflict between Yaoyan Group and Li Group, he instantly connected the dots. Though he had no intention of intervening to aid the Li family, Han Wenqing considered that Chu Fan, as the Li family's son-in-law, might get drawn into the conflict. To repay a favor, Han Wenqing called his assistant and instructed him to warn He Heishui not to touch the young man named Chu Fan. Unexpectedly, the assistant delivered utterly shocking news: He Heishui had been murdered. Hearing this, Han Wenqing's eyes widened as he sprang to his feet. He Heishui, one of the Jiling 5 tigers backed by the dazzling Yao Group, had been killed just like that? Who on earth could have done this? Li Group, acting chairman's office. Su Chunli reviewed documents while grumbling. He's back on his feet but won't return to work, just playing the absentee boss. That stubborn old man. I'll have to deal with him when he gets back. No sooner had she spoken than her assistant reported that Yang Yaoyan from the Yaoyan Group was here to see her. Ha! Su Chunli narrowed her eyes, recalling yesterday's attack on Li Jinmei, and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Ha! A weasel paying respects to a hen. She nodded, adjusted her attire, and followed her assistant to the reception hall. Upon entering the reception hall, Yang Yaoyan sat on the sofa without even lifting his head, his legs crossed arrogantly as if he owned the place. Su Chunli's expression darkened slightly, but mindful of his status, she said nothing and sat down on her own. Mr. Yang, it's been a while. Yang Yao's lips curled into a forced smile. Chairman Su, you're still going strong. Your stint as acting chairman only adds to your authority. Hard work keeps one young. Lately, certain parties have been eyeing Li Group greedily. If I don't stay alert and prepare for battle, wouldn't that give them an opening? Su Chunli countered his move. Oh? Who dares to set their sights on Li Group? Chairman Su, we've known each other for years. If there's anything I can do, just say the word. I may not have many skills, but I've got plenty of men under me. Finding the mastermind behind this? No problem. Yang Yaoyan's feigned ignorance drew scornful laughter from Su Chunli's heart. This guy really has some nerve. Since he refused to admit it, Su Chunli saw no point in escalating the confrontation. She shifted the topic. No need for you to go out of your way, Mr. Yang. You came to see me today primarily to discuss the Wanbao project, correct? You're a shrewd operator, Madam Su. I appreciate your direct approach. I'm determined to secure the Wanbao project, but I'm facing some cash flow issues lately. So, why not skip the competition? Just hand the project over to me. That way, I can save some money. Yang Yaoyan's expression was a mix of amusement and mockery. Then we could reinvest that money into your Li Group. Wouldn't that be a win-win for both of us? Win-win? Ha! Su Chunli couldn't contain herself any longer and snorted derisively. Mr. Yang, you want me to hand over the project, then seize our company's shares under the guise of investing? Your scheme is truly audacious. Put away your ambitions. The Li family won't be carved up at your whim. Su Chunli stood up forcefully, her gaze condescending as she stared down Yang Yaoyan, showing no sign of compromise. Very well. We'll see if your granddaughter this weak, fragile woman can withstand my thunderous tactics. Yang Yaoyan's true colors were revealed at these words. If your granddaughter lacks fortitude and ultimately succumbs to the pressure, I hope you won't blame me, Chairman Su. The blame lies solely with your refusal to yield. His eyes flashed with murderous intent, and the cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth sent a chill down anyone's spine. Su Chunli refused to admit defeat. She gritted her teeth inwardly, frantically searching for a countermeasure. Though she disliked Li Jinmei and didn't want her to inherit the company, she was still her own flesh and blood. How could she allow anyone to harm her? Seeing Su Chunli still refusing to budge, Yang Yao pressed his threat. Chairwoman Su, women are fragile creatures. Especially beautiful ones like your granddaughter. They can be destroyed so easily. I have a man under me named He Heishui. He takes particular pleasure in tormenting beautiful women and detests anyone who opposes me. Your granddaughter fits both descriptions. Though I've explicitly warned him not to touch her, that boy has a rebellious streak. I can't guarantee he'll heed my orders. So, tell your granddaughter to be careful lately. If anything happens, don't come looking for me to settle the score. Yang Yaoyan feigned innocence, his tone brimming with arrogance, his expression radiating sheer audacity.
Su Chunli's face turned ashen. She cursed herself inwardly for failing to bear a formidable son or a capable grandson. After all, women were no match for these ruthless men. Just as Su Chunli was agonizing over whether to concede, Yang Yaoyan's phone suddenly rang. Frowning, Yang Yaoyan took the phone and stepped aside to answer it.
Su Chunli also received a call from Li Zhenghua, delivering news highly favorable to the Li family. He Heishui had been killed. Upon hearing this, Su Chunli immediately turned to look at Yang Yaoyan, who was still on the phone. Clearly, Yang Yaoyan had received the same news. His expression changed dramatically in that instant, all traces of his earlier arrogance vanishing. Panic replaced his confidence, and his voice faltered. You! After hanging up, Yang Yaoyan glared at Su Chunli, who was staring at him with a mocking expression, his teeth grinding in fury.
You did this. You killed my men.
Su Chunli shrugged indifferently, shaking her head. What goes around comes around.
I haven't done anything. Mr. Yang, have you crossed the wrong people?
I'd advise you to be careful lately. She genuinely didn't know who was targeting Yang Yaoyan, but she was thoroughly delighted by the turn of events. With someone taking him down, the Li group could finally breathe a little easier.
You just wait. This isn't over. Fuming with rage, Yang Yaoyan rushed off to deal with He Heishui.
After spitting out his threat, he stormed out in a fury. After Yang Yaoyan left, Su Chunli slumped onto the sofa, exhaling a shaky breath of relief. She summoned Li Zhenmei over.
Before Li Zhenmei could ask why, Su Chunli laid out the entire story about He Heishui.
Upon hearing that He Heishui was dead, Li Zhenmei was utterly shocked. Her delicate brows furrowed as doubts began to stir in her mind.
This was too coincidental, wasn't it? He had sent someone after her just yesterday, and now he was dead?
That guy was so arrogant, he must have made enemies left and right.
I actually hoped he was a tough nut to crack, someone who could give Yang Yaoyan a headache.
That way, our immediate crisis could be resolved.
Su Chunli never considered Chu Fan as the culprit.
Instead, she hoped a third party had intervened, giving the Li family a chance to seize the upper hand in the Wanbao project. Li Zhenmei nodded, a flicker of gratitude in her eyes. Though she didn't know who this mysterious benefactor was, they had significantly eased her burden.
Salute to the unnamed hero. Chapter 33, Undercurrents Stir, Elder Han's Birthday.
At this moment, Chu Fan remained unaware that he had become that unnamed hero.
Returning to the customer service department of Li Group, his first sight was Zhu Dachang applying ointment. It's clear that the lesson I gave him yesterday was a bit too harsh. Minister Zhu, come here for a moment.
Zhu Dachang's body stiffened at the sight of Chu Fan beckoning him over, his expression visibly strained.
What do you want?
To repay your favor of granting me leave, I'll treat your injuries. Chu Fan spoke as he produced the plum blossom needles. Zhu Dachang stared at the chilling needles, finding this so-called treatment nothing but a joke.
No, thank you. I can tend to my own injuries.
But Chu Fan paid him no mind, striding forward regardless.
Hey, don't come any closer. Help! Help me! Zhu Dachang's face drained of color as he screamed desperately.
Unfortunately, he'd sent all the other employees out to buy ice cream, leaving him completely alone with no one to help.
I'm not some old hag, so stop screaming like a ghost.
Chu Fan rolled his eyes, flicked his finger, and sent the plum blossom needles into the acupoints.
Guided by his qi, true energy flowed through the air into Zhu Dachang's body. The bruises and old injuries on Zhu Dachang's body began healing at a visible pace, eventually disappearing completely.
This?
Zhu Dachang's eyes widened in terror. Are you damn sure this isn't some kind of divine magic? Next time, remember to rein in your temper.
When you provoke the wrong people, the consequences will be dire. Chu Fan withdrew the plum blossom needles and reminded him.
Yes.
Zhu Dachang was so shaken by Chu Fan's display that his scalp tingled. For a moment, he regarded Chu Fan as a divine being.
Any thoughts of seeking revenge vanished in that instant. Damn it, challenging a divine physician?
That's just courting death. Just then, a group of colleagues returned with ice cream. Without a word, Zhu Dachang grabbed the most expensive ice cream bar and handed it to Chu Fan.
Fan, you're treating. Everyone was utterly baffled. Before going out to buy ice cream, hadn't Zhu Dachang told them to keep their distance from Chu Fan and give him the cold shoulder? So what's going on now? A complete 180-degree shift in attitude? Thanks, but no thanks. Chu Fan waved his hand and asked, do you know anything about the Wanbao project? Bro Fan, you've come to the right person.
Zhu Dachang sat down beside Chu Fan with his usual familiarity and explained, Wanbao is a major project for our Li Group.
Everyone in the company is working on it. But from what I know, Li Group's chances of securing the Wanbao project aren't great.
After all, Yao Yen Group has its eye on this plum project. Whether it's scale or numbers, Li Group can't compete with Yao Yen Group.
What happens if we fail? A female colleague asked nervously. Her name was Zhang Xiaolan.
Her father was a shareholder in the company, and she had joined the customer service department after graduating last year.
Zhu Dechang sighed helplessly. The consequences of failure would be severe. At best, the Li Group could suffer a major setback. At worst, it could face bankruptcy and restructuring. That bad? Zhang Xiaolan's face drained of color, and she stopped eating her ice cream. The others grew anxious too. They'd been coasting along with Zhu Dechang and the others, enjoying the comfortable, easy money. None of them wanted Li Group to face disaster. It's not exaggerated. Given that the Brilliant Group and our Li Group are bitter rivals, if Wanbao falls into their hands, their overall strength could crush us in no time. Then, taking down Li Group would be as easy as pie. Zhu Dechang stated bluntly. After grasping the stakes involved, Zhu Fan fell deep in thought. It seemed he would have to secretly lend Li Jinmei a hand. Speaking of the Brilliant Group, I just heard some explosive news. Suddenly, a colleague snapped his fingers as if remembering something. What news? Zhu Dechang asked curiously. He Heishui, one of the Jinling 5 tigers, kicked the bucket at the Zuanchang Hotel today. At this, Zhu Dechang and the others all looked stunned. Holy? Is that for real? No way. That's Black Boss backed by the dazzling Yao Group, powerful and influential. How could he just drop dead out of nowhere? Who could possibly take down Black Boss in Jinling? That person must be a top-tier figure, right? Who is it? The group debated fiercely, yet couldn't make heads or tails of it. Even the source of the rumor was merely repeating hearsay, clueless about the depth of the situation. Zhu Fan glanced at their excited, gossip-hungry expressions and couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. What does he Heishui's death have to do with you? Were you even close to him? Bro Fan, you don't know the whole story. He Heishui was Yang Yaoyan's right-hand man. With him gone, his territory will be carved up. That's basically weakening Yang Yaoyan's power. Zhu Dechang's eyes gleamed with excitement as he chuckled. If we plant someone to seize all the resources under He Heishui's control, we won't just gain an opening, we'll put pressure on Yang Yaoyan. Zhu Dechang grew more and more excited as he spoke, rubbing his hands together eagerly, looking as if he was itching to take on the task himself. But before he could finish, a short-haired man beside him poured cold water on the idea. Brother Zhu, Chairman Li has made it clear that Li Group conducts business with integrity and never touches gray industries. Even if we had such intentions, the higher-ups would never approve. Hearing this, Zhu Dechang deflated instantly, muttering under his breath, "You reminded me, I'd almost forgotten that." Given Chairman Li's character, he'd rather see the Li Group go bankrupt than get involved in something like this. Hearing this, Zhu Fan couldn't help but feel a deep respect for the old man. In today's world, the collusion of money and power among the elite is no secret. Yet old Chairman Li remained untouched by such corruption, standing apart from the world. His character was truly precious. Time passed slowly, and before long, it was time to leave work. Li Zhonghua called Li Jinmei, instructing her to bring Zhu Fan back to the ancestral home to stay that night. Though reluctant, Li Jinmei reluctantly agreed, reasoning that her grandfather had just recovered from a serious illness and needed to be coddled. No sooner had Zhu Fan stepped through the door than Wei Yizhen's call came in. "Master Wei, what is it?" "Master Chu, old Master Han's birthday is approaching. A banquet will be held at the Dongling Mountain Villa the day after tomorrow. Han Wenqing wishes to invite you, but he fears you might decline if he asks directly. He asked me to help bridge the gap and inquire if you're available." Wei Yizhen spoke, seemingly afraid of Chu Fan's refusal. He immediately brought up the benefits of severing ties with the Han family. Seeing Wei Yizhen pleading so earnestly, Chu Fan couldn't bring himself to refuse and agreed. They agreed to meet at the clinic the day after tomorrow to depart together, then hung up. Meanwhile, in the living room, Li Zhonghua and Su Chuanli were still discussing how to persuade the Han family to lend their assistance. Li Zhonghua massaged his temples and sighed wryly, "We've never had much of a relationship with the Hans. Approaching them out of the blue will surely get us turned away. Prepare a generous gift," Su Chuanli suggested. "Present it during old Master Han's birthday celebration the day after tomorrow. Even if they won't help us, they might accept the gift. If we can appeal to his interests, we might just get an opening. But we don't even have an invitation. We can't just show up unannounced, can we? Besides, we have no idea what old Master Han likes." Li Zhonghua looked troubled. He'd lived his whole life with integrity. Though he'd occasionally needed connections for business, he couldn't just start making new ones now. What's there to be shy about? The company's about to go under, and you're still worried about saving face? Call old Gene, he'll definitely get invitations. Then have him bring us along. Alright then. With the fate of Li Group hanging in the balance, Li Zhonghua steeled himself and dialed his old friend, Jin Taiyang. The friendship between Li Zhonghua and Jin Taiyang dated back 30 years. They had been comrades in arms, even assigned to the same squad. Once, while on a mission, Jin Taiyang's foot got caught in a mountain trap. Li Zhonghua carried him on his back for over 20 miles, racing against the night to get him back to the barracks. Ever since, Jin Taiyang had regarded Li Zhonghua as his savior and closest friend.
Later, however, Li Zhonghua chose to leave the military due to health reasons and entered business, while Jin Taiyang pursued a career in politics. To avoid any appearance of impropriety, they rarely contacted each other in daily life. They could only meet during major holidays and dared not get too close. Recalling their past bond, Li Zhonghua shared his current predicament. Golden Sun immediately promised to secure invitations, allowing the Li family to attend Old Master Han's birthday banquet with dignity. With one worry resolved, Su Chunli immediately turned to Li Zhonghua to discuss He Heishui's situation. "I sent someone to investigate this afternoon," she said. "It turns out He Heishui was killed by his own men. His adopted son, He Shui, arrived too late to save him, but he avenged his death. Rumor has it Yang Yaoyan now intends to promote He Shui." Li Zhonghua shook his head, speaking with a hint of skepticism. He Heishui may have been a tyrant, arrogant and ruthless, but he treated his own men fairly. This internal strife probably isn't as straightforward as it seems. Su Chunli nodded in agreement. In her view, He Shui likely didn't possess the capability to orchestrate such a move. Someone else was truly behind it. Meanwhile, Golden Sun, who had just finished speaking with Li Zhonghua, immediately brought up the matter with his son. At his age, Li Zhonghua's ambition hasn't diminished one bit. Getting a few invitations isn't the issue. The real problem is he wants to partner with the Han family to secure the Wanbao project. That's truly. Hearing his father's words, Jin Taiyang's son sneered coldly. "Ha, Li Zhonghua is truly laughable. All these years, he's used his status as our benefactor to barely associate with us, claiming it's to avoid suspicion. But really, isn't he just afraid of spending money? When it comes to closeness, our relationship with Yang Yaoyan is clearly stronger now. Why should we help him? I doubt old Han would agree to let some third-rate family into the inner circle. As for the invitations, I think we should just not give them. If Yang Yaoyan finds out about this, he'll think we're two-faced." After hearing his son's words, Golden Sun nodded. Though conflicted inside, he ultimately didn't want to offend Yang Yaoyan. Meanwhile, Han Wenqing, deeply concerned about whether Chu Fan could attend the birthday banquet, called Wei Yizhen again during dinner. Upon receiving confirmation, he immediately shared the good news with Han Weiman. Han Weiman's eyes lit up. He immediately instructed Han Wenqing, "Wenqing, you'd better prepare thoroughly for this. Don't dare to neglect Mr. Chu. Arrange for a driver to pick them up. Make absolutely sure they arrive." "Don't worry, Dad. I'll personally handle it." Han Weiman stroked his chin. "Oh, and I heard that after He Heishui died, Yang Yaoyan seems to be pushing He Shui into his position. Send an invitation to He Shui too. He Heishui dared to cross Mr. Chu. He deserved to die. We'll use the banquet to give He Shui a gentle reminder, just so he doesn't get any ideas." "Understood." Han Wenqing nodded, then asked, "Old Wei said Mr. Chu is coming with them. Do we still need to prepare invitations for the Li family? You decide." Han Weiman waved his hand dismissively, washing his hands of the matter. Han Weiman hummed in acknowledgement. After much deliberation, he decided to prepare 3 invitations. Given the Li family's standing, they weren't worthy of receiving invitations from the Han family. But for Chu Fan's sake, we'll give them the courtesy. Chapter 34, The True Protagonist. The next day, Chu Fan went to work as usual and happened to see colleagues from the sales office handling the clearance of several properties for lease property management. They came to the customer service department to ask if anyone wanted to purchase them at employee prices. Xu Dechang and his group all waved it off, but Chu Fan stepped forward and reserved one. He happened to have 400,000 yuan on hand, and with such a generous 15% discount available to employees, he wasn't about to pass it up. Watching Chu Fan sign and swipe his card with such ease, Xu Dechang felt a pang of envy. Even as a second-generation rich kid, shelling out hundreds of thousands at once was no small feat. Ah, the life of a wealthy family's son-in-law is truly enviable. Xu Dechang thought sourly to himself, though he dared not utter a word aloud. After smoothly getting through his day shift, Chu Fan intended to check on the stall that evening. However, Li Zhenmei summoned him back to the ancestral home, saying Grandma had an important announcement to make. Upon arriving home, the dining table was already laden with delicacies. No sooner had Li Zhenmei and Chu Fan sat down than Su Chunli excitedly produced 3 gleaming golden invitations. "Look! Your Grandpa Jean really got things done. The Han family's invitations actually arrived." Li Zhenmei's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had been fretting over how to establish connections with the Han family, and now the opportunity had practically walked through the door. Li Zhonghua glanced at the invitations and initially shared her excitement. But when his gaze fell on Chu Fan, who was quietly eating beside him, he muttered, "What's with old Jean? I specifically asked him to get 4 invitations. Why is one missing? I'll call him and ask." As he reached for his phone, Su Chunli stopped him. "Give it a rest. People need dignity, trees need bark. Getting 3 invitations is already generous enough. Why do you need more? You, me, and Zhenmei going together is perfect, isn't it?" Li Zhonghua glanced at Chu Fan, hesitating to speak. Clearly, he wanted to bring Chu Fan along to broaden his horizons. Unfortunately, there were only 3 invitations.
The next day, Chu Fan went to work as usual and took some time to check out the pre-sale property. Come evening, he arrived at Wei Yizhen's clinic as agreed to meet him. Wei Yizhen had specially changed into a dark blue Zhongshan suit, looking sharp and energetic, his hair combed immaculately. Wei Jingjing was also dressed up, looking even more charming than her usual lightly made-up self. She wore a champagne-colored one-shoulder evening gown, appearing gentle and graceful, a far cry from her usual chatty self. Upon seeing Wei Jingjing's transformation, Chu Fan couldn't help but compliment her on looking exceptionally radiant today. Wei Jingjing blushed and lowered her head, both surprised and delighted. Just as she was about to say something, Han Wenqing, who had just entered the door, interrupted her. So Mr. Chu has already arrived? My apologies for being late. I just arrived myself, it's not too late. As the saying goes, you don't bite the hand that feeds you. Given Han Wenqing's polite demeanor, Chu Fan didn't give him the cold shoulder like he usually would. The group got ready and boarded Han Wenqing's car. In Jinling, everyone knew Han Wenqing's license plate bore 6/8. Thus, the moment his car entered the mountain villa, guests coming and going recognized him instantly. After the car stopped, Han Wenqing stepped out first and proactively opened the passenger door for the person seated there. This scene left the others speechless. Several who had intended to step forward to greet him hesitated and froze in place. Who could possibly command such respect that Han Wenqing would bow to their wishes? They observed further and saw two people emerge from the back seat. These two they recognized a renowned doctor, Wei Yizhen, and his granddaughter. As for the young man in the front passenger seat, the crowd exchanged puzzled glances, none recognizing who he might be. Under Han Wenqing's personal escort, Chu Fan and his two companions entered the venue without a single obstacle, not even needing to present their invitation. Shortly after the group of four entered, Li Yongmi arrived in her car with her grandparents. Glancing around, she thought the man beside Han Wenqing resembled Chu Fan in his attire and silhouette, but quickly dismissed the notion. How could Chu Fan possibly have the qualifications to attend such an event? Unrealistic. Li Jinmei kept her mistaken identity to herself. After parking the car, she helped her grandparents into the venue. Upon entering, Li Zhonghua felt a pang of unease as he surveyed the opulent decor and the dignitaries and VIPs moving about. He muttered to himself. Why was there one less invitation? Su Chuanli nudged him. Enough grumbling. A wild boar can't eat fine bran. Chu Fan's never been to an event like this, he'd only embarrass himself. Let's go. Li Zhonghua opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing, following his wife and granddaughter forward. Meanwhile, Chu Fan and his group followed Han Wenqing straight to Han Weiman's lounge. Han Weiman was currently conversing with another young man. The moment the young man saw Han Wenqing enter, he sprang to his feet to greet him, showing not the slightest hint of disrespect. Han Weiman, however, stepped forward and grasped Chu Fan's hand. Master Dr. Chu, we've been waiting for you. Chu Fan smiled. You look well, old Han. It seems you've fully recovered. It's all thanks to you, isn't it? Ha! He Shui, who had kept his head bowed, suddenly lifted his gaze upon hearing that familiar voice. He instantly recognized Chu Fan and hastily lowered his head again, trembling with fear. This scene unfolded so swiftly that others failed to notice, yet Han Wenqing took it all in. Why was he Shui so afraid of Chu Fan? Could it be that he He Shui's death? A bold thought flashed through Han Wenqing's mind. His eyes darted around as he suppressed his shock for the moment, intending to report this matter to his father later. Han Weiman had summoned He Shui alone precisely to use his own stance as a warning, ensuring He Shui would not cause trouble for Chu Fan in the future. Now that his purpose was achieved, He Shui had no reason to linger. He dismissed him with a casual wave. What Han Weiman didn't know was that after witnessing Chu Fan's ruthless killing, He Shui would never dare provoke him again even without being told. As he brushed past Chu Fan, He Shui's body trembled involuntarily. He ducked low and fled as if his life depended on it. Dr. Chu, they say exceptional people settle down early. I was thinking of introducing you to someone, but upon inquiry, I learned you're already married. The Li family is truly blessed to have found a son-in-law like you. Chu Fan felt a flush of embarrassment at these words. Well, Jinmei and I fell for each other at first sight, so we got together quickly. His thoughts drifted to the recent crisis at Li Group, and he shifted the conversation. Mr. Han, has your family ever collaborated with the Li family? To be honest, I'm not particularly familiar with the Li family. But for the sake of Dr. Chu's reputation, I've been able to collaborate with them. Han Weiman showed Chu Fan considerable respect, not only lowering his stance but also extending goodwill proactively. I heard just the other day that the Li Group is currently vying for the Wanbao project. Going it alone would be difficult to pull off. To show my sincerity, I'm unilaterally announcing that the Wanbao project goes to the Li Group. Consider this the first step in cooperation between our Han and Li families. My deepest gratitude, Elder Han. Chu Fan reflected on the immense care shown to him by old Master Li. He felt it was only right to reciprocate. Since Han Weiman was offering this favor, he accepted it without hesitation. Not at all. In the future, my Han family will still need the care of the divine Dr. Chu. Han Weiman waved his hand and laughed heartily.
Chu Fan understood that Han Weiman's care referred to medical treatment, so he didn't refuse, merely nodding slowly.
Witnessing the entire exchange, Wei Yizhen couldn't help but feel deeply moved.
This was the advantage of possessing genuine, hard power. Time passed slowly, and the banquet was about to begin. Guests took their seats one by one, and as luck would have it, He Shuwei found himself seated next to the Li Zhonghua family of 3. He Shuwei wasn't afraid of the Li family, but he dreaded Chu Fan. The moment he saw Li Zhenmei sitting beside him, his heart pounded like a drum, his face paled, and he slipped away before his seat had even grown warm. When Li Zhenmei first realized she was seated with He Shuwei, she felt uneasy too. After all, his godfather had once tried to kill her. Yet, inexplicably, He Shuwei had already bolted in panic. This left Li Zhenmei both relieved and utterly baffled. What exactly was He Shuwei afraid of? Lost in thought, Han Wenqing's assistant approached. Mr. Han sent me to ask, how confident is Li Group about the Wanbao project? Caught off guard by the sudden question, Li Zhenmei paused before declaring with desperate resolve, if the Han family agrees to support us, then we have 100% certainty. Alright, after the meeting, head to the lounge. Mr. Han will discuss the Wanbao project contract with you. Han Wenqing's assistant arrived and departed in a hurry, leaving after exchanging only a few words. But upon hearing this good news, Li Zhongmi was so moved she nearly shed tears. It felt like a windfall from heaven, a huge one at that. Old Jean must have returned the favor and put in a good word for us. Su Chuanli was ecstatic. Taking a deep breath, she said, we should prepare a gift for old Li later to thank him for his kind words. Li Zhonghua shook his head with a smile, no need for gifts just yet. Old Jean is about to retire. Better to avoid any appearance of impropriety. Watching her straightforward old man, Su Chunli felt frustrated with his lack of tact and resolved to deliver the gift herself. Just then, Jin Taiyang arrived with his son Jin Weijin. Jin Taiyang frowned upon seeing the Li Zhonghua family seated in the front row. Strange. How did they get in here? Jin Weijin was utterly perplexed. Before she could process it, she saw Li Zhonghua and his group bowing deeply to her and her father in gratitude. The two were utterly bewildered, exchanging confused glances, when suddenly the banquet's main guest, Han Weiman, made his grand entrance. The crowd fell silent, not daring to make a sound. Han Weiman strode onto the stage with great vigor, picked up a golden microphone worth hundreds of thousands, and smiled at the entire hall. It is my great honor to gather here today with all my dear friends and family. You see, just days ago, I was on the brink of death and nearly unable to host this birthday banquet. It was only thanks to a benefactor sent from heaven who saved my life that I have the chance to stand here today. To express my gratitude to this benefactor, please allow me, before the banquet begins, to formally introduce my savior to everyone. Though clearly the host of this banquet, Han Weiman had transformed himself into the MC, passionately setting the stage for Chu Fan's entrance. A spotlight swept toward the side entrance, drawing the entire hall's gaze with unprecedented anticipation. The number of people in all of Jinling whom Han Weiman held in such high regard could be counted on one hand. Inside the side entrance, Chu Fan felt somewhat reluctant. However, having heard from Han Wenqing that his assistant had already finalized the Wanbao project deal with the Li family, he felt it would be impolite not to cooperate. Li Zhonghua and the others gazed curiously toward the stage, eager to see who this distinguished guest might be. Yet, the moment the figure's face came into view, all three were utterly speechless. They seemed to have lost their voices, frozen in place, unable to speak or move. Han Weiman's benefactor was actually Chu Fan? Chapter 35, Low-Key Development is the way to go. Amidst the disbelief etched on Li Zhonghua and the others' faces, Chu Fan reluctantly made his way to the center of the stage. All eyes in the venue converged on him, surprise evident on every face. Could this young man truly be Han Weiman's benefactor? Was it real? He certainly didn't look like a wealthy young master from the capital. Chu Fan's attire was so ordinary, so downright shabby compared to the dignitaries and nobles present that he practically looked like a penniless beggar. Li Zhonghua patted Li Zhenmei's shoulder and stammered, that's definitely Chu Fan, right? Li Zhenmei looked equally bewildered, taking a long moment before nodding. It is him. He wore this very outfit when he left home today. You all saw him too? Su Chuanli thought she was dreaming until she heard the grandfather and granddaughter discussing it, finally believing it was real. Chu Fan, of course, noticed the expressions on their faces. He was so embarrassed he could practically dig a 3-bedroom apartment out of his skin. After Han Weiman formally introduced everyone, he handed the microphone to Chu Fan, gesturing for him to greet the crowd. Chu Fan waved his hands repeatedly. He'd never spoken in front of such a large crowd before. The usually poised and confident Chu Fan was unusually nervous. Han Weiman saw Chu Fan's unease and smiled without comment. It made sense a grassroots individual from humble origins couldn't possibly be witty and charming on his first attempt at such a grand occasion. Despite this, Han Weiman didn't mock Chu Fan. Instead, he took back the microphone and declared, "Don't be fooled by this young man's quiet demeanor and reserved nature. He is, in fact, an exceptionally skilled divine physician.
His lengthy introduction served a clear purpose, to intimidate those with ulterior motives, like Yang Yaoyan, and pave the way for Chu Fan, ensuring the Li family wouldn't underestimate him. Han Weiman was far-sighted and thoughtful, considering many things for Chu Fan out of gratitude. Yet some stubbornly refused to believe that the young Chu Fan could be any kind of divine healer. Since Han Weiman had only met Chu Fan through Wei Yizhen, Han Wenqing arranged for Wei Yizhen and Wei Jingjing to sit among the principal guests at the banquet, placing them on equal footing with his own family members. Consequently, many present mistakenly assumed Chu Fan was Wei Yizhen's apprentice. They speculated that Wei Yizhen, having recently opened a new clinic, had orchestrated this event through Han Weiman to generate buzz for his establishment and simultaneously promote his apprentice's reputation. Li Zhonghua and his two companions, however, had a slightly different theory. They believed Chu Fan must have struck a deal with Wei Yizhen to impersonate his disciple. After all, the medical skills Chu Fan had demonstrated last time far surpassed Wei Yizhen's, making it impossible for him to be subordinate to him. After stepping down, upon hearing whispers that he was Wei Yizhen's disciple, Chu Fan pondered briefly before deciding to spin the story in that direction. Master Wei, if anyone asks later, just say I was trained by you. You're the one who saved Elder Han's life. As the saying goes, the common man bears no guilt, but possessing a precious gem invites blame. Excessive flaunting only leads to ruin. Staying low-key and developing quietly is the true path to success. Wei Yizhen found this response odd. Master Chu, what are you after? Elder Han has given you such face. Isn't this a tremendous opportunity for you? Why pass up a chance to bring glory to the Li family? If the Li family knew, they'd surely hold you in higher regard. Chu Fan didn't want to become a clown living under everyone's scrutiny. To persuade Wei Yizhen to cover for him, he dropped a bombshell. My marriage to Li Zhenmei is fake, a sham, you understand? Wei Yizhen's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this. But soon, a wave of immense joy flooded his heart. If Chu Fan and Li Zhenmei's marriage was fake, then wouldn't that mean his granddaughter had a chance? All right. Since you've shared such a big secret with me, it means you trust me. And I won't let you down. Rest assured, plenty of people here do think I pushed you forward for some marketing ploy. I'll just go with the flow and play along. As for old Han, I'll talk to him about it later. Wei Yizhen agreed with a satisfied smile, feeling as if heaven had dropped a pie right into his lap. Chu Fan had credited him with such a major achievement. This would undoubtedly boost the clinic's reputation. More crucially, Wei Jingjing already harbored feelings for Chu Fan, but since he was married, she could only keep those emotions buried deep within her heart. While others might not notice, Wei Yizhen, as her grandfather, saw it clearly. If he told his granddaughter about this, she would be overjoyed. Just as the two finished speaking, a call came through to Chu Fan's phone. The caller was Jiang Xiaolan, who shared an office with Chu Fan. They had little personal interaction, so this sudden call left Chu Fan somewhat puzzled. Miss Jiang, what's the matter? Jiang Xiaolan sounded flustered on the line. Brother Fan, hurry to Rose Bar. Brother Zhu's in trouble. Ha? Chu Fan frowned at the news. What happened to Zhu Dashang? I'm not entirely sure. He asked me to reach out to you, saying only you can save him. Please help. Seeing Jiang Xiaolan's pleading tone, Chu Fan considered it. After all, they were colleagues, and she kept calling him Brother Fan. It would be awkward to refuse. Besides, he felt completely out of place at this birthday celebration and had been looking for an excuse to leave anyway. Alright, I'm heading over now. Chu Fan hung up, informed Wei Yizhen, and hurriedly left. Wei Jingjing, returning from the restroom, caught sight of his retreating figure. After taking her seat, she asked Wei Yizhen with a hint of puzzlement. Grandpa, where did Dr. Chu go? He said he had urgent business to attend to. Come on, it's time for us to toast old Master Han. Wei Yizhen said, rising with Wei Jingjing. Before they could take a step, Li Zhonghua approached them, accompanied by Su Chuanli and Li Zhenmei. Having previously caused an unpleasant scene at the Li residence, Wei Yizhen felt somewhat awkward upon seeing them. Yet, remembering Chu Fan's relationship with them, he steeled himself and took the initiative to greet them. Mr. Li, you're recovering well. You look quite robust. Hee, thank you for remembering. Li Zhonghua smiled and asked, Master Wei, was it you who brought Chu Fan in with an invitation? Wei Yizhen paused, then recalled what Chu Fan had told him and understood. Since it was a sham marriage, Chu Fan wouldn't have shared every detail with the Li family. It made sense they wouldn't know about the connection between Han Weiman and Chu Fan. Recalling Chu Fan's request, Wei Yizhen nodded without hesitation. Well, Chu Fan and I treated old Master Han together earlier. He was considering pursuing a relationship with me, so I brought him along. Hearing this, Su Chunli felt even more certain her suspicions were correct. Chu Fan was simply riding Wei Yizhen's coattails, using him as a tool to promote the clinic, which was why he could make such a grand appearance today. Wei Yizhen had saved Han Weiman's life. Asking Han to play along with the charade, Han certainly wouldn't refuse. This Chu Fan really hit the jackpot by accident. His luck was incredible. He'd become Han Weiman's trusted confidant out of nowhere. After all, Wei Yizhen was lying, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. When he went to treat Li Zhonghua, his inferior skills had earned him a thorough lesson from Chu Fan.
Now, he was shamelessly claiming Chu Fan had approached him. If the Li family were sharp enough, they'd see through his lies quickly. Unfortunately, the Li family firmly believed that someone like Chu Fan, a high school dropout who ended up in prison, lacked both the qualifications and the means to associate with high society.
Thus, despite Wei Yizhen's blatantly flawed lies, the others accepted them as truth, their disappointment palpable.
No wonder Chu Fan was in such a hurry to leave. He was afraid of being exposed.
Turns out this guy only got in by riding Wei Yizhen's coattails. How much better it would be if he could rely on his own abilities.
Wei Yizhen saw they'd swallowed his lies hook, line, and sinker, and chuckled inwardly. These fools had found a golden goose but didn't know how to cherish and protect it. Well, that suited him just fine. It gave him an opening to exploit.
After some small talk, Wei Yizhen led Wei Jingjing over to toast Han Weiman.
Li Zhonghua and the others returned to their seats, disappointed. Su Chuanli rolled her eyes and said, "I knew he just got lucky."
Thinking Chu Fan could persuade the Han family to cooperate with us and hand over the Wanbao project? That was nothing but a pipe dream.
You shouldn't have entertained such thoughts in the first place.
At the end of the day, it's all thanks to Chu Fan accidentally curing your illness back then.
That's how he caught Wei Yizhen's eye and earned his mentorship. Otherwise, there's no way he'd be getting this kind of treatment today. Li Zhonghua glanced at the golden sun seats and narrowed his eyes.
Could it be old Jean helped him? But just getting an invitation was hard enough. How did he persuade the Han family? He has his own ways.
Even Chu Fan managed to tag along with Wei Yizhen and gain some recognition. Jean Taiyang has been around for years. He must have done favors for the Han family in certain matters, Su Chuanli mused, using her pea-sized brain. Anyway, we've already secured the partnership with the Han family.
Why dwell on it?
Let Chu Fan live off others if he must. Our family isn't short on that. But don't pin your hopes on him. Wei Yizhen is clearly using him to hype up the clinic, and he's too dumb to see it.
Calling it development makes me laugh. What great things can such a fool ever achieve?
Seeing Su Chuanli show Chu Fan no mercy, Li Zhonghua grew displeased.
Enough. Why must you speak so harshly? Chu Fan is still our granddaughter's husband and the man who saved my life.
He's young after all. This starting point is already quite impressive.
How many other male members of the Li family could achieve such heights?
Su Chuanli opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing. Li Zhenmei propped her chin on her hand, lost in deep thought, her mind wandering to who knows where.
Chapter 36, weak yet playful. Chu Fan remained unaware of the events at the banquet.
When he arrived at Rose Lounge, the atmosphere was eerily quiet, with faint murmurs of conversation barely audible. The moment Chu Fan stepped into the lounge's main hall, a spotlight suddenly flooded his body. He blinked to adjust to the brightness before turning to face the man holding the spotlight. The man had a pointed chin and monkey-like features, with streaks of red hair dyed in a way that made him look like a salon assistant.
His entire demeanor was slovenly and unkempt, clearly not someone to be taken seriously. He stood balanced on one foot, the other planted firmly on the barely conscious Zhu Dachang. A large pool of blood spread across the floor, clearly Zhu Dachang's.
Behind the redhead stood a dozen burly henchmen, each looking like a menacing demon, clearly not to be trifled with. Jiang Xiaolan was tied up nearby, a towel stuffed in her mouth. Her cheeks bore red welts, clearly the result of being slapped. So that woman was chattering away on her phone at the door earlier. Turns out she was calling for backup. But with her attitude, what was she even doing here?
Looking for trouble? Is this kid even legal? Our bar doesn't serve minors, you know. Ha!
I remember when we dragged her in, this Shu idiot was threatening us, saying he had a boss who was a real fighter.
Could this be the guy?
The crowd burst into laughter, filled with contempt and mockery toward Chu Fan. Jiang Xiaolan felt a twinge of regret inside. She'd heard from Zhu Dashang that Chu Fan had effortlessly subdued a group of colleagues in the office, so she'd impulsively called him over. But now, standing before these burly men, Chu Fan looked so frail and weak, lacking any trace of authority. Worse still, he'd come alone, without a single backup.
What on earth were they supposed to do now? This redhead named Yang Gu was none other than Yang Yaoyan's son.
Though not particularly muscular himself, he exuded a streetwise aura, having grown up in gang circles. The tough guys under his command were each more formidable than the last. Watching the three walk into the lion's den, Jiang Xiaolan regretted not calling the police earlier. Since his release from prison, Chu Fan had suppressed his impulses to avoid repeating past mistakes, refusing to resort to violence.
But in this situation, if he couldn't beat the other side into submission, he doubted he could rescue Zhu Dachang and Jiang Xiaolan. Chu Fan paused briefly before instructing Yang Gu, lock the doors to the lounge. We don't need outsiders interrupting us. Oh ho! Hearing Chu Fan say this, Yang Gu burst into laughter, doubled over with amusement. You've got some nerve, huh? Not only are you not scared on my turf, but you're giving orders? Fine, I'll oblige you. Yang Gu quickly had his men lock the door. He then stared at Chu Fan with a smirk, eager to see what tricks this weakling could pull next. Watching the door lock shut, Jiang Xiaolan sank into deep despair. Did Chu Fan have no brain? If they hadn't locked the door, the three of them might have had a chance to escape in the chaos. But now that the door was locked, weren't they trapped like fish in a barrel? No one's going to interrupt us now. So, how do you plan to resolve this? Yang Gu sneered. Chu Fan rubbed his wrists, warming up as he spoke slowly and deliberately, release the hostage, compensate for medical expenses, and apologize. Today's events will be considered settled. What? Are you drunk? Are you talking to me? Yang Gu never imagined that after locking the door, Chu Fan would become even more arrogant than before. This genuinely made him laugh in anger. Great. This ING nutcase must be a lunatic. I thought I was dealing with some hidden master, but turns out he's got a screw loose. Tiejuan, this little punk is yours to handle. Beat him however you like. If he dies, it's on me. Yang Gu sat back on the sofa with little enthusiasm, picking up his wine glass and treating Chu Fan as an insignificant person, leaving his subordinate to handle him as he pleased. Tiejuan, Yang Ji's right-hand man, heard the order and immediately began rubbing his hands together eagerly. He licked his back teeth, cracked his neck, and wore an arrogant smirk. Heaven offered you a path, yet you refuse to walk it. Hell has no gates, yet you insist on barging in. You chose your own road, you picked your own friends, don't blame others. My return to the West Fist technique is swift and precise. A body like yours? One hit and you'll meet the king of hell instantly. Not a single ounce of pain, just relax. Tai Zhuang's words were laced with a savage chuckle that sent chills down Jiang Xiaolan's spine, her tears streaming down her face. In truth, Tai Zhuang had once been a professional fighter with an undefeated record, which was why Yang Gu had hired him as a personal bodyguard. He swung his fist, as big as a sandbag, mercilessly toward Chu Fan's eye. The speed and force seemed flawless. Yet to Chu Fan's eyes, it played out like a slow-motion film, frame by frame. While others believed Chu Fan's greatest strength lay in his medical skills, the truth was quite different. The legacy of the divine physician encompassed myriad arts, prioritizing medicine while martial arts served as a supplement. It followed the ways of nature, seeking profound insights. With a single glance, he knew exactly how to counter the opponent's attack. As Tai Zhuang's fist charged forward, Chu Fan shifted his body weight forward, concentrating all his power in his upper body. His lower body became completely vulnerable. Seizing this opening, Chu Fan launched a flying kick that slammed into Tai Zhuang's midsection. The violent impact sent Tai Zhuang's punch wildly off course. Chu Fan redirected the force, seizing Tai Zhuang's wrist and twisting his fist back toward him. A thunderous crack echoed, accompanied by the sound of shattering bone. Iron Zhuang's fist smashed through his own nasal bridge. Blood gushed instantly as Tai Zhuang stumbled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Holy? Yang Gu was utterly stunned by the scene. Tiejuan was his top enforcer, how could he be so easily defeated? What the hell are you all standing around for? Grab him. Realizing Chu Fan wasn't the weakling he'd assumed, Yang Gu immediately ordered everyone else to attack him. Yet these burly thugs held no advantage against Chu Fan's agile movements. They looked like clowns being toyed with, panting from exhaustion yet unable to touch a single hair on his head. Instead, they kept bumping into each other during the fight, turning it into a ridiculous scene of allies attacking one another. Seeing this, Yang Gu was furious. The thugs he'd paid a fortune to hire were proving utterly useless, how utterly humiliating. In his fury, he grabbed a nearby wine bottle and swung it down at Chu Fan's head. He expected this sneak attack to catch Chu Fan off guard, but to his utter shock, not only did he fail, but Chu Fan caught him red-handed and delivered a flying kick straight to his chest. Yang Ji's slight frame couldn't withstand such a flying kick. His entire body flew several meters, crashing into the bar counter. Glassware scattered across the table clattered to the floor, shards of glass flying up and embedding themselves in Yang Ji's own body. Struggling to rise, Yang Gu found himself powerless despite his will. With a muffled groan, he collapsed back onto the floor, unable to move. So weak yet loves to play. Chu Fan shook his head in exasperation, then stepped forward to pull the towel from Jiang Xiaolan's mouth and untie her bonds. Next, he helped the disheveled Zhu Dachang to his feet and examined his wounds, finding only superficial injuries. Jiang Xiaolan watched Chu Fan, who seemed to have descended like a celestial being, effortlessly subdue all the thugs and rescue the two men. Her heart couldn't help but flutter. She never imagined that Chu Fan, who appeared so frail, possessed such godlike strength. He was no less than the peerless hero of her dreams, lacking only the golden armor and rainbow clouds. Seeing Jiang Xiaolan staring blankly like a lovesick fool, Chu Fan couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. Stop spacing out. Call 120. Before Jiang Xiaolan could nod, Zhu Dachang shook his head. Bro Fan, I'm fine. No need for 120. He didn't want his parents to find out he'd caused such a huge mess by sneaking out. Otherwise, he'd be grounded for sure. As if reading Zhu Dachang's thoughts, Chu Fan retorted irritably, if you're afraid of getting scolded at home, then don't sneak out at night to cause trouble. I didn't start anything. I just had a beef with that Yang Gu before. He saw me at the bar and came after me for revenge, Zhu Dachang said, looking aggrieved. Well, you're one lucky bastard. Chu Fan's remark nearly choked Zhu Dachang. Since you patiently answered all my questions when I was buying that house, I'll return the favor. Come with me to the acupuncture clinic, I'll give you a quick bandage to prevent infection. With that, Chu Fan helped Zhu Dechang out of the bar, with Jiang Xiaolun following closely behind. Not long after the trio had left, Yang Gu gritted his teeth and crawled to his feet, his face covered in blood. Furious, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hey, round up every brother you can find. Meet at the One Needle Clinic. The one who received Yang Ji's call was none other than He Shui. After fleeing Han Weiman's birthday banquet in disarray, he'd planned to unwind at the club. He'd just picked out a hostess and hadn't even had time to take off his pants when Yang Ji's call came through. The moment He Shui heard it was about a fight, his heart sank with irritation. He Shui had just died, and he hadn't fully earned Yang Yaoyan's trust yet. His own men were grumbling and discontented. Now he'd gotten tangled up with that pest Chu Fan. He was already overwhelmed. He never expected Yang Gu to stir up trouble at such a critical moment. Getting into a fight with the crew wasn't exactly a pleasant job. If it went well, there was no reward. If it went badly, a scolding was inevitable. It was truly a thankless task. Though he was utterly reluctant, Yang Gu was still Yang Yaoyan's son, and his status demanded respect. He Shui could only pull on his clothes, grumbling as he summoned his men. Even without knowing who they were going to deal with, He Shui silently vowed that once he saw the other party, he would take out all the frustration he'd endured today on them. Messing with my plans? I'd be doing myself a disservice if I didn't beat the crap out of that little brother. Chapter 37, He Shui turns traitor. On the way to Yishan Clinic, Chu Fan specifically called Wei Jingjing and asked her to come back. Wei Jingjing had no desire to linger in such a solemn and formal setting. Now that she had the chance to spend time with Chu Fan, she naturally wouldn't refuse. After informing her grandfather, she drove back. Chu Fan and the others arrived first, with Wei Jingjing following shortly after. The gap between their arrivals was minimal. Learning that Zhu Dechang needed bandaging, Wei Jingjing immediately prepared the supplies after opening the clinic and calmly tended to his wounds. Though they were only superficial wounds, neglecting them could lead to serious complications. Chu Fan selected some suitable medicine for Zhu Dechang and had him take it. In contrast, Jiang Xiaolun was flustered and clumsy, wanting to help but only getting in the way. Noticing her unease, Chu Fan handed her the mortar and pestle, asking her to help share the workload. During this time, Wei Jingjing couldn't contain her curiosity and asked, Master Dr. Chu, who exactly did you cross? How did you end up beating someone like this? Just as Chu Fan was about to speak, the clinic's tightly shut door was pounded violently. The angry shouts and curses coming from outside sent Wei Jingjing into a daze, and her hands began to tremble. It sounded like two groups were arriving simultaneously, numbering at least several dozen people. Yang Gu, supported by his henchmen, limped over to He Shui and kicked him. You little bastard, think you've grown wings? Why the hell did it take you so long to show up? Think you're some big shot now? Even if you replaced He Shui, you're still just a dog we Yang family keeps. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. He Shui clutched the spot where he'd been kicked, not daring to utter a peep. He could only offer a forced smile. My apologies, young Master Yang. I encountered a traffic inspection on the way, which delayed me slightly. He knew that even with this chance to rise, he was merely a figurehead in public. In front of the Yangs, he was still nothing. Cut the crap. If you're useless, admit it. Stop making excuses. Smash this door open and drag them out. I'll make sure every last one of them dies today. Though He Shui didn't want to stir up trouble at this critical juncture, Yang Ji's hysterics left him no choice but to grit his teeth and agree. For some reason, He Shui's eyelid had been twitching violently all day. He knew this clinic was run by Wei Yizhen, and at today's banquet, Han Weiman had even invited Wei Yizhen to attend. Logically, he should have tried to dissuade Yang Gu from stirring up trouble here. But He Shui dared not let the Yang family know he'd attended Han Weiman's birthday banquet. If the Yangs suspected him of switching sides, he'd surely face a hellish abyss. His mind in turmoil, He Shui's steps faltered as he knocked on the clinic's door. After only a few knocks, the door swung open from the inside. The next second, He Shui sucked in a sharp breath and instantly collapsed to the ground. He stared tremulously at the man before him, who looked like a smiling tiger. His throat felt clogged, and for a long moment, he couldn't utter a sound. Well, a familiar face. What are you doing out here shouting in the middle of the night instead of sleeping in your own home? Hearing Chu Fanping's calm voice, He Shui felt no relief. Instead, a chill shot up his spine. No wonder my eyelid kept twitching today. Turns out I was bound to run into this Grim Reaper. Chu Fan glanced at the trembling He Shui, knowing he wouldn't dare touch him. He casually asked, What brings you here? Mr. Chu Chu. He Shui stammered, his vision blurring with stars. He had no idea what to say. He had witnessed Chu Fan's skills firsthand, those swift, decisive moves that ended everything before anyone could even react. He Shui didn't want to die, which was why he'd kept He Shui's affairs completely under wraps. He'd planned to avoid Chu Fan whenever possible, but Yang Gu had forced him straight into the line of fire. Now he was caught between a rock and a hard place. He Xie turned to glare at Yang Gu, who was snarling and urging him on. He felt like dying. He couldn't afford to offend either side now. How could he possibly navigate this?
Chu Fan, seeing He Shui's prolonged silence, began to lose patience. If you choose to stand against me, I won't hesitate to take action. He Shui's pupils contracted in fright. He hurriedly stammered, Mr. Chu, I didn't come here to cause trouble.
It must be some kind of misunderstanding. A damn misunderstanding, my ass. He Shui, have you forgotten whose lapdog you are? I called you here to deal with him. Get moving. Don't embarrass me.
Yang Ge watched He Shui's utterly hopeless behavior and couldn't contain his anger. He opened his mouth and started cursing. Chu Fan shot Yang Ge a cold glance, his expression a mocking half-smile. You've got some nerve. Not satisfied with the beating you took, you come looking for me again? As he spoke, he rubbed his wrist, his eyes blazing with a wolf-like intensity. Yang Ge watched Chu Fan stride toward him step by step, then glanced at He Shui, who remained utterly indifferent. Suddenly sensing trouble, he turned to flee. But before he could take 2 steps, He Shui kicked him flat on his back.
Chu Fan found it quite amusing. Crossing his arms, he asked, what's this all about? Mr. Chu, let me follow you from now on.
I'll handle this scum for you. In that split second, He Shui finally saw a way out. Rather than being a fence-sitter, he'd be better off clinging to Chu Fan's coattails. A useless piece of trash like Yang Ge would never amount to anything, and someone like him who Yang Ge looked down on would never get his chance to shine. Chu Fan was quite pleased with He Shui's decisiveness. He didn't want to return to prison, so he tried to avoid getting his hands dirty whenever possible. But lately, trouble kept finding its way to his doorstep. He feared there might come a day when he couldn't dodge it all. Better to recruit a thug like this as his underling. Then, when such sticky situations arose in the future, he'd have someone to handle them for him. Chu Fan accepted He Shui's allegiance, humming in approval. Make sure it's handled cleanly. With that, he turned and entered the clinic's door, closing it firmly behind him. Immediately, wails erupted outside. Yang Ge started out cursing furiously, but his voice gradually grew fainter, turning into pleas for mercy before finally falling silent. Outside soon fell silent. Amid the roar of engines, the entrance was swept clean. Everyone departed, leaving no trace as if no one had ever been there. Hearing the silence outside, Wei Jingjing nervously opened the door to peek out. Only after confirming everyone had left did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. After returning, she swallowed hard and stroked her fortress, murmuring, these people sure work fast. Though timid, Wei Jingjing was a doctor after all. Having seen her share of bloody scenes and knowing He Shui was no saint, she asked no further questions. After treating Zhu Dachan's wounds, she removed her gloves and rested. Chu Fan administered the prepared herbs and decoctions to Zhu Dachan. With these medications, the bruised and battered Zhu Dachan could return to work as usual without any issues. Seeing that it was already 10:30 p.m., Chu Fan smiled and said, Miss Wei, you've worked hard today. Is it okay to leave Zhu Dachan here to rest? Though Zhu Dachan's injuries weren't serious, returning home in this state would inevitably alert his family. To cover for him, Chu Fan had no choice but to trouble Wei Jingjing. Wei Jingjing nodded. No problem. You two can stay here to rest too. Our clinic is quite spacious. During Chu Fan's rescue mission for Zhu Dashang, she had learned from her grandfather that Chu Fan and Li Jianmei weren't truly married. The admiration she had suppressed surged unchecked. Witnessing Chu Fan's commanding presence tonight where he let the men slaughter each other without lifting a finger before swiftly departing made her heart race even faster. She resolved to pursue him. However, Chu Fan remained unaware of Wei Jingjing's feelings for him. Even when he noticed the flush on her cheeks, he simply assumed she was tired. Thank you for your kindness, but I still need to take Jiang Xiaolan home. You should get some rest. All right. Wei Jingjing felt reluctant, but she didn't press the matter. She knew nothing could be rushed, it had to happen gradually. See you later. Chu Fan smiled, leading Jiang Xiaolan away at a leisurely pace. Only after they got into the taxi did Jiang Xiaolan snap back to reality. Fangu, I could actually go back on my own. Chu Fan shrugged. After what happened, I wouldn't dream of letting a girl go home alone. It's on my way anyway, just consider it a ride. You can cover the fare. Giggle. Jiang Xiaolan chuckled at Chu Fan's last remark, her mood lightening considerably. Bro, you're so thoughtful. Chu Fan rolled down the window and said, everyone who spends time with me says that. Jiang Xiaolan covered her mouth and giggled, feeling even more drawn to this handsome, slightly cool guy. Chapter 38, The Mastermind Stirring the Pot Behind the Scenes. By the time Chu Fan finished everything and returned to the Li residence, it was already 11 p.m. Li Zhonghua and the others hadn't returned yet, which saved him the trouble of explaining. Chu Fan quickly took a shower and retired to his room to rest. Meanwhile, Li Zhonghua and his two companions were signing contracts in the lounge. With Han Wenqing's assistance, they met the chief executive of the Wanbao project. With the backing of the Han Group, the manager no longer hesitated and immediately awarded the project to Li Zhonghua. Holding the exclusive agency contract in his hands, Li Zhonghua felt exhilarated yet also a bit puzzled. Mr. Han, wasn't this project supposed to be a joint venture between our two companies? Why does it only list ours? Han Wenqing smiled and replied, this project isn't very large.
Your company alone can handle it. I won't be sharing in the profits. Li Zhonghua could scarcely believe his ears. Exclusive representation of the Wanbao project? This was something they had never even dared to dream of before. After speaking, Han Wenqing turned to the project manager, Mr. Tao, and said, "You two handle the coordination. I have other matters to attend to." With that, he left the lounge to Tao and the Li family, genuinely intending to stay out of their partnership. After Han Wenqing left, Tao Zong gave Li Zhonghua a thumbs up and remarked, "I never imagined Mr. Li had such extensive connections. To get the Han family to give you such significant face. If you just said something earlier, I could have saved myself the headache and handed the Wanbao project over to you directly." Li Zhonghua hesitated, words on the tip of his tongue. Though he didn't know why the Han family was helping him so much, he understood these two heavyweights had no reason to team up against him. This was simply a windfall that had fallen right into his lap. "Mr. Tao, the specifics are difficult to explain. Suffice it to say, thank you for your trust in us. Once we secure the Wanbao project, we will certainly live up to your expectations and spare no effort to execute it successfully." I trust Mr. Han's judgment. However, as previously stated, this project requires an open tender. Even though we've internally selected you, we still need to go through the motions publicly. You understand that, right? Li Zhonghua chuckled, "Of course we understand. We'll cooperate fully." "Good. The deadline is set for the end of the month. All you need to do is bring your bid documents to participate." Clearly, as long as the Li family attended, President Tao would arrange everything for them, no need for further concern. Li Jingmei's breathing quickened, her heart racing. She never dreamed in her wildest imagination that she would collaborate with provincial-level dignitaries in her lifetime, let alone receive such favor from them. After a series of negotiations, all matters were finally settled. "Mr. Tao, thank you for your hard work." Li Zhonghua and the other two stood up and bowed deeply to Mr. Tao in unison, showing their respect. Mr. Tao waved his hands hurriedly, smiling wryly. "I'm just following orders. Don't embarrass me like this. I know Golden Sun put in a good word for you, but proper etiquette must still be observed." Su Chuanli laughed heartily. "Golden Sun?" Tao's brow furrowed, his smile turning awkward. "Madam Li, you must be joking. The humble Jin family is hardly worth my Tao's effort, let alone warranting such attention from the Han family." "Ha!" At this remark, all three members of the Li family were stunned. So all this time, none of it was orchestrated by Golden Sun? Ring ring. A ringing phone suddenly sounded from Mr. Tao's pocket. He gestured toward the restroom and said, "I have business to attend to. You three continue your chat." "All right, Mr. Tao, take your time." After exchanging farewells, both parties departed. On the way home, Su Chuanli and Li Zhonghua discussed it for ages but couldn't figure out what was really going on. They didn't dare press Han Wenqing directly, fearing they might scare off a sure thing. They had to suppress their curiosity and plan to probe indirectly later, trying to uncover which influential figure was secretly orchestrating things behind the scenes. Speaking of that Golden Sun, he is truly disgusting. Not only did he refuse to help, but at old Han's birthday celebration, he kept signaling to us, expecting our gratitude. What a shameless bastard. Su Chuanli snorted coldly, her displeasure evident. Li Zhonghua also looked displeased. Even his old comrade in arms had been assimilated by worldly ways. His scheming was deep indeed, taking credit for achievements not his own. Recalling how he'd repeatedly put on a friendly face toward Golden Sun that evening, even toasting him constantly, Li Zhonghua couldn't shake the feeling that it was all a desperate attempt to cover up something he knew he'd done wrong. Li Jinmei remained silent throughout. Partly, she was immersed in the joy of the Li group's impending prosperity. Partly, she was pondering the matter concerning Chu Fan. She couldn't shake the feeling that Chu Fan was somehow connected to all this, yet the pieces refused to fit together coherently. Upon returning to the Li residence, Li Jinmei immediately sought out Chu Fan, hoping to probe him. Yet she discovered the bloke was fast asleep. With no other option, she returned empty-handed. The next morning, when Chu Fan rose for breakfast, the entire family was still buzzing with excitement. Li Zhonghua, looking sharp and alert, cautioned, "Although this matter is as good as done, since it hasn't been finalized and the project isn't yet secured, keep it quiet for now. Even with our own relatives, we need to be cautious." Li Jinmei nodded and patted the fortress. "Grandpa, rest assured. Only the few of us know." As she spoke, she gave Chu Fan a meaningful look, signaling him to keep it confidential. Chu Fan nodded silently, saying nothing. What difference would it make if it weren't kept secret? He was the one stirring the pot in the first place. With the Han family's favor behind him, even if that Tao boss had 10 times the guts, he wouldn't dare back out midway. Su Chuanli took a sip of milk and said, "Jinmei, you need to hurry up and prepare the proposal for the Wanbao project. Put some effort into it. Make sure this project looks great so we can secure a long-term partnership with Mr. Tao." "Yes, ma'am." Li Jinmei nodded in agreement, equally eager to get started and ready to give it her all. "Additionally, we need to recover the funds Li Group lent out earlier.
The Wanbao project is our flagship initiative for the second half of this year and next year, requiring substantial capital investment. Su Chuanli wiped her mouth and said solemnly. As long as we can secure Mr. Tao's support, Li Group will surely rise to prominence. We'll never have to fear that Yang Yaoyan again. Li Zhonghua chimed in, keep a close eye on Yang Yaoyan's movements these days. That guy made his fortune in shady deals. If he finds out about this, he'll definitely cause trouble. The three engaged in a heated discussion over dinner. Chu Fan remained silent but listened intently. When he arrived at the company, Zhu Dachang still hadn't shown up for work. With both his parents working at Li Group, they ate together as a family. His injuries hadn't fully healed yet, and he worried about how to explain his condition to them if he showed up, so he'd requested leave from his superiors. The moment Chu Fan stepped into the customer service department, Zhang Xiaolan arrived with a cup of coffee she'd brewed herself, offering it to him with a coy smile. Xu Dachang's #1 lackey, Qin Shou, was unusually attentive, not only greeting him proactively but also staring at him with an expression of admiration. Noticing their unusual behavior, Chu Fan set the coffee aside, amused. Why are you all flirting with me instead of doing your jobs? Brother Fan, we heard all about yesterday from Xiaolan. Brother Zhu said you're now the boss of the customer service department. He and the rest of us are following you from now on. Qin Shou bowed respectfully. Hearing this, Chu Fan couldn't help but slap his forehead. Damn it! I forgot to tell Jiang Xiaolan not to spread it around. Damn it, that woman really has a big mouth. Brother Fan, could you teach us some martial arts? Glancing at the eager gazes of Qin Shou and the others, Chu Fan felt both amused and exasperated. Sure, run 100 kilometers every day. Qin Shou and the others were instantly dumbfounded. 100 kilometers? Are you serious? If you can't do it, just go back to work and mind your own business. Chu Fan waved his hand, shooing everyone back to their seats. He returned to his own station, just about to play with his phone, when he noticed Jiang Xiaolan standing beside him, staring at him unblinkingly. Xiaolan, you need something? Jiang Xiaolan's neck flushed crimson as she stammered, Fan Go, what do you think of my outfit today? Chu Fan froze for a moment. He hadn't even noticed Jiang Xiaolan had changed her clothes. Truth be told, she had transformed quite a bit. Gone was the intimidating smoky eye makeup, replaced by sleek black straight hair. She'd even donned a long dress, giving her a delicate, demure charm. It's nice. Chu Fan nodded, offering a simple compliment. Though it was just an offhand remark, Jiang Xiaolan was overjoyed. She pushed the coffee closer to Chu Fan again. Brother Fan, I brewed this especially for you this morning. Don't forget to drink it. I'll go handle some things now. Watching Jiang Xiaolan walk away with a bashful expression, Chu Fan was a bit baffled. Only Qin Shou and the others exchanged knowing glances, each wearing a deeply meaningful smile. This woman has finally come to her senses. Chapter 39, Taking the Customer Service Department to Task. Around 10 in the morning, Chu Fan received a call from Zhu Dashang, instructing him to serve as acting head of the customer service department and attend the company's regular meeting. Chu Fan promptly declined, suggesting Jiang Xiaolan attend in his place. But Jiang Xiaolan left midway to use the restroom, and Qin Shou and the others flatly refused to take her place. Left with no other option, Chu Fan had to handle it himself. Grasping a random pen and clutching a folder, Chu Fan made his way to the conference room, putting on an air of professionalism. The customer service department didn't have much to report during the regular meetings most of the time, they just sat there listening to others argue. This time was no exception. Li Huihui was the first to speak up, leveraging her position as general manager to press the issue aggressively. Ms. Li, the Baijinjiwan project has been underway for over half a year now, hasn't it? We should have recovered the funds back in the first quarter. Yet here we are, 2 months overdue, and there's still no sign of movement. Don't you think something should be done? Li Huihui wore a face of accusation, making it seem to outsiders as if Li Jinmei worked for her. Li Jinmei didn't engage in a verbal battle with Li Huihui. Instead, she turned her gaze towards Xia Ding, the senior executive of the project department, signaling him to provide an explanation. Xia Ding gave an awkward smile and quickly explained, Ms. Li, the main reason is that the project quality certification from the engineering department hasn't been issued yet. That's why we can't deliver on time, and the funds haven't been transferred. What's the reason? The quality is substandard. There are instances of cutting corners. They're recommending we redo the work. As Xia Ding stammered out these words, the air in the conference room suddenly froze. The initial coordination for the Baijinjiwan project had been handled personally by Li Jinmei, and all material quantities had been finalized through her connections with suppliers. Therefore, suggesting this project involved cutting corners was tantamount to accusing Li Jinmei of compromising her principles, a very serious accusation. Sure enough, Li Jinmei flew into a rage upon hearing this, coldly snapping, Do you really think I'd compromise on materials? Don't be so sure. I know the quality inspector. He's an honest man and highly unlikely to lie. If he won't sign off on the quality certification, it means there's definitely a problem. Li Huihui propped her chin with one hand while twirling a pen in the other, muttering sarcastically.
Though Li Jun may see that inwardly, she understood the stakes. If Manager Zhou, the primary quality inspector for the engineering department, confirmed the Baijinjuan project was substandard, the entire project payment would be forfeited. Moreover, if word got out about cutting corners, Li Group's reputation would suffer a major blow. Worse still, the Wanbao project agreed upon with President Tao just yesterday could very well be scrapped as a result. This chain reaction of consequences was something Li Group simply couldn't afford. Yet as the primary project manager, Li Zhangmei knew the quality and materials used at Beijing Garden were beyond reproach. The only plausible reason for failing the quality inspection was that Manager Zhou was deliberately holding them back. But why would he do that? Li Zhangmei took a deep breath, knowing this wasn't the time to dwell on such questions. Instead of mutual recrimination, it was better to resolve the matter swiftly. So instead of rushing to confront him, she began mentally strategizing how best to resolve the situation. Just as Li Zhangmei was deep in thought, Li Huihui suddenly piped up. "There's one thing I forgot to mention. I received the customer service department's KPI report this morning, and the data is truly dismal. Customer satisfaction is extremely low. In my opinion, rather than keeping this bunch of deadwood who only offend our clients' ancestors, we might as well cut this department entirely and outsource directly. The cost would definitely be much lower, and it would essentially save our company money." Li Zhangmei's delicate brows furrowed slightly. The Li Group's original customer service department had been outsourced to another company. However, she believed that as a professional real estate firm, all customer service representatives must possess deep project knowledge. Outsourced staff proved unreliable, which is why she had established an in-house team. Unexpectedly, Li Huihui now wanted to target the customer service department. This was clearly a declaration of war against her. Already overwhelmed by the Zhou manager incident, Li Zhangmei now gritted her teeth in fury, her mind in utter turmoil. Xu Fan hadn't expected that his first time filling in for Zhu Dachang at a meeting would land him in such a heated situation. He paused before speaking. The low customer satisfaction stems from someone sabotaging behind the scenes. Wasn't General Manager Li aware of the incident where someone threatened to jump off the building last time? The customer service department can't work miracles without resources. With internal and external pressures mounting, even our best communication skills can't quell the owner's anger. If all aspects of service were adequate, owners wouldn't complain. Before coming here, I reviewed the reports. Many owners reported extremely slow repair progress after submitting maintenance requests. Surely that can't be the fault of our customer service department? General Manager Li, if I recall correctly, the service department falls under your purview, doesn't it? Li Huihui's expression shifted slightly. How could Xu Fan have learned so much in just a few days at the customer service department? And with such sharp wit, he just shifted the blame onto her with a single remark. How infuriating. Li Zhangmei gave Xu Fan a newfound look of respect. She'd assumed he was just slacking off in customer service every day, but it turned out he was biding his time. However, even though Li Huihui had been outmaneuvered, she still refused to give up on disrupting the customer service department. "I'll make sure the service department thoroughly reflects and actively rectifies its issues. But you customer service folks shouldn't make excuses either. Many situations could have been resolved through your communication, buying us more time. Yet all you do is spout pretty words and deceive the property owners, piling pressure on our work without ever satisfying them. Besides, performance speaks for itself. Your customer service department consistently ranks dead last, while our service department stays firmly in the top 3. The company values creating tangible results, not empty talk. Got it?" Xu Fan chuckled at this. "So according to you, a customer service rep has to rake in hundreds of millions for the company? Otherwise, they're useless, right? Billions might be an exaggeration, but Li Group is in crisis now. Every employee should actively seek growth for the company," Li Huihui said, twirling a pen in her hand. "Your customer service department interacts with the most existing clients. Over time, you must have built up a substantial network. If you can achieve 10 million in sales this month through your Refer a Friend campaign, I'll retract my earlier words and publicly apologize to the customer service department." At this point, Li Huihui raised an eyebrow. "Do you think you can pull that off?" General Manager Li, each department has its designated responsibilities. Generating revenue falls under sales. Why should customer service be tasked with this? Seeing Li Huihui setting a trap for Xu Fan, Li Zhangmei immediately stepped in to smooth things over. However, Li Huihui had too many sycophants. As soon as she spoke, several executives chimed in. "General Manager Li, the customer service department receives substantial monthly salaries, yet their performance consistently ranks at the bottom. If we don't push them to work harder, other departments will voice their dissatisfaction." Exactly. Just the other day, an employee complained to me that he works overtime until midnight, toiling like a beast of burden every day, yet his salary is barely on par with the customer service department. Meanwhile, they just handle phone calls. The disparity is too much to bear. I also think the customer service department needs restructuring and reform. Otherwise, problems will inevitably arise sooner or later.
General Manager Li isn't picking on the customer service department, she's actually promoting its healthy development. Even if Li Zhongmi is the president, she must respect everyone's opinions and welcome suggestions from capable individuals. Just as she was strategizing how to deflect the issue and smooth things over for Chu Fan, she saw him nod in agreement.
I think it's worth a shot.
10 million in sales, not net profit, should be relatively easy to achieve. If it really doesn't work out, we can always ask Sun Miaoyu, the heiress of the Sun family, for help. Li Zhenmei nearly choked on her anger at this remark, shooting him a dagger-like glare. But Chu Fan paid her no mind. Instead, he turned to Li Huihui and said, General Manager Li, remember to prepare your apology statement at least 1,000 words.
Otherwise, it'll be rather dull. Ha, fine. I love your cocky attitude.
And don't say I'm demanding. If you actually complete the task, I'll bump your apology to 10,000 words and plaster it all over Li Group for a month. Li Huihui chuckled helplessly before adding, but if you fail, the customer service department will be restructured and outsourced under my supervision.
Deal.
Chu Fan sealed the deal with a decisive hammer, leaving Li Zhenmei no room to maneuver or interject. Seeing this, Li Huihui's lips curled up, a sinister gleam flashing in her eyes.
The fish has finally taken the bait. Chapter 40, There's something off about Zhou.
After the meeting, Li Zhenmei kept Chu Fan behind. Rubbing her throbbing temples, she snapped, You really know how to pile trouble on me.
I haven't even sorted things out with Manager Zhou yet, and now I have to help you drum up business? Are you trying to work me to death? Do you have any idea how hard it is to hit a 10 million sales target? How could you just casually agree to that? Facing the exasperated and headache-inducing Li Zhenmei, Chu Fan responded with calm detachment, I gave it serious thought before agreeing. It's also a challenge for myself. I wouldn't want to disappoint grandfather's trust. As for that sales target, I don't need your help securing it.
Our customer service department can handle it ourselves. She took the first part in stride, but the second sent her face darkening instantly.
How exactly do you plan to handle it? By selling real estate, right?
Well, I'm afraid most of the properties under Li Group have already been sold out.
How can you sell houses when there are none left?
Just as Chu Fan was about to respond, Li Zhenmei waved him off.
Forget it. Do whatever you want. I'll handle the quality inspection issue first.
After dismissing Chu Fan, Li Zhenmei rushed back to her office and urgently asked Wu Nini to contact Manager Zhou. She needed to pinpoint exactly where the problem lay that was causing the quality inspection certificate to be delayed. Meanwhile, upon returning to the customer service department, Chu Fan didn't mention the incident to Jiang Xiaolan or the others. At noon, he stopped by the One Needle Clinic and found Zhu Dashang already able to get out of bed. Chu Fan examined his condition and nodded slightly.
He's recovering well. He should be able to return to work tomorrow. This is all thanks to Brother Fan. Zhu Dashang grinned and asked, Brother Fan, did today's meeting go smoothly?
Chu Fan hummed in acknowledgement but said little else. Having taken on such a hot potato, he didn't want to burden Zhu Dashang with more troubles while he was still recovering. Instead of elaborating, he changed the subject and inquired about last night's events. Speaking of which, why on earth did you end up feuding with Yang Guo?
It wasn't me who made enemies with him, he set me up with a honey trap.
Seeing Zhu Dashang's face twisted with grief and indignation, Chu Fan decided to drop the subject before the guy got too worked up.
I didn't tell the company about your injury. Jiang Xiaolan and the others helped cover it up to avoid any slip-ups later. Remember to treat them to bubble tea when you get back. No problem. Zhu Dashang chuckled and gave a thumbs up. Oh, right, I have a question for you. Is Manager Zhou from Quality Control on bad terms with our Li Group? You mean Zhou Wen, right? Hearing Chu Fan suddenly bring up this person, Zhu Dashang's face darkened.
It's not that our relationship is bad, but this guy has some issues.
What do you mean?
Chu Fan asked, confused. Zhu Dashang hesitated for a moment before deciding to share the gossip he'd heard with Chu Fan. Zhou Wen is notorious for being a womanizer and loves accepting bribes. You know our president's character, she's incorruptible, doesn't accept bribes, and doesn't know how to use her looks to build connections.
That's why Zhou Wen isn't too fond of Li Group.
Last time I was at the bar, I caught a glimpse of Manager Zhou chatting animatedly with Yang Yaoyan.
You know Yang's hostile stance toward us. I'd bet my bottom dollar Zhou Wen will try to sabotage us next. Chu Fan found Zhu Dashang's reasoning sound. He pulled out his phone, intending to warn Li Zhenmei. Just then, Wei Yizhen descended the stairs. Spotting Chu Fan, he enthusiastically grabbed his hand. Zhu Divine Doctor, you're truly amazing. Mr. Zhu's injuries healed so remarkably in just one night. What kind of miraculous medicine did you use? Could you share it with me? Chu Fan knew Wei Yizhen was after his prescription. Smiling, he replied, I do have an excellent formula for treating external injuries. You're welcome to use it. After all, I'll need Wei Yizhen's help again someday. Showing him a favor now means he'll surely return the favor later. Excellent. My deepest gratitude, Divine Physician Chu.
Though Wei Yizhen coveted it, he dared not voice his desire openly.
He feared Chu Fan might grow resentful, suspecting his approach was motivated by ulterior motives. If he left a bad impression, it could jeopardize his granddaughter's future marriage prospects that would be disastrous. Unexpectedly, Chu Fan proved remarkably generous, revealing the formula without reservation. With swift strokes of his brush, he had transcribed it in the blink of an eye. What a truly compassionate heart. After receiving the prescription, Wei Yizhen's hands trembled with excitement as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Chu Fan merely waved it off, seemingly unconcerned about the matter. Longing for your presence, how I wish you were by my side. Suddenly, a call came in. Chu Fan answered to find it was Han Weiman calling. Han Weiman was calling to invite Chu Fan over to his house. He assumed Chu Fan had left early yesterday because he felt overwhelmed by the large crowd at the birthday celebration. Chu Fan initially intended to decline, but Han Weiman's warm invitation was hard to refuse. Coupled with Wei Yizhen persistently signaling him with meaningful glances, he could only half-heartedly agree. After setting the time with Han Weiman, Chu Fan stayed for lunch at Wei Yizhen's request. After the meal, he accepted Wei Jingjing's invitation to take a stroll in a nearby park. Considering he still had work in the afternoon, Chu Fan didn't linger too long with Wei Jingjing and returned to the company around 2 o'clock. At that moment, Jiang Xiaolan and her group were playing landlords. Seeing Chu Fan approach, they all made room and invited him to join. With nothing else to do, Chu Fan played one round. Unexpectedly, his luck was so good that he won every hand. When it was time to get back to work, the group conscientiously stopped their entertainment and got down to business. Chu Fan knew they were doing this to save face for him, otherwise, who knows how wild they would have gotten. Time passed slowly. After resolving several issues for property owners, it was time to clock out. Chu Fan headed to the parking lot, intending to hitch a ride back with Li Jinmei. But Li Jinmei said, "Come back to my villa. Ah Xiang is home, and I need to meet with Zhou. I'll accompany you." Xu Dashang said Zhou is a lowlife. How many decent people are there in this line of work? I've seen worse, but what can you do about it? Kill them? Li Jinmei paid no heed to Chu Fan's words, thinking he was meddling in her affairs. After exchanging a few perfunctory remarks, she drove off on her own. Was I just slapping my face against a cold door? Chu Fan massaged his temples, feeling rather speechless. Ding! Just then, Li Xiang sent a text. Just got a call from sis saying she's meeting Zhou. Don't come back, come with her instead. A friend of mine says Zhou's a total creep. Everyone who deals with him privately ends up getting screwed over. To make sure sis doesn't get taken advantage of, you gotta play the knight in shining armor. Good luck? Chu Fan was both amused and exasperated. Even Li Xiang understood the risks involved, yet Li Jinmei, a seasoned veteran of the business world, showed no reaction whatsoever. One had to admit she was incredibly bold. Since it was his sister-in-law's request, Chu Fan had no choice but to play along. He hailed a cab and instructed the driver to tail Li Jinmei's car. To be fair, Li Jinmei's security awareness was truly lacking. The taxi followed her the entire way, yet she didn't notice a thing. Half an hour later, the two vehicles arrived at the Helen Grand Hotel, one behind the other. Chu Fan paid the fare and stepped out just as Han Weiman's call came through. Mr. Chu, it's like this. My old friend's son invited me to dinner today. I thought it would be a good chance to introduce him to you, so we won't be hosting the banquet at home. Would it be convenient for you to come to the Helen Hotel? If not, I'll have Han Wenqing pick you up. After hearing Han Weiman's words, Chu Fan glanced up at the sign above his head and couldn't help but marvel at how fate could be so strangely coincidental. Since they were in the same area, Chu Fan saw no reason to refuse. He nodded and replied, "No need to pick me up. I'm nearby, but I have something urgent to attend to first. I'll head over as soon as I'm done." After hanging up, he glanced at Li Zhongmi's car and noticed she hadn't gotten out yet, which puzzled him. Soon, however, Chu Fan noticed a van pulling up. Several burly men emerged from the van, dressed in black shirts and pants. Each was broad-shouldered and thick-waisted, wearing headsets, clearly professional bodyguards. Seeing this, Chu Fan finally understood. It turned out Li Jinmei hadn't dismissed his words as idle talk. She had arranged for bodyguards long ago, using them to intimidate Zhou Wen and deter him from making rash moves. The woman was quite shrewd. Chu Fan nodded and followed slowly behind Li Jinmei as she entered the hotel. To be perfectly honest, he was genuinely curious to see what this notorious manager Zhou actually looked like. Chapter 41, A Lamb Among Wolves. Helen Grand Hotel, Private Suite. Zhou Wenjiang puffed on a cigar, his belly protruding prominently. He puckered his lips as he spoke into the phone. "Yao Yan, what makes you doubt my abilities? How many times have we worked together over the years? Since that crossed you, you think I'd give her an easy ride? Brothers are like limbs, women are like clothes, rest easy. No matter how smooth talking she is, I won't betray you. Man, you're too polite. Just a little favor, and you're offering me a whole building? Fine. Wait for my good news." After hanging up with Yang Yaoyan, Zhou Wen twiddled his fingers and licked his lips, silently fantasizing about the scene when Li Jinmei arrived later. Ever since their collaboration began, he made overt and covert advances toward Li Jinmei.
But whether she was genuinely oblivious or feigning ignorance, she remained impervious, acting as if she hadn't noticed. As the saying goes, revenge is a dish best served cold. Zo-won waited nearly 2 years until the completion of the Baijinji-won project. Now, at the quality inspection stage, he could finally find an opportunity to put pressure on her. Just as he'd anticipated, the moment Lee Jin-mei heard the quality inspection certificate wouldn't be issued, she immediately shed her usual aloofness. She proactively called him, pleading in soft, gentle tones for a meeting. Zo-won was in high spirits and immediately contacted Yang Yao-yen to book a room for him. Along the way, he learned that Yang Yao-yen and Lee Jin-mei had recently fallen out. This news only fueled Zo-won's excitement. He planned to pull a use and discard move, satisfying his own desires while making Lee Jin-mei suffer a silent loss. It would teach her a lesson, ensuring she wouldn't dare cross Yang Yao-yen again. Ding! The doorbell rang, and Zo-won's eyes lit up. He opened the door, and the next second, Lee Jin-mei's graceful and alluring figure appeared before his eyes. That mature woman's allure, that strong woman's aloof aura, it was precisely what Zo-won had longed to conquer. Lee Jin-mei caught the unscrupulous glint in Zo-won's eyes, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. If she hadn't come seeking a favor, she would have slapped him across the face without hesitation. But now, held hostage by this bastard, she could only greet him in a low, submissive tone. "Good evening, Manager Zo. I've been waiting for you forever. Please, have a seat," Zo-won said, closing the door behind him. He hadn't failed to notice the bodyguards trailing behind Lee Jin-mei, but he couldn't care less. What good were bodyguards? He wasn't alone. All he had to do was lock this door and send someone to distract the bodyguards. Even an ox would be stuck outside, helpless. Lee Jin-mei couldn't bring herself to insist on bringing the bodyguards inside. She could only watch helplessly as the door closed, deciding to take things one step at a time. The two moved to the dining table. Though it was laden with delicacies, Lee Jin-mei felt no appetite whatsoever. But for the sake of the project, she forced down her disgust and proactively raised her wineglass to Zo-won in a gesture of goodwill. "Manager Zo, I personally oversaw the early stages of the Baijinji-won project. After my promotion to president, I handed it over to the project department. My staff reported that your section has quality issues. I'm unsure what's causing the delays in passing quality inspections." Lee Jin-mei didn't want to engage in lengthy conversation with Zo-won. After toasting him, she cut straight to the chase about the project. Zo-won smiled faintly, deflecting with diplomatic evasion. "Failed inspections stem from multiple factors. Asking me so abruptly makes it hard to explain fully. This issue could be minor or significant after all, your buildings are already constructed. If there were major problems, topping out would be been impossible. But not only did we allow topping out, interior finishing is nearly complete. My point is, we'll certainly do everything possible to help you get the project approved. But you know, some issues require comprehensive consideration. We can't rush through approvals, right?" Lee Jin-mei patiently listened to Zo-won's long-winded rambling, only to find it devoid of any substance, nothing but empty talk. She knew Zo-won was just stringing her along, so she could only smile and offer him another glass of wine. "Manager Zo, you know I'm young and inexperienced in this area. I'm honestly struggling to pinpoint where I went wrong, so I'd appreciate it if you could point it out clearly. No rush. Have some of this bird's nest soup, I specially ordered it for you. It's incredibly nourishing," Zo-won said, placing a bowl of bird's nest soup beside Lee Jin-mei. Lee Jin-mei couldn't refuse and picked up the small bowl, taking a few sips. Just as she was about to steer the conversation back to business, everything suddenly went black before her eyes, and stars seemed to burst forth above her head. Lee Jin-mei shook her head, her eyes filled with utter disbelief. That bastard Zo-won, could he have drugged her? Lee Jin-mei never imagined Zo-won would have the audacity to do such a thing. After all, he was a quality control manager, considered a big shot in the industry. Yet his methods were so despicable, truly unexpectedly vile. Realizing the situation was dire, Lee Jin-mei abandoned any further inquiries about the project. She slammed her hand on the table and struggled to her feet, struggling to make her way out. At the same time, she parted her pink lips, preparing to shout for help, hoping the bodyguards outside would burst in to rescue her. But the moment she opened her mouth, Lee Jin-mei found her throat constricted, as if it were on fire. She couldn't utter a single word for a long while. Her legs buckled beneath her, sending her crashing straight to the floor. She collapsed face first and couldn't even crawl up. Zo-won held his wineglass, sipping red wine as he watched Lee Jin-mei's desperate struggles on the floor, a playful smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Only when Lee Jin-mei was nearly spent did he speak, his tone laced with mockery. "Stop struggling in vain. That drug would knock out an ox. What chance does a delicate woman like you stand?" "Ha!" Hearing his lecherous laughter, Lee Jin-mei felt as if she'd fallen into an ice cave, her body instantly growing half-frozen. She watched helplessly as Zo-won set down his glass and approached her like a demon, his laughter growing frenzied until he finally seized her wrist. Despite her desperate struggles, Lee Jin-mei was now limp and weak, lacking even the strength to swat a mosquito. How could she possibly overpower the broad-shouldered, sturdy Zo-won? The outcome was inevitable. Within moments, he had dragged her onto the sofa.
Zhou Wen held Li Jinmei's limp little hand, inhaling the waves of fragrance emanating from her body. He felt himself drifting into a state of ecstasy, the smile on his lips growing increasingly uncontrollable. He pinned her down on the sofa, pressing both hands firmly against her shoulders. His gaze locked onto her soft, pink lips as he leaned in, poised to kiss her. Ah! Overwhelmed by terror, Li Jinmei finally let out a shriek. But her body was so weak that even her cry was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. It only added to the eroticism, serving no purpose as a cry for help. Looking down at the terrified expression on Li Jinmei's face, Zhou Wen's face broke into a broad smile. He hadn't forgotten Yang Yaoyan's instructions. Reaching out, he patted Li Zhongmi's cheek and said, "Good things come to those who wait. Hold on a moment, I'll capture this sexy, alluring look of yours for posterity." The CEO who always stood so high above everyone else was now pinned beneath me. This explosive scene, so many people would love to see it, ha! Zhou Wen pulled out his phone, stepped back a bit, and began snapping photos of Li Jinmei. Li Jinmei strained every muscle, reaching into the side of her dress to pull out her phone and call for help. But the room was equipped with a signal jammer, no reception at all. At the same time, sounds of struggle erupted outside the door, punctuated by muffled thuds. But soon, everything fell silent. "Manager Zhou, the bodyguards outside have been taken care of." A voice crackled through the miniature walkie-talkie in Zhou Wen's pocket. He pulled out the device, glanced at Li Jinmei, and grinned. "Nice work. I'll give you guys a raise later." With that, Zhou Wen tossed the walkie-talkie aside and resumed taking photos. Li Jinmei was overcome with grief and rage, tears falling in a steady stream. As the tears flowed, her expression grew even more alluring. Zhou Wen watched, his throat tightening. His hands moved faster, eager to finish the task and get on with the real business. Too caught up in his excitement, Zhou Wen didn't notice the sudden clatter outside the door. The noise quickly subsided, as if nothing had ever happened. Just as he finished filming and prepared to send the video to Yang Yaoyan, the door burst open with a loud slam. Immediately, a hand shot out and seized the phone. Chapter 42, Someone's Blood-Soaked Doom. Snap! A shattering sound echoed. The freshly recorded video vanished into thin air before it could be saved, obliterated along with the phone. Zhou Wen's pupils contracted as he whipped his head around to see Chu Fan standing behind him. Staggering backward, he shouted in shock, "You little bastard! Who the hell are you?" This door was reinforced with anti-collision steel. What kind of force could kick it open? Even the chain is twisted. Is this even human? Li Jinmei only caught a blurred figure before the drug's effects overwhelmed her. Her eyes closed, and she passed out. Glancing sideways at Li Yongmi, sprawled disheveled on the sofa, Chu Fan couldn't help but shake his head. He'd called the bodyguards, yet deliberately barred them from entering. Wasn't that like drawing attention to something you'd rather hide? Complaints aside, the business at hand still needed to be handled. Chu Fan grabbed Zhou Wen by the collar, and before the man could react, a sharp slap landed across his face. Zhou Wen let out a pained yell as his ear buzzed, nearly deafened. His heart sank in horror. His enforcer had been assigned by Yang Yaoyan and was exceptionally capable, evident from how easily he'd dispatched the bodyguards Li Jinmei had paid a fortune to hire. And Chu Fan? A frail, paper-thin figure. Yet single-handedly, with lightning speed, he had knocked every last one of those thugs to the ground, all within less than a minute. What kind of god-tier combat prowess was this? As Chu Fan closed in, Zhou Wen snapped out of his daze in terror. Daring not challenge Chu Fan, he stammered, "Big bro, whatever Li Jinmei paid you, I'll give you triple. No, quintuple." Zhou Wen mistakenly believed Chu Fan was a bodyguard hired by Li Jinmei, frantically throwing money at him in a desperate attempt to buy his loyalty. But to his shock, Chu Fan merely cracked his knuckles, then grabbed Zhou Wen by the collar with a cold sneer. "You had your sights set on my wife. Not even a mountain of gold and silver could make it okay. Your wife?" Zhou Wen froze in shock at Chu Fan's words. When did Li Jinmei get married? If soft tactics won't work, then I'll have to use force. Zhou Wen steeled his resolve and threatened coldly, "Listen, kid, let me make this clear. My backer is the Brilliant Group. I admit I handled this poorly today. Just let her go quietly, take your wife away, and we'll pretend this never happened. How about it? Ha! You're ugly as sin, yet you dream big. So what if the Brilliant Group backs you? When it comes to matters of principle, I'd stand my ground even if the King of Heaven himself showed up." Chu Fan narrowed his eyes, dismissing the threat with contempt. Zhou Wen was utterly stunned. Across all of Jinling, who didn't fear the Brilliant Group? Even Li Jinmei had to bow to Yang Yaoyan. How dare this seemingly insignificant nobody spout such nonsense here? "Kid, don't push your luck. If you force my hand, I'll make sure neither of you walks away alive." Watching Zhou Wen grit his teeth, eyes blazing with fury, Chu Fan sighed. "Looks like you're in for a bloody day today." As he spoke, Chu Fan delivered another punch straight to Zhou Wen's stomach, driving a large dent into his abdomen. Instantly, Zhou Wen vomited all over the floor. He fell flat on his back, struggling to rise but finding his entire back throbbing with agony. His body felt paralyzed. Though Zoan weighed twice as much as Chu Fan, sheer brute force rendered his bulk meaningless, nothing but empty fat. Even professional enforcers couldn't handle Chu Fan, let alone a useless drunkard like Zoan. Chu Fan, however, had no intention of ending his life. After thoroughly teaching Zoan a lesson, he picked up Li Jinmei and exited the private room. Passing by Li Jinmei's bodyguards, he sent out several bursts of qi, reviving them. The guards rubbed their numb heads, glanced around, and seemed to realize what had happened. They immediately bowed to Chu Fan. "Thank you, young hero, for your rescue. It was the least I could do. Escort her back safely. If anything happens to her, you'll end up like the men lying on the floor. Understand?" "Yes." They nodded hastily, not daring to lift their heads. These fallen thugs were all formidable fighters, yet Chu Fan had dispatched them with ease. This alone showed just how formidable his combat prowess truly was. If you ever crossed someone like him, you wouldn't even know how you died. Chu Fan handed Li Jinmei over to the bodyguards, ensuring the group drove away safely before heading to meet Han Weiman. At the same time, in the private suite on the top floor, Han Weiman was dining with Han Wenqing and Bai Pu. Bai Pu, director of Jinling's Housing and Construction Bureau, held the most authority in the city regarding housing quality inspections. Han Weiman wanted Chu Fan to meet Bai Pu primarily because Li Group would inevitably interact with the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau when taking over the Wanbao project. He intended to use this opportunity to pave the way for Chu Fan. As the old saying goes, heroes emerge in youth. That our nation has such a successor to traditional Chinese medicine is truly a stroke of great fortune. Han Wenqing also praised enthusiastically. Come to think of it, Chu Fan isn't even a full-time TCM practitioner. He's been working at Li Group lately. I suspect he's using that to conceal his true identity. But with his abilities, he's bound to rise higher. Director Bai should get acquainted with him now. He'll prove invaluable in the future. The Li Group has indeed been thriving lately. Even with a new female CEO at the helm, she's proven decisive and aggressive, full of drive. I'm quite optimistic about their prospects. From the subtle hints in the Han family's conversation, Bai Pu had already picked up that these two had recently cultivated a good relationship with the Li Group. So he followed their lead and offered some praise for Li Jiangmei. Despite being a top-tier industry leader in Jinling, Bai Pu harbored ambitious aspirations to climb higher, ideally expanding into major metropolises like the Magic City. But climbing into such lucrative territory was no easy feat along the way. He couldn't do without the backing of well-connected, wealthy families like the Hans. Consequently, Bai Pu treated the Han family father and son with considerable courtesy, refraining from adopting a high-handed attitude despite his own high position and influence. He even silently vowed to himself that he must cultivate a good relationship with Chu Fan, the man Han Weiman had so strongly recommended. If Chu Fan was indeed a talented young prodigy, cultivating a connection with him would not only win Han Weiman's favor but also undoubtedly benefit Bai Pu's own future advancement. As they were talking, Han Weiman's phone rang. Han Weiman glanced at the caller ID and smiled. Talk of the devil, Chu the divine physician is almost here. He answered the call, gave Chu Fan the room number, and personally went to greet him at the door. Seeing this, Bai Pu felt even more alarmed. The Han family was one of Jinling's 4 great families. Han Weiman was a veteran heavyweight, a formidable figure who dealt directly with Jinling's top officials. Yet someone of his stature was personally waiting for a junior, proof of the profound respect he held for the other party. Before long, the main guest arrived. Han Weiman led Chu Fan inside and introduced him. This is Mr. Bai Pu, director of the Jinling Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau. The entire real estate industry has passed through his hands. Director Bai, it's a pleasure. Chu Fan extended his hand politely. Pleased to meet you. Old Han has told me much about you. I initially thought he might have exaggerated, but seeing you in person, I realized the pupil has surpassed the master. The powerful Bai Pu gripped Chu Fan's hand with remarkable warmth. After both parties sat down, Han Wenqing immediately had the dishes served and began chatting casually. Upon learning that building project quality inspections also fell under Bai Pu's purview, Chu Fan paused before broaching a topic. Director Bai, do you have someone named Zoan working under you? Bai Pu was taken aback. You know Zoan? Heh, just met him. He's quite the character. Hearing Chu Fan's cryptic remark, Han Wenqing and Han Weiman exchanged glances, their brows furrowing as they sensed something amiss. They glanced at Bai Pu, only to find him utterly perplexed, clearly unaware of what was unfolding. Dr. Chu, do you have a history with Zoan? Facing Bai Pu's probing, Chu Fan remained silent. Han Weiman knew for certain that Zoan had provoked Chu Fan, and it was highly likely the incident had just occurred. Han Wenqing surmised that the matter Chu Fan had mentioned needing to resolve before arriving must be connected to Zoan. The dinner atmosphere turned icy due to Chu Fan's coldness. Bai Pu felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He'd been counting on leveraging these 3 men in the room to climb the social ladder, but now that Chu Fan had given him the cold shoulder, both Han Weiman and Han Wenqing had fallen silent. Damn it, it's all that asshole Zoan's fault. Great. My mission failed before it even began. Bai Pu, seated with fury, left hanging alone, unable to find a topic to break the awkward silence.
Meanwhile, Zo-won, having recovered, grew increasingly furious the more he thought about it. There was no way he was letting Chu-fan off the hook. He had the staff at Helen Hotel retrieve the surveillance footage, searching for any trace of Chu-fan. To his surprise, the man hadn't left at all. He was still in the hotel. This was truly a stroke of luck.
Without a moment's hesitation, Zo-won called Yang Yaoyan and summoned dozens of men to the scene.
While waiting, he also had someone compile all the building project documents for Lee Group, picking apart each one to find faults. Even projects previously approved were scrutinized to find faults, ensuring every single one was rejected. Amidst this relentless campaign, even though it was past office hours, the housing and construction department remained ablaze with lights. Zo-won's subordinates worked overtime, combing through Lee Group's files, nitpicking every minor flaw. When Yang Yaoyan finally arrived, Zo-won waved his hand, leading his team to storm the top floor, ready to unleash hell on Chu-fan. Chapter 43, Daring to Touch My Valued Guest? Inside the Tian-numbered private suite. The eerie atmosphere made Bai Pu's forehead break out in a cold sweat. Several times he wanted to speak up and ask, but in his unease, he swallowed his words back down. Chu-fan refused to acknowledge him, and Han Weiman and his son gave him nothing but cold stares. The meal unfolded in an awkward silence, the convivial scene Bai Pu had envisioned vanishing entirely, leaving his heart sinking to the depths. After the meal, they walked and chatted. Mr. Chu, I'll be leaving Jiling for the Magic City in the next couple of days. There's a new project opening up there that needs my old bones to oversee it personally. I doubt I'll be back anytime soon. When you have time to visit the Magic City, be sure to contact me. I'll treat you to a proper welcome. Chu-fan gave a nod of agreement. He doubted he'd have much opportunity to visit Shanghai anyway, so he figured it was best to just humor the old gentleman. After bidding farewell to Han Weiman, Han Wenqing escorted his father back home. As Chu-fan stepped out of the parking lot, intending to hail a taxi, Bai Pu seized the moment to offer, Mr. Chu, may I give you a ride? It's out of my way. I'll manage on my own. No, it's the shift change for taxis now, hard to get one. I'm not busy anyway. Hop in. Bai Pu proactively opened the car door, insisting on inviting Chu-fan to ride back with him. Seeing his friend's enthusiasm, and adhering to the principle of not turning down a kind offer, Chu-fan finally agreed. Finally getting a chance to be alone with Chu-fan, Bai Pu was overjoyed inside. Regardless of how Zo-won had offended Chu-fan, as long as he made amends promptly, their relationship could still be mended. Just as he was about to invite Chu-fan into the car, his phone rang. Mr. Chu, can I take this call? Go ahead. I need to use the restroom anyway. Chu-fan hummed in acknowledgement and headed toward the restroom across the way. Bai Pu thanked him profusely and hurried over to press the answer button, engaging in conversation with the caller. The moment Chu-fan entered the restroom, a cold, menacing voice echoed behind him. That little bastard sure can run fast. He almost slipped away in the blink of an eye. He turned to see Zo-won, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, charging toward him with dozens of burly men in tow. What? Haven't you had enough of getting beaten? You still dare act cocky? This time I brought my brothers. I'll make sure you have no place to be buried. Cruelness flashed in Zo-won's eyes, as if he'd already envisioned Chu-fan lying in a pool of blood. Chu-fan showed no sign of panic. He pointed to a car nearby and said with a smile, Does that license plate look familiar to you? You. Zo-won didn't even bother to look back, cursing furiously. Chu-fan shrugged and shook his head. If you insist on courting death, I can't help you. That. Guys, beat the out of him. If he dies, it's on me. Zo-won's face twisted into a savage grimace as he signaled his men to charge. Just as the mob closed in on Chu-fan, ready to attack, Bai Pu's roar echoed through the air. Whoever touches him, I'll kill them. Zo-won, you don't want to live anymore? You dare touch my honored guest? At Bai Pu's thunderous rebuke, Zo-won jolted upright, whirling his head to the rear. His eyes widened in utter shock. Director C? Zo-won slapped himself across the face, as if trying to confirm this wasn't some kind of nightmare. Out of nowhere, how did Bai Pu suddenly appear here? And he actually called Chu-fan his honored guest? What the hell was going on? Observing the menacing enforcers, Bai Pu finally understood why Chu-fan had subjected him to silent treatment all evening. If he were in Chu-fan's shoes and knew Zo-won was his subordinate, he'd probably want to chop him to pieces. The more he thought about it, the angrier Bai Pu became. He stormed over to Zo-won in 2 strides, his face flushed with rage, and delivered a hard slap across his face. Zo-won saw stars and plopped down onto the ground. The other thugs exchanged nervous glances, none daring to offer assistance. Bai Pu felt one slap wasn't enough. He kicked Zo-won hard in the gut. Well, you're quite the bold one out there. What exactly are you? Some kind of gang boss? And you lot, aiding and abetting a bully, huh? I'm calling the head of the inspection bureau right now. Let's see if there are more of you or more of them. At this, the thugs instantly panicked. Without a second thought, they scattered in disarray, abandoning Zo-won entirely. Anyone who could intimidate even Zo-won was clearly no ordinary figure. If he called in the inspectorate, it would undoubtedly be the high-level inspectors, people wielding immense power. Guys like them, running around in gangs, all had skeletons in their closets. One proper investigation, and their lives would be over. Dozens of people vanished in an instant, leaving only Zo-won, trembling with anxiety, sitting on the ground. Bai-pu bent down, grabbed Zo-won by the collar, and roared, "Have you grown a pair? Who gave you the nerve to mess with Mr. Chu? Ha!" Seeing this, Chu Fan took the opportunity to explain the entire situation. Rather than taking matters into his own hands and risking legal trouble, he decided to let Bai-pu handle it impartially. That way, Zo-won wouldn't dare retaliate later. After hearing the entire story, Bai-pu flew into a rage, bellowing furiously, "You bastard, Zo-won! Taking on shady jobs like this outside. And I was actually considering promoting you in the second half of the year." "Promote you? My ass." While he might occasionally curry favor with higher-ups, he was meticulous in his work and would never compromise integrity, never falsify reports by passing substandard construction as compliant. Yet his subordinate Zo-won had no principles whatsoever, labeling qualified work as substandard, clearly engaging in underhanded dealings behind the scenes. Having such an embarrassingly incompetent subordinate, Chu Fan was already showing immense leniency by agreeing to this meal. Bai-pu was sweating profusely with anger, bowing apologetically to Chu Fan. "My deepest apologies, Mr. Chu. My failure to properly supervise my staff led to this incident. I will conduct a thorough investigation without any favoritism or corruption. You will see a fair and proper resolution by tomorrow." Chu Fan nodded, satisfied with this resolution. "All right, handle it yourself. I'll be heading back now." With that, Chu Fan scanned a shared electric scooter and rode off on his own. Bai-pu watched helplessly as his chance for a private conversation with Chu Fan vanished, his heart seething with fury so intense it was almost palpable. After Chu Fan left, Zo-won looked at Bai-pu, whose face was ashen, and felt her heart pounding like a drum, her entire body going numb. "Director C, isn't that kid just the son-in-law of the Lee family? Why are you being so polite to him?" Zo-won tried to protest, but the more he argued, the darker Bai-pu's expression grew. The moment he scrambled to his feet, Bai-pu delivered a savage kick straight to his solar plexus. Zo-won let out a wail, feeling like half his life had been kicked out of him. "You useless piece of trash! How can you be so utterly clueless? You think having Yang Yaoyan above you makes you special? Compared to the Han family, he's nothing but a little brother. Even the Han family treats Mr. Chu with utmost respect. You thought you could use Yang Yaoyan to take on Mr. Chu? Have you lost your mind?" Bai-pu was genuinely furious. Normally a refined gentleman, he now cursed like a sailor. "Write your resignation letter. Tomorrow, you're coming with me to apologize to the Lee group. If they don't forgive you, you'll be getting a friendly visit from the supervisory bureau." Bai-pu snorted coldly, climbed into his car, and drove off in a rage. Zo-won struggled to crawl up and lean against the roadside steps, his face deathly pale. He lay motionless, his eyes staring blankly, feeling only cold sweat trickling down his spine. Why? How could a mere son-in-law of the Lee family wield such immense influence? He couldn't comprehend it. He couldn't comprehend it. Was Lee Jinmei out of her mind? With such a powerful ally right by her side, someone who could resolve quality inspection issues with a single phone call, why would she bother coming to beg him for help? It's like a billionaire tycoon personally showing up to grovel and smile for a measly 100,000 yuan. Realistic? Zo-won couldn't fathom the logic behind it, nor untangle the threads. The staggering disparity in Chu Fan's status felt like 5 bolts of lightning striking his head, leaving him in a dazed, half-crazed state as if electrocuted. This world is utterly insane. Chapter 44, The Dog Bites Lu Dongbin. Lee Jinmei had a dream. She dreamed she was utterly humiliated by Zo-won, losing the most precious thing she possessed. The nightmare washed over her, jolting her awake in terror. "No!" With a startled cry, Lee Jinmei shot upright. She glanced around and realized she was in her own villa's bed. It was just a dream. Lee Jinmei checked her body and found no signs of being violated, finally letting out a sigh of relief. She rubbed her aching neck and fuzzy head, feeling as if she'd blacked out from too much alcohol, utterly unable to recall what had happened in between. She could only vaguely recall being drugged by Zo-won, then collapsing on the floor unable to cry out. Fortunately, someone had rushed in at the critical moment to save her. Squeak! Suddenly, the door swung open and Li Xiang rushed in, her face full of concern. "Sis, you're awake? Are you okay?" "I'm fine," Li Jiangmei managed a weak smile and asked, "Who brought me back?" Li Xiang replied, still shaken, "Your bodyguards. They said that Zo-won had sinister intentions and was about to assault you. Seeing something was wrong, they rushed in to help. Thankfully, that bastard Zo-won was stopped before he could carry out his attack. Otherwise..." After hearing her sister's account, Li Youngmi recalled a vague, shadowy figure she'd glimpsed before losing consciousness, likely the bodyguard who'd rushed in. She nodded, her face still pale with fear. "Thank goodness I hired them. Otherwise, today would have been a disaster." Li Xiang took Li Jinmei's hand and soothed her. "Sis, don't get angry. It's all over now.
People like that will get their comeuppance sooner or later. Li Junmei rubbed her temples and asked, "Is Chu Fan at home?" "Speaking of which, I was going to ask, wasn't he with you?" Li Xiang countered. Li Junmei shook her head. Come to think of it, it was all her fault for not insisting Chu Fan come along. If he'd been there, Zhou Wen wouldn't have dared act so brazenly. That man is so unreliable. Li Xiang declared, fuming as she planted her hands on her hips. She had even sent Chu Fan a text specifically telling him to act like a proper bodyguard. Who would have thought he'd completely ignore it, nearly causing her sister to get into serious trouble? When Chu Fan got back, she'd show him a thing or two. "Sis, are you hungry? I made a pot of chicken soup. Shall I bring it in?" "No need. I'll go downstairs to drink it." Li Jiangmei tried to get up but lacked the strength. "Let me help you." Li Xiang, ever the dutiful sister, supported Li Jianmei down the stairs. At the same moment, Chu Fan arrived at the villa in a taxi. The moment he entered, he saw Li Jianmei, her face slightly pale. Just as he was about to greet her, Li Xiang unleashed a torrent of accusations. "Chu Fan, what kind of man are you? My sister worked herself to death for the company, walking into the lion's den, and where were you? Did you even know she nearly had her honor defiled by that dog Zhou Wen? What kind of husband are you?" The barrage of accusations made Chu Fan frown. Before he could respond, Li Jianmei waved her hand. "Xiang, don't blame Chu Fan. I told him not to come." He's got some nerve, just saying he wouldn't come and then not showing up. Wait till he loses his wife and see how he cries. Li Xiang pursed her lips, clearly displeased. All right. Let's drop this topic. No more talking about it." Li Jianmei stepped in to end the discussion, giving Chu Fan a meaningful glance. "Get some rest early. We have work tomorrow." With that, she let Li Xiang help her into the kitchen. Sigh, being a good person is no easy feat. Chu Fan gave a wry smile and returned to his room. After his shower, he found several text messages waiting on his phone. The first was from Li Xiang, 1,000 words long. 800 accused him outright, while 200 indirectly berated him, declaring she would never acknowledge him as her brother-in-law. Chu Fan felt a headache coming on. He had clearly saved Li Jiangmei, so how had it ended up looking like he was the one in the wrong? Faced with this young girl's ungrateful behavior, Chu Fan was at a loss. What could he do? He couldn't very well pick a fight with a child, could he? The second text came from Han Wenqing, seemingly trying to calm him down. It said he'd already heard the whole story from Bai Pu and would have Bai Pu handle everything. The third message came unexpectedly from Sun Miaoyu. She reported her recovery was progressing well, her family was thrilled and delighted, and she would soon take over the Sun family enterprise, no longer the frail woman she once was. She also mentioned learning about Chu Fan's recent activities and wasn't surprised he deconnected with the Han family. She added that she planned to collaborate with the Li group on a series of projects. Chu Fan merely smiled in response, offered his congratulations, and said no more. Glancing at the clock, it was nearly 11. He brushed his teeth and went to bed. The next morning, Su Chuanli had unexpectedly arrived at the villa. Su Chuanli, who had never been particularly fond of Li Jiangmei, had unexpectedly prepared breakfast for her. Though it was a simple meal, it in some ways highlighted Su Chuanli's concern for Li Jiangmei. Chu Fan roughly understood the situation but didn't ask questions, quietly sipping his porridge. Before he could swallow a single mouthful, Su Chuanli delivered a sharp slap to his back. Cough. Chu Fan coughed a few times, nearly choking. Before he could speak up, Su Chuanli snapped angrily, "You ungrateful jerk. How can you even eat when Jinmei almost got that thing?" "Grandma, it's my fault." "Don't blame Chu Fan," Li Jianmei said, holding Su Chuanli's hand to calm her down. At least Jinmei is okay. If anything had happened, I'd make you pay." Su Chuanli shot Chu Fan a glare, clearly venting her anger on him. Everyone was stunned. He glanced at Li Zhongmi, noticing the apologetic look in her eyes. He knew there was no other way out but to accept this role of the scapegoat. After all, he was the lowest-ranking member of this household. After dinner, Chu Fan declined Li Jianmei's offer of a ride and took the bus to Li Group instead. Spotting the pile of snacks on his desk, he instantly recognized Zhu Dachang's handiwork. Sure enough, Zhu Dachang emerged from the restroom the very next moment. Though his nose bridge still bore a faint bruise, his overall demeanor seemed robust. He strode with the confidence of a dragon and the vigor of a tiger, his injuries fully healed. "Brother Fan, these are a token of my respect. Dig in, I bought a month's worth. Snacks are on me this month." Seeing Zhu Dachang pounding his chest in an obsequious manner, Chu Fan couldn't help but smile. He instructed the items to be distributed evenly among his colleagues before sitting down to work. Before his seat had even warmed, Zhu Dachang leaned in. "Brother Fan, the higher-ups summoned us for a meeting. Could you cover for me?" Chu Fan raised an eyebrow. "Why me? Aren't you back now?" "I'm not good with words. I always get bullied when I go back. Unlike Brother Fan, who's eloquent and exudes authority. Only someone as formidable as you can represent our customer service department's image and make those people dare not underestimate us." Hearing Zhu Dashun's words, Zhang Xiaolin and the others nodded in agreement. Chu Fan was speechless. Were these people all sycophants in their past lives? He considered refusing, but then thought Li Huihui was bound to cause trouble again today. Besides, he wanted to check if Zhou was still holding up quality control. If Bai Pu turned out to be two-faced, talking one way and acting another, it would be good to have Han Wenqing step in to resolve it. With that thought, Chu Fan agreed to Zhu Dachang's request and headed back to the conference room. No sooner had he sat down than Li Huihui slammed her hand on the table, her eyebrows furrowed as she snapped at Li Jinmei. "Ms. Li, I know I shouldn't say this, but you're more of a liability than an asset. You were tasked with securing the Baijinjuan project. Not only did you fail to close that deal, but you dragged down all our other projects too. Do you have any idea how many non-compliance notices I received in my inbox yesterday? We only have 8 projects in total right now. The remaining 5 were all approved and put into use ages ago. Now they're digging up old issues. How exactly did you manage to offend Manager Zhou?" Li Huihui was absolutely furious. Though she couldn't stand Li Jinmei, facing multiple project suspensions at once left her overwhelmed and stretched too thin. Facing Li Huihui's questioning, Li Jinmei's expression darkened. She had anticipated this outcome before coming to the company, but never imagined Zhou would be this ruthless nitpicking over trivial matters, digging up old issues at all costs, and being so disgusting. What a despicable man. Chapter 45, Confrontation. Seeing Li Jinmei remain silent, the other executives in the company grew anxious. "Ms. Li, if all projects are halted for quality issues and rectification, how are we supposed to survive this month?" "Exactly. We're already short on cash flow, counting on 2 project settlements at month end. Now we won't just lose that money, we'll have to cover the costs ourselves. Money is secondary, how do we salvage our reputation? After 10 p.m., the official website will publish the notice. How are we supposed to handle this PR disaster?" Everyone chimed in with their grievances, all feeling the headache of this hot potato. This time, their support for Li Huihui wasn't just about the favors she'd done for them. More importantly, this incident had directly impacted them personally and could genuinely spell disaster for the company. Faced with these accusations, Li Jinmei bit her lip, unsure what to say. Seeing Li Jinmei's guilty expression, Li Huihui grew even more aggressive. "Listen, Li Jinmei, don't play the victim here. As the company president, you should have handled these matters properly. Now you've made things worse. Don't you owe us all an explanation?" Under Li Huihui's relentless pressure, Li Jinmei took a deep breath, trying to speak, but the words stuck in her throat. Last night's events were simply too embarrassing to discuss. She couldn't very well tell these people that Zhou had tried to take advantage of her, could she? After a moment of deep thought, Li Jinmei decided to swallow her bitterness alone. Steeling herself, she said, "Everyone, please calm down. I will handle this properly." All right. While Li Jinmei stammered, unsure how to placate the group, Li Huihui waved her hand decisively, cutting her off immediately. "Yesterday you said you could handle it, and you turned one project's loss into several. Today you say you can handle it again? Ha! Are you determined to run this company into the ground? If you don't have the skills, don't take on the job. If you really can't handle Manager Zhou, just say so. Step aside now, and we might still have time to fix things. But if you keep messing around and completely piss off Manager Zhou, what's the point of this company even existing?" Li Huihui's tone set the stage, and the others chimed in. "Exactly, General Manager Li. What's really going on? Give us a straight answer. We're working our asses off like old oxen every day, and you've gone and pissed off the higher-ups. What's the point of all this pointless hustle?" Li Jinmei remained silent, clearly consumed by self-reproach and guilt. Watching her caught between a rock and a hard place, Chu Fan sighed inwardly. Being president was truly frustrating, everyone seemed to step on her. Ultimately, it was because Li Jinmei was too accommodating and not assertive enough. He glanced at the time, it was already 9:30. Why was there still no word from Bai Pu? Wasn't today supposed to be the day this matter was resolved? Could this guy be stringing him along? That shouldn't be the case. Judging by his attitude yesterday, Bai Pu desperately wanted to curry favor with the Han family. There was no reason for him to pay lip service while acting otherwise. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Fan spoke up on Li Jinmei's behalf. "Everyone, please don't worry. I trust Ms. Li's capabilities. She must have already resolved this matter yesterday. It's just that the higher-ups haven't issued an announcement yet. She's concerned about potential changes and doesn't want to inform everyone prematurely." The moment Chu Fan spoke, Li Yongmi shot him a glare. She didn't see his words as soothing at all, just fuel to the fire, making things worse. After all, she had indeed offended Zhou yesterday. Zhou had ordered rectification notices issued overnight. How could he possibly change his mind so suddenly today? Just as Li Huihui was about to scoff, a phone rang abruptly. Li Jinmei picked up the landline and answered. The voice on the other end said, "Ms. Li, you need to come out immediately. A large group from the Housing and Construction Department, including Bai Pu, has arrived. I've seated them all in the conference room. I have no idea what they want, but they all insist on seeing you."
Hearing this, Lee Junmei felt a sudden knot in her stomach.
Could it be that they had come to confront her?
Zhou alone was already enough to drive her to distraction, let alone director by Pu.
Was Zhou truly determined to push Lee Group into bankruptcy before he'd relent?
The thought left her heart sinking. Without a word to the executives present, she left them all waiting and hurried out alone. Seeing Li Jingmei's grim expression, Li Huihui seemed to grasp the urgency and hurried after her, urging the others to follow.
The executives exchanged bewildered glances before rising one by one.
Following Li Huihui, they rushed to the conference room. Through the conference room's sparkling clean glass, they peered inside and their expressions changed dramatically. It was none other than the leaders from the Housing and Urban Rural Development Department.
Whoa!
Even Li Huihui, who usually relished a good spectacle, came to an abrupt halt upon seeing Bai Pu, swallowing hard.
Oh no! With such bigwigs personally coming to demand answers, Li Group would be crippled if not destroyed.
Li Huihui stamped her foot, both furious and terrified. Li Junmei had gone too far, causing such a huge mess without even reporting it to the board. No, she had to fix this immediately. Though she wasn't confident she could placate Bai Pu, Li Huihui absolutely couldn't let this opportunity slip. She resolved to use this incident to oust Li Junmei from the CEO position and take her place. As for resolving the conflict with the Housing and Construction Bureau, there's no problem in this world that money can't fix. If all else fails, she'll just push Li Junmei forward to take the fall. Either way, Li Huihui was determined to reap the benefits. Among the higher-ups, some still harbored sympathy for Li Junmei. But seeing Zhou Wen's battered face and Bai Pu's gloomy expression, most understood the gravity of the situation. Just before Li Junmei entered the room, her secretary, Wu Mimi, grabbed her arm nervously.
Ms. Li, should we go fetch Chairman Su?
The secretary remained loyal to Li Junmei. Worried the situation was too messy to handle, she wanted to bring in acting chairwoman Su Chunli. As the wife of former Chairman Li, Su Chunli had extensive connections, and Bai Pu would likely give her some leeway. But Li Junmei shook her head firmly. I caused this mess myself.
I'll handle it myself.
Taking a deep breath, she prepared to push open the door and face the other party's overwhelming fury. But just as her hand touched the doorknob, Li Huihui yanked her back.
Li Jiangmei, are you out of your mind? You've already alienated them completely. How dare you even think about facing them? Can't you forget you're the CEO even in death? Step aside. I'll handle the explanation.
If they agree to let you apologize and beg for forgiveness, I'll have someone arrange your entry. If they refuse your apology, you'll just have to stand outside as punishment. Having seized such a powerful leverage point, Li Huihui spared no effort in humiliating Li Junmei, as if their roles had completely reversed. Knowing she was in the wrong, Li Junmei reluctantly complied with Li Huihui's demands, however resentful she felt, to prevent matters from escalating further. And so, the entire group followed Li Huihui into the reception room with great fanfare. Among the senior officials, only one person lingered behind, like Chu Fan, seemingly uninterested in backing Li Huihui. Chu Fan studied the figures back, pondering carefully. This man was called Xue Gu, and during the previous two meetings, he had frequently spoken up for Li Junmei.
He was most likely one of their own.
As he pondered this, Xue Gu halted his steps and turned to face Chu Fan.
Mr. Chu, aren't you going in?
Chu Fan rolled his eyes.
Why would I go in?
Everyone knows how capable Ms. Li is. Even if things don't turn out well, it's definitely because someone sabotaged her efforts, not because she lacks the ability.
Besides, I don't think the Housing and Construction Department is here to lay blame. Perhaps they've come to apologize for yesterday's rashness?
Upon hearing Chu Fan's words, Shuij burst into laughter, her furrowed brows instantly smoothing out.
Heh, fine.
The title of Mr. Li's #1 superfan is yours from now on. I thought I was bold enough in my thinking, but it turns out you've outdone me. But soon, his laughter faded. He sighed deeply and said, if only your vision could come true. I've been by Mr. Li's side for so many years, watching him climb this rocky path step by step. Through all the storms we've weathered together, I've never seen him look as grim as he does today.
I fear the worst is yet to come. From Shuij's tone, Chu Fan could sense his genuine concern.
He patted the man's shoulder and whispered, don't be so downhearted.
There's bound to be a turning point.
Shuij merely smiled, saying nothing.
Perhaps only an unrealistic person like Chu Fan would believe such a sci-fi level turn of events could actually happen? Chapter 46, A Twist in the Road. Conference Room.
Bai Pu glared at the timidly nodding Zhou Wen beside him, his eyes bulging like they were about to pop out of their sockets. If looks could kill, Zhou Wen would have died 1,000 times over.
He hadn't slept a wink all night after yesterday's incident.
He'd hoped to resolve things properly today, but no sooner had he arrived at the office than thunderbolts of shocking news struck like lightning, nearly knocking Bai Pu unconscious. That bastard Zhou Wen had actually made the Housing and Construction Department work overtime overnight to nitpick, forcing the suspension of all Li Group projects. He'd been fretting over how to explain the Beijing Garden project alone, but now his workload had multiplied tenfold.
What a useless teammate.
Accompanying Zhou Wen were several of his lackeys.
Bai Pu hadn't yet decided how to deal with them, choosing instead to wait and see what stance Li Jinmei and Xu Fan would take today. Huff. At this moment, Bai Pu's heart was filled with anxiety. As a director general, he'd never felt this nervous even when provincial inspectors came to review his work. Before long, the conference room door opened. But it wasn't Li Jinmei who entered instead. A woman with high cheekbones and a somewhat sharp appearance walked in. The moment she entered, she immediately bowed and extended her hand. Director Bai, hello. I'm Li Huihui, General Manager of Li Group. Upon recognizing Li Huihui, Bai Pu's heart skipped a beat. Under normal circumstances, when a director general like himself paid an official visit to a group, even if the chairman couldn't come out to greet him, the CEO should at least be present. Could it be that Li Jinmei was so furious she refused to see him? Though he maintained polite words toward Li Huihui, Bai Pu's mind was churning violently. He scanned the arriving guests carefully, but not only was Li Jinmei nowhere to be seen, he didn't even spot Xu Fan. This was bad. If President Li Jinmei didn't want to see him, then Xu Fan, as a company representative, not coming along, wasn't that essentially sentencing him to death? The more he thought about it, the more panicked Bai Pu became, his breathing growing ragged. Of course, he was a man of standing and reputation. No matter how anxious he felt inside, he wouldn't show it directly. Instead, he sat like a fish out of water, making small talk with Li Huihui. Seeing Bai Pu being so courteous to her, Li Huihui instantly felt there might be room for negotiation. She felt quite pleased with herself. If she handled this properly, President Li Yongmi would definitely be out. No one could save her. Director Bai, you made the trip today specifically regarding our company's project quality issues, correct? Our president isn't very adept at handling matters. She's too stubborn on many issues. Please don't take it personally. Regarding Manager Zhou's offense, we will. No. Before Li Huihui could finish, Bai Pu cut her off. President Li did nothing wrong. The fault lies with. As Bai Pu spoke, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of Xu Fan walking side by side with Xue Gu. Finally spotting the person he wanted to curry favor with, he couldn't care less about Li Huihui. Rising abruptly, he shoved aside her long legs blocking his path and hurried straight to the entrance to greet Xu Fan. Xuej watched Bai Pu charge toward her, momentarily frozen in panic as if facing a formidable enemy. She was so flustered she didn't know where to put her hands or feet. He took a deep breath and hurriedly greeted him. Director Bai, good day. MHM. Bai Pu responded casually, preparing to greet Xu Fan. Xu Fan didn't want his identity exposed within the company. So when Bai Pu spoke, he promptly gave him a meaningful glance and pushed Xuej forward to meet Bai Pu. Bai Pu understood Xu Fan's avoidance, realizing he likely didn't want their relationship made public. He took the hint and shook Xue Ji's hand instead. Glancing at Xue Ji's name tag, he made small talk. Mr. Xue, it's been ages. We had such a great chat at that dinner last time. Indeed, Director Bai. It's been a while. As the company's procurement manager, Xue Gu did attend banquets and such frequently, but he couldn't recall ever having the chance to converse with a figure as prominent as Bai Pu. But since the other party had already made the effort to initiate conversation, he couldn't very well refuse. Feeling flattered, he engaged Bai Pu in polite small talk. After exchanging a few insincere pleasantries, Bai Pu immediately asked, by the way, is Ms. Li not here today? She is. I'll go fetch her right away. Li Yongmi was being held back at the bar outside the reception room by Li Huihui. Feeling embarrassed, she hesitated to come forward. Upon hearing Bai Pu wanted to see her, Xue Gu hurried over in 2 strides and fetched Li Jiangmei. By then, Li Huihui had emerged from the meeting room. Unaware of Bai Pu's earlier warning, she assumed he de-summoned Li Jinmei to reprimand her. She immediately offered insincere words, Director Bai, our CEO Li is young and impetuous, and frankly, he's not quite suited for the role of president. We've already initiated an internal review and self-correction process. I assure you, I will provide a satisfactory resolution to this matter. I hope you won't be too hard on our CEO Li. As a seasoned veteran of the corporate world, Bai Pu instantly recognized Li Huihui's manipulative tactics. He saw right through her insincere words, clearly designed to undermine Li Jinmei. Realizing this, Bai Pu gave Li Huihui a cold laugh and said, General Manager Li seems to have misunderstood something. I actually hold quite high regard for your CEO. She hasn't done anything wrong, on the contrary, she's done our housing and construction department a huge favor. I'm here today to express my gratitude. What? Li Jinmei's face instantly turned green upon hearing Bai Pu's words. The other executives exchanged stunned glances, their expressions thick with disbelief. Just then, Li Jinmei was escorted in by Xue Gu. Unaware of Bai Pu's earlier remarks, she approached step by step, head bowed, ready to apologize, her nerves stretched taut. But before she could speak, Beck Park excitedly grasped her hand and even bent down as if honoring her, as though her status were somehow more exalted. Ms. Li, thank you so much. Ha? Li Zhongmi was dumbfounded. Why was Bai Pu thanking her? Was he being sarcastic? Li Jiangmei couldn't make heads or tails of it and quickly bent her waist even lower. Bai Pu knew Li Jinmei was Xu Fan's wife and dared not let her bow to him. He hurriedly said, Ms. Lee, please don't be so formal with me. I'm the one who owes you an apology. I came here today specifically to make amends. Our housing and construction department had a black sheep. As the director, I bear responsibility. If not for your perseverance and patience in gathering evidence for us, I wouldn't have known about this until who knows when. As Bai-Pu spoke, he shouted toward the conference room. Zo-Wen, what are you standing there for? Zo-Wen flinched at the call, then trudged out with a look of deep resentment. Before Bai-Pu could speak, he dropped to his knees before Li Jinmei. Ms. Lee, I'm truly sorry. I shouldn't have abused my authority to bully you, nor should I have casually issued substandard quality reports to coerce you into bribery. I've deeply realized my mistakes. Please be magnanimous and spare me. As he spoke, Zo-Wen began banging his head against the floor in front of Li Jinmei, as if terrified she might refuse to forgive him. This bizarre scene stunned everyone present. Even Li Jinmei, the person involved, found it hard to believe. She pinched the bridge of her nose, doubting her own eyes. Yesterday, this very same Zo-Wen had arrogantly drugged her and threatened violence. How could he now confess everything and even beg for mercy on his knees? What on earth had happened in the span of a single night? Li Jinmei was stunned, unable to recover for a long while. Bai-Pu, thinking she was unwilling to forgive Zo-Wen, quickly added, Ms. Lee, you don't need to forgive this scum. We've gathered all the evidence of his crimes and handed it over to the supervision department. He's already been dismissed and is under investigation. I brought him here today specifically to reassure you. We won't let this one rat spoil the broth for our entire housing and construction department. Our department upholds integrity and will never engage in under-the-table dealings. Based on my personal investigation, none of the Lee Group's projects have any quality issues whatsoever. Ignore every single one of those notices that bastard sent you yesterday. As for the quality inspection certification for the Baijinjuan project, we'll have someone deliver it to you before 2 p.m. today. I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting for so long. As the head of the Housing and Urban Rural Development Department, I deeply regret the delay. After speaking, Bai-Pu bowed his head once more to Li Jinmei. Li Jinmei remained outwardly composed, but inside she was overjoyed. With the Baijinjuan project's funds successfully recovered, the Wanbao project was practically guaranteed to succeed. Add to that the scoundrel who tried to screw her over finally getting his just desserts, and it seemed all her problems were being resolved effortlessly. The dramatic reversal came so swiftly that Li Jinmei began to doubt whether she was dreaming. Yet the sharp pain from her bitten tongue proved it was all real. Chapter 47, Director Bai is truly an upright and honest man. Some rejoiced while others grieved. While Li Jinmei was overcome with excitement, Li Huihui and the group of fence-sitters behind her looked increasingly grim. They had thought siding with Li Huihui would bring them more benefits, but instead, they had fallen into a huge pit. As for Li Huihui herself, she was seething with rage, nearly losing her ability to think. Did the Housing and Construction Department have any backbone left? How could they just casually come over to apologize? Even if they made a mistake, they should have stuck to their guns, waited for her to come knocking, and then set things right. Why should Li Jinmei get such a huge advantage? This director Bai is far too unassuming. Bowing down to apologize first thing in the morning, what on earth was he thinking? Li Huihui was furious. She mentally cursed every person within sight. What kind of rotten luck was this? She'd finally snatched this opportunity, only to have the duck slip right out of her grasp. That Li Jinmei had walked all over her luck even in such a tricky situation, she'd managed to turn misfortune into fortune. It was infuriating. Compared to Li Huihui, who was gnashing her teeth in frustration, Li Jinmei's gloom and despair from earlier that morning had completely vanished. She never dreamed things would resolve so smoothly. Bai-Pu's impartial handling of the matter and his proactive apology felt like divine intervention to Li Jinmei. Snapping back to reality, she promptly invited Bai-Pu to her office for a detailed discussion. Bai-Pu had no desire to waste more time here, but when he glanced back at Chu Fan and saw him give a slight nod, he promptly agreed with a smile. After all, his entire purpose this time was to curry favor with Chu Fan. As long as it pleased Chu Fan, he'd gladly do more than just go upstairs for a detailed discussion. He'd even happily stick around to run errands. As for Zo-Wen, he had hoped to follow Bai-Pu upstairs to plead his case. But Bai-Pu waved him off, instructing his remaining subordinates to take Zo-Wen back for investigation. Judging by his utterly despairing expression, he'd likely never see the light of day again. Under the strange gazes of the crowd, Li Jinmei cautiously led Bai-Pu upstairs. As they passed by Chu Fan and Shu Wei-ge, Bai-Pu specifically remarked, "I see these two young men are quite loyal to you, Ms. Li. Why don't we all go upstairs and have a chat?" Sure. Shu Wei-ge, Chu Fan, you two come along." Li Jinmei could see it too. After such a major incident, all those who had previously fawned over her had switched sides, becoming Li Huihui's lackeys. Only Shu Wei-ge and Shu Fan remained steadfastly by her side. Though she didn't know why Bai-Pu was backing her so strongly, this was a rare chance to humiliate Li Huihui and assert her own authority. Why not seize it?
After the group of four ascended the stairs, the executives left behind in the conference room corridor were either wearing grim expressions or so awkward they wished they could sink into the ground. Li Huihui shot them a cold, reproachful glance, silently blaming their incompetence though unable to voice it. She gritted her teeth and stormed off. The executives, in turn, blamed Li Huihui for her lack of insight. How could she not know about the close relationship between Bai Pu and Li Jinmei? Charging headlong into the fray like that proved she was utterly unfit for her position. Back in the general manager's office, Li Huihui's rage caused her to hurl everything on the desk to the floor. Even the coffee cup on the table shattered instantly into glass shards. Damn it! You think you can play hard to get with me, Li Jinmei? Just you wait, I won't let this slide. Li Huihui suspected Li Jinmei's earlier hesitation and unease were mostly an act of performance staged before her to feign weakness before striking. She was biding her time until Bai Pu arrived to show her true colors. You scheming, just you wait. Consumed by rage and utterly irrational, Li Huihui sat on the sofa, scheming about how to get back at Li Jinmei. President's office. Li Jinmei and Bai Pu discussed the upcoming project plans for Li Group in detail. Though Bai Pu didn't spell everything out explicitly, he subtly revealed a great deal about the higher-ups' policy preferences. Li Jinmei, ever the sharp strategist, instantly grasped the crucial information, understanding precisely which direction Li Group should pursue next. For a moment, she truly regarded Bai Pu as her benefactor. Their conversation lasted over half an hour, finally concluding when Bao Pu received a call summoning him away. After Bao Pu departed, a relieved smile spread across Li Yongmi's face and her anxious heart finally settled. Alright, you two can return to work now. You handled this well, keep up the good work. Li Zhangmei resumed her aloof demeanor, transforming back into the cool, beautiful CEO as she urged Chu Weiguo and Xu Fan to push forward. As soon as they left, she immediately called Su Chuanli and recounted the entire incident in detail. Su Chuanli had already received word and nodded. Handled well. But this is truly strange. I tried contacting Bai Pu all yesterday and couldn't reach him. Why did he come here specifically today? Li Jinmei, thinking simply, replied offhandedly, probably because Zhou was too brazen with his memos, so someone from the same unit reported him to Director Bai. He told me he'd make sure Zhou was severely punished. Director Bai is truly an upright and incorruptible man. Her words were brimming with high praise for Bai Pu, as if she wanted to send him a banner of commendation. Su Chuanli suspected the matter wasn't that straightforward, but the director of the Housing and Urban Rural Development Department wasn't someone she could casually investigate. Since the outcome was favorable, the twists and turns of the process didn't matter much. Director Bai really seems like a decent person. Alright then, you go back to work. Meanwhile, as soon as Chu Fan and Xu Ge turned the corner, the other party immediately gave him a thumbs up. Mr. Chu, you really are prescient. How did you guess Director Bai was here to help us resolve this? If Li Huihui and the others had half your wit, they wouldn't have made such fools of themselves, ha! Xu Weiguo was genuinely happy for Li Jinmei. Having worked alongside Li Jinmei for years, he knew how much she had endured for the sake of the Li Group, how she had swallowed her pride and put up with Li Huihui's unjust treatment. Yet Li Huihui showed no remorse whatsoever, treating all of Li Jinmei's sacrifices as her due while actively undermining Li Jinmei's supporters at every turn. Despite Xu Weiji's position as purchasing manager, Li Huihui had constantly sabotaged him. Just a stroke of luck. Xu Fan chuckled, exchanged a few more words, and then they each returned to their posts. No sooner had he arrived at the customer service department than Zhu Dachang informed Xu Fan that someone had just called specifically looking for him. Xu Fan glanced at the desk phone with puzzlement and casually dialed the number back. Who is this? Mr. Chu, this is Bai Pu. I was at the company today, but you didn't let me greet you. I thought I'd call to ask, do you think today's resolution is appropriate? Bai Pu sounded even more polite over the phone than he had when speaking with Li Jinmei earlier, his tone clearly tinged with nervousness. We handled it fairly. Nothing inappropriate about it. Thanks for coming in so early. Xu Fan acknowledged. Li Jinmei's crisis had been defused, Li Huihui had been thoroughly humiliated, and Zhou, that black sheep, had received his just punishment. There couldn't have been a more appropriate resolution. Hearing Xu Fan's words, Bai Pu finally let out the breath he'd been holding all night. He then plucked up the courage to ask Xu Fan for his personal phone number. Xu Fan knew he wasn't the type to scheme for petty gains, so he readily gave him his contact information. After hanging up, Bai Pu exhaled deeply while driving. After currying favor with the Han family for so long, today he finally saw a glimmer of victory. As soon as Chu Fan ended his call, Zhu Dashang, who had been eavesdropping the entire time, immediately leaned in to ask who had called. An insurance salesman. Chu Fan couldn't possibly tell the truth, so he made up a flimsy excuse to brush it off. But Zhu Dashang looked pensive. The voice of the caller bore an uncanny resemblance to Bai Pu from the Housing and Construction Bureau, almost identical, in fact. Could it be that Chu Fan was hiding something? Recalling Chu Fan's extraordinary martial skills, masterful medical techniques, and indescribable charm, Zhu Dashang found this suspicion highly plausible.
In his view, Chu Fan was undoubtedly the disciple of some master, undergoing trials in the mortal world to overcome tribulations. Chapter 48, The Rich Kid's Misunderstanding. At lunchtime, to celebrate Lee Group's narrow escape from danger, Zhu Dechang hosted a meal, inviting Chu Fan and the others to dine out. Chu Fan initially declined, but he couldn't resist Zhu Dechang and the others' persistent coaxing and finally agreed. Coincidentally, while heading to the restroom at the restaurant, Chu Fan bumped into Yu Hui. After chatting, he learned that the restaurant owner's daughter was Yu Hui's classmate, and she had come to visit her friend today. Chu Fan, I actually have something to discuss with you. One of our university classmates is having a birthday party. They're well off and have asked us to invite friends to enjoy ourselves. I'd like to invite you. Are you free tonight? No. Chu Fan declined bluntly. On Ershian Bridge, he had already seen Yu Hui's true colors. There was no need to have any further contact with a woman like her. Yu Hui tried to persuade him, come on, don't be like that. I know I said some harsh things to you back at Ershian Bridge. I realize I was wrong. That's why I invited you to the party. It's also my way of apologizing. No need. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to show up at your university reunion. Seeing Chu Fan's firm stance, Yu Hui rolled her eyes and said, do you remember our high school classmate Li Hua? You know, that guy with the thick eyebrows who sat next to you. Chu Fan certainly knew Li Hua. The guy was outgoing, and they got along pretty well. Even while he was doing time in prison, they'd stayed in touch. He repeated his senior year, got into Jilin University, then served 2 years in the military. He just returned a few days ago. I invited him too. It's a great chance for us old classmates to catch up. Yu Hui pleaded earnestly. All right. Chu Fan pondered for a moment before nodding. After all, Li Hua had been a great help to him back in high school. It had been 3 years since they last met. It wouldn't hurt to check in on him now and then, offer assistance if needed, consider it paying back a favor. All right, it's settled then. 7 o'clock tonight at Xingjing Hotel. Don't be late. Yu Hui blinked, then turned and walked away. Chu Fan shrugged, returned to the table, and joined Zhu Deshang and the others for a hearty meal. They didn't leave until 2 in the afternoon, each returning to their respective duties. Time ticked by, and before long, it was quitting time. After sending a WeChat message to Li Jinmei informing her he'd be dining with classmates tonight, Chu Fan hailed a taxi and headed alone to the vicinity of Xingjing Hotel. The moment he stepped out of the cab, a voice called out from across the street. Chu Fan, over here. Chu Fan looked up and recognized the voice as Yu Hui, accompanied by Xu Eme. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Their relationship wasn't particularly close, so why did this woman seem so eager to see him? She was waving excitedly at the entrance, proactively greeting him? Could this gathering be a setup? Just as Chu Fan was pondering this, Yu Hui suddenly let go of Xu Eme's hand, crossed the street on her own, ran over to greet him, and hooked her arm through his. This unusual warmth sent an inexplicable chill down Chu Fan's spine, making him suspect she might be plotting something. Yet Yu Hui appeared remarkably open and unguarded. Dressed in a strapless mini dress today, she pressed her body against Chu Fan's arm as she hugged it, unable to stop herself. Xu Eme caught Yu Hui's provocative display. While she didn't quite sneer, her expression was far from pleasant. Using her charms to silence Chu Fan and claim credit for the rescue at Ershian Bridge, only Yu Hui would pull something like that. Accompanied by the two beauties, Chu Fan entered the SVIP private room. The host of this gathering was Chen Kaishui, a devoted admirer of Xu Eme. The Shengjing Hotel was an investment of his father's, so he was solely responsible for covering all expenses. Since Yu Hui was Xu Eme's closest confidant, Chen Kaisu knew that winning Xu Eme's favor required winning Yu Hui's. He'd encouraged her to bring as many friends as possible, hoping to attract a group of potential partners while showcasing his own capabilities. But when Chu Fan appeared at the door, Chen Kaisu couldn't help but frown. This gathering was no ordinary affair. Every attendee was dressed to the nines. Yet here stood Chu Fan in his employee uniform, looking like he could be a delivery guy from outside. Though he looked down on the dowdy Chu Fan, Chen Kaisu remained courteous since he was Yu Hui's guest. He even arranged for Yu Hui, Chu Fan, and Xu Eme to sit at his table as the host, giving Chu Fan ample face. It was still early, and not everyone had arrived yet. Chen Kaishui, who had hoped to chat privately with Xu Eme, noticed something off. Chu Fan was brought by Yu Hui, so it made sense that Yu Hui was lavishing attention on him. But why was Xu Eme constantly stealing glances at Chu Fan? What's more, she always seemed hesitant to speak, her expression conflicted as if she'd fallen for her best friend's boyfriend. After observing for a while, Chen Kaisu felt increasingly annoyed. If this bumpkin was merely Yu Hui's boyfriend, Chen Kaisu could treat him courteously, even offer some perks wouldn't be out of the question. But if his goddess also harbored feelings for this bumpkin, he'd be ready to punch someone. Because in Chen Kaisu's own imaginary world, he was Xu Eme's rightful boyfriend. In reality, Xu Eme's frequent glances at Chu Fan weren't born of jealousy, as Chen Kaisu imagined, but of nervousness. She was already uneasy about taking credit for someone else's work. Now she had to sit down to eat with him, even scheming to get the rightful owner to willingly hand over the credit.
This brazen act made Bai Shuemei feel ashamed, even as the beneficiary. Ultimately, she was watching Chu Fan's expression, terrified he might slip up and reveal the truth if he grew displeased. But Chen Kaishui remained oblivious to the hidden tension. When he saw Bai Shuemei glance at Chu Fan for the third time, he couldn't hold back any longer. Bang! Though Chen Kaisu didn't overturn the table outright, his forceful strike sent the cutlery on the table rattling. The juice in front of Chu Fan splashed out, staining his clothes. Yu Hui, seeing this, promptly picked up a napkin and began wiping Chu Fan's clothes, all the while sending him flirtatious glances. But Chu Fan wasn't having it. Pushing Yu Hui away, he glared back at Chen Kaisu, clearly annoyed. What's your problem? Still trying to play games with me? One girlfriend is enough, you're already thinking about playing both sides? Chen Kaisu seemed to have lost his mind. Not only did he show no remorse, but he started arguing back. Are you out of your mind? Chu Fan thought Chen Kaishui must have lost his mind. He was single, where would he even get a girlfriend? As for playing both sides, that was pure nonsense. He brushed the juice off his clothes and headed toward the bathroom to clean up. Hey! Stop right there! Where do you think you're going? Seeing Chu Fan ignore him completely, not even giving him a glance, the already hot-tempered Chen Kaisa grew even more furious. He was a big shot at school. As a rich kid, he came from a wealthy family, had solid grades, and was undeniably good-looking. On top of that, he was the president of the school's martial arts club, a well-rounded talent by any measure. Even the principal gave him a certain amount of respect. So who did this Chu Fan think he was? Just some freeloader brought in by Yu Hui, and he dared to show contempt for his authority? He'd lost his mind. Burning with rage, Chen Kaishui strode over to Chu Fan, blocking his path. Pointing a finger at his nose, he shouted, "You little punk, you don't want to play nice, do you?" Seeing the sudden altercation, the students were utterly baffled. Why were they suddenly arguing? Who was this guy? They'd never seen him before. He's got some nerve, offending young Master Chen right on his turf. Isn't that asking for trouble? I thought they were sitting at the same table earlier. Did they just not see eye to eye? Everyone stared at each other wide-eyed, all looking utterly bewildered. A bold thought suddenly crossed Yu Hui's mind. Could Chen Kaisu actually have feelings for her? The more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. She smoothed her hair, unable to suppress the smile spreading across her lips. She nearly forgot why she'd even asked Chu Fan out today. Bai Shuemei, unaware she was the source of this dispute, furrowed her delicate brows and nudged Yu Hui. I told you not to invite that convict over. Now look at the mess we're in. How are we going to clean this up? Yu Hui had only wanted to save some money, enjoy a nice meal, and make Chu Fan happy, hoping to curry favor for future favors. Who could have predicted Chen Kaisu would suddenly lose his mind? Then there was Bai Shuemei, acting all high and mighty, refusing to stoop to her level. She'd been counting on Bai Shuemei to smooth things over with Chu Fan, but now she was just throwing cold water on the situation. It really got under Yu Hui's skin. She snorted and retorted with a sneer, honestly, I can't see what Chu Fan did wrong this time. Bai Shuemei watched Yu Hui, who always curried favor with the powerful, suddenly switch sides and defend Chu Fan, and was taken aback. What's gotten into you today? Are you really going all out with this act? He's so far away he can't hear us. If you want to criticize him, just go ahead. Yu Hui frowned, opening her mouth but deciding against arguing with Bai Shuemei. She simply fell silent. Meanwhile, Chu Fan, seeing Chen Kaishui persistently yelling without end, was starting to lose his patience, no matter how good-natured he usually was. If you're sick, go get treated. Stop acting crazy here. I didn't do anything to you, why are you yelling like a madman? Seeing Chu Fan's completely clueless expression, Chen Kaishui gritted his teeth. Oh, really? Playing dumb with me, huh? What department? What year? Spit it out. Just you wait till I get back, I'll show you. To Chu Fan, Chen Kaisu's provocation seemed like child's play, utterly brainless. A college student acting like a kindergarten kid? How embarrassing. Chapter 49, The Calculating Girl and the Confessing Guy. The farce ended with Chu Fan striding into the restroom while Chen Kaisu was persuaded to leave by his own buddy, Oh Yang Yan. Mr. Chen, it's rare we got Bai Shuemei out tonight. Let's all enjoy ourselves. I don't know what beef you have with that guy, but you can run away from the monk but not the temple. Deal with him later. Right now, focus on the main event. Remember, you organized this gathering to confess to Bai Shuemei. Don't ruin her mood, otherwise, your confession won't stand a chance. Hearing Oh Yang Yan's words, the hot-headed Chen Kaishui finally calmed down. He was right. Chu Fan was just a lowly nobody. What right did he have to lay a finger on Bai Shuemei? As long as he wins Bai Shuemei over and shows enough strength, she'll know who to choose. I feel like Bai Shuemei has a thing for that punk. You guys better help me figure something out, don't let him mess up my plans. No sooner had Chen Kaisa finished speaking than another lackey named Kong Rong piped up. Young Master Chen, dealing with that loser is easy. Didn't you meet this three-shot brother recently? Just have him teach that punk a lesson. The brother Sanpao Kong Rong referred to was a gang boss Chen Kaishui had met during a recent bar outing, a formidable fighter with considerable standing. Kong Rong's words struck a chord, instantly sparking an idea in Chen Kaisu's mind. He immediately pulled out his phone and made a call outside. Moments later, Chen Kaishui strode in with a swagger, head bobbing, and waved his phone.
All set. Brother Sanpao's on his way.
Just then, Chu Fan returned from the restroom, having tidied his clothes. He scanned the room and noticed Li Hua was still absent. Given the earlier unpleasantness, Chu Fan decided to leave this trouble spot and simply arrange a private dinner with Li Hua another time. Little did he know, before Yu Hui could even try to keep him, Bai Shu Ma beat her to it and called out to Chu Fan.
Chu Fan, what are you doing? Leaving without a word? That would make me so sad. Bai Shu Ma's outburst drew the attention of everyone present to Chu Fan.
Especially that pack of sycophants around Bai Shu Ma. Each one glared at Chu Fan as if he'd stolen their most prized treasure.
Yu Hui's expression darkened as she lowered her voice. Shu Ma, what's gotten into you?
Speaking so ambiguously just makes Chu Fan the target of everyone's hostility. She hadn't invited Chu Fan over to embarrass him. In fact, after what had just happened, she feared Chu Fan might be angry and expose the rescue mission. She wanted him to leave so she could discuss the gag order with him another time. But Bai Shu Ma's words had completely derailed Yu Hui's plans, even placing Chu Fan in a position of seeming disloyalty and injustice. Bai Shu Ma's eyes gleamed with cunning as she shrugged indifferently. Since you're already exploiting him, might as well go all the way. If that seat stays empty, who knows how many pests will come bother us. Have him sit over here as a shield, wouldn't that be perfect? Staring at Bai Shu Ma's expression of utter self-assurance, Yu Hui felt nothing but disbelief. When had her best friend become so calculating? Terrifying. Chen Kaishui had already suspected Bai Shu Ma had feelings for Chu Fan, and her recent words only confirmed his suspicions. Rage surged through him. He slammed his hand on the table, grabbed a wine bottle, and stormed back to Bai Shu Ma's table. Kong Rong, seeing this, darted over and snatched the last empty seat beside Chen Kaishui. He then turned to Chu Fan with a taunting expression. Sorry, buddy, I've got this seat. As for you, well, there's still that spot by the restroom. Grab a chair and sit there, or just squat if you prefer. Country folk like you are used to it, right? Chu Fan's gaze grew icy. He had intended to leave quietly, but Kong Rong's blatantly discriminatory remark instantly changed his mind. He cracked his knuckles, then strode purposefully toward Kong Rong. Finally, he grabbed the man by the collar and yanked him violently from his seat. Though Kong Rong wasn't exactly robust, he still weighed over 100 pounds and stood nearly as tall as Chu Fan. Thus, when Chu Fan lifted him entirely off the ground, everyone present was stunned. Staring at the bulging muscles on Chu Fan's arms, Yu Hui and Bai Shu Ma covered their mouths in astonishment. When did this guy get so buff? Did he build that in prison? Kong Rong had never been so humiliated in his life. With his feet dangling in the air, he kept yelping in protest. Ah! You bastard, put me down! Young Master Chen, help me! Chen Kaisu was already speechless with shock. Chu Fan's strength far exceeded his imagination. He even felt a secret relief that Ouyang Yan had talked him out of confronting Chu Fan head-on earlier. Otherwise, he'd be the one making a fool of himself now. As the saying goes, patience brings calm waters. Chen Kaisu cleared his throat and declared magnanimously, alright, enough of this. We're all here for the gathering. There's no need to make such a spectacle. As he spoke, he gave Chu Fan a meaningful glance. If you want this seat, just put him down. Apologize. Chu Fan remained unmoved, his tone flat. Chen Kaisu's face stiffened, feeling inexplicably stung as if slapped, the sting burning hot. Kong Rong, however, was straightforward. He quickly said, sorry, bro. I didn't mean it. Don't be angry. I was wrong. Hearing this, Chu Fan loosened his grip, letting Kong Rong plummet to the floor with a solid thud. Kong Rong felt his tailbone shatter. He opened his mouth to curse, but then remembered he couldn't beat Chu Fan. With his cronies helping him up, he slumped back onto the sofa. Chen Kaishui shot Chu Fan a piercing look, swallowing his rage. He planned to settle both old and new grievances later. Once Brother Sanpao arrived, he'd teach Chu Fan a proper lesson. There was no need to rush. After all, if he ended up losing the fight, the embarrassment would be monumental. After this minor incident, Chu Fan settled comfortably into his seat. Chen Kaisu straightened his clothes, raised his wine glass, and stood to toast the group. Some classmates were still on their way, so I'll start with a small toast now and save the big one for when they arrive. After this week's classes, we'd officially enter our pre-graduation internship period. Once that concluded, we'd graduate and go our separate ways. So this is likely our final gathering together. I hope we all get along well and don't leave each other with bad impressions. I'll raise a toast to everyone too. If any of you end up staying in this area after graduation, please don't lose touch with me. If you ever need any help, don't hesitate to ask. As your class monitor, I'll be more than happy to lend a hand. Chen Kaisu's words sounded noble and grand, and though the classmates knew he was putting on a show, they played along and drank the toast. Immediately after, Chen Kaishui refilled his own glass and turned to Bai Shueme.
Shueme, he said, you know how I feel about you. Regardless of anything else, I want to share a drink with you. Bai Shueme didn't want to drink.
If she had even the slightest interest in Chen Kaishui, she wouldn't have dragged Chu Fan over as a shield earlier.
Yet with so many classmates watching, she couldn't completely refuse him.
With no other choice, Bai Shueme picked up her glass and took a sip with him. Chen Kaishui, however, downed his in one gulp, his excitement palpable. After downing 2 glasses, Chen Kaisu seemed to find his rhythm. Setting his glass aside, he strode purposefully to the private room's window, pulled back the curtains, and embraced a large bouquet of roses he'd prepared in advance. Then, striding confidently toward Bai Shueme, even a fool could tell he was about to confess his feelings. The classmates seemed to be eagerly anticipating this moment, especially the female students. Their eyes sparkled with excitement, as if they wished they could be in Bai Shueme's shoes. But Bai Shueme looked utterly awkward, turning her head away. A public confession felt like moral blackmail. Accept it, and she'd betray her own feelings. Refuse, and it would be a huge blow to Chen Kaishui's pride.
If he ended up humiliated, the scene would be pretty awkward. Chen Kaisu didn't notice Bai Shueme's discomfort.
He simply assumed his overwhelming charm had made her blush. He leaned closer, holding the red roses toward her face, and said in an overly sentimental tone, Shueme, we've been classmates for so many years.
My feelings for you are something everyone has witnessed. Graduation is approaching, and I feel that happy breakup, I wish you happiness. You'll find someone better.
Just as Chen Kaisu was about to reach the crucial part, a sudden ringtone shattered the romantic atmosphere.
Chapter 50, Cancer that cuts off the line of descendants. Everyone stared dumbfounded as Chu Fan reached into his pocket for his phone. Sorry, random ringtone. Don't mind it. Carry on.
Chu Fan said, answering the call without waiting for a response.
Bai Shueme breathed a sigh of relief.
Whether Chu Fan had intentionally helped her out or just wanted to pick a fight with Chen Kaishui, the important thing was that the confession had been interrupted.
But Yu Hui's expression darkened.
Chen Kaisu's face had already turned slightly pale, clearly seething with pent-up anger.
Sure enough, the next second, Chen Kaisu erupted in a roar. You bastard, are you deliberately causing trouble? Chu Fan answered the phone without so much as a glance in his direction. Chen Kaisu's rage reached its peak.
He angrily flung the red roses to the ground, glaring at Chu Fan and bellowed, hang up the damn phone for me.
Chen Kaisu was genuinely enraged.
His eyes were bloodshot, veins bulged on his forehead, and his temples throbbed violently, making him resemble a raging bull.
Chu Fan covered the phone, furrowing his brow. I'm taking my call. You make your confession. We're not interfering with each other. Don't bother me. Damn it, interrupting you? You're the one interrupting me. Chen Kaishui flung the roses at Chu Fan.
Given the current situation, continuing the confession would only be an embarrassing spectacle. That damn bastard was unforgivable.
Chu Fan sidestepped the roses, quickly exchanged a few words on the phone, then tucked it away.
Just because I know your cancer's in the late stages doesn't mean I'll let you run wild out of pity. Watch your words and actions, act like a decent human being. The highest level of arguing in this world isn't cursing someone out, it's delivering the most vicious curses with the most innocent, earnest expression.
That's exactly what Chu Fan was doing right now.
Chen Kaisu's face turned green as he erupted in curses. You're the one with cancer.
Your whole family should get cancer. Go yourself.
If you don't believe me, go get yourself checked at the hospital.
Chu Fan couldn't be bothered to argue with this fool any longer. Yu Hui interceded, Chu Fan, even jokes have their limits. You lot are medical students, can't you tell his complexion is off?
Chu Fan just smirked. Bai Shueme, upon hearing this, scrutinized Chen Kaisu's complexion closely. Unfortunately, Chen Kaisu had applied makeup today specifically for his confession, and no matter how long she looked, she couldn't discern anything unusual.
Bai Shueme's well-intentioned gesture became the final straw that broke Chen Kaisu's camel.
Forgetting that the person before him was the goddess he'd longed for day and night, he glared at Bai Shueme and shouted, "What are you looking at?
You don't actually believe that bastard's nonsense, do you? Are you out of your mind?"
Only after the outburst did Chen Kaisu realize he'd yelled at Bai Shueme.
His expression instantly froze.
His macho pride prevented him from bowing his head in apology, leaving the atmosphere unbearably awkward. In the thick, almost solidified silence, Chu Fan picked up his drink, took a sip, and spoke slowly. You have testicular cancer. If you get hospitalized now, there's still a chance to treat it. But if you delay another month or so and it progresses to the late stage, not only will you be unable to have children, but you'll lose your life too.
Who are you calling childless? As the sole heir of the Chen family, Chen Kaishui couldn't bear to hear such words. He was counting on inheriting the family business after graduation and expanding the family lineage. But Chu Fan's words had just declared him a Terminator? How could this be? But the next words out of Chu Fan's mouth left Chen Kaishui stunned. Stop pretending.
Your condition clearly shows you've been suffering from frequent lower abdominal pain, urinary urgency and frequency, even swelling and redness, making walking feel heavy. You. Chen Kaishui was about to ask Chu Fan how he knew, but fearing he might be setting a trap for him, he quickly covered his mouth and said nothing more. But his shifting gaze had already given away the truth. Yu Hui gasped in shock. Judging by Chen Kaisu's expression, Chu Fan had probably hit the nail on the head. How incredible was that? To see a person's illness at a glance? Don't ask me how I know. Anyway, good advice won't save a doomed soul. Do whatever you want. With Chu Fan having spoken so decisively, even the skeptics present began to believe. Compared to this minor conflict, life itself was far more important after all. Cancer was no laughing matter. Of course, not everyone possessed such wisdom. Take Kong Rong, who'd just been tossed to the ground by Chu Fan. He refused to believe a word of it, shouting, "Stop spouting nonsense, you little punk. Our young Master Chun is as strong as an ox. With your puny frame, he could knock out 2 guys with a single punch. If he has cancer, then you're practically 6 feet under already." Oh, Yang Yin chimed in, "Exactly. Don't think you can talk your way out of this. Dream on." With his 2 buddies backing him up, Chen Kaisa began to doubt his own overreaction. He felt he'd fallen for Chu Fan's trick, and his defiance flared up again. "I don't have any of the symptoms you mentioned. Stop making baseless accusations. Since you dared curse me to be childless, today I'll make sure you become a man without a cock," Chen Kaisa declared, hoisting a stool to smash it down on Chu Fan. But just as he rose to attack, a sudden sharp pain shot through his lower body, sending him crashing to the ground without warning. Chu Fan watched Chen Kaisu, now a pitiful sight yet still glaring angrily at him, with a faint, mocking smile. "I told you, you have cancer. Take one more big step, and the pain will multiply." Hearing this, the color drained from Chen Kaisu's face, leaving him deathly pale. The classmates, witnessing this, began to chatter excitedly. "Holy crap, no way! Could it really be true? Man, getting that kind of cancer that cuts off your lineage your whole life is over. Rush him to a major hospital for treatment. There might still be a chance to recover. Otherwise, he's basically done for with women." The barrage of comments left Chen Kaisu both anxious and furious, but the excruciating pain in his lower body left him dizzy and utterly drained of strength. Kong Ron, the sycophant, stepped forward to support Chen Kaishui, still seething with indignation. "Young Master Chen, don't listen to his nonsense. This kid is just trying to mess with your head. If you fall for it, you'll be playing right into his trap. Just wait until Brother Sanpao gets here. Let him teach this kid a lesson. Then ask him again, he'll swear you're perfectly healthy, destined for a long life with children and grandchildren, and all your ailments gone." Kong Rong remained utterly convinced Chen Kaisu was healthy, relentlessly brainwashing him. Though Chen Kaisu did feel pain, he refused to admit it. Instead, he went along with Kong Rong's words, nodding and saying, "You're right. I won't fall for this kid's tricks. I'll step to the restroom. You two keep chatting." Chen Kaisu took a deep breath, determined to clear his head. His mind was in turmoil, and he wasn't paying attention to where he was walking. He collided head-on with a waiter. Already seething, Chen Kaishui saw the waiter as nothing more than a lowly employee daring to provoke him. He swung a left hook, knocking the waiter flat on the floor. The tray in the server's hands crashed to the floor, shattering into pieces. Amid the clattering shards, Oh Yanyan rushed out. Seeing Chen Kaishui getting physical, she immediately stepped in to break it up. "Mr. Chen, why stoop to this level? He's just a lowly waiter. Ignore him." With that, he helped the grumbling Chen Kaishui to the restroom. The beaten waiter watched their retreating backs, his eyes reflecting a venomous glare. "If it weren't for evading those inspectors, I wouldn't have had to disguise myself as a waiter. To be bullied by some little bastard. Damn it, once I meet up with the boss and secure that shipment of guns, I'll make this scum pay." The waiter memorized the SVIP room number where Chen Kaishui had been seated, then tore off his apron and stormed out without a second glance at the mess he'd left behind. Meanwhile, Oh Yang Yen helped Chen Kaishui to the restroom and took the opportunity to use it himself. He murmured beside him, "Young Master Chen, don't bother with that bumpkin. All he's got is a big mouth. Once Brother Sanpao arrives, he'll take care of him. Yeah, Brother Sanpao will beat him to a pulp anyway. I'm not going to waste my breath on scum like that." Chen Kaisu splashed water on his face and nodded. "I must maintain my image as a gentleman. I almost made my Shu-ma cry just now. What a ing mistake. No big deal. Women? Just sweet talk her a bit." Oh Yang Yen chuckled wickedly. "If that doesn't work, use some tricks. Get her in bed and make it a done deal." "That's not right." Chen Kaisu's words were prim and proper, but the corners of his mouth gradually curled upward, hinting at some devious plan. Chapter 51, Chen Kaisu's Superiority Complex. 5 minutes later, Chen Kaishui and Oh Yang Yan returned to the private room. Now relieved, Chen Kaisu regained his imposing bearing. Returning to his seat with renewed vigor, he ignored Chu Fan entirely and turned to Bai Shu-ma instead. "Shu-ma, don't dwell on that little incident earlier. Just treat it as a joke. Relieved that Chen Kaisu wasn't pursuing his confession, Bai Shuemei forced a smile, effectively putting the matter to rest. By the way, Shuemei, are you doing your internship independently or through the school's placement? I'm doing it independently. My family arranged it with Danqing Medical Clinic. Bai Shuemei answered frankly, holding nothing back. At this revelation, several people gasped, covering their mouths in surprise. Danqing Medical Clinic was one of Jinling's top private clinics, second only to first-rate establishments like Asian Medical Clinic. My senior had sent several resumes there, but they all vanished without a trace. Clinics specializing in both Chinese and Western medicine like this one were highly sought after. Starting salaries were generous, the workload light, and the environment exceptionally comfortable. Speaking of which, Asian Clinic had recently been recruiting TCM practitioners too, but their standards were impossibly high. Anyone below postgraduate level stood no chance. Listening to her classmates' envious praise, Bai Shuemei smiled slightly, lips pressed together. How could she possibly tell them that Danqing Clinic was actually her family's business? Chen Kaishui's eyes darkened slightly. He had been thinking of using his connections to help Bai Shuemei secure a better internship placement, hoping to win her favor. Little did he know she didn't need his help at all. That's truly wonderful. Congratulations, Shuemei. Chen Kaishui offered a forced smile and congratulated her, then turned to the group. By the way, if anyone else hasn't secured an internship placement yet, or isn't satisfied with the school's arrangements, I happen to have connections at several reputable hospitals. If you need assistance, be sure to let me know. As class monitor, I'll do what I can to help. Even though he couldn't butter up Bai Shuemei anymore, Chen Kaisu wasn't about to pass up this rare chance to show off. Sure enough, the moment he spoke, everyone immediately scrambled to toast Chen Kaisu. While the school had assigned internship placements to everyone, most were at low-tier traditional Chinese medicine clinics. Going there wouldn't teach them much, they'd mostly just be doing odd jobs. Their goal in interning was to secure a permanent position at the placement. Landing a subpar placement meant a weak resume, which could severely impact their post-graduation prospects. Mr. Chen, my placement is way out in the sticks, nearly 2 hours by bus every day. Could you swap me for somewhere closer to campus? Pleaded a big-eyed cutie with earnest eyes. Of course, no problem. I'll talk to the counselor right away and arrange for you to be placed at the affiliated hospital. It's very close to our campus. Thank you so much. Seeing that Chen Kaishui truly granted every request, more and more people gathered around him. Surrounded by the crowd, Chen Kaishui stood like a hero commanding the world, arranging each person's fate. After dispatching everyone, he looked down at Chu Fan with a condescending gaze and said in a haughty tone, "What do you have to say? If you want anything, just ask." Nothing. Chu Fan sipped his drink without lifting his head. He never claimed to be a student here, did he? Noticing Chen Kaisu's displeasure, Kong Rong, that sycophant, immediately chimed in to pressure Chu Fan. "Hey, kid, don't bite the hand that feeds you. Having young Master Chen arrange an internship for you is something others would beg for. No matter your major, just ask, and young Master Chen will definitely land you a spot at a top company in the industry." Others chimed in with disapproving tones. Young Master Chen is being magnanimous, not taking you seriously. Why are you putting on airs? Exactly. Who does he think he is, putting on airs here? You're still immature. Once society teaches you a lesson, you'll realize your mistake. Seeing the group grow increasingly out of line, Chu Fan chuckled. Are you all genuinely clueless or just pretending? I'm not a student at all. What internship are you talking about? Ha! Chu Fan's words sent a ripple of shock through the crowd. They'd assumed he was a student from another department since he looked their age and had been brought by Yu Hui. Turns out they'd completely misjudged him. Chen Kaishui stared at Chu Fan for a moment before suddenly laughing. I thought you were dressed like a part-time delivery guy. Who knew you actually were one? Hey, you should have said something sooner. No problem with my connections, getting you into a class is easy. So, what line of work do you want to get into? If you really have martial arts skills, you should go get your illness treated first. Chu Fan retorted coldly. You? Chen Kaisu's smile instantly froze upon hearing this. Seeing the two about to clash again, Bai Shuemei quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Both of you, cut it out. Chu Fan, you're ridiculous. You don't even recognize a good opportunity when it comes along, yet here you are playing the big shot. I really don't know what you're thinking. Chen Kaisui felt Bai Shuemei's words were on his side, and his mood lifted instantly. He no longer held a grudge over Chu Fan's remark about his illness. Kong Rong, who loved stirring up trouble, continued to chime in with sarcastic remarks. Some people deserve to stay at the bottom forever. They have absolutely no ambition. It's rare that Mr. Chin shows such kindness and offers to pull them up. But if this good-for-nothing insists on wallowing in the gutter, then let him wallow. Honestly, young Master Chen's magnanimity is beyond compare. If I had his connections, anyone who spoke to me like that would have been torn to shreds by my gang long ago. Kong Rong's words further cemented Chen Kaisu's reputation. Everyone nodded in agreement, finding his logic compelling and growing even more impressed with Chen Kaisu. Feeling the admiring gazes, Chen Kaishui puffed out his chest and adopted an even more sanctimonious air.
One should forgive where forgiveness is possible. Meeting his fate, why create such unpleasantness? Some people have spent years at the bottom of society, enduring so much hardship that their minds have become twisted. We should show them more tolerance. Facing Chen Kaisu's phony act, Chu Fan sneered silently. Thankfully, this guy didn't know he'd served time in prison. Otherwise, who knows how much worse he might have sounded. Lost in thought, he glanced toward the doorway again. What was up with Li Hua? He still hadn't shown up. Chu Fan turned to ask Yu Hui if she had indeed notified Li Hua about the gathering. Before he could speak, a thunderous crash echoed in his ears. The door panel of the private room slammed to the floor, its glass shattering into 1,000 pieces in an instant. Several men with menacing expressions barged in, arms akimbo. The one in the lead wore a white jade knuckle ring and carried himself like a boss. Speak up. Which bastard hit you? Point him out. As the leader finished speaking, a lanky figure emerged from behind him. After scanning the room, his gaze settled on Chen Kaisu. That little punk over there, and the one next to him. Not only did they kick me, but they called me a stinking waiter. The moment they saw this lanky figure, both Chen Kaishui and Kong Rong felt their hearts skip a beat. Wasn't this the waiter they'd run into earlier when going to the restroom? How did he suddenly show up with so many big shots? Their hearts pounded wildly, and they couldn't help but swallow hard. After hearing the lanky guy's words, Chao Biao narrowed his wolf-like eyes and glared at Chen Kaisu. Kid, what street are you from? You don't even give my brothers any respect? Pretty tough, huh? Chen Kaisu's head buzzed with the threat. Kong Rong, hunched over, cowered behind Chen Kaisu, trembling so violently his pants were nearly soaked through. The other students were no better off, huddling together for warmth. Chen Kaisu was the one with the most connections in the entire private room. If even he couldn't handle these terrifying guys, then everyone present today would likely suffer the consequences. Only Chu Fan remained unfazed, quietly serving himself food as if he hadn't even noticed the group. Chapter 52, Club Boss Chao Biao. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Chen Kaisu took a deep breath and stepped forward, steeled for confrontation. Brother Biao, there must be some misunderstanding here. Let me explain. Explain my ass. Do you think my brothers would lie? Let me tell you this, I didn't come here for your explanations. I came to deal with you. Which leg of yours kicked my brother? I'll break that leg off. Simple as that. Chao Biao was clearly a tough customer. He stood chest out like a fighting cock, cutting Chen Kaisu off before he could finish speaking and launching into a tirade. Chen Kaisu rubbed his nose, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, and forced himself to sound calm. Brother Biao, I actually know a few people in the underworld too. Why don't we sit down and talk this out? Talk my ass. You talk too much, kid. Chao Biao clearly wasn't one to hold his temper. Seeing Chen Kaisu's smirking face only fueled his rage further. He swung a flying kick, sending Chen crashing to the ground. Though Chen Kaishui was the president of the school's combat club, his fighting skills were utterly useless against such a massive physical disparity. Compounded by sheer terror, his mind turned to mush, making defeat all but certain. Listen up, you bastard. Admit your mistake now and answer my questions, and I'll just take one of your legs. But if you keep spouting nonsense and wasting my precious time, you'll pay with your life. I've been in this line of work for nearly 20 years, Chao Biao. Few get my respect. Unless you can bring my boss here today, there's no deal. Chao Biao pulled over a chair and sat down, towering over Chen Kaisu with murder in his eyes. Kong Rong curled into a ball, wanting to help Chen Kaisu up but too afraid to move. At that moment, Yang Yan stepped forward, rubbing his hands together as he offered a conciliatory suggestion. Brother Biao, why not grab a bite with us to calm down? We've already called Brother Sanpao over. Let's talk once he arrives, okay? Sanpao? What the hell is that? Who the hell is he? I've never heard of him. Does he even have the balls to talk to me? Chao Biao burst out laughing, completely dismissing the big shot Yang Yan mentioned. The henchmen trailing behind Chao Biao also burst into uproarious laughter. None of them had ever heard of this so-called Brother Sanpao. After the laughter died down, Chao Biao idly rubbed his knuckle ring as he said, Look, if you just admitted your mistake, knelt down and apologized to my brother properly, whatever it took to satisfy him, you'd still have that leg. But you insisted on messing with me. Now you bring up some Brother Sanpao to intimidate me? Fine, I'll play along till the end. Tell your brother Sanpao to hurry his ass over here. My patience is running thin. If he's late, I doubt anyone will even bother burying your corpse. Since he'd risen to power, few dared challenge his authority like this. Today, bored out of his mind, he'd decided to have a little fun with Chen Kaisu. Seeing Chao Biao's relentless stance, he ordered his men to block the door, trapping everyone inside. These students, untouched by the harsh realities of the world, were now terrified, trembling uncontrollably. They huddled in corners, trying to make themselves as invisible as possible, terrified that the slightest misstep would make them sitting ducks. Chu Fan, however, showed no fear of Chao Biao. He sat calmly at his own spot, eating his food as if no one else was present. Seeing this, Yu Hui's heart leapt into her throat.
She immediately stood up to shield Chu Fan, terrified that his nonchalant demeanor might drag her down with him.
Damn starving ghost reincarnated.
At a time like this, he's still eating.
Bai Shu-ma cursed silently. Chen Kaisu knew Chao Biao was a dangerous character.
With no other choice, he crawled into a corner and quickly called San Pao, urging him to hurry over.
San Pao proved surprisingly cooperative.
The moment Chen Kaishui hung up, the man in the floral shirt made his grand entrance, flanked by his crew. The guy had a cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes half closed, looking like he hadn't woken up yet.
His expression was genuinely infuriating.
The moment he spotted the familiar floral shirt, Chen Kaisu scrambled over, practically crawling.
Brother San Pao, what took you so long? This guy wants to break my legs, you can't just stand by and do nothing. Calm down, calm down. Let me take a good look. Who's so arrogant they'd lay a hand on my people? San Pao soothed Chen Kaisu with a dismissive smirk before drawing a cleaver from his waistband. He flicked it through the air with a sharp swish. The gleaming blade caught the crystal chandelier's light, casting an eerie, spine-chilling glint. Put.
But who would have guessed that before he could finish his knife dance, a snort of derision erupted from the crowd.
The laughter came from Chu Fan.
He genuinely thought Brother Sanpao lived up to his name, a pretentious fool who seemed to have no brains.
His knife moves looked like a monkey show. Where did he even get the nerve to come here and make a fool of himself? Yu Hui, shielding Chu Fan, recognized the laughter as his own.
Instantly, her face drained of color, her heart leaping into her throat.
That fool, was he trying to get himself killed? Fortunately, San Pao didn't notice the laughter coming from Chu Fan in the corner.
Instead, he assumed it was Chao Biao's men mocking him, and his temper flared instantly. His eyes bulged as he charged toward Chao Biao, raising his blade to strike down.
Ah!
The terrifying scene sent shivers down the spines of the students present. One after another, they let out involuntary screams before quickly covering their mouths, terrified of being dragged into the chaos. Yu Hui nudged Chu Fan with her heel and whispered urgently, "Chu Fan, stop eating and slip away while the chaos lasts. This third cannon guy seems seriously dangerous.
You've got history with Chen Kaisu.
If he finishes off that group and Chen Kaisu sends him after you, you're done for." She reasoned that since Chu Fan wasn't a Jinling University student, escaping today would likely spare him future trouble. And she could conveniently use this incident as leverage to make Chu Fan renounce his claim to credit for saving someone last time. It was a win-win situation.
Stop daydreaming. With his skills, he'd be lucky not to get beaten to death. Take me down? Give me a break. Chu Fan's retort left Yu Hui speechless. Are you out of your mind? Still spouting nonsense here? Get out now, or you won't get another chance.
Chu Fan's brazen words convinced Bai Shu-ma that this guy staying would only invite trouble.
She joined Yu Hui in urging him to leave. Not necessary. If I want to leave, this bunch can't stop me.
Chu Fan replied calmly, then casually asked.
Yu Hui, didn't you say Li Hua would come? Where is he? Not sure.
15 minutes ago he messaged saying he'd be here soon, but I still haven't seen him.
Yu Hui checked her phone and said, probably stuck in traffic. Rush hour gets really bad around here.
Chu Fan heard this and didn't think much of it, continuing to wait. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chao Biao and San Pao brother had already clashed in a tense standoff. Despite San Pao's flashy moves, Chao Biao's men were clearly the real deal, fast and precise. In the blink of an eye, they snatched San Pao's cleaver, tossed it aside, then pinned him to the ground with a takedown, forcing him to kneel before Chao Biao. Chao Biao delivered a savage kick to San Pao brother's mouth, knocking out 2 front teeth.
You think having a knife makes you special? Go ask around on the street, see if this is something your big brother Chao Biao hasn't already dealt with? Biao! You're the notorious Chao Biao?
San Pao's pupils contracted sharply. All strength drained from his body, leaving him limp on the ground, nearly unconscious. It wasn't Chao Biao he feared, it was Chao Bao's boss. That was the notorious strong man Hua Chang. Just like he Heishui. Hua Chang was one of the Jinling 5 Tigers. He was just a petty thug and hoodlum. How could he possibly compare to a big shot like one of the Jinling 5 Tigers? Had he known earlier that Chao Biao was under Big Brother Chang, he wouldn't have even thought of drawing his knife. He would have been bowing respectfully the moment he stepped through the door. Brother San Pao, scared out of his wits, dropped the act. Rubbing his hands together, he bowed his head repeatedly, begging Chao Biao for forgiveness. Unexpectedly, Chao Biao merely gave a cold laugh, pulled out a cigar, lit it, and said, "This wasn't your business to begin with. You had to step out and meddle. Now you can't blame me, right?" San Pao understood immediately, grasping the crux of the matter. He scrambled over to Chen Kaishui and barked, "You bastard, what are you still standing for? Don't you have any sense? Get down on your knees." Chen Kaisu was startled by San Pao's outburst. He hesitated for a moment, but upon catching Chao Biao's murderous glare, he immediately dropped to his knees, trembling. San Pao straightened up, grabbed Chen Kaishui by the collar, and swung a punch straight at his nose. Chen Kaisu instantly saw stars, his nose stinging as tears welled up. "What the hell? Who gave you the balls to talk back to one of Big Brother Chang's men?
If you wanna die, die on your own. Why drag me into this? Chen Kaisu reeled from the blow.
As Sanpao released his grip, he collapsed to the ground, feeling like half his life had been drained from him.
Chao Biao watched the scene unfold, finally breaking into a satisfied grin. If you'd known today would come, why did you act like that back then?
You little punk, if you're gonna kiss up to someone, at least pick someone worth kissing up to.
Don't mistake every stinking bug for a real dragon. Just because you think you've latched onto a big shot, you start talking trash to my brothers? You better watch out, you won't even know how you died.
Faced with Chao Biao's rant, everyone in the room remained silent. Heads hung low like quails, they listened quietly, not daring to breathe a word.
Crunch!
But just then, the dead silence was pierced by an incredibly crisp chewing sound. In an instant, both Bai Shuemei and Yu Hui turned ashen. In a bustling private room, the slightest sound became jarringly conspicuous, let alone the sound of Chu Fan, already stuffed, chomping away at a fruit platter.
Who's eating? Who?
The rage Chao Biao had barely suppressed erupted completely the moment he heard the sound of someone eating.
How dare someone show such blatant disregard for him? Foolhardy. Chapter 53, Abducting a Woman in Public. How dare you? Which little brat is it? Get out here! Chao Biao bellowed, sending shivers down the spines of his classmates.
They all hung their heads, silently shaking them in disbelief, while silently mourning the reckless fool.
Seeing no response, Chao Biao's rage boiled over.
He rose from his seat and began searching the area himself. Just then, his peripheral vision caught sight of Bai Shuemei fair skin, cherry pink lips, and he was instantly captivated by the woman. Whoa, this college girl is quite the looker. Bai Shuemei had been planning to cover for Chu Fan, but never expected Chao Biao's target would suddenly shift to her. As Chao Biao approached step by step, everyone's hearts leapt into their throats. Bai Shuemei felt as if her feet had grown roots, frozen in terror.
This type of girl?
My boss would definitely love her.
Come on, let's go meet our boss.
Though it sounded like an ordinary invitation, Chao Biao's tone carried an icy chill that brooked no refusal.
But Bai Shuemei didn't pick up on it.
She shook her head vigorously like a rattle drum, repeatedly refusing. No, thank you for the kind offer, Brother Biao, but I have things to do later and need to get home early. Bai Shuemei was flustered, her speech stumbling as her face betrayed her nervousness. Chao Biao shrugged indifferently and chuckled.
Don't worry. My boss is upstairs drinking. It won't take long to go up and come back. If your family doesn't understand, you can call them. I'll explain it to them for you. Bai Shuemei wasn't stupid.
She knew Chao Biao wasn't just inviting her upstairs to make introductions. To protect her reputation and integrity, she still chose to refuse, shaking her head again.
Really, it's not necessary. Chao Biao's expression visibly darkened.
He gave a cold laugh, said nothing more, then turned around. A friendly smile played on his face, but his hand shot out, grabbing Chen Kaisu by the collar.
He yanked him up and delivered a kick straight to his knee.
A thunderous thud echoed as Chen Kaisu's knee took the brutal impact. He grimaced in agony, his face drained of color. Chao Biao continued, if you cooperate nicely, I won't pursue the past. But if you refuse to play ball, I won't make things hard for you, except this kid won't be leaving here today. Bai Shuemei never dreamed Chao Biao would use Chen Kaishui to threaten her. Though she felt no particular attachment to Chen Kaishui, watching her classmate beaten to death right before her eyes felt undeniably cruel.
Moral blackmail was the world's most abundant commodity.
If word of today's events spread, her reputation as someone who stood by and did nothing would be cemented, inviting inevitable online abuse. Seeing Chen Kaisu lying pale-faced on the ground, Bai Shuemei's heart finally softened. But Yu Hui remained unusually resolute. She grabbed Bai Shuemei's arm and addressed Chao Biao, Brother Biao, Chen Kaisu brought this trouble upon herself.
Isn't it unfair to make this vulnerable woman take responsibility?
It wasn't that Yu Hui was heartless, she simply knew exactly what would happen if Bai Shuemei went upstairs.
Chen Kaisu had intended to play the victim, feigning helplessness to coerce Bai Shuemei into compliance. But Yu Hui's intervention had ruined his scheme. This infuriated Chen Kaisu, who immediately shouted, Yu Hui, have you no conscience? You ate my food, drank my water, and now you want to watch me die? Truly, the most venomous heart belongs to a woman. Yu Hui was both ashamed and furious, and the stares from her classmates made her unable to lift her head. With things having come to this, Chen Kaisu no longer cared about being despicable or not. He didn't want to die, nor did he want to be beaten. The best solution was to get Bai Shuemei to offer herself. He feigned goodwill as he reasoned, Shuemei, if you help me this once, I swear I'll never bother you again. Think about it, Biao's boss is none other than Chang Yi. If you could become Chang Yi's woman, then you bastard, shut your mouth. Bai Shuemei snapped, her eyes blazing with fury. She'd almost pleaded for Chen Kaisu's life, but this scumbag had no conscience, using her to curry favor with Chao Biao. Seeing Bai Shuemei refuse to comply, Chao Biao lost patience. He kicked the useless Chen Kaishui aside and strode purposefully toward her, seemingly ready to drag her away by force. Though some classmates disapproved, none dared intervene. They all huddled together, retreating to a safe distance, terrified of being caught in the crossfire. Human indifference was laid bare in all its starkness at that moment. Yuhui didn't retreat like the others, but she couldn't think of any way to help Bai Shu-ma. In fact, because of her own good looks, she was in no position to help. That one over there looks decent too. You two come upstairs with me. Chao Biao's tone was unyielding. As he spoke, he signaled to his men, making it clear he intended to use force. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a voice suddenly rang out. Kidnapping women in public? How brazen! Chu Fan, who had remained silent until now, abruptly stood up. Only then did Chao Biao notice that behind the two women, a youngster had been sitting there all along. This infuriated him beyond measure. Everyone else stood properly to listen to his lecture, yet this brat had remained seated the entire time, and worse, he'd been secretly eating and drinking? Seeing the only empty fruit platter on the table, Chao Biao finally understood where the chewing sounds had been coming from. Damn it! So it was you brat, showing no respect for me. What do you think you're doing standing up now? Trying to be a hero? Chu Fan didn't answer him. Instead, he gave Bai Shu-ma and Yu Hui a subtle nod, signaling the two women to step behind him to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. Though silent, his stance was crystal clear. Oh ho! Chao Biao sneered coldly, rolling up his sleeves with obvious impatience. You little punk, you wouldn't dare challenge me, would you? With that scrawny frame of yours, I could knock you out with one slap. As Chao Biao spoke, his palm shot toward Chu Fan. Yet, when his hand was less than 2 inches from Chu Fan's face, Chu Fan grabbed his arm expressionlessly and gave it a gentle twist backward. A sharp crack echoed as Chao Biao's arm snapped clean in two. This horrifying scene left both Bai Shu-ma and Yu Hui utterly dumbfounded. They stood frozen in place, their beautiful eyes filled with shock and terror. What kind of strength was this? Clunk! Chu Fan released Chao Biao's wrist and gave him a light shove backward. The burly Chao Biao was effortlessly sent flying 3 meters, landing with a thud on the shattered glass of the door panel. Another agonized howl erupted from him. Chao Biao's men rushed over to help him up, staring in astonishment at the slender figure of Chu Fan. Their faces betrayed utter disbelief, clearly stunned by his explosive strength. Chu Fan picked up a wet wipe nearby to clean his hands, speaking casually, beating women, pimping out others, you're truly despicable. Are all the big shots in this line of work like you, enjoying such filthy deeds? His voice wasn't loud, but his tone carried undeniable authority, compelling others to instinctively look up to him. Bai Shu-ma and Yu Hui swallowed hard, suddenly seeing Chu Fan towering over them like never before. Chen Kaishui's eyes were filled with panic and fury. If only Chao Biao had taken these women upstairs to entertain the guests, he could have walked away unscathed. But now Chu Fan had suddenly stepped in as the hero, even injuring Chao Biao. Didn't this mean he was finished too? You little bastard! How dare you talk to Brother Biao like that? You wanna die? This isn't your place to speak. Chu Fan didn't even bother to glance at Chen Kaisu. Meanwhile, Chao Biao had already been helped to his feet by several underlings. Wiping the blood from his buttocks, he glared at Chu Fan with a dark expression. You've got some guts, kid. What crew are you with? Just as Chu Fan was about to answer, Chen Kaisu blurted out. Brother Biao, you're giving him way too much credit. This guy's just a delivery boy. What kind of gang could he possibly be in? He's all talk. Hearing this, Chao Biao's guard dropped considerably. He waved his hand at his henchman. You two, go subdue him. He actually made me bleed. I'll take his life today. When Chao Biao got serious, his eyes blazed red and his roar thundered like a storm, nearly scaring the living daylights out of Bai Shu-ma and Yu Hui. Meanwhile, Chu Fan stood there, utterly unfazed, showing not a shred of fear. Chapter 54, This is what a man is. As it turned out, Chu Fan's composure stemmed not from recklessness. When the two burly men charged at him with weapons drawn, he casually delivered a single long fist strike, effortlessly sending one of them flying. For the other, he executed a flawless shoulder throw, knocking the man unconscious on the spot. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Even Chao Biao hadn't processed what was happening before it was over. Damn it, this bastard's got skills. Take him down with numbers. Chao Biao, both shocked and terrified, urgently shouted for his remaining men to attack together. In the blink of an eye, Chu Fan was surrounded by 7 or 8 men. Bai Shu-ma, worried he was outnumbered, shouted at the stunned male students, "Stop just watching. Go help him. Aren't we more than enough?" To everyone's utter surprise, the usually influential goddess Bai Shu-ma had completely lost her usual commanding presence. Not only did none of the male students step forward, but some who knew the situation even chimed in with sarcastic remarks. No way am I getting involved. Haven't you heard? Big Brother Biao's backer is Boss Chang. He's one of the legendary Jiling 5 Tigers. This whole neighborhood is under Boss Chang's control. If we step in, do you think we'll walk out alive? Exactly. This could be solved if you just went up and kept Big Brother Chang company. Why should we risk our necks? If you just play nice and cooperate, none of this would have happened. What's there to be so prim about? Getting to entertain Big Boss Chang is a blessing from past lives. Too bad I'm not a woman, otherwise I'd have volunteered ages ago.
Their ugly true colors were fully exposed. Bai Shuemei was so enraged her eyes turned bloodshot, her fingernails digging into her flesh. You men have no backbone at all. Yu Hui couldn't bear to watch any longer and erupted in a torrent of curses. But instead of feeling ashamed, the group took pride in their actions. Unmoved, they even threatened back, Yu Hui, you. If you keep yelling, we'll help Brother Biao take you all upstairs. Don't blame us for disregarding our school ties then. Hearing this, Yu Hui felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. She lost all hope in these men. She'd thought these men were reliable, but they turned out to be less dependable than Chu Fan, who'd just been released from prison. How utterly ridiculous. Chao Biao was thoroughly pleased with his men's performance, bellowing orders for them to hurry up and deal with Chu Fan. Bai Shuemei and Yu Hui steeled themselves, each grabbing a chair, ready to smash it at the burly men. But in the blink of an eye, Chu Fan moved like lightning, leaving only afterimages in his wake. In the next instant, the burly men were all knocked to the ground, sprawled in disarray. Several of them lay motionless, seemingly unconscious. Such speed. Such power. Everyone was stunned. The once pristine private room was now riddled with holes, blood splattered everywhere, yet not a single drop belonged to Chu Fan. Even after being repeatedly attacked, his clothes remained immaculate, his appearance dignified, not a single drop of sweat graced his forehead. Ah! So cool! Now that's a real man! The female students cheered enthusiastically, completely oblivious to the dire situation at hand. Compared to those sanctimonious male classmates, Chu Fan was truly a man of responsibility. The male students, however, hadn't expected Chu Fan to be such a formidable fighter. They all felt a bit ashamed, standing silently by, not daring to retort no matter how much the girls berated them. Clearly, they were afraid of being knocked out with a single punch from Chu Fan. Bai Shuemei dropped the chair in stunned silence. The thought that she'd only managed to move a chair with a slightly sore arm, while Chu Fan had effortlessly taken down a whole group of people, filled her with immense admiration. Yu Hui's mouth formed a perfect O, her eyes wide with horror. If only Chu Fan weren't a reformed through labor convict, having such a formidable boyfriend would be such a joyful thing. Yu Hui felt a flicker of attraction, but the thought of Chu Fan's lowly background quickly extinguished that spark. Chao Biao, clutching his buttocks and leaning against the wall, saw his henchmen scattered. Gritting his teeth, he reached for the gun he'd just bought. Before he could make a move, however, Chu Fan, who had been over a dozen paces away just a second ago, suddenly appeared beside him. Chu Fan seized his wrist and pinned it behind his back, simultaneously driving his knee into Chao Biao's back. With a thud, Chao Biao collapsed to his knees. Damn it, stop. I know I messed up. Chao Biao started to curse, but saw Chu Fan's one hand controlling his wrists while the other picked up the cleaver Sanpao had dropped on the ground. With the blade pressed against his lower back, Chao Biao immediately begged for mercy. Ha! I hate nothing more than people cursing my mother. Keep talking trash, and if I accidentally stab you, slicing through your kidneys, your happiness for the rest of your life might just vanish. Watch your mouth. Hearing Chu Fan's amused tone, Chao Biao was both furious and terrified. As the saying goes, when you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. To save his kidneys, Chao Biao, who had been arrogant and overbearing moments ago, could only now offer a nervous, forced smile. But it looked more like a grimace than a genuine smile. Yet he persisted in pleading, "Brother, we have no old grudges, no recent enmity, there's no need for this, is there? It was just a minor verbal spat. Please, let me go. I'll let you go, no problem." Though Chao Biao showed signs of submission, his words remained utterly arrogant, as if he were the master of the entire situation. Looks like you still haven't grasped the situation. Seeing Chao Biao stubbornly refusing to see reason, Chu Fan thrust his blade forward with a sharp plop. With the sound of flesh tearing, Chao Biao felt a sudden chill in his lower back. Truthfully, Chu Fan was merely intimidating him. Though the skin was broken and blood appeared, the wound was shallow, not even requiring stitches. Yet under such immense pressure, Chao Biao felt as if he were dying from the agony, as though his entire kidney was about to spill out through the wound. Overwhelmed by terror, the once fearsome gang leader completely broke down. He wailed pitifully for mercy, utterly disregarding his dignity, with not a trace of his former demeanor remaining. Seeing their boss suffer such humiliation, Chao Biao's men glared with eyes bulging with rage. Yet it wasn't them who acted first, but Chen Kaishui, the very man Chao Biao had nearly killed moments before. Chao Biao was no ordinary man, his backer was the notorious Big Boss Chang. If anything happened to this man in the hotel they'd invested in, not only would his own life be forfeit, but his entire family would likely be dragged down with him. The thought sent Chen Kaishui shivering, his eyes clouding over with a dark shadow, his expression filled with bitter hatred toward Chu Fan. Despite the fact that Chu Fan had never truly harmed him, in fact, he'd avenged Chen's beating, Chen Kaishui stubbornly blamed everything on Chu Fan. Struggling to his feet, he staggered to the doorway, glaring malevolently at Chu Fan and threatening, "You're finished. I'm going upstairs right now to find Boss Chang and get justice for Brother Biao. You're as good as dead." Chao Biao clenched his teeth at the words and snapped back at Chen Kaishui, "Good boy, you're smart. Hurry up and come back. Once I get my revenge, you'll get your share." Chen Kaisu's determination surged even more upon hearing this. Ignoring his injured leg, he scrambled up the stairs, practically crawling and rolling his way up.
With Chen Kaiso gone, Yu Hui and Bai Shueme were utterly panicked. Both cried out in unison, their hearts pounding with dread. Shu Fan, run now. If Boss Chang shows up, you're finished. Chapter 55, Han Wenqing's Men. Unexpectedly, Shu Fan remained utterly unfazed. I want to see just how formidable this legendary Big Boss Chang really is. With that, he dragged Xiao Biao to his feet as if hauling a dead dog. He then plopped himself down on the sofa, picked up a drink nearby, and began sipping it. His carefree, unrestrained demeanor made it seem as if none of the earlier events had ever occurred. At this moment, Shu Fan had undoubtedly become a hero in everyone's eyes, especially among the female students. Compared to Chen Kaisu, who was as spineless as a lapdog, utterly lacking in masculinity and despicably low, Shu Fan's image couldn't have been more towering. Yu Hui and Bai Shueme, who knew he'd served time, had completely changed their view of him. But changing their view didn't solve the immediate problem. Chang Yi was coming. Shu Fan couldn't beat him. What would they do then? Compared to these romantically inclined girls, the group of male classmates nearby were clearly thinking more practically. You don't seriously think this kid's some kind of hero, do you? He's gonna get us all killed, you know that. Exactly. We could have solved this by sacrificing just 2 jerks, but now none of us can get out of this. When Master Chang shows up, I'm definitely siding with young Master Chen. Don't count on me to help you. Several cowardly souls immediately switched sides, declaring their self-preservation stance. Even knowing Shu Fan was doing the right thing, they refused to support him. Hearing these cold remarks, the girls seethed with indignation but could do nothing about it. Fragile and delicate, each more frail than the next, they stood no chance against those gang leaders even if they fought with all their might. Shu Fan might be skilled in combat, but he was still just an ordinary person. Could he really stand up to strongmen? What if Big Brother Chang was a master fighter and Shu Fan was no match for him? In that moment, everyone felt their own vulnerability. Whispered sobs even began to emerge from the corners. Shu Fan frowned. What's with the crying? It's not like someone died. Stop acting like mourners. Ouyang Yan, seeing his clueless attitude, snapped angrily, you really are a big talking wolf, aren't you? You don't seriously think you can take on Big Brother Chang, one of the 5 tigers of Jinling, do you? Do you realize Master Chang has the Han family backing him? He moves freely in both the underworld and legitimate circles. Even if he killed you right here today in front of everyone, he could make it disappear without a trace. And no one would dare lift a finger to help you. The Han family? Han Wenqing? Shu Fan had dismissed Ouyang Yan's words as nonsense, but when he heard the familiar name, a playful smile touched his lips. You really have some nerve, daring to mention Mr. Han by name. Go ahead and get cocky, you'll be crying soon enough. Ouyang Yan snorted coldly. Ha! Since he's one of Han Wenqing's men, this makes things even easier. If his people are this arrogant, they're bound to cause trouble sooner or later. I'll just give them a little taste of their own medicine, saving him the trouble. Shu Fan spoke, his already nonchalant expression growing even more detached. Xiao Biao timidly raised his head, staring at Shu Fan, a man who seemed to fear nothing. For a moment, he genuinely couldn't tell whether this guy possessed genuine power or was simply reckless ignorance. But when his eyes fell upon the ordinary gray work uniform, Xiao Biao concluded Shu Fan must be the latter. Don't act like you're such good friends with Mr. Han. If you think that'll save you from Boss Chan's revenge, you're delusional. If you could at least tidy yourself up and look more presentable, you might fool everyone. But look at your state in that work uniform. Unless you're a security guard at Han Group, what gives you the right to claim you know Mr. Han? Shu Fan ignored the taunt, merely raising an eyebrow as if he hadn't heard. Actions speak louder than words. The truth would reveal itself later. He'd already made up his mind. When Hua Chang showed up later, he'd beat him up first. But out of respect for Han Wenqing, he'd go easy just enough to teach him a lesson. Shu Fan's silence only emboldened Xiao Biao, who thought he'd hit a nerve and grew increasingly brazen. Kid, you better brace yourself. Big Brother Chang isn't like me. Over the years, he's got more than his fair share of blood on his hands. When he loses his temper, you won't be able to handle it. Last time, some rich kid accidentally stepped on Brother Chang's shoe. The next day, his mansion was burned to the ground, and his entire family perished in the flames. If you don't want to end up like him, you'd better figure out how to curry favor with me and save your own skin. I might even put in a good word for you with Boss Chang and get you off lightly. Otherwise, you'll be the next one burned alive. Hearing this, the group of students all broke out in cold sweat, their backs tingling with fear. From Xiao Biao's words, it was clear this big Boss Chang was a ruthless killer. Pissing off someone like him meant death was the best possible outcome. One misstep, and it could mean the extermination of your entire family. This was bad. Shu Fan had been brought by Yu Hui and had spoken with them all. If Hua Chang decided to hold them collectively responsible and eliminate them all, it would truly be a case of the city gate catching fire and the fish in the moat suffering. Shu Fan, what should we do? Yu Hui's lips trembled, clearly shaken by Xiao Biao's words. Bai Shueme's palms were sweaty, her pretty face flushed with panic. I'm not worried. Why are you? No sooner had Chu Fan spoken than Chen Kaishui appeared, groveling like a servant as he led Hua Chang in. With heavy footsteps, Hua Chang and his men appeared at the disheveled doorway. The moment they saw this man radiating murderous intent, his eyes as sharp as a hawk's, Bai Shueme and Yu Hui nearly fainted on the spot. The chilling aura radiating from him carried a thick scent of blood. With countless lives on his hands, killing them would be as easy as slicing through melons and vegetables. A chill ran down the spines of the students, leaving them disoriented and trembling with fear. Chen Kaisu blared at Chu Fan with pure provocation. You thought you wouldn't cry until you saw the coffin, didn't you? All that big talk. Now let's see if you can still be so cocky. As he spoke, he pointed a finger directly at Hua Chang. Big Boss Chang, this is the bastard who beat Brother Biao and his crew to a pulp. That's right, Boss Chang. This brat was so arrogant and insolent. I made him beg for mercy, but not only did he refuse, he called you trash and even spoke ill of Mr. Han. He was utterly brazen. Chao Biao added, delivering the final blow. Chu Fan glanced at Hua Chang, finding him vaguely familiar, as if he'd seen him somewhere before. Just as he narrowed his eyes to study Hua Chang recognized him too. I know. Hua Chang took a deep breath, his rage palpable to everyone present. Chao Biao and his crew all flashed cruel glances, as if they'd already witnessed Chu Fan's misery. Chen Kaisu reveled in the spectacle, his gaze toward Chu Fan brimming with pity. You little bastard. Stealing my woman? This is your fate. Before everyone's eyes, Hua Chang erupted in fury. In a blur, a dark figure crashed heavily to the floor, shattering the tiles beneath him. When they focused their eyes, the figure sprawled on the floor wasn't Chu Fan at all, it was Chen Kaisu, who had been bullying others under Hua Chang's authority just a second before. This unbelievable reversal left everyone present utterly stunned. They stared in disbelief at Chu Fan, unscathed, and Hua Chang, panting heavily, unable to process what had just happened. Even Chao Biao was dumbfounded. He stammered, Boss Chang, what just happened? Smack! Before Chao Biao could finish his stammering sentence, Hua Chang delivered another heavy slap across his face. Chao Biao was instantly knocked into a daze, collapsing onto the ground, completely motionless. One slap knocked Chao Biao unconscious, the sheer force was evident. Chu Fan watched the scene unfold without flinching, finally recalling where he had seen Hua Chang before. At Han Weiman's birthday banquet last time, this guy seemed to be in charge of security, standing outside with his underlings. Back then, he'd been dressed in a suit and tie, looking every bit the respectable security guard. Who would have guessed he was actually a gang boss all along? Moreover, judging by his reaction, it seemed he had recognized Chu Fan. He'd been planning to teach this guy a lesson, but it turned out like punching a pillow. After dealing with these two troublemakers, the tense Hua Chang took a deep breath, rubbed his trembling hands, and forced a stiff smile. He bent down before Chu Fan and bowed deeply. Mr. Chu, I apologize for not greeting you properly earlier. Chapter 56, Mr. Chu, the Unknown. Though he had no idea why Chu Fan would attend such a low-class reunion, Hua Chang knew full well that if he couldn't resolve this matter satisfactorily today, his fate would likely be no better than He Heishui's. Though Yu Hui and Bai Shueme were students sheltered in an ivory tower, that didn't mean they couldn't read the room. Moreover, Hua Chang's fear of Chu Fan was plain for anyone with eyes to see. This left the two utterly baffled. They couldn't fathom why Hua Chang, one of Jinling's underground 5 tigers, would be so terrified. Kong Rong and the others also drew in sharp, silent breaths. This plot twist, it just didn't add up. That's Big Brother Hua. One of the 5 tigers of Jinling. Backed by the Han family. A big shot who was second to none. Why would such a figure bow down to Chu Fan, a lowly nobody from the underworld? A dream? An illusion? The men were utterly bewildered. Chu Fan scrutinized Hua Chang from head to toe, narrowing his eyes before rising with a smile. You're quite capable at handling affairs, but you're no boss. You let your men run wild under your name, committing every kind of depravity, even threatening a female college student. Lucky for you, it was me who caught you today. If others learned of your deeds, it wouldn't just be your face lost, but Han Wenqing's too. His voice wasn't loud, and his tone was even somewhat friendly. As he spoke, he stepped closer to Hua Chang and straightened his clothes. Hua Chang, however, was trembling in fear. Every word from Chu Fan felt like a heavy blow to his heart, crushing him until he could barely breathe. I'm sorry, Mr. Chu. This is entirely my fault. Please be magnanimous and give me a chance. I'll discipline them properly once I return. I'll never bring shame upon Mr. Han again. Hua Qian was a shrewd man who knew better than to cross Chu Fan. He threw all pretense of dignity to the wind in front of his underlings, groveling as low as he could, his entire demeanor reduced to utter subservience. This scene left his underlings stunned, exchanging bewildered glances, all intensely curious about the man before them. The male students who had been shouting the loudest earlier now fell completely silent, frozen as if paralyzed, wishing they could stop breathing altogether to minimize their presence. Yu Hui and Bai Shueme were stunned, utterly captivated. They had always assumed Chu Fan was just a recently released convict, broke and powerless. But now, reality seemed to contradict their long-held beliefs.
Not only was Chu Fan no nobody, but his background was so formidable it could be compared to that legendary Mr. Han.
What on earth was going on?
Amidst everyone's shock and astonishment, Chu Fan gave a calm smile and waved his hand.
Alright then. You don't strike me as an unreasonable man. I'll let this one slide. Just keep your men in line from now on. Tell them to keep their tails tucked between their legs. Now, take your people and leave.
With a sweeping gesture, Hua Chang immediately ordered his men to haul away the bodies strewn haphazardly across the floor, including Qiao Biao, fearing they might offend Chu Fan.
Within mere minutes, the once chaotic private room was swept clean.
Even the nauseating stench of blood vanished without a trace, as if nothing had ever happened. Before leaving, Hua Chang bent low an apology. My deepest apologies, everyone. My failure to keep my men in line has disrupted your enjoyment.
This meal is on me. Should you ever need anything in the future, just give the word. I'll make amends.
The guests were flattered and speechless.
They knew Hua Chang's politeness stemmed solely from respect for Chu Fan.
To dare respond now would be courting death. These guys are just students, they're no use to you.
Chu Fan didn't want these two groups to interact too much.
After all, he wasn't close with either of them, and it wasn't worth risking his own connections for these people.
Yes, Mr. Chu, please go ahead.
Hua Qian caught the unspoken meaning in Chu Fan's tone.
After another deep bow, he quickly exited the scene. Along with Hua Qian's unlucky underlings, San Pao and Chen Kaishui were also taken away. Even Chen Kaisu's two lackeys, Kong Rong and Ouyang Yin, weren't spared. Chu Fan had declared that favors were repaid and grudges settled.
Since these three had caused the trouble, they would bear the consequences themselves.
Not a single person present dared to question Chu Fan's decision. Bai Shuemei and Yu Hui even voiced their strong support.
After all, Chen Kaisu had tried to throw them into the fire without a second thought. This was merely payback in kind.
No, Chu Fan. I'm sorry. Please spare me. Big brother Chang, Mr. Chu and I are actually good friends. We used to drink and chat together all the time. This is all a misunderstanding.
Yeah, we burned yellow paper to become sworn brothers. Our bond was unbreakable. Chen Kaisu and the others begged for mercy with their lives, but Hua Chang remained unmoved.
As the echoes of their wails faded into the distance, the SVIP box returned to silence.
Everyone exchanged nervous glances, daring not to make a sound, for the main character had yet to speak.
Ding dong. A voice message arrived, startling Yu Hui.
She glanced at Chu Fan, noting his expression remained unchanged, before timidly opening WeChat. After converting the voice message to text, she apologetically explained to Chu Fan, Li Hua said something came up at home, so he can't make it for now. As she spoke, she played the voice message, afraid Chu Fan might think she was lying. Should have just made plans with him directly. Chu Fan shook his head slightly and raised his hand. You two take your time. I'll be going. With that, he started to walk away.
Yu Hui and Bai Shuemei quickly stepped forward, grabbing his arms on either side. Bai Shuemei asked first, Chu Fan, what exactly is your relationship with that Chang Yi?
Why is he so afraid of you?
Nothing special.
I just saved his boss's life, so he's afraid I'll report him.
Chu Fan gave a concise reply, showing no intention of elaborating further.
Yet that single sentence was enough to leave everyone stunned, and at the same time, filled with envy toward Chu Fan.
Why didn't they have such good fortune?
Only Yu Hui understood the truth. Chu Fan's ability to save lives wasn't down to luck, but his formidable strength.
She and Bai Shuemei had witnessed it firsthand.
Meanwhile, the male classmates who had earlier spoken coldly to Chu Fan now swarmed around him, acting like the best of buddies as they offered him drinks.
Though they'd never met before, each one acted more familiar than the last.
Bro Fan, you're seriously impressive. With connections like this, you'll be unstoppable in Jinling.
Exactly, brother Fan.
I didn't recognize a mountain when I saw one earlier. Please don't take it to heart.
Bro Fan, give us your contact info. We'll grab drinks sometime. Watching these shameless classmates, Yu Hui and Bai Shuemei felt utterly humiliated.
Their eyes rolled so hard they nearly popped out, inwardly cursing the men's shamelessness. Though Chu Fan didn't give these two-faced opportunists a cold shoulder, he had no desire to befriend them either. To shoo away this swarm of flies, Chu Fan lowered himself. You see, I saved Mr. Han once, and he promised to do me a favor. This time, Hua Xiang bowed his head and apologized to me that used up that favor.
I was actually planning to ask him to help me find a good job, but now, I'm afraid I'll never get the chance to contact him again.
Seeing Chu Fan hang his head in apparent genuine regret, the others took his words at face value and instantly lost interest in befriending him.
Ah, so that's how it is. TSK told you not to bite off more than you can chew.
It wasn't your business to begin with, yet you had to jump in and play the hero.
Regretting it now, huh? Let's split. What connection could we possibly have with someone from the lowest rung of society?
Not only did these opportunistic classmates turn their backs, but even Bai Shuemei, who had just begun to see Chu Fan in a better light, felt a wave of disappointment. Such a golden opportunity wasted, utterly foolish. The woman felt a pang of pity and regret, completely forgetting that Chu Fan had stepped forward to save her.
Chu Fan paid no mind to their judgments, walking away on his own. Only Yu-hui watched his retreating figure, lost in thought, her mind a mystery. Chapter 57, Collecting Debts at Yun's Building Materials. It was difficult to hail a cab at night, and by the time Chu Fan got home, it was nearly 11. He'd assumed Li Jinmei had already gone to bed, but no sooner had he stepped inside and started to change for a shower than she pushed open the door. Her gaze immediately landed on Chu Fan's well-defined abs. Startled by the sudden intrusion, Chu Fan froze. Fortunately, he hadn't taken off his pants yet, so there was no need for embarrassment. Li Jinmei hadn't expected Chu Fan to be changing either. Her face flushed instantly, and she turned the tables. "What's wrong with you? Why didn't you lock the door while changing?" Faced with Li Jinmei's preemptive strike, Chu Fan scratched his head, genuinely at a loss for words. After all, it was Li Jinmei who hadn't knocked before barging in. "My bad. What did you need?" Chu Fan quickly pulled his clothes back on and turned to chat with Li Jinmei. "Oh, you bet Li Hui you'd hit a 10 million yuan sales target, right? I've been thinking about it. You should go with Zhu Dachang to Yunshur Building Materials tomorrow. Our company had a deal with them that just wrapped up last month. It's about time to pay them a visit. Once you're there, have a good chat with him. If you can renew the contract, that sales figure will count toward your customer service department's total. Even if renewal fails, it's no problem. They still owe over 5 million in final payments from last time. Bring that payment reminder too. If you recover that amount, it counts as your sales performance as well." Chu Fan hadn't expected Li Jinmei to care so deeply about the customer service department's survival. Even this late at night, she was still figuring out ways to help him. He felt deeply touched. "Before you go, remember to review the files I emailed you. You'll be pulling an all-nighter tonight. Bye." Li Jinmei turned and left immediately. When Chu Fan emerged from his shower and opened his email, he was stunned to find a massive 300-page PowerPoint presentation from Li Jinmei. His earlier gratitude quickly evaporated. The next day, Zhu Dachang, sporting dark circles under his eyes, arrived at the Li family villa to pick up Chu Fan. In the car, Zhu Dachang observed the wide-eyed Chu Fan and asked curiously, "Bro Fan, you haven't actually skipped reading the Yun construction materials, have you?" "I did." "Then why are you so energetic?" "I spent over 5 hours reading it yesterday and didn't get to sleep until past 3 in the morning." "Oh, well, your reading speed must be pretty slow. I finished it in half an hour," Chu Fan said with a calm expression. "Ha?" Deeply shaken, Zhu Dachang stared blankly at Chu Fan, who ignored him completely and started playing with his phone. Zhu Dachang silently cursed inwardly. That much material, if anyone could really finish it in half an hour, they'd either be a genius or just going through the motions. After watching Chu Fan and Zhu Dachang leave, Li Jinmei set down her chopsticks. As soon as she stepped outside, she dialed Yun Tong's number. Since both Zhu Dachang and Chu Fan were visiting clients for the first time and hadn't received any professional sales training, Li Jinmei couldn't help but feel uneasy. She decided to give Yun Tong a heads up first, asking him not to be too hard on these two clueless rookie salespeople. "Oh my, isn't this Ms. Li? What brings you here?" Li Jinmei chuckled. "Mr. Yun, you know how well our last project went together, right? That's why I sent 2 sales reps to brief you on our new project. We're hoping for another chance to collaborate." "Ah, Ms. Li, our last collaboration was indeed very pleasant, but our company has been extremely busy lately." "Ah, I see. No problem. There's still over 5 million in outstanding payments from our last collaboration. I had them bring the payment reminder. If it's convenient for your side." However, before Li Jinmei could finish her sentence, Yun Tong's expression immediately hardened. "Ms. Li, must you be so pushy? I already hinted that funds are tight right now. Isn't it normal to delay final payments by a month or 2? Since you claim our partnership was pleasant, what's the harm in waiting a bit longer? Are you here to collect debts now? Of all the companies I've worked with, yours is the first to act like this." Yun Tong was clearly the one in debt, yet his tone was more aggressive than anyone else's. His outburst threw Li Jinmei off balance. Yun Construction held considerable standing in the building materials sector, but was equally notorious for delayed payments. Truthfully, Li Jinmei had braced herself for this long before signing the contract. If it weren't for the customer service department urgently needing to meet their performance targets, she wouldn't have felt compelled to chase this payment so aggressively. "No, Mr. Yun, you've misunderstood. It's not that I doubt your capabilities, nor that I'm unwilling to extend the deadline. It's just that our company has faced some turbulence recently, and we must recover funds urgently. How about this, you transfer the money to us through your company's account, and I'll personally lend you 5 million yuan for working capital. You can repay it whenever you're ready." Li Jinmei was going to great lengths to help Chu Fan meet his sales targets, even willing to dip into her own hard-earned savings. Unexpectedly, Yun Tong showed no gratitude. His face remained cold as he retorted, "Ms. Li, do you think I'm embezzling that money for personal use? You really underestimate me." With that, he hung up the phone in a huff. Li Jinmei pinched the bridge of her nose, utterly speechless. This Yun Tong put on a righteous facade, yet behind closed doors, he lived a life of debauchery. His embezzlement of company funds was common knowledge in the industry. What was he playing at now, pretending to be so high and mighty? Although Yun Construction had some standing, it was all built on the foundation laid by Yun Tong's parents. With this spendthrift's approach to business, it was only a matter of time before the company went under. Meanwhile, immediately after ending his call with Li Jinmei, Yun Tong dialed Li Er. "Mr. Li, you and Miss Hui Hui really saw this coming. That woman actually set her sights on me and even sent 2 people to negotiate. She's really going all out to get her money back, even offering a private loan to me. But since I've already agreed to your terms, no matter how tempting her offer is, I can't accept it." Yun Tong's words were a deliberate jab at Li Er, hinting that the terms he'd offered were no longer sufficient. Li Er understood perfectly. He immediately smiled and said, "Mr. Yun, rest assured. You've done us such a huge favor this time. Once everything is settled and Hui Hui smoothly becomes president, our future cooperation will definitely not leave you at a disadvantage. As for this payment, you can repay it whenever you like." Li Er was already using company profits to curry favor before his daughter even became president. One can only imagine how overbearing this family would become once Li Hui Hui truly took the helm. Yun Tong was quite satisfied with the pie Li Er was painting for him. He nodded and said, "Then I'll thank you in advance, President Li. I wish you and Miss Hui Hui every success. Once those 2 arrive, I'll give them a proper lesson. Rest assured, there will be no contract renewal or repayment." "Thank you, President Yun." After the call ended, Yun Tong's secretary immediately approached him to report that the representatives sent by the Li Group were waiting downstairs. Upon hearing this, Yun Tong's eyes darted around. He hesitated for a moment, torn between toying with them further or simply sending them packing. Finally, adhering to the principle of not wasting his precious time, he instructed his secretary, "Tell them to go back where they came from. Say I'm too busy to see them." "Understood." Meanwhile, Chu Fan and Zhu Dashan waited outside for nearly half an hour before finally catching sight of the secretary's alluring figure. Unexpectedly, the secretary didn't approach them directly. Instead, she walked over to the security captain, whispered a few words in his ear, then swayed her slender waist back upstairs. Zhu Dachang and Chu Fan exchanged puzzled glances, neither understanding what was happening. Before they could ask, the burly security chief strode over with his men, his face twisted in anger. "Get lost, you 2 punks," he barked. "Our boss Yun is too busy to see you." Zhu Dachang's temper flared at this, assuming his subordinates were deliberately causing trouble by failing to convey the message properly. He retorted to the security chief, "Are you out of your mind? We're here on behalf of the Li Group. What's so great about Li Group? Our boss said no means no. Now get lost." Zhu Dashan didn't grasp the underlying tensions at play. It was his first time handling this kind of sales work, so he can only suppress his anger. Chu Fan frowned. "They're here primarily to collect money, and only secondarily to discuss contract renewal. How dare a debtor act so brazenly? Even if they're brazen, they still owe several million. How dare they not even play along and just kick people out? Could it be someone else had meddled in this matter?" Chapter 58, Sign or Not. Zhu Dashan was the type who preferred to avoid trouble. He believed the customer service department had no business dealing with this nonsense, no reason to come here and swallow this injustice. "Fan, I suspect they're trying to renege on the debt. But our customer service team holds little sway in such matters. We're not the right department for this, and we can't handle it. Why don't we head back to the office first? Once we get the full picture, we can see how management handles it." Chu Fan shook his head slightly. "We're already here. We have to get to the bottom of this. Alright, drive the car forward a little and wait for me at the intersection. I'll go meet this Yun Tong myself." This was Li Jinmei's special idea for their customer service department, and Chu Fan didn't want to let her down. "No, since we've decided to go up, let's go together. We can watch each other's backs." "Alright, get out." Stepping back into Yun's building materials, Zhu Dachang's demeanor was completely different from before. Gone was the cautious, stiff, and timid demeanor. Instead, he now wore the unmistakable expression of someone here to collect a debt. After all, he had a martial arts expert protecting him now. Seeing the 2 return, the security chief's eyes widened. He flung his jowls back and bellowed, "You 2 want to die? Take one more damn step forward, and I'll kill you, you believe me?" The burly man, broad-shouldered and thick-muscled, certainly looked like he had some strength. "I don't believe you." Chu Fan shook his head. The security chief flew into a rage, immediately swinging his fist at Chu Fan. Chu Fan's reflexes were lightning fast. As the punch came, he deftly sidestepped and delivered a kick straight to the guard's knee. The entire sequence unfolded with blinding speed. Before the security chief could process what had happened, his body slammed heavily into his 2 henchmen, sending them crashing down in a heap. The remaining guards, seeing their comrade beaten, immediately drew their electric batons, ready to teach Chu Fan a lesson. But in the blink of an eye, they all lay sprawled on the ground in disarray. Zhu Dachang sat nearby holding documents, his eyes nearly popping out of his head as he watched Chu Fan's agile moves. Watching as an observer was a world apart from experiencing the beating firsthand.
He recalled his own humiliation back in the office, probably looking just as pathetic then.
Thank goodness he hadn't thought to seek revenge on Chufan otherwise, who knew how badly he'd get beaten next time. Amidst the shrieks echoing through the lobby, Yun's Construction's elite security team was utterly routed, completely unable to mount any resistance. Only after everyone had fallen did Zhu Dachang approach, clapping as he walked. Brother Fan, you never disappoint. My admiration for you flows like the mighty Yangtze, ceaseless and boundless, like the Yellow River in flood, unstoppable once unleashed. Hearing your words is worth more than a decade of study.
Among the great figures of past and present, none compare to you.
To meet you here is the honor of my life.
I'll burn incense at my ancestors' shrine when I return, thanking them for the virtue they accumulated.
Chufan glanced at Zhu Dachang and said, once there was a man named Li Choi.
He was exceptionally skilled at playing the flute, but he played day and night, disturbing his neighbor's peace. One day, someone came to Li Chui's house looking for his mother.
Do you know what that person said?
What did he say?
Zhu Dachang asked curiously.
He said, where's Li Chui's mother?
Zhu Dachang cleared his throat awkwardly and turned away to hide his embarrassment.
Chufan led Zhu Dachang to the female receptionist and asked, which floor is your boss's office on? 5th floor, the receptionist replied, trembling.
Chufan didn't press her further. He thanked her and led Zhu Dachang upstairs.
At that moment, Yuntong was casually playing a game with his legs crossed.
Just as he was relaxing, the secretary who had received the receptionist's call rushed in, flustered and panicked.
It's terrible, Mr. Yun. Our people have all been taken down by those two guys.
They're charging this way right now.
Should we?
No need to look. We're already here.
You may leave. Though Yuntong had arrived at the office, Chufan standing at the doorway exuded greater authority. Even his words carried an unquestionable air of command. The secretary trembled in fear but dared not say more.
Swallowing hard, she tiptoed out.
Left alone, Yuntong's face turned ashen, his limbs stiff as he faced the two men with their hostile expressions.
Clang!
Yuntong's phone slammed onto the desk. He forced himself to calm down, glaring at Chufan with a stern expression. Who are you? Chufan plopped down onto a chair, acting as if he belonged there. He slammed the documents on the table, leaning back in his chair.
Stop playing dumb. How could you not know who I am? Mr. Li sent me here.
I originally intended to renew your contract, but seeing as it's pointless to discuss renewal now, a worthless scoundrel like you has zero value for cooperation, here's the payment demand.
Sign it and release the funds immediately.
Ever since Yuntong told him to get lost, Chufan had lost all patience for pleasantries. Entering the room, he immediately adopted a domineering attitude, overwhelming Yuntong with sheer force of presence. Yuntong had expected the other party to come begging, yet instead was met with such an arrogant demeanor, showing him not the slightest bit of respect. This infuriated Yuntong to no end.
Has Li Jinmei lost her mind?
How dare she let her underling talk to me like this? Chufan narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression calm as he said, you're the one who's lost your mind.
Owning someone money and still acting so arrogant, I don't know where you get the nerve. I owe your grandmother's leg. Who says I won't pay? With your attitude, I'd rather die than sign anything.
You two get the hell out of here, or I'll call the cops and report you for trespassing in my office.
Chufan chuckled. Go ahead. We'd love for the authorities to investigate you, you deadbeat. You bastard. Yuntong had never encountered such an unyielding opponent before.
No matter what he said, Chufan seemed to have a retort that left him speechless.
With no other options left, Yuntong resorted to his ultimate tactic, playing the scoundrel. You two greenhorns must not realize it's not me begging your Li Group for a partnership. Li Group can't survive without me.
Just wait until I, Yuntong, make a bold statement. See if any building materials company will dare partner with you then. Go tell Li Jinmei, if she wants her money back, she'd better come begging me personally. Otherwise, not only will I refuse to repay, but I'll blacklist your entire company.
Chufan finally realized there was no reasoning with this kind of person. He first exchanged a knowing glance with Zhu Dachang, signaling him to close the door.
The moment the door closed, Chufan seized Yuntong by the throat and slammed his head onto the desk without mercy.
Thud! The thunderous impact sent Zhu Dachang's body jerking.
Yuntong felt as if he'd suffered a concussion, his ears ringing.
Sign or not?
Though Chufan used only one hand, Yuntong strained every muscle in his body, yet couldn't break free from the iron grip. Her face flushed crimson, veins bulging on her neck, teeth grinding with a sharp, grating sound. Yet against this overwhelming force, her fury was nothing but impotent rage. As Chufan gradually increased the pressure, the pain in Yuntong's neck intensified, accompanied by constant cracking sounds, as if his entire head was about to be wrenched off.
Finally, the excruciating pain overpowered Yuntong.
He screamed in agony, begging for mercy. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, okay? Just let me go. I'll sign it for you right now. When you're in someone else's house, you have to bow your head.
Compared to his promises to Li Er and his daughter, his own life was naturally more important.
By the time Chufan released his grip, Yuntong's neck was completely twisted.
He could only sign his name in a stiff, awkward posture, as if suffering from a stiff neck.
In his entire 30-plus years of life, Yun Tong had never endured such humiliation.
The intense shame made his signature scrawl wildly illegible. But no matter how unwilling he was, his name was now on the demand notice.
As long as Chu Fan took this document back to the company, the finance department could instruct the bank to release the funds immediately. After receiving the notice, Chu Fan gently straightened Yun Tong's twisted neck and chuckled, "See? Your signature was quick enough. Why go out of your way to make things unpleasant for yourself?"
Seeing Chu Fan's smug expression, Yun Tong was so furious he could spit nails. His hand, hidden beneath the table, clenched into a tight fist, knuckles turning white.
He silently vowed to himself he would not let these two bastards off the hook today, nor would he spare Li Junmei who had sent them. Chapter 59, Don't Bring Trouble Upon Yourself. Inside the Li Group headquarters, Li Junmei felt inexplicably uneasy. She sensed this debt collection order was almost certainly unrecoverable. She had considered calling Chu Fan directly to recall them, but then thought better of it. This was a rare opportunity for training after all, clients came in all shapes and sizes. If the customer service department wanted results, they should get out there and broaden their horizons. Whether they succeeded or failed, it would be valuable experience. With that thought, Li Junmei held back from calling the two. Little did she know what kind of trouble those two had gotten themselves into. At that moment, Zhu Dashang had no idea how severe the consequences of offending Yun Tong would be. He and Chu Fan, clutching a payment demand worth over 5 million yuan, were grinning from ear to ear as they prepared to head back to the company. Chatting and laughing all the way, they were deep in their cheerful conversation when an oncoming vehicle caught Chu Fan's attention. It was an S-Class Maybach. The occupants inside recognized Chu Fan. After flashing their headlights a few times, they pulled over to the side of the road. Chu Fan saw through the other party's intentions and had Zhu Dashang pull over. Chu Fan then stepped out of the car, just as He Shui walked up to meet him. At that moment, Zhu Dashang and Chu Fan had driven less than a mile from Yun's building materials, so it was clear He Shui was also heading there. "Good morning, Mr. Chu."
In truth, He Shui had no particular business with Chu Fan. He merely feared that failing to acknowledge him might earn him a mental mark from Chu Fan, which would spell trouble later. Spotting He Shui, Chu Fan glanced back toward Yun's building materials and casually inquired, "Heading to Yun's?" He Shui nodded without hesitation. "Yes, I'm an old friend of their general manager Yun. I came specifically to have lunch with him today." "And you? What brings you all the way out here?" Yun's materials constructions offices and factories were in the suburbs, while Li Group was in the city center. Chu Fan had gone to all that trouble to come here. He must have something important to discuss. Sure enough, Chu Fan's response confirmed He Shui's hunch. "Well, this is quite a coincidence. I'm here on behalf of the company to collect a debt from your friend." "Ha?" He Shui panicked the moment he heard this. Has Yun Tong lost his mind? How dare she owe money to this living devil? Before He Shui could react, Chu Fan spoke with a friendly expression that Yun Tong isn't a good person. I'd advise you to keep your distance from him. Or, well, making friends is your choice. Suit yourself. Chu Fan didn't finish his sentence. He simply dropped that line, turned, and got into his car to leave. Completely bewildered, He Shui watched Chu Fan drive away before returning to his own car, full of suspicion. Just as he pulled up to the Yun Materials building, he saw Yun Tong being supported by his secretary. Clutching his neck and grimacing in pain, Yun Tong came down the stairs, cursing all the way, his face flushed crimson with rage. "Damn you, Li Zhongmi. You've got some nerve, sending people to attack me. Spread the word among industry peers, blacklist them. No one is to cooperate with the Li Group. Otherwise, I won't give them an inch." He Shui slammed on the brakes right in front of Yun Tong, rushing over to check on him while asking, "Mr. Yun, what happened?" "Don't even ask. Got beaten up by that little bastard from the Li Group. Just ing perfect. Not only did he force me to sign a payment demand, but he nearly snapped my neck. Hey, Tax, send 2 guys over to help me vent my anger, will ya?" Hearing this, He Shui nearly blacked out on the spot. He waved his hands frantically. "I can't do that. You need to get to the hospital immediately. Pretend this never happened. Don't even think about revenge. Otherwise, you're finished." Fuming with rage, Yun Tong couldn't stomach such words. Seeing He Shui refuse to lend him men, he instantly flew into a rage. "He Shui, you're a real piece of work. When things are smooth, you call me brother, but now when I need help, you won't even send 2 guys? Forget it. I don't need you. I'll figure out my own revenge. No, Mr. Yun, please hear me out. I won't listen. Those 2 little bastards have to die by my hand. And that Li Junmei won't have an easy life either." Yun Tong gritted his teeth, nearly driven mad with rage. He Shui looked at his foolish expression with utter contempt. "You can't reason with a fool doomed to perish. If you insist on courting death, I can't stop you. But out of brotherly loyalty, I'll warn you, don't bring trouble upon yourself. My godfather in Sang Biao died at that kid's hands. He's sparing your life is already showing you mercy." He Shui's words left Yun Tong frozen in place, his small eyes blinking rapidly as he struggled to process the revelation.
You mean it's true? I saw it with my own eyes. Why would I lie?
If you're hell-bent on courting death, go ahead and mess with him.
Just know I won't be the one burying you. Seeing He Shui's expression held no trace of jest, Yun Tong's legs gave way.
He collapsed to the ground, and despite his secretary's desperate attempts to pull him up, he couldn't be saved.
Alright, consider everything I said today never uttered, and you never heard it.
In short, whether you should retaliate or can retaliate, weigh it carefully in your own mind. If I were you, I'd keep my tail tucked between my legs and never dare cross the Li group. Yun Tong knew better than anyone the capabilities of He Shui and his gang. Back in his reckless youth, he'd set his sights on a young model, only to steal her away from He Shui. The fallout left him beaten half to death, spending nearly half a month in the ICU before finally pulling through. In the end, he'd had to pay He Shui nearly 10 million yuan just to settle the matter. Even a ruthless man like He Shui couldn't stand up to that Chu Fan. They all met gruesome ends under his iron fists. So what was a lowly minion like himself doing acting so cocky? Yun Tong instantly got the message, repeatedly swearing, I won't dare. I'll never provoke him again. That's the right attitude. Besides, Mr. Chu is a close confidant of the Han family. Last time Han Weiman hosted a banquet, he specifically summoned me and gave me a stern warning telling me never to cross Mr. Chu. He Shui said solemnly. So don't blame me for disregarding our brotherhood. If it were any other matter, I'd definitely help you. But if you're so reckless as to go against Mr. Chu, then I can only look out for myself. It's over. It's too late. As Yun Tong listened to He Shui's words, a sudden realization struck him like lightning. His entire body trembled, and tears welled up in his eyes. What's too late? I just had my secretary post a notice in our industry group demanding a full industry boycott of the Li group. He Shui's face turned pale as he snapped, You idiot. Hurry up and find a way to recall it. Right. While chaos erupted on Yun Tong's end, Li Jinmei was also in a state of utter panic. Just moments ago, several building material suppliers she'd been in talks with called to terminate their partnerships. The boss scheduled to sign the contract this afternoon also backed out, telling her to find another client. This barrage of setbacks caught Li Jinmei completely off guard, leaving her utterly clueless about what had triggered it. The Li Group's operations relied heavily on these building material suppliers. While the relationship was mutually beneficial, these suppliers could easily find alternatives to the Li Group. If all suppliers refused to cooperate, the group would be left with nothing to work with. Its business would grind to a halt. Moreover, they could face hefty penalty fees for project delays. The terrifying consequences left Li Jinmei frantic. Her mind immediately turned to Yun Tong. Li Group's current predicament clearly signaled they'd been blacklisted by the building materials industry. She'd only contacted Yun Tong today, it was most likely his doing. Then she remembered that Chu Fan and Zhu Dashang hadn't returned yet, even this late at night. Chances were, those two had caused trouble. Li Jinmei took a deep breath, pulled out her phone, and was about to call Chu Fan to ask what was going on. Before she could dial, Su Chunli's internal line rang. Before Li Jinmei could speak, Su Chunli erupted on the other end. Can your useless husband stop causing trouble? Why did he have to offend Mr. Yun for no reason? Get your ass to the conference room now. Faced with Su Chunli's barrage of insults, Li Jinmei felt both anxious and wronged, yet utterly helpless. She cursed herself for not calling them back sooner, thinking they needed to toughen up. Now look what she'd done, she'd nearly destroyed the Li Group. Chapter 60, Stirring Trouble. With no time to spare, Li Jinmei rushed to the conference room, documents in hand. Before she even entered, she saw Li Er and Li Huihui sitting there through the glass, their faces plastered with malicious grins. Alongside them, Zhu Dachang's grandfather was also being called to account. Despite Zhu Dachang's constant fawning over Li Huihui, Zhu Long couldn't stand the woman. He was a staunch supporter of Li Jinmei. This time, Li Huihui planned to kill two birds with one stone, using this opportunity to eliminate both thorns in her side at once. As Li Jinmei entered the conference room, Su Chunli glared at her coldly and demanded in a deep voice, Why on earth did you send someone from customer service to meet with General Manager Yun? Have you lost your mind? Li Huihui quickly interjected, Grandma, don't be so angry. She meant well but messed up. She tried to exploit a loophole and pin this deal on customer service, but those idiots couldn't even handle it. Ha! Mr. Zhu Dachang has been in customer service for years. While he hasn't exactly covered himself in glory, at least he hasn't made any major blunders. But ever since Chu Fan showed up, he's been causing trouble non-stop. You really need to rein him in. Zhu Long knew Li Huihui was deliberately stirring up trouble, but even knowing that, it was hard not to be swayed under these circumstances. His grandson might not be particularly capable, but at least he could rely on Zhu Long as a rock to comfortably coast through his retirement in the Li Group's customer service department. Now, thanks to that Chu Fan, not only might he be kicked out of the company, but he could also face a hefty compensation claim. Even his own meager savings might be wiped out. The thought sent Zhu Long's temper flaring up, and even his gaze toward Li Jinmei grew unnervingly sharp. Li Jinmei sensed the hostility in his gaze. She wanted to say something, but found herself at a loss for words. Ultimately, this mess stemmed from her own poor decision-making and Chu Fan's reckless actions. Xu Dachang had truly suffered an undeserved calamity. To break the deadlock as quickly as possible, Li Jinmei thought for a moment before saying, "Grandma, now is not the time to dwell on who's to blame. I believe the most urgent task is to find a solution, mend the fence after the sheep are lost, and quickly appease General Manager Yun so he'll lift the industry ban on us."
Easy for you to say. Do you really think a few words from you will make Mr. Yun stop being angry?
No sooner had Li Jinmei finished speaking than Li Huihui pounced, as if afraid her words would fall to the ground unnoticed. She seized the opportunity with lightning speed. Though furious, Li Jinmei knew she was partly to blame for this mess. She could only offer a conciliatory tone. "Once Chu Fan and Zhu Dachang return, I'll personally lead them to apologize and beg for forgiveness, hoping to earn Mr. Yun's pardon."
Ha! Who do you think you are? Do you really believe Mr. Yun will forgive you just because you beg for mercy? You're seriously overestimating yourself.
Li Huihui sneered sarcastically.
Of course, this mess was created by the customer service department.
You, Li Jinmei, sent those people out.
You sorted out yourselves. If you can fix it, just take your punishment and be done with it. If you can't, then hand over the CEO position willingly. After all, since you've been CEO, the company hasn't had a single day of peace.
Seeing the timing was right, Li Huihui pressed again, forcing Li Jinmei to step down. She and Li Er had worked so hard all this time for precisely this outcome.
Yun Tong was in the same boat as them.
No matter how much Li Jinmei apologized, Yun Tong would never accept it. All she needed was enough patience to wait a couple more days.
She was certain Grandma would eventually lose her temper and oust Li Jinmei.
Once Li Jinmei fell, she could disband the customer service department as she pleased and systematically eliminate every thorn in her side within the company. The thought of her reign of absolute power approaching soon made Li Huihui tremble with excitement. Just then, a figure flashed past the glass door.
Chu Fan and Zhu Dachang appeared before the group. Xu Dachang's expression was extremely excited, clearly having come with the collection notice to claim credit.
With the money secured, personally delivering it to Li Jinmei would surely earn him praise.
Seeing Zhu Dachang beaming outside the door, Li Huihui couldn't help but sneer with a smile. What a positive attitude.
After causing such a huge mess, you still have the nerve to be all cheerful out there.
Truly a model employee for our company. Li Jinmei's face turned ashen upon hearing this. Gritting her teeth, she rose and opened the door, bellowing into the hallway, "You two, come in here."
Li Jinmei's sudden bellow startled Zhu Dachang, and even Chu Fan froze for a moment.
What's wrong, Manager Li? You have the nerve to ask me what's wrong? Get your asses in here now. Li Jinmei's thunderous roar left both Chu Fan and Zhu Dachang dumbfounded.
They could only enter the conference room with blank expressions. The moment they entered, they were met by the mocking, gloating expressions of the Li family father and daughter. Zhu Dachang hurriedly began greeting the executives present, but before he could even bow his head, Su Chuanli snapped, "Enough with the formalities. What did you two do? Spill it now." Zhu Dachang had never been scolded so harshly before. Seeing his grandfather's face darken, he panicked, scratched his head, and stammered, "We went to Yun's building materials.
And then?
We went to find General Manager Yun to get him to sign the collection order." Zhu Dachang said fearfully, placing the documents on the table.
"It's already signed.
Please review it, leaders." While Zhu Dachang nervously explained the situation, Chu Fan, standing behind him, was deep in thought. He couldn't figure it out. How could the company leaders look at him like he was a criminal when he'd just done the company a favor? Upstairs, tensions were running high, with everyone on edge. Downstairs, a Porsche sped toward the building. Before the driver could even bring it to a complete stop, a man with a crooked neck, clutching his side, leapt out grimacing. Without waiting for assistance, he hobbled into the lobby of Li Group. This comically crooked-necked man was none other than Yun Tong, the very person Chu Fan had subdued with a single palm strike. He had just drafted a new notice revoking the industry-wide boycott against Li Group. Simultaneously, he had repeatedly urged his peers, if any of them had ongoing collaborations with Li Group, they must fulfill them diligently and without fail. Absolutely no slip-ups were permitted. Yet none of these maneuvers earned He Shui's approval. He Shui told him that if he truly wanted to make amends, he must personally deliver a sincere apology and secure Mr. Chu's forgiveness face to face. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. Upon hearing this, Yun Tong wasted no time, immediately instructing his driver to take him there. As for the wound on his neck, he couldn't spare a thought for it. But the entire journey took over 40 minutes. The distance was too great. Even with the driver running red lights, he arrived too late. Little did he know that at that very moment, Chu Fan and Zhu Dachang were being reprimanded in the conference room. "You two really know how to talk your way out of trouble, don't you? Do you even have a shred of business sense? As long as the Green Mountains remain, we needn't worry about firewood. Sure, you got the money back, but you've completely alienated the client. Do you seriously think a measly few million can compensate for the damage done to our reputation?
Zhu Dachang, you've been working here for years now. Could you really be as clueless as that greenhorn Chu fan? Blacklist?
Zhu Dachang listened to Li Huihui's tirade, his eyes filled with confusion. Catching the key phrase, he turned to look at Chu Fan, utterly bewildered. Just then, Li Huihui snapped, "Why are you looking at him?
Your rank is higher than his. Why are you taking orders from him?"
Zhu Long watched his grandson flinch in fear, his heart aching with both pity and frustration at his grandson's uselessness.
How could you be such a useless fool?
Though Zhu Long doted on this grandson, the company was now in utter disarray due to their foolishness. Even if he wanted to protect him, it was too late to turn things around. Zhu Dachang shot a glance at his grandfather, whose face was etched with disappointment, and felt a wave of injustice wash over him.
He genuinely couldn't fathom what he'd done wrong.
Glancing at Zhu Dachang's pouting, aggrieved expression, Li Huihui feigned kindness and tried to excuse him. Never mind, never mind.
You can't blame them entirely for this. If anyone's to blame, it's the person who sent these two useless fools to find President Yun.
Knowing full well these two were each more incompetent than the next, yet still entrusting them with such a crucial task truly unforgivable. Though Li Huihui didn't name names, her words clearly targeted Li Jinmei. Left speechless by the scolding, Li Jinmei stood silently nearby, her mind churning as she racked her brain for any possible way to salvage the situation. Chu Fan listened for a long while but still couldn't make heads or tails of it. The overdue payments were already being collected.
So where exactly had things gone wrong? Chapter 61, Yun Tong's Will to Survive.
Seeing Chu Fan's clueless expression, Li Jinmei felt anger welling up, but she forced herself to explain patiently. The moment you two left, President Yun issued a ban on our company. Now every building materials supplier in the industry is cutting ties with us. The project we were supposed to sign this afternoon fell through.
How did you two collect the money? Why did you offend President Yun so badly?
Li Jinmei couldn't bring herself to harshly blame the two, yet the crushing weight of reality left her gasping for breath.
At those words, Zhu Dachang's legs buckled, cold sweat pouring from his forehead.
Chu Fan appeared outwardly calm, but inwardly, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger.
Who would have thought Yun Tong would stab us in the back with such underhanded tactics?
Chu Fan, stop playing dumb.
Zhu Dachang is famously dim-witted. You must be the mastermind behind this. Just confess honestly. How exactly did you manage to offend him? Speak up.
No, it's not Brother Fan's fault.
Zhu Dachang might be timid, but he valued loyalty. He had now seen Li Huihui's true colors clearly.
This woman was a snake-hearted viper, blatantly digging a pit for them to fall into.
Fan?
Listen, Zhu Dachang, he's your superior.
Calling him brother is appropriate? That's just spineless. Zhu Dachang retorted angrily, who's spineless? You lot are spineless. That Yun guy clearly owes us money and refuses to pay it back. What's wrong with us getting our money back? Enough, Zhu Dachang. Stop talking. Chu Fan didn't want Zhu Dachang to shoulder such a huge mistake for him. He'd taken the action himself, so naturally he should take responsibility.
Even if Zhu Dachang held a higher position, he was the one who'd initiated this whole thing.
Brother Fan. Zhu Dachang looked at Chu Fan with tear-filled eyes, feeling deeply conflicted.
Just as Li Huihui was formulating her next move, a knock suddenly sounded at the conference room door.
Who is it?
Su Chuanli, still seething with anger, exploded on the spot, pounding the table and bellowing. Yun Tong froze at the doorway, startled, then quickly offered a nervous smile.
I'm Yun Tong. May I come in? President Yun? Li Huihui's heart leapt with joy upon hearing Yun Tong had arrived. This was a golden opportunity to make her mark. If she could salvage the deal that Li Jinmei's group had botched, the credit would be worth more than anything. After all, Yun Tong was on her side. Getting him to play along with a little act at the last minute would be no problem, otherwise he wouldn't have come all this way. With that thought, Li Huihui opened the conference room door with a delighted expression. Little did she know, the pitiful sight of Yun Tong that met her eyes sent Su Chuanli and the others into a state of shock. Li Huihui, showcasing her remarkable acting skills, pulled him inside with feigned concern. Oh my goodness, Mr. Yun. What happened to you? Surely it wasn't our people who did this.
The question was a blatant feigned ignorance.
If Chu Fan and Zhu Dachang hadn't beaten Yun Tong, why else would he be so furious he'd issue a blacklist?
Yun Tong's gaze toward Li Huihui now held a strange edge. He now knew this woman had made him put on a show. In the past, he would have played along. But now? Li Huihui had nearly caused him to offend a major figure. Not only would he not spare her, but why would he even give her a friendly look? Yun Tong abruptly shook off Li Huihui's hand, clutching his neck as he approached Li Jinmei and bowed deeply.
Ms. Li, I'm truly sorry.
In a moment of rashness, I sent the wrong message, which may have caused significant losses to the Li group.
Please don't be angry. I'm already doing everything I can to make amends. If compensation is needed, just tell me. No matter what it takes, I will spare no effort to minimize the impact of this incident.
Before Yun Tong arrived, He Shui had repeatedly warned him, under no circumstances should he reveal Chu Fan's identity upon meeting him.
A sincere apology to Li Jinmei would suffice. If he couldn't even handle this apology properly, things would likely turn out badly. Yun Tong had silently repeated these words to himself several times on the way. So the moment he entered, he immediately turned toward Li Jinmei. Yet his gaze kept drifting toward Chu Fan, yearning to offer his apology to him. Fortunately, Yun Tong was tilting his neck awkwardly at that moment, his gaze already appearing somewhat unfocused. Thus, his fearful glance toward Chu Fan didn't arouse suspicion or draw attention from the others. Chu Fan roughly guessed what was going on and simply stood by to watch the show. As long as this matter was resolved smoothly, nothing else mattered. Yun Tong's utterly sincere apology left Li Jinmei utterly bewildered, unable to recover for quite some time. Mr. Yun, what's gotten into you? We're the ones who should be apologizing. Here's the payment notice, take it back. Consider it never signed. No, this debt is mine to repay. Rest assured, I've already lifted the industry blacklist against Li Group. That contract you're signing this afternoon can proceed normally. If anyone dares refuse to sign with you, just let me know, I'll make them pay. From now on, Li Group will be our top priority in the industry. Any building material supplier must prioritize your requests for cooperation. Is that acceptable? Yun Tong's timid, trembling demeanor made Lier and Li Huimei's noses nearly twist with rage. Has this guy lost his mind? Or did his brain spill out when his neck got whacked? What nonsense is this? Have you forgotten our agreement? Yun Tong couldn't care less about Lier and Li Hui's expressions. All he could think about now was how to save his own skin. After handing the payment reminder back to Li Jinmei, he added, "Oh, and Ms. Li, didn't you mention wanting to discuss contract renewal today? No problem. I've already had my secretary draft the contract we can sign tomorrow. We can handle any order under 10 million. If you need larger contracts, just let me know. I'll grit my teeth and find a way to sign with you." Yun Tong looked at Li Jinmei with a pleading expression, not at all like a client but rather like someone desperately begging to hand over money. This bizarre attitude left Li Jinmei flattered and bewildered. Su Chuanli and Zhu Long were both utterly dumbfounded. One moment threatening to blacklist them, the next desperately begging. What kind of charade was this? Mr. Yun, please don't do this. Our employees acted impulsively when they hit you, that was our mistake. We will definitely. What? They didn't hit me. I hit my head myself. This is karma. I tried to default on my debt and become a deadbeat, so heaven punish me. It has nothing to do with these two. Yun Tong waved his hands repeatedly. These two talents in your customer service department are truly exceptional. Especially Mr. Chu, so principled, reasoning with me logically and appealing to my emotions, completely winning me over. And Mr. Zhu, sharp-minded and utterly loyal to the Li Group. Having such sincere talents in your company is truly a blessing for President Li. I can't help but envy you. Yun Tong's face was plastered with sincere flattery, leaving the conference room dead silent. Zhu Longdu stared at Zhu Dachang as if he'd seen a ghost. Didn't he know his own grandson? He was a good-for-nothing who could only cause trouble. How had Yun Tong managed to praise him as if he were the most exceptional talent in the world? Zhu Dachang stared at Chu Fan with a puzzled expression, clearly suspecting Chu Fan was behind this. Chu Fan smiled and winked at him, signaling to stay calm. No matter what Yun Tong said, just accept it. Zhu Dachang instantly understood the meaning behind Chu Fan's glance. He straightened his posture, shedding his earlier dejected look, and declared confidently, "Thank you for your praise, President Yun. I still have a lot of room for improvement." Not at all. You've already reached the pinnacle. If our company had even one director as capable as you, we'd have prospered long ago. The future of the Li Group is truly limitless. Yun Tong had never buttered anyone up so much in his life. To win Chu Fan's forgiveness, he practically talked himself hoarse. Amidst the flattery, he had to keep adjusting his crooked neck, grimacing in pain every so often. Chu Fan was both amused and exasperated. When Yun Tong nervously glanced at him for the 10th time, Chu Fan gave an almost imperceptible nod, signaling he could leave. Yun Tong finally exhaled, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. All right, Mr. Li. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, I really need to head to the hospital. We'll chat another time. See you later. All right, Mr. Yun. I'll walk you out. No, I'll walk. You're busy. With that, Yun Tong felt as if a great weight had been lifted. He pulled open the door himself and dashed down the stairs, as if afraid someone might chase after him. Chapter 62, A Narrow Escape. Yun Tong came and went in a flurry, the entire encounter as baffling as it was disjointed. Her rambling words left everyone utterly perplexed. But regardless, the crisis of Li Group being blacklisted had finally been averted. The money was secured, and new cooperation projects were even negotiated, truly a case of misfortune turning into fortune. With everything settled, Chu Fan nudged Zhu Dachang's arm. Zhu Dachang understood immediately and quickly said, "Leaders, if there's nothing else, we too should get back to work?" "Yes, go ahead. You two have worked hard." Li Jinmei felt a pang of guilt recalling how she had indiscriminately accused them earlier. She waved them out promptly. After Zhu Dachang and Chu Fan left, the conference room fell into a deathly silence. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Xu Long, who had been ashen-faced moments before, now wore a broad smile. The thought of his grandson's brilliant handling of this matter made his lips stretch almost to his ears. He knew his grandson was indecisive. This whole affair was likely orchestrated by Chu Fan. It was truly Zhu Dachang's good fortune to have found such a dependable senior colleague in the customer service department. In stark contrast, Li Er and Li Huihui, who had been beaming moments ago, now wore gloomy expressions. Their earlier excitement had vanished, replaced by dark, stormy faces so tense they seemed ready to crack. Just then, a phone call broke the deadlock in the conference room. The caller was none other than Mr. Mao, who had earlier threatened to terminate the contract. Following him, numerous e-commerce tycoons called one after another, apologizing for their earlier rashness and declaring their stance. Not only would they not terminate their cooperation with Li Group, but they would intensify their collaboration. After receiving these calls, Su Chunli couldn't stop smiling. The psychological bloom caused by the partnership setback was finally swept away. Li Zhangmei stifled a smile and turned to ask Li Huihui, "Well, has the customer service department met its performance targets yet?" "Humph." Li Huihui refused to answer, rolled her eyes, and walked out on her own. Seeing his daughter act so willfully, Li Er felt a bit embarrassed. He scratched his nose and said, "The customer service department really did a great job this time. Give them a higher performance bonus this month." With that, Li Er got up and slipped away. After they left, Li Zhenmei couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. Though she didn't know exactly what had transpired, the outcome was utterly satisfying, a glorious vindication. Meanwhile, back in the office, Li Huihui and Li Er grew increasingly furious the more they thought about it. They immediately called Yun Tong to confront her. "Yun Tong, did a donkey kick you in the head? What the hell kind of deal is this? Didn't we agree earlier? You. Not only did you feed me empty promises, but you actually tried to push me into the fire pit, making me take the blame for you?" Yun Tong exploded with rage. You and your father better watch your step from now on. If you dare screw me over like this, I won't let it slide. We'll see about that." Yun Tong was rushing to the hospital. He unleashed a torrent of abuse on Li Er before slamming the phone down. Li Er was completely dumbfounded by the tirade. Clearly, Yun Tong was the one who broke his promise and breached the contract first. How could he possibly be in the right? Li Huihui, listening nearby, was equally baffled. What exactly had they done? What had they done to offend Yun Tong so badly? What on earth had happened in these short 2 hours to turn everything upside down like this? "Something's off, Dad. When we called Yun Tong earlier, he was all agreeable. How could he turn on us so quickly?" "You're asking me? Who should I ask? This blacklist order was only issued an hour ago, yet Yun Tong rushed over to apologize. There must be some twist in between. Go investigate immediately. We must uncover who's meddling in this." Li Er was practically fuming, roaring hysterically. Li Huihui was equally furious. Yun Tong had been beaten so badly his neck was crooked, yet he dared not press charges. There must be a dark reason behind this. Could it be that Chu Fan and his crew had some leverage over Yun Tong? Ugh, what rotten luck. That Li Zhenmei slipped through our fingers again. Never mind. You made that bet with Chu Fan. The customer service department needs to hit 10 million in sales. He's only brought back 5 million so far. He absolutely must sign off on the remaining 5 million for it to count. Let's see how much he can really pull off without the company's resources. Li Er and Li Huihui were dead set on stirring up trouble through this bet, so they wouldn't let this opportunity slip away no matter what. After some discussion, father and daughter devised a new plan. Li Er would target Li Zhenmei, finding ways to sabotage her. Li Huihui, meanwhile, would focus entirely on the customer service department. She'd already burned bridges with Zhu Dashang. If she couldn't successfully eliminate that entire department, it would likely become a thorn in their side later on. After wrapping up the serious business, Li Er took off his glasses and suddenly grinned at Li Huihui. "Oh, right, I heard Su Tellen and his parents are returning to Jinling soon. I've already contacted his secretary to arrange a dinner meeting. You should rest up these next few days, maybe get some beauty treatments or something. Seize this chance." "Really? Dad, that's fantastic." Li Huihui was utterly thrilled, feeling that her unlucky day had finally brought some good news. The Su family had once been Jinling's most enviable wealthy merchant clan. His mother ran a jewelry business, while his father operated a shipping company, raking in hundreds of millions annually. Later, to support Su Tellen's education, they relocated the entire family to the provincial capital and ceased their business operations in Jinling. After graduation, Su Tianluan demonstrated exceptional investment acumen. Without parental support, he rose from a young man starting from scratch to become a rising star in the investment world within just a few short years. If one could connect with him, they'd be set for life. Meanwhile, Li Zhenmei accompanied Su Chunli to the acting chairman's office. No sooner had she sat down than she remarked with puzzlement, "Grandma, this Mr. Yun is acting so erratically. He keeps flip-flopping. What's really going on?" Su Chuanli was equally baffled, replying with a puzzled look, who knows? As long as the construction industry doesn't blacklist us, nothing else matters. Keep a close eye on those two brats, Zhu Dashang and Chu Fan. Those two call each other brothers, but all they do together is cause trouble. They got lucky this time Mr. Yun didn't pursue it. If something like this happens again, I won't tolerate it in the customer service department. Li Jinmei grew tense at this and quickly nodded. Grandma, rest assured. I understand. I'll make sure to give them a good talking to. I also have some good news to share. The Sutron family will be returning in the next few days. If we can secure investment from Sutron Su Group, our Li Group will undoubtedly reach new heights. The Wanbao project would be the icing on the cake. You must seize this opportunity. Li Jinmei's eyes lit up upon hearing this news. Su Tianluan, that legendary second-generation tycoon, and his Su Group were the kind of golden investors every company dreamed of securing. Previously, the Li family wouldn't have dared to even consider such a high-end group, but now, with the Wanbao project in hand, they finally had a chance to take a shot. Upon Zhu Dachang and Chu Fan's return to the customer service department, Zhang Xiaolan immediately approached them. Brother Fan, Brother Zhu, how'd it go? Did things progress smoothly? Did you get the money back? We're almost there, but we're still halfway short of the 10 million sales target Li Huihui set for the customer service department. Zhu Dachang chuckled. Earlier, the president's secretary, Wu Mimi, told us that shamelessly Huihui added another condition to sabotage us. She said the remaining sales must be generated by us directly, not through payments, and she cut the deadline in half, demanding we hit the target within 2 weeks. Otherwise, she'll have the entire customer service department packed up and out. She's really despicable. Zhu Dachang had clearly forgotten that just a week ago he'd idolized Li Huihui as his goddess, obeying her every word. Zhang Xiaolan's expression darkened as she bit her lip, her voice heavy with despair. It's over. Looks like we're definitely packing our bags. Sigh, if I'd known this would happen, I should have saved more money. Who knows how long we'll be unemployed now. Zhu Dacheng sighed too, pursing his lips, unsure what to do. Seeing the pair looking utterly dejected, Chu Fan chuckled. Alright, since I agreed to this bet, I'll find a way to fulfill it. I won't let you two pack your bags and leave. I knew you'd have a plan, Brother Fan. Zhu Dashang perked up instantly at Fan's words. He had unwavering faith in Chu Fan's abilities, especially after witnessing today's dramatic reversal. While others might be unaware, he understood perfectly well. Yun Tong had only come to apologize because of Chu Fan's standing. Zhang Xiaolan also breathed a sigh of relief. Though her trust in Chu Fan wasn't as deep as Zhu Dashang's, she still considered him a dependable person. As for Qin Shou and the others, they silently curled their lips in disdain. Though they remained silent, they couldn't shake the feeling that betting everything on Chu Fan was far too risky. After all, we're talking about several million yuan. Chapter 63, The Difficult Patient. The day passed without incident. As the workday drew to a close, Li Jinmei arrived at the customer service department. Her purpose, of course, was to heed her grandmother's instructions and give Zhu Dachang and Chu Fan a stern talking to. She halted everyone's work and summoned Zhu Dachang and Chu Fan before her. You two, she began sternly, don't go thinking you pulled off some brilliant feat today, do you? Seeing Li Jinmei scold them with a stern face, Zhu Dachang felt a bit wronged. Ms. Li, we did get the money back. So what? You nearly alienated the client. Think long-term, a few million isn't everything. But if we get blacklisted in this industry, how will we do business in the future? Li Zhangmei scolded. Both of you keep your tails tucked between your legs from now on. Don't act so recklessly anymore, understand? Got it, Zhu Dachang replied grudgingly. And you? Li Zhangmei turned to Chu Fan, who could only nod. Which one of you hit General Yun's neck? Chu Fan gave a helpless smile. He wouldn't sign. So I just scared him a little. Intimidate? His neck was nearly snapped. Who authorized physical force? Half your monthly salary is deducted. And you, Zhu Dachang, as his supervisor, why didn't you intervene? You let him run wild? You lose half too. If either of you lay a finger on anyone again, you'll lose your entire salary. A third offense means immediate termination. Got it? Li Jinmei looked like a strict homeroom teacher delivering a lecture, her fierce expression making everyone in the office jump at every little sound. Understood. Zhu Dashang nodded weakly in response. With a click-clack of her high heels, Li Jinmei strode out of the customer service department, head held high. As the sound of her heels faded into the distance, he let out a wail and collapsed onto his desk. Damn it! I was counting on buying a PS5 this month. Not only did I lose my bonus, but I blew all my PS5 money too. This sucks. Though Chu Fan didn't complain, he felt a bit down inside. The life of a wage earner was just too tough. He'd earn more by setting up a street stall. Unfortunately, with the daily grind of clocking in and out, plus having to go home afterward to play chess with old Master Li, he couldn't even manage to set up a stall anymore. Just as Chu Fan was silently packing up to leave work, Wei Yizhen's call came through. Master Chu, it's an absolute emergency. I have a particularly tricky patient here. Could you swing by after work to take a look? Wei Yizhen pleaded the moment the call connected.
With nothing else on his plate, Chu Fan agreed. Hold on a moment.
I'll be off work shortly. Alright. Jingjing will be waiting for you outside the Li Group building. Just look for that red sports car when you finish work, the one you rode in before. You should remember it, right? Hearing Chu Fan agree to come, Wei Yizhen's tone instantly lightened. Chu Fan chuckled teasingly. So you figured I'd agree all along, huh? Ha! It's just having a backup plan. If you hadn't agreed, I'd have had Jingjing use her charms on you. Hearing Wei Yizhen's jest, Chu Fan quickened his pace. Xu Dashang, who'd been scolded in docked pay today, slumped dejectedly over his desk, wallowing in self-pity. When he heard Chu Fan answering a call, he perked up his ears. Seeing Chu Fan chatting cheerfully with the person on the other end, he couldn't help but lean in and ask curiously, Bro Fan, are you off on a date with a beauty? Seeing Xu Dashang's gossipy expression, Chu Fan chuckled, stop spreading rumors about me. I've got business to attend to. Stop moping around. Once we hit the 10 million target, the bonuses will be plentiful. Keep your cool. With that, he waved goodbye to everyone and headed out first. On his way out, Chu Fan sent a quick message to Li Jinmei. Li Jinmei didn't press for details. She needed to prepare for Su Telan's arrival and was planning to work overtime anyway. As soon as Chu Fan stepped out of Li Group, a sudden honk pierced the air. He looked up and saw Wei Jingjing's eye-catching red sports car. Dr. Chu, hop in. We'll need your help again today. Wei Jingjing rolled down the window and beckoned. Chu Fan took 2 strides in one and quickly climbed into the car. On the way to One Needle Clinic, Wei Jingjing began explaining the patient's situation to Chu Fan. It turned out the patient was a female jeweler. Her husband was a shipping magnate worth hundreds of millions, and her son was the founder of a renowned investment firm. If this case could be resolved, One Needle Clinic could secure several nearby storefronts in one fell swoop, expanding its operations to grow stronger and larger. However, the diagnosis proved far more challenging than Wei Yizhen had anticipated. The woman's pulse was perfectly normal. She presented as a completely healthy middle-aged woman, showing not a single symptom of menopause. Her physical condition was remarkably well maintained. Yet according to both the woman and her son, while she appeared perfectly healthy most of the time, she would faint every few days. At first, these episodes lasted only a few minutes, and she would often wake up before anyone noticed. Recently, however, the fainting spells had become more frequent and prolonged. Sometimes she would collapse and lose consciousness mid-sentence. After consulting several ancient medical texts without finding any similar cases, Wei Yizhen had no choice but to call Chu Fan for help. After listening to Wei Jingjing's description, Chu Fan had a rough idea. I believe I can treat this. Let's discuss it in person. Hearing that Chu Fan could treat it, Wei Jingjing smiled, revealing a pair of small, cute fangs. Dr. Chu is amazing. My grandfather spent his entire life studying medicine, yet there are still many diseases he's never seen or heard of, and he doesn't know how to treat them. But you seem to know everything. I'm so envious. The two chatted and laughed all the way, and before they knew it, their friendship had grown considerably. Just as Wei Jingjing's red sports car stopped at a coffee shop to wait for the traffic light, a friend sitting by the window, chatting with Li Xiang, suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, that car is so cool." Li Xiang followed her friend's gaze, but instead of the sleek red sports car, she saw the man in the passenger seat, that man with the bright, cheerful smile who looked so much like Chu Fan. Just as Li Xiang was about to get a better look, Wei Jingjing stepped on the gas and drove away. By the time she pulled out her phone to snap a photo, it was already too late. Oh well, I must have imagined it. Where would he even meet a rich girl like that? Li Xiang muttered to herself before returning to chatting with her friend. Turning the corner, the sports car pulled up to the Yizhen clinic. Hearing the car pull up outside, Wei Yizhen hurried out to greet them. Accompanying him was a tall, imposing young man with a commanding presence, though his expression was deeply serious. Wei Yizhen introduced them. Mr. Su, allow me to introduce you. This is Chu Fan, the divine Dr. Chu. Su Telan shot Wei Yizhen a sideways glance before snorting coldly with fury. Are you mocking me? Master Physician Wei, I brought my mother to you precisely because of your reputation in Magic City. If you can't treat her, just say so, I'll find another renowned physician. What do you mean bringing this kid to fool me? And you call him a divine doctor? Ha! Do you take me for a fool? Su Telan glared at the young upstart before him, his temper nearly boiling over. He'd put aside a multi-million-dollar project and rushed back to Jiling with his mother only to meet a fraud? Wei Yizhen frowned and explained, Young Master Su, although divine Dr. Chu is young, his mastery of traditional Chinese medicine is truly among the best. I'll even go so far as to say that if he can't cure this illness, then no matter who you seek out, your mother is beyond saving. What did you say? Su Telan's expression darkened instantly at Wei Yizhen's words. You're putting him on a pedestal, aren't you? It's not me exaggerating, he truly possesses that caliber of skill. If he were willing, I'd even seek him out as my master. Watching Wei Yizhen's claims grow increasingly exaggerated, Su Telan was utterly speechless. Just then, Mrs. Su emerged slowly.
Having overheard their earlier conversation, she harbored little confidence in Chu Fan either.
Never mind, son. Let's go.
The dutiful Su Tellen hummed in agreement and hurried forward to support her. Seeing them about to leave, Wei Yizhen pleaded, "Mrs. Su, young Master Su, you've come all this way.
Just trust me this once. Dr. Chu's medical skills are truly extraordinary. He must have a way to cure this strange illness. I swear on my honor every word I've said is true."
"Then have him tell me what illness my mother has."
Su Tellen hesitated for a moment, then gave Wei Yizhen a meaningful glance.
Before Wei Yizhen could speak, Chu Fan delivered a startling statement. "Your mother is perfectly healthy, she has no illness whatsoever."
Chapter 64, Inviting a Wicked Buddha. Nonsense. Su Tellen's face darkened, and Mrs. Su looked utterly disappointed, convinced this was just some rambling lunatic. Not just them, even Wei Yizhen and Wei Jingjing stared at each other in stunned silence after hearing Chu Fan's conclusion. How could a perfectly healthy person keep fainting every other day? "Dr. Chu, you're joking, right?" Wei Jingjing's expression darkened, as if blaming Chu Fan for failing at such a critical moment.
Chu Fan replied calmly, "I'm not joking.
The patient's first episode occurred on the 14th day of the 3rd lunar month, correct? Think carefully, did you acquire any new items that day? The 14th day of the 3rd lunar month? What era is this? Who still follows the lunar calendar?" Su Tellen retorted irritably at Chu Fan's words.
Wei Jingjing pulled out her phone to check the date corresponding to the 14th day of the 3rd lunar month.
Then, seemingly to prompt Mrs. Su, she hurriedly added, "That day was April 14th, a Thursday. Mrs. Su, do you recall this?"
Upon hearing the date Wei Jingjing gave, mother and son exchanged glances, their expressions clearly startled. Before Wei Yizhen could grasp what was happening, Chu Fan continued, "Some things may seem beneficial, but if kept close constantly, they can invite misfortune."
Chu Fan's words were cryptic, leaving Wei Yizhen and Wei Jingjing utterly confused.
Yet Madame Su and Su Tellen seemed to grasp something, swallowing hard as they stared at Chu Fan with growing tension.
"How do you know all this?"
"I can see it through aura reading," Chu Fan replied casually. "You invited a golden Buddha statue into your home, but it is no benevolent deity.
Its name is Devdatta, a notorious villain in Buddhist lore.
Though the cousin of Shakyamuni Buddha, he was morally corrupt, perpetrated countless evils, and harbored a heart filled with wicked thoughts. Inviting a Buddha into your home is meant to bring peace, but Devdatta excels at sowing discord and harbors an intense hatred for newcomers."
"Madam Su, consider this. Do you find your illness flares up whenever you think of your son and husband?" Lady Su covered her mouth and nodded vigorously, "Yes. You've hit the nail on the head." The others present gaped in astonishment, their mouths forming perfect O's at this utterly unprecedented explanation. This is precisely the crux of the matter. Chu Fan's expression was a mix of amusement and disbelief. Devdatta rarely possesses golden Buddha statues. The fact that you were able to purchase one indicates someone is deliberately harming you. Be wary of those around you. Mrs. Su hurriedly asked, "Master Chu, how can I possibly rid myself of this affliction?" After witnessing Chu Fan's formidable display of power, her address toward him underwent a complete reversal. "On one hand, we must find a way to destroy this Devdatta Buddha statue.
On the other, we must purge the malevolent thoughts within your body through a cleansing treatment. Only then can your life return to normal." Upon hearing this, Su Tellen bowed deeply to Chu Fan.
"Master Chu, I have wronged you before. Please, I implore you to treat my mother properly. I'm acting on Old Wei's request."
"If he doesn't agree, I won't treat her." Chu Fan did not give his consent but instead handed the decision over to Wei Yizhen.
Wei Yizhen was deeply moved. "This Chu Fan, he's damn good at handling people. Master Wei, enough talk.
If you can get Master Chu to treat my mother, I'll double whatever terms you propose," Su Tellen urged urgently.
"This isn't about profit or loss. Saving a life is better than building 7 tiers of a pagoda.
A doctor's heart is one of compassion." Wei Yizhen rambled on about this and that before finally bowing his hands to Chu Fan.
"Divine Dr. Chu, we'll be counting on you. All right then. Since old Master Wei has spoken, I'll overlook the unpleasant start." Chu Fan snapped his fingers and gave a slight nod. With Chu Fan's consent, Su Tellen and Mrs. Su both exhaled in relief, while Wei Yizhen and Wei Jingjing broke into smiles. After entering the clinic, Su Tellen seemed to recall something. "Mr. Chu, should we bring over that golden Buddha statue?" Chu Fan considered for a moment. "If you don't mind the trouble, you can bring it over." Su Tellen hastily waved his hands and rose hurriedly. "No trouble at all.
Mother, please wait here.
I'll call someone to bring it over."
With that, he dashed out the door to handle the matter. Mrs. Su leaned back on the couch, looking slightly awkward. "Thank you, Master Chu, for setting aside past grievances and agreeing to treat me." Madame Su, originally named Pan Shanghua, was notorious in the jewelry industry as an iron-fisted tyrant. She was ruthlessly decisive in her actions. Though she doted on her son, her parenting was exceptionally strict. Otherwise, given their family background, how could Su Tellen have ever left home to build his fortune from scratch? Yet now, Madame Su treated Chu Fan with surprising warmth, a sight that would have shocked anyone witnessing it.
It's understandable.
I'm so young it's only natural you wouldn't believe me, Chu Fan said magnanimously.
I wonder which hospital the renowned Dr. Chu is employed at. I don't work in a hospital,
Nor am I a conventional doctor.
currently, I'm employed as a customer service representative at a company.
Upon hearing this, Pan Shanghua rolled her eyes and said, Dr. Chu, my son Su Tellin is in investments. If you're interested in starting your own business, I can have him provide you with seed funding.
With your skills, you're bound to make a fortune.
There's no need to work for others. To Pan Shanghua, Chu Fan's ability to divine the future was a golden business opportunity with virtually no competition. Whether poor or wealthy, people were deeply concerned about their destinies and yearned for such a master to guide them through life's uncertainties. Not to mention, according to Wei Yizhen's introduction, this Chu Fan also possessed extraordinary medical skills, even surpassing Wei Yizhen's own abilities. For someone like this to be working as a customer service rep at a small company instead of making big money himself was truly a waste. Yet Chu Fan merely waved his hand dismissively.
I have no such ambitions. Thank you for your kindness, but my current job suits me just fine. You take someone's money, you solve their problems. Since I've accepted Li Jinmei's payment to impersonate her husband, I must fulfill the role completely.
Trying to juggle two roles at once would be too much to handle. Pan Shanghua hadn't expected Chu Fan to be so indifferent to fame and fortune. Her son, Su Tellin, ran the Su Group, which was undoubtedly one of the top players in the investment industry.
Yet Chu Fan seemed utterly oblivious, showing not the slightest hint of interest. Perhaps that's just how reclusive masters are, cold and indifferent? Pan Shanghua, having made a fool of herself, wisely kept her mouth shut.
Not long after, Su Tellin returned from his phone call. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. When he approached Chu Fan for small talk, he also brought up his Su Group, boasting about investing in Chu Fan's venture. Yet, Chu Fan rejected him twice.
Which esteemed company does the divine Dr. Chu serve now? What terms could the other party possibly offer to make the divine doctor so utterly devoted?
Pan Shanghua was also quite curious. She hadn't dared to ask at the time, but now that her son had asked for her, she naturally became interested. Before Chu Fan could speak, Wei Jingjing piped up, the divine Dr. Chu works in customer service at the Li Group.
What a coincidence!
That company has been in touch with me recently, also seeking investment opportunities, but... At this point, Su Tellin seemed to recall something and ultimately left the sentence unfinished.
Chu Fan wasn't really interested in prying either. After all, he was just a fake son-in-law. The company's progress didn't really concern him.
Even if it made 100 million, his salary wouldn't increase much.
Pan Shanghua grew anxious when Su Tellin abruptly dropped the topic.
She'd hoped to use this chance to get closer to Chu Fan and strengthen their connection.
Since they shared mutual acquaintances, why not make the most of the conversation? Why cut the conversation short?
Pan Shanghua hinted to Su Tellin that he shouldn't hold back in front of Chu Fan, as it might make Chu Fan feel resentful. Su Tellin thought for a moment, then said awkwardly, well, this mainly involves internal strife within the Li Group. I feel a bit uncomfortable discussing it openly. Today, Li Group sent people to court me, hoping to secure my investment. But whether they couldn't reach an internal agreement or something else, they actually sent two separate groups, both inviting me to dinner for detailed talks.
Chu Fan grasped the situation almost immediately.
To secure the Wanbao project, Li Group needed not only to win the bid but, more crucially, to demonstrate sufficient capital. Lately, Li Jiangmei had been scrambling to recover project funds for precisely this purpose. Yet cutting expenses is less effective than expanding revenue streams. Collecting payments will never match the direct impact of securing investments. Therefore, it was certain that Li Jinmei would reach out to Su Tellin. As for the other faction? No need to guess, it was undoubtedly the father-daughter duo, Li Er and Li Huihui. Chapter 65, Small Employee, Big Connections. Let's be honest, Li Er and Li Huihui, that father-daughter duo, are nothing but troublemakers. They stick their noses into everything like a pair of troublemakers. Though Chu Fan preferred to mind his own business, the thought of Li Jinmei's pitiful situation made him unable to resist asking one more question. So, which side did you agree to discuss things with? Seeing Chu Fan's interest in the topic, Su Tellin hurriedly replied, Li Er and Li Huihui were the first to extend an invitation.
I agreed to have dinner with them tomorrow night. Would the divine doctor like to join us?
Chu Fan shook his head repeatedly, snorting disdainfully, I couldn't stomach sitting at the same table with them. His words were crystal clear. Even Su Tellin, however dense he might be, couldn't fail to understand.
Chu Fan doesn't like Li Er and Li Huihui. Could it be that he supports the other faction?
Su Tellin found himself momentarily unsure.
Chu Fan claimed he was merely an employee in the customer service department. In a company like Li Group, low-output departments like customer service were rarely valued. Even if there were internal power struggles among executives, they likely had nothing to do with him. Perhaps Chu Fan simply disliked that father and daughter. After a flurry of wild thoughts, Su Tellin suggested, since tomorrow isn't convenient, why don't we grab a meal now? My secretary will likely take an hour to retrieve that Buddha statue. We can dine while we wait.
My mother's health has been fragile lately. Missing a meal could only worsen her condition. Su Telin truly was a devoted son, constantly mindful of his mother's health. Wei Yijin felt deeply moved and chimed in, Master Chu, my stomach's growling too.
How about letting Jingjing and me tag along for a feast of delicacies? With Wei Yijin chiming in, Chu Fan naturally couldn't refuse. Mr. Su, you're being too generous. Not at all.
The important thing is that Divine Dr. Chu and Divine Dr. Wei honored us with their presence. Su Telin, flush with cash, didn't hesitate to whisk them all to the Hades Hotel.
This 6-star establishment was practically gilded down to the toilet seats.
The hotel had no minimum spending requirement, but even if you just came in for a glass of water, you wouldn't be able to leave without spending several thousand.
Dining at the Hades Hotel required no reservations. There were always empty seats.
As a VVIP member, Sutlin even had his own private dining room reserved year-round. Though he rarely used it throughout the year, whenever he returned to his hometown, he would invite friends to dine here. On the drive to the Hades Hotel, Sutlin messaged his personal concierge, instructing him to prepare the finest wines and dishes available, especially the freshest, rarest seasonal delicacies. So when the group entered the private room and saw the table overflowing with delicacies, Wei Jingjing couldn't help but drool uncontrollably.
Wow, this is way too lavish. The aroma in this room is amazing. Oh my gosh, now I'm even hungrier. With Wei Jingjing's lively presence breaking the ice, even though it was their first time dining together, the awkwardness quickly faded. They took their seats one by one, with Wei Jingjing sitting beside Chu Fan. Seeing Wei Jingjing take the initiative like this, Wei Yijin felt a surge of pride. Seems like his granddaughter knows how to play the game. Pan Shanghua and Su Telin sat across from Chu Fan.
Seeing Wei Jingjing and Chu Fan interacting so warmly, they couldn't resist teasing them. Dr. Wei, I'm so envious you have a granddaughter.
I only have this one son. If I had a daughter, I'd definitely introduce her to Dr. Chu. Wei Yijin laughed heartily at this remark.
Yes, I agree, it's truly a blessing for our family. As the group chatted and laughed over their meal, a knock sounded at the private room door.
Su Telin called out, come in.
The next moment, Chi Go, the manager of the Hades Hotel, appeared before them.
Good evening, Mr. Chi.
Chi Go laughed heartily. Ah, Mr. Su, you're always so polite. Since you're back for a rare visit, forgive me for the intrusion.
Not at all, not at all.
I just heard from the manager that you sent me several bottles of fine wine.
You've really gone out of your way. Not at all, it's our pleasure. Oh, Master Wei, you're here too?
Chi Go had once suffered from excruciating back pain and sought treatment from Dr. Wei, who performed acupuncture on him. Thus, he and Dr. Wei were old acquaintances. Seeing him at the table, he greeted him. Wei Yijin smiled faintly. It's rare to get a chance to dine at your place.
I'm just tagging along.
Hearing this, Chi Go couldn't help but feel a twinge of shame. My bad, I've been so busy lately I haven't kept up with your daily life. But if you enjoy the food, feel free to drop by anytime. I'll make sure you're well fed. It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but hard to go from extravagance back to frugality. If I get used to the flavors here, I might not even be able to swallow the meals Jingjing cooks for us later.
Wei Yijin offered a way out. Grandpa, you're being so mean.
Wei Jingjing puffed out her cheeks, turned her head away, and huffed indignantly. Chi Go chuckled, then turned his attention to Chu Fan standing nearby.
He snapped to attention and addressed him with evident respect, Mr. Chu.
When greeting Su Telin, Chi Go had stood perfectly straight but hadn't bowed. But facing Chu Fan, he now bowed deeply, like a subordinate greeting his superior.
This scene left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. Even Chu Fan himself was utterly bewildered. Have we met before?
Chi Go didn't grow angry but instead smiled. Hee, the esteemed Dr. Chu wouldn't recognize a minor figure like me.
But at Elder Han's birthday banquet last time, didn't you take the stage? I remember your figure vividly. Chu Fan suddenly understood. It seemed Han Weiman's introduction of him at the birthday banquet had indeed left a lasting impression. Wei Yijin laughed at his own senility, wondering how he hadn't caught on sooner.
As for Su Telin and Pan Shanghua, they exchanged stunned glances, their faces frozen in shock. The old master Han Chi Go referred to must be Han Weiman, the patriarch of the Han family, one of Jinling City's 4 prominent clans. Rumor had it the Han family had recently begun expanding into the metropolis, their influence vast and their holdings immense. Wasn't Chu Fan just a lowly employee in the customer service department of the Li Group? How could he possibly have connections with a heavyweight like Han Weiman? As Sutlin racked his brain in confusion, Chi Go smiled again and said, Mr. Su, I'm truly envious of you. I've been longing day and night, hoping for a chance to meet Mr. Chu again and make his acquaintance, but I've never had the opportunity. Yet you've just returned and already get to dine at the same table as Mr. Chu. What incredible luck! Hearing Chi Ge's bitter tone, Su Telin grew even more astonished. Eager to glean more information, he promptly invited Chi Go to join them. If you don't mind, Mr. Chi, please join us for a chat. No, I should be thanking you for this chance. How about this? I'll cover the bill tonight. Hold on a moment, I've got a bottle of my price 1992 Howling Eagle tucked away.
Perfect for sharing with everyone. Chi-go was beside himself with excitement, gesticulating wildly as he dashed off to fetch the wine. Su-Telin was stunned. After all, Chi-Ji's bottle of Howling Eagle 1992 had cost him a pretty penny at auction. He even joked about passing it down to future generations as a family heirloom. When important figures from the capital had dined here before, they'd hinted at it several times over the table, but Chi-go had played dumb and refused to bring it out. Why was he willing to part with it now, just for a meal with Chu Fan? Pan Shanghua's thoughts mirrored her son's exactly. The moment the private room door closed, she immediately asked with a gossipy look, "Master Dr. Chu, you and old Master Han have a deep friendship?" Chu Fan shook his head slightly. "We've met a few times, but our relationship isn't particularly deep." Wei Yizhen listened to Chu Fan's words beside him, feeling both amused and exasperated. At the birthday party, Han Weiman had practically treated Chu Fan like a close friend despite their age difference, yet Chu Fan still regarded him as a stranger. The contrast was truly striking. Seeing Pan Shanghua and Su-Telin still looking confused, Wei Yizhen stepped in to explain, "Earlier, when old Master Han was critically ill, I was helpless. In the end, it was divine Dr. Chu who cured him. That's why old Master Han regards him as his savior." Before heading to the Magic City, he specifically asked everyone to look after divine Dr. Chu, to give him every convenience possible as a way of repaying the debt of gratitude. At this revelation, Su-Telin and Pan Shanghua's faces flashed with shock before dawning understanding. No wonder Chi-go was so respectful toward Chu Fan, so that's what it was all about. Chapter 66, Negotiating a Project While Treating an Illness. Mother and son exchanged a glance, both seeing in each other's eyes the profound respect they held for Chu Fan. Though the Su family was far from lacking in wealth, and all three members were accomplished professionals, their resources paled in comparison to the Han family's deep-rooted heritage. Furthermore, while Su-Telin possessed keen insight, his youth meant that having a seasoned mentor in his professional life could undoubtedly elevate him to new heights. He had long hoped to ride the coattails of Han Weiman's influence, but had never found the right opening. If he could use his connection with Chu Fan to grow closer to the Han family, that would be absolutely perfect. Even if he couldn't use this chance to win Han Weiman's favor, he absolutely couldn't afford to offend Chu Fan. Should Han Weiman find out, his iron-fisted approach would be something the Su family couldn't possibly withstand. Meanwhile, Chi-go had visited his private wine cellar and swiftly returned with a bottle of the treasured 1992 Howling Eagle. As a top player in the hospitality industry, Chi-go was exceptionally well connected. He knew exactly how He Shui and Shang Biao had died, which was why he'd told a lie earlier. His mix of respect and fear toward Chu Fan stemmed not only from Han Weiman's influence but, more crucially, from his knowledge of Chu Fan's capabilities. A person with formidable physical prowess isn't terrifying. Similarly, a person with exceptional medical skills isn't terrifying either. But when one person possessed both these strengths, coupled with extraordinary luck that allowed them to casually befriend a powerful patron like Han Weiman, then they became truly terrifying. After taking their seats, Chi-go ordered several more premium dishes and even upgraded the quality of the liquor. As they drank and chatted, Chi-go brought up the commercial street project invested in by Su-Telin. "Mr. Su, you truly have an eye for opportunity. I also believe that project is bound to be profitable. It's a shame I didn't seize the chance to invest back then. I really regret it." Su-Telin chuckled, "What exactly are you regretting? I heard from the investment promotion team that you're already making arrangements to open a branch store in the commercial street. Next time I return to Jinling, I'll be sure to visit your new establishment. You're most welcome. Whether it's the new store or the old one, as long as you're willing to grace us with your presence, I'll roll out the red carpet anytime." Su-Telin patted Chi-go on the shoulder, then turned to Chu Fan, "Master Healer Chu, the commercial street development project will likely involve quite a few contracts for your company. That Lier, your company's director, is scheduled to discuss this matter with me tomorrow." Chu Fan listened to their conversation nearby, well aware that the commercial street project was a lucrative opportunity. Otherwise, Chi-go wouldn't have gone there to open a branch. The thought of such a plum assignment falling into Lier's hands made him frown. Lowering his eyes, he asked, "You investment folks should be good at spotting talent. Why partner with Lier of all people?" Every word Chu Fan spoke screamed his distaste for Lier. But Su-Telin was somewhat perplexed. Wasn't Chu Fan part of the Li Group? Wasn't he unhappy that Li Group had secured the project? Just as Su-Telin stood bewildered, unsure how to respond, Chi-go leaned in, draped an arm around his shoulder, and offered the perfect wake-up call. "Mr. Su, you've been away from Jinling too long. The Li Group is currently in turmoil over the succession issue. Essentially, they've split into two factions, one supporting the chairman's hand-picked CEO, Li Jinmei, and the other backing Lier and his daughter, Li Huihui. The matriarch's stance is peculiar, but she does lean toward favoring her son. By bringing up this project with Lier, you're essentially handing him more ammunition to topple Li Jinmei." With Chi-go laying it out so plainly, how could Su-Telin possibly miss the point? No wonder they had to split into two groups when inviting me to dinner. "Master Chu, as someone within the Li Group, you surely understand their character and capabilities better. Why don't you help me decide who to partner with?"
Su Telen's willingness to partner with the Lee Group stemmed mainly from their impressive track record on recent projects. To him, as long as the project landed with the Lee Group, it didn't matter who the contract was signed with. But that mindset changed after Chu Fan appeared. Chu Fan was the benefactor who had cured his mother's illness. If this project could bring joy to his benefactor and earn him a favor in return, why not? He didn't have much of a relationship with Lee Er anyway. He'd only agreed to meet because he figured Lee Er would just talk a good game and wanted to get in touch beforehand. To his surprise, Chu Fan didn't immediately agree. Instead, he sidestepped the topic. Don't let my position in customer service fool you. Recently, Lee Er and Lee Hui implemented reforms that now hold our department accountable for sales targets. I'm still several million short of my quota. How much investment is this commercial street project looking at? Performance targets for customer service? That was truly unheard of. Both Chi-gu and Su Telen were stunned by this revelation. Both were serious entrepreneurs who'd never heard of such an outrageous thing. Pan Shanghua understood immediately. Chu Fan didn't want Su Telen to deal with either party directly. Instead, he wanted Su Telen to sign with him personally, so the sales target could be credited to the customer service department. She whispered a few words into Su Telen's ear. He suddenly understood and readily agreed. In that case, I'll oblige and gift this sales target to you, Master Chu. It's not a huge amount, just a few tens of millions, but I hope you won't look down on it. That's acceptable. However, I'm ultimately just part of the customer service department and can't draft contracts. You'll need to go directly to our company president, Lee Jinmei, to sign the agreement. But when you do, remember to mention that this project came from the customer service department. That way, the president will naturally credit the achievement to our department. Chu Fan wanted the credit but didn't want to create unnecessary trouble, so he devised this solution that killed two birds with one stone. Su Telen naturally didn't refuse, immediately nodding in agreement. Chu Fan felt much better after resolving this troublesome matter. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Su. I'll personally see to your mother's recovery. Afterward, I'll arrange a special peace blessing for her. That way, no such malevolent forces will ever dare trouble her again. A gift of jade deserves a return of wood, and Peach Chu Fan wasn't one to take advantage of others without reciprocating. Su Telen was overjoyed upon hearing this. As a devoted son, his demanding work kept him from being constantly by his mother's side. Now that she was growing older, his worries were mounting. If someone as skilled as Chu Fan could help regulate her health and ward off evil spirits, he could continue striving outside with peace of mind. After 3 rounds of wine, Su Telen's secretary arrived and brought over the golden statue of Devdatta. Chu Fan opened the box, gazed at the intricately carved golden statue inside, and sneered coldly. How could such a vile and wicked person deserve a golden statue? Absurd! Which auction did you acquire this from? Don't even mention it. It was a charity auction. And as luck would have it, this very statue was donated by Lee Er. Chu Fan was taken aback. Really? Yes. It's precisely because of this connection that he had my private number. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to arrange a meeting with my son so quickly. Pan Shanghua added indignantly from the side. Upon hearing this, Chi-gu stroked his chin thoughtfully. This Lee Er sure knows how to scheme. He started laying the groundwork this early? But he's got some nerve coming up with such a malicious plan. Chu Fan shook his head in denial. The source of this Buddha statue definitely isn't him. I've interacted with both Lee Er and Lee Hui. Though their motives aren't pure, they don't carry such intense malevolence. If they could devise a scheme using Devdatta's golden Buddha statue to harm someone, then this golden Buddha shouldn't have appeared in the Su family's home. It should have been on Lee Jinmei's desk. That makes sense. Chi-gu nodded in agreement. Lee Er and Lee Hui's goal was to seize control of the Lee Group. They could have simply targeted Lee Jinmei directly. Why go out of their way to involve Su Telen? This golden Buddha must have come from elsewhere. Likely, Lee Er was just a fool who got manipulated. Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, I urge you to thoroughly investigate those around you. Find out who was in cahoots with Lee Er. It's highly probable that person is the one plotting against you. After hearing this, Su Telen nodded repeatedly. Yes. Thank you, Master Chu, for your guidance. I will certainly investigate this thoroughly once I return. Well, since we've nearly finished our meal, I shall begin treating Mrs. Su now. Chu Fan glanced at the time, unwilling to linger any longer. Su Telen hastily nodded in agreement. He instructed Chi-gu to find a presidential suite and have his mother transferred there. Chapter 67, Lee Jinmei's Grievances. Chu Fan entered carrying the Buddha statue of Devdatta, had Pan Shanghua lay flat on the bed, and proceeded to perform acupuncture on her. This acupuncture session, however, was unlike any before. To everyone's astonishment, wisps of pale blue smoke could be seen rising from Pan Shanghua's body along the silver needles, only to vanish into thin air without a trace. After the treatment, Pan Shanghua's face turned deathly pale, and she fainted again. Just as Su Telen was filled with worry, Chu Fan began removing every silver needle from Pan Shanghua's body one by one. He then inserted them into corresponding points on the Buddha statue. Logically, silver needles should be unable to pierce the solid bronze Buddha statue.
Yet, as Chu Fan made his move, a miraculous scene unfolded.
The golden statue seemed as soft as a sponge, allowing Chu Fan to effortlessly pierce it with his needles. As the final silver needle landed on the statue, the green smoke that had vanished into thin air coalesced into a dense cloud and seeped into the golden Buddha.
That's it.
As Chu Fan spoke, Pan Shanghua finally opened her eyes. Her gaze sparkled with vitality, her complexion regaining its healthy flush. Seeing his mother instantly regain her former vitality, Su Tellin was overcome with emotion. In his heart, he already revered Chu Fan as a deity, filled with utmost admiration. Chu Fan placed the golden Buddha statue back into its box and returned it to Su Tellin, saying, "Have this statue melted down later.
Your mother is fine now. Thank you, Divine Dr. Chu.
From this day forward, you are our Su family's benefactor. Should you ever need anything, please do not hesitate to ask." Su Tellin bowed respectfully.
It was nothing.
No need for such formalities.
Amidst the mother and son's endless thanks, Chu Fan rose to take his leave.
Master Chu is truly a reclusive sage to have solved even such a perplexing case.
Su Tellin marveled. Indeed, and he's remarkably unassuming. Pan Shanghua agreed.
When you meet Li Jinmei tomorrow, he specifically instructed you not to mention knowing him. Clearly, he's indifferent to fame and fortune. If it were anyone else, they'd surely be making a big fuss to claim credit.
Su Tellin couldn't agree more.
That's how true masters operate. Meanwhile, Li Jinmei finished her overtime work and was about to head home when she received a call from Shi Mengyao.
Shi Mengyao was Li Jinmei's close friend and equally a powerhouse in her career.
Unlike Li Jinmei, who worked in a traditional industry, Shi Mengyao was a trend-setting internet celebrity at the cutting edge of the times. Her combined followers across all social media platforms easily exceeded tens of millions. Her daily life was exceptionally carefree, essentially revolving around eating, drinking, playing, and enjoying herself. In contrast, the wealthier Li Jinmei was constantly running around, overwhelmed and stressed, her happiness index nowhere near comparable. This time, Shi Mengyao invited Li Yongmi to a leisure oasis. The scenery was pleasant, the air fresh, and sitting outdoors under the setting sun, sipping wine and watching fireflies, was utterly delightful. Yet Li Jinmei remained unmoved by the beauty, fingering her wineglass as if lost in deep thought. Noticing this, Shi Mengyao waved her polished nails in front of Li Jungmi.
Snap out of it. You're distracted while we're together still thinking about work, aren't you? No. Li Jinmei answered hesitantly. Not work? Then could it be you're thinking about your lover? Nonsense. Who would I have a lover? Get lost.
Seeing Shi Mengyao leaning in with a gossipy expression, Li Jinmei shoved her aside without hesitation.
Ouch, you're so rough.
Only you would be so insensitive to a lady.
By the way, how's it going with that fake husband of yours? Is he reliable?
Mentioning that, Li Jinmei drifted off again. She recalled the message her sister had sent her. After much internal struggle, she decided to seek her best friend's opinion. He seemed pretty dependable, but today my sister was having coffee with friends and saw him drive off in a red sports car with another woman. She's not 100% sure it was him, but I doubt she'd mistake someone like that, otherwise she wouldn't have told me. Shi Mengyao puckered her lips around the straw as she pondered this.
After a moment, she replied, "That doesn't make sense.
You picked him up the moment he got out of prison. Since then, he's basically lived in sync with you, hardly ever going out on his own.
When would he have time to flirt with some rich woman?" "Exactly. But lately he has been asking for time off a lot. He came back pretty late tonight too." Seeing Li Jinmei's suspicious expression, Shi Mengyao scoffed. "Miss Li, you're keeping a pretty tight leash on him, aren't you? With your schedule, if I were following you around, I'd be taking leave every single day from morning till night. Besides, you two are just pretending to be married anyway. Let him do whatever he wants, as long as it doesn't mess up your contract. He's got the right to pursue his own happiness too, right?" Li Jinmei pondered for a moment before retorting, "That's not how it works. Of course I don't object to him pursuing happiness, but he's being so blatant that even my sister is getting suspicious. If the rest of my family sees this, who knows what kind of uproar it'll cause. If my grandfather and the others found out I brought in a fake husband just to get by, they'd be furious enough to have a stroke." Li Jinmei finally exhaled in relief, having come up with a seemingly perfect excuse. Zemengio found no counterargument to this logic and replied, "That's exactly right. When you go back, make sure to emphasize to him that he needs to focus solely on fulfilling his role as your husband. He shouldn't be flirting around outside. Sigh, but I feel like it's pointless to even tell him. Men are all the same, a leopard can't change its spots. Next time we grab dinner, bring him along. I'll give him a good talking to for you." Hearing Shi Mengyao say this, Li Jinmei's long-suppressed mood finally lifted a little. But before long, she couldn't help but sigh again. "Hey, what's gotten into you?" Shi Mengyao was utterly exasperated. She'd invited Li Jinmei out to relax, but this lady wasn't just failing to unwind, she was practically driving her crazy too. Seeing Shi Mengyao's displeasure, Li Jinmei felt a pang of guilt. She quickly waved her hand and perked up. "Nothing. Alright. If you've got something on your mind, just spit it out. Seeing you like this, holding back, is making me uncomfortable. Is it that cousin of yours causing trouble again? The moment Shi Mangyao mentioned Li Huihui, Li Jinmei couldn't help but start pouring out her grievances again. You really are psychic. That father-daughter duo is utterly heartless. Before, they at least put on a show of being respectable gentlemen. I couldn't stand them, but we could maintain a superficial harmony. But ever since I officially became president, those two haven't let a single day pass without causing trouble. Didn't little Sue from Sue Investment Group just return? Grandma suggested I have dinner with him to explore investment opportunities. But when I called today, his secretary was shocked to say Li Group had already terminated the contract. I was so embarrassed I wanted to crawl into a hole. Those two really have their fingers in every pie. They beat me to the punch with young Master Sue. Even though the secretary said she'd try to arrange something later, I doubt there's any hope left. Good heavens, they're so despicable. Shi Mangyao fumed, but what could she do? The die was cast. Besides venting with her bestie, she had no other options. Sigh, if only my dad held a higher position, I could have asked him to arrange it for you. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do to help. Li Jinmei sighed deeply upon hearing this, unsure how to resolve the situation. Even when she spoke with Grandma today, the old lady's attitude had been ambiguous. If it weren't for Li Jinmei's recent commendable performance, leaving no room for criticism, the old lady's favor would likely have long since shifted to her son, Li Er. Hoping Grandma would persuade Li Er and his daughter to give her the interview opportunity was nothing short of wishful thinking. Chapter 68, Humiliation. On the way home, Wei Jingjing drove while asking curiously, Master Dr. Chu, you handle even these mystical matters? Could it be you also know Taoist arts? Xu Fan deflected, country folk know a thing or two about these matters. Then could you read my face? Wei Jingjing asked innocently. Xu Fan stroked his chin and said with great solemnity, from your face, I see you have noble character and are deeply emotional. There's just one thing that's not so good. Hearing this, Wei Jingjing immediately grew anxious and pressed, what's wrong? You're too greedy. Wei Jingjing had initially thought Xu Fan was giving her a serious reading, but upon hearing this, she instantly realized he was just teasing her. She pouted, oh my, you're so mean, Master Healer Chu. And here I am driving you home late at night. You're so ungrateful, humph. Just kidding, don't take it seriously. Xu Fan chuckled and added, but honestly, judging by your face, you're bound to achieve great things in the future. There's an 80 to 90% chance you'll become a renowned physician. Really? You're not tricking me again, are you? Wei Jingjing looked skeptical. Facial features are one thing, but it ultimately depends on how hard you work. Wei Jingjing raised an eyebrow. How hard is hard? Just like how hard you stomp on the brakes to avoid running a red light. No sooner had Xu Fan finished speaking than Wei Jingjing spotted the approaching red light. She slammed the brakes to the floor, her face contorting into an expression of sheer agony. Xu Divine Doctor, if you keep this up, I'll hit you. I wasn't planning on resisting. The two bantered all the way, arriving at the Li family's ancestral home before long. After exchanging farewells, Xu Fan entered the house. He'd assumed the downstairs was empty, but unexpectedly bumped right into Li Xiang. Li Xiang was rummaging through the refrigerator for snacks. Seeing Xu Fan return alone, she asked curiously, where did you go today? Why didn't you come back with my sister? Just had to run an errand. Why? Nothing. Grandpa was looking for you earlier to play chess, but he couldn't find you. Li Xiang had initially wanted to ask if Xu Fan had gone to meet another woman today, but after much deliberation, she felt she had no right to pry. Instead, she made up a flimsy excuse. Xu Fan took it at face value and said, oh, I see. I'll go upstairs to find Grandpa then. No, don't go. Grandpa's talking business with my sister right now. Wait till he comes downstairs. Li Xiang hurriedly stopped Xu Fan again. Oh, alright then. Xu Fan didn't think much of it and sat down on the sofa to watch TV. At the same time, Li Jinmei informed Li Zhonghua that Li Er had been invited to Sutalin ahead of schedule. Unlike Su Chuanli, who always took sides, Li Zhonghua was completely devoted to his eldest granddaughter. Hearing that Li Er had beaten them to the punch and snatched the chance to meet Su Telin, he instantly grew furious. Those two dared to pull this behind my back? How audacious, he muttered. But since Sutrin has already agreed to meet them, if we step in now, it might give him the impression of family discord. This is truly troubling. Although Li Zhonghua desperately wanted to preserve this opportunity for Li Jinmei, he also had to consider Sutalin's feelings and couldn't act rashly. Li Zhangmei shifted the question, what if we ask Grandpa Jean to put in a good word? I hear he has some connections with the Su family. Him? Give me a break. You know how phony that old geezer Kim Taeyang is. All these years I've tried to shield him from suspicion, but at Han Lao's birthday party last time, he nearly made a fool of me. Even if you begged me to the ends of the earth, I'd never go to him again. Li Zhonghua snapped. Besides, that old codger only gets up early when there's profit to be made. Even if I begged him for help, he probably wouldn't agree. He'd likely use the chance to fleece us for a hefty sum. Forget it. After the incident with Han Weiman's birthday invitation, Lee Zhonghua had finally seen through Golden Sun's true colors. This guy was cut from the same cloth as Yang Yaoyan, just wearing a mask of sanctimony to hide his hypocrisy. After hearing her grandfather's words, Li Zhengmei's expression turned gloomy. With a face clouded by sorrow, she said, "But Grandpa, if the commercial street project really gets handed over to second uncle through Su Tellin, more people on the board will support him. Then, I'm afraid not only will my position as CEO be in jeopardy, but even you. I know that little bastard has long wanted to push me out. Rest assured, I'll find a way to stop him from succeeding." But seeking help from Golden Sun. The mere thought of seeking Golden Sun's assistance made Li Zhonghua feel uneasy. Yet after staring at each other for half an hour, neither could think of a second person to turn to. Reluctantly, they had no choice but to call Golden Sun. After the last incident, Li Zhonghua's relationship with Golden Sun had become extremely strained. Unexpectedly, the moment the call connected, they exchanged pleasantries like old friends, acting as if their relationship were deeply intimate. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Li Zhonghua felt it was time to get down to business. "Old Jean, I'm actually calling to ask for your help with something." At those words, Jean Taiyang immediately let out a cold, merciless laugh. "Well, it seems you never come empty-handed, Mr. Li. Why is it that every time you contact me, it's to ask for favors? What exactly do you take me for? You never offer me any benefits, yet you constantly want me to do things for you. Someone might think I'm your subordinate." At these words, Li Zhonghua's smile froze on his face. He never dreamed Jean Taiyang would speak so harshly. Standing beside him, Li Yangmi's expression darkened as well. She felt deeply uncomfortable, believing her presence had caused her grandfather to be humiliated. Forcing himself to swallow his embarrassment, Li Zhonghua pressed on, "Old Jean, don't speak like that. Haven't I been looking for a chance to repay you? Help me out this time, and I'll make it up to you properly later." "Is that so? Fine. Tell me, what do you want me to do?" At the hint of potential benefit, Jean Taiyang's tone finally softened slightly. "Well, Su Tellin has returned to Jinling, hasn't he? I was wondering if there might be an opportunity for my granddaughter to meet him." "Wait. Enough. Don't say another word." Before Li Zhonghua could finish, Golden Sun impatiently cut him off. "Look, Old Li, no offense meant, but self-awareness is key. What's your standing? What's your granddaughter's standing? Do you really think you two are worthy of meeting Su Tellin? Su Tellin isn't staying long in Jinling. He'll leave after wrapping up the commercial street project. With such a tight schedule, countless people are clamoring for an audience. How could it possibly be your turn? Besides, I don't have the clout to arrange something like that. You'll have to figure it out yourselves. Besides, since we're old friends, I'll let you in on something. The chairman of Yaoyan Group has already contacted Su Tellin. He's determined to secure that commercial street project. I advise you to stop wasting your breath. Going against Yang Yaoyan won't end well for you." Hanging up. Golden Sun rattled off his monologue before abruptly hanging up, leaving Li Zhonghua no chance to respond. Li Zhonghua gritted his teeth, veins throbbing furiously on his forehead. Li Zhengmei hurried over to support her grandfather, her face filled with guilt. "I'm sorry, Grandpa. It's all my fault for being so useless. I shouldn't have let you make that call. It's nothing. Don't blame yourself. We had to try when we had the chance. We'll find another way." Li Zhonghua was so furious he clutched his chest, recalling how foolish he'd been years ago when he'd recklessly rescued Golden Sun from a hail of bullets. His teeth ground together so hard they creaked. After helping Li Zhonghua back to his room to rest, Li Zhenmei felt a mix of emotions. If only she had a shred of ability, grandfather wouldn't have to endure this unjust humiliation. Sigh. Chapter 69, One Face to the World, Another Behind the Scenes. Meanwhile, after thoroughly humiliating Li Zhonghua, Jean Taiyang was doubled over with laughter. "This old fool is hilarious. Does he really think he's my benefactor? People flock for profit, they scatter for profit. My survival is my own fortune, what does he have to do with it? Surely he doesn't believe I'd risk offending Yang Yaoyan for his sake? What a brainless fool." Beside him, his son Jin Buju chimed in, "Exactly. He's completely overestimating himself. Su Tellin isn't stupid. Why would they pass up investing in the booming Yao Group and instead invest in this tiny Li Group? Oof. We've already burned our bridges with the Li Group. Since we've decided to back the Yao Group, we'll see it through. You stay alert too, keep tabs on the Li family. The moment you sense any movement, notify Yang Yaoyan immediately, understand?" Jean Taiyang narrowed his eyes. "Leave it to me. By the way, Dad, I wonder if Mr. Yang managed to secure a meeting with Su Tellin. Should we help him make the connection?" Jean Buku asked tentatively. Jean Taiyang pondered for a moment. "Alright, I'll give Su Tellin a call. We'll exchange pleasantries and casually gauge his stance. If Mr. Yang handles it himself, that's ideal. If he can't resolve it, we'll step in and put in a good word for him." As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and dialed Su Tellin. After all, Golden Sun was a high-ranking figure in Jinling, and Su Tellin answered the call promptly. Mr. Jean, how did you find the time to call me? Is there something you need? Jean Taeyang cut straight to the point. Young Master Su, I hear you've returned to Jiling. I understand you're here to advance the commercial street project. Would you like me to recommend a capable company? Absolutely. Su Tellen agreed without hesitation. After all, Jean Taeyang wielded considerable influence in powering Jinling, and his deep understanding of local conditions meant that with his assistance, the investment project would likely flourish. However, what Mr. Sun said next left Su Tellen frozen in place. The most formidable real estate company in Jinling today is the Brilliant Group. Young Master Su, if you're looking to invest in the commercial street, partnering with them is an absolute win-win. I've met with their CEO, Mr. Yang, several times. He's steady, dignified, sharp, and capable. Both his character and his capabilities are top-notch. You won't go wrong partnering with him. Though Su Tieluan felt a twinge of doubt, he maintained a calm, unreadable smile. So it seems you hold this Mr. Yang in particularly high regard, old Jean? Mr. Jean's son praised enthusiastically, of course. He's the backbone supporting over half of Jinling's real estate sector now. He's a key talent being groomed by the higher-ups. I see. Oh, by the way, Lee Group has also contacted me recently seeking investment opportunities. Old Jean, are you familiar with Lee Group? What are your thoughts on them? Sutlan rolled his eyes and inquired. No. The moment Su Tieluan mentioned the Lee Group, Jean Taeyang shook his head vigorously, his voice drawn out as he declared, the Lee Group constantly cuts corners. Their reputation is abysmal. Plus, they just replaced their CEO with a woman who lacks both decisiveness and capability. A commercial street project is so crucial it's best not to partner with them. Otherwise, young Master Su, your investment will likely go down the drain. This blatant attempt to disparage one company while praising another made Su Tellen chuckle, though he said nothing more. Unaware his little tricks had been seen through, Golden Sun continued unabashedly, young Master Su, hearing is believing, but seeing is believing. How about this tomorrow evening? I'll host a dinner and arrange for you to meet President Yang. Chat with him, and you'll see his character reflected in his words. Su Tellen hesitated. He'd already promised Chu Fan he'd meet Li Jinmei tomorrow night. But Pan Shanghua, sitting beside him, tugged his arm and nodded. Though deeply skeptical, Su Tellen acquiesced to his mother's wishes and agreed to the arrangement. After hanging up, Su Tellen looked at Pan Shanghua with confusion. Mom, haven't we already agreed to cooperate with the Lee Group through Master Chu? Why do you want me to meet Golden Sun and that Mr. Yang? Pan Shanghua smiled and replied, son, think about it carefully. That Jean Taeyang isn't someone who gets up early without a profit. The way he's fawning over that dazzling group and relentlessly bad-mouthing the Lee Group clearly shows he's colluding with that young fellow to oppose the Lee Group. Invite them both tomorrow. Give Li Jinmei ample face in front of everyone and thoroughly humiliate those two. This will elevate Lee Group's standing in Jinling. Those opportunists will inevitably pay Lee Group greater attention, making the commercial street project progress much smoother. Besides, if the divine Dr. Chu holds such high regard for Li Jinmei, he might even harbor secret feelings for her. By honoring Li Jinmei, you'd be honoring him as well. He'd be overjoyed to hear of it. After Pan Shanghua's explanation, Su Tellen finally grasped his mother's strategy and exclaimed, brilliant. Meanwhile, Golden Sun remained oblivious to his impending role as a mere puppet. Beaming with joy, he told his son, Buju, I'm paving the way for your future right now. By helping Yang Yaoyan secure the commercial street project, he'll be eternally grateful to us. Your career path is guaranteed. Jean Buju's eyes lit up at the prospect, his heart swelling with anticipation for the future. But soon, as if something occurred to him, he asked, why did young Master Su ask about our Lee Group first? Could he really be considering partnering with Lee Group? Why worry about that? Even if he originally intended to partner with Lee Group, after tomorrow's dinner meeting, we'll make sure he changes his mind. Golden Sun had already completely severed ties with Li Zhonghua. There was no way he would let the Lee Group secure this investment. At the same time, at the Li residence, Li Zhangmei, her mood frayed, descended the stairs and immediately spotted Chu Fan sitting on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. With a belly full of pent-up anger, she couldn't help but shout, Chu Fan, what exactly have you been doing lately? Why do you come home so late every single day? Grandfather wants to play chess with you but can't find you anywhere. Can you be more reliable? What were you doing taking another day off today? Me. Just as Chu Fan was about to make up an excuse, Li Jinmei continued, her voice rising in exasperation, forget it. Don't bother explaining. Do whatever you want. But mark my words, if you dare embarrass me in public or slip up and cause trouble, you won't be able to afford the massive penalty fees. Thankfully, only the two of them were in the living room. Otherwise, Chu Fan would have dreaded Li Jinmei's words being overheard. Relax, I have strong professional ethics. I won't do anything to put you in a difficult position. But why are you in such a foul mood today? Why not get some rest early? Better spirits mean better luck. That kind of nonsense wouldn't fool a 3-year-old. Mind your own business. Li Jinmei let out a burst of pent-up anger and stormed upstairs. Watching her retreating figure, Zhu Fan spread his hands helplessly. As expected, a woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Even if you manage to pull it up, it still stings. The next day, Zhu Fan continued slacking off in the customer service department, while Li Junmei sat frowning, racking her brain over how to secure a meeting with Su Tellen. Just as she was deep in thought, feeling increasingly frustrated, a phone call came through. Li Junmei picked up the phone and answered listlessly, "This is Li Junmei." "Who's calling?" "Hello, Ms. Li. This is Su Tellen, chairman of Su Investment Group." A kind voice came from the other end. "Gulp." Hearing this, Li Junmei sprang up from her seat. She swallowed hard, her heart pounding like a drum, unable to recover for a long moment. She gripped the phone tightly, struggling to keep from screaming. Su Tellen himself calling? Oh my goodness. Had Lady Luck lost her mind today, choosing to bestow her favor upon her? Chapter 70, The Invitation. "Mr. Su, it's such an honor to receive your call." Li Junmei trembled with excitement, her words becoming somewhat incoherent. Fortunately, Su Tellen didn't mind. He let out a hearty laugh and said, "Ms. Li, I called unexpectedly to see if we could grab dinner tonight and discuss the Commercial Street project investment." Commercial Street? Li Junmei doubted she was dreaming. She secretly pinched her thigh with her left hand. The pain nearly brought tears to her eyes before daring to believe she was truly speaking with Su Tellen. "That's right. Our company is interested in investing in the Commercial Street project, but we're unsure which real estate company to partner with for the development. That's why we'd like to discuss it with you. Would you be interested, Mr. Li?" "Absolutely." Overwhelmed by the unexpected attention, Li Junmei nervously clutched the phone. She recalled seeing Li Er and Li Huihui earlier that morning, father and daughter looking determined as they mentioned they'd secured a meeting with Su Tellen. Now Su Tellen was calling her directly. What was going on? After all, they were family. Li Junmei didn't want outsiders to laugh at her. After much internal struggle, she hesitantly asked, "Mr. Su, it's like this. Regarding the Commercial Street project, our company's chairman Li Er mentioned he had contacted you." Su Tellen was sharp as a tack. He knew immediately that Li Junmei was testing his reaction. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't have given them the time of day. But now, Li Junmei was his bridge to Zhu Fan. No matter how she probed, he would answer truthfully. Thus, after hearing the question, Su Tellen stated bluntly, "Mr. Li, you should be well aware of how crucial this project is for Jinling. Since I intend to finalize it, naturally I must coordinate with the highest decision-maker at the partner company. He is merely a shareholder in your company. Even if I were to discuss it with him, he couldn't make the final call. Wouldn't that just be a waste of my time?" Su Tellen's words were delivered with such arrogance, yet they filled Li Junmei with quiet satisfaction. This proved Su Tellen acknowledged her status as the company's decision-maker. It also proved that Li Er's scheme to usurp her authority and sideline her had failed. Li Junmei's recent irritability stemmed entirely from her anxiety over this very matter. Now, with just a few words, Su Tellen had dispelled her doubts. One had to admit, this business prodigy truly had an impressive grasp of human psychology. "Thank you for your trust, Mr. Su. If it's convenient, shall we meet today?" Su Tellen smiled. "Certainly. I've already arranged the time and place 7 p.m. tonight at the Hades Hotel. Is that acceptable?" "No problem." Su Tellen added, "Oh, and Ms. Li, since I won't be staying long in Jinling, it would be best if we could finalize all the cooperation details during this meeting. Therefore, if your company's chairperson isn't too busy, I'd appreciate it if she could join us as well." Certainly. See you tonight, Mr. Su." After hanging up with Su Tellen, Li Junmei trembled with excitement, her face flushed as she stepped out of her office. Seeing her like this, her secretary thought she might be unwell and hurried over to support her. But Li Junmei said in a trembling voice, "Mimi, our company is going to make it big." "Ha!" Leaving Wu Mimi utterly bewildered, a beaming Li Junmei headed straight to Su Chuanli's office. Right in front of the elderly lady, she called Li Zhonghua and blurted out everything that had just happened. Su Chuanli and Li Zhonghua were both deeply moved upon hearing the news. Though Su Chuanli's heart leaned more toward Li Er, she was delighted regardless of who secured the Commercial Street project. Today, the customer service department only received 2 calls from property owners. Qin Shou and his team handled them effortlessly, without needing Zhu Fan's intervention. But Zhu Fan wasn't just goofing off. Even with Su Tellen's backing, performance targets shouldn't be a worry, but that woman Li Huihui definitely wouldn't let it rest. After this hurdle, there would surely be another. To avoid fighting unprepared battles, Zhu Fan had Zhu Dashang compile detailed reports on all Li Group projects and began reviewing them on his own. It was during this process that Zhu Dashang and his team witnessed Zhu Fan's formidable memory and reading ability. Any document, after just a quick glance, was committed to his memory. What took others 1 or 2 hours to review, he could memorize in 10 minutes flat down to the last detail. Truly, comparison breeds envy. In just one day, Zhu Fan finished reviewing nearly a decade's worth of project records for the entire Li Group. Before he knew it, it was quitting time. As usual, he headed to the parking lot to wait for Li Junmei to go home together. To his surprise, Li Junmei came down even earlier than usual. And not only was she there, but Li Er and Li Huihui were present too. Xu Fan frowned. Do you have something to discuss? I'll head home first then? No need. You're coming with us. Get in the car. From the way Li Junmei put it, it sounded like they'd been waiting specifically for him. Xu Fan had already guessed their destination and didn't refuse. He pulled open the door and got into Li Junmei's car. On the way, Li Junmei repeatedly urged Xu Fan to speak less and eat more during the meal, urging him to keep a low profile. This left Xu Fan utterly speechless. If that was the case, why bring him along at all? Just as he was puzzling over this, Li Junmei explained, this commercial street project is crucial for our company. I brought you along because if we successfully close the deal, the credit will go to your customer service department. That means you'll fulfill your bet with Li Huihui. So you'd better keep your tail tucked between your legs and make absolutely no mistakes. Otherwise, not only will you suffer, but your entire customer service department will be finished. Xu Fan had originally instructed Su Tellen to mention the customer service department during the signing, but he hadn't expected Li Junmei to be so concerned. Without him having to bring it up, she had already planned to credit the achievement to the customer service department to shut Li Huihui up. Li Junmei's care and concern deeply touched Xu Fan. Even though the woman kept her face cold and chattered incessantly all the way, Xu Fan endured it. After getting off the car, Li Er led Li Huihui ahead, while Xu Fan and Li Junmei followed behind. To an outsider, it would seem Li Er and Li Huihui were the company's bosses. The four of them entered the lobby of the Hades Hotel. Just as they were about to ask the front desk which private room to go to, a familiar voice caught their attention. Oh my! Isn't this Mr. Li? Has your company prospered lately? You're actually dining here? The speaker was none other than Jin Buju, son of Golden Sun. Accompanying him was Golden Sun himself, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Before Li Junmei could speak, Su Chuanli, who had returned home that afternoon to discuss the matter with Li Zhenghua and then set out alone, also arrived. She had already heard from her old man about how Jin Taiyang had provoked him into a heart attack yesterday. Now, seeing Jin Taiyang, Su Chuanli, and Li Zhangmei naturally wore no welcoming expressions. They didn't even bother to greet him. Faced with his ill-intentioned teasing, they had no intention of responding. Li Er and Li Huihui, unaware of the feud between Li Zhenghua and Golden Sun, sensed Golden Sun's unusual status and found Su Chuanli and Li Junmei's behavior utterly inappropriate. They stepped forward to greet him warmly. But the Sun family showed no courtesy in return, pressing further, "You're not here for a family dinner, are you? What business is it of yours?" Su Chuanli snapped, her face hardening. Li Er looked at his mother in bewilderment, his eyes filled with shock. Golden Sun remained unperturbed by the retort, responding with a cold smile, "Why are you angry with me? I didn't bring you to meet Mr. Su because you weren't qualified. Ultimately, it's your own fault. How can you blame me? I came here today specifically to meet with Mr. Su. I even thought that since we ran into each other, I could bring you over later to say hello. But who knew you'd be so ungrateful and impatient, turning your backs on me like this? Fine then, forget it. With Mr. Yang here anyway, even if you met Mr. Su, it'd probably be pointless." Golden Sun deliberately adopted a sarcastic tone. Since he'd already offended them, he might as well crush them completely. Su Chuanli and Li Junmei exchanged glances upon hearing this, their expressions turning grim. Was Su Tellen really planning to introduce them all together? Is he that busy? Chapter 71, Setting a Trap. Li Er stared wide-eyed, utterly shocked. "You're here to see CEO Su Tellen too? Us too?" At this, it was Golden Sun's turn to be dumbfounded. "You say you're here to see Mr. Su too? How dare you? Mr. Su never scheduled a meeting with you, yet you have the nerve to show up here and ambush him? That's just shameless. Who said Mr. Su didn't schedule us?" Li Huihui retorted, displeased. "Ha! Then he probably just wants you to play the supporting role. You should know your place. Don't seriously think meeting Mr. Su gives you any hope, right? With the size of your Li group, what do you have to compete with Mr. Yang?" Although Golden Sun was somewhat annoyed that Li Junmei and her group could also meet Su Tellen, he quickly dismissed the thought. After all, this group had no real chance of winning. Even if they managed to see Su Tellen, what difference could it possibly make? Even if Li Er and Li Huihui were as dense as logs, they could detect the contempt in Golden Sun's tone. Just as they were about to retort, Xu Fan interjected, "Some people are indeed here to play the supporting role today. But I don't think it's us." "You think? What makes you think?" Just as Golden Sun was about to retort, he turned his head and recognized Xu Fan as the benefactor who had been highly praised by Han Weiman at his birthday banquet. He froze instantly, the words on the tip of his tongue instantly swallowed back. Unlike Jin Taiyang's caution, Jin Buku, being young and impetuous, didn't take Xu Fan seriously. Han Weiman and Han Wenqing had both left Jinling to pursue opportunities in the metropolis. Out of sight, out of mind, what could he possibly control? "Hey, kid," he snapped, "you don't actually think you're someone important, do you? You don't get to speak here. You must be talking about yourself, right?" Chu Fan silently rolled his eyes. Though his voice was barely audible, it turned Jin Byuku's face ashen with rage. What the hell are you playing at? Don't think we don't know you're nothing but a bargaining chip traded between Wei Yizhen and Han Weiman. If Wei Yizhen hadn't wanted to hype up the clinic and forcefully promote you, would you even have the qualifications to take the stage at old Master Han's birthday banquet? This sort of thing usually gets swept under the rug, but you had to go and strut around like a peacock. No wonder the Li family took a shine to you. Birds of a feather flocked together. Su Chunli hadn't intended to make a scene with Golden Sun, but when she heard Jin Byuku disparaging the Li family like that, she couldn't hold back. What right do you have to spout nonsense here? If it weren't for my old man's momentary softness back then, you wouldn't even have been born, you little beast. And now you dare to spew such filth in front of this old lady? Jin Taiyang, you sure know how to repay kindness. Hearing Su Chunli speak so harshly, Jin Taiyang's face flushed with embarrassment. Clearing his throat, he told his son, enough, enough. That whole family is mad dogs. Don't waste your breath arguing with them, it's beneath you. Who do you call mad dogs? Just as the two sides were locked in heated argument, a magnetic voice suddenly cut through the fray. Everyone turned to see Su Tellan and his mother, Pan Shanghua, approaching with grace. The moment the two appeared, Jin Taiyang immediately fell silent. He approached them with a broad smile plastered on his face, saying ingratiatingly, "Good evening, Mr. Su. I'm." But before Golden Sun could finish, Su Tellan and Pan Shanghua swept past him without so much as a glance. Just as Golden Sun stood there feeling utterly awkward, Su Tellan stepped forward to greet them. "Mrs. Su, I'm terribly sorry. We hit traffic on the way here, so we're a bit late." Seeing Su Tellan greet her so warmly, even apologizing, Su Chunli felt flattered and hurriedly replied, "It's fine, we just arrived ourselves." Seeing the warm rapport between them, Jin Taiyang felt a pang of envy. Jin Byuku was equally incredulous, utterly unable to believe that Su Tellan would ignore his father and instead seek an alliance with the Li family. "Mr. Su, what are you?" Golden Sun, holding a position of some importance, felt Su Tellan shouldn't have snubbed him like this. Just as he was about to speak up, Su Tellan turned and said, "Mr. Jin, I thought you had a good relationship with the Li family. Since I was planning to meet with them, I invited you over to catch up. But now it seems I was mistaken. To avoid making my honored guests uncomfortable, I must ask you both to leave first. Perhaps we can arrange another meeting when fate allows." Su Tellan wore a warm smile, yet his words cut like knives into Jin Taiyang's heart. He never dreamed he'd become an afterthought, and now he was being shown the door. Golden Sun's face turned ashen with rage, but Su Tellan paid him no mind. He turned instead to Li Jinmei and the others, extending an inviting gesture. "My sincere apologies for the inconvenience caused by my oversight. Please, everyone, let's go upstairs. My private room is on the top floor." As Su Tellan apologized to the Li family, Jin Taiyang and his son's faces darkened like the bottom of a pot. When had they ever sunk so low as to need to piggyback off the Li family? Though Su Chunli didn't fully grasp the situation, she relished this rare victory. She shot a triumphant glance at Jin Taiyang's livid face, regretting only that her old man hadn't come today to witness this satisfying moment. When the group entered the elevator, Chu Fan had originally been at the back. But after the Li family members had all entered, Su Tellan and Pan Shanghua remained standing. They waited for Chu Fan to step inside first before daring to follow. Su Chunli and the others didn't notice this detail, assuming Su Tellan was simply well-mannered, observing proper hospitality even toward a minor figure like Chu Fan. Only Su Tellan and Pan Shanghua knew the truth. Chu Fan was the guest they truly wished to welcome. After the group departed, Golden Sun gritted his teeth and spat, "That damn Su Tellan, daring to play us like fools. Why was he so courteous to the Li family? Had he also fallen for the ruse, believing that Chu Fan was Han Weiman's benefactor? Highly likely. Otherwise, how else could Li Jiao walk right in and step on us?" Golden Sun found his son's speculation quite plausible, but now was not the time to dwell on such matters. Yang Yao Yen was about to arrive. They had boasted yesterday about securing Su Tellan's attendance, yet now they weren't even invited to the table. What would they say when Yang Yao Yen arrived? Yang Yao Yen was notorious for being ruthless. He held Jin Taiyang's status in utter contempt. Were it not for Jin Taiyang's backing, this father and son would be utterly insignificant in his eyes. Golden Sun had worked so hard to create this chance to impress Yang Yao Yen, only to see it ruined. He feared he'd have to grovel even more humbly from now on, never able to hold his head high again. Just as Golden Sun was racking his brains for a solution, Yang Yao Yen appeared, dressed up specially for the occasion. Though he usually barked orders at Jin Taiyang, today he was unusually deferential. From a distance, he bowed and greeted them, "Old Jin, you two are here early. What time will Mr. Su arrive?" At Yang Yao Yen's question, Jin Taiyang and Jin Byuku turned ashen-faced. Cold sweat dripped from their foreheads as they fidgeted nervously, unable to speak for a long moment. Noticing their uneasy expressions, Yang Yao Yen snapped out of his excitement. Clearing his throat, he asked, "Why do you both look so pale? Has something gone wrong?" By the time he uttered the last sentence, the smile had completely vanished from Yang Yao Yen's face.
His gaze now held a mix of scrutiny and menace, freezing the father and son in their tracks. They dared not lie and immediately recounted the recent incident.
What? Unsurprisingly, young Yaoyan exploded with rage upon hearing this.
His gaze seemed to want to strangle Golden Sun to death, his eyebrows practically standing on end. You two called me in the dead of night yesterday, swearing up and down that this project was a sure thing, guaranteed to be arranged for me. Barely half a day later, you backtrack?
What do you take me for? Some kind of fool?
All these years, I've given you so many perks, helped you out of countless big and small messes.
And now you can't even handle this minor task? Jin Taiyang, I'm no philanthropist. Trying to pull a fast one on me? You must be out of your mind. I never do deals that leave me at a loss. Yang Yaoyan flew into a rage, speaking without restraint, completely disregarding the setting.
With a grim expression, he gave Golden Sun a thorough dressing down, his tone carrying the threat of mutual destruction and a complete break.
Upon hearing this, Jin Taiyang immediately panicked. He was about to retire, he couldn't risk tarnishing his legacy. Mr. Yang, please hear me out.
Jin Taiyang nervously tried to explain, but before he could speak, Yang Yaoyan slammed the car door shut and drove off in a rage. Clearly, he couldn't let go of the humiliation of being outmaneuvered by the Li family. Staring at the receding car, Jin Taiyang stamped his foot, nearly fainting from frustration.
One misstep leads to eternal regret. Looking back, he'd only broken his back. Today's luck was truly beyond belief. Chapter 72, Humiliating Yang Yaoyan.
Over at Su Telen's side, after escorting Li Jinmei and the others to their private room and seating them, his attitude was tenfold better than what he'd shown Jin Taiyang. I've long heard that the new female president of Li Group is decisive and efficient.
Meeting her today confirms her reputation is well deserved. Mr. Su, you flatter me too much. It's all thanks to the groundwork laid by those who came before me.
Any achievements I have are simply because my grandparents raised me well, Li Jinmei replied with a slight smile.
Ah, Ms. Li, you're far too modest. By the way, I recognize the others here, but I'm not sure what position this gentleman holds in your company. Su Telen was referring to Chu Fan.
His question serves two purposes, to maintain the pretense of not knowing Chu Fan, and genuine curiosity. According to Chu Fan himself, he was merely a lowly customer service representative. If that was the case, why was he invited to such an important banquet? Li Jinmei improvised on the spot. This is Chu Fan, an employee from the customer service department of the Li Group. He will be involved in this project later on, so I invited him to observe and learn, to experience the personal charm of President Su.
Oh, I see, Su Telen replied with a faint, ambiguous smile. Mr. Su, you may not know this, but Chu Fan and our CEO Li are from the same university.
Li Huihui, sitting beside her, was about to blurt out their relationship, but Su Chunli cut her off with a single sentence, shooting her a warning glance as she did so. Li Huihui, having made a fool of herself, licked her lips and fell silent. Pan Shanghua observed the family's interactions and had already formed a rough idea in her mind. Before long, an array of delectable dishes graced the table. The conversation turned to the commercial street project investment. Su Telen cut straight to the chase. After thorough research, I believe your Li Group is the best fit for this project.
I won't be meeting with other companies. If possible, let's finalize the details and seal the deal as soon as possible.
At Su Turen's words, Li Jinmei and Su Chunli's faces immediately lit up with delight. Li Er, unwilling to let Li Jinmei take all the credit, deliberately interjected, Mr. Su, it seems you're quite satisfied with the proposal Huihui and I presented earlier. Li Er's implication was clear. Su Chunli should understand that Su Telen was only willing to partner with the Li Group because of their father-daughter connection. Therefore, the credit should go to them. Unexpectedly, Su Telen refused to give Li Er this face, immediately rebutting, Mr. Li, you seem to have misunderstood.
I haven't even looked at your proposal.
The decision maker at your company is this Ms. Li. I believe negotiating directly with her carries far more authority.
The reason I chose your company is based on your past actual case studies. Especially the Baijinjiwan project, it was exceptionally well done.
I hear that was also Ms. Li's work.
Truly talented.
At Su Telen's words, Li Er and Li Huihui's faces instantly turned crimson with embarrassment. They had hoped to claim credit for the project, but now they not only gained nothing but were thoroughly humiliated.
The embarrassment was palpable.
Seeing how awkward the two were acting and nearly offending Su Telen, Su Chunli decided to find an excuse to send them home early. She and Li Jinmei stayed behind to continue their detailed discussion with Su Telen. After finishing their meal, Su Chunli volunteered to settle the bill. Li Jinmei decided to make a call first to share the good news with her grandfather, and second to ask if there were any further details they needed to clarify beforehand. After the two departed, the remaining three in the room no longer needed to pretend they didn't know each other. Master Chu, I truly never imagined I'd see you again today.
It seems you're far more than just a junior employee in the customer service department.
Pan Shanghua took the initiative, testing Chu Fan's true identity. Chu Fan responded evasively, it's just that the former chairman of the Li Group has high hopes for me and wants me to learn more from him. Pan Shanghua didn't press further, but she had already pieced together some of the truth.
Li Zhonghua was likely grooming Chu Fan as a future son-in-law.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have assigned him to assist Li Zhangmei, or even allowed him to attend such an important occasion. No sooner had they finished speaking than Su Chunli pushed open the private room door. She said with a hint of guilt, "Mr. Su, we should be the ones treating you to this meal. How could you have already paid?" Su Tellin waved his hand with a smile. "I invited you all here voluntarily. As this hotel's VIP guest, I don't pay, might as well enjoy the free meal." Su Chunli listened, her heart filled with envy. Su Tellin had achieved VVIP status at the Hydus Hotel at such a young age. She thought to herself, at her age, she still hadn't made it big. The gap between people was truly enormous. "Then we're truly grateful, Mr. Su. Next time we have the chance, please don't hesitate to come to the Li household and sample our home cooking."
"Certainly.
I plan to invest in several projects in Jinling soon. I've grown tired of hotel cuisine. If the chance arises to dine at the Li residence, I won't hesitate to take you up on your offer." Su Turrent deliberately hinted at his ongoing investment plans.
Su Chunli immediately caught the drift. She began scheming that once the Wanbao project was finalized, the Li group must seize the opportunity to expand aggressively and secure another investment.
The group chatted and laughed as they made their way from the private room to the main hall. Just as they were about to bid farewell, a man in a blue suit with piercing, wolf-like eyes appeared before them. This was none other than Yang Yaoyan, who had returned after leaving. He had stormed off in anger, but halfway through his drive, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. He had been plotting to take over the Li group for a long time. Everything seemed within his grasp, but if the Li group secured investment from Sutalin while he didn't, all his previous scheming would likely come to nothing. Therefore, for Yang Yaoyan, even if he couldn't secure investment from Su Group, he had to find a way to sabotage Li Group's partnership.
Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Su Chunli recognized Yang Yaoyan instantly.
Seeing him stride toward her with such confidence, her eyes immediately hardened with suspicion. This man was ruthless and would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. He had even gone so far as to send people after Li Zhangmei before utterly despicable. The thought made Su Chunli step forward to shield Li Zhangmei. No matter how much she disliked Li Zhangmei, she would never allow outsiders to bully her own child.
Su Chunli's action caught Pan Shanghua's attention.
As a mother herself, she instantly understood the warning in Su Chunli's eyes. She discreetly signaled to her son, and Su Tellin quickly got the message.
Maintaining his polite demeanor, he smiled and approached Yang Yaoyan, saying, "What a coincidence. Are you here for business discussions today too, Mr. Yang?" Yang Yaoyan gave an awkward chuckle before replying, "I'm not here for business. I came specifically to meet with Mr. Su. Mr. Su, since it's still early, why don't we find a club to sober up and chat?"
Upon hearing this, Pan Shanghua unconsciously rubbed her temples. Su Tellin caught the gesture and chimed in, "No, thank you.
My mother isn't feeling well, so I need to get back early to rest. Thank you for the kind invitation, Mr. Yang. Ah, my apologies for being abrupt. Then might I ask if you're free tomorrow, Mr. Su? If possible, we could." Cough.
Pan Shanghua began coughing again, lowering her eyes and adopting a weary expression.
Su Tellin replied, "I'm truly sorry, but tomorrow isn't convenient either.
My mother has been feeling unwell lately, adjusting to the new environment, and I'd like to stay with her to ensure she gets proper rest."
"I see.
By the way, Mr. Su, I know an exceptionally skilled traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. How about I bring him over tomorrow to pay a visit and help regulate your mother's health?"
Yang Yaoyan had gone to such lengths that Su Chunli felt it was impossible to refuse.
Yet unexpectedly, Pan Shanghua spoke up herself.
"I don't like strangers in my home.
Besides, I've already found a doctor I trust completely.
I don't want anyone else examining me.
Please leave, Mr. Yang." The moment Pan Shanghua spoke, the atmosphere in the room turned awkward.
Yang Yaoyan's smile froze on his face.
He gritted his teeth inwardly, unable to utter a word for a long while. He had never encountered such a difficult situation in his entire life. Not just in Jinling, but across the entire province, how many dared to refuse him? Yet this mother and son dared to defy him. And they left him no room to maneuver, completely shutting down his line of argument without offering any way out.
Li Zhangmei and Su Chunli watched Yang Yaoyan's flustered state, their hearts bursting with glee.
They marveled at how formidable their partner was, someone who could humiliate Yang Yaoyan so thoroughly on the spot, effectively avenging their own grievances.
Gazing at the gloating expressions of Li Zhangmei and Su Chunli, Yang Yaoyan's face darkened further.
He pondered for a long while, unable to think of anything to salvage the awkward situation.
Su Tellin didn't give him a chance to speak.
After bidding farewell to Li Zhangmei, he slowly departed with Pan Shanghua. Once seated in the car, Pan Shanghua spoke up, "Later, ask Master Wei again. I suspect Chu Fan and the Li group have deeper connections. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been invited to such an occasion. Find out more details. It'll help us gauge our cooperation better."
"Yes, mother, rest assured. I'll get to the bottom of it."
Sutalin nodded slightly. As for Su Chuanli and Li Jianmei, they didn't linger after Su Telin and Pan Shanghua departed. As they passed by Yang Yaoyan, however, the corners of their mouths refused to stay down, breaking into exceptionally bright smiles.
Left alone, Yang Yaoyan wore a face like he was constipated. He clenched his fists tightly, silently vowing to teach that reckless brat Su Telin a lesson he wouldn't forget. Of course, besides Sutalin, he would certainly not let the Li group off the hook either. Chapter 73, Concealing Merit and Fame. 10 o'clock at night, Li Mansion. Li Jianmei and Su Chuanli hummed a tune as they entered the door, with Chu Fan trailing behind them, clearly acting as their bodyguard. Li Zhonghua, seated in the living room, saw the trio return and laughed heartily. "Chu Fan, you're finally back. Come play a few games with me." "Grandpa, why are you only thinking about chess? We just secured such a huge investment, aren't you even a little happy?" "Of course I'm happy. But didn't you explain everything over the phone? I can't just keep grinning like an idiot about this and do nothing else, can I? Come on, Chu Fan, I've already set up the board." Watching Li Zhonghua, who looked like he'd fallen into a chessboard, Li Jianmei sat beside him with a slight frown. As she observed, she remarked, "I only gave you the gist over the phone, I haven't even gone into the details yet, you know? Besides us, Kim Sun-tae and Yang Yo-yun were there today too. They wanted to have a proper chat with Su Taeluan, but he shut them down with just a few words. He didn't acknowledge any of them." The moment Li Zhonghua heard the name Golden Sun, his hands froze mid-motion. He turned his head and asked, "Golden Sun got involved too?" "Yes, and he's on Yang Yaoyan's side. He went to arrange a meeting for Yang Yaoyan, but it didn't work out. Later, Yang Yaoyan tried again himself, only to be deflected by Mrs. Su with effortless ease." "Ha!" Li Zhonghua laughed so hard he doubled over, his mustache twitching with every chuckle. "Serves him right. Serves him right. If I'd known this would happen, I would have gone with you guys. That old bastard Golden Sun looked down on me constantly, even belittling me over the phone until I was worthless. Now the tables have turned, huh? Humph. That's his comeuppance. Ungrateful dog." At his age, Li Zhonghua's speech and behavior had grown increasingly childish. But it wasn't surprising he held a grudge. After all, the man he'd risked his life to save turned out to be a beast. Who wouldn't be furious? Su Chuanli, having changed her clothes, came downstairs and chimed in with a laugh. "I never expected Su Telin to side with us so completely, not giving them any face at all. Looks like he really believes in us and is dead set on working with us. We absolutely cannot let them down. We must execute this project flawlessly to ensure there's a next time after this one." If only Li Jianmei had said this, Li Zhonghua might have dismissed it as his granddaughter exaggerating to please him. But now that Su Chuanli was describing it in such vivid detail, it actually made Li Zhonghua suspicious. That doesn't add up. We've never had any prior connection with Sutalin. Even if Golden Sun is a piece of work, he's still in his position with considerable power and influence. Even if Sutalin didn't want to cooperate with them, there's no need to humiliate them like that. Could there be some grudge between the two? I wouldn't know, Su Chuanli replied cheerfully. But Su Telin is very reasonable. He hinted today that he'll invest in several more projects in Jinling soon. He wants us to prepare thoroughly, seems he's aiming for a long-term partnership. No, there must be more to this. The more Li Zhonghua thought about it, the more suspicious the whole thing seemed. He stopped playing chess and sat on the sofa, deep in thought. Seeing Li Zhonghua's suspicious demeanor, Chu Fan interjected at just the right moment. "Grandpa, don't overthink it. I reckon Su Telin just wants to shift his business focus to Jinling." At dinner, Su's mother mentioned several times that she wants to return to Jinling to live in her old age. Su Telin is a very filial person, so it's perfectly normal for him to be laying the groundwork for that now. Besides, compared to the cunning Golden Sun and the ruthless Yang Yaoyan, it would be strange if Su Telin didn't choose our Li group. Chu Fan's reasoning was sound. Chuanli and Li Zhongmi, still basking in their joy, also urged Li Zhonghua not to overthink it, otherwise he'd be worrying needlessly. After their repeated reassurances, Li Zhonghua finally set aside his concerns. He only instructed Li Jianmei to keep this project close to her heart, striving for perfection and not betraying Su Telin's trust. Li Jianmei nodded repeatedly, silently resolving to find a way to become a long-term partner of the Su investment group. Today, everyone was in high spirits, and the atmosphere at home was wonderfully positive. Even Chu Fan benefited from the good vibes, no longer having to read the room like he usually did. The next day, Su Chuanli accompanied Li Zhonghua to the hospital for a checkup, leaving only Chu Fan to go to work with Li Jianmei. The moment they arrived at the company, they ran into Li Er and Li Hui. The pair seemed to have been waiting for quite some time, clearly lying in wait for them. Before Li Jianmei could greet them, Li Er spat out angrily, "What tricks did you pull, woman? Su Telin clearly agreed to negotiate with us. Why did we suddenly get left out?" Li Hui also rushed forward, her teeth gritted as she demanded, "Li Jianmei, you didn't sell something to get this project, did you?" The pair had assumed the commercial street investment project would land in their laps. They planned to use it as leverage to stir up the board and oust Li Jianmei. But things had taken a dramatic turn. Not only was Sutalin having a great time negotiating with Li Jianmei, he'd completely shut them out. This was beyond their wildest expectations, and no matter how they thought about it, something was definitely fishy. Upon hearing this, Lee Junmei scoffed, "Uncle, have you gone deaf already? Didn't Su Tellin make it crystal clear at yesterday's dinner? He'll only negotiate with the company president. You two can't make decisions or hold any authority. Why waste breath on you? Negotiations happen between equals. Uncle Lee, you should recognize your own position." This was the first time Lee Junmei had ever stood her ground and retorted. The usually meek and submissive woman suddenly became sharp-tongued and quick-witted, instantly silencing Li Er and Li Huihui. They gritted their teeth for a long while, unable to come up with a retort, and could only stand there with faces ashen. Li Junmei gave a light chuckle, swayed her hips, and rode the private elevator upstairs. After Li Junmei left, Li Huihui glared at Xu Fan, who was grinning with schadenfreude. She lunged forward, raising her hand to strike him. "What are you laughing at? If I can't handle Li Junmei, do you think I can't handle a little punk like you?" Facing the furious Li Huihui, Xu Fan mercilessly swatted her hand away. Wobbling on her 10-centimeter stilettos, Li Huihui nearly twisted her ankle from the shove. Stumbling, she landed flat on her butt, staring at Xu Fan in utter disbelief. Li Er tried to step in to help, but Xu Fan cut him off with a single sentence. "You're an old man. If you don't mind making a fool of yourself, come at me," Xu Fan added, pointing to the surveillance camera overhead. Li Er fell silent at the sight, glaring viciously at Xu Fan. His chest heaved as his emotions churned, yet he couldn't utter a word for a long while. Xu Fan didn't leave immediately. Instead, he turned to Li Huihui, who lay on the floor with a deathly pale face. "We've known each other for a while," he said. "Don't blame me for not warning you. Your hormones are completely out of whack right now. If you don't start taking care of yourself, keep popping pills recklessly, and lashing out like this, it won't be long before your body falls apart completely. TSK, that Zhao Tai really is something. He can't perform, yet he tells you to take pills? That's not right at all. You'd be better off getting away from that scumbag sooner rather than later. Maybe there's still hope for you." Others couldn't make sense of Xu Fan's words, but Li Huihui understood instantly. She stood frozen, watching Xu Fan stride away, her mind a chaotic whirlpool. How could Xu Fan know about the private matters between her and Zhao Tai? This was utterly absurd. Yet despite doubting Xu Fan's advice, Li Huihui dared not dismiss it lightly. Even though she clashed with him, she had to admit the kid possessed remarkable medical skill. If he could see through those things at a glance, could it be her body really was malfunctioning? The thought sent a wave of anxiety through her. She scrambled to her feet and stiffly made her way back to her office. Noticing his daughter's unsettled expression, Li Er suspected Xu Fan had hit the nail on the head. He followed her into her office, determined to get to the bottom of things. Chapter 74, Yang Yaoyan's car meeting. There's no such thing as a wall that doesn't let the wind through. Within half an hour of Xu Fan's conversation with Li Huihui in the lobby being caught on camera, word had spread throughout the entire company. Even Li Junmei's secretary, Wu Mini, heard about it and gossiped about it to Li Junmei. This left Li Junmei both annoyed and amused. She promptly sent Xu Fan a message, urging him to be more careful with his words in the future. Xu Fan simply replied, "I was just looking out for her." His earnest tone made Li Junmei laugh out loud. She could vividly imagine his earnest expression. She was truly at a loss with him. Oh well, let him be. Wu Mini watched Li Junmei's lips curl into a faint smile, her eyes widening in astonishment. Ever since this Xu Fan appeared, her CEO seemed to smile more and more, no longer resembling the stern-faced female tyrant of the past. Li Junmei's smile faded as she sensed something off. Glancing up, she found her secretary staring straight at her. Quickly composing herself, she waved her hand and said, "If there's nothing else, you can go. Don't let them spread all this nonsense." Yes, President. I'll go right away." Wu Mini exited the office. The president might occasionally be more amiable, but she was still a beauty queen. Meanwhile, Xu Fan finished replying to a message and was about to pick up the documents when Zhu Dachang sidled over, grinning slyly. "Bro Fan, work's slow today. Wanna skip out and have some fun? My buddy just opened an escape room, it's in soft launch. Want to swing by and support him?" Glancing at Zhu Dachang's excited expression, Xu Fan grabbed the folder and smacked him hard on the head with it. "Ouch. Why'd you hit me, brother Fan? Is this how a department head behaves? Not only are you skipping work yourself, but you're encouraging me, your deputy head? Unbelievable. The customer service department is being walked all over, and you're still so unambitious. Get back to reviewing those documents and figure out how we can turn things around." Xu Fan's stern expression left Zhu Dachang groaning in frustration. He slumped his shoulders and grumbled, "I chose customer service precisely because I'm not driven. Business operations? Let the operations and sales departments handle that. Why force it on us? Enough whining. Go study the documents. I'll test you later. If you fail." Xu Fan said, clenching his fist with a faint, mocking smile. Startled, Zhu Dachang quickly ducked his head back to his seat, not daring to lift it. At lunchtime, Xu Fan followed Zhu Dachang to the cafeteria.
Before they'd even started serving themselves, a man dressed entirely in black bumped into Chu Fan's arm. The moment Chu Fan turned his head, the man slipped a note into his hand.
Ha! Confused, Chu Fan unfolded the note and instantly flew into a rage.
Scrawled in black marker across the paper was a single line of crooked writing.
Meet me at parking spot 53. If you're not there in 10 minutes, I'll kill Wei Jingjing and Yang Yaoyan.
Chu Fan narrowed his eyes, then shoved his tray into Zhu Dechang's hands.
I have urgent business to attend to. You handled the cleanup for me. Without waiting for Zhu Dechang's response, he strode downstairs. Chu Fan was deeply worried about Wei Jingjing's situation. After all, Wei Yizhen had only this granddaughter to rely on. If anything happened to Wei Jingjing, Wei Yizhen would surely be driven to his death by grief. Moreover, the note left behind made it clear Wei Jingjing had been drawn into this crisis because of him. Chu Fan dashed down to the parking garage and soon located parking space 53. Sure enough, Yang Yaoyan had been waiting in the car for quite some time. Spotting Chu Fan, he silently gritted his teeth, narrowed his eyes, and beckoned him over with a wave, motioning Chu Fan into the car. The moment Chu Fan pulled open the door, 7 or 8 burly enforcers instantly materialized from the surrounding parking spots, encircling the vehicle tightly from all sides. Their actions struck Chu Fan as utterly ridiculous. Trapping both himself and Yang Yaoyan inside the car, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for him to deal with Yang Yaoyan? Chu Fan shrugged nonchalantly, climbed into the car, and sat beside Yang Yaoyan. Yang Yaoyan turned around, scrutinizing Chu Fan from head to toe before saying, "Seems like you've been up to no good behind my back, kid. If I'd come face you sooner, I probably wouldn't have all this trouble now." Listening to Yang Yaoyan's sarcastic tone, Chu Fan's lips curled slightly as he replied calmly, "I've only done what I believe is right. I haven't deliberately opposed you, so I'm afraid I don't quite understand what you're implying. Stop playing dumb, Mr. Chu. Don't you know how many of my schemes you've ruined? My son still hasn't been discharged from the hospital." Yang Yaoyan's son, Yang Gu, had previously set a trap for Zhu Dashang, intending to use the opportunity to kill him. But unexpectedly, Chu Fan appeared out of nowhere, completely disrupting his plans. Not only that, but Yi Shuwei beat him half to death, leaving him lying unconscious in the hospital to this day. But Yang Yaoyan didn't care much about this incident. After all, he had plenty of illegitimate sons. Losing this one meant nothing, there were always others. After hearing Yang Yaoyan's words, Chu Fan responded without mercy, "If you truly cared about your son's life or death, you would have come to me long ago. Why wait until today? Stop using such lame excuses. If you have something to say, just get straight to the point." "Heh, Mr. Chu, you're indeed a clever man. I truly couldn't care less about that brat's life. On the contrary, I should thank you for taking care of him. I, Yang Yaoyan, have no shortage of sons, but he was the only one born from my legally wedded wife. Yet, he was the only one with a brain problem. I've long wanted to get rid of him, but lacked the excuse to kick him out. Now this is perfect, let him rot in the hospital. At least he won't cause me any more trouble." After hearing Yang Yaoyan's words, Chu Fan inwardly cursed the man's shamelessness, but outwardly remained impassive. "Mr. Yang, you really are a ruthless one. Ha, Mr. Chu, you flatter me. Actually, I think we're kindred spirits. What do you say?" "Heh, I think your perception is off. I'm nothing like you." Chu Fan replied coldly, his gaze fixed on the scenery outside the window. "Come now, Mr. Chu. Though I, Yang Yaoyan, have committed many misdeeds, I've never spent a day behind bars. Mr. Chu, you're so upright and honorable, why did you spend years locked up?" Yang Yaoyan chuckled. "I know you want to reform and start anew, but as the saying goes, old habits die hard. Your ambition won't change. I admire you, Mr. Chu, and don't want your talents to go to waste in your family. Truthfully, the Li family doesn't even have a man capable of running the household. What future could they possibly have? A wise bird chooses its perch. You should be planning your own escape route long ago, Mr. Chu." Yang Yaoyan continued speaking as if oblivious to the growing chill in Chu Fan's expression. "Mr. Chu, it seems the Li family doesn't hold you in much regard either. That bunch of good-for-nothings, who are clearly nothing special, yet they put on airs of superiority, pontificating about the world. Mr. Chu, don't you feel shortchanged serving under such people? If you join our Yaoyan group, I guarantee you'll become a figure everyone reveres. No one will dare give you the cold shoulder. From now on, with our two swords united, we'll absolutely be able to stir up storms and cover the sky with a single hand in Jiling. I know Yi Shuwei was wounded by you, then killed by Yi Shuwei, who seized the opportunity. That fool never had the guts to act alone. Now I'm short on capable hands and had to hand over territory to him. If you join us, Mr. Chu, I'm certain we can expand our underground empire. From now on, there will be no Jiling 5 tigers, only the sole ruler of Jiling." Yang Yaoyan was brimming with ambition. He not only sought to openly swallow the Li group but also aimed to dominate the underground world entirely. That was why he was desperately trying to lure Chu Fan into his fold. After hearing Yang Yaoyan's grand scheme, Chu Fan snorted as if he'd heard the most ridiculous joke. "Mr. Yang, you're not exactly young anymore. How can you be so naive? Greed will only lead to your downfall. Careful you don't overeat and burst. With that, he rested his hand on the car door, seemingly ready to leave. Wait. Yang Yaoyan grabbed his sleeve, his expression sour. Mr. Chu, what does this mean? Do you look down on me? Chapter 75, Chu Fan's warning and threat. Chu Fan's eyes flashed with a piercing intensity as his aura surged outward. I detest being threatened more than anything. You kidnapped my friend, do you really expect me to treat you kindly? Mr. Yang, this isn't how things are done. A cold-blooded, ruthless bastard like you, someone who can casually abandon his own son who would truly commit to working with you? They'd likely end up with nowhere to bury their remains. I advise you not to use Wei Jingjing as a bargaining chip. This time, you feign a move, and I'll spare your life for now. But if there's a next time, it won't be so simple. Since you know He Heishui fell by my hand, you should understand the fate of those who touch my people. By rights, debts should be repaid to their rightful owners. You ordered He Heishui's death, yet I didn't come for you. That was me showing mercy, letting you off once. If you try the same trick again and insist on courting death, I'll treat you with methods far more brutal than what He Heishui endured. Don't believe me? Go ahead and try. With that, Chu Fan flung Yang Yaoyan's hand away, yanked open the car door, and stepped out without hesitation. With a warning glare, he slammed the door shut with a bang, startling Yang Yaoyan so much he shuddered. In all his years, no one had ever threatened him like this, especially not someone younger than his own son. This was something Yang Yaoyan absolutely could not tolerate. He immediately yanked open his door, leaping out of the car. Furious, he pointed a finger at Chu Fan's nose and bellowed, "Damn it! You little punk, you really want to refuse the wine and drink the punishment? You want to fight me to the bitter end?" Chu Fan sneered coldly, "Confront? If I truly wanted to unleash hell, crushing you would be as easy as squashing an ant. You're using that word far too grandly, Mr. Yang. A man's worth lies in knowing his place. I advise you not to overestimate yourself." With that, he turned and walked away without pausing for a moment. Yang Yaoyan, unable to contain his rage any longer, bellowed at his henchman, "Attack! Anyone who won't serve me is my enemy. Kill him right here." Yang Yaoyan's eyes blazed red as he descended into utter madness. The henchmen stationed outside received the order and immediately charged forward, closing in on Chu Fan and surrounding him. Chu Fan looked at the men blocking his path with an expression of utter calm. Rubbing his wrists, he said, "Are you sure you want to die for scum like this? Kill him." Hearing Chu Fan insult him again, Yang Yaoyan bellowed once more. His men wasted no time, charging forward to fight Chu Fan to the death. But these lowly minions were no match for Chu Fan. In the blink of an eye, they were beaten into a rout, crashing to the ground, wailing in pain. Seeing his men sprawled haphazardly across the ground, Yang Yaoyan's pupils contracted sharply, his mind clearing considerably. Right. This was a man who could effortlessly crush even He Heishui. How could he possibly be defeated by this bunch of nobodies? The thought sent a chill through Yang Yaoyan's body. He hurriedly pulled open the car door and scrambled back inside. Little did he know, before he could even settle in, Chu Fan, his face dark as night, strolled over step by step, having finished dealing with his men. Yang Yaoyan nearly lost his mind with fright, gripping the seatbelt tightly as anxiety gnawed at his heart. Instead of opening the door, Chu Fan placed one hand on the hood. With a single strike, the entire car suddenly lifted off the ground. After gliding through the air for a moment, it crashed upside down into the wall. Yang Yaoyan instantly went from sitting to lying flat, trapped in the narrow gap, unable to move. "You! Help! Help me!" Chu Fan walked over, waving his hand to disperse the black smoke billowing from the car. He opened the door and grabbed Yang Yaoyan's arm. Yang Yaoyan, thinking Chu Fan was about to pull him out, beamed with joy, ready to say something. But then Chu Fan raised an eyebrow, brought his palm up, and smacked it hard against Yang Yaoyan's shoulder. Yang Yaoyan's body instantly went limp. All strength seemed to drain from him, leaving him collapsed in his seat, unable to even crawl up. His lower abdomen churned violently, his chi and blood surged upward, as if his blood vessels might burst at any moment. Just as he grimaced in agony, Chu Fan spoke with a calm, detached tone, "Mr. Yang, I've infused your body with my true energy. I advise you to cease opposing the Li Group and willingly transfer all your shares in the Yao Group to Li Jinmei. I give you half a month. If you fail to comply within that time, your internal organs will explode and kill you. Try me if you don't believe it." After speaking, Chu Fan delivered a vicious kick to the car door, completely trapping Yang Yaoyan inside. Only then did he turn and stride away. Yang Yaoyan remained trapped inside the car, its alarm blaring incessantly. After a long while, it finally drew the attention of a group of parking lot attendants. Seeing oil leaking from the vehicle, the group rushed forward, scrambling to lift the person out by any means necessary. Once they pulled him out, the crowd stared in shock. It was Yang Yaoyan, chairman of Yaoyan Group. For a moment, they were utterly flustered. If they'd known it was this bastard, they wouldn't have bothered saving him. But wait, isn't this bastard the biggest rival of the Li Group? How did he end up crashing here? Moreover, the accident itself seemed bizarre. How could a car crash into a wall in a parking lot and flip completely over? The staff couldn't make heads or tails of it.
They planned to review the surveillance footage before reporting the incident to Li Zhangmei.
After carrying the man out, the staff didn't even call an ambulance.
They just tidied up the scene a bit and left Yang Yaoyan to fend for himself. The staff intended to head to the surveillance room to review the footage, only to find the cameras had been deliberately moved out of position by Yang Yaoyan's people, leaving no recording of the incident. However, as the person who attacked Yang Yaoyan was leaving, he passed by the easternmost surveillance camera.
Unfortunately, that camera was rarely used and hadn't been updated, resulting in extremely low resolution.
It only vaguely showed a human figure, unable to clearly capture even the color of the clothing. Despite having only this useless footage, old Zhang, the parking lot supervisor, steeled himself and went upstairs to report the incident to Li Zhangmei.
After hearing the account, disbelief was written all over Li Zhangmei's face.
Had it not been for old Zhang's footage as evidence, she would have suspected the young man had gone mad from watching the parking lot too long. Even Li Zhangmei was astonished by the sheer devastation at the scene. At the same time, she was intensely curious who possessed such formidable strength that they could not only take down Yang Yaoyan's gang of thugs but also flip his car? What kind of superhuman power was required to accomplish that? Finally, old Zhang showed Li Zhangmei the footage captured by the camera. After watching it, she had only 4 words to describe it. Change the surveillance camera. Though she couldn't fathom why Yang Yaoyan had ended up in this company's parking lot in the first place, or how he'd become trapped in his car, unable even to crawl out, Li Zhangmei felt no sympathy whatsoever for Yang Yaoyan. To her, it was simply karma coming back around. Thank goodness he got his comeuppance right there in the parking lot. If he'd stayed any longer, who knows what trouble he might have caused. After dismissing old Zhang, Li Zhangmei replayed the grainy footage repeatedly. The more she watched, the more familiar the outfit seemed. It closely resembled the customer service department's uniform. Combining that with the hairstyle and body proportions, Li Zhangmei instantly recognized Chu Fan. To confirm her suspicion, Li Zhangmei contacted the security team to retrieve today's parking lot surveillance footage. She needed to see exactly who had taken the elevator to the parking garage during that time. After Yang Yaoyan was carried out, he was left lying aside, completely ignored by everyone. The henchmen he'd brought along were all knocked unconscious on the ground, utterly useless.
In the end, it was Yang Yaoyan himself who, gritting his teeth against the pain, dialed the emergency number. Only then did an ambulance finally come to take him away. Lying in his hospital bed, Yang Yaoyan seethed with rage. Staring at the bandages on his hand, he gritted his teeth and growled, "Chu Fan, you really think I can't find someone tougher than you? You little bastard, just you wait. I'll make sure you pay with your life." At that moment, Yang Yaoyan was so enraged he'd completely lost his head, not giving a damn about Chu Fan's threats. He'd already had the doctor give him a full physical exam. Aside from a few fractures and scrapes, he was as healthy as a horse. No way he could drop dead in less than 2 weeks. "You little bastard, think I'm some scaredy cat? You make it sound so convincing. If not for that health check, I almost bought it. And you want me to transfer my shares to Li Zhangmei? Dream on. You bastards, just wait. I won't let this slide so easily. Li Group, get ready for a fight." Yang Yaoyan was truly furious this time. He hadn't planned to bring down the Li Group so quickly, but after this incident, he refused to wait any longer. Furious, he grabbed his phone and dialed the Wei family's number. The Wei family was one of Jinling's 4 great families, possessing profound and mysterious roots. All their wealth and prestige had been accumulated by their ancestors, though they no longer flaunted it openly. In truth, the Wei family had long sought to establish friendly relations with Yang Yaoyan. However, Yang Yaoyan knew that any partnership with the Weiss would inevitably require him to cede significant interests. Thus, he avoided them whenever possible, preferring to swallow the Li Group whole through his own efforts. But given the current situation, the Li family was growing increasingly brazen. He simply couldn't afford to wait any longer. Yang Yaoyan called a member of the Wei family. After some pleasantries, they promptly set the time and place for their meeting. Though he felt a twinge of regret over the resources he would have to share, Yang Yaoyan cared not a whit. His mind was consumed by a single thought: to make sure the Li Group and Chu Fan met their end. Chapter 76, Trouble Brewing Nearby. Back in his office, Chu Fan picked up the documents again and began reading. Zhu Dachan slumped over the desk, looking utterly bored and half dead. "Hey, brother Fan, what's so interesting about those documents anyway? They're all old stuff that's useless to us now. Why don't we go play in the escape room?" Seeing Zhu Dashang extend the invitation again, Chu Fan paused, then turned and walked over to him. Zhu Dashang, thinking Chu Fan had agreed to go out with him, immediately sat up straight, ready to leave. But then he heard Chu Fan ask, "Do you know anything about cars?" "Pretty good." Chu Fan pressed on, "Then tell me, what brand is that car emblem that looks kinda like a fluttering moth?" "Fluttering moth?" Zhu Dashang was completely baffled. He shook his head and said, "Never heard of it. Can you draw it for me?" Chu Fan nodded and sketched a rough outline on paper. After looking at it, Zhu Dachang was speechless, then said with a mix of laughter and exasperation, "Bro, what kind of eyes do you have? That's not a fluttering moth, it's an eagle. Eagle wings. That's called an Aston Martin." It's in the same league as Bentleys and such. They easily cost over $1 million. If you want a decent sports car from that brand, it could easily hit tens of millions. Oh, I see. Shu Fan pursed his lips upon hearing this. He hadn't recognized the emblem and had assumed Yang Yaoyan was driving some knockoff brand. Turns out it was ridiculously expensive, perfectly fitting for his status as a nouveau riche. When it was time to leave work, Shu Fan checked his phone repeatedly but saw no message from Li Junmei asking him to meet her downstairs. Looks like hitching a ride was out of the question today. Just as Shu Fan was about to head downstairs to hail a cab, Li Junmei came looking for him at the customer service department. On the way, Li Junmei glanced at Shu Fan and asked, seemingly offhandedly, Shu Fan, is there anything today that you should have told me but didn't? No. Shu Fan denied it without hesitation. Stop pretending. You beat up Yang Yaoyan and flipped his car, didn't you? Hearing her describe it so vividly, Shu Fan's heart skipped a beat. But convinced he hadn't left any evidence, he shook his head again. That's impossible. You're exaggerating. How strong would I have to be to flip a car? Keep pretending. The cameras didn't catch you, but I checked the elevator logs. You were the only one who went down to the underground parking garage during that time. I don't know how you flipped the car, but it was definitely no one else. Hearing Li Zhongmi state the investigation results with such certainty, Shu Fan was completely defeated. He'd only thought to avoid the underground parking lot's cameras, forgetting entirely that he shouldn't have taken the elevator in the first place. Left with no choice, Shu Fan could only rub his nose and nod in admission. Alright, I did it. Are you out of your mind? You already beat Yang Yaoyan into the hospital. How dare you? Don't you know Yang Yaoyan is notorious for being ruthless? You hit him, he'll definitely seek revenge. Plus, he's got plenty of tough guys under him who'll stop at nothing to cause you trouble. Li Junmei looked deeply concerned, convinced this was extremely serious. To her surprise, Shu Fan remained calm. It's fine. If I dared take on Yang Yaoyan, his bunch of nobodies are no problem. Li Junmei was speechless upon hearing this. She pursed her red lips and retorted irritably, do you think brute strength alone is enough? Open attacks are easy to dodge, but hidden threats are hard to guard against. You're out in the open while they lurk in the shadows. Killing you would be a piece of cake for them. It's fine. I've got ways to handle it. Don't worry. Shu Fan waved his hand dismissively, still unconcerned. Stop flattering yourself. I'm worried you'll drag me down with you. Li Junmei's voice immediately rose at his words. Her eyes darted around as she changed the subject, clearly worried about Shu Fan yet refusing to admit it. Shu Fan recognized the contradiction in her words, but he didn't press the issue. He simply nodded and said, alright. I understand. I won't do it again. Later? You better figure out how to dodge this one first. By the time they finished speaking, both had already gotten into the car. Li Junmei pressed on, by the way, why did Yang Yaoyan suddenly show up at our company parking lot? And how did you track him down? Shu Fan replied, he sent someone with a note asking me to meet him. He thinks I'm quite capable and wants to partner with me. If I agree, he'll give me a villa, a luxury car, and make me president. Yeah, right. You think I'd believe that nonsense? Li Junmei shot Shu Fan a skeptical glare, clearly dismissing his story. Shu Fan insisted earnestly, I'm not lying. Those were his exact words. Then let me ask you this, what makes him so high on you? What talent of yours caught his eye? Because I'm skilled in combat, didn't you see? I flipped that car over. Shu Fan declared with deadpan seriousness. Cut the crap. Who knows how you messed with that car? And even if he did like your skills, he's got plenty of enforcers under him. At best, he'd make you a low-level boss CEO? You've got some nerve. I'm not bragging. Shu Fan shrugged. Enough with the tall tales. I'm not buying it. Just stick to being deputy head of customer service. You owe that position to me. Anyone else wouldn't even give you the time of day. Li Zhangmei dismissed it as a joke, not taking it too seriously. Back at the Li family mansion, right after dinner, Li Zhonghua called Shu Fan over to play chess with him again. During the game, Su Chunli changed into different clothes, seemingly preparing to go for a stroll. Upon seeing this, Li Zhonghua quickly called out to her. Old lady, you're not going out today. Su Chunli looked puzzled. Huh? Why? I already made plans with my old friends to go for a walk by the river. Oh dear, don't go. Things haven't been peaceful around here lately. Security in the villa area sent me a message saying it's best not to go out after dark. Your friends probably got the message too. Tell them to stay in. Su Chunli was always grumpy, but Li Zhonghua's unusually firm stance left her no choice. She pouted and stormed back to her room. Shu Fan was curious about the situation and casually asked what was going on. Li Zhonghua couldn't really explain it either. He just followed whatever the security team said. This sort of thing happened every few days, and everyone had gotten used to it. As they chatted, Li Zhonghua began discussing the various factions in Jinling. Don't be fooled by how flashy the Li group looks on the outside. Sure, many know our name, but truth be told, we're practically at the bottom of the wealthy circle. The real aristocratic families are those who've been here since the Song dynasty, true dynasties like the Weiss and the Tangs. But these families are incredibly secretive. We can't even reach out to them. Otherwise, if they ever decided to act, both our Li group and that Yang Yaoan would be finished. Hearing Li Zhengguo's musings, Chu Fan finally grasped the meaning of "there's always someone better out there." Perhaps because tonight was destined to be restless, Li Zhengguo only played chess with Chu Fan for an hour before dismissing everyone to their rooms for the night. Meanwhile, outside an estate not far from the Li residence, Fan Jian, responsible for security in the nearby villa district, paced back and forth with his men, his entire demeanor radiating tension. "Captain, why don't you head back and get some rest? We've got this covered here." "No way." Hearing his subordinate's suggestion, Fan Jian refused without hesitation. "Stop flattering me. Tonight's security is critical. No one dares slack off. If anything happens to old Master Tang, none of us will survive." After speaking, Fan Jian resumed his patrol inside the estate. Moments later, he arrived at the living room to report. Upon entering, he saw an elderly man with snow-white hair seated upright. Attending to the old man were a man and a woman. This elder was Tang Xuanzan, the patriarch of the Tang family, the very aristocratic clan Li Zhengguo had mentioned. The man and woman flanking him were his son, Tang Gosan, and his daughter-in-law. After entering, Fan Jian bowed to the three of them and reported solemnly, "Reporting to Elder Tang and Mr. Tang, everything has been arranged. Special personnel are stationed at all intersections, and all nearby residents have been notified not to go out tonight." Tang Xuanzan nodded upon hearing this. "Captain Fan, we've troubled you several times this year." "Not at all. It's our duty," Fan Jian replied promptly. Tang Gosan waved his hand, signaling Fan Jian to withdraw. He then turned to Tang Xinzan and said, "Father, you really needn't worry so much. This security team is renowned for excellence, they've never made a mistake. Captain Fan's men are all capable soldiers. Not even a fly will get in today." Despite his son's reassurance, Tang Xuanzan still felt uneasy. As one of Jinling's long-established families, the Tangs had maintained a low profile in recent years. Yet despite this, the number of those coveting their family's vast wealth and influence hadn't diminished in the slightest. Even with security measures perfected to the utmost, they still received death threats from time to time. This time, it was a premeditated assassination. The threat had been delivered a week prior, specifying today as the execution date. Moreover, the threat extended beyond Tang Xuanzan. It also targeted Tang Gosan. The previous assassins were all subdued by Fan Jian and his men. It remains to be seen whether this streak of good fortune will continue. Chapter 77, The Tang Family's Plea for Help. As the night deepened, shadowy figures shifted outside the window. Whether patrolmen or assassins had arrived remained unclear. Suddenly, shouts erupted outside the window. The security guard stationed there yelled frantically, his words a chaotic jumble impossible to make out. Before anyone could process what was happening, the commotion at the entrance ceased. Then the alarm blared. The guard who had greeted Fan Jian earlier lay collapsed in a pool of blood. Hearing the alarm, Fan Jian immediately rushed to the outer door, coming face to face with the assassin attempting to enter. "You audacious criminal! Surrender immediately!" Fan Jian, weapon in hand, fixed the assailant with a fierce stare, silently gritting his teeth, ready to strike at any moment. The assassin, however, showed no regard for Fan Jian. Ignoring his warning entirely, he launched a flying kick straight at him. Caught off guard by the assassin's lightning speed, Fan Jian sidestepped the blow only to find the attacker feinting east while striking west. The assassin slipped past Fan Jian's turn and vanished into the house. By the time Fan Jian regained his senses and tried to pursue, the assassin's accomplice had already pounced, pinning Fan Jian to the spot. Simultaneously, the inner door was kicked open. Tang Gosan trembled in terror, staring in astonishment at the man who had burst in. His legs shook violently, his face drained of color. Tang Xuanzan narrowed his eyes, sizing up the assassin before gesturing with his hand, inviting him to approach. "Have a seat and talk." "Ha! Old man, you gotta be kidding me. I'm here to kill you, not chat. Got any last words? Hurry up, my blade moves fast." The assassin was utterly confident, convinced that with Fan Jian out of the way, eliminating this family would be child's play. Tang Xuanzan pursed his lips, feigning calmness. "Well then." Just as Tang Xuanzan was racking his brain to stall for time, Fan Jian, covered in blood, wrestled free from the assassin's companion and staggered into the room, blocking the assassin's path. "I won't let you succeed." The assassin roared with laughter. "Ha! How utterly ridiculous. Look at yourself, you're barely clinging to life. And you think you can protect this old man? I'll protect old Tang even if it kills me." Fan Jian pointed his weapon at the assassin, then turned to Tang Xuanzan. "Old Tang, there's a Li family residence 5 minutes walk from here. I'll hold this bastard off. You must flee there immediately. I heard from a friend that the master who defeated He Heishui is at the Li residence. With his protection, you'll be safe." Tang Xuanzan knew this was a moment of life and death urgency. Without asking further questions, he hurriedly grabbed his son and daughter-in-law and fled through the gate. Though the assassin had brought numerous accomplices, Fan Jian had likewise arranged for reinforcements along the route. Minutes later, the Tang family of 3 arrived at the Li residence, trembling with fear.
At that moment, Chu Fan had just come downstairs to pour himself a glass of water, intending to drink it before going to bed. Suddenly, he saw a blinding car headlight flash across the window, followed by the sharp screech of brakes as a vehicle came to a halt at the entrance. Then came the sound of hurried footsteps and labored breathing, a sound so distressing it felt like the heart was about to leap out of one's chest. Chu Fan felt something was off. Recalling Li Zhongguo's earlier words, he suspected someone might be targeting the Li family. With caution, he approached the door, opened it, and prepared to demand an explanation. "Who are you?" No sooner had Chu Fan spoken than the elderly man before him seized his hand. "We've come to pay our respects to Mr. Chu. Is he here?" That's me. But we haven't met before, have we?" Chu Fan looked utterly astonished. He never imagined anyone would come to the Li residence seeking him out. "We don't know each other, but could we ask for your protection? Once this matter is resolved, whatever you desire, wealth, honor, anything we shall provide." Tango-san, unable to think of any other way to persuade Chu Fan, resorted to offering empty promises. Chu Fan had no desire to meddle in such affairs, but upon studying the old man's features, he didn't seem like a villain. His kind, benevolent face even carried a hint of chivalry, clearly a man who'd done his share of good deeds in life. "All right then. Since you've come this far." Before Chu Fan could finish speaking, the assassins who had been following Tango-san's car swarmed in. Seeing them about to storm into the Li family compound, Chu Fan quickly pushed old Master Tang aside and stepped forward alone to confront them. The 3 Tang family members trembled, clutching each other tightly as they watched Chu Fan's frail figure with worry. "Dad, do you really think he can handle this? He looks even frailier than I do. Trust those you employ, and never doubt them. It's rare this young man agreed to shelter us. If he truly fails, then it must be our fate to die." Alas! Overhearing their conversation, Chu Fan turned and offered them a calm smile. "You two needn't worry. These shrimp soldiers and crab generals are no match for me. Hey, behind you!" As Chu Fan turned to address the trio, the assassins charged forward, weapons raised. Without a word, they swung directly at his head. Tang Xuanzan's daughter-in-law was startled and shrieked a warning to Chu Fan. But Chu Fan didn't even turn his head, treating it as nothing out of the ordinary. With a casual flick of his wrist, he seized the assassin's arm. With a light twist, a sharp crack echoed as the assassin's wrist snapped clean off. Chu Fan gripped the assassin's wrist, using his body as a shield. The machete in the assassin's hand became Chu Fan's weapon. The whistling wind combined with the sharp sound of the blade descending sent chills down the spine, yet strangely, it also brought a sense of exhilarating satisfaction. Of course, the Tang family's sense of satisfaction stemmed from the fact that with each swift swing of Chu Fan's blade, the assassins were knocked to the ground, knocked unconscious, and rendered incapable of fighting back. Tang Xuanzan and his son and daughter-in-law stood by, both shocked and delighted, scarcely believing that this frail, slender young man possessed such extraordinary prowess. It seemed Fan Jian had been right. Anyone capable of single-handedly taking down He Heishui and his elite henchmen was undoubtedly a top-tier master. As the last assassin was about to be struck down by Chu Fan, Tango-san quickly piped up in a weak voice. "Master, please show mercy. We wish to interrogate him." "Oh." Chu Fan agreed readily. He held back, nearly striking the assassin's head with the flat of his blade, sending him into a dazed stupor, unable to move. Tango-san helped his father forward to express gratitude, but Chu Fan pointed at the fallen assassins on the ground. "I didn't kill them. Have your people dispose of them quietly? Don't cause a big commotion." Seeing Chu Fan so calm and composed, not even breathing heavily, the family of 3 was once again utterly amazed. "Thank you, Mr. Chu, for saving us. We will never forget this kindness." Chu Fan countered, "How did you find me?" "To be honest, our security chief investigated you and learned you were the one who took out He Heishui. That's why we came seeking your help." News travels fast, doesn't it? Chu Fan felt a headache coming on at this. While there was nothing to deny, as a man with a criminal record, he did worry about the truth coming out. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let He Heishui handle it in the first place. Tango-san sensed Chu Fan's thoughts and quickly interjected, "No, Mr. Chu, it's not that the news spread widely. To be perfectly honest, our family's information network is quite extensive in Jinling, which is how we found out." "I see. Well, I've already taken care of this matter for you. Now, you should return whence you came. Next time, don't come looking for me so rashly. I'm merely staying here temporarily, and you're disturbing the host's life too much." Chu Fan had agreed to help earlier not because he sought anything in return, but because Tang Xuanzan had a kind face, and he didn't want to see a good person killed for no reason. Now that the matter was settled, he promptly issued his order to leave, unwilling to alert Li Zhongguo and the others. Chapter 78, one side in shock, the other plotting. Tang Xuanzan was stunned. Could Chu Fan truly be so detached, not even caring about the mountains of gold and silver his son had promised? "Mr. Chu, today's sudden visit was truly unavoidable. We will be more careful in the future, rest assured."
We will handle this matter properly and ensure no one disturbs your life. Chu Fan observed their distinguished attire, polished demeanor, and expensive-looking vehicle, surmising they were high-ranking officials. Enmities between rivals were no laughing matter. One misstep could drag him deep into the fray. He urged them to leave promptly. Before leaving, Tango-san pulled a business card from his pocket and handed it to Chu Fan. "Mr. Chu," he said, "tonight was rushed, and I didn't have time to prepare a proper gift. Please take this card. If you ever need anything, just give me a call. I'll do everything in my power to help." Chu Fan looked at Tango-san, whose bloodstains hadn't even been wiped clean from his face, and suddenly found it rather amusing. Perhaps this was the lingering grace of nobility. Even in such a state, he could still maintain such polite decorum. It was hard to say whether it was a sign of refinement or sheer stubbornness. "As long as you can ensure you won't be hunted down again and come to me for help, that will suffice as thanks." Clearly, Chu Fan didn't take the Tang family trio seriously at all. If anything, he thought they were putting on airs. Chu Fan turned and entered the main gate. Within minutes, Fan Jian arrived with his men, whisking away the Tang family trio. They also thoroughly cleaned up the Li family's entrance, leaving not a trace behind. Only when the area was completely quiet did Chu Fan enter the house. Just as he was about to head upstairs, he heard Li Jinmei standing at the top of the stairs, complaining, "Chu Fan, where are you off to again in the middle of the night? Why are you always trying to sneak out?" Li Jinmei's sudden outburst genuinely startled Chu Fan. He explained, "I wasn't out causing trouble. I heard a noise at the gate and went to check. Turns out it was just a car passing by. False alarm. Put. I think Grandpa's words got to you. You're seeing ghosts everywhere. This has happened several times before. Security keeps telling everyone not to go out at night, but nothing ever happens. You'll get used to it after living here a while." Watching Li Jinmei's nonchalant demeanor, Chu Fan could only chuckle awkwardly, ultimately keeping the truth to himself. Otherwise, if Li Jinmei had witnessed the earlier scene of bodies strewn everywhere, she would have been scared to death. Fan Jian brought the captured assassins back to the Tang family mansion. Upon examination, he discovered their wrist bones had all been snapped cleanly. The fractures were unusually precise, not the result of being wrenched apart, but rather as if shattered by a powerful surge of qi. As a martial artist himself, Fan Jian understood how incredibly difficult it was to achieve such power. It seemed Chu Fan truly lived up to his reputation, perhaps even surpassing the rumors. The Tango-san family sat on the sofa, sipping hot tea and reflecting on the night's harrowing events. What struck them most profoundly was the terrifying skill of that young man, Chu Fan. When we first saw that young man, he looked so frail and weak, we never imagined he possessed such hidden depth. I mean, we'd never heard of such a formidable warrior before. Looks like the Li family is about to rise to prominence. That doesn't add up. The Li family was indeed on a roll 2 years ago, but I heard Li Zhongguo's health took a turn for the worse recently. The younger generation is locked in fierce infighting, and the Yao group has been eyeing them like a predator these days. Where would they find the energy to recruit such a top talent?" No sooner had Tango-san finished speaking than his wife chimed in, "Exactly. Last month's gathering at the villa complex was hosted at their place, and Mr. Chu wasn't even there yet." Hearing his son and daughter-in-law's words, Tang Xuanzan also sensed something fishy. Stroking his chin, he instructed, "If that's the case, then investigate thoroughly. Given the circumstances, the Li group shouldn't be underestimated. If Mr. Chu truly becomes their trusted advisor, then we should reciprocate their favor and extend some consideration to the Li family. But whatever you do, keep this low-key. Mr. Chu specifically warned us not to broadcast this around. You know how to handle things discreetly, right?" Tang Xuanzan was extremely cautious, fearing the slightest misstep might displease Chu Fan. "Rest assured, Dad, I'll handle it." Tango-san readily agreed. He too felt immense gratitude toward Chu Fan and hoped to forge a connection with him. After all, assassins had been targeting them with increasing frequency in recent years. Living in constant flight was no sustainable solution. If they could enlist Chu Fan's protection, this limbo between life and death could finally end. Little did Chu Fan know at that moment that the family he had inadvertently helped tonight was none other than the Tang family, the very ones Li Zhongguo had spoken of as being beyond their reach. Chu Fan paid no mind to the business card Tango-san had given him. After returning to his room, he tossed it carelessly into a drawer without even glancing at it. Had anyone discovered that Chu Fan had received the Tang family scion's business card yet treated it with such utter disregard, they would have lamented his wastefulness with bitter reproach. Fan Jian, having witnessed Chu Fan's formidable abilities, was utterly stunned. Truly, there were always people more skilled than him, and the sky was limitless. When he first saw the investigation results, he found it hard to believe. If he hadn't been completely out of options this time, he never would have asked the Tang family to seek out Chu Fan. He'd thought of it as a last-ditch effort, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be a pleasant surprise. Chu Fan wasn't just exceptionally strong, he was terrifyingly powerful. Fan Jian pondered this as he interrogated the assassin. The assassins who had come to kill, though they had issued a warning and provocation beforehand, refused to reveal who had sent them.
they were stubbornly tight-lipped. As the night deepened and all decent folk retired to rest, few knew that amidst Jinling's neon-lit, bustling streets, rats from the sewers were gathering for a secret meeting.
These rats were none other than Yang Yaoyan and the Wei brothers Wei Debao and Wei Xiaobao. As one of the four great families, the Weis held unparalleled power in Jinling.
The two brothers shared an exceptionally close bond. While feuding among siblings was common in such prominent clans, the Weis were an exception.
The reason?
Though publicly presented as brothers 13 years apart, Wei Debao and Wei Xiaobao were in fact father and son.
Though not common knowledge, whispers of this aristocratic secret circulated throughout the city.
Yang Yaoyan had initially considered sowing discord between the brothers to prevent the Weis from stripping him bare afterward. Yet after investigating, the truth left him wide-eyed, forcing him to abandon his scheme. He obediently invited both men out together.
Wei Debao and Wei Xiaobao had invested considerable effort to win Yang Yaoyan over, but the shrewd young man saw through their intentions immediately and refused to take the bait.
This time, however, they finally caught their chance.
The moment Yang Yaoyan called, the two rushed over, elated. During the meeting, Wei Debao even pounded his chest and promised, "Mr. Yang, you can rest assured. It's just a minorly family. Dealing with them is child's play for our Wei family. You should have come to us sooner."
Seeing Wei Debao's contemptuous attitude, Yang Yaoyan quickly cautioned, "Mr. Wei, we can't afford to be so careless.
The Li group isn't what it used to be, they're much tougher to deal with now.
They've taken in a son-in-law named Xu Fan, who's incredibly powerful. Even Yi Heishui fell at his hands. If I had capable men at my disposal, I wouldn't be helpless against him and wouldn't have sought you out."
"Oh? Is that so?"
Wei Debao tapped his index finger on the table a few times, frowning as he replied, "I know that Yi Heishui under your command.
How could he have fallen into someone else's trap so easily? If that's the case, then we really need to make some arrangements." Yang Yaoyan knew immediately that Wei Debao was trying to squeeze him for money,
and quickly changed the subject, but Xu Fan isn't the most troublesome one. No matter how skilled he is, he's still just a freeloader. If we can find a way to crush the Li group until they can't lift their heads or catch their breath, and then swallow them whole, he'll become a stray dog with no real threat.
"Mr. Yang, you're truly astute.
Very well, we'll proceed as you suggest. To demonstrate our sincerity, the Wei family will help you take down the Li family within a month."
"Please don't forget your promise, Mr. Yang."
"That goes without saying.
As long as the Wei family fulfills my wishes, I, Yang Yaoyan, will never be ungrateful." "Excellent. Here's to a fruitful partnership." Wei Debao raised his wine glass in a toast to Yang Yaoyan, a mischievous grin playing at the corners of his mouth.
Clearly, he already had a plan in mind.
Chapter 79, Joint Bank Debt Collection. The Li family had no idea what devastating blow awaited them at daybreak. The next morning at breakfast, Su Chuanli grumbled at Li Zhonghua, "See? The bold get fat while the timid starve. I was the only one who didn't go to yesterday's gathering, and nothing happened. You're just overreacting.
Honestly, we shouldn't listen to the security guys anymore, they're always jumping to conclusions and scaring people."
Li Zhonghua shook his head. "I don't think so. Maybe something did happen, and we just don't know about it. Better safe than sorry.
Several important figures live near this villa complex.
We should still be cautious."
Su Chuanli rolled her eyes.
"This is such a pain.
We moved here thinking we could build connections with these neighbors, but now we're not getting any benefits.
Instead, we're constantly getting dragged into their messes. It's driving me crazy."
Li Zhonghua said nothing in response to Su Chuanli's complaints, silently placing the peeled eggs into a bowl in the kitchen.
"Grandpa, you're so biased. If he gets to eat, I want some too."
Li Xiang immediately started pouting, and the atmosphere at the table finally eased a bit. After breakfast, Li Zhenmei took Xu Fan to work. The moment they stepped out the door, Li Zhonghua grinned and asked Li Xiang, "Xiang, are you satisfied with your brother-in-law?"
Li Xiang pursed her lips and replied, "What does it matter if I'm satisfied?
The key is whether he treats my sister well."
"You've got a point there. But I think Xu Fan is quite reliable.
There's a seriousness in his eyes and expression.
I don't make mistakes about people.
If your sister really ends up with him, she'll be very fortunate."
Li Zhonghua chuckled. "Hope they move things along quickly. I'd love to welcome another little life into the Li family before I kick the bucket, ha." Li Xiang looked utterly speechless. This isn't pig farming, how could it happen that fast?
After arriving at the office, Xu Fan started another day of goofing off. But barely had he settled into his seat when Jiang Xiaolan, who'd gone to the break room to make coffee, rushed back in. Slamming the office door shut, she announced to everyone with a look of panic, "Oh my god, Brother Fan, Brother Zhu, we might be losing our jobs."
"Ha?"
Qin Shou and the others immediately gathered around, asking Jiang Xiaolan what gossip she'd overheard in the break room. Jiang Xiaolan gathered everyone close, lowered her voice, and said mysteriously, "I was just chatting with little Lu from the finance department in the break room when their manager came in with a stern look. He said some auditors from the bank had arrived and told little Lu to hurry back."
Xu Fan looked at Jiang Xiaolan strangely and said, "That's it? Isn't it normal for the bank to audit?" "Of course it's not normal.
Before Jiang Xiaolan could respond, Zhu Dashan, Qin Shou, and the others adopted expressions of extreme anxiety, as if facing a major crisis.
What's with all of you acting like ants on a hot pan? What's going on? Chu Fan, unaware of the underlying issues, could only ask these unreliable fellows in disbelief. Bro, you don't know the deal. Bank audits are routine, but they usually happen on fixed dates each quarter. Right now, we're in the middle of nowhere. Why would they audit us at this time? Normally, if they show up outside the scheduled window, there's only one explanation: the company's cash flow has dried up, and the bank's here to collect. But they can't openly demand repayment without justification, so they pretend it's an audit, just looking for any excuse to crack down on us. Last quarter we just secured a 300 million yuan loan from the bank to purchase land. But cash flow has slowed recently, and with preparations for the Wanbao project underway, money's been flowing out like water. We haven't managed to save any. If the bank starts aggressively demanding repayment now, the company will inevitably go bankrupt. Unless we secure new financing or someone is willing to lend us money, the situation looks dire. This really is seeing the bigger picture through small details. Chu Fan thought it was just a routine audit, never imagining it concealed so much terrifying information. You guys seem to know quite a bit, but I don't think you need to worry. After all, Mr. Li has been in a good mood these past few days, and company operations should be running smoothly. We're just low-level employees, just focus on your own work. Despite Chu Fan's reassurances, the others remained uneasy. The entire morning, the atmosphere in the customer service department felt off. Chu Fan told them they were worrying needlessly, but deep down, he couldn't help but feel concerned about Li Jinmei too. Meanwhile, upon receiving the news, Li Jinmei's brows furrowed. She hurried out to investigate but was intercepted by Li Huihui before even reaching the finance department's door. Li Huihui approached with fierce intensity, her gaze piercingly sharp, clearly here to confront her. Li Jinmei, you never have a day without stirring up trouble. What foolish thing have you done this time? Rongsheng Bank has always maintained excellent relations with us. Just last month, they approved a substantial loan for us. How could they suddenly change their tune today, showing up with cold faces to audit my accounts and demanding immediate repayment? Spill it. Who did you offend this time? Or is it that good-for-nothing husband of yours causing trouble again? Li Huihui was genuinely furious this time. Though she secretly hoped Li Jinmei would cause trouble to pave her own way up. But this incident was nothing short of a catastrophe for the company. One misstep could send the entire Li group into bankruptcy and restructuring, leaving her with nothing but an empty shell. How could Li Huihui not be furious? Upon hearing that bank officials were auditing the accounts, Li Jinmei had a vague sense of foreboding, but she never imagined the situation would be this dire. The blood drained from her face as she listened to Li Huihui's words, staring back in sheer terror. You mean this is real? Don't play dumb with me. Get out of my way. With matters so urgent, Li Jinmei had no time to indulge Li Huihui's tantrum. Her face tense, she hurried to the finance department. Sure enough, the representative from Rongsheng Bank was already flipping through the ledgers with a cold expression. Before Li Jinmei could step forward to greet him, several other bank employees dressed in suits and ties walked in from outside. Though they clearly worked at different banks, today they seemed to have coordinated their visits, all arriving at the Li Group's finance department at once to audit the accounts. Li Jinmei had no time to react, forcing herself to greet them all. The most crucial figure among them was undoubtedly Pang Zhan, the representative from Rongsheng Bank. Rongsheng Bank was the Li Group's largest creditor. The other bank's loans were relatively small, and with some creative financial juggling, repayment was manageable. But if Pang Zhan insisted on immediate repayment, the Li Group would be finished. Mr. Pang, why the sudden visit today? Didn't you review all our company's accounts last month? Wait. Before Li Jinmei could finish, Pang Zhan raised his hand to interrupt her. Ms. Li, let's be straightforward. I won't beat around the bush. Regardless of how well your accounts are managed, repay the hundreds of millions owed to our company today. Hearing this, Li Jinmei's heart skipped a beat. She immediately put on a forced smile and said, Representative Pang, we had such a pleasant discussion earlier. Why this sudden change? Pang Zhan had indeed come on an assignment, but he genuinely held high hopes for Li Jinmei, otherwise he wouldn't have helped approve such a large loan. His eyes darted around as he casually remarked, there's always a reason behind things. As for what that reason is, I can't disclose it. But most of these visiting colleagues share the same objective as me. Mr. Li, you're a seasoned businessman. I won't elaborate further, but we simply can't refuse this money. Mr. Pang, why are you being so nice to her? Careful, someone might get upset if they hear this. Mr. Li, we don't want to make things difficult for you, but if we don't, others will make things difficult for us. I've made myself clear enough. We're all just working people. Have a little pity on us and pay back the money. That's right, Mr. Li. We've enjoyed a smooth partnership over the years. If you can resolve this trouble in the future, we'd certainly be willing to work with you again. But this time, it's truly impossible. The crowd chattered away, each voice hinting at someone pulling strings behind the scenes. Li Jinmei felt her head spin with frustration, yet she was utterly powerless. Among the bank employees demanding repayment was a man named Langrun.
He was Jean Buju's cousin and the most aggressive of the debt collectors, practically wanting to plaster the repayment slip over Li Jinmei's eyes to make her sign. Seeing Li Jinmei's flustered state, he secretly snapped a photo and sent it to Jean Buku. Jean Buku burst into laughter upon seeing it and shared the photo with Jean Taeyang. Kim Sun-tae was equally delighted, reveling in her misfortune.
Serves them right.
They had the nerve to challenge us after just 2 days of good fortune.
They must have forgotten their place. This is definitely Mr. Yang dealing with them and he's doing it well. Ha!
Chapter 80, When trouble comes, everyone scatters.
At the Li Group headquarters. The die was cast.
Li Zhangmei knew that no amount of pleading now would sway these bank clerks. Since pressure had been applied from above, she can only seek a solution from the source of that pressure. Fighting back tears, she forced a smile and addressed the crowd, "Everyone, please calm down.
I understand.
I will repay this money as soon as possible. Put down your demand notices. Within 3 days, I will transfer all the funds to you."
Ms. Li, honestly.
Before Peng Zhan could add anything, Langrun stepped forward with an air of superiority, his face cold as he declared, "I can't wait that long.
Our bank president said this payment must be settled before the end of the workday today. Our bank feels the same way." Li Jinmei looked at the remaining bank employees, their faces etched with difficulty and apology. She took a deep breath and finally nodded, "All right, I understand.
I'll do my best to gather the money before the end of the day.
Please go now."
Though she spoke these words, Li Jinmei knew deep down she had no way of coming up with that amount.
How could she possibly come up with hundreds of millions of dollars in a single day? Even a magic money tree wouldn't be fast enough.
She had been confidently planning to secure Wanbao's project next month and make a big splash, but now it was uncertain whether the company could even survive until then. If she really had to repay the money today, she feared she'd have to file for bankruptcy tomorrow. The thought alone made her head throb painfully. Rubbing her temples, she racked her brain for a solution but came up empty. Finding hundreds of millions in funding to fill this gap within a single day was practically an impossible mission.
Moreover, news of the bank's debt collection had spread like wildfire. By now, half of Jinling's business community probably knew about it. Under these circumstances, who would be foolish enough to lend them money? Even if someone wanted to help, they might not have the funds available. The number of wealthy families in all of Jinling capable of mobilizing hundreds of millions in cash within a single day could be counted on one hand. Apart from the established 4 great families, no one possesses such immense resources. Li Jinmei initially suspected Li Huihui was behind this mess again, but now it was clear Li Huihui simply didn't have the clout. Besides, no matter how foolish she might be, she wouldn't deliberately wreck the company. The one with the power to utterly destroy the Li Group must be Yang Yaoyan. Or someone even more powerful than Yang Yaoyan. Otherwise, it simply couldn't be done.
Returning to her office like a zombie, Li Zhangmei slumped over her desk, feeling her heart sink. Just then, a call came in. It was Peng Zhan, the same man whose face had been etched with apology moments ago.
With so many people present, Peng Zhan couldn't say much to Li Jinmei.
Now back in his car, he could finally share some information with her.
"Ms. Li, it's me." Li Jinmei asked, her voice tinged with both anger and despair. "What on earth is going on?"
"Your bank. Ms. Li, I truly admire you and believe you can build the Li Group into a powerful enterprise.
But why on earth would you provoke the Wei family?" Peng Zhan's words confirmed Li Jinmei's suspicions. The force targeting them was indeed a far more formidable entity. The Wei family? I haven't offended them. I'm not even acquainted with anyone from that family, hardly even met them. Li Jinmei was utterly baffled, having no clue why the Wei family would target her.
If even Li Jinmei was clueless, Peng Zhan, merely an executor, was even more in the dark. He could only advise her, "Ms. Li, I'm an outsider and don't know the full story. But when you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. The 4 great families of Jinling aren't foes we can afford to provoke. If you still want to salvage this, you might as well swallow your pride and reach out to them. Find out exactly where things went wrong. After all, you don't have much time left. I have high hopes for you, but at most I can only delay this debt of several hundred million until tomorrow. Beyond that, I can't help you further. I have a family to support too." Hearing Peng Zhan's words, Li Jinmei wept uncontrollably. "I'm deeply moved you've gone this far. Thank you for your leniency. I'll find a solution as soon as possible. Goodbye." Li Jinmei hung up the phone, her voice choked with emotion. She couldn't fathom what she'd done wrong. Why couldn't even one thing go smoothly? Every day at work brought new challenges, with internal and external troubles never ceasing. She had never even interacted with the Wei family, yet now she was on the brink of bankruptcy because of their words. How could this be fair? When the influence of the 4 great families was involved, Li Jinmei knew this was no longer something she could handle alone. Wiping away her tears, she immediately called Su Chuanli. Su Chuanli had just left the hospital and was driving to the company. Hearing this thunderbolt of a news, her blood pressure shot up instantly. She pulled the car over to the side of the road and remained silent for a long time. Just as Li Jinmei grew anxious, fearing something had happened to Su Chunli's voice came through hoarsely.
I'm heading back immediately. Convene an emergency board meeting right away. I'll call the Wei family shortly to find out what's going on.
After hanging up, Su Chunli realized her unusual kindness toward Li Jinmei stemmed from knowing blaming her would be futile. The situation was beyond mere recrimination. If mishandled, her father's life's work could be destroyed. Su Chunli stepped out of the car, took a few deep breaths, and pulled out her phone to call Wei Debao. However, after several attempts, no one answered. Finally, the call simply showed busy, clearly indicating she had been blocked. Seeing this, Su Chunli instantly realized he was deliberately avoiding her. With no other choice, she had to return to the company first. After the notice went out, all the shareholders had gathered in the conference room. Each wore a grave expression, looking ready to confront someone. Li Er and Li Huihui, in particular, glared at her with such intensity they seemed ready to tear her limb from limb. After a deathly silence, Li Huihui took the lead, slamming her documents onto the table and demanding at the top of her voice, "Why has our company been plagued by constant turmoil since you became chairman?
Now the bank is demanding repayment.
They'd rather forego interest than continue our loan agreement.
This is highly unusual. You must have caused trouble outside again."
The other shareholders echoed Li Huihui's outburst, demanding to know what had happened. Li Jinmei was rendered speechless. Pale-faced, she stammered, "Everyone, please calm down. I only learned about this matter today myself."
As for what exactly happened? What are you doing? Trying to dodge responsibility? As the company president, you don't even know why this happened? Is this how you take responsibility for the company? The company's current liquid assets total only 300 million yuan, not even enough to cover our debts. We were counting on this money to bid for the Wanbao project next month. What are you going to do now? Are you planning to file for bankruptcy? Everyone understands that once the bank demands repayment, the debt must be settled. Even if the company refuses to pay, the bank has means to enforce collection. When that happens, it won't just be the company accounts affected. These shareholders will be listed as debtors too, and even their personal accounts will be frozen. These shareholders had counted on the company to make them money. Now, not only are they not earning anything, but they're also losing their own investments. Naturally, they're all furious, practically ready to pounce on Li Jinmei and tear her apart. Faced with their relentless accusations, Li Jinmei could only apologize. She had no other solution. Lu Chuxue, one of the shareholders, was infuriated by Li Jinmei's timidity. He slammed his fist on the table and declared, "Since you can't resolve this mess, I'm out. Buy back my shares at market price. Your Li Group is going bankrupt anyway. You might as well return our money now to avoid losing everything and having the bank come after us." Exactly. We've partnered for years. Sure, we've made good money off you, but that's our investment return. Ever since you took over, the company's been one disaster after another, no peace in sight. We'd already lost faith in you. This is the perfect chance to part ways cleanly. I'm pulling out too. These shareholders, already incited by Li Huihui, harbored deep resentment toward Li Jinmei. Now that they heard the company was facing bankruptcy, they were even less willing to weather the storm alongside her. Seeing the situation escalate, Li Er added fuel to the fire. "If you don't have the right tools, don't take on the job. Now look what you've done, ruined us all. Grandma, don't blame us for not sticking with our own family. With Li Jinmei running the company into the ground like this, we want out too." Whenever the company faced trouble before, Li Huihui had always gloated, seeing it as her chance to rise. But now, with the company facing a life or death crisis, she knew she lacked the ability to turn things around. Her only hope was that her family's money wouldn't go down the drain. Hearing even her own son and granddaughter wanted to pull out of the company, Su Chunli's blood pressure shot up instantly. Veins bulging on her forehead, she glared at the two and snapped coldly, "What nonsense are you two spouting? Mom, Huihui isn't talking nonsense. We've already discussed this. Since the company can't keep going anyway, why not let Li Jinmei take full responsibility for this mess? Su Zong has already agreed to give us the commercial street project. So Huihui and I will start our own business, take on that project, and maybe even find a way to make up for our family's losses." Why not? Li Er's calculations were spot on. Exactly, Grandma. Even blood brothers need to keep clear accounts. Li Jinmei single-handedly ruined the company. Shouldn't we all go down with her? Li Huihui spoke with righteous indignation, not sensing anything amiss. Lu Chuxue's eyes lit up upon hearing their conversation. He immediately leaned in, his eyes brimming with hope. "Old Li, are you really going to start your own company?" "Absolutely. Once all shareholders here withdraw their investments, those who still trust me, Li Er, can transfer those funds to my company. It'll help Li Jinmei make up for your losses a little." Li Er chuckled. "You." Staring at the brazen Li Er, Su Chunli was so furious she felt a heart attack coming on. She never imagined her own son could be such an ungrateful bastard. Not only did he refuse to help the company weather the storm, but now he was actively undermining it.
Watching Li Er rally support and sway the majority of shareholders present, Li Jinmei felt utterly crushed, her face drained of color. The world bustles with people coming for profit and throngs with people going for profit. Even longtime partners who'd worked together for years couldn't escape the fate of parting ways when money and interests were at stake.
Chapter 81, Timely Rain.
While the meeting room was tense with the scene of a tree falling and its monkeys scattering, things weren't peaceful in the customer service department either. Zhang Xiaolan, the ultimate gossip queen and social butterfly, had infiltrated every department in the company.
She hadn't rested all morning, frantically gathering information everywhere. The more she dug, the more certain she became that layoffs were imminent.
Xu Dachang pondered for a moment before casually sending a message to his grandfather, intending to verify the truth of the matter. However, there was no response from the other end, which only deepened his anxiety. Knowing his grandfather's temperament, if nothing were amiss, the old man would have called immediately, giving Xu Dachang an earful instead of just reading the message without replying. Observing his anxious colleagues, Xu Fan remained surprisingly composed. He trusted Li Jinmei's capabilities. Just as he was about to speak up to calm his flustered colleagues, a call came in on his phone. Seeing the unfamiliar number, Xu Fan felt a pang of unease.
He stood up and stepped into the hallway to answer the call. Hello? Who is this? A respectful voice came from the other end. Mr. Chu, this is Tango-san. We met last night.
Xu Fan wasn't surprised that Tang Gaozan had managed to get his number. He had already sensed their extraordinary status yesterday. Obtaining his number would have been effortless.
It's like this, Mr. Chu. I shouldn't be disturbing you like this, but the situation is urgent. I feel I must inform you. The reason Tang Gaozan was calling Chu Fan with such urgency was that during his investigation into Chu Fan and the Li family, he discovered the Wei family had joined forces with Yang Yaoyan to completely destroy the Li group. If he didn't get through to Chu Fan immediately to help turn the tide, the Li group might not even survive until the end of the day on its own strength. By tomorrow's market open, Li group's stock price would plummet to rock bottom. What's so urgent? Tell me.
At this moment, Chu Fan remained unaware that disaster had already befallen Li Jinmei. He still assumed it was related to yesterday's rescue mission causing some complication. As Tang Go-san continued his explanation, Xu Fan's expression darkened.
Is this Wei family quite powerful in Jinling?
Of course. They're one of the 4 great families, matching our Tang family in strength.
In fact, because they're ruthless enough, they often outmaneuver us in many matters.
You should know that the more powerful families like ours are, the more it's survival of the fittest.
So, I understand. But don't explain so much to me now. Tell me, how can we minimize the damage this will cause to the Li group? Xu Fan frowned. There's no other way. We have to throw money at it to plug the hole first.
Otherwise, with the stock market in turmoil, once Yang Yaoyan starts scooping up bargains, the Li group will either go bankrupt or have to change its name. Xu Fan didn't understand these matters well. He'd never bought stocks himself, but just hearing Tang Go-san's words made him realize this must be extremely serious.
Xu Fan pondered for a moment before saying, remember how you mentioned yesterday that I'm your savior and you owe me a favor?
Of course I remember, Mr. Chu.
I understand your meaning.
I called precisely to repay that debt.
The money is ready. I'll have it delivered immediately.
Please remind Mr. Li not to underestimate the situation. He must do everything possible to stabilize the stock price and prevent shareholders from selling their holdings.
The consequences would be unimaginable otherwise. Understood. Thank you for the warning and your help. Should assassins ever pursue your father again, feel free to contact me anytime. Xu Fan wasn't one to forget a favor.
Though he'd saved Tang Xuanzan's life yesterday, Tang Go-san had offered genuine gold and silver.
It was only right to reciprocate in some way.
Tang Go-san's desire to befriend Xu Fan stemmed precisely from this very sentiment.
Both parties found common ground and immediately finalized their next course of action.
After ending his call with Tang Go-san, Xu Fan waited for the money to be delivered while heading to the president's office to inform Li Jinmei of the situation. However, upon arriving at the president's office, he found no sign of Li Yongmi. Wu Mini informed him that a major crisis had erupted at the company, and Li Jinmei had gone to attend an emergency meeting. Despite Wu Mini's repeated pleas for Xu Fan not to interrupt the meeting, he barged in regardless. The moment Xu Fan entered, everyone present froze in surprise. The meeting room was now sharply divided into 2 distinct factions. One faction, led by Li Er and Li Huihui, was the breakaway group. They were numerous, having rallied the vast majority of shareholders. As for Li Jinmei's side, including herself, there were only a pitiful 5 or 6 people.
Among them were Sichuanli, Zhu Dacheng's grandfather Zhu Long, and Zhang Xiaolan's father Jiang Huan.
Had it not been for their long-standing friendship with Li Zhonghua, even these 2 might have defected for their own interests. Seeing Li Jinmei's dire predicament, Xu Fan felt a complex mix of emotions. Just as he was about to speak, Li Huihui sneered sarcastically, What brings you here, you bringer of misfortune? Haven't you caused enough trouble for the Li family already? Ever since you became our son-in-law, you haven't brought a single bit of good fortune. Instead, you've been causing trouble for our family non-stop.
I bet this latest cash flow crisis is because you offended someone again, right? You really are a reincarnated jinx, a wife killer. Li Huihui rolled her eyes dramatically as she spoke, her expression dripping with contempt for Chu Fan. Chu Fan glanced at Li Jinmei's livid expression but ultimately said nothing. Enough. Stop wasting everyone's time. Before the company's accounts are completely drained, let's convert our shares into cash immediately. We've all worked our asses off for the Li Group all these years, we deserve to get paid. Su Chuanli, her face darkening at Li Huihui's words, stood up and glared at her. Have you lost your mind? Do you even remember your own surname? Grandma, it's wise to recognize the times. The Li Group is clearly on its last legs. Why cling to it stubbornly until every last penny is lost? Rather than letting everyone suffer, let Li Jinmei shoulder the bank's pressure and repay us. My father's company still bears the Li name, doesn't it? Li Huihui rolled her eyes. Grandma, rest assured. Dad and I will never abandon you and Grandpa. If you two agree to withdraw your investments from the company, we'll even offer you the position of honorary chairman. Clearly, Li Huihui and Li Er had been quietly plotting this for quite some time. Otherwise, they wouldn't have reacted so swiftly the moment trouble arose, with every detail so thoroughly planned out. Su Chunli grew even angrier at these words, her face turning a deep liver-like shade. Just then, Chu Fan, who had been listening silently, spoke up. Whoever wants to leave, go ahead. Just transfer all your shares to me. Tally up exactly how many you hold, record it, and I'll have Secretary Wu draft the contracts for you. Chu Fan, have you lost your mind? Where would you even get the money? Li Jinmei turned to him instantly, her eyes wide with astonishment. Oh my, young man, you sure know how to put on a show. Fine, since you insist on playing the big shot, we'll take you at your word this once. But let's be clear, the combined market value of these shareholders' shares exceeds 100 million. Can you really afford that? Chu Fan waved his hand dismissively. Nothing is beyond my means. Just sell them. Once the contract is signed, I'll transfer the money immediately. Enough. Stop this nonsense. Su Chunli watched this farce unfold before her, utterly exasperated. Like Li Jinmei, she didn't believe for a second that Chu Fan had the money. But Chu Fan turned to her and declared with unwavering conviction, Grandma, rest assured. I've already found someone to handle this. The investor will arrive shortly. I'll sign the contract on his behalf now, and once he's here, the funds will be secured. Not only would he take over these people's shares, but he would also handle all the debts the bank was demanding repayment for. Seeing the earnest expression on Chu Fan's face, Su Chunli paused slightly, then turned to look at Li Jinmei. Li Jinmei was equally baffled, unsure whether Chu Fan was being sincere or just putting on a show to fool them. Before the two could recover, Wu Mimi, who had been instructed by Chu Fan earlier, brought in all the organized contracts. Chu Fan took the contracts from Wu Mimi and distributed them one by one to the shareholders present. Take a look. If the figures here are all correct, you can sign, collect your money, and get out. Chapter 82, The Investment Actor. Who do you think you're telling to get lost? Li Huihui retorted sharply. You put on quite the act, talking about investors. Do you really think you can bring in investors? Li Huihui snapped at Chu Fan's words. And if you want to cover the company's debts and buy out all our shares, you'd need at least 600 million in liquid assets. Who's that powerful? Ha? Name them to me. Which tycoon in Jinling is so influential they could casually pull that kind of cash to bail out a loser like you? Li Huihui simply refused to believe Chu Fan could genuinely resolve this matter. She was convinced he was putting on a show to deceive everyone. Not only were there few business tycoons in Jinling with that kind of clout, but even if there were, someone as lowly as Chu Fan would never have the chance to meet them. Facing Li Huihui's provocation, Chu Fan sneered coldly, "You're not worthy of knowing. Anyway, all you want is money, right? Sign the contract, and the money will be yours immediately. It'll save the Li Group from having to keep feeding parasites like you. We'll both be better off parting ways." Li Jinmei, are you just going to let this scumbag spout nonsense and talk trash to us veterans? Seeing Chu Fan was a reckless troublemaker who wouldn't give her any face, Li Huihui turned her gaze to Li Jinmei. She refused to believe Li Jinmei would join in this nonsense. But unexpectedly, after Li Jinmei fixed a deep, lingering gaze on Chu Fan and met his unwavering resolve, she found herself saying, as if possessed, Chu Fan's words are my words. You all want to withdraw your investments? Then sign the papers. As you said, while there's still money in the company accounts, we'll settle up with you first. Li Jinmei didn't believe Chu Fan actually had the money. But with things pushed to this point, she knew pleading desperately would be useless. Since that was the case, she might as well act boldly once, rather than let these rotten people look down on her. You've lost your mind. You've truly lost your mind. Li Huihui shook her head in disbelief, staring at Li Jinmei. Her face was etched with contempt, yet there was also a hint of disappointment. She had been counting on seeing Li Zhongmi kneel before her begging for mercy. What a pity. The other shareholders were equally stunned, none expecting Li Jinmei to agree so readily. Alright then, since you've agreed, don't blame us for being heartless. Everyone, just sign. Once you've signed, I'll immediately draft the investment contract. Together, we'll make a comeback and restore the glory of the Lee Group.
Before the shareholders had even signed, Lee began pumping his fist in the air, loudly proclaiming his victory. Su Chunli watched the scene unfold, feeling utterly heartbroken. She had actually favored the son, thinking that if given the chance, she would help him ascend to power. Little did she know her old man hadn't misjudged him at all. This second son was nothing but a wolf in sheep's clothing. Under Lee incitement, the shareholders swiftly signed their names and handed the contracts over to Lee Junmei without hesitation. Lee Junmei sighed deeply, her entire being seeming to age several years in an instant. She silently gathered all the contracts, then waved her hand and said, "You may all leave. From now on, the fate of the Lee Group is no longer your concern. I wish you all bright futures and abundant wealth." Lee Junmei forced back the rage boiling in her heart, clenching her teeth as she uttered these words of blessing. The shareholders, each smug and triumphant, wore disdainful grins on their faces. With haughty bows, they prepared to exit. Yet as they reached the doorway and opened the conference room door, they froze in place. Staring wide-eyed, they stood rooted to the spot as if struck dumb, each of them gasping in shock. Chu Fan heard the commotion at the door and glanced over. Seeing the man carrying a briefcase, he recalled Tango-san mentioning the person in charge of funding. He tentatively asked, "Mr. Chang?" "Yes. May I come in once you've finished your discussion?" Chang Quang stepped inside, approaching Su Chunli. He stopped before her and bowed. "Chairwoman Su, it's been a long time. I hope you've been well." He then extended his hand toward Lee Junmei. "Ms. Lee, I'm terribly sorry for coming over without informing you first." "It's fine, but what brings you here so suddenly?" Lee Junmei was utterly dumbfounded, unable to believe her eyes. Li Huihui, and the others were utterly speechless, staring intently at Chang Quang, afraid they might have mistaken his identity. "Isn't this Mr. Chang, the CEO of Changquang Investment? I thought he was in Shanghai. When did he come to Nanjing?" "I don't know either." "Are you sure it's really him?" "Of course it is. How could I mistake such a prominent investor?" The shareholders who had followed Li to settle the bill and leave now saw Chang Quang appear in the conference room, treating Lee Junmei and Su Chunli with such courtesy. A sense of foreboding immediately rose in their hearts. Little did they know that after Chu Fan and Tango-san ended their call, Tango-san had immediately ordered Chang Quang to rush over by private jet. That jet was now parked on the rooftop of the building opposite the Lee Group headquarters. After handling this matter, Chang Quang would be rushing back to Shanghai for a meeting. If Su Tellen was a rising star in the investment world, then Chang Quang was the established king. The investment firm he founded, Changquan Capital, netted billions annually, disbursing investments in the trillions each year. While not quite rivaling a nation's wealth, it was more than sufficient to rival an entire city. "Mr. Lee, I've always held high regard for your Lee Group and sought an opportunity to invest. Unfortunately, the right moment never presented itself. Just now, I received word that your company appears to be facing some difficulties. That's why I rushed over. If you wouldn't mind, I intend to inject 400 million yuan into Lee Group to help you weather this storm. In doing so, I'd also become a permanent shareholder of Lee Group." "Would I have the honor?" Seeing Chang Quang's beaming smile and hearing his calm, measured tone, everyone present was stunned. Especially those shareholders who had just taken their money and left. Each one was kicking themselves in regret. Had they known Lee Group could secure Chang Quang's investment, they would never have withdrawn their shares, not even if it cost them their lives. But now the papers were signed, the money taken, it was too late for regrets. Before Lee Junmei could speak, Su Chunli rushed forward, gripping Chang Quang's hand with trembling excitement. "Mr. Chang," she exclaimed. "How can you say such a thing? Securing your investment is a blessing our company has long dreamed of. After all, securing this investment wouldn't just provide ample capital for the Lee Group, it would also deliver unparalleled publicity. Chang Quang never made unprofitable deals, every venture he backed turned a profit. Business is inherently a collaborative effort. With Chang Quang's golden seal of approval, Lee Group's reputation and capabilities would undoubtedly soar to new heights. This would be like skipping over a decade of hard work. By then, Yang Yaoyan, who was currently causing them so much trouble, would be left far behind by the Lee Group, never again possessing the qualifications to challenge them." After hearing Su Chunli's proposal, Chang Quang smiled and said, "Then it's settled. To avoid diluting the existing shareholders' stakes, sell the shares they just divested to me. The remaining funds will be considered an interest-free loan from me to the Lee Group, repayable within 3 years." "An interest-free loan?" The moment Chang Quang uttered these words, the entire room erupted in an uproar. Was Chang Quang here to do charity today? Investing in Lee Group during their time of need was one thing, but offering an interest-free loan? Was he burning through excess cash, or was he after Lee Junmei? Hearing Li Huihui's shrill voice, Chu Fan shot Chang Quang a meaningful glance. Chang Quang understood immediately and immediately put on a stern face. "Ms. Lee, I believe some matters are best not overheard by outsiders. Would you mind if we continued this discussion in your office? Perhaps we should ask some of the unnecessary people to leave."
If any confidential information were to leak while they remain in the company, it could lead to serious consequences. Chang Kwang's words left the old shareholders, who had just signed the equity transfer contract, looking extremely displeased. Lier, thick-skinned as ever, interjected, "Mr. Chang, you've misunderstood. We were just joking earlier, no one actually intended to leave. Besides, I'm Li Jinmei's uncle and a key figure in the Li Group. Cut it out. The contract is signed and sealed, and you've already received your payment. Who's playing games here? There's a limit to how thick-skinned one can be." Seeing these individuals stubbornly clinging to their positions, Chu Fan immediately stepped in to help Li Jinmei cut through the chaos decisively. "You're no longer members of this company's board. Get the hell out now, or I'll have to call security to escort you out." These shareholders, accustomed to their lofty positions within the company, wouldn't even give Li Jinmei the courtesy of respect. Now, being berated with "get out" by Chu Fan, their faces couldn't possibly look pleasant. Lu Chushua, that shameless bastard, had his eyes fixed on the contract in Li Jinmei's hands. Without a word, he lunged forward, trying to snatch it. Fortunately, Chu Fan reacted swiftly, blocking in front of Li Jinmei and sending Lu Chushua flying with a single backhand slap. Chapter 83, Hidden Achievements and Fame. Don't be fooled by Lu Chushua's broad shoulders and thick waist. He was nothing but flab, utterly unable to take a hit. With just a casual swing of his arm, Chu Fan sent Lu Chushua crashing headfirst into the wall, knocking him unconscious. The other shareholders, who had been eyeing the contract greedily, saw their comrade's pitiful state and immediately slunk away, tails between their legs, too scared to make a move. Chu Fan then contacted security to escort the intruders out. These guards had endured constant harassment from the shareholders. Now finally given the chance to assert control, their movements grew brutally forceful. They practically hauled the group out, tossing them out the door. Even Li Huihui and Lier weren't spared. As the shameless father and daughter were being carried away, they kept yelling that they were members of the Li family and that Li Jinmei couldn't treat them like this. This time, however, not only did Li Jinmei show no mercy, but even Su Chuanli refused to spare them any face. She ignored them completely throughout the entire incident, showing not a shred of maternal affection. With this group completely expelled, the conference room finally fell silent. Li Jinmei looked apologetically at Chang Kwang and said, "Mr. Chang, I'm truly sorry for the spectacle." Chang Kwang waved it off with a smile, replying, "Not at all. I've seen far worse chaos." Facing Chang Kwang's beaming smile, Li Jinmei and Su Chuanli felt utterly awkward. They could only force a few stiff laughs. Chu Fan, however, found Chang Kwang's dark humor quite refreshing. Who would have thought these wealthy tycoons also enjoyed telling cold jokes? The shareholders, who had been shoved and pushed out by the security guards, crawled out of the flower bed looking disheveled and disgraced. Each of them glared fiercely at Lier and Li Huihui, suspecting that this family had staged the whole thing to trick them into transferring their shares. Lier was utterly wronged. How could he have known Chang Kwang would suddenly show up? If he'd known, he wouldn't have left even if you'd beaten him to death. Everyone, you must believe me. I'm just as much a victim as you are. I truly didn't get a single hint about this. Humph. Give it a rest. Not a single one of you Li scoundrels is trustworthy. You lured us out of Li Group, then tried to trick us into investing in your scheme? Dream on. Your Thai company can go to hell. Don't ever come looking for us again. As Lier and his daughter's most loyal supporters, Lu Chushua and the others were utterly devastated this time. They refused to believe him anymore, no matter what. Lier and Li Huihui had lost both their wife and their army. Not only had they blown a golden opportunity to make easy money, but the investment they'd worked so hard to secure had vanished into thin air. To make matters worse, they'd even alienated Su Chuanli. Who knew if they'd ever be able to show their faces back home again? The thought of it all gave Lier a headache. Li Huihui raged, "It's all Chu Fan and Li Jinmei's doing. They're the ones behind this. That adulterous pair colluded, playing dumb to outsmart us. Otherwise, why would Peng Zhan, who's so close to Li Jinmei, suddenly show up demanding payment? It's all a charade to deceive us." You're absolutely right. That must be it. I bet even my mom's been kept in the dark. No way, we have to find a way to tell her about this. That Li Jinmei is way too calculating. She's no good. The two grew more and more heated in their accusations, completely ignoring the fact that, at the root of it all, they themselves were to blame for their ingratitude. Li Jinmei never once forced them to leave. She even tried her best to keep them. It was they who chose to be ungrateful dogs, abandoning the Li Group when it hit rock bottom. In stark contrast to the gloom downstairs, the remaining few in the upstairs conference room were chatting animatedly, each face beaming with joy. Zhu Long and Jiang Huan were especially elated. Just moments ago, they'd braced themselves to sink or swim with the company, even risking their entire fortunes. Now, they learned the company's value had skyrocketed, more than doubling. It felt like money was suddenly raining down from the sky. Su Chuanli was equally ecstatic, her earlier gloom completely vanishing. Her weathered face nearly cracked with laughter. She pulled Chang Kwang down to sit, her eyes sparkling with energy, radiating vitality. Seeing everyone about to get down to business, Chu Fan headed for the door and said, "Mr. Lee, I'll head back to the customer service department to handle things." "Ah, why don't you?" Lee Junmei was about to suggest Chu Fan stay to listen, and after all, without his decisive intervention, things wouldn't have progressed so smoothly. But Su Chunli cut in, waving her hand. "Alright, you can go now. Remember to close the door properly, don't let anyone eavesdrop outside." "Got it." Chu Fan nodded and quickly exited the conference room. Chan Kwang watched Chu Fan's retreating figure, a nagging doubt stirring in his mind. Before arriving, he had seen the photos Tango-san sent, recognizing that the person who had just left was the benefactor of the Tango-san family and the one he truly needed to help. But his position within the Lee group was far too low, wasn't it? Did he not even have the privilege of sitting down for a brief chat? Forget a chat, Su Chunli hadn't even introduced Chu Fan before dismissing him outright. This left Chan Kwang feeling rather sour inside, convinced this family was ungrateful. Regardless of his thoughts, however, the task assigned by his boss must be completed. Tango-san had instructed him to help Lee Group weather the storm. Everything else was none of his concern. Still, curiosity got the better of him, and Chan Kwang couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Lee, was that young man who just left your secretary?" "No, he's the deputy director of our customer service department." "Customer service? Wow, he must be quite talented. I assumed he was from PR or sales. My secretary mentioned he sent several emails to our corporate partnership inbox, strongly recommending I invest in your Lee Group. I happened to be in Jinling for a conference, so I stopped by to take a look." The excuse Chan Kwang had concocted was precisely what Chu Fan had instructed Tango-san over the phone beforehand. The customer service department was scrambling to meet performance targets lately. Desperate for results, he was sending emails to various investment firms promoting himself perfectly reasonable. This also explained why Chu Fan had burst in earlier, confidently declaring that an investor was on the way. It was his persistence that won you over. Lee Junmei couldn't help but sigh in admiration. She never imagined Chu Fan would work so hard behind the scenes and actually reap such rich rewards. After all, opportunities for Chan Kwang to personally visit were few and far between. His emails were probably just mass sent. It was pure luck that your secretary, Mr. Chang, happened to notice them. I'm sure you made the trip because our Lee Group has something truly special, right? Su Chunli didn't want to give Chu Fan credit, so she skillfully steered the conversation back to her own company. Chan Kwang now harbored even less goodwill towards Su Chunli, while simultaneously feeling a pang of resentment for Chu Fan, whom he'd met only once. But to avoid exposing Chu Fan's connection to Tango-san, Chan Kwang forced a smile and went along with Su Chunli's line of conversation. Indeed, Lee Group's recent performance has been truly impressive. The projects they've engaged with and completed have all been outstanding. I'm confident that given time, Lee Group will achieve even more remarkable progress. Particularly commendable is their refusal to be bound by convention, defying all opposition to appoint the young Ms. Lee Junmei as president. I deeply admire companies with such bold vision. Those old-fashioned patriarchs who favor sons over daughters? Not my cup of tea. The fact that Lee Group's elders embrace such progressive thinking only reinforces my belief that this is an exceptionally ambitious and promising enterprise. When I heard that Lee Group was facing a hostile takeover and must repay all bank loans by today, I felt it was fate giving me this opportunity. Otherwise, I might have missed out on Lee Group entirely. Truth be told, if only Lee Youngmi and the others glanced out the window right now, they'd spot Chan Kwang Investments' private jet arriving dusty and weary from the metropolis. But right now, everyone in the room was so caught up in the excitement, their attention completely focused on Chan Kwang, that they had no mind to notice anything else. Chapter 84, The Unprincipled Lose Their True Nature. Mr. Chang, you flatter me. But it's true that the Lee Group has always prioritized merit in our appointments. Junmei has done an excellent job, and it's precisely because of this that she's drawn envy, leading to today's impasse. Seeing that Chan Kwang had come for Lee Junmei, Su Chunli immediately shifted her usual attitude, showering Lee Junmei with praise. After exchanging pleasantries, Chan Kwang, eager not to delay his next meeting, quickly turned to business. The matter was straightforward: sign a share transfer agreement and an interest-free loan contract. With the check Chan Kwang issued, Lee Junmei could settle all outstanding debts before the end of the workday, thereby resolving the company's crisis. Chan Kwang came and went in a hurry, signing the contracts and leaving immediately. Su Chunli had intended to invite him to dinner, but he declined that as well. Later, as everyone recalled the entire sequence of events, it still felt like a dream. They simply couldn't fathom why Chan Kwang would come here acting like a money-giving fairy. Signing these two contracts today felt like encountering a living bodhisattva. Little did they know that the money Chan Kwang had brought today came entirely from Tango-san's personal funds. He was merely an intermediary handling matters for Tango-san. Had Tango-san not wished to appear in person, Chan Kwang wouldn't have needed to make this trip at all. In fact, if Chu Fan had asked, Tango-san would have gladly given the money away for free to the Lee Group, let alone offered an interest-free loan. After all, compared to the lives of his entire family, what did a mere few $100 million matter? Dad, don't get worked up. Even though we've left the Lee Group, at least we have money now. Plus, I've got people planted in various departments there. If we coordinate with them from the inside and outside, taking over that commercial street project shouldn't be too difficult. Besides, we are Lee family members after all. Once Grandma cools down, we'll go back and coax her. She'll definitely forgive us. And remember, I've got that life or death bet with Chu Fan from customer service? That's another major bargaining chip I hold. When push comes to shove, I'll go down fighting with him. I'll see if Lee Jinmei really will make peace with us just to protect Chu Fan. Ever since the two returned home, Li Er had been sighing heavily while drinking alone. Li Huihui, trying to cheer her father up, came up with this elaborate plan. Li Er nodded, finally perking up a bit. Work things out at the company, he said. Get one of our people to replace you. Know your enemy and yourself, and you'll never be defeated. Even if we can't go back, we'll stir up trouble. We won't let them have an easy life. While some rejoiced, others grieved. In Su Chunli's office, Li Jinmei's upturned corners of her mouth refused to stay down. Today was easily the most exhilarating day of her life. Not only had she driven her adversaries, her second uncle and his daughter, out of the company, but she'd also secured this massive investment. With this capital and Shan Kuang's reputation backing them, the Li Group would never again have to fear Yang Yaoyan. Not only would they no longer be intimidated by him, they could even outmaneuver him. During the signing earlier, Su Chunli had still harbored some doubts. She had asked Shan Kuang why, given that Yaoyan Group was clearly more powerful than their Li Group right now, he hadn't chosen to invest in Yaoyan Group instead. Chang Kuang answered without hesitation, compared to current achievements, I care more about character. Yang Yaoyan is unscrupulous and has committed every conceivable wrongdoing. He truly has no future. Hearing this, Su Chunli and Li Jinmei both felt a wave of emotion wash over them. Over the years, many had lamented Li Zhongguo's timidity, wondering why he hadn't cultivated his own underground network. Without such support, he'd never stand a chance against a master like Yang Yaoyan, who wielded influence across both legitimate and illicit spheres. Even Su Chunli had privately grumbled about it several times, convinced her old man simply lacked the guts. Only today did she suddenly realize that Li Zhongguo's approach was actually the wisest. Those who abandon their principles inevitably lose their integrity. Prolonged indulgence breeds excess. Prolonged pleasure leads to debauchery. Though Yang Yaoyan now basks in glory, the day his crimes are exposed will be his eternal downfall. Judging by the subtext of Chang Kuang's earlier words, that day seemed not far off. Chang Kuang's words were merely a ploy to placate Su Chunli. He possessed no concrete evidence, only the suspicion that a ruthless man like Yang Yaoyan, having failed to bring down the Li family this time, would not rest until he succeeded. Now, the Tang family has quietly become the Li family's protector. Under these circumstances, if Yang Yaoyan doesn't know when to stop, it's only a matter of time before the Tang family, hardening their resolve, eliminates him. After recounting today's harrowing ordeal, Su Chunli immediately instructed Li Jinmei, also, make arrangements immediately. Find someone to fill Li Huihui's position. That father and daughter have truly broken my heart today. They started it, so we'll finish it. Don't expect me to let them come back. Understood, Grandma. How about having Li Huihui's deputy take over directly? No, Jinmei. You're kind-hearted, and that's admirable. But remember, you must always guard against others. As you said, he's Li Huihui's deputy. How can you fully trust him? We should recruit someone else instead. Li Jinmei was taken aback by Su Chunli's words. She hadn't expected Su Chunli, who had always doted on Li Huihui, to be so guarded at this moment. She nodded and said nothing more. Back in her own office, Li Jinmei still couldn't shake the lingering unease over her grandmother's shrewdness. She shook her head, dismissing the jumbled thoughts, and proceeded to handle the bank's payment notices. Debt-free and free as a bird, the hundreds of millions owed to the bank had actually been repaid overnight. In the past, this would have been unimaginable. On his way back to the office, Chu Fan stopped by the break room and happened upon Xue Gu, who was visibly uneasy. Spotting this familiar face, Shuaj immediately pulled him aside and whispered urgently, "You heard the news, right? The finance department's in complete chaos today. It's like they're being raided. The company's on the brink of disaster. What are we going to do? It's already taken care of. Don't worry." Chu Fan patted Shuai Ji's shoulder reassuringly. "Ha? Settled? Are you kidding me? The bank isn't chasing us for repayment anymore?" "No," Chu Fan explained plainly. "Mr. Li secured the investment and repaid all the loans." "Investment? Whose investment?" Shuaj looked astonished, suspecting Chu Fan was pulling his leg. How could they possibly secure investment in such a short time? And we're not talking about a few 100,000 or even a few million, we're talking about hundreds of millions. Chu Fan knew Shuai Gu genuinely cared about the company, so he shared everything he knew. After listening, Shuaj slowly sat down, leaning on the chair. He remained silent for a long while. Then, suddenly, he raised his hand and slapped himself across the face. The sharp crack of the slap echoed through the room, making even Chu Fan wince at the sound. "What are you doing?" Chu Fan stared at Shuai Gu in bewilderment. But then he burst into laughter. "It hurts." It's not a dream. It hurts. So everything you said was true. Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you out of the blue? Chu Fan was both amused and exasperated, surprised by Shuai Ji's childishness. Ha! Shuai doubled over with laughter, clapping his hands. His booming laughter echoed from the break room into the hallway, catching the attention of Baldy in the adjacent office. Baldy had never gotten along with Shuai and naturally disliked Chu Fan too, since he was Li Hui's man. Seeing the two of them goofing around in the break room, he immediately frowned and said sternly, "This is work time. You two need to behave yourselves." Chu Fan knew about Xie Ding and Li Hui's collusion. Seeing his arrogance, his eyes darted around as an idea formed. He adopted a dejected expression and sighed dramatically, "Manager Xie, you're being so heartless. We won't be working together much longer, couldn't you be a little nicer to us?" "What do you mean? Are you two resigning?" Xie Ding asked tentatively. Shuai looked utterly bewildered, clueless about Chu Fan's scheme. Chu Fan remained silent, sighing as he walked over to Xie Ding and patted his shoulder. His expression of grief was so intense, anyone unaware might have thought Xie Ding was on his deathbed. Chapter 85, The End is in Sight. Xie Ding recoiled at Chu Fan's gesture, shrugging his shoulder to shake off the hand with a look of wariness. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Seeing Baldy's flustered expression, Chu Fan continued in a leisurely tone, "Manager Xie, didn't you know? Several banks came to the company today demanding repayment." At this, Xie Ding instantly feigned understanding and burst out laughing. "Isn't it a bit late to start fretting now? You were grinning like an idiot just moments ago, don't you feel ashamed? Humph. This company was doing just fine until that incompetent Li Jinmei took over. She even dragged dead weight like you into the company, that's why we're in this mess now." Xie Ding didn't consider the situation particularly serious. To him, it was merely another round in the power struggle. Besides, Li Hui had already promised him that even if the company went under, she'd take him along if she started a new venture. With that assurance, Xie Ding felt no panic. He looked down on Chu Fan with an air of superiority and continued, "So, people, you really need genuine skills. Otherwise, you end up like you crawling your way into the company, but the moment there's any turbulence, finding another job this good? Unless your ancestors' graves start smoking, you won't get another chance like this." Hearing Xie Ding's mockery, Chu Fan didn't get angry. Instead, he feigned surprise and said, "Manager Xie, what are you talking about? I plan to work here until retirement. I won't need to look for another job. Didn't you just say everyone's about to split up? Besides, the company is currently..." Seeing the balding man take the bait, Chu Fan grinned. "The company's doing great. When I said we're splitting up, I meant Li Hui and Li Er have already left, or more accurately, been kicked out. Along with Chairman Lu and Chairman Yu, they're all gone. I doubt you'll last much longer either." Baldy instantly flew into a rage, grabbing his sleeve and demanding, "What did you say? Who left the company? Every single one of your cronies, every last one of them has already left." "Bull. If they'd left, how could I not know?" "Because they were suddenly kicked out. If you don't believe me, just pick up the phone and ask." Before Chu Fan could finish speaking, Bald Top had already bolted out the door, leaving behind even his freshly brewed coffee. Clearly, he couldn't believe he'd been abandoned. After Baldy left, Shuai stood up, her face full of curiosity as she looked at Chu Fan and asked, "Chu Fan, were you just messing with him? Or is this for real?" "Of course I was serious. It was precisely by kicking them all out that we resolved the company's crisis. Their shares have now been bought by another investor. From now on, our company will be entirely under Mr. Li's control. No more of those annoying jerks. Wow! Hooray! Hooray! We've finally made it through." Shuai was overjoyed, cheering once more in the break room. After parting ways with Shuai, Chu Fan returned to the customer service department. The usually chatty office was now as quiet as a mouse. Even Jiang Xiaolan, who had been chattering nonstop earlier, had fallen silent, though her body was visibly twitching, clearly suppressing a giggle. Chu Fan understood immediately. It seemed this little gossip had been the first to hear the news that several directors had left the company and was now secretly reveling in it. In stark contrast to Jiang Xiaolan were the few people planted by the former director. They had clearly received the news and packed their belongings, seemingly waiting only for his signature before departing. Sure enough, the moment Chu Fan stepped through the door, they approached him with resigned expressions, holding their resignation documents. There, in bold strokes, was the signature of Zhu Dalong, written in a sweeping, flowing style. Chu Fan had little to say, merely signed the papers and let them go. After they left, Jiang Xiaolan finally rose to her feet and burst into laughter. "Ha! Those little princes are finally gone. They acted like the company was theirs before, but now they're slinking out with their tails between their legs? Serves them right." Though Zhu Dashan didn't show it as openly as Jiang Xiaolan, the look in his eyes suggested he was pleased too. After all, under the influence of their elders, everyone knew more or less that their respective patrons were at odds. Those people had been openly defiant in front of Zhu Dashan, relying on their powerful patrons. Now that they were gone, Zhu Dashan could finally breathe easy.
However, with these few gone, the customer service department suddenly felt much emptier.
The number of staff had dwindled by half, leaving Zhu Dashan with a distinct sense of being a commander without troops. For a moment, he felt a touch of loneliness. Just as Chu Fan was about to offer some words of comfort, a call from Tango-san came through on his phone.
Mr. Chu, did Chang Quang get the job done?
Yeah. He showed up just in time. Thanks a lot this time.
Though he didn't know how Li Jinmei and Chang Quang had ultimately negotiated, Chu Fan was confident the outcome would be satisfactory.
Don't mention it, Mr. Chu. You saved our lives. If I couldn't even handle this small favor, what kind of person would I be? Rest assured, I handled this flawlessly. No one knows the Tang family is behind Chang Quang, and your involvement remains completely undisclosed. Chu Fan nodded slightly. Alright, rest assured. I will keep my word. Should a situation like yesterday's arise again, feel free to call me. I will do everything in my power to protect you. Then I thank you in advance, Mr. Chu.
Chu Fan chose to remain anonymous because he knew he wouldn't be staying with the Li family much longer. He and Li Jinmei had agreed that once her position in the company was solidified, they would no longer need to pretend to be husband and wife. Given the current situation, with both Li Huihui and Li Er expelled from the company, once the Wanbao project got on track, Li Jinmei's position would become unassailable. At that point, Chu Fan could step back, mission accomplished, and return to live a quiet life with his sister. Under these circumstances, the fewer ties he had to the Li family, the better.
Otherwise, leaving later would become unnecessarily complicated. Tango-san ended his call with Chu Fan. The thought of securing Chu Fan's promise filled him with excitement. Gaining the protection of such a powerful figure was more important to them than anything else. After all, even if one amassed mountains of gold and silver, one needed to be alive to enjoy them. Though he still hadn't uncovered the exact nature of Chu Fan's relationship with the Li family, Tango-san was certain of one thing: if he wanted Chu Fan to take notice of him, he absolutely had to pay closer attention to the Li family. As long as he could help the Li family resolve more crises, Chu Fan would surely return the favor. At the same time, Peng Zhan drove back to the bank. Staring at the pile of documents on his desk, he felt a pang of regret. He had personally reviewed and approved the loan to Li Group because he recognized Li Jinmei's exceptional eloquence. He knew that given time, this woman would achieve great things. Establishing a long-term partnership would undoubtedly benefit the bank. Yet who could have foreseen that shortly after the loan was approved, Wei Debao would exert pressure? Unless the bank quickly reclaimed the loan and assisted him in wiping out the Li family, the bank would never see the light of day again. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. No matter how much Peng Zhan wanted to help Li Jinmei, he couldn't gamble with the company's future. After much internal conflict, he had no choice but to compromise. Just as Peng Zhan was sighing deeply, lamenting the tragic fate of the Li Group, a subordinate reported that Li Jinmei had repaid the loan. This news stunned Peng Zhan, leaving him almost unable to believe his ears. You say they've already repaid the loan? Yes, the entire amount, principal and interest, has been transferred. Alright, I understand. You may go. After hearing his subordinate's report, Peng Zhan massaged his temples, his face etched with sympathy. For those lofty aristocratic families, crushing them was as easy as squashing an ant. Seeing the Li family's downfall today, Peng Zhan felt a pang of sorrow for their plight, as if he were witnessing his own future. For a moment, his heart was filled with a complex mix of emotions. Who knows what the Li family did to offend the Wei family? Truly a sad state of affairs. Chapter 86, The Rise of the Small-Minded. Alongside Peng Zhan, Lang Ren also received news of Li Group's repayment. Unlike Peng Zhan's gloom, Lang Ren jumped for joy upon receiving the funds. He immediately called Jin Buku with triumphant news. Cousin, it's done. Li Jinmei couldn't withstand the pressure anymore and repaid our bank. Jin Buju was equally elated upon hearing the news. He roared with laughter. Excellent. Excellent. They overstepped their bounds, daring to meddle in Sudalin's investments. Now let's see if they still have the nerve to challenge me. They've lost their minds. Exactly. Utterly overstepping their bounds. Had they kept their tails tucked and stopped opposing Chairman Yang, their family might have survived a few more days. But they had to jump out and court death. Now they're beyond saving. Once all this money's repaid, their bankruptcy is just a matter of days. Ha! You did a great job this time. I'll put in a good word for you with Mr. Yang later. Thanks a bunch, cousin. Joining these two petty opportunists in their triumphant celebrations were Yang Yaoyan and Wei Debao. Mr. Yang, it's time to close the net. The Li family has repaid the money. Their current liquid assets are likely completely depleted. They won't be able to produce a single penny more. Ha! Mr. Wei, you really have a knack for this. I'll thank you properly later. I'm off to contact those suppliers right now. Tell them to demand payment immediately. Strike while the iron's hot. Great. The two men agreed instantly. Yang Yaoyan set off immediately.
While issuing orders over the phone for his men to contact all major suppliers and launch a full-scale assault on Lee Group, he drove gleefully toward Lee Group headquarters, eager to witness firsthand this breathtaking scene that sent his adrenaline soaring. Though Yao Yan Group would pay a hefty price once this was done, the deranged Yang Yao Yan couldn't care less. His sole focus now was to destroy Lee Group. Nothing else mattered. Even if it meant inflicting 1,000 wounds on the enemy while suffering 800 of his own, he wouldn't hesitate.
Yang Yaoyan personally took the wheel, racing back to the Lee Group headquarters at breakneck speed.
He still remembered the bitter lesson learned in the Lee Group parking lot, the lingering ache throughout his body a constant reminder. This time, he would settle both old and new grievances. Not only would he force Li Jinmei into a corner, but he would also acquire the Lee Group for the lowest possible price, turning it into a goldmine. From this day forward, the Lee Group would cease to exist. The thought alone sent shivers of excitement through Yang Yaoyan, quickening his pace.
The receptionist jumped at the sight of Yang Yaoyan storming in with his fierce glare.
Too scared to ask if he had an appointment, she quickly slipped a call to Wu Mimi, informing her of Yang Yaoyan's arrival. Having been by Li Jinmei's side for so long, Wu Mimi understood Yang Yaoyan's intentions all too well. She knew him too well. This visit couldn't possibly be without ulterior motives. Without delay, she relayed the news to Li Jinmei. After hearing the report, Li Jinmei sneered coldly. Does he really think the Lee Group is going under, so he's here to gloat? If so, he's truly lost his mind. Let's go meet him. Li Jinmei descended the elevator with an icy expression. Her gaze immediately locked onto Yang Yaoyan, who was glaring fiercely at the receptionist, attempting to use the executive elevator to ascend.
Mr. Yang, this is Lee Group. There is no exclusive elevator for you. Have you come to the wrong place? Ha, Li Jinmei, drop the act. At this point, you're still trying to pull some empty fortress ploy on me? Fine, I can't be bothered with your nonsense. Tell Su Chuanli I want to see her. Yang Yaoyan's haughty, Lord of the Manor demeanor made Li Jinmei laugh in exasperation. Mr. Yang, how many times must I repeat myself? This is Lee Group, not Yao Group.
You have no authority to issue orders here.
Our chairman is occupied. Please leave. Li Jinmei had long anticipated Yang Yaoyan's intentions and naturally showed him no courtesy. Busy dealing with bad debts? Mr. Yang, you're mistaken. Our chairman is busy planning the company's future ventures. There are no bad debts to handle. Still putting on a brave face? Still putting on a brave face? TSK. You really are a stubborn fool. Yang Yaoyan shook his head and swayed his body, looking downright gleeful as he said, I've heard all about you guys.
Your subsidiary's getting hounded by creditors right now. If you don't pay back the bank loan before the end of the day, they'll freeze your assets immediately, right? Why are you being so stubborn, girl? We're all in the same business. I've got my sources. Get Su Chunli out here to see me right now. This time, I'm here to help you out when you need it most. Don't bother contacting anyone else. Those opportunists won't lend you a dime. Only I, Yang Yaoyan, will help you clean up this mess out of respect for our past friendship.
Ha! Yang Yaoyan burst into laughter, as if amused by his own hypocritical facade.
He was confident that with the Wei family's resources, once they made their move, the Lee Group would be doomed beyond redemption. His task was to strike while the iron was hot, seizing the opportunity to acquire all their shares at rock-bottom prices. This would allow the entire acquisition of the Lee Group to be completed in an instant, and the Yao Group would see its value skyrocket. As for whether anyone might step in to rescue the Lee Group, Yang Yaoyan hadn't even considered that possibility. He had already issued a stark warning: anyone daring to aid the Lee Group would be declaring war on Yaoyan Group, and he would show no mercy. Under these circumstances, the small businesses in Jinling were all on edge. Who would dare wade into such murky waters? Compounding matters, Yang Yaoyan was notorious as a scoundrel, having made a name for himself in both legitimate and underworld circles. Unless you were a member of the Li family, who would take such a risk? Li Jinmei had long suspected Yang Yaoyan was the mastermind behind the scenes. At first, she couldn't fathom why all the banks bowed to Yaoyan Group when it wasn't significantly stronger than Li Group. Later, through Peng Zhan's guidance, she finally understood that Yang Yaoyan had powerful backers, and those backers were none other than the Wei family, one of the four great families. But that didn't matter. The Li Group had already secured ample funding. The Wei family and Yang Yaoyan were allied by mutual interest. They would assist Yang Yaoyan, but not to the utmost. In other words, if Yang Yaoyan couldn't finish off the Li family in one decisive blow this time, the Wei family would grow suspicious of him, and their cooperation would naturally crumble. Even if they continued their collusion, don't expect the Wei family to help Yang Yaoyan raise hundreds of millions to take on the Li Group. Li Jinmei and Su Chuanli had already analyzed these pros and cons in the office, so she understood clearly that the company's crisis had been successfully navigated with the arrival of hundreds of millions in funding. Even if Yang Yaoyan wanted to stir trouble in the short term, he would be powerless to do so. Thus, Li Jinmei abandoned diplomatic evasion and stated bluntly, Mr. Yang, your step-by-step strategy of allying with the Wei family to suppress our Li Group is indeed clever. But have you considered this? If our Li Group survives this crisis, then it will be you who perishes.
The Wei family's demands weren't modest, were they? How much of your profit margin did you sacrifice to seal that deal? TSK must have been a painful pill to swallow. Hearing Li Junmei's sarcastic tone, Yang Yaoyan's expression instantly darkened, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Yet outwardly, he remained defiant. Stop putting on airs with me. Let me tell you, while their demands are indeed steep, once I take over your Li group, what they gain will pale in comparison to what I stand to gain. This is a no-lose deal for me, pure profit with no risk. As the two sides completely tore down the facade of civility, Li Junmei suddenly burst into laughter, rocking back and forth, her body shaking with mirth. Mr. Yang, you're usually so sharp, why are you being so foolish today? If your plan had actually succeeded, do you think I'd have the time to stand here arguing nonsense with you? TSK. I genuinely feel sorry for you now. You won't be taking the Li group, but you'll have to hand over a substantial portion of the brilliant group. How pitiful. Chapter 87, Humiliating. Yang Yaoyan's face flushed crimson with fury at the words. Nonsense. Li Zhongmi, instead of wasting time bickering with me, why don't you? Mr. Yang, I should be saying this to you. I've already made it perfectly clear. Why can't you understand? Must I spell it out even more plainly? Fine. Li Junmei chuckled. Then let me formally announce, Li Group is safe and sound. We've successfully repaid our debts and weathered the storm. Every penny owed to the bank is settled. We've even secured additional financing. Your plan has failed. Got that? Her eyebrow arched, her expression a mocking smile as she stared at Yang Yaoyan, radiating an aura of a female war goddess that sent chills down one's spine. What did you say? Yang Yaoyan's expression abruptly darkened upon hearing Li Junmei's words. He stared intently at her face, searching for any sign of deception in her expression. But Li Junmei was flawless. Because she spoke the truth, she felt no guilt whatsoever. She merely smiled warmly at Yang Yaoyan, her expression radiating triumph. Seeing this, Yang Yaoyan's heart clenched violently. He stared straight at Li Junmei, unable to utter a word for a long moment. Still unwilling to concede, he snarled, "Who gave you the investment? Where did you get the investment? What business is it of yours? Mr. Yang, if I were you, I'd go back to my company right now and think hard about how to minimize my losses instead of making a fool of myself here." Faced with Li Junmei's scornful expression, a devastated Yang Yaoyan stumbled back several steps, panic flashing in his eyes. He couldn't believe his plan had failed. Just as he was about to say something else, a call came in. And the caller was none other than his business partner, Wei Debao. The moment Yang Yao answered, Wei Debao unleashed a torrent of abuse. "You useless piece of trash, Yang Yaoyan. Good for nothing but screwing things up. You think you're playing me? Yesterday you came begging me to strike while the iron was hot, telling me Li Group was in a vulnerable phase and we should join forces to devour them. I believed your bull. Then today, the news is flooded with reports about Changquan investing in Li Group. Their stock keeps climbing. I even took your advice and tried to buy low, but whose low did I buy? Yours? No, Mr. Wei, what on earth are you talking about?" Yang Yaoyan was utterly baffled, unable to make heads or tails of Wei Debao's rant. "Stop playing dumb. Just read the news yourself. Our partnership ends here. You're on your own." Wei Debao hung up angrily after speaking. Clearly, he'd taken a raw deal this time and wouldn't let it go. Yang Yaoyan was likely in for some terrible retaliation. After hanging up, Yang Yaoyan stared at Li Junmei in disbelief. "Your company got invested in by Changquan?" Li Junmei nodded, her tone completely unguarded. "Yes. Didn't I just tell you? You're the one who refused to believe it." Watching Li Junmei shrug her shoulders innocently, Yang Yaoyan nearly choked on his own rage. Clutching his chest as if a heart attack were imminent, his face turning ashen, he glared at Li Junmei as if he might lunge forward and bite a chunk out of her. Startled by Yang Yaoyan's terrifying expression, Li Junmei quickly backed up several steps before calling security to protect herself. But Yang Yaoyan, now completely enraged, was blind with fury. Security guards were the last thing on his mind as he launched himself at Li Zhongmi like a missile. The security guards tried to intervene, but seeing his ferocious, rabid expression sent a chill down their spines, slowing their reflexes. Just as Yang Yaoyan was about to claw at Li Junmei's face, a figure flashed by in the blink of an eye. The next second, Yang Yaoyan, who had been charging like a rabid dog, was sent flying with a single kick. He landed on the ground, convulsing. Li Junmei breathed a sigh of relief as if granted a reprieve. Looking up, she was stunned to discover that her savior was none other than Xu Fan. "Xu Fan, what are you doing here?" "I was in the break room. When I heard Yang Yaoyan was here, I knew that bastard was up to no good." Xu Fan shrugged. "Who the hell are you calling a bastard?" Yang Yaoyan, kicked squarely in the gut by Xu Fan, clutched his stomach as he rose, hunched over. He glared at Xu Fan with a look that seemed to say he wanted to devour him alive. Xu Fan showed no fear, calmly returning the glare of the rabid dog like Yang Yaoyan. "Seems the lesson I gave you last time wasn't enough. You're looking for trouble again?" The last time he referred to, of course, was the incident in the parking lot.
Yang Yaoyan still had bandages wrapped around his leg, a direct result of Chu Fan's actions.
You little bastard. Ruining my plans again.
Yang Yaoyan seethed with hatred for Chu Fan, yet he was powerless against him. Unable to fight back, he could only glare furiously. Chu Fan coldly surveyed Yang Yaoyan, positioning himself protectively in front of Li Jinmei. His voice was flat and emotionless as he inquired, Mr. Yang, shouldn't you be hurrying back to your company to handle your affairs? Or do you want me to personally escort you out? Watching Chu Fan boldly threaten Yang Yaoyan, Li Jinmei felt a sudden pang of anxiety for him.
Yang Yaoyan was notorious for his ruthlessness. If he were truly provoked, who knew what terrifying retribution might follow?
Worried for Chu Fan, Li Jinmei hurriedly stepped forward, pulling him behind her.
Enough. Hold your tongue, Mr. Yang. I have matters to attend to. Excuse me. You should head back soon too. Li Jinmei gestured politely, but it did little to ease Yang Yaoyan's seething anger. Well done. You two play the good cop and the bad cop truly impressive. Don't think this is over. You just wait. Once the game starts, it doesn't stop. We'll fight to the bitter end and see who goes down first.
Yang Yaoyan gritted his teeth, his mouth filled with the metallic taste of blood. He massaged his temples and turned to leave. But after walking only a short distance, he suddenly remembered something and spun back to face Li Jinmei. Li Jinmei, he said, to be honest, I don't have any deep-seated grudge against you personally. The reason I've been targeting your Li group this relentlessly is all because of that little bastard by your side. Not only did he kill my men, he left my son critically injured in the hospital. He even launched a brutal attack on me in that parking lot. So, let's make a deal. To turn swords into plowshares, hand this bastard over to me for punishment. From now on, our two families will be as one, working together for mutual growth. What do you say?
Yang Yaoyan spoke thus because he feared Chu Fan and suspected the Li family's resilience stemmed entirely from Chu Fan's presence.
He intended to use this opportunity to drive a wedge between Chu Fan and Li Jinmei. If successful, even if Chu Fan refused to join the Yaoyan group, once he left the Li group, Li Jinmei would be no match for him. But how could Li Jinmei be so foolish? Moreover, Chu Fan was still her nominal husband. If she could abandon someone so close to her, how could she ever gain others' trust in the future? Without hesitation, Li Jinmei refused. Mr. Yang, you must be joking. Chu Fan is integral to our company. How could I possibly abandon him? You should return to handling your urgent matters. Seeing Li Jinmei's unyielding stance, Yang Yaoyan trembled with rage, his face turning green. Fine. You've got guts, Li Jinmei. You're sure you want to side with this good-for-nothing against me, Yang Yaoyan? Very well, I'll grant you your wish. The road ahead is long and winding, we'll see how this plays out. Don't think this is over just because you got through this hurdle. I'm not done with you. After spitting out his threats, Yang Yaoyan hurriedly departed. With Li Group securing the investment, he now depended even more heavily on the Wei family's support. Even knowing it was like raising a tiger to devour him, Yang Yaoyan refused to lose to a woman like Li Jinmei. Chapter 88, Beyond Every Mountain Lies Another. With the matter finally settled, Li Jinmei exhaled deeply and patted Chu Fan's shoulder. Don't worry. No matter what Yang Yaoyan says, I won't hand you over to him. You have nothing to fear. Chu Fan shrugged indifferently. I wasn't afraid of him to begin with. If he really managed to get me into his company, it would only go bankrupt faster. Li Jinmei was left speechless upon hearing this. Enough with the bragging. I'm telling you to be careful lately. Yang Yaoyan is notorious for holding grudges. By the way, what's the story about you injuring his son? Ah, nothing much. I didn't even know it was his son when I hit him. Li Jinmei sighed, pressing her hand to her forehead. You'd better stop causing trouble for me out there. Got it. I'll be more careful. Chu Fan didn't mention Zhu Dachan's involvement, choosing instead to shoulder the blame himself. Li Jinmei continued, don't just pay lip service, take this seriously. I know you're capable, but you should understand that local powerhouses are hard to suppress. Yang Yaoyan was already a ruthless figure with connections in both the underworld and official circles. Now he has the Wei family backing him. Having suffered a hidden defeat this time, he'll surely harbor resentment and seek revenge at every opportunity. Chu Fan offered no clear response, merely remarking with a sigh, let him do as he pleases. The more he seeks revenge, the faster he'll meet his end. Li Jinmei watched Chu Fan's unconcerned demeanor and found herself at a loss for words. She could only shake her head and walk away on her own, leaving Chu Fan to do as he pleased. After parting ways, Li Jinmei stepped into her private elevator. Her mind churned with calculations. The moment she returned to her office, she made a phone call. Last time she'd gone to meet Zhou Wen, she'd brought several bodyguards along. She found them invaluable. Without their intervention, she might well have met a grim fate. Therefore, she contacted that security company again, hoping to deploy the same elite team to protect Chu Fan. Unexpectedly, when she called and mentioned Chu Fan as the target of protection, the other party paused slightly before finally agreeing after a long delay. Li Jianmei assumed they were concerned about the fee and quickly assured them, rest assured, whether it's protecting him or anyone else, the price remains unchanged as long as I'm the one hiring you.
All right.
After hanging up, Niu Lang, the team leader from the previous security detail, scratched his head uneasily.
That guy doesn't need their protection at all. Following him would probably just make them a liability, wouldn't it?
When Chu Fan returned to the customer service department, Zhu Dachang approached him, asking why he'd taken so long to get water. Before Chu Fan could answer, Jiang Xiaolan piped up from the side, Yang Yaoyan came looking for trouble, and our brother Fan played the hero to save the damsel in distress.
Ha! Yang Yaoyan actually came to our company?
Zhu Dashan looked utterly surprised, clearly unaware of the situation.
Chu Fan nodded,
then turned to Jiang Xiaolan and asked, how come you're so well informed?
It's like you know everything. Jiang Xiaolan beamed proudly, patting her chest. Of course. I have friends in every single department across the company. The news about Yang Yaoyan coming was told to me by little Zhang from security.
Zhu Dachang nodded in agreement beside him and said to Chu Fan, Bro Fan, let me tell you, this girl really has a knack for gathering intel.
There's nothing big or small in this company she doesn't know about. We even joked before that if the company ever went under, Jiang Xiaolan could join the paparazzi. Ha!
Zhu Dachang's words sparked a burst of laughter throughout the office, and Chu Fan couldn't help but chuckle too. But after the laughter died down, something suddenly occurred to him.
He turned to Jiang Xiaolan with a serious expression and asked, Jiang Xiaolan, I've got a question for you. Since you have so many friends and such a good grasp on the latest news, do you know how the Li Group could possibly beat the Brilliant Group?
Jiang Xiaolan froze upon hearing the question, then shook her head vigorously like a rattledrum.
How could I possibly know something like that? If I did, wouldn't I be the CEO myself?
Zhu Dashang also shook his head repeatedly.
Brother Fan, your question is pure fantasy. Though the Brilliant Group isn't the strongest enterprise in Jinling, it definitely belongs in the top tier.
Compared to them, our company is more like the bottom of the second tier.
So, wait, if Brilliant Group is only top tier, then who's the top tier? Obviously state-owned enterprises.
They wield influence nationwide.
Unlike our company, not even everyone in Jinling knows who we are. That's such a huge gap.
Chu Fan stroked his chin, looking deep in thought.
Exactly.
So, Fan, you shouldn't get your hopes up too high. Grandpa says our bid against Shining Group for the Wanbao project is like trying to crack a nut with an egg, highly likely to fail.
But our president is still young, a few stumbles won't hurt him. After hearing Zhu Dashan's words, Chu Fan smiled without comment.
He dismissed the others to attend to their duties while he searched online for Jinling City's corporate asset rankings. What he found was eye-opening truly, there's always someone better out there.
Meanwhile, Yang Yaoyan stormed into his private limousine, still seething over Wei Debao's earlier tirade. He was so furious he could have punched the man right then and there. But the moment he thought of Yao Yen Group's current predicament, he immediately calmed down. Gritting his teeth, he dialed Wei Debao's number again. The moment Wei Debao saw Yang Yaoyan's name flash on his screen, he didn't even bother answering, he hung up immediately. With no other choice, Yang Yaoyan persisted, dialing again and again.
After being hung up on 7 or 8 times, Wei Debao's voice finally came through on the other end. What the hell are you calling me for, you useless piece of trash?
Have you no shame? Yang Yaoyan forced a smile.
Mr. Wei, calm down.
With all the investment Li Group has secured, they'll definitely retaliate.
When that happens, it won't just be our Yao Yen Group suffering, the Wei family will be affected too, at least to some extent.
Our partnership isn't over yet. We still have a common enemy.
Humph. If you ask me, it's all your fault, you useless piece of trash.
How could you not even know about such a major development as Chong Quang arriving in Jinling? What the hell are your gang connections for? Didn't you pick up a single whisper? Yang Yaoyan desperately wanted to retort. Your Wei family is so mighty, yet you weren't prepared at all?
But he dared not voice it, instead groveling for forgiveness.
Perhaps Yang Yaoyan's deference pleased Wei Debao, for he ultimately refrained from crushing him completely.
Instead, he relented, alright, consider this a lesson learned. Others may be unaware, but I know full well that while Chang Quang appears to be an independent investor, he has the Tang family backing him. Without Tango San's approval, he'd never dare to meddle so brazenly.
Go back and handle matters at the company.
I'll contact you after I clarify things with Tango San.
Yes, sir. After hanging up, Yang Yaoyan felt uneasy. Why would Tango San get involved in something like this?
He has no grudge against the Wei family, and certainly not against me. A small fry like me is insignificant compared to the colossal power of the 4 great families.
No matter how he looked at it, Tang Gaozan had no reason to wade into this mess. And to secretly send his men to handle it while keeping himself hidden? That just didn't make sense. Yang Yaoyan was utterly perplexed. Amidst the confusion, a thought suddenly struck him. Could Tango San be opposing him to help the Li family?
But the thought vanished as quickly as it had appeared, swiftly dismissed by Yang Yaoyan himself.
If the Li family truly had any connection with his own, how could they have ended up in such a dire state? After racking his brain to no avail, Yang Yaoyan could only return to the company and wait patiently for news to see what Wei Debao would bring back. Of course, he didn't idle away the time.
While waiting, Yang Yaoyan began reaching out to influential figures, preparing to eliminate Chu Fan first.
Chapter 89, The Li Family, I've got them covered. Just as he was plotting his next move, Wei Xiaobao called.
Wei Daobao and Wei Xiaobao each handled different aspects of the Wei family's affairs. One managed the business operations, while the other oversaw the underground operations. Upon learning of Yang Yaoyan and Wei Debao's failed attempt to jointly target the Li family, Wei Xiaobao not only remained unperturbed but recognized this as a golden opportunity. The moment Yang Yaoyan saw Wei Xiaobao's call, his heart sank. His underground network was likely doomed. Sure enough, the moment the call connected, Wei Xiaobao cut straight to the chase. Mr. Yang, it seems your momentum has weakened considerably since He Shui's death.
Now you're even being bossed around by a woman? That won't do. If your people truly lack capable leadership, how about I recommend someone for you? On the surface, Wei Xiaobao was offering to recommend talent to Yang Yaoyan, but in reality, he was sending his own people to take over Yang's territory.
Yang Yaoyan cursed inwardly, but outwardly he could only play along. That would be most welcome.
I've been short on capable hands lately.
Not only has that woman, Li Jinmei, been writing roughshod over me, but even her lackey, that Chu Fan fellow, has been showing me utter disrespect. I only hope the formidable figure you send this time, young Master Wei, can help me eliminate this Chu Fan and ease my bitter resentment. Yang Yaoyan had thrown caution to the wind. Knowing he couldn't stop Wei Xiaobao from seizing his territory, he hoped to use this opportunity to eliminate Chu Fan, making the loss somewhat bearable.
Of course, no problem.
Wei Xiaobao agreed readily.
The thought of Yang Yaoyan's years of underground influence soon falling under his control made him eager to oblige. Even if the request were to wipe out Li Jinmei's entire family, he'd agree without hesitation. The two struck a deal instantly. Wei Xiaobao pledged to Yang Yaoyan that he would take care of Chu Fan within a week and complete the takeover of Yang Yaoyan's territory.
After hanging up, Yang Yaoyan felt a complex mix of emotions. There was no turning back now. Though he knew he was courting disaster, his hatred for Chu Fan had completely clouded his judgment.
He only wanted to win, and he had to win. At the same moment, Wei Daobao's call connected to Tango-san's phone.
Tango-san had anticipated this very outcome, that the Wei family would come seeking retribution after his move, so he answered promptly, without a hint of hesitation.
Mr. Wei, it's been a while. Wei Debao narrowed his eyes. Mr. Tang, let's be straightforward. You know why I'm calling, don't you? I know. That's why I've prepared my answer for you, Mr. Wei.
Listen carefully, I've secured the Li family.
What?
Wei Debao's smile instantly froze on his face. Before making this call, he'd rehearsed countless scenarios in his mind, simulating every possible negotiation with Tango-san. He'd played out their chess match countless times in his head, but he never imagined Tango-san would refuse to even discuss it, rejecting him outright.
Wei Debao was momentarily speechless, his face etched with utter disbelief. Mr. Tang, what exactly are you implying? Are you declaring war on me over the Li family? If the Wei family insists on moving against the Li family, then yes, you're right, I am declaring war on you.
Tango-san's reply was utterly nonchalant, as if this weren't a high-stakes game involving the fate of tens of thousands, but rather an everyday remark like, the weather is really nice today. Wei Debao was utterly dumbfounded. He replayed Tango-san's words over and over in his mind before finally accepting that the man was genuinely declaring war.
Mr. Tang, may I ask why?
Our two families have always kept to ourselves over the years, never once clashing.
The Li Group is nothing but a third-rate company, why bother with them, Mr. Tang? Tango-san deflected with equal force, countering instantly, if the Li family is so insignificant, then why does Mr. Wei insist on clinging to them?
Every time Wei Debao spoke, Tango-san shot back with a retort, making it clear there was no room for negotiation. Mr. Tang, I advise you not to act on impulse.
Let me be frank, our Wei family is currently backing the Brilliant Group. You must know how much stronger Brilliant Group is compared to the Li Group. There's no need to stubbornly pursue such a losing venture, is there?
Wei Debao was barely suppressing his rage as he negotiated with Tango-san, the murderous intent in his eyes nearly impossible to conceal. Tango-san shook his head and said, Mr. Wei, I think you're mistaken. At first glance, Brilliance Group may seem more promising than Li Group, but those who follow the right path gain widespread support, while those who stray lose it. Over the years, Yang Yaoyan has been arrogant and tyrannical, committing countless acts that defy both heaven and humanity. He holds no advantage in either divine or human justice. I believe Yaoyan Group's days are numbered.
Mr. Wei, you are the one who should be cautious.
Tango-san's words appeared to target Yang Yaoyan, yet they were actually a veiled reference to the Wei family. Among the four great families, only the Wei clan built their fortune through plunder and violence. During the Republican era, they were bandits who ruled the mountains. Later, riding the winds of change and choosing the right side, they achieved their present glory. Yet their core remained steeped in the arrogance of bandits. Precisely because of this, the Wei family never truly meshed with the other three clans, who had built their fortunes through legitimate means. They never shared a genuine rapport.
Thus, Tango-san's mockery cut deep into Wei Debao's heart. He sneered coldly, "No man is perfect. Though Yang Yaoyan made many mistakes in the past, I believe he has truly reformed. Why be so relentlessly aggressive? Whether one has truly reformed isn't determined by words, but by actions. If everyone's business dealings were truly above board, Mr. Wei, you wouldn't have needed to call me today, would you? In short, I've conveyed the Tang family's stance. Mr. Wei, you'd better think carefully about your next move." After saying this, Tango-san hung up the phone without another word, as if speaking another sentence to someone like Wei Debao was an insult to himself. Faced with Tang Gaozan's contemptuous attitude, Wei Debao's rage boiled over. The moment he hung up, he slammed his phone onto the floor and snarled, "Tang Gaozan, do you really think the Tang family is unbreakable? I've had my eye on you for ages. Since you refuse to take the hint and insist on opposing the Wei family, don't blame me for being ruthless. It's time to shake up Jinling's current four-cornered power structure." In a flash, Wei Debao, who hadn't gained any advantage, suddenly conceived a bold plan. He pulled out a spare phone from the drawer and dialed Yang Yaoyan again. Yang Yaoyan, burning with anxiety, had waited for ages. Finally, Wei Debao's voice came through, but the news he brought was anything but good. "Mr. Yang, the Tang family has declared war on us. They're determined to back the Li family. Brace yourself, we're in for a tough fight." "What?" Hearing this, Yang Yaoyan sucked in a sharp breath, clutching his chest. He stood frozen for a long moment, unable to comprehend how things had suddenly taken such a turn. He had only intended to swallow the Li family whole, yet now he had become a pawn in the Wei family's game against the Tang family? He'd already been struggling to escape the Wei family's control. Now, with things turning out like this, wouldn't it be even harder to break free? Yang Yaoyan's heart sank. Far from feeling pleased about formally becoming an ally of the Wei family, he was overcome by a vague sense of foreboding. Wei Debao seemed to sense Yang Yaoyan's unease and offered reassurance. "Mr. Yang, there's no need for excessive worry. The Tang family patriarch, Tang Xuanzan, is advanced in years and not as robust as my own patriarch. If the Tangs truly seek conflict, my father will personally lead the charge. He's long desired to test the Tang family's mettle, but lacked the right opportunity to act. Now that the Tangs have come looking for trouble, my father will undoubtedly show his true colors. Tango-san alone is no match for us." Hearing Wei Debao's confident tone, Yang Yaoyan finally felt a little reassured. He even began to boldly fantasize about how much he could profit from the dealings with the Tang family once they were dealt with. After ending the call, Wei Debao hurried home to discuss countermeasures against the Tangs with his family. Meanwhile, Wei Xiaobao also called his trusted lieutenant, Shui Zhansha. Shui Zhansha was the most formidable fighter in Wei Xiaobao's entourage. To demonstrate his sincerity to Yang Yaoyan, Wei ordered Shui to hack Chu Fan to death with a knife that very day and bring the body to Yang as proof. Shui Zhansha readily agreed, even guaranteeing he would complete the task before midnight. Chapter 90, Clinking Cups and Clinking Chopsticks. This afternoon was one of tumultuous events for Yang Yaoyan and the Wei family, yet for Chu Fan, it was as calm as a still pond. Bored to the point of drowsiness, he nearly drifted off to sleep. Just as Chu Fan was dozing off while waiting for work to end, a call came in on his phone. It was Su Tellen. Since Chu Fan had effortlessly cured Pan Shanghua's illness, eliminating the need for further recuperation, mother and son had decided to depart for the metropolis the following day. Tonight was their last evening in Jinling, and they wished to invite Chu Fan for a farewell dinner before their departure. Of course, Chu Fan couldn't refuse such an invitation. After all, once Su Tellen left, who knew when he might return? After hanging up, Chu Fan immediately messaged Li Jinmei, informing her he wouldn't be returning for dinner tonight either. Though Li Jinmei desperately wanted to ask where exactly Chu Fan was going, she ultimately suppressed her curiosity and simply replied, "Okay." With her approval secured, Chu Fan immediately sprang into action, gathering his things and stepping out of the office. But the moment he stepped outside the company gates, he sensed something was off. A scrutinizing gaze was fixed on him from a short distance away. No matter how Chu Fan changed direction, the stare followed him like a shadow, relentless as a hawk locked onto its prey. Chu Fan surmised it must be Yang Yaoyan, unwilling to accept his defeat, sending someone to cause trouble again. He wound his way around to the rear of the building, emerging at a small, deserted plaza. The open space left nowhere to hide. After coming to a stop, Chu Fan spun around abruptly and addressed the flower bed not far away. "Come out. Your mission isn't just to follow me, is it?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than rustling sounds erupted from the flower bed. The next second, several tall figures emerged from the flower beds, led by Niu Lang. Mr. Chu was indeed perceptive he spotted us so quickly. Niu Lang scratched his head awkwardly. Compared to Chu Fan, they were mere novices. What right did they have to protect him? Yet Chu Fan's brow furrowed, sensing something amiss. That hawk-like gaze had vanished, but it definitely hadn't belonged to any of the people standing before him. That meant the murderous figure following him hadn't shown itself yet. And now, even Chu Fan had no idea where it was hiding. Seeing Chu Fan frown, Niu Lang mistakenly thought he was displeased with their tailing. He steeled himself to explain, "Mr. Chu, please don't be angry. Miss Lee was concerned for your safety and asked us to follow and protect you.
We know this is ridiculous, but you specifically instructed us not to reveal the truth to Miss Lee last time. We had no choice but to accept this assignment."
Watching Niu Lang's trembling demeanor, Chu Fan sighed with a mix of amusement and exasperation. She meant well, thank you both. But since you know you can't protect me, why follow? You can keep your payment, but stop tailing me. And don't let Li Jinmei find out.
Yes, sir.
After Niu Lang left, Chu Fan couldn't help but shake his head. He never imagined Li Jinmei would care so deeply for him.
Though her methods proved ineffective, her sincerity was genuinely touching. He then circled around the small plaza, scanning the area once more. The person who had initially followed him was indeed nowhere to be seen.
Tisk, whoever you are, next time you show up, you won't be getting away no matter what.
Chu Fan's gaze sharpened.
He would never let anyone who came looking for trouble get away.
He hailed a cab and headed to the Hades Hotel, the very place Sutron had arranged to meet him. Besides Chu Fan, Su Tuli and his mother had also invited Wei Jingjing and Wei Yixin this time. Wei Jingjing couldn't stop raving about the Hades Hotel's cuisine, and the chance to piggyback on another meal had her in high spirits.
After everyone was seated, Shi Ge, the owner of the Hades Hotel, arrived as promised, once again bringing exquisite wine. As old acquaintances, the table was filled with clinking glasses and merriment. Su Telen's network was remarkably well connected. He'd immediately heard about the major banks coming to the Li Group today to demand repayment. Turning to Chu Fan, he asked, "Has the bank's debt collection issue been resolved? Do you need to borrow some working capital from me first?"
Chu Fan waved his hand dismissively.
"No need. Li Jinmei has secured the investment. The crisis is averted." "I see. Well, congratulations then. Should you ever need anything in the future, feel free to reach out. While I'm no tycoon, I'll certainly do my utmost to assist."
Upon hearing this, Chi Ge chuckled and patted Su Telen's shoulder.
"Mr. Su, your help won't be needed for this. Do you know who invested in the Li Group?" Seeing Chi Ji's beaming expression, Su Telen tentatively inquired, "Who?" "Ha! Chang Quan." "Ha! Him? Ha, then I was indeed overthinking it. My apologies, my apologies."
With this god of wealth backing him, my modest sum really pales in comparison.
"I'll refrain from making a fool of myself by offering it, ha." Su Telen chuckled self-deprecatingly before pouring himself a glass of wine. Seeing how both men seemed intimidated by Chang Quan, Chu Fan inquired, "Gentlemen, is this Chang Quan truly that wealthy? How does he compare to the two of you?"
"We wouldn't dare compare ourselves to him."
Chi Ge nearly choked on his own spit at this remark.
Setting down his cup, he waved his hands emphatically and laughed. "Mr. Chu, you're giving us far too much credit. Chang Quan has the Tang family backing him. They're truly wealthy enough to rival a nation.
Forget comparing us individually, even our two families combined couldn't hold a candle to him." As the steward of a prominent Jinling family, though not among the four great clans, Chi Ge possessed far more reliable intelligence than Yang Yaoyan. He knew full well that Chang Quang served as the Tang family's public intermediary and thus dared not show him disrespect. Seeing Chi Ji's expression as if he knew some inside information, Chu Fan perked up and asked, "Mr. Chi, tell me just how powerful is the Tang family? If we were to take on the Wei family, would we stand a chance?" Chi Ge couldn't fathom why Chu Fan was suddenly asking these questions out of the blue. Still, out of respect for Chu Fan, he answered earnestly, "Whether the Tang family could defeat the Wei family, I wouldn't make any bold claims. But one thing I can tell you for certain, among Jinling's four major families, the other three don't hold the Wei family in high regard. If the Wei family insists on courting disaster, the Han and Sun families might not stand idly by. So if it truly came down to a life or death struggle, the Tang family might have the upper hand. But the greater likelihood is mutual destruction. After all, the Han and Sun families aren't in the business of charity. If they can reap the benefits without getting their hands dirty, who would want to be the one to take the first shot? However, in my view, the likelihood of war between the Tang and Wei families is low. The Wei family knows they're unpopular. As for the Tang family, Tango-san isn't overly ambitious. His family has always valued harmony and rarely initiates conflicts. Moreover, Tang Xianzan, the patriarch of the Tang family, has advanced in years. Though I hear he remains fairly robust, he certainly can't match his younger self. For matters like this, he'd undoubtedly prefer to avoid trouble. Since the four major families have maintained their established balance for so many years, why would they risk disrupting it? I see no need for conflict, but if the Wei family truly seeks war, Tango-san won't back down. I've crossed paths with him several times. He's a master who sits calmly on his fishing platform." After listening to Chi Ji's candid analysis, Chu Fan grasped the implications and pressed further. "So are you saying that should Tang Xianzan fall, the Tang family would inevitably face crisis?" Ahem. Chi Ge was genuinely taken aback by the question, hastily waving his hands. "Such treasonous words, I dare not utter them aloud. It suffices that you understand, Mr. Chu." Even though they were on his own turf, where eavesdropping wasn't a concern, Chi Ge still preferred not to voice such thoughts aloud. If word of this accidentally leaked out, he'd be in serious trouble. Chu Fan quickly nodded. I was just asking casually. No need to get worked up. The topic was finally dropped. They chatted idly about family matters for a while longer, then raised their glasses together, wishing the Su family mother and son smooth sailing on their journey. Only then did the banquet disperse. Wei Jingjing, who hadn't drunk any alcohol, once again took on the responsibility of driving Chu Fan home. But halfway there, a dark figure suddenly darted out from the intersection. A man wielding a long knife stood at the crossroads. Bathed in the car's headlights, he stood arrogantly, staring straight at Wei Jingjing's vehicle. The intense gaze made Wei Jingjing's scalp tingle, and she slammed on the brakes to a sudden halt. Before Wei Jingjing could speak, Chu Fan instructed, "Lock the car doors and stay inside. This guy is here for me." Chu Fan didn't recognize Shui Zhansha, but he instantly recognized those hawk-like eyes. This was the very man who had followed him this afternoon. Chapter 91, Shui Zhansha. Wei Jingjing's heart pounded like a drum. Terrified, she wanted to get out and help, but she knew her half-baked skills would likely only slow things down. Overwhelmed with worry, she racked her brain before finally video calling her grandfather. Though night had deepened, the car's headlights illuminated the scene, allowing Wei Yizhen to instantly recognize the fierce warrior facing off against Chu Fan Shui Zhansha, one of Wei Shabao's most formidable generals. Wei Yizhen, who had been slightly drunk, instantly sobered up at the sight of this man, his eyes widening in shock. He shouted at his granddaughter, "Get Chu Fan back! Quickly, get Chu Fan back! That guy is Shui Zhansha, a true martial arts practitioner. Chu Fan stands no chance against him." Hearing this, Wei Jingjing panicked. Ignoring Chu Fan's instructions, she unbuckled her seatbelt and rushed out of the car. Panting heavily, she ran to Chu Fan's side and thrust the hysterical Wei Yizhen, still on the video call, right under his nose. Though Wei Yizhen's voice cracked from screaming, Chu Fan heard every word clearly. "All right, old Wei, calm down. Don't worry about me. Jingjing, get back in the car." Chu Fan remained utterly composed, his calm demeanor seeming odd even to Shui Zhansha. "You truly aren't afraid of me?" "Not afraid. As long as you dare to face me in a fair fight, I won't fear you." Chu Fan's decisive reply instantly ignited Shui Zhansha's fighting spirit. Though he was a master assassin, he had never lost in direct confrontation. Precisely because of this, he hadn't chosen to strike from the shadows today. Instead, he stood directly in front of Wei Jingjing's car. "Fine. I respect your courage. Wei family girl, get in the car. Your grandfather once treated my wounds. I don't want to make things difficult for you." Watching Shui Zhansha through the screen, Wei Yizhen felt utterly defeated, wishing he could slap himself. Back when he practiced medicine in the Demon City, he cared only for money. As long as the price was right, he'd treat anyone who came to him. Shui Zhansha's mention of that incident was precisely such a case. Though he deeply disapproved of the Wei family's character, he couldn't refuse when they offered such exorbitant sums, a decision that had led to today's troubles. Fearing Chu Fan might misunderstand him, Wei Yizhen hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. But Chu Fan dismissed it casually. "Jingjing, head back to the car. You're only tying my hands here. But go back." Under Chu Fan's repeated urging, Wei Jingjing finally returned to the car with a dejected look, choosing to wait and see. After Wei Jingjing had walked away, Shui Zhansha studied Chu Fan once more and asked again, "You truly aren't afraid of me?" "I've said it several times already, I'm not afraid." "Oof. This is the first time I've met an opponent as stubborn as you." "Fine. Since you're not afraid, I won't hold back either. I was originally going to spare you a whole corpse out of respect for your connection with Dr. Wei, but now it seems unnecessary." No sooner had Shui Zhansha finished speaking than a whirlwind kick swept out horizontally. A vortex instantly swirled through the air, its speed so great it generated thunderous friction with the atmosphere. Even Wei Jingjing inside the carriage heard it, her heart leaping into her throat. Chu Fan, however, remained utterly composed. As the wind-swept attack approached, he merely shifted his feet slightly, effortlessly evading the strike. Simultaneously, he darted around to Shui Zhansha's back, driving a fist toward the back of his head. Shui Zhansha hadn't anticipated Chu Fan's blinding speed, yet he wasn't entirely unprepared. Planting his toes firmly, he spun around instantly to meet Chu Fan head-on, extending a palm to envelop the incoming fist. The clash seemed evenly matched at first glance. Yet the next instant, Shui Zhansha was suddenly catapulted backward. With a wail, he crashed to the ground, his palm completely fractured. It trembled so violently he couldn't even lift it. Shui Zhansha propped himself up with his other hand, staring in horror at the unmoving Chu Fan, cold sweat soaking his back. Having trained in the whirlwind leg technique since childhood, Shui Zhansha could unleash devastating power with a single effortless strike. Over the years, no one had ever escaped his legs unscathed, let alone counterattack while fleeing. When his palm had closed around Chu Fan's fist, Shui Zhansha had believed victory was assured. Yet the next instant brought excruciating, bone-piercing agony. His entire palm shattered into a pulverized fracture. The nerve-end pain nearly sent Shui Zhansha reeling into unconsciousness. Were it not for his formidable willpower, he would have collapsed on the spot. He knew he was powerless. To continue fighting, to persist would only lead to certain death.
Yet before retreating, he demanded to know how his opponent had attained such power. Gritting his teeth against the agony, Shui Zhansha dragged his mangled body forward and demanded, "Where did you learn that move?" "Self-taught from martial arts novels." Chu Fan answered bluntly. "Impossible. You're lying." "I never lie." Chu Fan stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm and composed. After speaking, he countered Shui Zhansha. "If I let you go now, would you still come looking for trouble?" "Yes." Shui Zhansha weighed his options briefly before answering. Whether driven by his master's orders or his own competitive spirit, Shui Zhansha knew he would inevitably seek revenge against Chu Fan. He had never tasted defeat in his entire life, yet this time he had lost utterly. He refused to accept it. He absolutely could not let it end like this. "You're honest enough. Well then, I'm sorry. I don't want anyone disturbing my life." With that, Chu Fan moved with the speed of the wind, appearing before Shui Zhansha in an instant. He seized the man's shoulder and gave it a gentle twist. A sharp crack echoed as Shui Zhansha's previously uninjured arm finally succumbed to dislocation. Thud. In the silent carriage, Wei Jingjing's audible swallow rang out. She was utterly stunned, never in her wildest dreams imagining she'd witness such a violent side of Chu Fan. Watching it all unfold through the video feed, Wei Yizhen felt the same way. He knew better than anyone how terrifying Shui Zhansha's strength was, yet at this very moment, Shui Zhansha seemed like a plastic doll, utterly helpless before Chu Fan. "Grandpa, did you see that? Chu Fan is so amazing!" Wei Jingjing shrieked excitedly. Even though Wei Yizhen had lowered the volume, the sudden scream startled him. He knew his granddaughter's heart had been completely captured by Chu Fan. Wei Yizhen chuckled. "Didn't you always hate men who resorted to violence? Why aren't you saying anything now? Grandpa, there's a difference between violence and violence, okay?" Chu Fan was clearly acting in self-defense. It was absolutely badass. Hearing his granddaughter's double standard, a clear smile spread across his wrinkled old face. He was delighted to see Wei Jingjing taking Chu Fan's side. Meanwhile, Chu Fan approached Shui Zhansha, towering over him. Shui Zhansha was now utterly incapacitated, gritting his teeth as he slumped to the ground. He felt his life was over. His palm and arm were ruined, leaving him unable to even be a one-armed hero. With a heart as cold as ashes, Shui Zhansha stared expressionlessly at Chu Fan and asked, "Are you going to kill me?" Chu Fan shook his head. "No need. You pose no threat to me anymore. I came to ask one thing. What is your master's name?" "Wei Xiaobao." Faced with overwhelming power, Shui Zhansha wisely chose to surrender. "You're a smart man. Don't associate with him anymore." With that, Chu Fan strode away, sparing Shui Zhansha's life. He acted this way because he knew Shui Zhansha wasn't the mastermind behind this affair, just a pawn. This man would never again pose a threat to him. Moreover, Wei Jingjing was watching everything unfold from a nearby car. Chu Fan didn't want to reveal his violent side in front of her. Leaving evidence behind would mean years of prison time, and he hadn't served those years for nothing. As Chu Fan slowly approached Wei Jingjing, he felt a flicker of unease. Girls were generally timid, and he wasn't sure if Wei Jingjing had been frightened by him. But to his surprise, before he even reached the car, Wei Jingjing suddenly pulled open the door, leaped out, and threw herself into his arms. "Chu Fan! You're so handsome. So you're a master of both martial arts and medicine. You're so underestimated. I thought you were only skilled in medicine, but I never imagined someone who looks so delicate could fight better than a professional assassin. You're amazing." Amidst Wei Jingjing's enthusiastic cheers and congratulations, Chu Fan's heart finally settled. He smiled as he gently pushed her away, scratched his head, and said somewhat sheepishly, "I've studied martial arts for a few years. Did you lose contact with old Master Wei?" "No." "Perfect. I want to ask old Wei about the Wei family." Chu Fan and Wei Jingjing got back in the car to continue their journey, and along the way, they video called Wei Yizhen. Chapter 92, Mr. Chu's Doing. Inside the Hades Hotel, Pan Shanghua had already retired for the night. Chi Gu and Sudlin sat sipping hangover tea and chatting. Their relationship had never been particularly close, but with Chu Fan's arrival, they'd suddenly become confidants who shared everything. After all, both were determined to serve him. "Mr. Su, do you think the Wei family might have some kind of grudge against Mr. Chu?" When he mentioned them today, he seemed particularly concerned. Su Tellin nodded. "I felt the same. But logically speaking, among the four great families, only the Han family is relatively active. The other three families are very low-key. While the Wei family loves stirring up trouble, they shouldn't be able to reach Mr. Chu, right?" "I'm not certain. Once I find out more, I'll let you know." Chi Gu dared not jump to conclusions either, so he could only dispatch someone to closely monitor the situation. However, no sooner had Chi Gu finished speaking than a subordinate sent to gather intelligence called back. But the news wasn't about Chu Fan, it was about the Wei family. After hanging up, Sutolin observed Chi Ji's sudden change in expression and asked curiously, "What's going on?" "The most skilled assassin under Wei Xiaobao has been crippled." "You mean Shui Zhan?" Sutolin gasped. "Yes. Word is he was out on a mission when someone crippled both his hands. A passerby saw it and took him to the hospital, so the news spread.
Sutron pressed, where was he found? Chenyang Street. What?
Sutherland was instantly stunned upon hearing this news, for Chenyang Street was the only route leading to the Li family's ancestral home.
Could this incident be connected to Chu Fan? Both men thought the same thing simultaneously, exchanging stunned glances as their hands trembled slightly while holding their teacups.
This was truly strange. Shui Zhan had innate divine strength and was a legitimate cultivator.
Following Wei Xiaobao, he was practically invincible, unstoppable in battle. How could someone have crippled him? Moreover, if there was truly such deep enmity, the enemy should have simply taken his life. Why stop at crippling his hands?
This very point was why both men suspected Chu Fan was behind it. After all, among all the enemies they could think of who harbored enough grudge against the Wei family to warrant Wei Xiaobao sending Shui Zhansha, none would show such mercy by sparing a life. Only Chu Fan, only his nature could tolerate Shui Zhansha's continued existence.
But if Mr. Chu was responsible, wouldn't that imply his martial prowess far surpasses Shui Zhansha's?
I never heard Wei Yizhen mention him having such abilities.
I haven't heard about it either. I'll call Wei Yizhen later and ask him. Why wait? Call him now.
Su Tellin, desperate to uncover the truth, immediately pulled out his phone and dialed Wei Yizhen.
Wei Yizhen had just finished speaking with Chu Fan. Faced with Su Tellin's direct inquiry, he didn't hide anything.
Nodding, he replied, "You guessed correctly. It was indeed Mr. Chu. So it was him after all." That night, news of Shui Zhansha's incapacitation spread like wildfire, leaving even Wei Debao and Wei Xiaobao deeply troubled. Shui Zhansha was their trump card, never having failed them before. Now that Shui Zhansha had been crippled, and the incident had become public knowledge, the Wei family's intimidating presence would be greatly diminished.
The Tang family would certainly hold them in even less regard.
The more the brothers thought about it, the more vexing the situation became.
They immediately returned to their ancestral home and sought their father's counsel.
Wei Lu gazed at his two disappointing sons and sighed deeply.
Just how much trouble have you two gotten yourselves into behind my back? With Shui Zhansha's abilities, who could possibly harm him? Tell me.
It was Chu Fan, a man from the Li family. I sent Shui Zhansha to kill him today, but unexpectedly, he failed. I questioned Shui Zhansha about the details, and he said that Chu Fan was terrifyingly strong. He crippled him in just 2 moves.
Ha? Shui Zhansha said that? That's quite surprising.
That boy's always been arrogant and proud, yet this time he was actually beaten into submission.
Seems this fellow is indeed a bit troublesome. Have you investigated where he came from? The Li family hasn't amounted to much, has it? How come this time? We've already looked into it. The kids from the countryside, raised by his sister.
The villagers pooled their money to send them both to university. But just as they were about to graduate, Chu Fan got into a fight, stabbed someone, and got sentenced to 3 years. He was just released recently. His background and connections are incredibly simple. I have no idea where he learned those skills.
After Wei Xiaobao finished reporting his findings, Wei Lu instantly flew into a rage.
His wolf-like eyes narrowed as he glared at his youngest son, then he snatched a pen from the penholder and flung it at him with a sharp flick. The nib grazed Wei Xiaobao's cheek, leaving a long trail of blood. Yet Wei Xiaobao stood motionless with his head bowed, not daring to utter a sound.
Useless. I entrusted you with the intelligence network. Is this how you're supposed to use it? Use your brain. If he were truly that simple, why would the Li family take him in? The Li family is a prominent clan. Don't they care about their reputation? And if he really spent his youth studying before becoming a prison inmate, how did he gain the ability to cripple Shui Zhansha? I don't want to hear "I don't know" from you. If you don't know, then investigate. Keep digging until you find out. I taught you long ago, know your enemy and yourself, and you'll never be defeated.
Before sending Shui Zhansha to kill him, did you even bother to investigate his true strength? Now that Shui Zhansha is crippled, the news is spreading like wildfire.
This will deal a massive blow to the Wei family's reputation. And you claim to know nothing? Do you realize that if this continues, it won't be long before every Tom, Dick, and Harry dares to walk all over us?
Wei Li's rage boiled over as he unleashed a torrent of abuse upon Wei Xiaobao. Shui Zhansha's fate can no longer be concealed. His elder brother, Shui Qingji, will surely come seeking vengeance once he learns of this. Before Shui Qingji arrives, you must thoroughly investigate this Chu Fan fellow.
Is that clear? Understood.
Wei Xiaobao trembled under his father's scolding, his mind in utter turmoil. He'd heard from Yang Yaoyan that Chu Fan was exceptionally skilled in combat, which was why he'd dispatched the expert Shui Zhansha to eliminate him cleanly.
This would have saved face for Yang Yaoyan while demonstrating the Wei family's might, discouraging any further misguided ambitions.
But he never imagined it would backfire so badly. Not only did he fail to achieve any of his original goals, but he also severely damaged his family's authority.
Enough. What's done is done. Focus on damage control now.
Inform Yang Yaoyan that Shui Zhansha is now a cripple, incapable of meaningful work for the rest of his life.
Yang Yaoyan will cover his living expenses. Start with 500 million.
If he refuses, have Shueqingji confront him when he arrives.
Our family will also contribute 300 million each from your dividends to compensate them. Settle this swiftly. As for that Chu Fan and the Li family, eliminate them without delay.
I will not tolerate such low-caliber scum trampling on the Wei family.
Understood?
Wei Li demanded with a fierce glare.
Yes.
When the two brothers emerged from Wei Li's study, their backs were drenched in cold sweat. Their legs felt weak as they exchanged glances. Wei Debao patted Wei Xiaobao's shoulder and said, "Alright, just be more careful next time.
Every cloud has a silver lining.
Though we've lost money, once Inspector Shui arrives, we can use him as a tool to eliminate Chu Fan." Wei Xiaobao nodded at his brother's words, a fleeting, almost imperceptible glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes.
Chapter 93, One Trouble Follows Another. By the time Chu Fan returned home, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Li Jinmei sat in the living room watching TV, asking with a hint of displeasure, "Where did you disappear to again?" Chu Fan's eyes darted around before he quickly lied, "I went to see Wei Yizhen. We discussed medical techniques and such." Li Jinmei found this answer plausible and didn't press further.
She nodded and returned to watching her program. It was Li Zhonghua, who had been silent all along, whose eyes flickered before he stared at Chu Fan for a long moment. Wei Yizhen's granddaughter was quite pretty, and about the same age as Chu Fan.
Could it be that Chu Fan kept going over there because he had his eye on Wei Jingjing?
The thought immediately filled Li Zhonghua with concern for Li Jinmei. Before he could ask, Su Chunli rushed downstairs from upstairs and shouted to everyone, "Big news! Shuizhan, that ace assassin by Wei Xiaobao's side, had both his hands crippled. He'll never be able to run rampant again."
Ha! He actually.
Li Zhonghua's face twisted into a look of horror upon hearing this, as if Su Chunli's news was particularly hard to digest. Li Jinmei felt the same.
She had only learned today that Yang Yaoyan's backer was the Wei family.
How coincidental that the Wei family's men sent out that night had met with disaster. While this situation benefited the Li family, the murky circumstances were deeply unsettling. This Shui Zhensha was a famously fierce warrior. Once, an entire squad of assassins was sent to kill Wei Xiaobao, only for Shui to single-handedly cut them down. He fought 10 men at once, moving through the enemy ranks as if they weren't there, slaughtering the small column before escaping unscathed.
That such a man could have both arms crippled was utterly unbelievable. Exactly.
But whoever did this is in for serious trouble.
Shui Zhensha's older brother, Shueqingji, is notorious for protecting his kin.
If he finds out his brother was crippled, he won't let it go. The three chatted animatedly, completely unaware that the other party involved in the incident was sitting right before them.
Chu Fan overheard their conversation and curiously asked Li Zhonghua, "Is Shui Zhensha's older brother really that formidable?"
Rarely did Chu Fan take the initiative to ask about such matters, so Li Zhonghua opened up and began explaining, "Not just formidable, he's exceptionally formidable. Shueqingji ranks among the top names on the martial arts masters list across all of Huaxia. Though I've been out of the martial world for years, I still hear high praise for his abilities from many old friends, a level of recognition few younger practitioners receive." Just as Li Zhonghua was getting into his stride, Su Chunli cut him off with a hint of displeasure.
Enough. Stop bringing up your past affairs.
Loose lips sink ships, be careful not to invite trouble.
Bottom line, this has nothing to do with our family. It's best to keep quiet and protect yourself.
Li Zhangmei chimed in beside him, addressing Chu Fan, "Why are you so nosy? These matters are far beyond your reach. Don't flatter yourself with your skills compared to the truly formidable, you're nothing."
Let me put it this way, if Shueqingji really wanted to kill you, you wouldn't even last a single move. Is he really that formidable?
You're exaggerating. I've never met him, but his brother doesn't seem particularly skilled.
Sure, he's stronger than the average person, but that's about it. If they're brothers, shouldn't the gap between them be smaller?
Listening to Chu Fan muttering to himself, Li Zhonghua suddenly froze. Grabbing Chu Fan's arm, he asked excitedly, "Chu Fan, when did you see Shuizhen kill someone?
How could you possibly know his strength? Could it be, you're the one who crippled his hands?"
At Li Zhonghua's words, Su Chunli and Li Jinmei both gasped, their eyes instantly locking onto Chu Fan.
Chu Fan didn't hide anything. He nodded solemnly and said, "It was me.
He intercepted me on the road when I was driving back, so I just taught him a little lesson." Chu Fan spoke with casual nonchalance, but Li Jinmei's eyes rolled back in her head as she nearly fainted.
"Chu Fan, why do you always get into trouble?"
No sooner had she spoken than Su Chunli came rushing down the stairs, her steps quickening to a run. Pointing an accusing finger at Chu Fan, she exclaimed, "You're good for nothing but causing trouble. Shuizhan's incident should have been a blessing for our Li family. I was actually gloating over it, but it turns out you're the one behind it all."
Do you have any idea how terrifying Shueqingji is? Once he comes for revenge, everything will be ruined. Faced with their accusations, Chu Fan felt utterly helpless. But if he came to kill me and I didn't fight back, wouldn't I be the one who died?
Besides, I already showed mercy and spared his life.
Isn't that enough?
If that Shui punishment is anything like this Shui Slayer, I don't think we need to fear him.
Dealing with him is easy enough. If I hadn't deliberately held back, he'd be dead by now.
You.
Su Chuanli was rendered speechless by Chu Fan's words. She turned to Li Zhonghua, hoping he would speak up for him.
But to her surprise, Li Zhonghua nodded and said, Chu Fan has a point. This isn't his fault. They came to kill him. How could he just stand there and let them capture him?
Since Chu Fan is this capable, even if Xue Qingji comes looking for trouble, he shouldn't be too much of a threat.
You two needn't worry. Li Zhonghua's decisive words silenced Su Chuanli and Li Jinmei completely. Yet doubts still lingered in their minds.
Where did Chu Fan acquire such formidable skills?
Could it be honed through real combat drills with fellow inmates in prison?
And judging by his tone, defeating Xue Zhenke seemed like child's play effortless.
Was he really that formidable?
Despite her lingering doubts, Li Jinmei recalled that when Chu Fan returned, he was wearing the same clothes he'd left in that morning, clean and tidy, showing no signs of having fought anyone. This thought gave her a measure of reassurance.
It seems Yang Yaoyan and the Wei family have truly formed a solid alliance.
You offended Yang Yaoyan, so he begged Wei Xiaobao to send men to vent his anger.
Little did he expect you'd outmaneuver him. Those two must be fuming mad right now, ha. Li Zhonghua spoke, then burst into laughter, seemingly unconcerned about any possible retaliation. Seeing this, Su Chuanli flared up. How can you even laugh? That guy stirs up trouble every other day. I don't know what to say about him. Why are you blaming him?
This whole thing started because of our grudge with Yang Yaoyan. If Chu Fan hadn't helped us teach them a lesson, we'd probably just be the ones getting beaten up. Since things have come to this, we might as well stand tall and fight them to the end. Chu Fan, you'd better be extra careful lately.
Li Zhonghua patted Chu Fan's shoulder and cautioned with a serious look. Don't worry, Grandpa.
No matter how many brothers he has, if any of them dare come looking for me, I'll make sure they never come back alive. Seeing Chu Fan so confident, Li Zhonghua felt slightly reassured. But Su Chuanli still found the situation extremely.
Forget the fighting for now. This time, we've completely severed ties with Yang Yaoyan and the Wei family.
Yang Yaoyan was already difficult to deal with, and now he's hooked up with the powerful Wei family.
If we really have to compete financially, I'm afraid we'll be at a serious disadvantage. Seeing Su Chuanli's worried expression, Chu Fan asked curiously, didn't the company secure a major investment today? Isn't that enough? Shut up. If you don't understand, don't meddle.
Li Jinmei shot Chu Fan a glare, warning him to keep his mouth shut.
Changquang Investment may be wealthy, but they can't compare to one of the established powerhouses among the four great families. What's more, we have virtually no relationship with Changquang. Why would they offer us their full support? Without the Wei family, today's investment would have been more than sufficient not only to weather this storm easily, but even to turn the tables on Yang Yaoyan. But now? It's barely a drop in the bucket.
After hearing this, Chu Fan shrugged indifferently.
Yang Yaoyan couldn't defeat us, so he found an ally. Why don't you find one too? There are still 3 of the 4 great families left. How about asking them for help? Ha!
No sooner had Chu Fan finished speaking than Su Chuanli let out a derisive snort, her sarcasm practically dripping from her words.
You're so physically strong but mentally weak. You're just a country bumpkin who's never seen the world. Do you think this is some child's game where you can just recruit allies whenever you want? You really think highly of yourself.
Though Su Chuanli's words were harsh, Li Jinmei agreed with her grandmother. Chu Fan was indeed too naive, his ideas laughably childish. Li Zhonghua also thought Chu Fan's ideas were a bit far-fetched, but he didn't mock him. Instead, he spoke earnestly, Chu Fan, you don't understand. In the business world, alliances and rivalries are driven by profit. The Wei family has designs on Yang Yaoyan, which is why they're willing to help him. The other major families have no ties to us. Under these circumstances, if we want to pull them into opposing the Wei family, we must offer them substantial benefits to make them willing to take the risk.
But our family simply can't afford such benefits.
Watching Li Zhonghua sigh and lament, Chu Fan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Tango-san had repeatedly offered his services today should we need him, but Chu Fan felt the Tang family was unreliable. After all, Tang Xuanzan was still being hunted down.
If the Li family truly allied with them, they might gain no advantage and instead be dragged down by their troubles.
As for the Han and Sun families, Han Weiman had been gone for some time, apparently busy with a new project.
He likely had his hands full and couldn't handle affairs effectively from afar.
As for the remaining Sun family, though Chu Fan had some connection with them, he'd heard recently that Sun Miaoyu had gone abroad for further studies. After all, she'd been in poor health before and missed many courses, so now was the time for her to catch up.
Without Sun Miaoyu present, Chu Fan couldn't really speak for the Sun family. Counting on their assistance was likely unrealistic. Chapter 94, Sister Shuij falls ill.
Late at night, when all was quiet, everyone retired to their rooms to rest. Li Jinmei pulled out her phone and recounted every detail of how Chu Fan had defended her when Yang Yaoyan came to cause trouble earlier that day to her best friend, Shi Mengyao. Xia Mengyao listened with rapt attention, her voice brimming with excitement.
Wow! Who'd have thought that seemingly soft-spoken guy could be so capable? When can you introduce us? I'm absolutely fascinated by men who look like sweet little puppies on the surface but are actually tough as nails. You're crazy. Whether it was fear that Shi Mengyao might actually snatch Chu Fan away, Li Junmei muttered a complaint before shutting down her phone and going to sleep. The next day, as soon as Chu Fan arrived at the office, he immediately searched online again, hoping to find any other powerful figures in Jinling who could counterbalance the Wei family. But no matter how he searched, the only option for the four major families was internal restraint. As Chu Fan pondered how to utterly annihilate the Wei family and eliminate all future threats, Su Telin and Pan Shanghua arrived by car at the entrance of the Li group. Originally, today was the day this mother and son were to leave Jinling. However, after yesterday's detailed conversation with Wei Yixin, Su Telin learned of Chu Fan's unusually close relationship with the Li family. He also learned that beyond his medical skills, Chu Fan possessed martial arts prowess that was even more astonishing. Su Telin made a silent vow: no matter what, he must bring Chu Fan into his camp. This would undoubtedly be entirely beneficial and without drawback for the Su family's development. Thus, early this morning, the mother and son postponed their flight and arrived at Li Junmei's office. Upon seeing Su Telin and Pan Shanghua, Li Junmei felt both delighted and puzzled. The contract had been signed long ago, why would they seek her out now? Could they be backing out? This suspicion made Li Junmei feel as if facing a formidable enemy. After all, the news of the Wei family's malicious sabotage against the Li group had already spread throughout Jinling. If Su Telin chose to protect himself and cancelled the cooperation with the Li family, it would be understandable. But doing so would bring catastrophic consequences to the Li group, likely sealing its fate with no chance of recovery. Amid Li Junmei's mounting anxiety, Su Telin produced a new contract and explained their purpose. Ms. Li, I've drafted a new contract for the commercial street project. Please review it. If everything looks good, we'll void the old contract and sign this new one. With a heavy heart, Li Zhongmi accepted the new contract. After carefully reviewing it, her eyes widened in astonishment. Mr. Su, what on earth is this? This was simply too. Li Junmei's shock stemmed from the fact that in the new contract, Su Telin had doubled his investment in Li Junmei while reducing his own profit share by 10%. This meant Li Junmei's potential profits from the project would more than double. Su Telin was practically giving away charity. There's no such thing as a free lunch. When the contract terms became absurdly generous, Li Junmei actually grew uneasy. Ms. Li, I understand your group is facing difficulties. I can't stand Yang Yaoyan's bullying ways, so I've decided to help you fight him. This contract will maximize the Li group's profits and ensure your short-term financial stability. Consider it my donation to you. I only ask that when the Li group emerges victorious, you remember me, Su Telin. Let's continue our partnership and pursue greater ambitions together. Li Junmei gazed at Su Telin's sincere expression and the already signed documents, her heart filled with a complex mix of emotions and profound gratitude. She immediately took the documents to Su Chuanli and repeated Su Telin's words. Su Chuanli stared at the fresh contract, equally stunned and finding it hard to believe. After both parties signed the renewed contract in duplicate, Sudlun departed by plane with Pan Shanghua. Su Chuanli and Li Junmei held the new contract, feeling that these few thin pages were heavier than 1,000 pieces of gold. Grandma, don't you think our luck has turned? I don't know. Could it be that Su Telin has taken a liking to you? Why else would he agree to such a money-losing deal? And his mother didn't try to stop him at all. That's really strange. The two scrutinized the contract for ages, finding no hidden traps. Su Telin had genuinely acted charitably, handing Li group a huge piece of the pie. Su Telin had intended to say goodbye to Chu Fan before leaving, but then reconsidered Chu Fan wouldn't want to reveal his true identity to the Li family either. So he gave up on the idea. After sitting in the customer service department for a while, Chu Fan suddenly received a message from Shuij, inviting him to the rooftop for a chat. This struck Chu Fan as odd. Why choose such a place? When Chu Fan arrived at the rooftop, he found Shu Weigu sitting there with a look of utter despair, tear-filled eyes staring down at the ground below. She seemed genuinely intent on leaping to her death. This sight stunned Chu Fan. Worried he might frighten her, he called out softly, "Director Shui, what are you doing?" Hearing Chu Fan's voice, Shu Weigu turned his tear-filled eyes toward him. After asking carefully, Chu Fan learned that Shu Weigu was so devastated because someone in her family had fallen seriously ill. The hospital still hadn't provided a treatment plan because they simply couldn't figure out what was wrong. Shu Weiji's parents had passed away early, leaving only this sister to rely on each other. Now, with his sister suffering daily from illness, unable to eat or sleep, Shu Weigu was heartbroken and considering quitting his job to care for her. But if she quit, she feared her savings wouldn't last. He was caught in a dilemma, tormented by guilt for failing to protect his sister from her parents' side. As a devoted big brother, Shuij couldn't think of any other close friend besides Chu Fan to confide in about his troubles, so he messaged him. After hearing the whole story, Chu Fan handed Shuij a tissue and said, "You've stumbled upon the right person. Take me to see your sister. To be honest, I know a bit about medicine, traditional Chinese medicine, specifically. Maybe I can detect issues that machines miss just by taking her pulse." "Really? Thank you so much. Let's go." At the mention of Chu Fan's potential help, Shuij's spirits lifted instantly. After spending time with him, he felt Chu Fan was someone he could rely on. He wouldn't make such bold claims without genuine expertise. Without another word, he grabbed Chu Fan and rushed home. Shui Goat had lived frugally over the years, saving every penny to buy a house and fund his sister's education. His sister showed remarkable talent in music, but everyone knew pursuing music was an expensive endeavor. Precisely because of this, despite working hard for so many years and earning a decent salary, Shuich hadn't managed to save much. Shui Ji's sister was named Shui Shirshin. When they entered the house, Shui Shirshin was lying on the sofa, gasping for breath. Seeing his sister in such distress, Shui Gu was startled. He rushed over to help her up, his face filled with concern as he asked, Shinshin, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Shui Shirshin lifted her eyelids to glance at her brother. Her body swollen, she forced a faint smile and shook her head. No, brother. I just wanted to come out for a drink of water. Shui Gu found this odd. He had clearly left her plenty of water before leaving. He helped her back inside and noticed the water he'd left on the table had been knocked over onto the bed. It seemed her condition had worsened to the point where she couldn't even hold a cup. This sight deeply saddened Shuich, tears welling up in his eyes. He quickly carried her into his own room, laid her on the dry bed, tucked her in, then called Shu Fan inside. Turning to Shui Shinshin, he said, Shinshin, don't be afraid. I've found a very good doctor for you. He's my colleague, a kind and reliable person. How about letting him take your pulse? Your colleague? Weakened, Shirshin looked up at Shu Fan, her mind filled with doubts. Had she lost her mind from illness? Doesn't my brother work at a real estate company? How could he have a doctor as a colleague? And this person looks considerably younger than my brother. Where would you find such a young traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? Chapter 95, The Evil Qi of Illness. In hopes of curing his sister, Shui Goat had actually taken Shui Shirshin to see numerous renowned local physicians and masters, including many veteran TCM practitioners. Yet none could diagnose the cause of her illness. Therefore, Shu Fan's arrival this time didn't bring Shui Shirshin any hope either. She shook her head silently, her dimmed expression perfectly conveying her inner thoughts. She didn't believe this man before her would be of any use. Shui Gu found her sister's behavior rude, but given her critical condition, she couldn't scold her. Instead, she apologized to Chu Fan herself. Mr. Chu, my sister is unwell and her temper is a bit strange. Please don't take it personally. Come quickly and examine her. Seeing Shui Ji's politeness toward Chu Fan, Shui Shirshin thought that since he was a colleague, he might be helpful to her brother's work in the future. She stopped being stubborn and cooperatively extended her arm. Chu Fan bent down, held his breath, and felt Shui Shirshin's pulse. He quickly withdrew his hand. Watching Chu Fan's perfunctory diagnosis, Shui Shirshin felt even less hopeful about him. Though the man hadn't taken advantage of her, he certainly didn't seem competent. Yet the next moment, Chu Fan's words stunned Shui Shirshin. This isn't really an illness, you know. You've been infected by a malevolent energy, which is why you look so sickly and dazed. Once that energy is expelled, your body will naturally recover. Chu Fan's cryptic words left both siblings utterly confused. Exchanging glances, Shui Gu inquired, Mr. Chu, you say my sister has no serious ailment, only that she's been infected by an evil aura. But where did this evil aura come from? Hearing her brother's question, Shui Shirshin also pricked up her ears, eager to hear Chu Fan's explanation and gauge his credibility. Chu Fan smiled and said, perhaps she went somewhere she shouldn't have. People have varying constitutions. Some are simply not meant to have prolonged contact with the sick. Otherwise, they risk catching that malignant energy. I suspect it's related to her work as a social worker? Upon hearing Chu Fan's words, Shui Shirshin's eyes widened, and his entire demeanor seemed less listless than before. Before Shui Shirshin could speak, Shui Gu gave Chu Fan a thumbs up, exclaiming in astonishment, Mr. Chu, you're amazing. I didn't even tell you, and you already know. My sister had a pen pal who was in a car accident last year. Since then, she's been living in a nursing home. Not only did the accident leave her disabled and disfigured, but it also caused severe psychological trauma. After the accident, she never wrote to my sister again. My sister was deeply concerned about this pen pal. After much inquiry, she finally learned of her plight. Since then, she's frequently visited the nursing home, volunteering as a social worker to care for those unfortunate long-term patients. If what you say is correct, then it's likely these experiences led to her illness. Chu Fan nodded. Alright, I'll write a prescription. You should have a bathtub at home, but if not, go buy a bathtub. Purchase all the herbs I'm prescribing, boil them, and have your sister bathe in the mixture. It will purge the evil energy from her body. As he spoke, Chu Fan swiftly scribbled down the list of required items. Shuij wasted no time, snatching the paper and dashing out. Only her sister remained in the room with Chu Fan. By now, Shui Shirshin had come to believe Chu Fan's words. Her body, which had been utterly drained of strength, had regained considerable vitality after Chu Fan's light touch. Her pallid complexion had turned rosy, and she looked much more spirited than before. Realizing Chu Fan possessed genuine abilities, Shui Shirshin inquired, Mr. Chu, could you help my pen pal? Whether it's her health or appearance, I believe even a slight improvement would make a difference. A heart ailment requires a heart remedy, Shu Fan reflected.
Your pen pal is simply too despondent. She refuses any rehabilitation exercises, as if waiting for death.
It's precisely this negativity that allows her malignant energy to transfer to you. But since you've brought it up, I'll go take a look. If she still has a will to live, I might be able to help. But ultimately, it's her own choice. You understand what I mean, right?
As the saying goes, any sufferer, no matter how wicked or cruel, deserves saving if they hold on to the will to live. Conversely, no matter how kind-hearted they may be, if they are determined to die, then grant them their wish.
This philosophy diverged from the conventional medical ethos of compassion and never abandoning anyone. Instead, it emphasized respecting the patient's true will.
After listening, Shui Shirshin nodded.
All right.
I'll do my best to persuade her to rekindle her will to live. Your brother won't be back anytime soon, so I'll perform acupuncture for you first. This will double the effectiveness of the treatment, and afterward, just one medicinal bath should bring you full recovery. Shui Shirshin also hoped to recover quickly to spare Shui Go any worry.
Hearing Chu Fan's words, he readily agreed. Then take off your clothes first. I need to perform the acupuncture, and it's inconvenient through your clothes. Ah.
At those words, Shui Shirshin's eyes flashed nervously. She knew she was skin and bones now, with nothing to look at.
Chu Fan surely didn't have any ulterior motives.
But regardless, she was still a girl. The psychological pressure of undressing in front of a man was undeniably significant. More crucially, though Shui Shirshin had regained some strength, undressing herself was still difficult. She needed Chu Fan's help. This was just too embarrassing. Noticing Shui Shirshin's hesitation, Chu Fan smiled and said, "There's no need to feel shy.
I have no improper intentions, and I won't ask you to undress completely. Of course, if you still feel uncomfortable, I can have someone else perform the acupuncture. I'll just guide from the side. That old master is highly skilled and won't make any mistakes."
Chu Fan meant that if necessary, he could call Wei Yizhen.
After all, the latter had already performed acupuncture under his guidance several times. Moreover, this treatment didn't require the use of true qi, so Wei Yizhen was perfectly capable of handling it. Seeing Chu Fan's straightforwardness, Shui Shirshin felt a bit self-conscious. She bit her lip and said, "No need. I want to get better quickly. You help me." Truth be told, helping a girl undress was a first for Chu Fan, like a maiden riding in a wedding palanquin for the very first time. He first helped Shui Shirshin sit up. Their eyes met. When Chu Fan's hand reached for her buttons, his own trembled uncontrollably. His face flushed instantly, and he couldn't even lift his head in embarrassment. Seeing Chu Fan so flustered, Shui Shirshin felt her own awkwardness melt away. Turns out this little doctor was even more nervous than she was. Once everything was finally settled, Chu Fan was drenched in sweat. Anyone watching would think he hadn't just undressed the frail Shui Shirshin, but had run 10 kilometers back and forth. With everything prepared, Chu Fan helped Shui Shirshin lie face down on the bed. He took several deep breaths to steady his nerves before beginning the acupuncture treatment. Once the treatment process began in earnest, Chu Fan no longer felt as awkward as before. Shui Shirshin's shoulder blades were strikingly beautiful, her back seeming as though wings might sprout from it at any moment. After the first few needles were inserted, Shui Shirshin gradually relaxed, thinking to himself, "Thank goodness it's only the back and calves. If he had to turn over, that would be truly mortifying." But what she feared most came to pass. Just as Shui Shirshin was closing her eyes, savoring the tingling sensation spreading from the acupuncture points, Chu Fan began pulling out the silver needles one by one. Just as Shui Shirshin thought the acupuncture session had ended so easily and was about to feel relieved, Chu Fan suddenly declared, "Next, we'll need to treat the front. Let me help you lie down." Chapter 96, The Sun Family's Thunder Tyrant. The mere thought of facing Chu Fan head-on made Shui Shirshin's face instantly flush crimson, as if it might bleed. Chu Fan cleared his throat and gently turned the patient over. The bed was quite large, and to locate the acupoints effectively, Chu Fan had no choice but to climb onto the bed himself. Shui Shirshin, whose heart was already pounding like a drum, anxiously watched Chu Fan's next move. But the sudden needle piercing her skin made her cry out in pain. Unable to hold back, she let out a soft moan. The pain from that needle felt worse than menstrual cramps. Shui Shirshin's large-gauge needle instantly became drenched in sweat. Her mouth gaped open like a fish gasping for air, her breath coming in heavy, labored gasps. Hearing that low, almost distracting voice, Chu Fan felt his own throat tighten. He touched his nose, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and soothed her softly, "All the sickness and evil energy within your body has gathered in your abdomen. That's why the needle must be placed here to draw out that malevolent energy." "Oh, I understand." Shui Shirshin bit her lip, head bowed, unable to meet Chu Fan's gaze. Her body no longer ached, but she felt too ashamed to face anyone. After waiting a few more minutes, Chu Fan checked her pulse again. Satisfied there were no issues, he withdrew the silver needles. As the needles left her body, Shui Shirshin felt her strength returning significantly. She was now fully capable of dressing herself. Chu Fan understood her situation and stepped off the bed, quickly exiting the room to give Shui Shirshan privacy to compose herself. Shui Shirshan soon had all her clothes on. Though she was still slightly out of breath, she knew it wasn't from exertion. Rather, it was the memory of her close proximity to Chu Fan earlier that had her heart racing. After changing, Shui Shirshan stood up and stepped outside. Grateful, she addressed Chu Fan, "Mr. Chu, thank you for the acupuncture. I feel much better now." Hearing her voice, Chu Fan turned back. He saw that Shui Shirshan's complexion had indeed improved considerably. With her long hair cascading over her shoulders, she was staring at him timidly, looking utterly adorable. "You're welcome. Once you've had a bath, you'll be fully recovered. That'll spare your brother the worry he actually cried at the office today fretting over you. Honestly, it gave me quite a scare." Shui Shirshan smiled, pursing her lips at Chu Fan's words. "My brother's just like that. He looks like a tough guy, but he cries all the time. When we were little, if I got bullied by other kids, he'd go help me get revenge while crying himself." Ha! Perhaps because Chu Fan had a friendly face, Shui Shirshan quickly put the earlier awkwardness behind her and began sharing amusing childhood stories about herself and Shui Gu. Coincidentally, Chu Fan had a younger sister himself, so he and Shui Shirshan naturally hit it off. Just as they were chatting happily, a shrill ringtone cut through the conversation. And the caller was none other than Wei Jingjing. Chu Fan answered the call, somewhat confused. Before he could even say hello, Wei Jingjing's voice came through, helpless and tearful. "Chu Divine Doctor, help me. Some people are causing trouble at the clinic, threatening Grandpa. They've surrounded the place now. Please come quickly and help. I'm on my way right now." After receiving Wei Jingjing's urgent call, Chu Fan immediately stood up, bid farewell to Shui Shirshan, hailed a cab, and rushed headlong toward the One Needle Clinic. After Chu Fan left, Shui Shirshan immediately called Shui Gu. Upon learning her sister was improving, Shui Gu was overjoyed beyond words. He hadn't misjudged Chu Fan after all. Meanwhile, the usually bustling entrance of the One Needle Clinic was now deserted. Several burly men stood guard at the entrance, glaring menacingly around them. As soon as any patient tried to approach for medical help, they'd be shoved and pushed away, chased off with curses. Neighbors all shut their doors and locked their windows, terrified of getting dragged into trouble. Inside Wei Yizhen's studio, a man with a lightning bolt tattooed on his temple plunged a sharp knife over 30 centimeters long into Wei Yizhen's solid wood desk, embedding it deep into the wood. His tone dripped with menace. "Master Healer Wei, I never intended to make things difficult for you. I simply want you to accompany me to treat my young mistress. Why must you resist? Could it be you doubt the Sun family's ability to pay?" After hearing this, Wei Yizhen replied with evident distress, "Mr. Lei, I've explained this many times before. I cannot treat the second young Mrs. illness. I simply lack the ability. I hope you will seek another practitioner." The Mr. Lei mentioned by Wei Yizhen was Lei Ba, the Sun family's martial arts steward. The head steward had previously invited Wei Yizhen numerous times, only to be repeatedly refused. Left with no choice, they resorted to force after exhausting all diplomatic avenues, dispatching Lei Ba to forcibly escort him. The second young miss they referred to as Sun Linger, afflicted with an incurable illness. She was often on the verge of death, her eyes unfocused. Having been frail since childhood, she had recently suffered a car accident that not only disfigured her but left her with a lifelong disability. Now, consumed by a desire to die, she refused rehabilitation therapy at the sanatorium and barely ate. Seeing this was unsustainable, the Sun family hastily brought Linger home and sought out renowned physicians, hoping to cure her ailments. Wei Yizhen had already reviewed Sun Linger's medical records. Though he felt sympathy for her, the girl was practically riddled with ailments, and her own will to live was weak. He knew his visit would be futile, which is why he repeatedly refused, unwilling to make a wasted trip that would tarnish his reputation. But Lei Ba wouldn't listen. His voice grew stern. "My job is to get you there. By whatever means necessary, I will complete this task. So please come with me. Don't force me to send men to carry you." As the standoff dragged on, Wei Jingjing grew terrified. Seizing the chance when she went to the bathroom, she secretly called Chu Fan. After hearing Lei Ba's threats, Wei Yizhen responded with a calm chuckle, "This old man of mine is yours to toss about as you please. I won't lift a finger." Seeing Wei Yizhen's unshakable resolve, Lei Ba turned his gaze to Wei Jingjing. A cold glint flared in his eyes as he threatened, "You may be an old man who fears neither life nor death, but does that mean your granddaughter's life means nothing to you?" Striking at the weakest point, Wei Jingjing was Wei Yizhen's most vulnerable spot. The moment Lei Ba threatened Wei Jingjing's life, Wei Yizhen's eyes blazed crimson with fury. "Try touching my granddaughter," he snarled, "and I'll fight you to the death." "Ha, then fight me. I'm done wasting my breath on you. Guys, take them both away." Several burly men obeyed the order, immediately pairing up to seize Wei Yizhen and Wei Jingjing. They began dragging them toward the exit. No matter how fiercely the two struggled, they couldn't possibly overpower these massive, muscular men. Just as the situation reached a critical point, a sudden clatter erupted from outside the door. Before Lei Ba could process what was happening, Chu Fan, who had effortlessly taken down the burly men at the door, appeared before him. Who are you? None of your business. Now get your men out of here. This is a medical clinic.
I don't care if you're from the Sun family or the Go family, you're not allowed to cause trouble in a place where people come to seek treatment. Leiba turned his head slightly, glancing at his men sprawled haphazardly on the floor. His wolf-like eyes narrowed as he glared at Chu Fan, grinding his teeth inwardly.
You little punk, you want to refuse the wine and get the punishment instead? A doctor's job is to treat patients. Wei Yizhen refused to see my young mistress despite repeated requests. He brought this on himself. Though Chu Fan couldn't fathom why Wei Yizhen would decline the Sun family's invitation, now that he was here, he would never let these men harm Wei Yizhen or Wei Jingjing.
Who a doctor treats is his own choice, not yours to dictate. I always thought your Sun family valued reason and held a favorable impression of you. Yet today, I never imagined you would act so brazenly and tyrannically.
Truly, you bring shame to your family's reputation. As the saying goes, the devil you know is better than the devil you don't.
Chu Fan had certainly learned his lesson this time. When he first met Sun Miaoyu, she had always treated him with courtesy. Even when she wasn't sure if he could cure her illness, she had never been this arrogant and domineering. But this Leiba, clearly here to beg for help, showed not a shred of humility. If it were me, I'd never have bothered coming here. Seeing Chu Fan speak with such unyielding resolve, Wei Jingjing felt both grateful and a bit worried for him. After all, Leiba was no saint. After being spoken to like that, he certainly wouldn't let it go.
Chapter 97, A Single Punch to Repel the Enemy.
True to form, the moment Leiba heard Chu Fan dare to speak ill of the Sun family, his eyes shot wide open. With a swift motion, he yanked the knife from the table and thrust it straight at Chu Fan's throat, snarling, "You want to die?" Facing the gleaming silver blade, Leiba expected Chu Fan to beg for mercy and stop obstructing him.
To his surprise, the young man remained utterly unflappable, not even flinching.
He stared back with a smile and countered, "Which do you think is faster, your blade or my needles?" Only then did Leiba notice the row of silver needles clasped in Chu Fan's hand. He hadn't seen them appear. No doubt, it was these very needles that had silently taken down the burly man at the door earlier. This made Leiba look at Chu Fan with newfound respect. Who would have thought this little brat possessed such skill? But as the martial arts steward of the Sun family, one of Jinling's 4 great families, if he were intimidated by this alone, he would be utterly unworthy of his position. Facing Chu Fan's threat, Leiba showed no fear. Instead, he clenched his fists, his internal energy surging.
The small office instantly filled with thunderous roars, and the temperature dropped noticeably.
Chu Fan recognized Leiba as a trained fighter, yet he remained utterly unflustered. He flexed his wrists, and the instant Leiba's fist struck out, Chu Fan met it with his own. Their fists collided with a thunderous crash, accompanied by the distinct crack of breaking bone. The sound sent a chill through Wei Jingjing and Wei Yizhen's hearts. Though they had witnessed how Chu Fan had dealt with Shui Zhensha, Leiba was an enigma whose strength might well rival Shui Zhensha's. As the dust settled, Chu Fan stood tall and unflinching, his expression unchanged. In stark contrast, Leiba, who had charged in with such fierce momentum, now stood pale-faced, beads of sweat glistening on his nose. His shoulders slumped slightly as he gritted his teeth in silent defiance. Drip! Drops of blood trickled from his wrist, landing on Wei Yizhen's expensive carpet. Wei Yizhen's eyes narrowed at the sight. There was no doubt about it, Leiba had lost. However, Chu Fan did not press the matter. After all, this was someone from the Sun family. Having known Sun Miaoyu, he owed them some face. Go home and rest properly. A broken bone takes 100 days to heal. As long as you behave yourself these next 3 months, your arm should recover fully. With that, Chu Fan waved his hand, signaling Leiba to leave. Leiba proved himself a man of considerable dignity. Having been bested by Chu Fan in martial arts, he accepted his defeat without protest. He obediently led his men away, his heart harboring a newfound respect for Chu Fan as he departed. He knew Chu Fan possessed the strength to kill him effortlessly, yet the other had chosen not to. This kindness, Leiba had more or less taken to heart. Alas, one who eats the ruler's rice must bear the ruler's worries. Sun Linger's days were numbered. As the Sun family's martial arts steward, how could he stand idly by? It wouldn't be long before the two sides clashed again. Leiba sighed and left the clinic. At that very moment, Shuij emerged from a nearby shop, peeking out timidly. He had come to buy medicine, but before reaching the clinic's door, the kind shopkeeper next door had pulled him inside for shelter. Seeing that group of menacing figures, Shui Gu was terrified. It wasn't until he later saw Chu Fan appear and effortlessly subdue them that he was utterly stunned. He had no idea Chu Fan possessed such formidable skills. Seeing the clinic reopen, Shuij tiptoed over to continue his purchase. Chu Fan made no secret of Shui Ji's presence, introducing him to Wei Yizhen and Wei Jingjing. While waiting for the medicine to be prepared, Wei Yizhen, still shaken, pulled Chu Fan into the rest area. After examining his arm and confirming it was fine, he sighed. Chu Fan, you're a fine young man in every way, but you're far too impulsive. Even if you showed mercy today and didn't truly cripple Leiba, the Sun family won't let this go. Chu Fan retorted, then why didn't you warn me sooner?
If I'd known they'd be such a pain in the ass, I would have crippled him outright. At least then they wouldn't be after me anymore. Are you kidding? If you really crippled him, even if you begged the old man to come back and plead for you, you'd likely still face death. Wei Yizhen's face turned pale. The Sun family is that powerful? When Chu Fan had interacted with Sun Miaoyu earlier, he had indeed noticed her extravagant spending habits. Even the maidservant by her side seemed more arrogant than the young ladies from other families. But considering she was the eldest daughter and future heiress of the Sun family, he hadn't thought much of it. But now, hearing Wei Yizhen's words, it seemed the Sun family didn't even need to give the Han family any face. If that were true, wouldn't the Sun family top the rankings of the four great families? Wei Yizhen spoke mysteriously, is there any doubt? Of course the Sun family is the most formidable. Among these four great families, the Wei family built their fortune through shady dealings. The Han family, however, started from scratch with legitimate business, riding the wave of economic development to amass extraordinary wealth. As for the Tangs, their ancestors served as officials for generations. Later, they inherited the old system, and old Tang himself fought in campaigns year after year, earning great military merits for the nation. They bridged the past and present, thus building their legacy of achievements. But the Sun family stands apart. Their rise to prominence diverged sharply from the other three. While other families had a single head managing all affairs, the Suns employed a dedicated martial steward, that very Leiba who arrived earlier. You must have sensed it when you clashed with him earlier. He's no ordinary man. So the Sun family built their fortune through martial arts? This revelation genuinely surprised Chu Fan. They had always believed martial arts practitioners were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns, yet here was an entire family devoted to martial cultivation. Upon careful reflection, it made perfect sense. That maid Achui by Sun Miaoyu's side could send that burly man flying several meters with a single slap. He'd assumed the woman possessed innate superhuman strength, but now he realized it might very well be due to martial arts cultivation. This revelation suddenly made everything clear to Chu Fan. He finally understood why Sun Miaoyu had once told him that ordinary health wasn't enough to become the head of the Sun family, let alone someone with a body as useless as hers. Moreover, another realization struck him like lightning. Before leaving, Sun Miaoyu had sent him a message saying she was going abroad to rest for a while and catch up on her studies. She estimated she wouldn't be able to correspond with Chu Fan for quite some time and told him to take good care of himself. At the time, Chu Fan had thought she was overreacting. With today's advanced internet, the world felt like a small village, messages could be sent anytime. Why make it sound like a life or death farewell? But days passed in the blink of an eye, and Sun Miaoyu hadn't sent a single message. Thinking it over, she probably hadn't gone abroad at all. Instead, she'd retreated deep into the mountains to dedicate herself to martial arts training. Because she was in seclusion, she couldn't send me any messages. That would explain everything. Of course, the most pressing matter now was the feud between the Sun family and Wei Yizhen. If the Sun family continued to harass Wei Yizhen without recognizing their place, he would have no choice but to take action. While they spoke, Wei Jingjing and Xu Weigu returned with the medicinal bath solution. Shuich held the potion and said to Chu Fan, Mr. Chu, my sister has been waiting at home for a long time and wants to come for a walk. She should be here soon. Would it be okay to soak in this potion later instead? Chu Fan nodded. It's fine. As long as she soaks for 1 hour within 24 hours of the acupuncture session, any time works. No sooner had Chu Fan finished speaking than Shu Wei Shirshan's voice echoed from the doorway. What a coincidence, Mr. Chu. You're here too. Shu Weigu raised an eyebrow at his sister's voice. He was the one who told her Chu Fan was here, which is why she decided to come. Why was he now pretending it was a chance encounter? How could Shu Weigu, that big straight guy, possibly understand a girl's heart? But Wei Jingjing saw right through it. Earlier, when Shu Weigu was messaging Shu Wei Shirshan, Wei Jingjing caught a glimpse of the content out of the corner of her eye. As a woman with keen intuition, she instantly realized the girl's true intentions lay elsewhere. So before Chu Fan could say a word, Wei Jingjing swayed her slender waist and pulled him up. I've already started cooking rice. You might as well have lunch here. Chapter 98, The Tension Between Women. Shu Weigu and Shu Wei Shirshan didn't know the Wei family grandfather and grandson, so it would be awkward for them to stay for a free meal. Wei Jingjing intended to use this opportunity to give them the hint to leave. But who could have imagined that, in pursuit of love, Shu Wei Shirshan's thick skin suddenly emerged. She stepped forward, grabbed Chu Fan's sleeve without hesitation, and said in a sweet, coquettish voice, Mr. Chu, why don't you come to our place for lunch? I've just recovered from a serious illness, and I'd like to cook for you myself to properly thank you. Hearing his sister's sugary sweet words, Shu Weigu scratched his head, feeling like he was about to become an elder. Like becoming a close brother-in-law or something. Wei Jingjing wasn't about to indulge Shu Wei Shirshan. Hearing her words, she immediately retorted coldly, going back with you would take forever. My meal is almost ready here. Why bother him? Shu Wei Shirshan pressed on, but Mr. Chu promised to see my pen pal. We were supposed to go together. What difference would one meal make? Will your pen pal die if we're a little late?
This time, Wei Jingjing was genuinely furious, her words cutting like a knife, each syllable a dagger.
Seeing the tension escalate between the two women, Wei Yizhen felt his face grow hot with embarrassment.
After all, his granddaughter was a licensed TCM practitioner, descended from a distinguished medical lineage like his own. Such crude language was unbecoming. Shuij wasn't pleased to hear her sister being spoken to like this. She took her hand and said, "Alright, Shin. It's about time you went back to prepare that medicinal bath. Take care of your own health first before worrying about others. Besides, Mr. Chu and I work at the same company. I can visit your pen pal anytime."
"No, I don't want to. Mr. Chu, can we meet up later and go together?"
Shui Shirshin was dead set on taking Chu Fan to meet her pen pal today. No one could change her mind. Chu Fan had indeed promised to help Shui Shirshin take a look, so he nodded.
"Alright, then wait for me here. We'll meet up after I finish my meal." After exchanging these arrangements, they parted ways.
On the way, Shui Gu asked Chu Fan how he had treated Shui Shirshin. Shui Shirshin recalled the earlier blush-inducing process and how nearly everything had been exposed, causing her cheeks to flush crimson like clouds gathering. She hastily changed the subject. "It's just acupuncture, really. I don't know much about it myself."
"You're no expert either. Listening wouldn't help. Stop asking."
Anyway, Mr. Chu was really amazing. If he opened a TCM clinic, it would definitely do better business than that way, guys.
"Hey, big bro, does Mr. Chu make a lot at your company? Is he some kind of executive? Otherwise, with skills like that, why would he stay working at your place?" Shui Shirshin's question left Shui Gu equally baffled. To be honest, even though Chu Fan was a deputy director, their project department was highly profitable, so the pay was generous. But the customer service department where Chu Fan worked was a low-tier unit on the verge of being cut, with salaries that were anything but generous. Most people in that department were rich second-generation types connected to company veterans. None of them needed the money. Chu Fan truly seemed out of place there. It was baffling why he'd willingly stay. After Shui Shirshin and Shui Go left, Wei Jingjing really got to work in the kitchen, insisting that Chu Fan come help her out. Fortunately, Chu Fan wasn't some pampered child. Having raised his younger sister since childhood, he was quite skilled in the kitchen. As the two bustled about in the kitchen, Wei Yizhen watched from outside, a quiet thrill of delight washing over him. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. They really looked like a couple in perfect harmony. While cooking, Wei Jingjing couldn't resist asking about Shui Shirshin. Unaware that Wei Jingjing now harbored hostility toward Shui Shirshin, Chu Fan truthfully recounted every detail of his acupuncture session. After hearing the story, Wei Jingjing gripped the kitchen knife, her face frozen in shock as she stared at Chu Fan. "How could you not avoid any appearance of impropriety? You're a young man full of vigor and vitality, and the two of you two. Oh, come on. It's just doctor and patient. Why all the fuss about avoiding suspicion? I was going to ask your grandfather to help with the acupuncture, but Shui Shirshin trusts me, so she let me do it myself. Honestly, it's a good thing I didn't ask you guys. Even if I had, you probably wouldn't have been able to come right away. After all, Lei Ba was still here earlier." Wei Jingjing snorted. "Put. So you're still going to help her treat that source of evil energy this afternoon? Her pen pal or whatever?" "Yeah, I promised, so I'll definitely go." Chu Fan still didn't pick up on the jealous undertone in Wei Jingjing's voice, answering these questions with unmistakable honesty. "Humph." Wei Jingjing snorted coldly for no apparent reason, then picked up the kitchen knife and began smashing garlic cloves with fierce force. Chu Fan watched the garlic cloves fly off the chopping board, splattering and rolling into the trash can. He hesitated, wanting to say something. Those were all painstakingly peeled by him, only to be wasted on the earth god. No sooner had lunch ended than Shui Shirshin's call came in, right on schedule. He wanted to meet Chu Fan at the clinic, asking him to wait there briefly before they both went to meet their pen pal. At the same time, Li Jinmei, having missed lunchtime, finally ate her now cold bento. Staring at the tasteless instant meal on her plate, a pang of loneliness washed over her. Who would have thought that she, a CEO who appeared so dignified on the outside, was actually so busy every day that she couldn't even manage a decent meal? To appear distinguished in public, one must endure hardships behind the scenes. No one understood this saying better than Li Youngmi. The main reason Li Youngmi was so busy today was that she still hadn't found a suitable replacement for Li Huihui. High-caliber talent like this was hard to find through regular recruitment channels. That's why she'd reached out to several headhunting firms today, hoping they could help connect her with suitable candidates. Now that she finally had a moment to spare, Li Jinmei could set aside her work and look for something interesting to ease her fatigue. Despite her own modest eating habits, Li Jinmei was an avid viewer of food broadcasts. Today, she pulled out her phone as usual, ready to play a video. But the moment she opened the app's homepage, she was stunned by a local video recommendation. The location of this video wasn't just anywhere, it was the One Needle Clinic. The footage showed a large group of men in black surrounding the clinic's exterior. Each of them glared fiercely at passers-by and patients arriving for treatment, driving everyone away with menacing expressions. The footage came from a shop's security camera outside the clinic.
Though only a few seconds long, it had already sparked tens of thousands of comments. After all, Wei Yizhen held considerable prestige in Jinling.
Since his arrival, traditional Chinese medicine had seen a resurgence in the city.
Whether ordinary citizens or prominent figures, when illness struck, most preferred seeking Wei Yizhen's pulse diagnosis and acupuncture over enduring the cumbersome hospital procedures. More people preferred to seek Wei Yizhen's help, a pulse diagnosis and some acupuncture. Wei Yizhen was also a far cry from his former self in the metropolis, having transformed into a kind and respected figure. So when word spread that someone was causing trouble at Wei Yizhen's clinic, the comments section erupted in outrage. Everyone rallied to his defense, demanding a thorough investigation and that the troublemakers be exposed. Li Jinmei watched with righteous indignation. Switching to real-time comments, she saw the latest post attached with a photo. The commenter stated that the troublemakers outside the clinic had left, accompanied by an image showing the calm scene. Everyone applauded and cheered, but only Li Jinmei sensed something amiss, for she instantly recognized Chu Fan's profile in that photograph.
What does this mean? Chu Fan skipped work again in broad daylight to visit Wei Yizhen? He really is something. Li Jinmei instantly flew into a rage. She recalled her grandfather's warning this morning. He had a beautiful granddaughter around Chu Fan's age who often played with him, and it was highly likely they'd develop feelings over time. He urged her to show Chu Fan more care, to stop snapping at him so often, lest she truly drive him away and regret it forever. At the time, Li Jinmei hadn't taken those words seriously. But now, reflecting on them, she couldn't shake the bitter taste in her heart.
Chapter 99, Pen Pal, Sun Linger.
Li Jinmei set down her cold-boxed lunch and stormed into the customer service department. "Where is Chu Fan?" she demanded the moment she entered. "Where did he go?" Seeing that it was already past the start of the workday and Chu Fan still hadn't returned, Li Jinmei's gaze instantly sharpened. Zhu Dacheng scratched his head. He never bothered with Chu Fan's whereabouts. He came and went as he pleased.
Now that Li Jinmei suddenly asked, how could he possibly know?
He could only scratch his head in confusion, at a loss for how to respond. Meanwhile, Xu Weiguo had just entered the office when his assistant informed him that Li Jinmei had stormed into the customer service department. It was likely that someone there had caused trouble again. Though this was just harmless gossip, Xu Weiguo instantly sensed something was seriously wrong. He shoved his assistant aside and rushed over, only to find Li Jinmei standing there with a cold expression, berating Zhu Dashang.
How did you become a minister? You let Chu Fan, a mere deputy minister, ride roughshod over you? He openly skips work during office hours. Why didn't you report this? Does this sort of thing happen often? You all better explain yourselves clearly. Li Jinmei finally saw through it. Zhu Dashan was nothing but Chu Fan's lackey. Originally, because Chu Fan had distinguished himself, she had deliberately placed him under Zhu Dacheng's command, assigning him only the position of deputy minister. But she never imagined that Zhu Dashang, as the minister, couldn't hold a candle to him. Instead, he shielded him and kowtowed to him utterly spineless. Just as Li Jinmei was raging, Xu Weiguo burst in, drenched in sweat.
He knocked on the door and stammered, Director Li, you've misunderstood Minister Chu.
This is my fault. Blame me?
Explain yourself. Xu Weiguo explained, my sister fell ill, and the doctors couldn't treat her.
I told Minister Chu about it.
He said he had a solution and knew her condition was critical, so he went to see her.
Nonsense. Even if he really went to treat your sister, he should have reported it to the company and taken leave. How could he just disappear without a word? Rules are rules. And where is your sister now? At the One Needle Clinic? No.
Xu Weiguo had intended to cover for Chu Fan, but when he met Li Jinmei's piercing gaze, he immediately lost his nerve.
He could only truthfully recount the entire incident. Humph. One demerit. Internal disciplinary notice.
Li Jinmei's anger flared at Shui's panicked expression.
This Chu Fan really is a smooth operator, managing to make so many good brothers right under my nose.
One after another, they all spoke up for him.
How dare they?
Back in her office, Li Jinmei, seething with rage, rolled her eyes and immediately called Chu Fan. At that moment, Chu Fan hadn't yet seen Zhu Dacheng's warning message and honestly reported his location to Li Jinmei.
After hearing this, Li Jinmei sneered coldly, Chu Fan, you're quite the character, aren't you? Taking the salary I pay you to go work for someone else. Should I call you a model worker?
It's bad enough you're out fooling around, but now someone snapped photos and posted them in the comments section.
Wei Yizhen has a beautiful granddaughter. You're always hanging around her place. If any scandalous rumors start spreading, have you considered where my face would end up?
Let me tell you this, Chu Fan, my patience has its limits. If this scandal ever blows up and our relatives find out, you'd better be prepared to pay a hefty compensation. Li Jinmei hung up the phone after saying that. She couldn't explain why, but an inexplicable rage was burning fiercer and fiercer within her.
Truthfully, her anger didn't stem from fear of their fake marriage being exposed.
It was genuine fury over Chu Fan constantly visiting Wei Jingjing.
This realization made Li Jinmei's face burn with embarrassment. She was the high and mighty CEO. Why should she care about some dropout scumbag fresh out of prison?
Her mind in turmoil, Li Junmei couldn't focus on work. She reopened the comments section and, in a fit of rage, sent Chu Fan the link to the entire video. When Chu Fan received the link and saw he'd been caught red-handed, his eyes widened in shock.
Tango-san immediately came to mind.
He forwarded the link to him, instructing him to hide all mentions of the One Needle Clinic and ensure the incident didn't escalate.
Tango-san agreed readily.
Though surprised that Chu Fan had contacted him for such a favor, he obediently carried out the request.
Just as the online rumors were being resolved, Shui Shirshin came looking for Chu Fan.
She draped her arm around Chu Fan's shoulder, looking incredibly intimate enough to make Wei Jingjing roll her eyes.
Let's go, Mr. Chu.
I spoke with the pen pal's family this morning. She's already home recuperating. We should head straight over.
Oh, all right. Chu Fan nodded and followed Shui Shirshin out of the clinic. Watching the woman's coquettish manner, Wei Jingjing felt a pang of resentment.
She immediately stepped forward, blocking their path.
I've never seen this illness before either. I'd like to observe. Take me with you.
Wei Jingjing's reasoning was compelling, leaving Chu Fan no valid grounds to refuse. Although Shui Shirshin desperately wanted to refuse, seeing that Chu Fan had already agreed, she feared that making excuses would leave a bad impression on him.
She chose to remain silent instead.
Thus, Chu Fan found himself sandwiched between the two women as they climbed into the car. On the way, Shui Shirshin briefed Chu Fan on his pen pal. It turned out they had met through a magazine's pen pal section back in elementary school. They had kept in touch ever since. Even after discovering they lived in the same city, they had never considered meeting in person or uncovering each other's real identities or names, wanting to preserve the mystery of their pen pal relationship. After all, in today's fast-paced digital world, continuing to communicate through letters was actually a very romantic thing. But just a few days ago, their correspondence abruptly ended. Shui Shirshin wrote numerous letters to his pen pal named Linger, but none were ever answered. When she inquired at the post office, however, they confirmed all letters had been signed for and the address was correct. This puzzled Shui Shirshin greatly. With no other option, she asked Shui Go to take her by car to the address the pen pal had provided. What they found there left both siblings utterly stunned. Their pen pal was practically a princess. She resided in an enormous estate. Before their car even reached the gates, they were turned away by security guards. Fortunately, Shui Shirshin had brought the pen pal's handwritten letter. After much persuasion, they managed to convince the bodyguards to help deliver it inside. Only then were they finally allowed to enter and meet the family's butler. From the butler, they learned the pen pal's real name was Sun Linger, the second young miss of the Sun family. The reason for the interruption in correspondence with Shui Shirshin was that Sun Linger had been involved in a car accident and was now recuperating at a convalescent home. Severely injured, she had lost her sweet appearance and could no longer move her legs. Sun Linger was in great pain.
Shui Shirshin knew that Sun Linger's greatest dream had been to become a ballet dancer.
Such a blow was utterly devastating for her.
She was utterly shocked and deeply concerned about Sun Linger's mental state.
Upon learning that the two had maintained a correspondence for several years, the butler immediately pinned his hopes on Shui Shirshin, pleading with her to visit Sun Linger at the convalescent home more often. Shui Shirshin complied, only to be infected by the malignant energy emanating from Sun Linger's body, nearly costing him his own life. After hearing Shirshin's account, Jingjing Wei, who had driven them there, suddenly realized something.
Her face twisted in disbelief as she exclaimed, "Your pen pal is the second young miss of the Sun family? You knew they lived in that estate, but you never once suspected they were the sons of one of Jinling's 4 great families?"
Wei Jingjing stared in disbelief. How could Shui Shirshin, who had been so calculating when flirting with Chu Fan, be so careless and oblivious when making friends?
Chu Fan turned his head, looking at Wei Jingjing with some puzzlement. "You know this Sun Linger? How could I not know?
It was Sun Linger's martial arts steward who came to pressure my grandfather into seeing a doctor at noon.
Didn't I tell you?"
Whether it was the heavy lunch or being surrounded by 2 stunning beauties, Chu Fan's brain seemed to freeze. Only after Wei Jingjing's explanation did he snap out of it, piecing everything together. Shui Shirshin's pen pal is Sun Miaoyu's sister. Holy crap! What a coincidence! The Sun family feared something might happen to Sun Linger, so they forced Wei Yijin to act.
Ha, it seems this web of connections really is a circle, everyone ends up linked somehow.
Chapter 100, Apology Before Rescue. Before bringing Chu Fan along, Shui Shirshin had already contacted the Sun family, informing them he'd be bringing a doctor today. As a result, the Sun family's head steward had long since briefed the guards at the entrance.
The guards recognized Shui Shirshin sitting in the back seat and didn't stop Wei Jingjing's car, letting all 3 of them in immediately.
Finally, guided by Shui Shirshin, the trio traversed the long corridor to the side courtyard. The moment they stepped through the moon gate, they saw Sun Linger sitting in a wheelchair, her expression blank and vacant. Sun Linger was wearing a mask and sunglasses, covering herself completely. Even while basking in the sunlight, her expression showed no sign of relaxation. She resembled a marionette, utterly devoid of spirit. Seeing her pen pal reduced to this state, Shui Shirshin couldn't help but feel a lump in her throat and tears welled up.
This was the girl who once dreamed of becoming a dancer. She should be dancing in the sunlight, showcasing her graceful form, not slumped in a wheelchair like a lifeless zombie. Hearing Shui Shirshan's sobs, the usually soft-hearted Wei Jingjing felt a pang of empathy. Even when the Sun family came to their clinic today to cause trouble and behaved so rudely, she sighed softly and chose to forgive them. If her own family were in this state, Wei Jingjing would fight tooth and nail for even the slightest hope. She'd drag or beg the doctor to her loved one's side. Though Lei Ba's actions were impulsive and rude, they weren't entirely incomprehensible. By comparison, Xu Fan was the most rational one. He observed from a distance, unnoticed by anyone as his eyes flashed from brown to gold in the sunlight before quickly returning to normal.
Moments earlier, Xu Fan had used his medical insight to examine Sun Linger's body as if seeing through her.
The woman was indeed in a pitiful state, multiple fractures throughout her body, with numerous steel pins and plates still embedded. Her hunched posture wasn't a choice, her damaged spine simply prevented her from standing straight.
As for that horrifying face, well, that went without saying. She wasn't avoiding the sun, she couldn't bear it. Mr. Chu, is there any hope for Linger's condition?
Shui Shirshan asked, his voice tinged with anxiety. Xu Fan hummed in acknowledgement before stating plainly, as long as she still wants to live, I can cure her. Sun Linger heard Xu Fan's voice, yet it was as if she hadn't heard a thing. She remained silent for a long time, offering no response.
After a long while, Xu Fan heard a sob. The last tear fell onto Sun Linger's leg. In a hoarse voice, she asked, do you really have a way?
I don't want to die, but I don't want to live like this either.
Watching the large tears fall, Xu Fan knelt down and looked directly into Sun Linger's eyes. I never make empty promises. Xu Fan's solemn tone moved Sun Linger.
She reached back, grabbed his hand, and pulled him close, pressing her forehead against the back of his hand.
Please. Please save me. I can save you, but I have one condition. Hearing the word condition, Sun Linger immediately nodded. Anything. Money? Power? Whatever you ask for, we can provide.
I don't need your money, nor do I need you to secure power for me.
What I demand is an apology.
As soon as Xu Fan spoke, Wei Jingjing and Shui Shirshan both froze in place. Being sharp-witted, they instantly guessed what incident Xu Fan was referring to. Though Shui Shirshan hadn't witnessed the troublemakers firsthand, her brother Shui Ji's description had made the horror of the scene clear. For Wei Yizhen, a man of such advanced years, to be threatened at knife point and worse, to have his most cherished granddaughter held hostage was utterly outrageous. Although Wei Jingjing had already forgiven the Sun family in her heart, understanding their desire to protect their own, she still felt they owed grandfather an apology.
Sun Linger remained unaware of the events unfolding.
She stared blankly at Xu Fan, about to ask what apology was needed, when several black-clad figures suddenly burst out from the bushes. The sudden, unannounced appearance of these black-clad figures startled both Wei Jingjing and Shui Shirshan. The two women, who had previously disliked each other, now disregarded their past animosity, clasping each other's hands for warmth.
Sun Linger urgently barked, everyone back off. What foolishness have you gone and done now?
The black-clad figures stood frozen, none daring to utter a word. Seeing the Sun family still hadn't learned their lesson, Xu Fan shook his head silently, grabbed Wei Jingjing's hand, and started to leave. Seeing the situation turn dire, Shui Shirshan quickly relayed what she'd overheard from Shui Ge to Sun Linger.
Upon hearing this, Sun Linger pressed a button on her wheelchair in anger.
The electric wheelchair swiftly maneuvered toward Xu Fan. The group of black-clad men dared not block Sun Linger's path and hastily stepped aside. Sun Linger caught up to Xu Fan, maintaining a distance of about a meter.
Mr. Chu, she said, I'm sorry. This is all my fault. It's because of my condition that they acted so impulsively. I apologize to you.
Seeing their young mistress groveling like this, the black-clad men clenched their fists and advanced menacingly once more, blocking Xu Fan's path.
Didn't you hear our young mistress apologize to you?
Xu Fan dismissed them with disdain. Humph.
Your young mistress apologized, but does that mean I have to accept it?
When the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam follows suit. Your people are so arrogant and tyrannical, barging into others' homes brandishing weapons.
Ultimately, it's because their masters fail to discipline them and indulge them too much. What good is her apology alone?
Whoever made the mistake should apologize, and it shouldn't be to me.
You.
The leader of the black-clad men gritted his teeth in fury, pointing his finger at Xu Fan's nose as if ready to strike, only to be held back once more by Sun Linger's stern reprimand.
Get out of the way. Let Mr. Chu leave. Mr. Chu is right.
Since you went to old Master Wei's clinic to cause trouble, I should be the one to apologize to him.
Hearing Sun Linger's words, even Shui Shirshan's expression changed drastically. Let Mr. Chu leave. Under Sun Linger's repeated commands, the black-clad men dared not resist.
Though seething inwardly, they finally let Xu Fan and Wei Jingjing leave the Sun residence. After they departed, Shui Shirshan approached Sun Linger, taking her hand and saying, "Don't worry about this matter. Mr. Chu and my brother are good friends. I'll have my brother intercede on your behalf."
Shui Shirshan spoke thus because she knew Sun Linger had not left the house or seen anyone since her car accident. Forcing Sun Linger to apologize to Wei Yixin face to face would be an agonizing ordeal. She had suffered enough already, there was no need to torment her further. To her surprise, Sun Linger shook her head. Don't worry about me. I wasn't desperate to die before, I just couldn't bear to live. Now that I've found someone who can save me, no matter how humiliating it may be, I will do it. No matter how difficult, if it means I can become normal again, I will pay any price. Chu Fan, with his keen hearing, had walked quite a distance away but still caught every word Sun Linger uttered. He turned to Wei Jingjing and remarked, "This girl will achieve great things. Her will to survive is the strongest I've ever seen in any patient." Though Chu Fan left with a cold expression, he was secretly pleased. Sun Niaoyu's younger sister was clearly no ordinary person either. After Chu Fan departed, the second head of the Sun family, who had been busy in the study, emerged from the room. Seeing his daughter's pen pal come to visit again, he approached with evident satisfaction. "Little Shui," he said, "I see Linger seems in a better mood today." "Thank you so much." "No, uncle, it has nothing to do with me," Shui Shirshin replied with an awkward smile. "Dad, I have to ask, did you send someone to cause trouble at Old Wei's place?" Hearing his daughter who'd been withdrawn for so long speak to him filled the second head of the Sun family with joy. But the realization that she was confronting him turned his expression cold. "After all this time of silence, the first thing you say is to accuse me? That old bastard Wei Yixin showed no respect whatsoever. He even crippled your Uncle Lei. Looks like he's been getting too comfortable in Jinling." He was a ruthless man by nature. Wei Yixin had dared to snub him and injure his man, he certainly wouldn't let it go. "Go apologize," Sun Linger said coldly. "What did you say?" The second head of the Sun family was still squinting, plotting how to deal with Wei Yixin, when his daughter's casual remark shattered his composure. "You want me to apologize? To whom?" Sun Linger stated bluntly, "To Old Wei." "Ha! Am I crazy?" Though the second patriarch doted on his daughter to the heavens, he remained, at his core, a member of the lofty Sun family. As the second in command of Jinling's leading clan, he would never bow his head to anyone. "If you apologize, I'll be saved." "What do you mean?" The second master of the Sun family sat down, utterly baffled. As his daughter recounted the recent incident, he snapped irritably, "How did I end up with such a gullible daughter? I've never even heard of that kid. What kind of big shot could he possibly be? Since that Wei Yixin doesn't know a good thing when he sees it, I won't give him any credit either. Don't worry, I've already sent people to the capital to find a renowned physician. There's a bone-setting specialist who's said to be exceptionally skilled. Don't fret. I'll bring him here first to restore your limbs to full function. Then we'll proceed with reconstructive surgery. Step by step, we'll cure this illness sooner or later." "But Dad, enough with the wild thoughts. Just rest well. Leave everything else to Dad. Your grandfather said yesterday that no matter the cost, even if it means draining our entire fortune, we will cure you. We absolutely will not abandon you. Don't give up on yourself either. Trusting just anyone could backfire and cause real trouble." The Sun family may be arrogant and overbearing, but they have one admirable trait: they never abandon their own kin and never favor sons over daughters. "Sweetheart, think of your eldest sister. She lived in poor health for over 20 years, yet she persevered until the clouds parted and the moon shone through. She made a full recovery. Now she's even undergoing special training in the mountains. If she can do it, so can you. With Dad here, there's nothing to fear." The second head of the Sun family offered his encouragement before turning back to his duties. Unable to persuade her father, Sun Linger turned apologetically to Shui Shirshin. "Shirshin, I'm sorry. My father is just too stubborn. Please go back and tell Mr. Chu that I will do everything in my power to convince them to apologize to Old Wei. I beg him to be patient and wait a little longer." Having lost his parents at a young age, Shui Shirshin was deeply moved by the second head's affection for Sun Linger. He nodded and replied, "Actually, your father's perspective isn't unreasonable. But he's wrong about one crucial thing: Chu Fan's medical skills aren't merely on par with others, they're the most exceptional. He cured my illness. I know. I trust Mr. Chu." Sun Linger hummed in acknowledgement, a resolute gleam flashing in her eyes. Chapter 101, Punished to Hand Out Flyers. Chu Fan and Wei Jingjing returned to the clinic. Upon hearing they'd visited the Sun family, Wei Yixin sighed repeatedly. What a karmic entanglement. When he further learned that Chu Fan had refused to treat the Sun family members unless they apologized first, Wei Yixin's expression turned horrified. Far from feeling avenged, he grew anxious. "Master Chu, why are you being so stubborn? Since you've already gone there, just cure her. Why risk antagonizing the Sun family over a little face for me? They wouldn't have let the Leiba incident slide easily anyway. If you'd cured Sun Linger, this matter would have been over. But now, you're just adding fuel to the fire. The Sun family is probably already plotting how to get revenge on you." Wei Yixin was deeply worried about Chu Fan's predicament, anxiously urging him to return and treat Sun Linger. "It doesn't matter." Chu Fan, however, was as calm as a cloud drifting by, utterly unconcerned. "Let them do as they please. Let them stir up trouble however they want. I'll see it through to the end.
Wei Yizhen tried to plead further, but Chu Fan cut him off. Alright, old Wei, you truly needn't worry about the Sun family's retaliation.
Besides, I never said I wouldn't treat them.
I've already agreed with Sunlinger as long as someone from the Sun family comes to apologize sincerely, I'll cure her completely. Seeing Chu Fan so resolute, Wei Yizhen felt both deeply moved and somewhat at a loss.
You're a good kid. I thank you.
Old Wei,
I'm not just doing this to restore your honor. I also want to save good people. If the Sun family keeps acting so arrogant and tyrannical, wouldn't saving their family members just mean I'm aiding and abetting the wicked?
Chu Fan winked at Wei Yizhen before rising to take his leave.
Well, I've skipped work long enough today. I need to get back to my duties.
If anyone from the Sun family comes looking for me, just give me a shout. I'll be sure to treat Sunlinger properly. Wei Yizhen nodded without further comment, though he knew full well the Sun family would never come to him in submission. On the contrary, they might resort to even more terrifying methods to suppress the clinic. But there were some things Wei Yizhen didn't want to tell Chu Fan, nor did he want to trouble him with them. Chu Fan headed back to the company, while Wei Jingjing stared at the hand Chu Fan had just held, grinning foolishly to herself. Watching Wei Jingjing, already head over heels for Chu Fan, Wei Yizhen made a silent resolution within himself. If the Sun family truly pursued retribution, he would shoulder all the consequences alone. He absolutely would not let his granddaughter and future grandson-in-law be harmed. Back at the office, Chu Fan had barely stepped into the customer service department when he sensed something was off. These slackers who usually coasted by were now sitting at their desks, flipping through documents with uncharacteristic diligence.
Was the sun rising in the west?
Before Chu Fan could ask, Zhu Dechang approached him with a pained expression.
Oh my god, brother Fan. Ms. Li blew her top today. I'm begging you, please never skip work again.
My heart nearly jumped out of my chest. Zhang Xiaolan nodded frantically beside him, her voice trembling with tears.
Yeah, Fan, Ms. Li is terrifying.
She said if we ever cover for you skipping work again, she'll make us write 10,000 words of self-criticism.
I've probably never written that much in my entire life. Please, spare me. Listening to their wailing, Chu Fan waved his hand with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Ms. Li's all bark and no bite. She's just trying to scare you. Get back to work.
Though they hadn't known each other long, Chu Fan knew full well that Li Jiangmei was actually quite easy to get along with. Li Jiangmei usually wore a cold expression, but she never truly intended to make things difficult for anyone, much less destroy them completely.
So this time, it was probably just a momentary outburst of anger. Chu Fan's speculation about Li Jiangmei's intentions was largely accurate.
She certainly hadn't made things difficult for Zhu Dachang and the others, but when it came to Chu Fan, she showed no mercy whatsoever. That afternoon, while Chu Fan was still goofing off, Wu Mimi called, instructing him to pick up materials from the publicity department. Apparently the president had assigned him a task. This struck Chu Fan as odd. Upon arriving at the PR department, he discovered they prepared a massive backpack for him, stuffed with over 50 pounds of flyers.
Chu Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. What's this about? Chu Fan asked a colleague in the department. The colleague replied sympathetically, Huh? Haven't you seen the internal email? Because you were late to work this afternoon, Deputy Director Chu, the president severely reprimanded you. These flyers are your punishment. You're to distribute them over at the commercial street. What? All these flyers? Me, alone?
Chu Fan swallowed hard, his heart sinking. He had gone out of his way to speak up for Li Jiangmei, yet karma struck so swiftly.
No, these are for you to deliver. A publicity team has already been dispatched to the area with a leader in charge. They're assembled now.
Once you arrive, distribute the flyers among them. Working together, you should finish quickly.
Hearing his colleague from the publicity department explain it, Chu Fan finally exhaled in relief.
He slung the large backpack over his shoulder and set off. Upon arriving at the commercial street, the publicity department colleague hadn't lied. There were 4 full teams handing out flyers, each with 10 people. After the distribution was sorted out, only a few hundred flyers were left for Chu Fan. They didn't make things difficult for him either, assigning him a small plaza with decent foot traffic. They even taught him that if he couldn't hand them out, he could slip the flyers between car windshields and wipers or on door handles. Chu Fan was grateful for the guidance and immediately set to work with enthusiasm.
And it turned out to be true. The small plaza was indeed bustling with potential customers. Though most were elderly, these seniors possessed formidable purchasing power when it came to real estate. After all, today's youth were either financially strapped or too busy when it came to buying a home. It was often the older generation who handled the dealings. Chu Fan had a pleasant appearance and a friendly demeanor.
He often chatted with the elderly folks, so he distributed the flyers quickly and didn't feel tired at all. After seeing off another group of seniors, Chu Fan glanced at the last few flyers in his hand and decided to head out from the small plaza. He figured he could finish distributing them along the way. No sooner had he taken a step than a gasp came from his left.
Good heavens, is that Chu Fan?
The voice sounded somewhat familiar to Chu Fan, so he turned his head to look. There stood a woman with a sharp, angular face, her eyes wide and her hand covering her mouth, staring at him in utter shock.
Her arm was linked with a man in a suit and tie, his hair slicked back. The man recognized Chu Fan and waved at him before quickly walking over with the woman. Chu Fan instantly recognized them as his high school classmates. Back then, he attended Daoxian High School. To care for his younger sister living in the countryside, he cycled nearly 3 hours each way daily, leaving before dawn and returning after dark. With no time for pre-class discussions or after-school activities, his relationships with classmates remained distant. Among this pair, the woman was Wei Shi, once the most popular girl in their entire grade. The boy was Chu Shang, who served as class monitor. His wealthy family had donated a dormitory building to the school, making him a prominent figure in his own right. Compared to these two, Chu Fan, socially isolated and dirt poor, was utterly overshadowed. Yet it was precisely this most unremarkable boy who achieved the highest scores in the college entrance exam. Instead of heading to a big city for university, he chose to stay in Jinling. Many people felt sorry for him at the time, believing his sister was holding him back. But Chu Fan didn't see it that way. He believed that gold would shine wherever it was, and compared to where he studied, he cared more about his sister. And it was precisely because of his sister that Chu Fan ended up behind bars. Overnight, he transformed from a scholar everyone pitted into a rat everyone wanted to beat. After his incarceration, Chu Fan had completely severed ties with his former classmates. He never imagined he would encounter Wei Shi and Chu Shang here. He was somewhat surprised that they had taken the initiative to greet him. Back in school, everyone had shunned him because of his family's poverty, treating him as if he were invisible. Why were they suddenly so friendly now? Chapter 102, Classmates with Colored Glasses. Chu Shang approached, running his fingers through his hair with a forced smile. Chu Fan, it really is you. Long time no see. I thought people who'd been to prison would look worn down, but you seem to be holding up pretty well. TSK, watch your words. Why rub salt in the wound? Heh, Chu Fan, we're here to shoot our wedding photos nearby. We're getting married in 2 months. If you're free then, remember to come celebrate with us. Chu Fan instantly understood. No wonder this guy was being so friendly. Turns out he was after his wedding gift money. It wasn't that he was stingy, but this kind of money once thrown away, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. Gone forever was simply money he didn't want to spend. Back in school, he'd barely crossed paths with these two. In fact, Chu Shang had mocked him plenty of times. If he went out of his way to hand them cash now, wouldn't he just be setting himself up to be taken advantage of? With that thought, Chu Fan offered a forced smile and declined. I'm truly sorry, but work's pretty hectic. I won't be able to make it. Wishing you a happy marriage. After offering his congratulations, Chu Fan prepared to cut ties with the pair. Just as he was about to leave, Wei Shi hurriedly called out to him. Don't go. We've barely had a chance to chat. How could you possibly be that busy? Our wedding is on the weekend. You wouldn't be working then too, would you? Oh, honey, handing out flyers definitely pays better on weekends. How could you be so clueless? If he's busy, we shouldn't bother him. Chu Shang looked down on Chu Fan's meager earnings. He couldn't understand why Wei Shi insisted on stopping to talk to this beggar. What if he couldn't get a gift from him and ended up having to pay him instead? Don't be like that, Chu Fan. You should come. Our wedding here is just a simple affair with a few friends, like a class reunion. No parents will be there, so you won't feel pressured. Wei Shi and Chu Shang mostly live in the neighboring city anyway. Since most of our classmates are here, we're holding a reception locally to collect a little money. It's also a great chance for everyone to catch up. Just as Chu Fan was about to refuse again, Wei Shi continued, we've contacted many old classmates this time. Almost everyone will come to support us. Even Jiangren will be there. She got promoted 2 months ago and is now the general manager of Li Group's Daoxian branch. She's a total powerhouse, living it up. I heard her monthly salary is astronomical, over 100,000 yuan. With a position like that, I bet she gets tons of gifts all the time. It's so enviable. Back in school, she always talked about wanting to make it big and become a boss. Now she's truly achieved her dream. At this point, Wei Shi's voice was practically dripping with envy for Jiangren. Chu Fan hadn't planned to join the festivities, but upon hearing Jiangren would be attending, he found himself unexpectedly tempted. Jiangren was the white moonlight of Chu Fan's youth. Even though he was swamped with work back then and had no time for romance, Jiangren was the one classmate who genuinely treated him like a friend, unlike the others who constantly teased him. Beautiful and strong-willed, she never took advantage of her looks and detested being labeled a pretty face. In high school, Jiangren excelled in every subject except physics, which she struggled with no matter how hard she studied. Physics, however, was Chu Fan's strongest subject. He consistently ranked first in the class. Jiangren frequently sought his help with problems, which was one reason Chu Fan often came home late at night. However, the two never ended up together. After all, Chu Fan's family was extremely poor back then. He was already stretched thin just taking care of his younger sister. How could he possibly have the heart to think about anything else? Yet looking back now, it still fills him with deep emotion. Even if it wasn't love, it remained a precious memory from those hard-fought years of youth. After so many years apart, Zhang Ren remained as strong-willed as ever. If he could use this opportunity to meet her and reconnect, it would be like old friends reuniting. At this thought, Chu Fan softened his stance. I'll think about it when I get back. If I have time off, I'll come. Alright, let's exchange contact info. You've cut ties with all our old classmates, you're not even in our alumni group chat. How could you? Wei Shi held her QR code in front of Chu Fan, prompting him to add her. Chu Fan pulled out his phone and added Wei Shi's contact in one swift motion. Hey, wait a minute. Just as Chu Fan was about to put his phone away, Wei Shi suddenly stopped him. Staring at his phone in surprise, she asked, that's the latest model, right? That must cost close to 10,000 yuan. Did you buy it yourself? No, it's... Just as Chu Fan was about to say someone gave it to him, Chu Sheng cut him off. Man, some people these days just love to pretend they're something they're not. They've already sunk to handing out flyers, yet they still buy the latest phones to show off. You bought this on installments, right? Better take good care of it and don't lose it. Imagine if you lose the phone before you finish paying off the installments, that'd be awkward. Hearing Chu Sheng's words, Chu Fan lost all desire to explain. People can say whatever they want, their mouths are their own business. Thanks for your concern. I'll be careful. Fine. No point wasting breath on you. Let's go. With that, Chu Sheng grabbed Wei Shi's arm and walked away. After seeing them off, Chu Fan felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. They say you can tell a person's character by the age of 3, and that saying holds true. After all these years, Chu Sheng still looked down on people like a dog. As for whether he should attend this wedding gathering, he felt somewhat conflicted. While he wanted to reconnect with old classmates like Zhang Ren, the thought of enduring Chu Sheng's idiocy throughout the event made it seem like a losing proposition. Then again, he never expected Zhang Ren to have joined the Li group. Fate truly is a mysterious thing. As Chu Fan pondered this, his phone suddenly buzzed. He picked it up to find a WeChat message from Li Hua. Last time when I tagged along with Yu Hui to their internship farewell dinner, Chu Fan had originally gone there hoping to see Li Hua, but unexpectedly, Li Hua had something come up and couldn't make it that day. Later, Chu Fan learned that Li Hua was in the midst of graduation season, busy job hunting, which was why she had to cancel at the last minute. This time, Li Hua messaged Chu Fan because he noticed Wei Shi had added Chu Fan to the wedding banquet group chat. He guessed Chu Fan might attend the gathering and reached out specifically to arrange a chance meeting between them. Chu Fan didn't think much of it and agreed immediately. If Li Hua was going, he had no reason not to. However, Chu Fan was unaware that he had already become the focal point of the gathering group. It turned out that before greeting Chu Fan earlier, Chu Sheng had snapped a photo of him handing out flyers to the elderly woman. Just as Chu Fan finished exchanging pleasantries with Li Hua, Chu Sheng typed out the caption and flung the photo into the group chat. When Chu Fan joined the group, he casually set his notifications to silent mode, so he remained completely unaware of the storm brewing within the chat. Everyone, take a look. Can you even recognize who this is? After posting the message, Chu Sheng looked up at Wei Shi and said, Honey, I really don't get it. Why did you invite this bumpkin? Our hotel isn't cheap, over 200 bucks per person. Look at his behavior. He'll probably only give a 200 yuan gift. That means we'll end up losing money, right? Oh, come on. Anyway, with Shen Jingbing sponsoring us, it's not like we're losing out personally. Think about it, back then, Shen Jingbing chased Jiang Ren so relentlessly. But Jiang Ren? He was always running after Chu Fan. Now, if we can get Chu Fan to join us, look at how things have turned out. Shen Jingbing's become the high and mighty chief of staff at the county office, while Chu Fan not only served time in prison but now has to resort to handing out flyers on the streets. With that stark contrast, how could Shen Jingbing not be thrilled? And if he's thrilled, getting my brother a job would be a done deal. You're so dense. Brilliant. My dear, you're the one. After hearing Wei Shi's plan, Chu Sheng immediately gave her a thumbs up, praising his wife for her brilliant intelligence. Though Chu Fan hadn't seen the group chat discussions, his sense is far sharper than most, had picked up every word of their conversation. He'd actually thought Wei Shi was a decent person. Turns out, birds of a feather really do flock together. A match made in hell. May these two scum live happily ever after. Chapter 103, Things Remain, People Change. After bidding farewell to these two oddballs, Chu Fan received another message from Li Hua. Chu Fan, check the group chat. That Chu Sheng is such a piece of work. Though Chu Fan hadn't seen the heated discussion about him in the group, Li Hua had witnessed it all. Furious, he rushed over to Chu Fan to vent his indignation. Ha! Chu Fan opened the muted group chat to take a look. Holy crap! In just a few minutes, over 100 new messages had piled up. You're not telling me this is Chu Fan? Didn't they sentence him to 5 years? How did he get out so fast? That's fast, huh? Sigh, his whole life's ruined. Impulsiveness is the devil. Exactly. Back in school, he was such a star. His physics teacher even recommended him for aerospace studies, saying with his brain he could build planes and rockets someday. And what happened? He ended up sewing. Wow, thank goodness that kid's family is poor. If they were better off, Jiang Run might have ended up with him. Wouldn't her whole life have been ruined by that good for nothing? Everyone chimed in with their opinions.
Only a handful felt pity for Chu Fan's situation, while most were filled with malice, their mockery never ending.
Chu Fan casually glanced around before closing the group chat.
The fickleness of human relationships and the coldness of the world, he'd experienced these things long ago and couldn't be bothered to argue with these people. At that moment, Chu Sheng was grinning like a Cheshire cat, watching the group chat refresh frantically. He was already imagining how utterly devastated Chu Fan would be upon seeing all these messages, practically bursting with delight.
Ha! Chu Fan, you stole my thunder back then. What goes around comes around.
Meanwhile, Jiang Ren, who had just driven into Jinling City, was checking into a hotel. She had rushed all the way from Diaoxian County just to attend the quarterly report meeting held every 3 months. This was her first time attending such a meeting since being promoted to general manager of the Diaoxian branch of Li Group. Determined to make a good impression on Li Jinmei, she had arrived early. She planned to shower, change clothes, and freshen up at the hotel before reporting to headquarters. She couldn't risk looking disheveled. After entering the room and setting down her luggage, Jiang Ren habitually checked her phone notifications. She was stunned to see over 500 new messages in the group chat for Wei Sheila's wedding banquet gathering.
Her slender thumb gently swiped through the message feed.
After skimming through the updates, Jiang Ren sighed softly, her heart filled with regret. Back in school, she had indeed harbored feelings for Chu Fan. Especially when he tutored her on homework problems, his handsome face and patient demeanor had been deeply etched into her memory. Had Chu Fan's family not been so impoverished, burdened by a younger sister who was a constant drain, Jiang Ren would likely have confessed her feelings long ago. But before she knew it, graduation arrived.
Jiang Ren had hoped that if Chu Fan had confessed first, perhaps they could have given it a try.
But whether Chu Fan was too timid or genuinely uninterested, he left without a word. After that, they lost touch. The next time Jiang Ren heard Chu Fan's name mentioned by others, he had already been imprisoned for causing serious injury through negligence.
Upon hearing the news, Jiang Ren felt an inexplicable sense of relief.
Thank goodness she'd held back and not confessed to Chu Fan. Otherwise, having a boyfriend like that would have been a stain on her reputation for life.
Ah, how things change.
Chu Fan, I truly did care for you. Why did you have to be so hopeless?
I thought, forget it. A man like that can't be relied on.
Little did Chu Fan know that the old friend he longed to see was no longer the person he once knew. Though still ambitious, Jiang Ren had evolved significantly from her former self, no longer determined to stand on her own 2 feet and refused to be a mere ornament. Years of experience and refinement had fundamentally altered her mindset. Recalling her bold declarations from back then, she could only find her former self laughably naive. She could have leveraged her beauty to gain more resources and get others to do her bidding, saving herself so much energy. Instead, she insisted on building everything step by step herself. How foolish. Becoming the general manager of Li Group's Diaoxian branch at such a young age, Jiang Ren had certainly used men along the way. Even now, having achieved a small milestone, she remained relentless. She even sought to reel in bigger fish, hoping these suckers could lift her from Diao County, that godforsaken place, to the glittering metropolis of Jinling. While the ambitious Jiang Ren bathed and changed, Chu Fan had already returned to the customer service office of Li Group. Though the flyers were distributed quickly, standing under the blazing sun for hours on end had taken its toll. Little did he know, barely had Chu Fan settled into his seat when a thunderous roar erupted from the reception room next door.
Cry my ass.
I can't sleep a wink every night. I should be the one crying. Mark my words, if you don't fix this leak, I'll camp out in your office.
Everyone else's place is fine. Why is mine the only one constantly leaking?
You come inspect once and tell me it's nothing.
I'm old, but I'm not blind. Stop trying to fool me.
Hearing this thunderous roar, Chu Fan glanced at Zhang Xiaolan, who was cowering beside him, and asked, "Who's next door?"
Isn't Qin Shou usually great at handling complaints? How come he's getting chewed out like this?
Shu, I wouldn't dare say.
That old man is a real handful.
I think he's mentally unstable, the kind who could get away with assault. Qin Shou has been yelled at until he cried several times already. Zhang Xiaolan whispered, shielding her face with a file as she spoke to Chu Fan, as if terrified someone might see her.
No way. I thought Qin Shou was pretty tough. How could he actually cry from being yelled at? You have no idea. That old man's name is Zheng Woyong. He used to be an instructor in the field training unit. He's got a temper like a bull and is incredibly strong. Even though he's limping on one leg, when he swings his fist, it's terrifying. I went along to mediate once. Holy cow, I nearly scared my guts out. Glancing at Zhang Xiaolan's exaggerated expression, Chu Fan couldn't help but chuckle.
Come on, you make him sound like the king of hell.
Tell me, why is he causing trouble? From what I gather, it's about a leak in his house.
Why don't you just hire a repair crew to fix it?
Oh, if only it were that simple. If repairs could fix it, I'd pay out of my own pocket to hire a crew. The problem is, their place isn't leaking at all. Zhang Xiaolan complained. The maintenance crew has been out multiple times.
Their walls are spotless, not a single flake of plaster missing.
Everything's perfectly dry. Neither the upstairs nor downstairs neighbors have reported leaks.
It's just this old man stirring up trouble for no reason.
That's why I say he's got mental issues.
Nobody else sees water on the walls except him.
How weird is that?
Zhang Xiaolan pursed her lips, looking indignant.
If he has a mental illness, why hasn't his family taken him to see a doctor?
Chu Fan froze. Of course they have. His youngest daughter is a doctor, a pretty famous one, actually. She took him to several hospitals to see specialists, and they all said there's nothing wrong with his mental state.
Zhang Xiaolan rolled her eyes. Who knows what this old man is up to? He's driving everyone crazy. Poor Qin Shou.
Zhang Xiaolan sighed, then hunkered down like a turtle, burying her head in her workstation. Clearly, she had no intention of stepping in to resolve the situation.
Chu Fan analyzed the sequence of events Zhang Xiaolan described,
then listened carefully to the old man's breathing pattern during his rant. A mystical thought suddenly popped into his head. To test it out, Chu Fan immediately stood up and headed toward the reception area. Spotting Chu Fan heading that way, Zhang Xiaolan quickly grabbed his arm.
Bro Fan, where are you going? Even Director Zhu has ducked out. Are you really going to walk right into the line of fire? Chapter 104, The Old Man's Leaky Home.
Chu Fan smiled faintly, showing no fear.
It's fine. I have a pretty good idea what's going on. I can handle it. Don't worry.
Watching Chu Fan's confident demeanor, Zhang Xiaolan silently sweated bullets for him. Knowing full well the mountain harbors tigers, yet heading straight for it, truly the brother we know.
Still, I'd better hide.
Better safe than sorry before this old man unleashes his wrath. Despite Chu Fan's prior experience persuading a female homeowner not to jump off a building, Zhang Xiaolan still considered dealing with this raging old man an essentially impossible task.
Chu Fan entered the reception room.
As soon as he pushed open the door, he was met by the sight of an old man with a face twisted in fury, his lips pressed into a straight line, eyes blazing, and an aura of fierce anger radiating from him.
Who the hell are you?
As soon as old man Zhang saw someone push open the door and enter, he immediately frowned and began questioning them in a gruff voice. Most people would have been intimidated by his imposing manner, but Chu Fan was no ordinary person. Far from being afraid, he smiled as he stepped forward, extending his hand and saying, "Mr. Zhang, I'm Chu Fan from the Customer Service Department of Lease Property Management."
Ha! You're in customer service too? New here, I guess? I come in to complain all the time. How come I've never seen you? Good grief.
Zhang Woyang clearly had a habit of being a professional complainer, launching straight into questioning Chu Fan. Chu Fan was left speechless, waving to Qin Shou to step outside. Funny thing was, Qin Shou, usually so carefree, now had tears welling in his eyes, looking utterly wronged. Spotting Chu Fan, he looked at him like he'd found a lifesaver. Nodding, he quickly made his escape.
Where are you going? My problem isn't solved yet. Is it that hard for you guys to fix a leak? Zhang Woyang prepared to chase after Qin Shou. Despite his limp and crutch, he practically outran Qin Shou.
Qin Shou, thoroughly shaken, hastily slammed the door shut, leaving the two men inside.
After Qin Shou left, Zhang Woyang turned and glared at Chu Fan.
Letting him go is fine, but you're fixing this problem. Our place has been leaking for nearly a year now.
That wall's been damp and soggy every single day. If you can't even handle such basic maintenance, what kind of property management company are you running? Alright, Mr. Zhang, please don't get angry. Since I'm here, I'm definitely here to solve your problem. Let me be honest with you, don't let my ordinary appearance fool you.
I'm actually the deputy director of the customer service department, Chu Fan reassured him.
Not only that,
but the owner of Lease Property Management is my wife. Think about it, she sent me here to resolve your issue.
That alone shows how seriously our company takes you as a customer.
Oh?
Really? You're not pulling my leg, are you?
Zhang Woyang said, half believing, half doubting.
Why would I? What's the point of lying? I'm telling you the truth. It's outrageous that this leak has gone unattended for so long.
Back in the village, Chu Fan often chatted with the elderly, so he knew how to handle such a stubborn old man. The only trick was to stroke him the right way. The more you argue with him, the louder he gets.
Humph. No wonder you managed to marry that Ms. Li.
You actually know how to talk much better than that little Qin.
You know what he said?
I told him my house was leaking, and he said I had a problem with my eyes.
Zhang Woyang snorted. You repair crews are all irresponsible. You show up and leave without fixing anything. It's driving me crazy. Listening to Zhang Woyang's complaints, Chu Fan smiled and said, I understand exactly what you mean. Don't worry, I'll definitely get this sorted out for you. Come on, let's go take a look at your place right now. All right.
Under Chu Fan's smooth-talking tactics, Zhang Woyang actually relented and stopped arguing. The two walked out of the reception room one after the other. Qin Shou stared at Chu Fan as if he were a god, utterly shocked. Ever since he'd stepped out, for a full 3 or 4 minutes, the old man had been completely out of character, not a single roar had escaped him.
This was truly unbelievable.
As Chu Fan helped Zhang Woyong away from Qin quietly gave Chu Fan a thumbs up, expressing his utter admiration. Chu Fan merely smiled, then turned to instruct, I need to visit old man Zhang's place.
You stay here and keep working. If anyone asks, just say I'm out on a field assignment. Got it, brother Fan.
And so, Chu Fan hailed a taxi with Zhang Woyong and headed to Xingfuli residential complex.
The moment they left, the customer service switchboard rang. Qin walked over and answered it, immediately recognizing Li Jinmei's voice. Is old man Zhang still causing trouble at your place?
No, Ms. Li, your brother Fan arrived and talked him out of it in just a few words. He said he'd go check on Mr. Zhang's situation.
Qin was delighted to hear this, but Li Jinmei grew irritated. That old man is mentally unstable. Who knows what he might do? What is Chu Fan going there alone for? Don't let him get beaten up by old man Zhang. Ugh, this is such a mess. Forget it, you don't go either. Call old man Zhang's daughter and tell her to hurry home and keep an eye on him. Understood, Ms. Li. I'll call right away.
Since old man Zhang frequently caused disturbances at the customer service department and his youngest daughter always ended up having to take him home afterward, Qin was quite familiar with this routine. He picked up the phone and dialed the number. Meanwhile, Chu Fan and Zhang Woyong had arrived at the two-bedroom apartment on the 10th floor of Building 5 in Xingfuli community.
Zhang Woyong had both a son and a daughter.
After his wife passed away 2 years ago, he moved here to live alone.
The larger house was left to his son and daughter-in-law.
His younger daughter, a doctor, was often away from home. Since Xingfuli was conveniently close to her hospital, the other room was reserved for her. She occasionally visited when she wasn't on call, but mostly returned to her own home. Years in his profession had instilled in Zhang Woyong a meticulous habit of cleanliness and order.
Everything was arranged neatly and precisely. If one didn't look closely, one might think the place was unoccupied. Mr. Zhang, where's the leak? Are you blind? Can't you see that huge spot? No sooner had Chu Fan stepped inside and asked than Zhang Woyong erupted in anger, pointing his cane at the empty TV wall. Because of that constant leak, I can't even hang a TV on this perfectly good wall. Now I have to watch TV in my bedroom. I live in constant fear of getting electrocuted by this place. Your property management is useless. Zhang Woyong described it vividly, pointing precisely to the spot. He claimed the wallpaper had molded, with rust-colored stains soaking through the wallpaper. Chu Fan followed Zhang Woyong to the TV wall. Examining the spot, he found no sign of mold or water damage whatsoever. Yet Zhang Woyong seemed perfectly normal in both speech and demeanor, showing no signs of being unusual. Chu Fan surmised that the source of his troubles must be connected to some kind of supernatural presence. Rather than contradicting Zhang Woyong by insisting there was nothing wrong, Chu Fan nodded and placed his hand on the spot Zhang had indicated as leaking. Mr. Zhang, this is the spot you mentioned leaking, right? Why are you asking me? Can't you see for yourself? Get your hand away. You'll get it wet. Here, take a tissue. Though Zhang Woyong grumbled with apparent annoyance, he bent down and handed the tissues from the coffee table to Chu Fan. Chu Fan took the tissue, smiled, and instead of wiping his hands as Zhang Woyong suggested, stepped forward and seized his wrist before Zhang could react. Zhang Woyong's expression changed instantly. He struggled and cursed, "You little brat. Why are you grabbing me? You're getting my hand wet. Isn't that dirty? Look closely, old man Zhang. There's no water on your hand. See any water on mine?" Zhang Woyong looked utterly shocked. Huh? When did you wipe it off? I didn't wipe it. The paper you gave me was dry too. Look. Chu Fan said, handing back the tissue he'd just taken from Zhang Woyong's hand. Zhang Woyong examined it closely and found it was indeed completely dry, with nothing on it. But he had clearly seen Chu Fan take the tissue with his wet hand just moments ago. How could it have changed in the blink of an eye? Chapter 105, The birth chart clashes with this house. You're pulling some kind of trick on me, aren't you? There's definitely something fishy going on here. Explain yourself. How did you pull this fast one on me? Zhang Woyong gritted his teeth, visibly flustered. Uncle Zhang, I'm not tricking you. There really isn't any water here. Chu Fan remained unhurried, responding calmly and deliberately. Here we go again. Zhang Woyong scowled, seething with anger. You think I'm crazy, don't you? I'm perfectly sane. My youngest daughter has taken me for checkups multiple times. I really can see water flowing from that spot. Zhang Woyong was practically losing his mind. His eyes clearly saw the leak there. When he reached out to touch it, he could feel it. Even just now, when Chu Fan touched it, he saw water droplets clearly on Chu Fan's hand. But how could it vanish in the blink of an eye? Seeing Zhang Woyong on the verge of collapse, Chu Fan grabbed his arm and soothed him with a smile. Don't worry, Mr. Zhang. I never said you had a problem with your brain. What do you mean then? Can you explain quickly? I'm so anxious. It's mainly because your birth chart clashes with this building. Chu Fan said cheerfully. Is your property management company out of its mind? Believing in this kind of mysticism? Do I have to sue you in court to resolve this issue?
Zhang Woyong had been a lifelong believer in science, never trusting in such superstitious nonsense. Hearing Chu Fan's words now, he felt instantly repulsed, bristling with fury as he tried to shoo him out. Chu Fan gave a helpless smile. Mr. Zhang, I'm not trying to scam you. Just give me some time, and I'll definitely solve this problem for you. You can judge whether I'm a fraud later.
How will you fix it? I've already examined it using Qi observation. Overall, there's nothing wrong with your house.
There's just one flaw, the yin and yang energies are reversed in one area, Chu Fan explained slowly. Generally speaking, the east represents yang energy, while the west represents yin energy. When developers build houses, they pay attention to feng shui principles. That's why all the balconies and air conditioners in your building face east using yang energy to counteract yin energy.
This is perfectly reasonable and wouldn't affect most people. But your constitution is different. If I'm not mistaken, you were born on a yin month, yin day, and yin hour, correct?
At these words, Zhang Woyong froze in place.
You know what? He really did get it right. You've got some insight, kid. Because your Ba Z chart carries heavy yin energy, you rely on yang to counteract negative influences. The presence of yin cold elements here clashes with your constitution.
Those water stains you see aren't actually seeping from the walls, they're condensation from the outdoor air conditioner units.
Chu Fan continued his explanation. According to your birth chart, the entire east-facing side should be sunny.
Adding yin elements only aligns with your fate, which is why your perception intensifies in cold, shadowy places, causing these illusions.
So that's how it is. You've got a point there, kid. You didn't sneak a peek at my records to find out my birthday, did you?
Despite Chu Fan's eloquent, passionate, and authoritative explanation, Zhang Woyong remained deeply skeptical.
Old Zhang, it's fine if you don't believe me. I'll handle this for you. I guarantee you'll see results today. Once that happens, you won't doubt me anymore. If you can truly make sure I never see this filthy thing again, I won't doubt you for a second.
Zhang Woyong even bowed to Chu Fan, his overly serious expression making Chu Fan burst out laughing.
Stop laughing, kid. Tell me clearly, how exactly do you plan to solve my problem? Mr. Zhang, there are two solutions to your problem. The simplest one is to relocate the air conditioner. Before Chu Fan could finish, Zhang Woyong waved his hands repeatedly. No. Come up with another plan.
Our complex has a standardized layout. Moving the unit would mean finding a new spot to install the outdoor unit ourselves, way too much hassle. Besides, everyone else has theirs neatly installed.
If I'm the only one different, I won't stand for it.
I take community pride seriously. I refuse to be the grumpy old man people whisper about as uncooperative. Zhang Woyong pursed his lips, flatly refusing to accept this plan.
Alright, if this plan won't work, let's try another one.
But the new plan might be a bit tricky. I'll need you to prepare some things for me, Chu Fan suggested after a moment's thought.
Prepare what? Tell me.
But let me make one thing clear, don't ask me to find some hard-to-get, messy stuff. Then later, if I can't find it, you'll say I can't solve the problem.
How would I know if you're just messing with me?
Zhang Woyong was sharp, worried that Chu Fan might be lying to him.
Chu Fan was speechless. He was, after all, someone who had received a legacy. Why would he lie about such a trivial matter? Get me some willow branches, talisman paper, and good cinnabar.
Then buy a statue of Zhong Kuei or Guan Gong.
Set up an altar here to worship them.
With the blessings of the martial god of wealth, we can suppress the yin energy.
Zhong Kuei or Guan Gong? Should I get both? Would that make it even more effective? Zhang Woyong was truly clueless.
Hearing Chu Fan's words, he immediately came up with a half-baked idea. No, you can't worship two martial gods of wealth, they'll fight. If two martial gods clash, your home will become even more restless.
Chu Fan cautioned. You talk like you know what you're talking about, as if it's all true. Fine, these things aren't hard to find. Wait here, I'll go buy them for you right now.
Zhang Woyong said, jotting down every item Chu Fan mentioned in his little notebook.
After that, they divided the tasks between them.
Chu Fan went to select the martial god of wealth statue, altar table, offering table, and sacrificial items, while Zhang Woyong handled the rest of the purchases. Before leaving, Zhang Woyong even gave Chu Fan the code to his door lock for easy access. Seeing this, Chu Fan smiled and asked, Old man Zhang, you don't think I'm a con artist anymore? Aren't you afraid I'll clean out your place? Humph. Even if you had the guts, you wouldn't dare. Do you know how many surveillance apprentices I have? If you ever tried to touch our house, you'd be dead. Zhang Woyong dismissed the idea with disdain. Besides, when I called you a fraud, I was referring to all this nonsense about gods and ghosts, not that you'd steal. After all, you're still wearing that Li property management uniform. I trust you on that point. Alright, go buy the supplies. If you can really handle this stuff for me, I'll reimburse you. If you can't, humph. Zhang Woyong didn't finish his threat, but he gritted his teeth and rubbed his wrist, his warning clear. Chu Fan couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He nodded and followed him out. Before long, Chu Fan had ordered the necessary items and arranged for delivery. He then turned and headed to the fruit shop to gather the required offerings.
When he returned, Zhang Woyong still hadn't arrived. His purchases were rather complicated and wouldn't be ready so quickly. With nothing else to do, Chu Fan sat on the sofa and helped himself to an apple. The next second, a beep sounded at the door. Someone was entering the code. Thinking it was Zhang Woyong returning, Chu Fan walked over to open the door, intending to help him with his purchases. But the moment the door swung open, a shriek erupted. It wasn't old man Zhang who entered, but his youngest daughter, Zhang Yuling. A curvaceous woman with a big mouth. "Who are you? What are you doing in my house?" After her scream, Zhang Yuling swung her handbag defensively and demanded at Chu Fan. Chu Fan paused, suddenly recalling that Zhang Xiaolun had mentioned Zhang Woyong had a daughter who was a doctor. "Hello, I'm Chu Fan from Lee's Property Management Customer Service. Your father has been reporting a leak in his home, correct? I'm here to help resolve the issue. Are you out of your mind? How are you going to fix it? There's no leak in our house at all, don't you know that? My dad's just being ridiculous and you're going along with his nonsense?" After hearing Chu Fan's words, Zhang Yuling could only think this guy was a complete idiot. When Zhang Woyong first claimed he could see leaks in the walls, she thought her father was experiencing mental issues. She took him to see several psychiatrist friends, but all the examinations concluded there was nothing wrong. Once she confirmed Zhang Woyong was physically sound, Zhang Yuling concluded this was her elderly father's way of seeking attention. Perhaps because his children were all away and he had no familiar neighbors nearby, the old man grew bored and started trouble whenever he could. Each time, he'd make quite a scene, all to force himself back home. So whenever Zhang Woyong went to the property management office to cause trouble, Zhang Yuling would drop whatever she was doing and return to keep him company for a while. This would calm things down for a period. Precisely because of this, when Chu Fan solemnly declared he would resolve the matter, Zhang Yuling immediately dismissed it as nonsense. "While your home doesn't have any leaks, old man Zhang has been troubled by this for quite some time, hasn't he?" Chu Fan said in a gentle tone. "So eating an apple at our place will solve the problem?" Zhang Yuling shot back without mercy. "Of course not. Eating an apple here is my way of waiting for old man Zhang to return. Once everything arrives, I'll naturally be able to help resolve the issue." Even though he'd been caught red-handed, Chu Fan didn't see it as a big deal. He'd paid for the apple himself. What harm was there in eating one? Chapter 106, Mystical Solution. To avoid wasting food, he chatted with Zhang Yuling while crunching through the entire apple, tossing the core into the trash bin. Zhang Yuling watched his carefree demeanor, utterly speechless. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the altar and the Guanyu statue placed upon it, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. "What is that thing? Get rid of it immediately. Our family never practices this sort of thing." Zhang Woyong, at his age, wasn't superstitious about feng shui or deities, and Zhang Yuling, a highly educated intellectual, naturally believed in such things even less. She stepped forward, about to toss the Guangong statue outside without a word. Chu Fan lunged forward, blocking her path. "Miss Zheng, you mustn't discard this. Let me explain. The reason old Master Zhang saw that leak was because his birth chart was too yin. An extremely young object must be placed in the east to counteract it. Only then will the phantom vision cease. This god of wealth is indispensable. Don't you dare touch it. Stop spouting this superstitious nonsense. I don't buy any of it." Zhang Yuling pushed and shoved, trying to shoo Chu Fan out. Just then, Zhang Woyong, who had been running around for ages buying a mountain of stuff, burst out of the elevator. Spotting Zhang Yuling and Chu Fan in dispute, he immediately blurted out, "Don't kick him out. I've brought all this stuff back, at least let him try it." Though Zhang Woyong didn't entirely trust Chu Fan either. Seeing him speak with such conviction and rarely trusting his own judgment, he decided to try this as a last resort. If it didn't work, he could always take it up with the property management. After all, if this opportunity slipped away, it might never come again. Zhang Yuling's vision went dark when she saw her father had brought home such a mess of things. "When did you start believing in this superstitious nonsense? Getting old really makes you gullible. I never thought even you'd fall for it. Oh, what do you know? I've seen so many doctors, and none of them could do a thing. This young man is reliable." He came in and immediately explained everything. He even spotted at a glance that my birthday falls on the 15th day of the 7th lunar month. Let him stay and fix it properly. If he can't, I'll go straight to the property management company. You can run away, but you can't hide. What are you afraid of? Zhang Woyong was practically driven mad by that leaky wall. So when Zhang Yuling rolled her eyes at Chu Fan with utter disgust, he unexpectedly spoke up in his defense. Zhang Yuling knew she couldn't dissuade her father. Seeing he'd already bought the supplies, she sighed and relented. "Fine, do whatever you want. But let me make one thing clear, you're wearing that property management uniform, so if you not only fail to fix our problem but also leave our place in shambles, I won't let you off easy." Facing Zhang Yuling's fierce glare, Chu Fan remained unfazed. "Alright, you two wait outside while I get things set up." Chu Fan deftly took all the items from Zhang Woyong's hands, instructed the two to wait outside, and got to work in the living room. Truthfully, Chu Fan had only told Zhang Woyong half the story earlier.
While Zhang Wuyong's ability to see the water seepage was indeed due to his dominant constitution, the so-called water seepage illusion wasn't solely caused by the air conditioner. Because Zhang Wuyong's constitution attracted ghostly spirits, and there truly was a vengeful spirit trapped inside that air conditioner. Thus, through a twist of fate, Zhang Wuyong had been able to see its form. What seeped from the wall wasn't water, but the spirit form of that aggrieved soul. This was precisely why Chu Fan insisted on sending both of them away before performing the ritual. Chu Fan took a moment to set up the altar, light the incense burner, and bow 3 times before the statue of Guan Yu. Just as he was about to begin, the sound of Zhang Yuling banging on the door echoed from outside. "What the hell are you doing?" she demanded. "How much longer before we can go in? You're not up to something shady, are you?" Zhang Yuling couldn't bear leaving Chu Fan alone in the house. She always felt this guy was acting suspiciously and didn't seem like a good person. After only a few minutes, she couldn't help but start urging him. Hearing the pounding, Chu Fan sighed deeply, constantly reminding himself, "I'm a customer service rep. Professional ethics demand I don't get angry with clients." After repeating this mantra several times, Chu Fan finally calmed down. He put on a polite smile, opened the door, and said, "Miss Zhang, please remain calm. This process will take about 10 to 15 minutes. I assure you there won't be any issues. Please keep quiet. Thank you for your cooperation." After speaking, Chu Fan closed the door again. Zhang Yuling tried to argue back, but Zhang Wuyong pulled her away. "Oh, come on, you're being unreasonable. Trust those you employ, and don't doubt those you trust. We've already asked this young man for help. Why are you causing trouble? Are you jealous of my good fortune?" Hearing her father speak these words, Zhang Yuling felt a deep chill in her heart. "Dad, how can you say that? If it weren't for you, would I have skipped class and rushed back here?" Oof. Seeing his daughter's hurt expression, Zhang Wuyong knew he was in the wrong. He pursed his lips and kept his head down, saying nothing. At the same moment, Chu Fan had opened his third eye in the room. He pressed his palms together at his chest, murmuring incantations. As his eyes snapped open, faint golden light radiated from his pupils, instantly locking onto the spot on the wall Zhang Wuyong had complained was leaking. Instantly, a chilling wind swept through the room. A tiny, translucent spirit form emerged from the wall. It vaguely resembled a human shape, but its edges were only the size of a palm, rippling faintly like water. Chu Fan recognized at a glance that this spirit fragment was not a complete person, but merely one soul fragment from a human being. "You're not dead yet? Then why linger here instead of returning to your body?" Chu Fan stared at the spirit and demanded sharply. Incomplete and fragmented, the spirit stammered for a long while, unable to articulate a coherent response. Fortunately, Chu Fan was patient enough to keep asking questions until the truth finally emerged. It turned out this spirit fragment belonged to the neighbor's child upstairs. The child, only 5 years old at the time, had fallen out of a window and landed directly on this air conditioner unit. Fortunately, the child was lucky and was quickly rescued. However, the extreme terror had destabilized its soul, causing one of its souls to fall here and become trapped. Deprived of this soul fragment, the child developed intellectual disabilities, drifting through life in a daze. His parents frequently argued over this, blaming each other for failing to watch him properly. Eventually, they divorced and separated. The child was taken away from this place, making it even more impossible for the scattered soul fragment to return. Thus, it remained trapped here, with nowhere to go. After piecing together the entire story, Chu Fan found himself both amused and exasperated. So that's what all the fuss was about. "You're quite pitiful, aren't you? Alright then, come into me. I'll send you back." After accepting the inheritance, Chu Fan's physique transformed into a 1,000-faced crucible. It could fuse with any essence, soul fragment, or sacred artifact, regardless of their attributes. Even without a soul-protecting vessel, he could temporarily use his own body as a container to receive the child's soul. As long as he could send the child away within 3 days. After the soul entered his body, Chu Fan exhaled deeply. He carefully placed the Guangong statue and tidied up the other items. Given Zhang Wuyong's constitution, it was better to have a martial deity of wealth to ward off misfortune in the house. After finishing these tasks, Chu Fan approached the doorway and beckoned the 2 men inside. "Come, old Zhang, take a look. Is the wall still leaking?" Zhang Wuyong hurried forward, scrutinizing the wall surface for a long while. He then ran his hand back and forth across it several times, finally satisfied that the surface was completely dry. Only then did he relax. "It really is gone. You're quite the handyman, kid. Your property management company is quite competent hiring talent like you. Thank you. Why don't you stay for dinner?" With the problem solved, Zhang Wuyong was overjoyed. He grabbed Chu Fan's hand, showing more enthusiasm than if he'd seen his own son. Chu Fan shook his head. He needed to hurry and return the little child's spirit to its rightful place. "Uncle Zhang, another time. I've got other things to attend to today and really can't spare the time." "Now you're talking. Food is as essential as iron. How much time could a meal possibly take? Besides, it's almost quitting time. What could possibly be so urgent?"
Everyone at your property management company knows I'm a tough customer. You don't have to go back.
Zhang Woyong grabbed Chu Fan's arm, refusing to let him leave.
With no other choice, Chu Fan finally agreed to stay for dinner. Chapter 107, When you're tired, someone hands you a pillow. Zhang Woyong waved his hand generously. Linger, whip up a couple of dishes and order some takeout. Make it a feast.
And bring out that bottle of daughter's red wine I've been saving. I'm treating little Chu properly tonight.
Zhang Yuling rolled her eyes.
Dad, I'm rushing back for my night shift. What dishes am I supposed to cook?
Besides, that daughter's red is for my wedding.
I'm not even married yet, why are you drinking it?
Heh, if we wait till your wedding, I'll never get to drink it in this lifetime.
You've already taken the day off, just whip up a couple dishes and we'll eat together.
Hurry up.
Little Chu has important business to attend to later.
Don't keep him waiting.
Zhang Yuling looked at her father, who clearly favored the outsider over his own daughter. Seeing no other option, she resignedly took off her coat, rolled up her sleeves, and headed into the kitchen. Her hands and feet moved swiftly, and before long, she had stir-fried several dishes.
At the dinner table, Zhang Woyong and Chu Fan were chatting away happily. Woyong practically wanted to embrace him and swear brotherhood right then and there.
Meanwhile, Chu Fan was consumed by thoughts of when he could slip away to return the child's soul. According to the spirit, it had been separated from its body for over a year. Since he didn't want to bring it back to Li Jinmei's home, the best option was to send it back tonight. But he still didn't know where the child lived. He'd have to wait a while longer to find a secluded spot to perform a ritual, using the Qinggu technique to cast a divination. As Chu Fan drifted in thought, Zhang Yuling's phone suddenly rang. The call was from the hospital.
It turned out Zhang Yuling was a psychiatrist.
Their hospital had recently admitted a young patient. The boy's father was a prominent entrepreneur, wealthy and influential, in his early 30s, divorced for a year, and a prime bachelor. Last year, the young patient had fallen from a window at home, landing on an air conditioner unit below.
Since then, traumatized by the incident, he had become mentally unstable.
His father had taken him to several hospitals without success. Because the child was too young, the treatments at regular psychiatric hospitals were too intense for him to handle. Therefore, when the businessman heard that Zhang Yuling's hospital had successfully treated a young psychiatric patient in the past, he immediately brought his child to seek treatment. He declared that money would be no object if they could cure his son, even pledging on the spot to donate an entire building to the hospital afterward. Given these conditions, the hospital director and others placed special emphasis on this young patient. On the very day of admission, they convened an emergency meeting to determine who would be responsible for the child's diagnosis and treatment.
Zhang Yuling had a fierce rival at the hospital named Wang Yao. The two were currently locked in an open and covert battle over who would be promoted to the new director of the psychiatric department. Consequently, the treatment of this young patient became pivotal to determining who would ultimately secure the position. Zhang Yuling was straightforward, incapable of flattery or political maneuvering, so the responsibility for the young patient's treatment fell to Wang Yao.
However, a week had passed without any improvement in the young patient's condition. Instead, his emotions grew increasingly volatile, and today he even bit Wang Yao during her rounds.
The big boss happened to be present at the time.
The hospital director called Zhang Yuling immediately, demanding she rush to the scene.
The big boss was extremely dissatisfied with Wang Yao's treatment plan and results, and demanded the hospital replace the doctor that very night. After hearing the full story, Zhang Yuling hesitated. She wasn't eager to take on this hot potato. She made excuses, saying she was currently caring for her father and wouldn't be able to return until later, then hung up the phone. What now? Your hospital never has a moment's peace. If you don't want to go back for overtime, just say I'm sick.
I'll be damned if they're so heartless they won't even let you stay home to care for an elderly parent. Zhang Woyong, a man who never minced words, saw the resentment in his daughter's face. She clearly didn't want to return. He volunteered to cover for her, using his own health as an excuse. Zhang Yuling glanced at her considerate father and offered a faint smile before saying, "You can hide from it for a while, but you can't hide forever. Sigh, even if I avoid it today, I probably won't be able to escape tomorrow."
What could be so troublesome? Pressed by Zhang Woyong, Zhang Yuling explained the specifics of the young patient's case. So, you see, money talks. Our hospital is determined to secure that building at any cost. Therefore, I expect that little patient will be transferred to my care by tomorrow at the latest. You can dodge the bullet once, but not twice. Zhang Yuling slumped in her chair, her eyes vacant, looking utterly dejected. Though she looked down on Wang Yao, she had to admit the woman possessed considerable professional skill. A week had passed with no progress for the patient, who had even bitten the attending physician. Even if she took over such a difficult case, the outcome would likely be no better. The thought alone gave Zhang Yuling a splitting headache. Meanwhile, Chu Fan, having listened to the entire story, was utterly shocked. Wasn't this like someone handing you a pillow when you were tired?
The plot was so strikingly similar that young patient was almost certainly the physical body of the spirit entity currently residing on her shoulder. This was truly a match made in heaven.
Excellent.
Chu Fan clapped his hands excitedly, exclaiming, "Excellent." Watching him spring to his feet in excitement, the Zhang family father and daughter were utterly baffled. Zhang Yuling was particularly annoyed. "I'm nearly in tears over this, and you're clapping and cheering? Did I offend you?"
"Sure, I said some harsh words earlier, but I cooked every dish on this table."
"Could you at least spare me some kindness?"
"No, Miss Zhang, I'll go with you to the hospital."
"You must take this case. I guarantee you'll be promoted and prosper. I have a way to treat that young patient." "Cut the crap. You're not going to tell me that kid's possessed, are you? That's why he's acting crazy?" "Exactly. Spot on. So take me to see him right now. I'll have him better by tonight."
Chu Fan reached out to grab Zhang Yuling's arm, ready to pull her along. Zhang Yuling flung his hand away, her voice flat.
"Yeah, right.
Your charlatan tricks might fly at my place, but if you pull that at the hospital, people will laugh their heads off.
If they find out I brought some quack back, I'll lose my medical license. TSK. Just don't tell anyone. Trust me, I'll be quick. Just let me see that little patient. 1 minute, just 1 minute, then I'll leave. If anyone asks, just say I'm a friend dropping you off at the hospital. Once the kid's cured, all the credit's yours. I won't take a single bit. Please, just take me to see him." Chu Fan's earnest expression genuinely baffled Zhang Yuling. She couldn't fathom what was wrong with him, why he insisted on tagging along to the hospital. "No, I don't want to go, and I certainly don't want to take you with me." "Why not? Hurry up. Get up, get up. Take little Chu there now." Though Zhang Yuling remained stubbornly unyielding, Zhang Woyong sided with Chu Fan.
He was the one Chu Fan had rescued from that bizarre incident and trusted him implicitly. He figured if Chu Fan was this urgent, there must be a reason. Maybe his daughter really could use this chance to get promoted and make a fortune. Zhang Yuling couldn't stand up to her father and was practically shoved out the door by Zhang Woyong. Gripping her coat, she shot Chu Fan a fierce glare and snapped as she buttoned it up. "Fine, I'll trust you this once. But don't you dare say anything weird later, just watch from the sidelines. If you dare break your promise, I won't let you off the hook." "Got it, don't worry." Watching Chu Fan's carefree, grinning face, Zhang Yuling simply couldn't relax her guard. The two arrived at the hospital. As soon as they entered, they saw Wang Yao sitting in the hallway, her face ashen and her eyes bloodshot. She clearly hadn't taken the news well. Seeing Wang Yao in such a pitiful state, Zhang Yuling couldn't help but feel a flicker of pity, even though she was her rival. Chu Fan, however, was in a mad rush, constantly urging Zhang Yuling to hurry and take him inside. Without even exchanging a word with Wang Yao, Zhang Yuling led Chu Fan inside under the other woman's hostile glare. Once inside, the children who had been running wild and were impossible for several adults to control suddenly froze and stared at Chu Fan. Everyone else assumed the children were looking at Zhang Yuling, but only Zhang Yuling knew that gaze had passed right through her, fixed directly on Chu Fan. Chu Fan smiled indifferently, casually patting his shoulder as if brushing off dust, but in reality, he was dislodging the spirit entity. The moment Chu Fan stopped moving, the child suddenly fainted. Chaos erupted instantly in the hospital room. Chu Fan, however, kept his deeds and fame hidden, quietly exiting the room. Zhang Yuling was pulled away to assist others, completely unaware that Chu Fan had already slipped away unnoticed. Chapter 108, City Supervision Fines. Feeling good about his good deed, Chu Fan hummed a tune as he hailed a cab home. But the moment he stepped inside, he was met by the icy glare of Li Jinmei. "Chu Fan, oh Chu Fan, you're getting more and more daring. You go on field assignments without reporting? And here I was waiting for you at the parking lot to pick you up after work, only to find you came back on your own? Well, I was just helping old man Zhang with his problem." Li Jinmei froze, resolved? "Don't worry, it's all taken care of. I guarantee old man Zhang won't bother us again." Hearing Chu Fan's words, Li Jinmei's expression finally softened slightly. "Alright, I'll give you credit for doing a good deed." The night passed without incident. The next morning, Chu Fan accompanied Li Jinmei to work as usual. However, on the way, Chu Fan received a text message from Zhang Yuling. It turned out that after fainting last night, the child had actually regained consciousness and was now fully alert and back to normal. The big boss was deeply grateful to Zhang Yuling and expressed his heartfelt thanks. Both the hospital and Zhang Yuling were utterly baffled. She had only just arrived and hadn't done anything at all. Later, surrounded by the crowd, Zhang Yuling accepted round after round of praise. Only then did she suddenly realize that Chu Fan, who had been following behind her, was gone. Quick-witted, she instantly grasped what had transpired. Zhang Yuling wasn't one to take credit for others' work, nor did she want to reap benefits she hadn't earned. So, when no one else was around, she told the boss the truth. At first, the boss was skeptical, but later, back in the ward, the child, who had been listless before, recounted how his spirit had clung to Chu Fan's shoulder and followed him back to the hospital. This astonished both Zhang Yuling and the boss, but it finally proved Zhang Yuling hadn't lied. The boss was overjoyed and immediately pleaded with Zhang Yuling to arrange a meeting with his son's true benefactor. But after returning home yesterday, Chu Fan had turned off his phone and gone to sleep. Zhang Yuling had called several times without success, so she sent a message instead, relaying the boss's gratitude and his eager desire to meet him. Chu Fan, however, had little interest in meeting this boss. Coupled with being swamped at work lately, he gave a perfunctory reply, "You sure are honest.
Why did you have to mention me?
I'm busy with work and don't have time to see him.
Tell him to wait.
When our paths are meant to cross again, we'll meet naturally." Arriving at the company, he spotted Zhu Dashan rushing out the door before he even entered. Seeing him looking like he had a mountain of troubles on his mind this early in the morning was truly puzzling.
Li Junmei called out to him, "Where are you headed?"
"Ms. Li, don't even get me started. If you're free, come with me to Xingfuli right now."
"This is killing me. The city inspector is causing trouble." "The city inspector? Ha?"
Li Junmei was equally baffled by Zhu Dashan's words. The city inspector and the property management company were worlds apart. Even if something went wrong in the neighborhood, it wasn't the city inspector's jurisdiction.
What were they doing here? "Get in the car.
I'll go with you." Deeply puzzled, Li Junmei motioned for Zhu Dashan to get into her car. She drove him and Chu Fan to Xingfuli. Sure enough, from a distance, she spotted several people in city supervision uniforms gesturing and explaining something to the property management staff. Their expressions were serious, as if something truly significant were happening. Li Junmei pulled over, walked over with Chu Fan, bowed to the uniformed inspectors, and asked, "Gentlemen, I'm the owner of this property management company.
Is there a problem with our management? So you're the owner. Your management isn't just problematic, it's downright disastrous. Do you realize the trees in your complex have grown right up to the roadside?"
"Ha?" Li Junmei glanced in the direction the inspector pointed. While the trees were indeed quite tall, with some branches extending slightly beyond the wall, the impact was minimal.
It seemed the inspector was nitpicking over nothing. Li Junmei understood immediately this guy was probably here to pick a fight.
But he did have a point, backed by evidence. The only solutions now were to either relocate the trees or trim the overhanging branches. But the trees had been meticulously shaped.
Cutting the branches would ruin their appearance, and relocating the trees would be a major undertaking.
The protruding branches were directly above the roadside drainage ditch. There was no risk of criminal liability, and it was only a few branches, nothing serious. Li Junmei had hoped to negotiate with the city inspector for some leniency, but unexpectedly, the inspector was all bark and no bite. Without even giving Li Junmei a chance to speak, he snapped, his face twisted in anger. "This won't do. You must rectify this immediately. I'm giving you 3 days to either move this tree or cut it down completely. Also, pay a fine of 100,000 yuan at our urban supervision brigade before the end of the workday today."
"Got it? 100,000? For just a few tree branches? You're charging that much?" Before Li Junmei could respond, Zhu Dachan erupted. He'd never heard of such arbitrary fines.
As Zhu Dachan argued with the urban management officer, a man with a sinister grin emerged from the back of the car.
This man was named Li Zi, the half-brother of Li Huihui. Though his status as an illegitimate child meant he was rarely acknowledged and seldom appeared in the Li household. But he was on the same page as Li Huihui and Li Er.
Upon learning that Li Junmei had kicked them out of the company, he sprang into action, devising this scheme to bring in his own crew to cause trouble. Since the company no longer had anything to do with his sister, he figured he might as well find a way to make her life miserable. He was idle anyway, and causing trouble for Li Junmei was easy enough. The moment Li Junmei saw Li Zi, she instantly understood what was happening. As if afraid Li Junmei wouldn't catch on, Li Zi went over to sling his arm around the city inspector's shoulder, grinning as he said, "Sure, are you sure there aren't other areas here that don't meet standards? Check carefully, really dig deep. I think just fining them this little is way too lenient, there's gotta be other problems here." I haven't checked elsewhere yet, but this area alone is already highly non-compliant. Thanks for the tip, I'll definitely investigate thoroughly this time." The two colluded seamlessly, occasionally shooting sidelong glances at Li Zhongmi. They were blatantly targeting her, completely unafraid of her noticing. Li Junmei was utterly disgusted by these two, but constrained by their positions, she couldn't do anything about it. Besides, even if they seemed to be making a mountain out of a molehill, it was undeniably true that her property management had lapses in its work. 100,000 yuan wasn't a huge sum for Li Junmei. If paying money could truly avert disaster, she wouldn't hesitate to cover the cost. But the real issue wasn't whether those few trees had grown over the wall. It was how many more times this sort of thing would happen. This time, Li Zi had brought in the city inspector. Who would he call next? What truly gave Li Junmei a headache was the other party's relentless, deliberate nitpicking. Zhu Dashan recognized Li Zi immediately. After all, the Zhu and Li families were close, and everyone had known each other since childhood. Chu Fan, however, had never seen Li Zi before and turned to ask Zhu Dashan who that man was. Zhu Dashan recounted the entire story to Chu Fan, who quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. To eliminate future trouble once and for all, Li Junmei pondered for a moment before deciding to have a frank talk with Li Zi. "Li Zi, you are, after all, part of the Li family. You carry the Li blood in your veins. You are my brother.
Do you really think what you're doing is appropriate? Nothing's inappropriate about it. Even if I have Li blood, I'm not related to you, Li Junmei, in the slightest. My dad's Li Air, my sister's Li Huihui. Stop trying to make yourself look better. I'm not worthy of climbing up to your level. Li Zi curled his lip, shaking his head with an air of smugness that practically begged for a punch. You've just kicked my father and sister out of the company. They have no money, so I have no money. Cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. I'm only causing you this minor trouble that's already showing you considerable leniency. Li Junmei snorted coldly at this, showing me face? What have you ever contributed to the Li group? All these years, you've been nothing but a liability. Back then, Uncle Li insisted on bringing you into the company. I relented out of pity, but what did you do? You turned the place upside down. Several promising new hires quit because of your harassment. Even then, I said little. All these years, Uncle Li siphoned off substantial sums from the company, spending it all on you. He even had the nerve to submit receipts for your nightclub expenses for reimbursement. I turned a blind eye and said nothing. I thought I'd given you all the face you deserved, but it turns out you're nothing but ungrateful ingrates. Even now, you still aren't satisfied and constantly oppose me. Their departure from the company was their own decision. I didn't force them to sell their shares. Why are you picking on me? There were things Li Junmei had endured for years. Now that the relationship had completely soured, the other side still wouldn't stop causing trouble. She simply couldn't take it anymore. Chapter 109, President Jean. In full view of everyone, Li Zi was thoroughly scolded by Li Junmei. Even with his thick skin, he couldn't keep it together at this point. His face turned ashen, and he snapped furiously, "Shut your mouth. The most venomous heart belongs to a woman, and you scheming woman, have truly outdone yourself. Every single transaction has been meticulously accounted for by you. My father may not be the eldest son or grandson of the Li family, but he is still your second uncle. Do you even know what it means to respect your elders?" Li Zi, unable to reason, began to resort to petty quarrels. Respect elders? I'm your elder too. Have you ever shown me any respect? The two argued fiercely, drawing the attention of several residents who craned their necks to watch the spectacle. Xu Dachang shook his head and turned to Chu Fan. Brother Fan, shouldn't you say something? This kind of arguing isn't good for the company, is it? Chu Fan shrugged. What's the harm? Those in uniform have the nerve to come demanding money with such thick skin. What's wrong with us setting the record straight? Hearing Chu Fan's words, Xu Dachang sighed inwardly. This must be what they mean by blood is thicker than water. If it were him, he'd swallow his pride and keep quiet rather than make a scene in public. Li Zi argued for ages, unable to produce any evidence or make a coherent case. Li Junmei shut him down completely, leaving him red-faced and fuming. Finally, he threw in the towel, shrugged his shoulders, and declared, "I can't be bothered with your nonsense. Don't think you can fool me. Besides, this isn't just between you and me. The city supervisor is fining you for disrupting urban environmental construction. Just pay up and stop beating around the bush." After speaking, Li Zi exhaled deeply, as if finally finding a reason to vent his frustration, and felt quite pleased. Shufei promptly pulled out the citation form and began filling it out, determined to collect the fine first. Seeing the ticket actually being issued, Li Junmei's eyes turned bloodshot with fury, yet she was powerless to stop it. Just as Li Zhongmi was about to accept the ticket in utter humiliation, Xu Fan stepped forward. "Is there a problem with your procedure? Even if we did something wrong, you should first issue a warning and require rectification. Only if it remains non-compliant after rectification should you impose a fine. It's just a few branches, yet you want to fine us this much? Which law states this? Tell me, I'd like to hear it." Shufei had thought issuing the ticket would wrap things up neatly. He and Li Zi would split the fine, and they could celebrate with drinks. But now, just as he thought one problem was solved, another arose. This quiet kid he ignored was suddenly challenging him. But Xu Fan did have a point. Shufei stammered for a while, unable to come up with a coherent response, and turned to look at Li Zi. When it came to making a fuss, Li Zi was the undisputed expert. He snapped coldly, "Do exactly as you're told. Why all the nonsense? You didn't even self-correct such obvious mistakes. Now that someone else has pointed them out, you're being fined. What's wrong with that? Let me tell you, they haven't even thoroughly inspected everything yet. If you keep refusing to cooperate, then none of us are leaving today. We'll all stay here and see just how many more non-compliant issues they uncover. If someone wants to nitpick, they can find faults anywhere. Everyone knows that." Li Zi was blatantly resorting to threats and intimidation against Li Junmei. Li Junmei naturally refused to be intimidated, but when you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. She gritted her teeth and sighed helplessly. Li Zi knew she'd conceded. He immediately began swaying his head smugly. "Li Junmei, don't blame me for being ruthless. You've kicked both my father and sister out of the company, effectively cutting off my financial lifeline. I'll just have to find my own way to make money, right?" Li Zi's brazen shamelessness made Li Junmei grind her teeth inwardly, yet beyond glaring at him, she had no other recourse.
Watching Lee Youngmi endure such humiliation, Chu Fan frowned. If this despicable scoundrel truly gained the upper hand, would there be no place for decent people in this world? What kind of world was this? Just as Chu Fan pondered how to help Lee Jongmi lose weight, Zhang Woyong drove past the entrance in a black luxury car. He immediately recognized Chu Fan standing among the crowd and hurriedly said to the person beside him, "Mr. Jean, pull over quickly. Your person is right here." It turned out that this Mr. Jean was the father of the young patient Zhang Yuling had treated yesterday. He had been eager to thank Chu Fan in person and had asked Zhang Yuling to arrange the meeting. However, Zhang Yuling had a crucial meeting today. Faced with the urgency of meeting Mr. Jean, she called her father, Zhang Woyong. After all, Chu Fan worked at the property management company, why not have Zhang Woyong take him to meet the doctor? Coincidentally, Zhang Woyong also wanted to properly thank Chu Fan by presenting him with a commendation banner for resolving his issue. So the two set off together. Unexpectedly, as soon as they reached the community entrance, they saw Chu Fan standing among the crowd with a cold expression. As Mr. Jean pulled over to the side of the road, he happened to catch sight of a familiar face in his rearview mirror. "Shifei, what are you doing here?" After stepping out of the car, Mr. Jean immediately addressed Shifei. Shifei's expression changed the moment he saw Mr. Jean, and he hurriedly bowed and scraped in greeting. "Oh my, Mr. Jean, what are you doing here? Do you live in this complex too? I'm visiting a friend. Don't you usually inspect things over at the commercial street? What brings you here today?" Mr. Jean and Shifei knew each other because the commercial street he mentioned belonged to Mr. Jean. Indeed, the wealthy and powerful Mr. Jean owned the entire commercial street. With thousands of tenants, people were often fined by Shifei for obstructing the sidewalk with their businesses. When the fines got too harsh, they'd seek leniency from Mr. Jean, who consequently often had to deal with them at the city supervision office. Before Shifei knew Mr. Jean, he acted with utter recklessness, fining or confiscating at his whim. But after Mr. Jean emerged, he became a refuge for those merchants. It wasn't that he stopped them from being fined, but that fines had to be imposed strictly according to regulations, not a penny more. Mr. Jean wielded this influence because he was acquainted with Shifei's superior and had several top-tier lawyers working for him. If the matter truly went to court, Shifei's methods would certainly not hold up, so he had no choice but to back down. After all, Mr. Jean wasn't trying to destroy him completely. By not allowing him to impose fines at all, both sides took a step back, and things remained peaceful. "I'm here to conduct an inspection," Shifei replied cautiously. Fortunately, Mr. Jean didn't seem intent on picking a fight today. Otherwise, the more important matters later would have been impossible to handle. "Mr. Zhang, I was in such a rush yesterday that I didn't get a good look. Who exactly is my benefactor?" Since Zhang Woyong claimed his benefactor was among the crowd, Mr. Jean, with no time for pleasantries, lowered his voice to ask Zhang Woyong who exactly he was. Zhang Woyong pulled Mr. Jean aside and led him a few steps to find Chu Fan. Chu Fan had come and gone in a hurry yesterday, and now he found Mr. Jean unfamiliar. Raising his eyebrows, he asked Zhang Woyong, "Uncle Zhang, what do you need from me? Didn't we already resolve the family matter?" Yes, it's been taken care of. I was actually planning to order a commemorative banner today and have it delivered to your company tomorrow. I'm not here for myself, but for him. This is Mr. Jean, the father of the child you treated yesterday. He wanted to thank you in person, so he asked me to bring him along." Zhang Woyong finished speaking and stepped aside to make room for Mr. Jean. Upon learning this young man before him was the savior of his son, Mr. Jean was overcome with emotion. He immediately grasped his hand, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you so much, Mr. Chu. My son had been ill for over a year, my wife and I felt like we were dying inside. Thanks to your help, he's not only fully recovered but seems sharper than ever." The boy wanted to thank you himself, but after years of bed rest and medication, his health is still fragile. He needs to rest at the hospital a while longer. Once he's discharged in a while, I'll definitely bring him over to thank you in person. I left in such a rush this time that I didn't prepare any proper gift. This card has 300,000 yuan inside, it's just a token of our gratitude. I hope you'll kindly accept it. Mr. Jean certainly knows how to be generous, just casually pulling out a card with several 100,000 yuan on it. Zhu Dechang and Li Jinmei watched the scene unfold, utterly bewildered, completely clueless about what was happening. Hadn't Chu Fan gone yesterday to fix the leak at old man Zhang's house? How did he suddenly become the savior of the Jean family? Chapter 110, One crisis ends, another begins. Chu Fan waved his hand, about to decline the gift, when suddenly his eyes darted around as an idea struck him. "Look, just hand this money over to him directly. He's fining our company 100,000 yuan, consider this payment as the fine. Since you two know each other, you can sort it out internally." Shifei, seeing Chu Fan's finger pointing at him, was instantly thrown into a panic. He frantically waved his hands and backed away. No. How could I possibly accept this money? Sir, you must be joking." Shifei wasn't blind to the situation. Even if he were the dumbest person alive, he could see that Chu Fan had transformed into Mr. Jin's benefactor.
He feared Mr. Jean like a mouse fears a cat. Even if you gave him the courage of a lion, he wouldn't dare touch Mr. Jin's money.
Shifei was utterly frustrated, blaming it all on Li Zi. If it weren't for that bastard sending him here to cause trouble, he wouldn't be in this humiliating predicament now.
But no matter how he tried to deflect, Mr. Jean had noticed him.
His eyes narrowed as he demanded, "What's going on? You wouldn't be here to cause trouble for my benefactor, would you?"
Faced with this question, Shifei felt his legs go weak. But then he heard Mr. Jean turn to Chu Fan and say, "Mr. Chu, please don't get the wrong idea.
I'm not on his side at all. I've despised this kid's attitude for a long time. If he's done anything wrong, just tell me.
I'll go complain to his superiors.
That brat's always picking on people.
He's bullied the merchants renting my shops countless times before, and I've turned a blind eye.
But this time, he's crossed the line with you? I won't let him get away with it."
As soon as Mr. Jean finished speaking, Shifei and the city inspectors he brought fell silent. They hung their heads submissively, not daring to breathe loudly.
Zhu Dachang and Li Jinmei exchanged stunned glances. They never imagined the situation would resolve itself this way. Zhu Dachang quickly stepped forward. "You're absolutely right, boss.
Those guys are shameless bullies. Just look at our neighborhood, a few tree branches growing through the wall, and he wants to fine us 100,000 yuan. And they said that's not all, they have other inspections planned, and if we fail those, more fines await.
Isn't this just them deliberately targeting us?"
General Manager Jin's face turned ashen upon hearing this.
Even Zhang Weiyong, standing nearby, couldn't stomach it anymore. Pointing at the branches, he exclaimed, "You want to fine us 100,000 yuan for these few branches? Have the city inspectors become this overbearing? I need to call my disciples and get to the bottom of this. When I was their instructor, this wasn't how the rules were set." Zhang Weiyong wasn't someone to be trifled with.
He'd trained many iron-blooded warriors who now held high-ranking positions.
If Zhang Weiyong went after them about this, they'd feel utterly humiliated and likely fly into a rage.
Upon hearing this, Shifei realized neither man was someone he could afford to provoke. He immediately stepped forward, clasped his hands in apology, and said, "Please don't be angry, sirs.
I wasn't really going to fine them. I was just joking around, scaring them a bit to get them to fix things quickly. That's all."
"Bull.
You've already written the ticket."
Zhu Dachang snatched the ticket from Li Jinmei's hand and thrust it in front of Mr. Jean. Just as Mr. Jean was about to examine it closely, Shifei, desperate and cornered, snatched it away, stuffed it into his mouth, chewed it viciously several times, and swallowed it whole. Seeing his feigned stupidity, Li Jinmei felt both exasperated and amused. Mr. Jean offered a forced smile. "You just swallowed 100,000 yuan whole.
Doesn't that hurt? Or are you planning to keep doling out fines after we leave?"
Shifei was already sweating cold beads of fear, nearly choking on the fine notice. He swallowed hard, forced the paper down his throat, and then said in an utterly submissive tone, "I won't dare again, truly won't dare. I'll never cross them again. You can fix those branches however you like.
If you don't fix them, that's your call. I'm heading back now and won't be coming back."
With that, he hurriedly departed with his men, practically fleeing the scene.
Li Zi was left standing alone.
Watching his supporters scatter one by one, he was now a pitiful, isolated commander. He never dreamed that these two men's arrival could turn the tables so completely, instantly saving the already overwhelmed Li Jinmei from danger and even turning the tables on him.
"Li Ji, aren't you leaving?"
Li Jinmei shot a contemptuous glance at the furious Li Ji and coldly remarked,
You're something else. Fine, I'll admit I got owned today. You've got guts. This isn't over. You just wait. I'll be back."
Li Zi pointed his finger right at Li Jinmei's nose as he spat out his threat, then slunk away in defeat.
Li Yongmi knew full well this scoundrel wouldn't let it go, but regardless, today's ordeal had finally passed without incident.
He exhaled in relief and slowly approached Zhang Weiyong and General Manager Kim to express his gratitude. Especially Zhang Weiyong previously, because he was such a pain to deal with. Li Jinmei had privately complained about him countless times.
Who would have thought the problem wasn't with him after all?
Once the situation was resolved, Zhang Weiyong proved not only easy to work with but also became a benefactor to their company, a rather awkward turn of events. In the end, Chu Fan declined to accept the bank card offered by Mr. Jean, simply stating that today's events were settled as a quid pro quo and that his gratitude was already expressed. After exchanging a few more words, he got into the car without hesitation, seemingly completely unmoved by the offer of money. Watching Chu Fan's departing figure, Mr. Jean couldn't help but feel a surge of respect.
So young, yet exceptionally capable, yet so down to earth. To be stuck in a small property management company was truly a waste of talent.
In the car, Li Zhongmi inquired about Chu Fan's relationship with those two individuals.
Chu Fan offered a vague excuse.
After all, some things, even if told, might not be believed and could easily complicate matters. Fortunately, Li Jinmei didn't seem genuinely interested in his background, it was just a casual inquiry. After returning to the company, Li Jinmei went upstairs, while Chu Fan and Zhu Dachang headed back to the customer service department. Before Chu Fan could even settle into his seat, a call from Tango-san came through.
He answered casually and asked, "What's up?"
Mr. Chu, that Wei DeBeo still hasn't given up. I just got word that he's hired some troublemakers at a high price and sent them rushing to your Lee Group's construction site.
I suspect he's up to no good again.
Normally, given Tango-san's current standing, he wouldn't bother with such minor matters. But he knew Chu Fan valued the Lee Group deeply. So the moment he heard the news, he immediately contacted Chu Fan in a panic to relay the information.
After hearing this, Chu Fan couldn't help but roll his eyes. If you don't court disaster, disaster won't find you, yet some people just don't get it. Yet the truly shocking news was yet to come.
Tango-san continued, on top of that, Wei DeBeo's father, Wei Lo, compensated Shui Zhensha with 100 million yuan and a commercial building for the injury Shui Qingji sustained.
Yet even that wasn't enough for Shui Zhensha.
He insists that the Wei family must retaliate against you tooth for tooth, eye for eye. He demands that you bring your own hands to meet him before he'll be satisfied. Therefore, I suspect Wei DeBeo's recent disturbance at the construction site was merely a ploy to lure you there.
Mr. Chu, you must be extremely cautious in the coming days. Do not fall into their trap. Yang Yaoyan knows the Li family is your weak spot. Expect frequent attacks on Li Group soon.
While I can assist with some matters, others are beyond my reach. You'd be wise to prepare early.
Tango-san has no particular interest in the Li family affairs.
He has no ties to them. His concern stems solely from his connection to Chu Fan. That's precisely why he only contacted Chu Fan and not the Li family. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan merely smiled indifferently and said, "Thanks for letting me know.
I'll keep it in mind."
Mr. Chu, I know you're formidable, but I must be blunt, please don't underestimate this situation.
They'll resort to any underhanded tactics. Over the years, even our Tang family has suffered countless hidden losses like this. Sometimes, stepping back to avoid the storm doesn't mean you're weak.
Tango-san's meaning was clear. He wanted to help Chu Fan leave this troubled place for somewhere else, to avoid trouble. But Chu Fan refused. He held those people in utter contempt and feared no retaliation. After all, he was the heir to the divine physician lineage.
If he had to hide from these mere ants, wouldn't that make the legacy a waste? Chapter 111, The Construction Site Incident. Chu Fan's reluctance to fight didn't mean he was afraid. He simply preferred to avoid trouble. But if these people were bent on courting death, he could only oblige them. Times had changed.
The old Chu Fan would have ended up in jail for hurting someone in a fit of rage. But now, he possessed the skill to leave absolutely no trace, no one could ever connect it to him. After ending the call, Chu Fan planned to call Zhu Dachang and head to the construction site to check things out. Unexpectedly, before he could speak, the office phone rang. It was Li Jinmei seeking Chu Fan. It must be said that Tango-san had remarkably reliable sources. He learned about the disturbance at their construction site before Li Jinmei, the head of the Li Group, had even been informed. Li Jinmei's call was specifically to request Chu Fan accompany her to the site to investigate the situation. She chose to bring Chu Fan along because she knew he possessed some martial skills. Having him by her side offered her a measure of reassurance. Though she was reluctant to admit it, in a way, Li Jinmei had already come to regard Chu Fan as a reliable ally she could depend on. Even though the construction site claimed it was merely an accident, a nagging sense of foreboding lingered in Li Jinmei's mind. Something felt off. It didn't seem as straightforward as they were making it out to be. On the way, Li Jinmei briefly explained the situation and her suspicions to Chu Fan. She expected him to dismiss her as overthinking or making a mountain out of a molehill, but to her surprise, he nodded in agreement.
Your hunch makes sense.
Better safe than sorry.
Let's assess the situation first.
When they arrived at the construction site, a crowd had gathered, though the media hadn't arrived yet. Surprisingly, someone had even voluntarily set up a cordon, urging everyone to keep their distance. This seemingly orderly scene struck Li Zhongmi as odd. When did these workers become so reliable? Stepping over the barrier tape, they reached the accident site and immediately saw the collapsed exterior wall. This was the outermost wall of the residential complex, a barrier separating it from the outside world. It should have been extremely sturdy, yet now over 20 meters of it had completely collapsed. Bricks had even fallen onto the road outside the perimeter fence, creating a terrifying sight. With such a large area collapsed, injuries were inevitable. The thought made Li Jinmei's vision darken, and she felt completely unwell. Chu Fan scanned the scattered bloodstains and flesh fragments on the ground, a chill running down his spine. Were the Wei family truly this ruthless? To cause trouble for the Li Group, they could so casually take the lives of innocent people? These were just hard-working laborers from the lower strata of society. What had they done to deserve becoming sacrificial pawns in a business war? Chu Fan's own small village had many such migrant workers. They farmed at home during busy seasons and took on labor jobs during off-peak times. Construction sites were a common destination for most, as the work was short-term and required only physical strength. And the workers injured today were almost all ordinary people in the same situation as his fellow villagers. The thought of it all made Chu Fan's heart ache intensely.
He clenched his fists tightly and silently vowed that no matter what, he would not let the mastermind behind this go unpunished. As soon as Li Junmei arrived, the construction site supervisor came over. His name was Miao Xingren. He had been near the collapsing wall at the time. Though his safety helmet had protected him from serious injury, his arm had been lacerated by rebar. His wound had just been bandaged. Recalling the horrific scene of the accident, Miao Xingren's lips began to tremble involuntarily. Still shaken, he said, "Mr. Li, this is disastrous. 2 workers were killed instantly, and over a dozen injured were rushed to the hospital. 3 of them are critically injured, and we still don't know their condition. In all my years, this is the first time such a severe accident has happened under my watch. I'm so sorry." As he spoke, Miao Xingren broke down in tears. Clearly, this accident had deeply shaken him. He had always considered himself diligent and thorough, meticulously inspecting and verifying every step of the process. Yet now, such a catastrophic accident had occurred, and he knew he could not escape blame no matter what. Only Chu Fan understood the truth. Miao Xingren bore no responsibility whatsoever for this incident. No matter how meticulously he inspected, those intent on sabotage would always find a way. Seeing Miao Xingren so distraught, several nearby workers immediately stepped forward to speak up for him. "Mr. Li, you really can't blame Miao for this. He's extremely conscientious in his work. He always reminds us to wear safety harnesses and hard hats. The safety training on your site is absolutely the best I've ever conducted, the best among all the sites I've worked on. I built that wall myself. There was absolutely no cutting corners. There's no reason it should have collapsed. This is just too strange, Mr. Li. You really must investigate this thoroughly." Though the workers were temporary laborers, Li Group had always treated its construction crew fairly. Miao Xingren was a conscientious supervisor, so even after this horrific incident, the crew didn't blame them. Unfortunately, the workers' understanding didn't extend to the families of the injured and deceased. Even as they spoke, a crowd began to gather, demanding that Li Group pay with their lives. At the same time, journalists swarmed the scene, interviewing the grief-stricken families of the victims. Li Zhongmi immediately stepped forward before the reporters and pledged to thoroughly investigate the incident, guaranteeing appropriate compensation for all victims' families. She also vowed to provide full medical treatment for the injured, refusing to abandon any hope. Yet no matter how much she spoke, to others it seemed merely closing the barn door after the horse had bolted, doing little to improve the Li Group's standing. Chu Fan did not accompany Li Yongmi to face the press, instead meticulously inspecting the scene. To bring down a wall of this size with such force, someone must have meticulously planned and executed the sabotage. His task now was to uncover these clues and bring the evidence to light. Little did he know, before Chu Fan could make sense of it all, Miao Xingren suddenly let out a loud cry. "Watch out! The scaffolding is collapsing." Chu Fan heard the commotion and looked up. Sure enough, the scaffolding not far from him crashed down, hurtling straight toward his head. But the real danger wasn't that. Far more terrifying was the fact that at the exact same moment, the support pole above Li Zhongmi's head had also become loose. Others might not have noticed, but Chu Fan had keen eyesight. He instantly realized the attack was aimed at Li Junmei. After all, the Wei family had already gained some understanding of Chu Fan's abilities. But collapsing scaffolding couldn't possibly injure him. This was clearly a diversionary tactic. The situation now was that if Chu Fan wanted to dodge the scaffolding, he had to run backward. If he wanted to save Li Junmei, he had to charge forward. Their intentions were utterly despicable. They were clearly forcing him to choose between saving himself or Li Junmei. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Fan charged straight forward, letting the scaffolding crash down on him. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he swept Li Junmei into a protective embrace. As they rolled away together, the support frame that had been hanging directly above Li Zhongmi crashed down with a deafening clatter. It landed mere inches from the gathered reporters, leaving them all pale-faced and terrified. Li Junmei and Chu Fan rolled several times on the ground before coming to a stop, their once clean and crisp clothes now filthy and torn. Li Junmei glanced up at Chu Fan, noticing blood seeping from his shoulder. Concerned, she asked, "Are you okay?" Chu Fan shook his head. "I'm tough as nails. Nothing's wrong. You need to get these people out of the construction site immediately. Someone here is out to get me." "Ha?" Li Junmei stared at Chu Fan, her face filled with confusion. "Don't ask so many questions. Just go," Chu Fan said, giving Li Junmei a push before heading off in the opposite direction. Chapter 112, Fireworks. Though somewhat confused, Li Junmei decided to trust Chu Fan. At her urging, the workers and media reporters all evacuated the site. Chu Fan sped up, swiftly leaping behind a half-built building and grabbing the bald man who was trying to escape. Dressed in black top and bottom, the bald man had piercing eyes and a whip coiled around his wrist. His aura clearly marked him as a martial artist. The bald man was sprinting forward when he suddenly felt a hand clamp down on his shoulder, sending a jolt of shock through him. He had believed hiding here was foolproof, never expecting to be discovered. Even less did he anticipate Chu Fan could scale the low wall and catch up to him in such a short time.
This man was named Hua Hua, one of the elite fighters trained by Wei Xiaobao, renowned for his mastery of scaling walls and roofs. Yet today, he had encountered a formidable opponent in Chu Fan.
Who are you? Who sent you? Facing Chu Fan's interrogation, Fireworks sneered coldly, Wei Xiaobao. Chu Fan was slightly puzzled by the bluntness of his answer. But the next second, Hua Hua declared with absolute confidence, "You're probably wondering why I told you my boss's name so quickly, aren't you? It's because I want you dead. What good is it for a dead man to know anything?" With that, Hua Hua uncoiled the long whip from his wrist and lashed it toward Chu Fan's head. Chu Fan hadn't intended to fight, but Hua Hua's every strike landed with deadly precision, clearly intent on taking his life. Facing her relentless onslaught, Chu Fan stopped merely dodging. Because of this woman, Fireworks, so many innocent lives had been lost today, so many families torn apart. The thought hardened his resolve. With a swift spin, he lunged forward and seized the whip from Manhwa's grasp. Firework was utterly stunned. His Thunderbolt golden whip was renowned for its speed, yet this greenhorn had managed to seize it? He strained to yank it toward himself, aiming to pull Chu Fan toward him entirely. But to his dismay, even when he mustered every ounce of strength, he couldn't budge Chu Fan an inch. The other stood rooted to the spot, unmoving. Firework gritted his teeth, yanking with all his might until the whip was taut as a bowstring. Chu Fan suddenly let go. The powerful momentum sent Hua Hua reeling off balance. She was instantly flung backward, crashing over the low wall. Though not exceptionally high, the wall was still 7 or 8 meters tall. Hua Hua slammed into the ground, his impact carving a deep crater into the earth. With the crack of shattered bones, he struggled to his feet, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Just as Hua Hua prepared to vanish into the earth, Chu Fan sprinted down and leaped before him, crushing his arm under his foot. Eyes blazing, he roared, "Do you even know how many people you've killed?" Hua Huan remained unrepentant, snarling back, "Those who die have short lifespans. If you must blame someone, blame yourself for crossing Wei Xiaobao. Those people died because of you, don't pin it on me." That's just twisting the truth. Chu Fan hadn't intended to kill him, but seeing the other man so utterly unrepentant, rage surged within him. Fortunately, there was no one else around, so he directly channeled a surge of energy into Hua Hua's body. In an instant, Hua Hua's meridian snapped, and she died with eyes wide open. Despite the killing, Chu Fan felt no worry. He had used chi energy to kill, and even the most skilled forensic expert wouldn't uncover Hua Hua's true cause of death. They would only conclude he'd fallen from a wall, smashing his head on a rock. Chu Fan would bear no blame whatsoever. Though Manhwa was dead, this matter was far from over. Chu Fan knew full well that the true masterminds were the two brothers of the Wei family, not this man before him. He silently vowed to avenge the innocent souls lost today. To ensure absolute security, Chu Fan didn't leave immediately after the incident concluded. Instead, he first contacted Tango-san, instructing him to handle the matter discreetly. He demanded that neither the Li Group nor Chu Fan himself be implicated, and most crucially, that the media be prevented from sensationalizing the story. Tango-san agreed decisively. Within minutes, his men arrived at the scene. As they appeared, Chu Fan slowly emerged and approached Li Jinmei. Li Jinmei was overcome with emotion upon seeing Chu Fan return. She had been terribly worried. "Where have you been? Why did it take so long to return? You scared me to death. Did you catch the person?" Chu Fan shook his head and pulled Li Jinmei aside to speak privately. He didn't tell her he'd killed the man, only that the suspect had escaped. Li Jinmei didn't think much of it, immediately busy minimizing the incident's impact. But strangely, when Li Jinmei began her efforts, she discovered that none of the journalists who had come to cover the story had reported on it at all. Though suspicion stirred in her mind, she quickly dismissed it, reasoning that Yang Yaoyan might be worried the truth would eventually lead back to him. After all, the incident had caused such severe repercussions, multiple lives lost. It wasn't something that could be easily covered up. Inspection officials soon arrived at the site to take statements, but they only recorded the accounts without taking anyone away for investigation. Meanwhile, Wei Xiaobao and Wei Debao were having a conversation. "Xiaobao, did you handle things with Huayan? Bro, trust me on this. My people have never let me down." Facing Wei Debao's inquiry, Wei Xiaobao adopted a confident demeanor, as if everything were under control. "You still have the nerve to say that? Didn't that guy Shuizhen get taken out by Chu Fan last time?" Wei Debao was uneasy, recalling the previous incident with lingering fear. "Ah, that was an accident. Rest assured, this time it's foolproof. Their construction site is probably in complete chaos right now. Hua Hua's specialty is speed. Killing someone in the confusion should be a piece of cake. He's the best at ambushes among my men. This time, it's guaranteed to succeed." Wei Xiaobao pounded his chest again in assurance. "You'd better deliver on your promise and spare Dad another outburst." Don't worry. Seeing his brother so confident, Wei Debao said no more. "This guy Chu Fan has been causing them no end of trouble lately. If that boy doesn't die, the Li family will never be brought down." Though he was unknown and had no remarkable background, both Wei Debao and Wei Xiaobao feared him greatly and were determined to eliminate him. As the brothers were talking, Wei Xiaobao's phone rang. The moment Wei Xiaobao saw the caller ID, he broke into a delighted smile. See? Just as you mentioned someone, they show up. Fireworks is calling. But when he answered the call, his smile instantly froze. It wasn't Fireworks calling, it was Chu Fan. After killing Firework, Chu Fan had taken his phone. Revenge must be exacted from the guilty. If this vengeance isn't exacted, how innocent are those who died? Wei Xiaobao, I already know your address. We'll meet soon. You've been itching to kill me, haven't you? I'm coming for you now. Chu Fan hung up the phone.
His purpose in making this call was not only to declare war on Wei Xiaobao, but more crucially, to use the art of Qinggu to pinpoint Wei Xiaobao's hiding place. Don't underestimate this call, though it lasted only a few dozen seconds. It was enough for Chu Fan to pinpoint Wei Xiaobao's location. Upon receiving the call, Wei Xiaobao's face suddenly paled. He scrambled to his feet in panic, immediately contacting security to reinforce the villa's defenses while simultaneously informing Wei Debao of the situation. Wei Debao, upon hearing this, couldn't help but feel alarmed too. He looked at Wei Xiaobao with a puzzled expression and asked, "Didn't you say that Firework was highly skilled in assassination? What's going on now? How should I know?" From what Chu Fan implied, Firework seems to be dead. He's coming after us for revenge. Brother, maybe we should run? Nonsense. Why would we run? The Wei family is powerful and influential. As the head and second in command, how could we possibly fear some unknown upstart? What kind of face would the Wei family have left? Wouldn't people laugh their teeth out? Wei Debao flew into a rage at Wei Xiaobao's cowardly words and immediately berated him. Wei Xiaobao was scolded until he was red in the face, yet his heart still pounded with fear. Wei Debao knew nothing of the situation, but Wei Xiaobao was well aware of Fireworks' capabilities. If even Fireworks couldn't stand up to Chu Fan, adding more bodyguards would be utterly futile. As the two argued, unsure what to do, the sound of a struggle suddenly erupted outside. The next second, the door crashed to the floor with a loud bang. A tall, straight-backed young man appeared before them. Who else could it be but Chu Fan? Chapter 113, Acting on Heaven's Behalf. You. Even Wei Debao was stunned. There had been at least dozens of bodyguards outside, yet within mere minutes, Chu Fan had taken them all down. His strength was simply beyond comprehension, something no ordinary person could fathom. Standing side by side, Wei Debao and Wei Xiaobao faced Chu Fan's stern expression, both wearing looks of terror. Wei Debao and Wei Xiaobao, right? Chu Fan said nothing more, merely acknowledging their names. Yet this simple act sent shivers down their spines, leaving them trembling with fear. Of course, these two had weathered their share of storms. Exchanging a glance, they quickly regained their composure. Chu Fan, we are the future heirs of the Wei family. You may be skilled in combat, but you should understand that might makes right. Even if Shui Zhansha and Hua Sisi both fell to you, if you dare lay a finger on us, you'll be the one who dies. Hearing Wei Xiaobao's threat, Chu Fan sneered with disdain. With idiots like you as heirs, the Wei family probably won't amount to much anyway. You're already facing certain death, and you still dare threaten me? Even if you begged for mercy, I might not spare you, let alone when you're this arrogant. With that, Chu Fan swung a punch. A thunderous thud echoed as Wei Xiaobao stumbled backward, crashing onto his back. Instantly, his face turned a deep purple. When had the pampered Wei Xiaobao ever endured such a beating? Clutching his eye, he howled in agony. But Chu Fan wasn't done yet. Before Wei Xiaobao's older brother could rush over to help him up, Chu Fan planted his foot squarely on Wei Xiaobao's chest. Wei Xiaobao's chest caved in instantly, clearly revealing several broken ribs. Blood gushed from Wei Xiaobao's mouth in spurts, sending cold sweat pouring down Wei Debao's forehead. He knew he'd definitely met his match this time. To his utter astonishment, Wei Xiaobao showed no sign of fear for his life. Even after being beaten so badly by Chu Fan, he still refused to show any remorse, continuing to spew threats. Chu Fan, if you dare strike me today, prepare to die. The Wei family will never let you off the hook. Shut up, Xiaobao. Wei Debao knew that if Chu Fan continued his attack, Wei Xiaobao would surely die. To save his brother's life, he immediately cut Wei Xiaobao off and began negotiating with Chu Fan. Chu Fan, we did send assassins after you. But regardless, you emerged unscathed. It was our own men who died. What more could you possibly want? Why come seeking revenge on us, beating Xiaobao like this? Ha! Unharmed? What about those dead workers? Did they deserve to die? You treat human life like grass, you should pay the price. Put. As Chu Fan finished speaking, he stomped down hard with his foot. This time, Wei Xiaobao couldn't even scream. His eyes rolled back, and he fell completely still. Witnessing Wei Xiaobao's gruesome death, Wei Debao's eyes bulged with fury. Others assumed the two were brothers, but only Wei Debao knew the truth. Xiaobao was his own flesh and blood. His own son, brutally crushed to death by Chu Fan. Wei Debao's teeth ground together with a grinding sound, like a beast about to break free from its cage. His fists clenched into tight balls. Chu Fan sat calmly on the sofa, his cold gaze fixed on the grief-stricken Wei Debao.
Your brother's life matters, but does that mean the lives of other brothers and sisters, other flesh and blood, don't matter? You've destroyed so many innocent workers, shattered countless families. Killing just one of them is already showing your family immense leniency. Bull. Wei Debao's face flushed crimson with rage. What kind of lives do those lowly people have? They wouldn't have lived long anyway. Chu Fan, mark my words, the Wei family will never suffer this injustice. Just you wait. I'm calling Master Ni right now to finish you off. With that, Wei Debao pulled out his phone to call for backup. Chu Fan remained utterly unmoved. He had come here to eliminate the root of the problem, cutting off Wei Debao's escape route. Naturally, he felt no fear. Seeing Chu Fan's unflappable composure only infuriated Wei Debao further. He immediately called Master Ni at the main residence. Coincidentally, Wei Xiaobao had also just called Master Ni for help. By now, Master Ni was already standing outside the villa. As the phone rang, an elderly man with white hair glided in, his demeanor carrying an air of ethereal grace. He stood before Chu Fan, scrutinizing him from head to toe. His gaze then shifted to Wei Xiaobao's corpse. His pupils dilated slightly, clearly startled by the gruesome state of the body. But he quickly regained his composure and addressed Chu Fan. Young man, your skills are indeed impressive. Yet ultimately, your cultivation remains insufficient. Chu Fan gave a wry chuckle. But whether it was this Master Ni, or Master Sha, or Master Shi, mere mortals, how could they compare to his own, the body of inheritance? Master Ni saw the contempt in Chu Fan's eyes. Thinking the young man was overly arrogant, he decided to teach him a lesson. You insolent brat, you still have the nerve to smile? Very well. I'll make sure your final expression is frozen in that very look. With that, Master Ni drew a long sword from behind his back. It soared through the air, aiming for Chu Fan's face with a vicious downward slash. Chu Fan remained seated on the sofa, not even bothering to lift his buttocks. With just 2 fingers extended, he caught Master Ni's blade at the last possible moment. Master Ni thrust forward with all his might, yet no matter how hard he pushed, the blade seemed frozen in place, utterly immovable. In that instant, he realized Chu Fan possessed considerable strength. His expression shifted slightly before he drew a short blade. Master Ni wielded a pair of twin swords. The long sword radiated a rainbow-like aura, ideal for long-range attacks. The short blade sliced through iron like mud and split open bellies to reveal bones. Drawn suddenly from its sheath, it could absolutely catch an opponent off guard. Chu Fan hadn't anticipated Master Ni carrying a short blade, but he showed no fear. As the short blade lunged toward him, he executed a sweeping kick, striking Master Ni's wrist with precision. 2 sharp cracks followed, snap, clang. The dagger flew through the air, landing on the balcony tiles where it plunged straight in, sinking deep into the surface. Master Ni's wrist, which had just held the dagger, was now completely severed, the white bone starkly visible. The sight made Wei Debao gasp in horror, and he scrambled backward several steps. Master Ni hadn't regained his composure either. The excruciating pain radiating from his wrist made him unable to steady even his long sword. Chu Fan seized the moment, clamping the blade of the long sword between his fingers and giving it a gentle twist. With a sharp snap, the blade instantly split into 2 pieces. Chu Fan casually flicked the few inches of blade still clamped in his hand. A sharp whistling sound filled the air, followed by a wet thud as flesh tore. Turning back, he saw a fresh gash on Master Ni's neck. The man collapsed instantly, lifeless. Glancing at the lifeless body of Master Ni, his throat slit, Wei Debao completely lost his nerve. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. Before he could struggle to his feet, Chu Fan was already before him, extending a long arm to seize his throat. Wei Debao's face flushed crimson as his throat was crushed. Killing you like this would be too easy for you. Chu Fan spoke as he drew a silver needle and thrust it into Wei Debao's crown chakra. He then withdrew the needle and forced the broken sword that had fallen from Master Ni's body into Wei Debao's hand. True to form, Wei Debao went berserk, wildly hacking at the corpses of Master Ni and Wei Xiaobao until their bodies were mangled beyond recognition. Before long, he collapsed onto the ground, dead from exhaustion. With everything settled, Chu Fan called Tango-san, informing him that both Wei brothers and their companion, Master Ni, had met their ends by his hand. He requested Tang's assistance in handling the aftermath. This was naturally no trouble for Tango-san. Last time, numerous assassins had stormed the Tang residence, only to meet their end on the spot. Yet to this day, no news of it had leaked out, a testament to the Tang family's skill in handling such aftermath. Tango-san readily agreed, though he was utterly astonished that Chu Fan had managed to track down Wei Debao and Wei Xiaobao for revenge in such a short time, and that even Master Ni, the Wei family's foremost bodyguard, had met his end. Chu Fan's strength was simply too astonishing. He was so powerful he barely seemed human. With both heirs of the new generation of the Wei family perishing today, their father, Wei Luo, would inevitably investigate. Helping Chu Fan dispose of the bodies was no difficult task, but weathering Wei Li's wrath would be far more challenging. With this in mind, Tango-san cautioned Chu Fan to be extremely careful in the coming days. Chu Fan nodded. I don't start trouble, but I don't fear it either. If he's smart, he'll keep his tail tucked between his legs.
If he's not, I'll send him to join his 2 sons.
With that, he hung up.
He then found Wei Xiaobao's phone and sent a message to Wei Lu, demanding compensation for the workers brutally killed at the Li Group construction site today.
Otherwise, he would take his life. Chapter 114, Wei Lu seeks revenge.
When Wei Lu received the message, he was indulging in pleasure with his new mistress. Seeing the sudden message from his son, he assumed that Chu Fan had already been dealt with. But who would have thought that upon opening the notification page, the message turned out not to be from Wei Xiaobao at all. Attached to the message were 2 images. Wei Lu clicked on them. One showed Wei Xiaobao's corpse, the other revealed Wei Debao's lifeless body. Wei Li's face instantly drained of color. He sprang to his feet, throwing the woman to the floor. The woman let out a piercing scream, but before she could utter a word of complaint, she was silenced by Wei Li's bloodthirsty expression. In the blink of an eye, Wei Lu, who had been lost in the beauty's charms just moments before, transformed into a demon from hell. His eyes narrowed slightly, brimming with murderous intent.
Wei Debao was his son, Wei Xiaobao his grandson.
That Chu Fan had cut off his entire lineage in a single morning. This was something Wei Lu could never tolerate. Of course, he hadn't anticipated that firework and Master Ni would prove so utterly useless. Not only had they failed to kill Chu Fan, but they had also caused the deaths of Wei Debao and Wei Xiaobao at Chu Fan's hands.
You're Chu Fan, right?
You just wait.
This isn't over.
I'll tear you limb from limb and scatter your ashes to the winds.
Wei Lu sent Chu Fan a message.
Even in text form, his gnashing teeth and clenched jaw were vividly conveyed.
However, Chu Fan never saw that message.
After sending his taunting reply to Wei Lu, he tossed Wei Xiaobao's phone back.
After venting his momentary rage, Weller couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Master Ni was the most formidable martial artist he could possibly hire.
The man had dominated the scene for years, especially in Jinling, where he was undoubtedly one of the most renowned and formidable figures. Yet even such a formidable figure had been defeated by the greenhorn Chu Fan. This alone showed that despite his youth, Chu Fan was not to be underestimated. Weller couldn't do anything to Chu Fan for the time being, and as for the compensation Chu Fan demanded, he was absolutely unwilling to pay it. Like his sons, he believed the lives of those workers were worthless. People are born to die, it's just their bad luck, isn't it? Thus, though immediate revenge proved difficult, Weller paid no heed to Chu Fan's threats. His immediate concern was finding a powerful figure capable of punishing Chu Fan.
After deep contemplation, Wei Lu seemed to have made up his mind.
Normally insisting on pomp and circumstance when going out, always accompanied by bodyguards and a driver, this time he defied his usual habits and quietly drove out alone. Over an hour later, his car came to a stop at the foot of a secluded mountain. He dragged his heavy body up the mountain on foot, winding through twists and turns until he reached the depths of the forest. After steadying his breath, he knelt before the mountain gate.
Master Qin, I have a matter to discuss. Please open the mountain gate and speak with me.
With these words, the proud man respectfully bowed his head twice. Moments later, the fan-shaped gate swung open, and a beam of light streamed out.
The next second, a white-haired elder appeared before Weller and asked, "Do you have the token?"
Wei Lu nodded, opening his palm to reveal a jade token within. The elder nodded, tucked the jade token into his robe, and said, "I can help you, but you should be well aware that this is your only chance.
Make the most of it."
It turned out that during his early cultivation days, this Qin Jinren needed many rare treasures, but he was penniless and couldn't afford them.
So he sought the endorsement of a powerful figure to borrow money from noble families. Those willing to lend him funds received this jade token as a pledge. With this token, he could be asked to perform any favor, no matter the request. Later, Qin Jinren indeed rose to prominence, becoming a master of extraordinary power. He faithfully kept his promise, regularly reporting his whereabouts to the jade token holders to ensure they could find him whenever they needed assistance. Wei Lu was one of the patrons who had funded Qin Jinren back then. Over the years, witnessing Qin Jinren's growing prestige, Wei Lu felt a sense of shared honor. Yet, as the Wei family possessed vast wealth and lacked nothing, he never used the token. He planned to pass it down as a family heirloom to his descendants, hoping that if Qin Jinren ever attained immortality, he could use the token to request eternal life. But now, with the situation dire, his entire family slain by Chu Fan, Weller, consumed by rage, could wait no longer. He must avenge his kin. Thus, when the immortal asked if he truly wished to use the token, Wei Lu nodded without hesitation. "Very well.
Since you've made your choice, state your demand." Wei Lu cut straight to the point. "Immortal Qin, my children and grandchildren were killed by a man named Chu Fan. That young upstart possesses extraordinary martial prowess. I demand you avenge my family."
"Agreed. Send me his location.
Within a day, I'll deliver his head.
Then we'll be even. Thank you for your trouble, Master Qin."
Wei Lu clasped his fists in a bow, feeling certain the matter was as good as settled.
News of the Wei family's funeral preparations soon spread throughout Jinling.
During dinner, old Master Li expressed his thoughts on the matter.
Li Jinmei and Su Chuanli both sensed that Jinling was on the brink of upheaval.
After all, they couldn't fathom what kind of formidable power could possibly summon someone capable of shaking the Wei family to its core. Chu Fan ate in silence, listening to their discussion, finding it rather amusing. Little did they know that the reclusive master who had left them in was closer than they could imagine. The next day, Chu Fan arrived at the company with Li Jinmei. Just as they were about to take the elevator upstairs, his phone rang. He let Li Jinmei go ahead while he answered the call. The caller was none other than He Shuwei. This struck Chu Fan as odd. He and He Shuwei hadn't had much interaction, and the latter had recently branched out on his own from Yang Yaoyan. Why would he be calling him out of the blue? With a puzzled mind, Chu Fan answered the call. It turned out He Shuwei was calling to pass on a tip. Though He Shuwei was now independent, he still operated within the underworld. Earlier that morning, while out eating with his men, he had run into someone from another gang. This group specialized in gathering intelligence for others, essentially functioning as a human encyclopedia. As they chatted, He Shuwei casually asked what they were investigating lately. The others didn't hide anything, directly telling him they were currently investigating the Li group, especially Li Jinmei and Chu Fan. He Shuwei was startled and immediately pressed them on who had commissioned the investigation. The man didn't hold back, naming Yang Yaoyan and adding that while Yang had made the initial contact, the Wei family was actually footing the bill. It wasn't that these men were indiscreet. On one hand, He Shuwei had always maintained good relations with them. On the other, handling business for one of the four great families was a matter of considerable prestige for those in their line of work, which is why he was so open about it. After hearing this, He Shuwei grew anxious. Though he maintained his composure and finished the meal with them, he immediately sought out a secluded spot to call Chu Fan. Chu Fan had long anticipated these men wouldn't let the matter rest, yet hearing He Shuwei report the news to him with such urgency still stirred a flicker of appreciation within him. Why the rush to tip me off? Aren't you afraid Yang Yaoyan will retaliate against you? Mr. Chu, how can you say that? You saved my life. Though you've never acknowledged it, in our hearts, you've long been our master. If you need anything, just give the word. We brothers won't hesitate. He Shuwei was a smart man. Breaking free from Yang Yaoyan's control wouldn't be easy. Without another powerful backer to support him, Yang Yaoyan could crush him in the blink of an eye. Chu Fan might be an obscure nobody now, but with his capabilities, scaling up was merely a matter of will. Compared to those controlling big shots, Chu Fan was undoubtedly a dependable and low-maintenance backer. Naturally, he wanted to align himself with him. Chapter 115, The Sixth Wolfdog of Jinling. Chu Fan could roughly guess He Shuwei's intentions. He wanted an ordinary life, and the best choice would undoubtedly be to refuse the offer. But now he was already embroiled in the struggle, having incurred the Wei family's mortal enmity. Having a sharp ally like He Shuwei was undoubtedly more beneficial than harmful. He couldn't expect Tango-san to handle everything alone. Understood. Thank you for the advice. After this matter is settled, you'll be joining my team. Thank you, Mr. Chu. Oh no, boss. The wolf dogs are here. We gotta get out of here fast. As the two were speaking, a frantic voice suddenly crackled through the receiver, urgently urging He Shuwei to flee. Chu Fan heard it and asked curiously, "Who are the wolf dogs? Where are you running to?" Though He Shuwei answered Chu Fan's question, his breathing grew noticeably ragged, as if he were panting while fleeing. Mr. Chu, it's like this wolf dog is a force cultivated by the Wei family. He's considered one of Jinling's 6 tigers, a truly formidable and ruthless character. I think word got out about me asking around for information today, so wolf dog is coming after me. He Shuwei answered Chu Fan's questions breathlessly as he fled, his voice even tinged with a sob. Finally, he blurted out, "Mr. Chu, I'm truly sorry. I'm afraid I'll have to disappear for a while. I'm simply no match for him. Come pick me up at Li Group. You all recognize me as your boss. Seeing you chased and bullied like this just makes me look bad," Chu Fan stated bluntly. Since this attack dog represented the Wei family's influence, he couldn't stand idly by. This presented the perfect opportunity to help He Shuwei ascend to power, ensuring he'd be better positioned to serve Chu Fan in the future. Upon hearing Chu Fan's offer of help, He Shuwei was so moved he nearly burst into tears. He hurriedly drove to Li Group to pick Chu Fan up. Besides He Shuwei, the car also carried the young thug who had tipped him off earlier. The young man eyed Chu Fan's slender frame. Though he said nothing, his expression betrayed a hint of distrust. Yet seemingly deferring to He Shuwei's authority, he kept his thoughts to himself, silently sizing up Chu Fan while silently praying. The trio headed to the wolf dog's lair. Upon reaching the entrance, Chu Fan instructed He Shuwei to knock. Trembling, He Shuwei approached the door and knocked lightly. Chu Fan shook his head, blaring at him with exasperation. "With me here, you've got nothing to fear, okay?" With that, he delivered a powerful kick to the villa's front door. The next second, a thunderous crash echoed as the entire door shattered cleanly, crashing straight to the ground. The group of enforcers practicing martial arts and chatting idly in the courtyard froze in shock. Recognizing the newcomer as He Shuwei, one of them sneered, "He Shuwei, you're getting more and more pathetic. Without Yang Yaoyan to protect you, you're nothing but a stray dog. What brings you here?"
Looking to defect to our boss? Well, you're a bit late for that. Our boss just gave the order this morning to take your life. Who'd have thought you'd walk right into it yourself? Cut the crap. Get the guard dogs out here. Chu Fan was pressed for time, needing to rush back to work at the company. He had no patience for irrelevant chatter from these men. Only then did the henchman notice Chu Fan standing at the front. After sizing him up, he demanded, "Who are you?" "Ha! If you're one of the Wei family's lackeys, how could you not recognize me? Aren't they preparing for a funeral? That's all thanks to me. I'll make sure your boss shows up in person." He Shui was deeply moved by Chu Fan's overwhelming presence. Back when he was a subordinate to He Shui took all the benefits while leaving him to shoulder all the blame when trouble arose. But this time, Chu Fan had come to stand up for him, demanding answers. Standing before him like a protective elder, it moved He Shui deeply. He Shui's subordinate, who had previously looked down on Chu Fan, now saw him speaking with such arrogance and couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. "So you're Chu Fan?" As a subordinate of Lango, he was well aware of the brutal deaths of Wei Debao and Wei Xiaobao at the hands of a mysterious master. Upon realizing the man before him was that mysterious expert, he dared not approach rashly. Gritting his teeth in anger, he turned to summon Wolfdog. Seconds later, Wolfdog emerged from the house. Spotting Chu Fan, he rubbed his fists together and snarled, well, our master has put a bounty on your worthless life. Never thought you'd walk right into our trap. This is my chance to prove myself. I'll beat the out of you today, you bastard, and avenge our two young masters." The Wolfdog considered himself quite the expert and didn't take Chu Fan seriously. Even knowing Chu Fan had killed Master Ni, he believed it was only because the old master was frail and slow, allowing Chu Fan to take advantage of his weakness. Seeing the fist coming, He Shui and his henchmen were scared less. They quickly covered their heads and hid behind Chu Fan, not daring to come within half a step. "Boss, are you even reliable? Why don't we just run while they're fighting?" "Run my ass. Where do you think we'd run? My entire livelihood is staked on Mr. Chu. If he lives, we live. If he dies, we die. Got it? Got it." As the two were chattering away, they suddenly realized the surrounding area had fallen completely silent. He Shui's heart skipped a beat. He looked up to see the Wolfdog and his entire gang of henchmen sprawled on the ground, dead as doornails. Chu Fan stood there, his expression unchanged. After a moment, he turned to look at He Shui and said, "How could you even let scum like that bully you? You need to seriously reflect on that." Chu Fan clapped his hands, turned with an air of ease, and sat down nearby to rest. "Have your men come handle the cleanup? Also, who else remains of the Jinling 5 tigers? Report them to me." He Shui gaped, unable to recover for a long moment. He'd only exchanged a few words with his men. How had they all ended up dead? "What are you still standing there for? If you keep acting like a dummy, I won't keep you as my subordinate." "Ah, sorry, Mr. Chu." Snapping out of his daze, He Shui hurried forward with solemn expression, bowing to Chu Fan. He first ordered his men to handle the scene, then nervously began detailing the Jinling 5 Tigers operations. "Mr. Chu, there are rumors that the Soaring Commerce Alliance is also planning to target the Li Group." "Tunfei Business Alliance?" Chu Fan frowned, asking, "What faction is that?" Tunfei Business Alliance is a merchants' association, similar to a chamber of commerce. It was jointly founded by the top 3 of Jinling's 5 tigers. These 3 are brothers whose father, Xiao Shaoqi, was once the undisputed leader of Jinling's underworld. All 4 major families had to give him considerable respect. After his death, the Zhou family fell slightly behind, but their combined strength still makes them the 5th major family, He Shui explained. The Qiu brothers are all treacherous and cunning individuals. They have ties with the Wei family and the Brilliant Group. With the Li Group now booming and posing a threat to the Soaring Commerce Alliance, they'll undoubtedly resort to underhanded tactics and despicable methods to sabotage the Li Group. Mr. Chu, with your unmatched capabilities, you can certainly prepare for the worst and nip this crisis in the bud. Chu Fan narrowed his eyes at these words. In the past, he might have taken things one step at a time, addressing problems only when they arose. But after enduring these days of troubles, he had learned a truth. The weak drift with the currents, pushed by fate. Only the strong can seize control of their destiny, deciding life and death by their own will. Endless concessions only brew greater calamities. One must extinguish the spark while it's still a mere flame, lest it blaze into an uncontrollable inferno. In other words, He Shui's words made perfect sense and were worth heeding. Mr. Chu, with your capabilities, I believe you have tremendous potential. I know you prefer to keep a low profile, like a dragon lying dormant. So I have a proposal. He Shui leaned close to Chu Fan's ear and whispered a few words. Mr. Chu, what do you think? Chu Fan pondered for a moment, a glint of understanding flashing in his eyes. He Shui's proposal was straightforward: recruit the 3 rival brothers to his cause. Combined with his own influence, this would mean 4 of the Jinling 5 tigers would be under his command. As for the last tiger, Hua Chang, once the situation solidified, he would naturally submit.
In this way, the entire Jinling underworld could be consolidated into a single entity, possessing power rivaling that of the four great families. Chu Fan knew well that lone wolves rarely went far in this world. Coupled with the recent attention from various enemies, he had long harbored ambitions to cultivate his own power base.
He did not reject He Shui's proposal, accepting it outright. Drive. We're heading to the Tingfei Business Alliance now. Yes, Mr. Chu.
He Shui nodded, his eyes brimming with excitement. As one of Jinling's newly appointed 5 tigers, he'd hit dead ends on all fronts lately. He'd been desperate to find a powerful patron to lean on, but didn't know whom to approach. Pressured by the 4 great families from the front and watched by the other tigers from behind, he faced both internal and external troubles. Now, with Chu Fan stepping in to protect him and resolve these troubles, it couldn't be more satisfying.
Chapter 116, Underground Unification.
At the same time, in the chairman's office of the Soaring Commerce Alliance, the Chiu brothers sat in their armchairs, cigars in hand, discussing matters.
What are your thoughts on this Chu Fan fellow?
Eldest brother Chiu Ilong exhaled a smoke ring and asked gravely. Second brother Chiu Erdong stubbed out his cigar, speaking with caution. That kid's got some issues. Just a lowly convict, yet he's connected to 3 of the 4 major families. Seems like he can really hold his own to help Li Group defuse quite a few crises. The Yao Group has taken quite a beating at his hands. Word is Yang Yao was even beaten up in their parking lot recently.
Third brother Chiu Sanxian shook his head, seemingly scoffing at Yang Yao's misfortune.
After hearing his brother's words, Chiu Ilong pondered for a moment before deciding. The Li Group is expanding too rapidly, and they refuse to join the Soaring Business Alliance.
Sooner or later, they'll become a threat to us. Let's just go all out and take out Li Jinmei's entire family.
Forget about engaging in corporate battles, they're troublesome and slow.
Agreed.
Second brother and third brother nodded in unison. Chiu Ilong continued, as for Chu Fan, send a few assassins to test the waters. If possible, eliminate him outright to prevent future trouble.
Understood.
The second and third brothers rose immediately to issue the orders. But just as they opened the office door, He Shui appeared at the entrance with Chu Fan in tow. The entire conversation had been overheard by the 2 men.
He Shui nearly burst out laughing.
Well, this was perfect.
Mr. Chu would never let the 3 of you off the hook now.
Just as He Shui had anticipated, Chu Fan remained expressionless, giving the 3 brothers no chance to resist or cry out.
3 streams of chi energy struck their acupoints, immobilizing them completely.
Next, under He Shui's horrified, deathly gaze, Chu Fan formed a seal with his fingers, creating a master-servant contract. He absorbed the brothers' vital essence and blood, forcibly binding them to the pact.
From this moment on, your lives belong to me. Should you betray me in the slightest, you shall suffer the agony of 10,000 arrows piercing your heart.
The moment the words left his mouth, the spell dissolved. The brothers regained their mobility, but the eldest, Chiu Ilong, defiantly retorted, "Don't get cocky, kid. Don't think a little witchcraft lets you run wild.
Among my acquaintances, there's no shortage of sorcerers. If you want to kill you."
Ah!
Before he could finish, excruciating agony surged through his body.
Chiu Ilong writhed on the ground in unbearable pain before collapsing unconscious, his face contorted into a horrifying grimace. Seeing this, the second and third brothers felt their hair stand on end, not daring to utter a sound. He Shui sucked in a sharp breath, his fear of Chu Fan rising another notch.
Unfazed, Chu Fan pinched another contract and had He Shui sign it.
I signed a level 3 contract with them, while yours is level 2. Under certain conditions, a level 3 contract holder can be made to obey your commands.
These 3 brothers are now yours. Rest assured, Mr. Chu. I will lead them well and remain loyal to you.
He Shui declared solemnly. Chu Fan hummed in acknowledgement, glanced at his watch, and said, "You handle things here.
I'm heading back."
Just as He Shui was about to offer to escort Chu Fan back, a seductive woman in a business suit approached slowly, holding a stack of documents.
"Mr. Chiu, what's going on here?" Upon entering the office, Morong Chin was startled by the chaotic scene before her.
Chu Fan gave He Shui a subtle nod, who then signaled to Chiu Erdong and Chiu Sanxiang.
Both immediately understood and chimed in unison. "Our boss isn't feeling well, so we're giving him a checkup." "Yes, Secretary Morong, we'll discuss the work report later. Please escort Mr. Chiu back first.
Remember, Mr. Chu is now our Tingfei Business Alliance's largest shareholder, bigger than us.
He's practically our boss. Treat him with the utmost respect."
"Exactly. If you neglect him, you'll bear the consequences." Though Morong Chin sensed something amiss, she said nothing, merely nodding with a forced smile. Having navigated the secretary world for so many years, what storms hadn't she weathered? Clearly, the Chiu brothers had either latched onto Chu Fan as their patron or been thoroughly outmaneuvered by him, hence their fawning demeanor. Otherwise, given their usual temperaments, even members of the 4 great families wouldn't speak to him with such deference. Likewise, her curiosity about Chu Fan was piqued. To have such a young man command the respect of the 3 rivals was truly extraordinary.
"Secretary Morong, thank you for your help.
Chu Fan, accustomed to being humble and courteous, found himself unexpectedly flattered by Morong-chin's attention.
My pleasure, Mr. Chu. Please follow me.
Watching the two depart, Xiao Erdong and Xiao Sunxian lay sprawled on the floor, gasping for breath.
Mr. Chu's presence was truly overwhelming, whether due to the contract or not, who could say.
He Shui also exhaled in relief, though excitement dominated his feelings. With all three Chiu brothers now under his command, he only needed to secure Hua Chang to become the leader of the five tigers. Answering to only Chu Fan, he would be second to none, above all others. Though his life would be in Chu Fan's hands, it was still preferable to being controlled by the four great families. After all, from what he knew of Chu Fan, the man was upright.
As long as he didn't provoke Chu Fan, the latter would never kill innocents indiscriminately.
The same couldn't be said for the four great families.
It wouldn't be long before the political landscape of Jinling shifted dramatically.
He Shui swept his gaze over the disheveled state of the Chiu brothers, murmuring to himself with profound admiration. On the roadway, Chu Fan sat in the Hongqi sedan driven by Morong-chin, still on the phone. The caller was Li Hua, and the message was simple: he was invited to attend the deputy class monitor's birthday gathering. The deputy class monitor Li Hua mentioned was Jin Yan. Back in high school, she was the most popular girl in the class. Everyone gave her perfect marks, with virtually no negative feedback. Chu Fan had also received Jin Yan's care on multiple occasions. Whenever he encountered difficulties in life, Jin Yan was always the first to lend a helping hand. Even his summer and winter break jobs had been recommended and arranged by her.
After high school, Jin Yan went abroad for her studies.
She had just returned a few days ago, and with her birthday coinciding with her return, she decided to host a birthday gathering at Sihai KTV, inviting her classmates to join.
Alright, I'll head over now. I'll be waiting.
Chu Fan hung up with a smile, texted Li Jinmei, and then instructed Morong-chin to head to Sihai KTV. But Morong-chin suggested stopping by the shopping district first to pick up a gift. Clearly, she had overheard the birthday party details from Chu Fan's conversation.
I almost forgot about that. Chu Fan slapped his forehead and asked Morong-chin, Secretary Morong, any gift recommendations?
Of course.
We have brand name clothing stores under Tingfei Commercial Alliance. Mr. Chu could gift his friend an outfit. Alright, I'll leave the navigation to you. Chu Fan's courtesy flattered Morong-chin immensely. Without further ado, she drove straight to Jinling Commercial Street.
Since he knew nothing about picking out women's clothes, Chu Fan simply handed the task over to Morong-chin and waited in the Hongqi car.
Handsome, can I take a picture of your car? Suddenly, a pleasant voice rang out.
Chu Fan turned to see a baby-faced girl holding a selfie stick.
Let me introduce myself. I'm Didi, an outdoor host for Hohaya TV.
Today I'm planning to film a car appreciation video, but I haven't found a suitable vehicle yet. I happened to spot your car. It looks like a Hongqi model. It perfectly fits both the luxury car and domestic brand tags.
It'd be worth promoting my own channel.
The R company part made Chu Fan feel quite flattered.
He smiled and said, go ahead and film it.
While this car isn't mine, I know the owner, so it shouldn't be a problem.
You're so humble, handsome.
Didi assumed Chu Fan was downplaying his wealth, and she couldn't help but look at him with newfound respect. Most people who bought luxury cars would brag about it daily. Few were as reserved as Chu Fan. To make things easier for Didi, Chu Fan even invited her inside to film, which deeply touched her.
She thanked him repeatedly. 5 minutes later, the video shoot wrapped up.
To express her gratitude, Didi specially bought Chu Fan a cup of milk tea. Though inexpensive, the gesture carried deep meaning, and Chu Fan gladly accepted. Had it been more expensive, he wouldn't have accepted it either. Didi's bubble tea was just right. No sooner had Didi left than Morong-chin returned carrying an exquisitely wrapped gift box.
Mr. Chu, here's what you requested. Alright, thanks. How much is it? I'll transfer it to you.
Chu Fan placed the milk tea on the shelf, took out his phone, and prepared to make the payment.
Mr. Chu, you're joking. As the big boss of Tingfei Business Alliance, how could I possibly accept payment from you? Morong-chin thought Chu Fan was joking and waved it off.
Chu Fan opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing.
No choice.
Xiao Erdong and Xiao Sunxiang had pinned the title of major shareholder on him. If he denied it, he'd have to fabricate new excuses and explain himself endlessly, far too troublesome.
Better to just admit it and save time and effort. Chapter 117, Gift Giving. The red car zipped through the lanes and soon arrived at Sihai KTV. Upon arrival, Morong-chin thoughtfully handed the gift to Chu Fan before excusing herself. After all, this was their class reunion. Her presence would only make things awkward. Mr. Chu, I'll wait for you in the parking lot. Have a good time. No need. Go about your business. I'll walk back on my own later. Chu Fan waved his hands repeatedly, unwilling to trouble her.
It's no trouble at all, Mr. Chu.
As your secretary, this is simply my duty. You should go inside now. Seeing Morong-chin's dedication, Chu Fan gave a slight nod.
To hold the position of chief secretary at a major corporation, she truly was exceptional. Her attitude alone was far superior to most.
Chu Fan straightened his clothes and carried the gift to the private room Li Hua had assigned him. Upon reaching the door, he heard singing inside and proceeded without knocking, pushing the door open and stepping in. Inside, a slender beauty was performing an energetic song and dance for the crowd. Chu Fan glanced over and vaguely recognized her as an art student from the neighboring class back in school. She had been close with the vice class monitor, so it made sense she was here warming up the crowd. Li Hua, dressed in a suit, was seated near the door. Spotting Chu Fan carrying the gifts, he immediately rushed over, excitedly hugging him. "Oh my god, it's been so hard for us to meet up. Either I'm busy or you are. Finally, we're here all thanks to the vice class monitor. Long time no see, you've really packed on the pounds." Chu Fan chuckled, patting Li Hua's shoulder. "Ah, been busy job hunting. Burning the midnight oil every night, my weight's gone through the roof." Li Hua gave an awkward chuckle before adding, "Wei Shi and Chu Sheng are getting married soon, so they couldn't make it today. With those two troublemakers gone, you can relax a bit." "Damn it, those two jerks posted your photo in the group chat last time and spouted a bunch of nonsense. I almost got into a fight with Chu Sheng over it." Li Hua was Chu Fan's good friend. Even after years apart, he still had Chu Fan's back. So just mentioning Chu Sheng's sarcastic antics in the group chat back then got him riled up. Chu Fan, however, didn't seem to care much. He smiled at Li Hua and said, "Why bother with people like that? They've got mouths, so let them talk." As the two were catching up, a pair of eyes brimming with ethereal charm fell upon Chu Fan. Chu Fan followed the gaze and saw a girl with shoulder-length hair, dressed in a light blue gown. Her bright eyes sparkled with a gentle smile, making her look like a fairy. This was Jin Yan, the guest of honor at today's birthday banquet. After all these years, Jin Yan's skin appeared even fairer and more dewy than in her childhood. Her cherry-red lips glistened with a jelly-like sheen as she tilted her head to look at Chu Fan, instantly transporting him back to those days. That single glance instantly dissolved any lingering distance between them. Chu Fan strode forward and presented the gift he held to Jin Yan. "Deputy class leader, it's been ages. This is the birthday gift I prepared for you. I hope you like it. You've gone to such trouble. I feel bad making you spend money on this," Jin Yan murmured with a smile. "It's nothing." Chu Fan waved his hand casually. He hadn't spent a single penny anyway. The gift had been picked out with Morong Chin's help. As they spoke, he noticed Jiang Ren, dressed in black silk and wearing light makeup. Their eyes met briefly. Chu Fan offered a greeting, but Jiang Ren acted as if she hadn't seen him at all. That single glance was enough for Chu Fan to realize the pure girl he once knew was gone forever. Seeing Chu Fan rebuffed by Jiang Ren, Li Hua seized the moment. Pointing at the gift Chu Fan had brought, she broke the awkwardness. "Whoa, you've made it big, huh? This store isn't cheap. My coworker was just saying yesterday that if she could afford this brand casually, she'd quit her job on the spot, ha." Jin Yan, clearly sensing Chu Fan's heartfelt intention in this rather expensive gift, set it down somewhat bashfully, not wanting to be seen as greedy. Unexpectedly, someone with keen eyes recognized the brand and gasped in surprise. "Goodness, that's practically a luxury brand. What on earth did you get him?" "Clothes." Chu Fan replied with a smile. "Wow, I'd love to see what it looks like." No sooner had the female classmate finished speaking than a cold voice sneered, "While this brand is expensive, if it's on seasonal clearance, you could probably snag it for a few thousand yuan, right? Better not open it. What if it's some outdated trinket? That'd be so embarrassing. Why don't you just look at my gift instead?" Everyone turned to look and immediately recognized the speaker as Lu Mang. Even though Chu Fan hadn't kept in touch with these classmates for years, they themselves hadn't lost contact with each other. Among them, the most successful besides Jiang Ren was this Lu Mang. He stood there in a sharp suit, sporting a massive green submariner on his wrist, his hair slicked back with a glossy shine, quite the picture of a rural entrepreneur. As he spoke, he placed his exquisitely wrapped gift before Jin Yan. "Open it and see." Jin Yan found Lu Mang's oily, domineering CEO act a bit much, but since it was a gesture of goodwill, she could only smile and nod. Amidst the classmates' expectant gazes, she unwrapped the gift bag. Inside lay a classic orange-colored box. Opening it revealed the season's newest handbag. The cream-colored bag looked soft and adorable, perfectly complementing Jin Yan's ladylike elegance. Even Jiang Ren, sitting beside her, couldn't help but feel a touch of envy after craning his neck for a glimpse. The bag itself wasn't particularly expensive, just over 10,000 yuan, but the challenge lay in the fact that it had only just hit the market and hadn't even arrived in the domestic market yet. Lu Mang must have gone to great lengths to deliver this gift on Jin Yan's birthday. The connections and effort invested were what truly made it valuable. Wow, Lu Mang really lives up to his reputation. He sure knows how to make a grand gesture. I knew he'd bring something expensive and hard to find. He is the richest among us, after all. Ah, I wish it was my birthday too. Brother Lu Mang, I love this brand of handbags, don't forget about me. Amidst the flattery from his classmates, Lu Mang nodded with satisfaction and said amiably, "Of course, no problem. Just remind me when your birthday comes around, and I'll buy you one of these brand bags too. My sister is studying abroad, so it's easy for her to order it for me." Wow, it's great to have money in the family. I remember your sister is only 15, right? Going abroad to study so young? Education here is just so-so.
My sister isn't counting on the college entrance exam for her future. It's better for her to go abroad early to broaden her horizons and cultivate creative thinking. Lu Mang answered everyone's questions with feigned enthusiasm, though his tone was thick with smugness and showmanship. Jean Yen had never warmed to Lu Mang, and after hearing his bizarre logic, her distaste for him deepened. She packed the bag into its box, pushed it toward him, and said, "Lu Mang, I appreciate the thought, but this gift is a bit too expensive. I really can't accept it. Take it back for your sister to use." Lu Mang waved his hand dismissively, seemingly oblivious to Jean Yan's disdain. He adopted a magnanimous air and declared, "Such trifles are worthless. You needn't spare my feelings. Swallow, spending money on you is worth every penny, no matter the cost." While the others had only a faint suspicion before, Lu Mang's words made his intentions crystal clear. Jiangrun listened nearby, a pang of envy stinging his heart. Jean Yan's charm was truly irresistible. She'd only just returned from abroad, yet she'd already secured such a powerful suitor. Then he thought about himself. After all this time, he still hadn't landed a wealthy second-generation boyfriend. For years, he'd bragged about earning over 100,000 a month, but most of it was just hot air. In reality, he only made a few tens of thousands, working himself to the bone. Truly, comparing oneself to others was a recipe for misery. Jean Yan looked slightly awkward upon hearing this. Yet with so many people watching, she couldn't bring herself to refuse Lu Mang's gift. She could only sigh deeply and accept it. Seeing Jean Yan accept his gift, Lu Mang grew even more smug. He raised an eyebrow and turned to Chu Fan. "Chu Fan, I recall your family wasn't exactly well off before. Even if your happy Yanzi came back, there's no need to pretend to be something you're not and buy her a gift from this brand, right?" Chapter 118, Fake Goods? Lu Mang's words were deliberately meant to mock Chu Fan. Whether back in school or now, he felt Jean Yan treated Chu Fan differently from everyone else. He intended to publicly humiliate Chu Fan, hoping Jean Yan would see that a country bumpkin was just that, a country bumpkin, and not let herself fall for this provincial fool. Chu Fan knew exactly what Lu Mang was up to, but he didn't get angry. He just smiled and said, "You sure know how to joke. What kind of gift do you think I'd give? The most important thing is the thought behind it, not the value. Enough with the platitudes. You just bought something cheap and feel embarrassed, right? Hey, don't tell me you only bought her a box and stuffed it with some bargain bin junk. Gift giving isn't about the packaging, you're really cheapening yourself here." Lu Mang relentlessly teased Chu Fan, even secretly speculating that the box probably didn't contain any expensive brand name clothes at all, it might even be empty. Chu Fan hadn't intended to engage with him, but saying "it's the thought that counts" was also meant to save face for the other classmates. Though he hadn't paid for the clothes, Chu Fan had checked the label. This single garment could have bought Lu Mang over a dozen bags. But now Lu Mang was being ungrateful. The more Chu Fan tried to reason with him, the more Lu Mang dug in, determined to humiliate Chu Fan. So Chu Fan decided to play along, letting this arrogant rich kid learn a lesson he wouldn't soon forget. "Since everyone's so curious, go ahead and open it now, deputy class leader. After all, my gift isn't anything shameful." "Are you sure?" "Honestly, I think opening it back in the dorm would be more exciting." Jean Yan was also worried that Chu Fan might be putting on airs and end up giving her something embarrassing that would make her classmates laugh. She certainly wouldn't mind receiving it, but if opening the gift made Chu Fan the laughingstock of the class, she would feel terrible about it. Chu Fan understood what the kind-hearted Jean Yan was thinking. He said with grace and composure, "It's fine. Go ahead and open it." "All right then." Jean Yan nodded, setting the other gifts aside on the sofa. With solemn care, she placed the gift bag Chu Fan had given her on the table. Layer by layer, she unwrapped it, revealing a shimmering light blue evening gown. The reason for choosing this color was that Morong Chin had asked Chu Fan for a photo of Jean Yan. Noticing Jean Yan wore a dress in a similar shade, she had guessed Jean Yan must like this color. To cater to her taste, Morong Chin had specially selected this limited edition designer dress, the brand's latest seasonal release, handcrafted by the designer and the only one of its kind in the world. Moreover, by her estimation, Jean Yan's figure would absolutely outshine everyone else in this dress. Even if it couldn't be worn, such a designer-made piece held immense sentimental value worth preserving as a collectible. Even if she were to sell it on the collector's market, its value would easily exceed hundreds of thousands. "Oh my goodness, isn't this this year's runway piece?" "Yeah, I think so. I saw in a magazine a couple days ago that the lace and diamonds on this dress were all hand-sewn by the designer." "Yeah, I saw that too. Even the fabric color is one of a kind, worldwide, hand-dyed by the designer. This must be a non-sale item, right? Wow, so Chu Fan is the hidden big shot among us." A group of girls crowded around, staring at the dress in Jean Yan's hands with envy, their faces lighting up with astonishment. Jiangrun even stood up from her chair, swallowed hard, and cautiously reached out to touch the soft fabric of the dress, her mind filled with questions. How could Chu Fan afford such an extravagant gift? This was practically priceless.
Li Hua was stunned too. He recognized the brand as undoubtedly valuable but never imagined Chu Fan would pull out such a trump card on his first try. Wasn't that kid in prison? Where did he make his fortune?
Judging by his clothes and demeanor, he didn't look particularly wealthy either. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, marveling at the dress's unique cut and intricate design while stunned by Chu Fan's sudden extravagance.
Only Lu Mang gritted his teeth in indignation. Probably a knockoff, right? How could he possibly get his hands on something that's one of a kind worldwide?
The moment this dress was designed, it must have been snapped up by those socialites overseas.
How could it ever come down to him?
With so many knockoffs around these days, fakes look just like the real thing.
You can snag one for a few $100. Chu Fan could probably bite the bullet and buy one. But seriously, Chu Fan, giving a knockoff as a birthday gift? That's just plain mean.
Yanzi would never dare wear something like this out in public.
Imagine the embarrassment if someone recognized it as fake. Lu Mang's words were like a wake-up call.
Even though the dress was genuine, everyone was convinced Chu Fan couldn't afford the real thing. They all assumed it was a knockoff.
Sigh.
But honestly, the craftsmanship of knockoffs these days is insane.
That soft, gauzy texture feels amazing to the touch. If this manufacturer launched their own brand, they'd be a hit. Wow, seriously? Genuine knockoff?
Honestly, I own several dresses from this brand, and I couldn't tell this was a replica at all.
Pretty impressive.
Well, it might be fake, but getting such a convincing knockoff shows Chu Fan really put effort into it. Despite their disdain for knockoffs, the girls were surprisingly kind. They didn't embarrass Chu Fan too much but instead tried their best to save face for him.
Lu Mang, however, wasn't so kind.
He coldly sneered, "A fake is still a fake, no matter how real it looks.
What good could possibly come from wearing something like this out? It's nothing but an embarrassment. And this is supposed to be a formal gown.
If I hadn't exposed you today, and Yanzi had actually worn this to the event, people would have laughed their teeth out."
Chu Fan, you're truly wicked. Chu Fan found Lu Mang's baseless accusations rather amusing. Listen, Lu Mang, are you absolutely certain this is a knockoff? What's there to be unsure about?
Even without looking at the dress, just judging by your own behavior, I can tell you couldn't possibly have the real thing.
Would you really give away something worth over 100,000 yuan so casually? Lu Mang was clearly being unreasonable.
He couldn't care less about the dress's authenticity, he just wanted to put Chu Fan down. Their sharp exchange instantly made the atmosphere awkward.
Jin Yan quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Alright. We haven't seen each other in years, let's cut the tension. I think this dress is quite lovely. If I ever get the chance, I'll definitely wear it out. Thanks, Chu Fan. Wear it. Yanzi, aren't you afraid of lowering your standards?
I know you're trying to save face for this loser, Chu Fan, but doing this is just like aiding and abetting a villain.
Lu Mang declared with solemnity, we're all old classmates here. We know each other inside out. Who doesn't know who? None of you actually believe he could afford such an expensive gift, right? This kid's obsession with appearances isn't a good thing.
If he doesn't own up to his mistake today, who knows what bigger lies he'll spin later. He who steals a needle in childhood steals a gold bar in adulthood. I think we should teach him a lesson today to prevent him from ending up back behind bars. Last time Chu Sheng posted Chu Fan's photo in the group chat, everyone brought up his prison stint. But no one would dare bring it up in front of Chu Fan. You don't slap someone in the face or rub salt in their wounds. Lu Mang, however, cared little for such niceties. Today, he was determined to tear down Chu Fan's facade, saying whatever was most hurtful to completely shatter Jin Yan's lingering feelings for him.
Chapter 119, Disgusting. Li Hua couldn't hold back any longer upon hearing this.
Before Chu Fan could retort, he stepped forward, blocking him.
Lu Mang, what the hell kind of talk is that? We all know Chu Fan only ended up in jail after accidentally stabbing the abuser while seeking justice for his sister. He's no monster. Why are you throwing shade like this?
Li Hua continued, besides, Chu Fan doesn't care about brands.
This shirt is so well designed that everyone was tempted. Gift giving is about pleasing the recipient. If it's beautiful, why not give it? What's wrong with that? You. Li Hua pressed on, why are you being so aggressive? You're rich, you're great. If you look down on us, then don't talk to us. Stop making people sick here.
Compared to Chu Fan, Li Hua's fighting spirit was clearly a whole level above. Lu Mang tried several times to interject, but couldn't get a single word in. Finally, he sat down angrily by himself and started drinking in silence. What should have been a pleasant gift opening session ended in an unpleasant parting. Though everyone knew Chu Fan hadn't done anything wrong, they couldn't help but glance at him a few extra times, their eyes carrying varying degrees of contempt. Meanwhile, as soon as Lu Mang sat down at the other table, the previously deserted spot instantly filled with people. Lu Mang may not be a great person, but he's genuinely loaded. If you could ride his coattails, you might actually skip a few years of grinding. So what if he's a shady character? What truly matters is whether he can put up the cash to secure their interests. Zhang Ren watched this farce unfold with a cold gaze, his heart brimming with disappointment and disgust toward Chu Fan. Ever since learning of Chu Fan's imprisonment, Jiang Ren had felt that the goodwill he'd once harbored toward him had been misplaced. Today, witnessing Chu Fan present counterfeit goods as gifts while stubbornly insisting they were genuine, left her utterly speechless. She stepped forward and whispered to Jin Yan, "Yan, I know you helped Chu Fan out of kindness, but I think you shouldn't be too generous. What if he gets attached to you? That would be trouble. These insecure men from the lower classes show them the slightest friendliness, and they'll think you're interested in them. They're impossible to shake off." Hearing Jiang Ren speak of Chu Fan this way, Jin Yan quickly pulled her aside.
Jiang Ren, why are you saying that? You know perfectly well Chu Fan isn't like that. Besides, I think the quality of this dress is quite good. He probably didn't give it to me just for show. Let's not bring this up anymore.
After whispering privately for a moment, the two returned to the center of the venue. As the guest of honor, Jin Yan naturally raised her glass to toast everyone. "Thank you all for coming to celebrate my birthday today. Over the years abroad, I often reminisce about our high school days.
It's truly wonderful to see everyone again. This toast is to you, to our friendship."
Jin Yan carried herself with grace and poise, and naturally, her classmates obliged, raising their glasses in unison.
After the toast, everyone began chatting. Li Hua couldn't help but wonder about the gift Chu Fan had chosen today.
After all, they were close friends, and there was no need for secrecy.
He asked directly, "Hey, Chu Fan, what's the deal with that dress? You didn't get scammed, did you? You don't seem like someone who knows much about luxury goods. How much did you actually pay for that dress?"
Chu Fan shrugged and replied, "No one tricked me. That dress didn't cost me a dime, but it's definitely authentic. I'd stake my reputation on it."
Free and genuine? What, did you rob a luxury boutique? Li Hua was just joking.
He didn't believe a word of it and thought Chu Fan was just putting on airs. "You can tell others whatever you want, but we're close friends who share everything.
No need to put on airs with me. Forget it. If you really don't want to tell me the truth, I won't press you. But you better keep it in mind you're not getting any younger. Cut out these cheap tricks."
Li Hua genuinely cared for Chu Fan. He gave him earnest advice, even suspecting Chu Fan might have gone down the wrong path and needed to correct his course immediately.
Chu Fan didn't blame Li Hua for his skepticism.
After all, he barely had over 300 yuan to his name, yet he'd casually gifted someone else over 100,000.
No one would believe such a story if he told it.
"I understand what you're saying, and I know you mean well," Chu Fan replied.
"But I truly haven't lied. Let's just leave this matter behind. Don't bring it up again."
Chu Fan said this because he couldn't be bothered to explain. Li Hua, however, thought he was too proud to admit it and deliberately evading the issue.
He sighed deeply and didn't press the matter further. But why, had this once down-to-earth old friend become so vain? It seemed people really could change. 1,000 thoughts swirled in Li Hua's mind as he began drinking in silence. Watching Li Hua's melancholy demeanor, Chu Fan resolved to explain everything properly after the banquet ended.
He didn't have many friends he could truly confide in, and Li Hua was one of them. Li Hua's current distress stemmed from genuine concern for himself, not from a desire to mock him like Lu Mang. As Chu Fan pondered how to phrase things to make Li Hua more receptive, the private room door suddenly swung open again. Immediately, a vibrant, beautiful young woman appeared before everyone. The moment she entered, she threw her arms around Jin Yan with a smile.
"Little swallow, it's been ages."
Jin Yan embraced her warmly, laughing. "Didi, you're so late.
I've already finished a round of toasts. Sorry, something came up. I'll drink 2 shots as punishment later, okay? Hey! Isn't that Didi, the queen of outdoor streaming on Huhaya platform? I'm not mistaken, right? Holy cow, I absolutely love watching your outdoor live streams. Yanzi, you're not actually friends with Didi, are you?"
A male classmate pointed at Didi, his eyes wide with astonishment, as if he'd spotted a celebrity.
"Yes. We really are good friends." Before Jin Yan could speak, the lively and enthusiastic Didi eagerly answered the question herself.
Despite being an outdoor streamer, Didi had incredibly fair and delicate skin. Her sculpted features paired with her petite, palm-sized face made her look like a princess stepped out of a painting. One glance was enough to captivate anyone. With a star boasting millions of followers unexpectedly attending the gathering, many recognized Didi and eagerly approached her to chat. Didi herself loved making friends and welcomed Jin Yan's classmates with open arms, chatting happily with them.
"Alright, Yanzi, I rushed over today and left the gift I prepared for you at home. How about this? I'll make it up to you later.
After you finish singing and drinking, let's all head to the Tingfei Commercial Center together. It's the perfect time for seasonal shopping. Fendo just released a bunch of new dresses. Pick whatever you like, and I'll cover it all today." The moment Didi finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room turned icy. Everyone's expression shifted, their eyes drifting subtly toward the corner. Noticing their unease, Didi asked curiously, "What's up? Why do you all look so weird?" Outspoken Didi was a girl who couldn't hide her thoughts, blurting out her confusion the moment she opened her mouth.
"Well, it's nothing major, really. Someone tried to pass off a fake Fendi dress as the real thing today. The knockoff was pretty convincing, almost fooled all of us.
Yeah, and the person claimed it was a designer handmade piece, one of a kind globally.
It was exposed right away. Talk about awkward, right?
Lu Mang, afraid Didi's words would fall flat, immediately jumped in, feigning nonchalance as he shrugged and said,
"A counterfeit designer handmade piece? Impossible. That level of craftsmanship can't be replicated. Besides, how could it possibly look so authentic?
That designer personally selects every bead and dyes the fabric colors themselves.
It's one of a kind worldwide. If it were fake, you'd spot it instantly."
Didi was intensely curious about this so-called grade knockoff. While counterfeit luxury goods were commonplace, one-of-a-kind designer handmade pieces were rarely replicated, and even if they were, no one would buy them.
On one hand, replicators couldn't match the craftsmanship.
On the other, such rare pieces would be instantly exposed as fakes.
Well, take a look then. It's right there.
Lu Mang lifted his chin, gesturing toward the box Chu Fan had given her with a pointed nod, his expression dripping with sarcasm.
Chapter 120, A Complete Humiliation.
Didi froze for a moment, glanced at the box, then snatched it up, running her fingers over it.
"I can't vouch for anything else, but this box is definitely genuine.
It's a custom-made gift box reserved for high-end clients, and the short pile velvet fabric on it is crafted using their unique technique. I have an identical box in my possession, no mistake about it."
No sooner had Didi finished speaking than Lu Mang rushed to sneer, "So you bought a genuine box to package counterfeits? Your bumpkin really went to great lengths to fool people."
But before Chu Fan could retort, Didi shot him a look that said he was an idiot. "What nonsense are you spouting?" she asked.
"You can't buy a genuine box like this.
Only someone spending at least $1 million on luxury goods would get packaging like this."
Do you really think someone who casually drops $1 million on luxury would sell off the box? Even if you don't understand, you should at least use your brain." Didi was a girl who spoke her mind.
She found Lu Mang unbearably annoying the moment she met him, and when she confronted him, she held nothing back.
After Didi finished her rant, several classmates couldn't help but suppress chuckles.
They'd been fooled into thinking Lu Mang was some high-class individual, but it turned out he was just pretending to know better here too. While they were talking, Didi had already opened the packaging and pulled the dress out. The moment she touched it, Didi let out a startled shriek.
"Oh my gosh, little swallow. Can I borrow this dress sometime? If I wore this to the influencer awards, I'd totally steal the show. Where did you even get this thing? It's insane. This is the designer's 6-month masterpiece, the grand finale piece from the runway show. We were just discussing who snatched it up and now it's yours? Oh my gosh, I'm so jealous." Didi's reaction was completely genuine.
Seeing her so excited, even declaring she'd wear it to the influencer gala, instantly silenced any doubts about the dress's authenticity.
But a bigger question arose in their minds.
This dress was a gift from Chu Fan with $1 million price tag and claimed to be one of a kind globally.
Could he really afford such extravagance? Jiangren still couldn't quite swallow it, her voice dripping with sourness. "Miss Didi, you haven't misjudged this, have you? Are you absolutely certain this dress is genuine?" The moment Jiangren uttered those words, Didi immediately let out a cold laugh. "Are you kidding me? Do you know I was a professional fashion designer before becoming an outdoor streamer?
If I couldn't spot the authenticity of this dress at a glance, my professor's coffin lid wouldn't stay shut. Moreover, since this dress is one of a kind, the only one in the world, the designer embedded an AR anti-counterfeiting code into it. This barcode looks ordinary to you, but in reality, just scan it with your phone and you'll instantly see the designer's message." As Didi spoke, she scanned the code with her phone. Sure enough, the designer's image appeared on her screen. "Esteemed customer, we are deeply grateful you purchased this one-of-a-kind dress. May it enhance your beauty and make you shine at every gathering."
No words were needed.
The entire room fell silent.
No one doubted the dress's authenticity anymore.
Counterfeiters simply didn't have the resources to pull off such a grand spectacle.
Lu Mang was utterly humiliated.
He swallowed hard, racking his brain for days, but still couldn't find the words.
But how could this be? This dress wasn't some cheap knockoff from a street vendor. Chu Fan, a convict recently released from prison, where could he possibly have gotten the money to buy such an expensive gift? Jiangren was equally stunned.
She glanced at Chu Fan, her eyes brimming with disbelief. Even though she earned hundreds of thousands annually, she would never spend tens of thousands on a single dress, let alone gift such an extravagant present to someone else.
And Chu Fan?
Just judging by his clothes and appearance, he clearly didn't earn nearly as much as she did.
Where did this guy get the nerve? Had he really blown through all his savings from the past years?
As Chu Fan's closest friend, Li Hua shared the same concern. He suspected Chu Fan had thrown caution to the wind just to win a smile from the beauty, otherwise, how could he possibly afford such an extravagant gift? Didi couldn't be bothered to notice the expressions on these people's faces. Instead, she ran her fingers over the uniquely textured fabric of the gorgeous dress with an envious look, her eyes brimming with curiosity as she asked Jin Yan, "Little swallow, your classmate is something else. To buy a dress like this, you need not only money but also connections.
Who's the big shot who's so generous? Introduce me to them, will you? Didi was already a top-tier outdoor streamer, earning a decent income and wielding considerable influence. Yet even she lacked the privilege to purchase this dress. The thought of Jean Yen having such an influential friend sent a flutter of excitement through Didi. If she could turn this big shot into a loyal stream viewer, given their spending power, they'd easily become her top patron. Then she wouldn't have to worry about ranking low at the upcoming carnival. Seeing Didi so excited, Jean Yen actually felt a bit embarrassed. If this gift were a knockoff, she would gladly accept it without a second thought. But once she learned this dress was a genuine designer handmade piece worth over 100,000 yuan, it became a hot potato she simply couldn't accept with a clear conscience. It wasn't that Jean Yen suspected Chu Fan had ulterior motives toward her, she simply knew he wasn't the type of nouveau riche who could afford such extravagant gifts. Jean Yen had already heard the news of Chu Fan's recent release from prison through their classmate group chat. Considering how impoverished the former Chu Fan had been with a sister still in school, to support this 100,000+ yuan likely equaled several years' worth of his expenses. Though the gift was lovely, it was simply too extravagant. So Jean Yen shook her head, took the dress, and approached Chu Fan. Chu Fan, she said, thank you for this beautiful dress. I truly appreciate your thoughtfulness, but I simply cannot accept something this expensive. Please return it. Your kindness means more to me than any gift. Didi followed Jean Yen's gaze and immediately spotted the handsome guy she'd seen earlier. It's you? You remember me, right? I even bought you bubble tea before. Didi hurried over, and Chu Fan gave a soft nod. Who knew you and our vice class monitor were acquainted? What a small world. Yeah, I never imagined you and Little Swallow were classmates. If I'd known, I would have hitched a ride with you earlier. That car was so sleek, I've never been in anything like it. Rich guy, wanna be friends? Didi's eyes sparkled with admiration, her feelings for Chu Fan growing stronger. Chu Fan chuckled and waved his hand. I'm no big shot. Otherwise, people wouldn't question whether I'm giving away counterfeit goods. Oh, those people just don't know what they're looking at. With a car like yours, there's no way this dress could be fake. Didi shrugged, casting a deliberate glance at Lu Mang. Lu Mang felt both guilty and irritated under Didi's gaze, clenching his fists in frustration. Anyway, I proved it for you. We bumped into each other twice in one day, that's fate, right? Why not add each other as friends? Didi was a very open-minded girl. She admired both Chu Fan's generosity and his personality. Adding him as a friend would make it easier to connect, and who knows, maybe she could even lure a big spender into her livestream. Though Didi's reasoning sounded cliché, Chu Fan had a favorable impression of her. Besides, more friends meant more opportunities. With Jean Yen present, he couldn't refuse. Watching the two hit it off instantly and exchange contacts right then and there, the male student who'd claimed to be Didi's fan couldn't help but feel envious. He stared longingly, his neck stretched out as far as it would go. Jiangren watched their overly warm exchange and couldn't help but curl her lip. The girl's motives weren't pure, and the guy wasn't exactly sharp. What good is money if you're still a fool? Jiangren refused to admit he was just sour grapes, so he put on an indifferent facade. Damn Chu Fan. He used to be such a straightforward guy. How did he get so slick all of a sudden? What's with this playing dumb to catch the wise routine? If he was so loaded, why didn't he say so earlier? Maybe I could have offered to deliver the goods myself. Now that stinking woman beat him to it, it was infuriating. Chapter 121, The Realistic Social Climbers. Jiangren was still stewing in his unwarranted jealousy when Chu Fan had already added Didi as a friend. Thinking that he'd met the person and given the gift, staying any longer felt pointless. He decided to take his leave, sparing Morong Chin from waiting idly in the parking lot. Putting away his phone, Chu Fan said to Jean Yen, deputy class leader, happy birthday again. I've got some things to take care of, so I'll head back first. I'll treat you to a meal another time. Don't go. Stop right there. Before Jean Yen could even respond, Didi and Jiangren simultaneously lunged forward, grabbing his arms. One on each side, they tugged at Chu Fan's arms, refusing to let him leave no matter what. Chu Fan was utterly baffled by these two women. Especially Jiangren, he remembered her disdainful expression when he'd been mocked earlier. How could she suddenly become so enthusiastic in just a few short minutes? Jiangren's sudden initiative stemmed from her eyeing Chu Fan's deep pockets. For years, she had been desperately searching for a wealthy man worthy of her, yet no matter how hard she looked, she hadn't found anyone satisfactory. Now, she had finally encountered this promising young man, Chu Fan. Although he had a criminal record, the fact that he could casually gift a dress worth over 100,000 yuan to an old classmate he hadn't seen in years clearly demonstrated his financial strength. Even if things didn't work out in the end, she could probably extract considerable benefits from him. Didi naturally shared the same mindset. She'd always found Chu Fan quite intriguing, and now that she knew of his wealth, she was determined to showcase her charm to lure this big shot into her livestream. The other classmates watched in amused silence as the gathering's host remained silent, while these two women clung to Chu Fan, chattering incessantly and refusing to let him leave. Their expressions were priceless. Chu Fan frowned slightly.
Is there something else you two need? Didi thought for a moment, then grinned. You just got here and you're already leaving? We haven't even had a proper chat yet.
There's no rush, so stick around a bit longer.
Jiang Ring joined Didi's united front, nodding repeatedly. Exactly. Old classmates haven't seen you in years and are dying to hear about your life. Yanzi hasn't even had a proper chat with you yet. Why the rush? Sit down.
Under their persistent invitations, Jin Yan also tried to persuade him to stay. Chu Fan couldn't find a suitable excuse on the spot and could only return to his seat for the time being. Truth be told, he had little to discuss with these people. As for Li Hua, they'd already exchanged plenty of private messages. Today's meeting was sufficient, they could grab a meal together later. As for the others, they hadn't seen each other in years. That friendship was long gone, it was all just for appearances now. He should have let Morong Chin pick a plain dress. Opting for a 100,000 yuan designer label was just too flashy.
As for Jiang Run, who kept casting lingering glances his way, Chu Fan had a pretty good idea what she was thinking.
He just sighed, disappointed in this girl who'd been corrupted by money.
Lu Mang couldn't help but feel a pang of envy and resentment seeing Chu Fan suddenly become the center of attention, surrounded by admirers. But compared to Chu Fan's gift, he truly had no advantage today. To make a strong impression, win back Jin Yan's affection, and capture his classmates' attention, Lu Mang pondered carefully and came up with a brilliant idea. Everyone, since the renowned Didi streamer has come to celebrate Little Swallow's birthday, how about we move to a larger private room? This place feels a bit sparse and boring. I know a club called Sihai where the party rooms have mahjong tables, pool, video games, way more fun than here.
Want to head over? No sooner had Lu Mang finished speaking than a girl timidly raised her hand. Sihai is great, but you need to book in advance.
If we go now, we'll probably just be wasting our trip. Reservations aside, the real issue is the price.
Our company checked last year for the annual party at least 18,000 an hour, or 150,000 for the whole night.
Even split evenly, that's way too expensive. We're only about 20 people total. Do we really need such a grand setup?
I've heard that too. It seems to be a place where celebrities and film crews often bring their staff for gatherings.
I've seen lots of people posting photos of celebrity encounters there. Wow, now that you mention it, I'm kinda tempted to go. But I'm broke, can't afford it. Guess I'll pass.
We're all just regular folks.
Sure, we wanna make a splash, but we gotta be realistic.
If there's no cash in our pockets, it's all just hot air.
Lu Mang had anticipated their reactions and immediately stepped forward, putting on a magnanimous air. With me here, why worry about money?
Many of us haven't seen each other in over 3 years.
Treating you all to a trip is no big deal. No need to worry about reservations either, I know the manager there. He'll pull out all the stops for us. Rest assured.
Hearing this, the group immediately rubbed their hands together in excitement.
Wow, Lu Mang really has connections, he even knows the manager of the Four Seas Club. Yeah, I've never been to such an expensive place before. Will this outfit be okay? They won't turn me away at the door, will they? What are you freaking out about?
You're dressed way better than Chu Fan. He's loaded and doesn't even bother with his appearance, we definitely don't need to worry.
The group chattered excitedly, their faces radiating anticipation.
Lu Mang had been in high spirits, but his expression darkened when he heard someone comparing him to Chu Fan again. But he quickly regained his composure. After all, compared to a tattered dress, inviting everyone to a high-end venue like the Sihai Club was bound to win more hearts. Besides, he'd already outdone Chu Fan in terms of price.
Thus, he remained the center of attention tonight. Sure enough, upon hearing Lu Mang's generous offer where even a night's spending of over 100,000 yuan didn't faze him, Jiangren and Didi couldn't help but reveal expressions of astonished admiration. Didi couldn't contain her excitement, biting her lip lightly. Who would have thought Jin Yan's classmates included so many wealthy individuals?
Her trip today hadn't been in vain. Just as Lu Mang had anticipated, while Chu Fan's gift was undoubtedly valuable, it held little personal connection to the classmates.
Lu Mang's hospitality, however, was a different story.
This was a rare chance for everyone to see the world. Everyone was buzzing with excitement. They all got up, dressed, grabbed their bags, and were just waiting to head out together to the Sihai Club. Truth be told, Lu Mang didn't actually know the manager of the Sihai Club. He'd simply gritted his teeth and splurged on the money.
Determined to outdo Chu Fan, he'd resolved that night, to save face, he'd splurge freely up to 200,000 yuan.
Worst case, he'd stay home for the next half-month, saving every penny. His classmates remained completely unaware of Lu Mang's bluffing act, convinced he was genuinely loaded. Otherwise, how could he afford such extravagance? Even though today is Jin Yan's birthday, I honestly feel like this is way more fun than my own birthday.
Who wouldn't agree? Lu Mang really thought this through. Honestly, no matter how expensive the dress is, how many times could you wear it? Our classmates wouldn't gain much beyond broadening their horizons. But Lu Mang? He invited us all to go to Sihai together. That'll broaden our horizons and make today's birthday even more fun.
The whole group could see right through the situation. Lu Mang was clearly butting heads with Chu Fan. but they were more than happy to let it play out. The fiercer the two argued, the more benefits the onlookers could reap. After all, the bigger the spectacle, the better. If Lu Mang wanted face, they'd give him plenty. After all, he was wealthier than the rest of them, and who knew when they might need his help down the line? Granting him face today would make future dealings smoother. Chu Fan caught the subtle undertones in their remarks but didn't let it get to him. His relationship with these classmates was always superficial at best. Add to that Chu Sheng's shady maneuvers in the group chat earlier, he'd long recognized them for the opportunists they were. Chu Fan wasn't stingy, nor was he foolish. What's the point of spending his money and energy to curry favor with others just to earn a good reputation? Money spent on oneself was always the sweetest. Compared to Chu Fan's calm demeanor, Li Hua's temper wasn't nearly as forgiving. He curled his lip and snapped, "Guys, if you're here to have fun, then just have fun. Why all the nonsense? Don't forget today's birthday party is for Jin Yen, not you lot. Cut it out already." Though Li Hua stepped in to defend Chu Fan, no one took it seriously. His words carried little weight. Li Hua wasn't exactly wealthy either. Who would care what he thought? Chapter 122, The Elegant Beauty. Meanwhile, Jiangrun was torn inside. She believed the lavishly generous Chu Fan was well worth befriending, yet she also felt Lu Mang was a decent option. The problem was these two men were locked in a bitter rivalry, leaving her unable to play the fence-sitter. She had to make a choice. After careful consideration, Jiangrun ultimately chose Lu Mang. Even though Chu Fan had gifted her an expensive dress, who knew where it had come from? No one had actually seen him spend any money. In contrast, Lu Mang was clearly spending real money. Splurging over 100,000 yuan on a single dinner party clearly demonstrated the depth of his liquid assets. Moreover, Chu Fan had a formidable rival in DD. But to lure Lu Mang? All she needed to do was outshine the clueless Jin Yen a piece of cake. With that thought, Jiangrun left Chu Fan's side and moved toward the center of the crowd, gradually closing in on Lu Mang. Simultaneously, she shot DD a warning glance, signaling that they should mind their own business and not encroach on each other's territory. This glance, however, was caught by Chu Fan. He hadn't wanted to interpret Jiang Ren's intentions through such a biased lens, but now the facts were staring him in the face. He had to admit that the innocent girl of the past had vanished into the annals of history. The Jiang Ren of today was a complete and utter villain, climbing the social ladder by attaching herself to the wealthy and powerful. The group exited the private room together, heading toward the Sihai Club for more fun. Chu Fan could only awkwardly send a message to Morong Qin, informing her he was moving on to the Sihai Club and that she could head home first. Morong Qin didn't reply whether she'd clocked out or simply hadn't seen it, he couldn't tell. Upon arriving at Sihai Club, Lu Mang directed everyone to the party room. Li Hua, however, looked around wide-eyed like a country bumpkin visiting the city, finding everything utterly novel. Though he despised Lu Mang, he treasured this rare chance to broaden his horizons. Wow, the guests here are something else. Check out that beauty over there, holy crap, her legs go up to my waistline. Stunning! Li Hua exclaimed repeatedly, pointing out a beauty for Chu Fan to see. Chu Fan was both amused and exasperated, laughing at Li Hua's vivid description. But when he looked over, he saw Morong Qin smiling and waving at him. Wow! A beauty is waving at me. Oh my god, should I go over and say hi, maybe exchange contact info or something? Li Hua, thinking Morong Qin was signaling him, trembled with excitement, his face flushing bright red. Only then did Chu Fan realize why Morong Qin hadn't replied to his messages. She'd driven straight to the Sihai Club instead. This secretary was way too dedicated. He'd told her she could leave, yet she hadn't budged. Seems Tingthay Business Alliance paid her a hefty salary. Hey, why aren't you saying anything? Give me some advice, should I go up and chat with that beauty? Li Hua was bursting with excitement, bombarding Chu Fan with questions. Chu Fan felt awkward, crushing his hopes, so he quietly waved at Morong Qin, signaling her to leave. Only after she was gone did he say, I'm afraid it's too late. She's already gone. Li Hua, still fiddling with his hair in front of his phone, looked up dejectedly at those words. His face fell as he complained, why didn't you say something sooner? I finally had a chance with such a gorgeous girl, and you went and ruined it. Chu Fan offered a verbal apology, but inwardly he was rolling his eyes at Li Hua's delusional confidence. A beauty like Morong Qin wasn't just highly capable at work, she came from a well-off family and had even studied abroad. For Li Hua to think he could form a couple with her was truly like a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. It wasn't that Li Hua was particularly lacking, but they were simply mismatched. Fortunately, Morong Qin was quick-witted. The moment she caught Chu Fan's hand signal, she swiftly excused herself. As the two were talking, Didi walked over. Following their gaze, she asked, what were you guys talking about? Sigh. Deeply disheartened, Li Hua sighed softly before turning and walking away. Is it really this hard to find a beautiful woman? In contrast, Didi, this stunning beauty, had no hesitation in getting close to Chu Fan. While part of it was due to Chu Fan flaunting his wealth today, this society was so cold, utterly unkind to someone like him, short and broke. What's wrong with him? Did I say something wrong? Didi scratched her head in confusion and asked Chu Fan.
Chu Fan shook his head slightly. You didn't say anything wrong. He just has a fragile ego. Come on, let's go over there too. Looks like they've booked a private room. The dejected Li Hua, the moment he stepped into the party room, suddenly became as energetic as if injected with adrenaline, screaming as he rushed inside. You have to admit, money talks. Gazing at that entire wall built from beer bottles, any worries vanished into thin air. The Four Seas Club certainly lived up to its exorbitant hourly fee of 18,000 yuan. Every conceivable form of entertainment imaginable was available here. The party hall alone spanned over 400 square meters. Archery range, bowling alley. There's nothing you can't play here, only things you haven't thought of. Celebrating a birthday in a place like this was what it meant to truly let loose. While the group was having fun, Morongqin reappeared at the door, signaling to Chu Fan with her eyes as if she wanted to ask him something. Chu Fan pulled out his phone only to discover it had died. No wonder she came to find him personally instead of sending a message. Li Hua caught sight of his goddess once more and even noticed her giving him a meaningful look. This thrilled him to no end. He tossed his racket aside and, without a word, prepared to strike up a conversation with his idol. Chu Fan couldn't stop him and could only follow behind. But just as they took a few steps out, Didi grabbed Chu Fan's arm. What are you doing? He's overestimating himself. He'll definitely get his nose bloodied. We shouldn't go and make a scene. That lady has such noble bearing, she's clearly not from an ordinary family. I don't know who she's here to meet, but I'm 100% certain it's not your friend. Besides, look at that sleazy look on his face. If he actually goes over there, he'll probably get yelled at. It wouldn't be good if it dragged you down too. Though Didi's reasoning seemed sound, her true motives were entirely different. Her real reason for stopping Chu Fan was fear that he might catch Morongqin's eye, leaving her with no chance. Even though Didi was confident in her own figure, seeing Morongqin's siren-like, enchanting curves made her feel a bit inadequate. So she played a little mind game and tried to persuade Chu Fan. Chu Fan found her words both amusing and exasperating. Morongqin had come looking for him. If he didn't go, who would? He brushed Didi's hand away and laughed. You're overthinking it. I find beauties like her the easiest to get along with. Li Hua and I are good brothers. I wouldn't let him face embarrassment alone. You wait here. With that, Chu Fan quickened his pace to catch up. When Morongqin saw Li Hua approaching, a look of distaste flashed across her face. But upon noticing Chu Fan following right behind him, she promptly put a smile back on her face. Li Hua, oblivious to the subtleties, assumed Morongqin was smiling at him and felt overjoyed. He felt like he'd hit the jackpot today. Maybe he could even bring a girlfriend home for the new year. Lost in his daydreams, Li Hua failed to notice Chu Fan catching up, while the rest of their classmates watched the scene unfold clearly. Jiangren, seeing Chu Fan approach another attractive woman, remarked with a hint of schadenfreude, men really do prefer the sexy type, don't they? Poor Miss D picked the wrong guy, huh? Humph. Jin Yan, standing right beside Zhang Ren, heard the gloating tone in her friend's voice and felt a pang of displeasure. After all these years, Zhang Ren had changed quite a bit. Once a pure young girl, then a career-driven powerhouse, she now had a successful career but had completely lost the spirit of her younger days. Still, Jin Yan found Chu Fan's behavior striking up a conversation with a beautiful woman somewhat baffling. He didn't seem like the type to lack such basic boundaries. Could it be that they were actually old acquaintances? Chapter 123, Low-Key Flair. Thinking about how Chu Fan had casually gifted her a dress worth over 100,000 yuan, Jin Yan felt it was hardly surprising that he knew such a stunningly dressed woman. Stop jumping to conclusions. I bet they're just acquaintances after all. Chu Fan isn't your average Joe. Oh, come on. Who knows where that dress even came from? Think about it, if he could casually spend over 100,000 on gifts, would he be dressed so shabbily himself? Little swallow, you're still too naive. Hearing Jiang Ren's words, Jin Yan felt a pang of unease. Times had changed. The friends of today were worlds apart from those of the past. It seemed the two of them wouldn't get along anymore. TSK, what are Li Hua and Chu Fan up to? A toad trying to eat swan meat? Just because he saved someone's life, he's getting way too big for his britches. That woman is decked out in designer labels. Just that bracelet on her wrist must be worth over 50 grand. Her entire outfit probably costs as much as Li Hua's annual salary. He sure has a taste for the finer things. Chu Fan's no different. Sure, he splurged big this time, but everyone knows he just got out of prison. He's probably just putting on airs, trying to impress us. After all, we'd roasted him pretty hard in the group chat last time. I bet he's still seething about it. Everyone chattered away, completely forgetting Chu Fan's earlier feat. They showed him no respect whatsoever, instead treating him like a clueless country bumpkin who didn't know his place. Lu Mang listened to his classmates' assessments of Chu Fan, feeling extremely pleased inside. This was precisely the effect he had hoped to achieve. It seemed his 100,000 yuan hadn't been wasted today. At the very least, his classmates' hearts had swung back in his favor. That bumpkin Chu Fan could never hold a candle to him. Alright, everyone, enough talk. Don't we all know the truth? We're old classmates, we know each other well. Yet some people just can't resist showing off. You can't stop them even if you tried.
I bet Chu Fan just got too cocky in prison.
Where else would he get the nerve to try something like that with a beauty like that? As for Li Hua, well, birds of a feather flock together. Both of them are complete idiots. We'll just sit back and enjoy the show. Saying too much might just piss them off.
Lu Mang seemed to be bailing Chu Fan out, but he actually said more than enough. Not only that, but Lu Mang maliciously filmed the moment Chu Fan approached that woman and posted it in the group chat. For Lu Mang, the biggest regret of the day was that Chu Sheng and Wei Shi, the main forces behind mocking Chu Fan, weren't present, leaving him without two powerful allies. But that didn't stop them from roasting Chu Fan. With the internet so advanced these days, they were undoubtedly monitoring the group chat every moment. What Lu Mang didn't know was this. Chu Sheng and Wei Shi claimed they were too busy preparing for their wedding to attend, but in truth, they simply didn't want to give Jin Yan a gift. These two shrewd individuals, though they had some spare cash, weren't willing to part with a single penny. They were biding their time, waiting for their own wedding to lavishly entertain guests and rake in the cash. When it came to occasions requiring them to spend money on gifts for others, they avoided them like the plague, unwilling to show their faces. As they spoke, Li Hua approached Morong Qin. Morong Qin felt nothing but disgust for this man who was drooling madly at the sight of her. She wanted to slap him to snap him out of it. But knowing he was her boss's friend, she suppressed her irritation and offered Li Hua a polite nod. Li Hua was all talk and no action. Despite his earlier boastful claims of bravery, the moment Morong Qin smiled at him, he fell into a dazed state of infatuation, unable to extricate himself. He stumbled over his words, unable to utter a single coherent syllable. He wanted to reach out and shake her hand but felt too embarrassed, so he just stood there awkwardly, his face flushed bright red, a rather amusing sight. Morong Qin had assumed Li Hua was just a toad trying to catch a swan, but she hadn't expected this young man to have such an endearing side. Her playful mood was instantly piqued, and she took the initiative to ask, "Did you need something from me?" Her voice was like heavenly music, sending ripples through Li Hua's heart once more. He bit his lip, utterly speechless. His flushed face resembled that of a love-struck middle schooler. Chu Fan glanced at Li Hua's flustered state and couldn't help but chuckle. He pulled his friend behind him and addressed Morong Qin directly. "My buddy here isn't great at talking to beautiful women. I'll handle this. So, what did you want to discuss?" The same words, spoken by different people, naturally produced entirely different effects. Everyone burst into laughter upon hearing Chu Fan's question to Morong Qin. Did this kid get his head stuck in a door? When did the beauty ever ask to talk to him? Such narcissism is truly beyond words. Who could disagree? That pickup line was so cliché it was cringeworthy. Compared to him, Li Hua almost seemed cute. This guy was just greasy and delusional. Did he really think having a few bucks made him something special? In that moment, they completely forgot about Chu Fan's earlier display of lavish generosity. Instead, they pointed fingers at him, their voices dripping with contempt. Unexpectedly, before their mocking words could finish, Morong Qin smiled and replied, "Mr. Chiu wishes to host a welcome dinner for you tonight. He asked me to inquire if your schedule permits." The room fell silent. "Ha? Did I hear that right? What did that beauty just say? She wants to treat Chu Fan to dinner? I'm confused too. A welcome dinner for Chu Fan? Who is he? Holy crap, could Chu Fan actually be some big shot? For such a gorgeous woman to come asking him out? That's insane." Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, wide-eyed and speechless. Chu Fan shook his head and said to Morong Qin, "Tell him to come another day. I've already said everything I needed to today, and there's really nothing else to talk about. Besides, this place isn't cheap. I heard it costs 18,000 an hour. I want to experience it properly myself, see what's so special about it, and broaden my horizons." Morong Qin's expression turned astonished upon hearing this. So the Sea High Club actually has such affordable party rooms? Though the decor isn't exactly high-end, I assumed it would be pricier. "Mr. Chu, it's really too much to have you settle for this. I have a membership card here too. How about I upgrade your access for you?" Looking at Morong Qin's earnest expression, Chu Fan asked, "Does the membership card offer discounts?" Although Sea High Club isn't under Tingfei Business Alliance, we hold an 18% stake. Therefore, every employee at the general manager level or above receives a membership card like this. With it, you can enjoy complimentary access to the top-tier private rooms. My apologies, Mr. Chu, for not informing you of these benefits earlier. Here is my membership card. Please use it for now." As she spoke, Morong Qin bent down and handed a gleaming gold card to Chu Fan with both hands. The card's glare was so intense that Zhang Ren and others standing nearby could barely keep their eyes open. "So there are perks like this? That's great. Bring me your card when you return. I'll bring my sister here during the holidays for a proper experience." Chu Fan smiled and added, "Alright, I'll upgrade their private room. Just wait a moment." He had no desire to waste time hanging out with these annoying people anyway. He only planned to upgrade their private room before leaving, partly to save face for Jin Yan. Later, he'd find good friends like Li Hua to hang out with privately. That's how you have real fun.
Morong-chin, of course, paid no heed to Chu Fan's orders. She nodded and turned to drive away. After she left, Chu Fan took the gold card and walked straight back. Li Hua trailed behind Chu Fan in a daze, feeling like his brain couldn't process it all. He thought he'd heard this beauty say some pretty impressive things to Chu Fan earlier, but he couldn't quite grasp it all, making his expression look even more adorably clueless. After returning, Chu Fan's eyes twinkled as he spun a lie for everyone. Forgot to introduce you all that Beauty was a distant relative of mine. She had urgent business to attend to and had to leave. I'll introduce you properly next time. Oh, right, she has a gold card for this place. I'll go upgrade your private room for you. A relative? So that dress you gave Little Swallow earlier was also. Jiamren, quick-witted, immediately followed the train of thought. Chu Fan nodded without hesitation. Yes, she bought that dress for me. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have known it was so expensive. Playing dumb to get ahead, Chu Fan wasn't unfamiliar with that tactic. Anyway, he'd likely never have much to do with these people again. Revealing the truth now would only invite more trouble later. As the saying goes, low-key is the way to go. Chapter 124, The Effect of the Gold Card. Hearing Chu Fan's words, the others predictably curled their lips in disdain. Even close relatives keep accounts clear, let alone distant ones. Hey Chu Fan, if you're gonna freeload, at least know your limits. Don't push people so far they'll disown you as their broke relative. Exactly. Don't blame us for speaking bluntly. Their wealth is theirs to keep. Instead of chasing these flashy perks, you'd be better off leveraging their connections to land a decent job. Supporting yourself is the real goal. Lu Mang delivered an even harsher jab. Are you sure she's a distant relative? Not some sugar mommy? Come to think of it, with your looks, a rich woman would have to be blind to sponsor you. Never mind, forget I said anything. He was so preoccupied with mocking Chu Fan that he completely missed the earlier offer to upgrade everyone's VIP room. Chu Fan, however, couldn't care less. Let them mock him all they wanted. He never considered them friends anyway. Seeing their true colors sooner rather than later was actually a blessing in disguise. Wait, hold up, didn't Chu Fan say he'd upgrade our booth? Let us get on it. Some sharp ears had caught Chu Fan's words and immediately urged him to act. It was a rare visit to the Four Seas Club. Who wouldn't want to enjoy better service? Lu Mang's brow furrowed slightly at the suggestion. Upgrade the room? You? What do you have to upgrade with? Chu Fan waved the gold card in his hand and said casually, my relative said this card can get us the top suite for free. The moment Lu Mang saw the gleaming gold card, his face turned green. He'd assumed Chu Fan was just bragging, but never expected the kid to actually produce a gold card. What exactly does your relative do? Lu Mang's eyes instantly turned red with envy. What kind of bull luck did this Chu Fan have? How did he suddenly get such a wealthy relative? While others might be unaware, he knew exactly how things worked. The Sihai Club had issued only 22 gold cards in total. Every single gold card holder was someone who had made outstanding contributions to the Sihai Club group or wielded immense influence within it. It's not that the wealthier you are, the easier it is to obtain. You must have intricate connections with the Sihai Club group. Ordinary wealthy individuals can only get a black card at best. Black card holders must top up several million annually, spending only their own funds. Gold card members, however, enjoy complimentary access, all expenses covered by Sihai Club. Lu Mang knew this well, but he wouldn't say it out loud. If his classmates found out, wouldn't they put Chu Fan on a pedestal? He'd finally decided to splurge and make a grand entrance, only to have all the spotlight stolen by Chu Fan. How could he let that happen? With a dark expression, Lu Mang said, that's not right. Everyone's already playing. I don't see the need to make a fuss. Besides, that card isn't even yours. I'm afraid the front desk won't let you use it. Just try. Asking won't cost you anything. Exactly. Let's ask. It's a rare trip to Sihai Club. Wouldn't it be great to experience the VIP treatment? These classmates always flock to wherever there's profit to be made. Their earlier flattery toward Lu Mang stems solely from the benefits he could offer them. Now that Chu Fan has an even more powerful gold card, they've naturally switched their allegiance to him. Though Lu Mang felt displeased upon hearing this, he quickly reconsidered. If that gold card actually worked, wouldn't he save nearly 200,000 yuan on tonight's expenses? Every cloud has a silver lining. This might just turn out to be a blessing in disguise. So he put on a magnanimous front and said, alright then. Since Chu Fan's relative is so generous and the classmates all want to experience it, I'll accompany you. Come to think of it, I'm actually quite familiar with the front desk staff. Unlike Chu Fan, who's never experienced this kind of service before, he'd probably stumble over his words and not even be able to speak clearly. Even though he was freeloading off Chu Fan's gold card, Lu Mang managed to spin it so he sounded like the real big shot. Chu Fan didn't seem to mind. He shrugged and followed Lu Mang to the front desk. Let's tag along and see. These classmates loved to join the fun, grabbing their belongings and trailing the two to the front desk. At first, the front desk staff, seeing so many people approaching, assumed they were about to leave and were about to ask if there was anything they could do to improve their service. But the next moment, Lu Mang spoke up. We have a gold card here. Can you upgrade our private room to the top tier one? A gold card? Certainly. Please show me your gold card. The front desk staff perked up at the mention of a gold card VIP, flashing a standard 8-tooth smile as they respectfully accepted the card from Chu Fan. After verifying the information, the front desk staff nodded emphatically and asked Lu Mang, "May I ask if you are Mr. Chu?" Lu Mang had been speaking quite loudly all along, and anyone unaware might genuinely assume he was the cardholder. Lu Mang awkwardly scratched his nose, turned his mouth toward Chu Fan, and said, "He is." "I am. Is there a list I need to fill out?" Chu Fan interjected. The front desk shook her head. "Not really. However, we offer several styles of stand-ins. We'd like you to choose which one you and your friend prefer. Also, Miss Morong mentioned earlier that she'd arranged for red wine as a parting gift for everyone. Please select your preferred variety as well." Since it was all complimentary, Morong Chin intended to spare no expense in saving face for Chu Fan. Hearing they could not only eat, drink, and enjoy themselves for free but also take home gifts, the students erupted in cheers, shouting "Long life Chu Fan," as if they wanted to lift him to the heavens. Lu Mang, feeling utterly neglected, watched their expressions and couldn't help but curse under his breath. After the handover, Chu Fan placed the new door card into Jin Yan's hands, instructing her to lead the students to enjoy themselves while he prepared to leave. By the time Lu Mang, still seething, came to his senses, the front desk had already put away the gift list. "Wait, I haven't filled mine out yet." "Ah, sir, I'm terribly sorry. Mr. Chu has already left, and we can't confirm if you're part of his group. If you need a gift, please confirm with Mr. Chu directly." "My apologies. The front desk only recognizes cardholders, not outsiders." Amidst the earlier commotion, Lu Mang had stood silently by while others filled out their forms. Now, naturally, it was too late. This only made Lu Mang angrier. So not only did he fail to get his own freebie, but now the complimentary gift everyone else got was gone too? Reluctantly, he had to swallow his anger for now. After all, asking Chu Fan to come to the front desk and demand a gift? Even if he were desperate, he wouldn't stoop that low. For Lu Mang, his pride was everything. He decided to let the gift matter slide for now. Gritting his teeth, he addressed the front desk. "Since we've been upgraded to a complimentary private room, can I get a refund for the fee I paid to open the package?" "I'm sorry, that's not possible. Your private room has already been booked. We require a minimum 3-hour purchase, and you only paid for 3 hours. There are no additional fees to refund." Lu Mang's eyes widened. "So over 50,000 yuan just went down the drain? We were only in there for 5 minutes. I'm truly sorry, sir. I understand your frustration, but no refunds on room bookings is our policy. Our staff should have explained this to you when you made the reservation, right? You." Lu Mang's eyes turned bloodshot with rage. Just as he prepared to argue further with the front desk, he noticed several people shooting him disapproving glances and pointing fingers at him, as if haggling over 50,000 yuan was utterly shameful. Indeed. To the wealthy patrons frequenting the Sihai Club, haggling over 50,000 yuan did seem rather petty. Lu Mang had no choice. He couldn't possibly lose all dignity and start shouting here, could he? Fine. If you won't refund it, then forget it. Seriously. Lu Mang was furious. Not only had his money gone down the drain, but he also handed his moment of glory to Su Junlong. Talk about one misstep leading to eternal regret and then bending over backwards to make amends. The most infuriating part was that when he stormed back to the private room, he walked in to find everyone raising their glasses in a toast to Chu Fan. "Lu Mang, you're back? Quick, raise your glass. Let's all toast to Chu Fan. If it weren't for him snagging that gold card from his relatives today, with our wallets, who knows when we'd ever get to splash around in a place this fancy. I thought that private room earlier was already spacious enough, but this one even has a swimming pool? My goodness, what an eye-opener. Come on, let's thank Chu Fan for bringing us such an amazing experience." A bunch of sycophants scrambled to raise their glasses to Chu Fan. Though he wasn't too keen on drinking, he couldn't refuse such warm hospitality and accepted the gesture. Watching Chu Fan bask in the spotlight, Lu Mang nearly gnashed his teeth to dust. Not only had he wasted his money and lost face, but now he had to toast this country bumpkin Chu Fan? What a disgrace. Chapter 125, Lier and his daughter switch sides, Yang Yao's shining moment. Zhang Ren also regretted his actions deeply. Though the gold card Chu Fan presented wasn't his own, having such wealthy relatives meant Chu Fan's lifestyle surely rivaled Lu Mang's. If he'd known this, he never would have abandoned Chu Fan. Judging by Lu Mang's face, dark as a pot bottom, he was probably a petty, narrow-minded type and who knew, maybe even a domestic abuser. After finishing his drink, Chu Fan prepared to leave, only to be stopped at the door by the general manager of Sihai Club. "May I ask if you are the owner of that gold card?" Chu Fan shook his head. "No, that card belongs to someone else. They lent it to me." "Ah, that's exactly what I meant. Hello. I'm Hao, general manager of Sihai Club. You can just call me Little Hao. I'm here to ask how did you find our service?" Any dissatisfaction? Or after your experience, do you think our private rooms need any additional equipment? If there's anything you require, please don't hesitate to tell me. We'll treat your feedback like an imperial decree and rectify it immediately. The GM was extremely polite, practically groveling. Holy crap, what's the deal with that card? Not only does it upgrade to top-tier VIP access with free food and entertainment, but it comes with gifts too? Even the Four Seas Club's general manager showed up? That's insane. Exactly. Who would have thought Chu Fan's relative was so well connected? We used to look down on his family for being poor, but turns out he's the one who hit the jackpot with his birthright. The students whispered among themselves, their voices filled with envy toward Chu Fan. The overly enthusiastic general manager made Chu Fan feel a bit uncomfortable. He waved his hand and said, "There's nothing wrong with this. I think it's all great. Thanks for the hospitality. I have to leave now. These are my classmates. If you really want to know, ask them after they've experienced it." "Certainly. May we arrange transportation for you?"
Upon learning of Chu Fan's departure, Manager Hao proposed another gesture of goodwill, only to be politely declined.
"No need. Someone's waiting for me. Thank you for your kindness."
Turning to Jin Yan, he added, "Deputy class leader, you two enjoy yourselves."
"Li Hua, if you need anything later, just send me a WeChat message."
"Sure." Li Hua and Jin Yan replied in unison. Although Chu Fan had attained his position through family connections, personal networks were still a form of strength. Knowing such a capable classmate and friend would make the road ahead smoother. Seeing Chu Fan about to leave, Didi seized the chance to follow him.
"I don't really feel like drinking either.
Why don't I go with you?
Could you give me a ride home?"
Chu Fan hadn't expected Didi to cling to him after just one meeting. Feeling awkward, he replied, "Sorry, I'm catching a ride with someone else. You should just grab a taxi." No sooner had Chu Fan finished speaking than Lu Mang, seemingly afraid of missing his chance, chimed in, "When you're staying at someone else's place, you can't just invite guests along. Beautiful lady, if you're leaving, I can give you a ride later."
Didi rolled her eyes at Lu Mang's voice.
"Thanks for the offer, but I'm allergic to certain people who love to show off. If I went with you today, I'd probably be unable to stream tomorrow. Besides, there's someone here who's taken a fancy to you. She's been waiting eagerly for your ride.
I'd rather not compete with her." As Didi finished speaking, she deliberately or perhaps unintentionally let her gaze linger on Jiang Run.
Jiang Run was already regretting her earlier choice of partner. Hearing Didi speak like this in front of Chu Fan, she immediately clenched her teeth in frustration. This woman really knew how to rub salt in the wound. Did she want Chu Fan to dislike her? Chu Fan had no interest in watching the two women pull each other's hair. Whether it was Jiang Ren with her impure motives or Didi with her own hidden agenda, he wanted nothing to do with either of them. Under the gaze of the crowd, Chu Fan walked away alone, leaving behind classmates whose envious expressions murmured in awe at his life story. He thought being thrown in jail would be rock bottom, but who knew he'd bounce back from there? Truly, fate plays cruel tricks. Meanwhile, like Jiang Ren and Lu Mang, Li Er and his daughter couldn't bring themselves to eat even when faced with delicacies from land and sea. They had assumed that after rallying the major shareholders to withdraw their investments, the Li Group would inevitably collapse. To turn the tide, Li Jinmei would surely come begging them for help. But as they waited and waited, not only did Li Youngmi fail to appear, but instead they received news that the Li Group had soared to new heights, secured investments, and no longer needed bank loans. This infuriated both of them. Their plan to rally old shareholders and start a new company also fell apart. The old shareholders suspected them of colluding with Li Youngmi to deliberately oust them from the Li Group, leading to bankruptcy. Now Li Er and Li Huihui were like two stray dogs. Though they scraped together their meager savings, mortgaged their house, and barely managed to open a small company, they had no business.
What good was an empty shell of a company? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. After much agonizing, they hatched a reckless scheme. Approach Yan Yao Yan and form an alliance with him. If you want to do it, just do it. Li Er brought Li Huihui to the Yao Group building. They stood hesitantly at the entrance for a long while, lacking the courage to step inside. Li Huihui, usually fearless, looked at Li Er with a tense expression. "Dad, are we sure about this?" she asked. "There's no turning back once we step through that door. If we go in, the Li family might never be the same again." "Of course I know there's no turning back once we step inside. But what other choice do we have now? Are you suggesting we grovel and apologize to Li Jinmei? I'd never stoop to that." The very thought of him, an elder, having to grovel before Li Jinmei and Chu Fan made Li Er feel utterly sick to his stomach. But this Yang Yao Yan isn't exactly a saint either. He's got connections in both the underworld and the establishment. I fear he might double-cross us. Li Er reassured him, "No way. Don't we still have Su Tellan as leverage? He even accepted the Buddha statue I gave him and was quite courteous back then. I'm sure he agreed to cooperate with the Li Group solely out of respect for me. Now that we've both left the Li Group, Su Tellan's commercial street project will surely be re-evaluated. With us two brokering the deal, Yang Yaoyan's chances of securing that project will skyrocket.
Exchanging the commercial street project should convince Yang Yaoyan to invest in us. Not to mention, knowing both sides ensures victory in every battle.
As former core members of the Li Group, we hold numerous confidential documents belonging to Li Junmei.
Yang Yaoyan and Li Junmei are now locked in a bitter, life or death struggle.
He shouldn't refuse our assistance. Although Li Huihui felt uneasy, Li Er's reasoning was sound. They had thought to collaborate with Yang Yaoyan, and if Yang Yaoyan wanted to bring down Li Junmei, he wouldn't pass up these two reliable informants. When the time came, both sides would strike a perfect deal and the only one to suffer would be Li Junmei.
Resolved, father and daughter stepped out of the car, smoothed their clothes, and strode confidently into the lobby of Yaoyan Group. After explaining their purpose to the receptionist, Yang Yaoyan actually agreed to see them. Inside the president's office, Yang Yaoyan puffed on his cigarette while reclining in his executive chair. With a look of disdain, he inquired, "What an unexpected guest. I've never had any dealings with you, Mr. Li Er. Why the sudden visit today? I'm truly flattered." Without offering them a seat, Li Er and Li Huihui had no choice but to stand there, bowing slightly. To an observer, they might have been mistaken for Yang Yaoyan's subordinates.
"Mr. Yang, you're unaware that my daughter and I have already separated from the Li Group to go independent. We came to see if we could explore potential cooperation opportunities."
Cooperation? Ha, that's novel. I'm currently locked in a battle with the Li Group. Partnering with me would mean betraying your family. Has your old man no objections?
Yang Yaoyan feigned ignorance of Li Er and Li Junmei's falling out, eager to hear Li Er pledge his loyalty. "Mr. Yang, birds choose the right tree to perch on, people strive for higher ground, and water flows downhill. Anyone can see that compared to the Li Group, the Yao Group's development is truly thriving. Besides, to be perfectly honest, we've endured more than enough humiliation under Li Junmei's rule. Enough is enough." Hearing Li Er speak thus, Yang Yaoyan felt his resolve waver slightly. But he couldn't even stand Li Junmei. How could he possibly look favorably upon these two down-and-outs who were even less capable than her? Chapter 126, Rejected on both sides, left covered in dust. Yang Yaoyan didn't immediately agree to Li Er joining the group. Instead, he probed indirectly. "You're not just coming to me as some temporary fix for the Li family, are you? If you want me to invest and trust you, you'll have to show some sincerity and prove your worth to me. Wouldn't you agree?" Seeing an opening, Li Er nodded vigorously. "Mr. Yang speaks wisely. That's precisely why I've come with sincerity this time." "Oh? What kind of sincerity? Tell me about it." Li Er chuckled. "Mr. Yang, you know about Sudalin's visit to Jinling last time, right? They promised the commercial street project to the Li family." Yang Yaoyan's eyes nearly popped out of his head at this. This bastard was playing dumb with him. Wasn't he right there when I got rejected? Seeing Yang Yaoyan's expression sour, Li Er slapped himself across the face and said, "My apologies, I tend to phrase things this way. Anyway, Sutalin did award the commercial street project to the Li family, but that was because of me. It was my mediation that made Sutalin look favorably upon the Li family." Oh? Though Yang Yaoyan despised Li Er's spineless demeanor, he couldn't shake his obsession with the commercial street project. It was precisely because he failed to secure that project and instead got outmaneuvered by the Li family that Yang Yaoyan had no choice but to seek cooperation with the Wei family. But now, with the Wei family clearly on the decline, Wei Debao and Wei Xiaobao both gone and Yang Yaoyan unable to reach Wei Lu, he couldn't tell if the other side had abandoned him or was preparing to settle scores. Under these circumstances, Yang Yaoyan knew it was best not to show his face around them. Therefore, if he could regain control of the commercial street project, it would be a highly significant achievement for Yang Yaoyan. "You claim Su Telin signed the contract with Li Junmei because of your influence. What proof do you have?" "Of course I do, Mr. Yang. If you doubt it, I can call Sutron right now to confirm. Long before he came to Jinling, I had someone contact him and presented a Buddha statue to his mother. She observes vegetarianism and worships Buddha, and she was extremely pleased with the gift. Because of this, Li Junmei was able to secure the top spot." Li Er stated confidently. "But who knew that would turn on us after landing the project?" She showed no gratitude whatsoever. Instead, she flipped the script and kicked me and my daughter out. I absolutely refused to swallow that humiliation. Li Er spun a tale so vivid and detailed that Yang Yaoyan actually began to believe him. Nodding, he said, "All right, then give Sutlan a call. If he personally confirms everything you've said, the doors of Yaoyan Group will open wide for both of you. Business is all about mutual benefit." With such a powerful bargaining chip offered, Yang Yaoyan would be an idiot not to accept. Li Er was instantly overcome with excitement. He pulled out his phone and declared confidently, "Mr. Yang, just watch. I'm calling him right now." He found Sudalin's number and dialed it with a swagger. The phone rang for an eternity before being answered. Su Telin sounded impatient, his voice icy as he demanded, "Who is this?" Despite Su Telin's brusque tone, Yang Yaoyan recognized his voice instantly. His own excitement began to surge. Unexpectedly, the moment Li Er identified himself, Su Telin poured a bucket of cold water on him. "Li Er? How dare you call me? Let me tell you, if it weren't for Li Jinmei's sake, I would have dealt with you last time.
Take care of me? Mr. Su, you're not joking, are you?
Li Er had always believed he and Su Talin were on good terms. He never expected the man to unleash such a tirade the moment he picked up the phone.
This left him utterly bewildered. Su Talin sneered coldly, joking? You know perfectly well my mother's health is my top priority.
Yet you sent me a cursed Buddha statue that nearly killed her.
If not for Mr. Chu stepping in and resolving the crisis, do you think you'd still be alive to talk to me now? Mr. Su, there must be some misunderstanding.
That statue was definitely fine.
It was probably those scumbags Chu Fan and Li Jinmei trying to frame me.
Li Er hurriedly protested.
Oof. You think I'm as stupid as you? Get lost.
After saying this, Su Talin hung up without a second thought. When Li Er tried calling back, unsurprisingly, the line went dead. Clearly, Li Er had been blocked.
Yang Yaoyan watched this farce unfold with a dark expression. He saw Li Er's face shift from excitement to utter bewilderment, finally turning to him with a pained look. Yet Yang only gave a cold laugh. Why are you looking at me? I didn't screw things up. Since the commercial street project is gone, you two can leave now.
I don't have time to waste with you, and I certainly don't have time to watch your clown act.
Yang Yaoyan dismissed them with a wave.
Li Er and Li Huihui, looking like lost dogs, returned to their car with blank expressions, their cheeks still bearing the unmistakable marks of Yang Yaoyan's earlier, merciless slaps.
No sooner had Li Er and Li Huihui exited Yaoyan Group than He Shui strode in with an air of superiority.
He Shui's visit served two purposes. First, to formally declare to Yang Yaoyan that he was striking out on his own and would no longer be his partner in crime. Second, he came to deliver a message from Chu Fan. Chu Fan had ordered Yang Yaoyan to transfer Yaoyan Group's shares to Li Jinmei, thereby submitting to the Li Group.
Yet Yang Yaoyan seemed to have ignored the order, making no move whatsoever.
Worried that Chu Fan was growing impatient, He Shui took the initiative to come and give him a gentle nudge. The moment He Shui entered, Yang Yaoyan grabbed the teacup beside him and hurled it at him. You damn traitor, you have the nerve to show your face here? I just found out it was you who beat my son to that state.
What? Are you going to throw in your lot with that mongrel Chu Fan now?
Serving as a dog for that mongrel, you're really making something of yourself. He Shui deftly dodged the throw, then looked at the ranting Yang Yaoyan with a faint, mocking smile. Yang Yaoyan, he said, for the sake of your past as my boss, I'll let this one slide. But if you ever dare to disrespect me again, don't blame me for being ruthless. I came here just to ask you one thing. When exactly are you going to hand over Yaoyan Group to the Li Group?
Hand it over my ass. Seeing the underling he'd once nurtured now daring to challenge his authority, Yang Yaoyan's rage boiled over.
He sprang to his feet, pointing a finger in He Shui's face as he spat out his curse. You little bastard. Back in the day, you were nothing but a lapdog crawling around He Shui's heels. Now you dare strut around in front of me like you own the place? Have you had enough of living? He Shui sneered coldly. Those who recognize the times are the true heroes.
I arrived before you unannounced, alone, as if entering an empty palace. Don't you know who's stronger between us?
Yang Yaoyan, these days, it's not about who shouts the loudest. Admitted you and He Shui are both yesterday's news. The only difference is he's dead, and you're still alive. But if you insist on courting death, Mr. Chu will gladly oblige you. He Shui's words sent Yang Yaoyan into a rage. His aged face flushed crimson, nearly choking on his own fury. You ungrateful, treacherous bastard. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't just spout nonsense. You've never done me any favors, so how can you claim to have done me any favors? He Shui retorted. On the contrary, considering He Shui's past connection with you, I came specifically to warn you to comply and not defy Mr. Chu. Why must you take kindness for betrayal? Frankly, I didn't want to get physical with you. But you seem determined to force my hand. Fine. He Shui sighed helplessly and snapped his fingers. Instantly, a large group of people burst through the door, swarming into Yang Yaoyan's office and blocking the doorway completely. Yang Yaoyan had never endured such humiliation before, and his expression instantly darkened. How dare they act so brazenly on his turf? Had all the security personnel at Yaoyan Group gone extinct? Damn it, He Shui, what do you think you're doing? It means today is your final deadline. Not even the heavens themselves could save you now. He Shui gestured with his hand, and the men behind him swarmed forward, trapping Yang Yaoyan in the center.
Chapter 127, All Factions on Edge.
Glancing at the gleaming steel blades in their hands, even Yang Yaoyan, a man who'd never flinched at taking lives, felt his heart sink. He never imagined he'd be betrayed by the very lackeys he'd personally taken under his wing. Back then, He Shui was merely a lowly underling trailing behind He Shui, not even worthy of being his grandson.
Yet now, he de-transformed completely, trampling right over him.
Though Yang Yaoyan found this utterly intolerable and unforgivable, he had no choice but to bow his head under the circumstances. His men were likely already taken down by these burly thugs. No matter how stubborn he might be, isolated and helpless like this, he had no choice but to comply. As if unwilling to waste any more time on Yang Yaoyan, He Shuwei pulled another stack of photos from his pocket and flung them onto the table.
Take a look. Yang Yaoyan looked down. The photos showed one corpse after another. He recognized every one of them Wolfdog and his crew. You killed Wolfdog? Panic washed over Yang Yaoyan's face.
He could barely stand, clutching the table to keep from collapsing. He had only recently met Wolfdog. After defecting to the Wei family, they had introduced him to several associates, including Wolfdog, a figure secretly backed by the Wei clan.
Wolfdog was one of Jinling's most notorious underground gang leaders.
In terms of skill and power, he was leagues ahead of He Shuwei. Yet now he lay dead in such a gruesome state, captured on video by He Shuwei.
There had to be more to this story.
He Shuwei seemed to read Yang Yaoyan's thoughts. Shaking his head slightly, he grinned.
You're flattering me.
I couldn't have killed him. It was Mr. Chu who did it very cleanly. In just a few moves, he wiped out Wolfdog and his entire crew, leaving not a single one standing.
You've witnessed Mr. Chu's skills yourself, haven't you? I doubt I need say more. Come on, make your choice.
He Shuwei claimed to be giving Yang Yaoyan a choice, but what other path was there? He couldn't reach the Wei family for the time being, and He Shuwei had already arrived with his men. Even if he were utterly foolish, he knew he should submit without a fight. Even if it was just a delaying tactic, he had to save his own skin first.
Taking a deep breath, Yang Yaoyan feigned compliance.
He Shuwei, the deadline hasn't passed yet.
Why not give me a little more time? I still have matters to attend to. Once I sort out the accounts and handle company affairs, I will definitely. Yang Yaoyan, don't think I don't know what you're scheming. You haven't given up on the Wei family. You're still counting on them to bail you out, aren't you? Yang Yaoyan's expression darkened.
He Shuwei had grown surprisingly sharp, he could even see straight through Yang's inner thoughts. With that realization, he abandoned all pretense, adopting a reckless attitude. Exactly.
I'm waiting. Chu Fan killed Wei Debao and Wei Xiaobao. Do you really think the Wei family patriarch, Wei Lu, will just let this slide? He won't. He'll contact me.
He Shuwei, out of respect for our past acquaintance, I'll give you this advice: wise birds choose their perches. You should see clearly that while Chu Fan is skilled, he's nothing compared to the Wei family, a dynasty with centuries of legacy and vast holdings.
Now that he can barely protect himself, what good is joining him? Think it through.
Now that Wolfdog is dead, the Wei family will surely need a new enforcer. Follow me obediently, and I'll arrange for you to replace Wolfdog.
You'll continue receiving the Wei family's backing. Isn't that far better than following Chu Fan? Yang Yaoyan was skilled at manipulating people, confident he could sway He Shuwei to his side.
But He Shuwei merely sneered in disdain. With Mr. Chu, at least I'm treated like a human being.
Going to the Wei family? I'd just be a dog to someone, no matter how you look at it.
He stroked his chin thoughtfully, muttering, of course, I can't deny the Wei family's power. Using them to pressure me is undoubtedly the smartest move. Watching He Shuwei ramble on in a hazy, self-absorbed manner, Yang Yaoyan found himself unable to fathom the man's true intentions.
Anyway, I'm just the messenger. I've changed my mind, I'll give you a little more time.
He Shuwei waved his hand, leading his men out. The words he had spoken to Yang Yaoyan were, in truth, words he had spoken to himself. Despite Chu Fan's formidable fighting skills and his growing network of enemies, his overall strength still fell short of the Wei family's, especially since Hua Chang remained unconquered. He needed to keep his options open. Should Chu Fan fall, he could switch sides at any moment.
Admittedly, this smacked of fence-sitting. But survival was paramount. He Shuwei was merely a pawn. Offending either Chu Fan or the Wei family was unthinkable. Better to wait until one side prevailed before committing fully.
Though He Shuwei ceased pressuring Yang Yaoyan, he remained stationed outside Yang's company, barring him from leaving even a step.
This served as a delaying tactic.
After leaving the birthday gathering, Chu Fan declined Morong China's invitation to dine with the Chiu brothers and instead returned to the Li group. No sooner had he arrived than Li Jinmei called, demanding he report to her office immediately. The moment Chu Fan entered Li Jinmei's office, she scolded him with a hint of irritation. You're becoming more and more irresponsible.
You're nowhere to be found during work hours. Don't you want your salary anymore? Chu Fan scratched his head and simply replied, an old classmate had a birthday today, so I went out for a bit. You still need to take leave for that. Chu Fan nodded. Got it. I'll be more careful next time. By the way, has the construction site issue been resolved? What about the compensation? Li Jinmei sighed. What choice did we have?
We compensated according to regulations.
We're paying? Chu Fan asked. Are you kidding? Of course we are. I called the insurance company today.
They said based on their investigation and the facts they have, this incident was caused by human error and isn't covered under accident insurance. So our company has to use its own funds for the compensation. Li Jinmei rolled her eyes. Even if it's our responsibility, shelling out several million all at once is really tearing me apart.
It wasn't that Li Jinmei lacked sympathy for the working class or refused to compensate them.
The problem was that the Li group had only recently secured some working capital. Barely 2 days into this respite, such a major setback had struck. If it were just this one incident, it might be manageable.
But if that saboteur returned, the compensation alone could bankrupt the Lee Group.
Even just this one incident had caused unrest on multiple construction sites, with workers growing disgruntled and reluctant to continue their jobs.
After hearing Lee Junmei's explanation, Chu Fan felt deeply unsettled. What does this have to do with us? It's clearly the Wei family sending people to cause trouble.
That death should be on their heads.
Lee Junmei sneered coldly, do you have any evidence?
The inspectors have already investigated the scene.
While they confirmed it was deliberate sabotage, they couldn't identify any suspects.
They claim they'll continue the investigation, but I doubt it will yield any results. The Wei family has a long history of these dirty tricks.
They're well versed in this game and won't leave us any evidence.
Lee Junmei had already accepted defeat in this matter. Having navigated the business world for so many years, she was no stranger to such dirty tactics. She just never imagined she herself would one day become a victim of them.
Seeing Lee Junmei's resigned expression, Chu Fan shook his head.
Right and wrong will be judged in time. Even if the authorities can't touch him, heaven won't let him off the hook.
I've already told the Wei family to pay compensation.
If they don't step forward to take responsibility within 3 days, I'll resort to my own methods for retribution. To Lee Junmei, Chu Fan's bold words sounded utterly ridiculous.
Forget it, she said. I admit you're a formidable fighter, but do you really know who the Wei family are?
They built their empire on underground operations. They have countless skilled operatives at their disposal.
Don't go courting death and causing trouble for me.
I'll bear the brunt of this for now. Consider it money well spent to avert disaster. If the opportunity arises, I'll make a proper apology to them.
Let's hope we can all prioritize harmony. Business is business.
Though Lee Junmei was deeply outraged by this incident, she understood that defying the Wei family would only hurt herself in the end.
Chapter 128, The Birdman's Arrival.
Chu Fan disagreed with Lee Junmei's approach, but he knew his words alone held no weight.
Arguing now would likely only escalate the conflict between them.
So he said nothing more, merely shook his head slightly before turning and leaving. Lee Junmei watched Chu Fan's defiant retreating figure, sighed deeply, and murmured to herself, still so young and impetuous. She shook her head, deciding she would apologize herself. Though involving Chu Fan would yield better results, she wouldn't do so unless he proved utterly unmanageable. Besides, Chu Fan had saved her life today. She didn't want him to endure this humiliation. As Chu Fan stepped out of the office, he bumped right into Shui Gu.
Hey! Chu Fan, I can't thank you enough.
Thanks to your remedy, my sister's fully recovered now.
Are you free after work today? Come over for dinner. Chu Fan smiled. No need to make such a big deal out of it. We're friends, I'm just glad I could help. No way. It's settled, come over for dinner tonight.
Shuich patted Chu Fan's shoulder, glanced at his watch, and hurried off. Chu Fan really couldn't spare the time today, so he caught up with Shuich and said he'd come another time. The reason he was unavailable was that he planned to stay by Li Zhongmi's side these next few days, going nowhere else. With 2 sons dead, Weller wouldn't let this rest. His minions weren't a match for him, so they might just turn their twisted minds toward Li Junmei. He'd brought this trouble upon himself, so he had to play the role of protector. Inside the customer service department, Zhu Dachang and the others were eagerly awaiting Chu Fan's return. The moment he stepped through the door, Zhu Dachang grabbed his arm.
Brother Fan, are you okay? Seeing their anxious expressions, Chu Fan couldn't help but laugh bitterly. What could possibly be wrong? What do you take Ms. Li for? She doesn't eat people.
Though she doesn't eat people, her temper is terrifying when it flares up.
Chu Fan had to admit that much.
The moment Li Junmei put on that stern face, everyone around her would instinctively feel a chill run down their spine. After chatting for a while, it was soon time to leave work. Chu Fan arrived early at the parking lot, waiting for Li Junmei to finish work. Spotting Chu Fan from afar, Li Junmei felt inexplicably pleased that he was behaving so well today and hadn't wandered off. After opening the car door, she declared with a smug look, "I'm your sugar daddy."
Do you really think it's appropriate for me to drive you around every single day?
Chu Fan gave a helpless smile. I don't know how to drive, but I can ride a motorcycle.
Why don't you buy one and I'll give you rides? If you can't, then learn. What era are we in? Not knowing how to drive in the city means you're stuck. Sign up for driving school right away.
I'll give you a special 1-month pass to practice during work hours.
You absolutely must get that license.
Oh. As they spoke, Chu Fan caught sight of a car tailing them in the rearview mirror. Just as he was about to mention it to Li Junmei, she said obliviously, "You'll be commuting with me these next few days. I'll have Niu Lang and the others provide backup protection. That way, I'll feel more at ease." Chu Fan listened, then scrutinized the rearview mirror again. Only then did he recognize the car behind them as Niu Lang's.
Okay, I got it.
Their journey proceeded smoothly as they drove into the street where the Li family's ancestral home stood. Just as Li Junmei was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Chu Fan suddenly grabbed her hand and swiftly helped her slam on the brakes. Then, wrapping his arm around her neck, he pressed her down firmly. Caught off guard, Li Junmei felt blood rush to her head. Her face flushed with anger as she started to straighten up, only to hear Chu Fan bark in a rapid-fire tone, "Stay down. Don't move." Ha! Before Li Junmei could process what was happening, a loud bang echoed. A bullet pierced the glass beside her, entering the car before exiting through the window on Chu Fan's side. The glaring bullet hole let in a chilling gust of wind that sent a bone-deep chill through Li Junmei. Cold sweat drenched her, and she felt utterly drained. Chu Fan gripped Li Junmei's hand tightly, using his chi to steady her nerves as he said solemnly, "Listen to me. Head left from here for about 100 meters and you'll reach the Tang residence. I just saw Fan Jian on duty. Drive to the Tang house and find Fan Jian. Get him to come help. I'll go after the assassin. Understand? Don't go. You'll die." Li Junmei shook her head. "I won't. These aren't real bullets, they're steel pellets. I can dodge them. Trust me." After saying this, Chu Fan got out of the car without hesitation. Just as he'd anticipated, the moment he appeared, the assassin's focus shifted entirely to him. Steel pellets rained down from above, thudding against Chu Fan's body. Yet Chu Fan seemed to possess an indestructible body, completely unaffected as he deflected every single steel ball. As he advanced, Chu Fan gathered a handful of steel pellets in his palm. Once he had roughly pinpointed the assassin's location, he flung the collected pellets at once, turning the tables on his attacker. After dealing with the assassin, Chu Fan circled back to the Li residence. But before he could even enter the door, he caught the scent of blood. Li Zhonghua now lay collapsed in the flower bed, covered in blood. Li Xiang lay on the front steps, barely clinging to life. Clearly, Li Zhonghua had been attacked while tending to the flower bed. Hearing the commotion, Li Xiang had rushed out from the house only to be struck down as well. Seeing these two people, who had always been as close as family to him, now lying there silent and still, Chu Fan felt a sharp pang of heartache. He took a deep breath and fixed his gaze on the rooftop. All the assassins along the way had been defeated by him. Only this one remained. It was a spry old man, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, sitting cross-legged on the roof with a slight smile on his lips, watching Chu Fan with a twinkle in his eyes. "Young man, don't glare at me with such hatred. I didn't truly take their lives, that was actually quite honorable. After all, one was merely a lowly external force cultivator, and the other a powerless civilian. As a master of internal force, I, Xin Jinren, must maintain some decorum." Chu Fan knew the external force cultivator the old man referred to as Li Zhonghua. He Shui had previously shared the martial cultivation tiers he'd investigated with him. The current cultivation levels in Huaxia martial arts were broadly divided into 4 categories: external force, internal force, transcendent force, and ultimate force. External force cultivates the body, internal force cultivates qi, transcendent force cultivates the organs, and ultimate force cultivates essence, qi, and spirit. Reaching internal force allows one to enhance attack power through qi. At transcendent force, practitioners are hailed as masters, capable of projecting internal force outward and converting it into kinetic energy. As for ultimate force, it enables the creation of protective qi barriers impervious to blades and spears. Li Zhonghua had once practiced martial arts, but his talent was too poor to even reach the inner force stage. Compounded by advancing age, his martial cultivation had essentially stagnated. This also illustrates the immense difficulty of advancing in martial arts. Some devote their entire lives only to remain trapped at the outer strength level. Oof. Your bone structure is quite promising. From my distant observation, you've been cultivating hard qi internal energy, correct? Otherwise, you wouldn't have withstood that steel ball without being affected by external force. The old man's gaze grew increasingly sharp. Truth be told, in all my years, I've never seen a youngster as formidable as you. Listening to the other's rambling words, Chu Fan couldn't help but sneer inwardly. This man was utterly arrogant, presuming my ability to withstand those steel pellets unharmed stemmed from cultivating hard qi internal energy. But the truth was, Chu Fan had achieved this level because the moment he inherited the Divine Physician's legacy, he had instantly ascended from an ordinary mortal to the realm of an extreme force celestial master. Over the past 3 years, his body had grown increasingly attuned to the inherited techniques. Even if he spent his days doing nothing, his cultivation would still advance. Thus, by this day, his strength had long surpassed that of a celestial master, towering over this petty grandmaster by an immeasurable margin. Chapter 129, What Realm? Wang Gaonai had expected Chu Fan to be flattered by his praise. Yet to his surprise, Chu Fan remained utterly unfazed, even wearing a hint of disdain on his face, as if Wang Gaonai were a laughable figure. In truth, Chu Fan did indeed laugh an uncontrollable chuckle. What are you laughing at? You can still laugh when death is upon you? You're the one who's going to die. Of course I can laugh. Watching Wang Gaonai's furious expression, Chu Fan laughed even harder. You insolent brat. Since you're so oblivious to your impending doom, this old man will grant you your wish today. This time, Wang Gaonai was thoroughly enraged by Chu Fan. He suddenly soared into the air, then descended from the heavens, landing steadily on the ground.
Though past 60, his back was straight as an arrow, radiating more vitality than many young men. The martial world hasn't seen such an arrogant upstart in ages. I was considering taking you on as a disciple to see how much talent you possessed, but it seems you don't know your place. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Wang Ganai spoke as he swung a fist toward Chu Fan's chest. Chu Fan didn't choose to sit and wait for death. He met the attack head-on, clashing fist to fist with Wang Ganai. Suddenly, the air trembled violently. A deafening roar, like mountains crashing and seas raging, thundered through the heavens, unmatched in its ferocity. The next instant, a crackling sound of shattering echoed beneath Chu Fan's feet. As the dust settled, he had sunk nearly half a meter into the ground. The courtyard collapsed, its walls cracking like a turtle's shell. Compared to the unscathed Chu Fan, Wang Ganai fared much worse. Chu Fan's single punch sent him flying dozens of meters. He landed on the ground, blood spurting from his mouth, hair disheveled, clothes torn, ribs caved in. Where was the trace of his earlier ethereal, otherworldly demeanor? Wang Ganai clutched his chest, wiping the trickling blood from his lips. In disbelief, he gasped, What realm are you in? How could you? Chu Fan smiled faintly, brushing dust from his clothes as he strode calmly toward Wang Ganai. To reach such cultivation, you must have secluded yourself in the mountains for many years, right? Too bad aiding tyranny always brings retribution. Decades of cultivation destroyed, are you happy now? Wang Ganai's face turned ashen with rage at Chu Fan's scorn. He never dreamed that the person Wei Le had invited him to confront would be such a formidable master. Had he known earlier, he would have rather broken his word and ruined his reputation than rashly attacked, squandering decades of cultivation for nothing. Wang Ganai's heart burned with bitter hatred. Yet before overwhelming power, fury proved utterly meaningless. 3 of his meridians had already been severed. To continue challenging Chu Fan beyond his limits would surely cost him his life today. Wisdom lies in knowing when to yield. Struggling to his feet, Wang Ganai declared, I have offended you greatly. I owed Wei Lu a debt of gratitude and intended to repay it today. Yet my skills are woefully inadequate against such a mighty opponent. I beg you, young hero, to spare me. With this final bow, I vow never to cross your path again. Leave? Ha! I could have let you go. But you injured my grandfather and my sister-in-law. This grudge I cannot let go. So, I'm afraid I can't help you escape. Chu Fan shared deep bonds with Li Zhonghua and Li Xiang. To ignore their injuries and release Wang Ganai without a second thought was something he could never bring himself to do. Wang Ganai hadn't expected that even after bowing his head in submission, Chu Fan still refused. His gaze hardened as he declared, I merely wish to avoid mutual destruction. Must you force my hand? I'm merely letting you taste the suffering they endured. Chu Fan leapt forward, preparing to shatter Wang Ganai's dantian with a single punch. But Wang Ganai seemed prepared, sidestepping just in time. Chu Fan's punch struck him squarely in the lower back. Though his dantian was spared, one of Wang Ganai's kidneys was shattered. To save his life, Wang Ganai unleashed a forbidden technique, his speed surging as he vanished from the spot. Chu Fan didn't pursue. With his dantian destroyed, Wang Ganai was now little more than a cripple. Having forced himself to use this forbidden technique, he likely had only months left to live. Right now, saving lives was the priority. With that thought, Chu Fan sprinted to the flower bed and lifted Li Zhonghua to his feet. Li Zhonghua himself was an external force martial artist. Though badly injured, he had at least protected his vital energy. As for Li Xiang, Wang Ganai had shown a shred of humanity by merely knocking her unconscious. However, for an ordinary girl with no strength to lift a chicken, even if Wang Ganai hadn't used any internal energy in that palm strike, it still caused her heart and lungs to shake violently, damaging her internal organs. Chu Fan carried one person in each arm, bringing them both inside to begin treatment. During the rescue operation, Li Jinmei happened to bring Fan Jian along. Fan Jian never dreamed so many assassins would be here. The bodies littering the path filled him with overwhelming guilt. Logically, he and his patrol team should have detected their presence. How had they received absolutely no intelligence today? My apologies, Mr. Chu. Failing to detect the assassins targeting the Li family this time was my negligence. Chu Fan waved his hand dismissively. It's not your fault. Among them was a master assassin capable of infiltrating the inner quarters without a sound. That's entirely plausible. Jinmei, don't worry. I've stabilized grandfather and Ah Xiang's heart pulses. With proper rest, they'll be fine. By now, Li Jinmei was weeping uncontrollably. Her face etched with worry, she completely broke down upon hearing Chu Fan's words, sobbing as she threw herself into his arms. Thank you, Chu Fan. Thank goodness you're here. I truly wouldn't have known what to do otherwise. Hearing her words, Chu Fan felt a pang of guilt. Weiler came to the Li family seeking revenge entirely because he killed Wei Debao and Wei Xiaobao. Do you know who did this? Li Jinmei suddenly lifted her head, her teeth clenched in fury. I'll make them pay. Meeting Li Jinmei's eyes filled with grief and anger, Chu Fan paused for a moment before saying, I know. I'll handle it for you. With that, he instructed Li Junmei to take the two to the hospital before dashing out to pursue Wang Gaonai. Though Wang Gaonai had been on the run for some time, his severe injuries and Chu Fan's keen senses made tracking him by the scent of blood no difficult task. Yet just as Chu Fan caught up to Wang Gaonai, an elderly man clad in white blocked his path. "Young hero, please hold your horses." Chu Fan halted, sizing up the white-robed elder. Assuming the man came to cause trouble, he prepared to draw his weapons for battle. But before he could act, the elder spoke. "Young hero, do not be angry. My name is Xing Shangxuan. Wang Gaonai was a peer from my master's generation. He murdered his master and stole the treasure. I've pursued him for years and finally found him today. Please let me avenge my master." "Proceed," Chu Fan replied, his expression unreadable. "Thank you." Xing Shangxuan spoke, then delivered a palm strike through the air, ending Wang Gaonai's life without the slightest hesitation. "I sense a noble spirit within you, young hero. You are no ordinary man. May I inquire where you come from? Would you be willing to exchange names with this old man? I'm in a hurry to settle accounts with the Wei family. Perhaps we'll cross paths again someday." After Chu Fan spoke, Xing Shangxuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, a wave of dread washing over him. Recalling the shattered tendons and severed meridians on Wang Gaonai's body, he couldn't help but gasp in horror. To effortlessly reduce Wang Gaonai to the brink of death, this youth is truly extraordinary. Talented individuals emerge in every generation, each dominating their era for centuries. It seems the heavens are about to shift. Chapter 130, Bringing Down the Wei Clan. At the same time, Wei Lu was preparing the funerals for his two sons while awaiting good news about Wang Gaonai. Yet after waiting an entire afternoon, Wang Gaonai still hadn't appeared. By all accounts, with Wang Gaonai's prowess, the entire affair should have been settled in under half an hour. Yet now, nearly half a day had passed, and he still couldn't reach him. The more Wei Lu pondered it, the more irritated he grew. Just as he was about to send someone to inquire about the situation, he heard the front door kick open with a loud bang. Thinking it was Wang Gaonai, he immediately rushed out of his study with great enthusiasm, running downstairs to greet him. Instead, he came face to face with Chu Fan. Though they were meeting for the first time, Wei Lu had seen Chu Fan's face countless times in various intelligence reports. That Chu Fan was not dead and had come to his doorstep meant one thing only, and it was painfully obvious. Alarm bells rang in Wei Li's mind, yet he knew panic was useless. As the head of the Wei family, he still possessed a measure of authority. Taking a deep breath, he stared intently at Chu Fan. Discreetly slipping his hand into his pocket, ready to summon his bodyguards, he asked with a grim expression, "Have you come to kill me?" Seeing Wei Lu withdraw his hand from his pocket, Chu Fan sneered coldly, "How foolish. Even Wang Gaonai met his end at my hands. Do you truly believe those bodyguards outside can be summoned now?" Though Chu Fan hadn't killed them, he had knocked them all unconscious. They wouldn't wake before dawn. In other words, Weller's plan to call for help had failed. Hearing this, Weiler's fear deepened. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket and sat down, feigning calm. His fingers trembled as he fumbled with the lighter for ages, unable to get it lit. Finally, he threw it into the ashtray in a fit of rage. "Damn it! Chu Fan, what the hell do you want? Now that both my sons are dead by your hand, are you going to send me to join them? Killing you outright would be too easy. You wouldn't have lived much longer anyway. By sending you to meet the King of Hell now, I'm actually sparing you a lot of suffering." Chu Fan smiled faintly and said in a deep voice, "I'll let you live. I'll make you watch with your own eyes as your mighty Wei family crumbles piece by piece." Narrowing his eyes, he continued, enunciating each word, "You remember what I told you that day, right? I ordered you to compensate the victims' families, but you seem to let my words go in one ear and out the other." Chu Fan smiled, showing no sign of anger, yet his voice was icy cold. The next instant, several silver needles clamped between his fingers shot out simultaneously. Before Wei Lu could even see how the needles had struck him, he collapsed onto the sofa, unable to move. By then, Chu Fan's needles had already sealed Wei Li's limbs and eyes. He was now a helpless blind man, indistinguishable from a corpse except for his ability to hear Chu Fan's voice. "What the hell do you want?" Weller demanded, fuming with rage. "What else? Torture you, of course. You're so rich, surely someone will be willing to look after you. I hope they take good care of you and let you live a little longer, at least another 3 or 4 days. Because after 3 or 4 days, your Wei family will be nothing but yesterday's news." With that, Chu Fan turned and walked away, leaving Wei Lu alone in endless darkness. Consumed by boundless terror, he endured everything in silence, waiting for dawn. But his dawn would never come again. After dealing with Wei Lu, Chu Fan called Tango-san. "Uncle Tang, I need your help with something. I've already crippled Wei Lu. His family has no one left who can be of use. Under these circumstances, bringing down the Wei family should be no trouble for you, right?" Though Tango-san looked alarmed upon hearing this, he knew Chu Fan was not one to make empty promises. Quickly regaining his composure, he replied, "Of course. It's as easy as pie." "Excellent. I'd like you to handle the aftermath personally. Look after the victims' families and ensure innocent people aren't caught in the crossfire. Take over all their businesses as is.
As for the ill-gotten gains they've amassed over the years, simply return them to society.
Through his time with Li Jinmei and his practical experience at the company, Chu Fan had gained a deeper understanding of business matters. He knew eliminating the Wei family was a simple task for him, but ensuring their employees could continue living normal lives was far from straightforward. Behind this colossal entity lay the livelihoods of hundreds of thousands of families. The burden of such aftermath management was a challenge even Li Jinmei would struggle to handle properly. Entrusting it to Tango-san was undoubtedly the most reliable choice. Though Chu Fan also considered having He Shuwei take down the Wei family and co-opt them for his own use. But the waters were far too murky. They had only just swallowed their enemy whole. Taking such a huge step could easily backfire. Letting the Tang family handle it served two purposes. First, it allowed him to go with the flow and do them a favor. Second, it shifted the risk away from him, preventing scrutiny from higher-ups.
Chu Fan understood that monopolistic power was the surest path to ruin. A balance of power among several factions was the true path to dominance.
His goal wasn't to unify the Jinling clans, but to cultivate his own force, ready for any eventuality. As the saying goes, having grain in hand keeps the heart at ease. Tango-san was naturally delighted by this arrangement. It wasn't that he sought any personal gain from the Wei family, but rather that eliminating a competitor was a boon in itself. Moreover, during their phone call, Chu Fan had addressed him as uncle, signaling a significant warming of their relationship. Tango-san was certain his father would be overjoyed if he shared this news. Chu Fan departed thus, but Weilu, his limbs crippled and eyes blinded, refused to let matters rest. The Wei family's century-old legacy could not be destroyed on his watch, nor could it fall into the Tang family's hands. Though the Weiss and Tangs appeared to have little interaction in daily life, Weilu had been secretly plotting against the Tang family all along. Many of the assassins dispatched earlier to kill old Master Tang had been sent by him. The Tang family had remained oblivious to these schemes, never suspecting him. Everything had proceeded smoothly. But with Chu Fan's emergence, his grand ambitions came to an abrupt halt. Worse still, he was reduced to a cripple, something he could never tolerate. Consumed by endless resentment, Weller continued his mental storm, searching for someone who could still aid him. Got it. Xue Qingji. That man who was practically a martial arts fanatic. The man whose younger brother had been crippled by Chu Fan. If he came seeking vengeance against Chu Fan, the Wei family might still have a glimmer of hope. Chapter 131, The Butterfly Effect of Pulling Out the Silver Needle. After handling matters with the Wei family, Chu Fan called Li Jinmei to inquire where Li Zhonghua and Li Xiang had been rushed for emergency treatment. Li Jinmei quickly provided the address and pleaded desperately, "Chu Fan, hurry over.
Xiang is dying, Wah."
At that moment, Li Jinmei was overcome with grief, teetering on the brink of collapse.
Chu Fan found this highly unusual.
Logically, Li Xiang's injuries weren't as severe as Li Zhonghua's. He had stabilized her heart pulse himself. As long as she received a blood transfusion at the hospital, she should easily pull through. How could she be on the brink of death? What's wrong with Ah Xiang? I'm heading to the hospital now. Tell me what's happening. Ah Xiang has an extremely rare blood type.
The local hospital's blood bank doesn't have enough supply. They've contacted volunteers to donate, but we don't know if Ah Xiang can hold on until then.
Wah! Turns out Li Xiang has the precious panda blood type. Once major bleeding occurs, the situation becomes extremely critical. Don't worry, just make sure those doctors don't pull the needle out of Ah Xiang's body.
Once I get there, there's still time. Alright, I'll keep an eye on them.
Please hurry over, I really can't hold on much longer. Li Jinmei felt suffocated, dizzy and lightheaded, on the verge of passing out. Fortunately, Fan Jian was by her side. When they first arrived at the hospital, the doctors tried to remove the silver needles from Li Zhonghua and Li Xiang's bodies, but Fan Jian stopped them. He knew these needles had been inserted by Chu Fan and were undoubtedly vital for saving their lives. He refused to let the doctors remove them, insisting they treat them as they were. Fan Jian's unwitting insistence had actually helped sustain Li Xiang's life and bought them precious time. Who could have imagined that it would be that self-righteous jerk? Just as Li Jinmei hurried back to the ward to inform Li Xiang's attending physician, Ronghua, about the critical importance of not removing the needles, Ronghua had already begun pulling out one of the silver needles. As he pulled it out, he berated the assistant nurse beside him.
Just because the family says not to pull them, you don't pull them? Are you the medical staff or are they?
If they're so great, why did they bring the patient to the hospital in the first place? The patient is nearly dying, and these two silver needles are just stuck in there, getting in the way.
What a mess! Stop it!
Seeing Ronghua had already pulled the needle, Li Jinmei flew into a hysterical rage.
She lunged forward, grabbed his white coat, and screamed, "Can't you understand human speech? Didn't I say not to pull it? If anything happens to us, I'll make you pay with your life."
"Madam, please stop this unreasonable outburst.
I'm a professional doctor, I know better than you. Step aside immediately."
Li Jinmei, after all, was an office worker. Physically, she was no match for Ronghua. He swatted her away with one hand, and she could only watch helplessly as he pulled out all the silver needles from Li Xiang's body and tossed them into the nearby waste disposal box. At the same time, Su Chunli arrived. She had planned to attend a poetry club meeting with her girlfriends today. They were immersed in reading poetry when suddenly, a friend who happened to pass by the Li residence posted photos taken from the doorway in their group chat.
The photo showed Li Junmei rushing to board the ambulance with Fan Jianshan. Su Chunli's mind went blank. She dropped everything and frantically tried calling Li Junmei. Unfortunately, Li Junmei's phone was unreachable.
Finally, through the sticker on the ambulance, she located the first hospital.
Junmei, how are your grandfather and Xiang? Grandpa's fine after emergency treatment, but Xiang's condition is really bad. What should we do? Wah!
Li Junmei burst into tears and threw herself into Su Chunli's arms, clinging to her like a helpless child, utterly at a loss. Su Chunli gently patted Li Junmei's shoulders, her own heart pounding with dread. Though she had many granddaughters, Li Xiang, as the youngest, was still the most cherished. Just then, Fan Jian entered from the doorway, followed by a bespectacled doctor whose steps were slightly unsteady. This man, Lu Lai, was considered one of the foremost traditional Chinese medicine practitioners in Jinling City.
Li Junmei and Su Chunli naturally recognized him.
Seeing Fan Jian had brought such a prestigious authority, they felt a surge of gratitude. Lu Lai had already examined Li Zhengguo's condition. When he saw the silver needles inserted into Li Zhengguo's body, his eyes suddenly lit up, a peculiar gleam flashing in his cloudy gaze.
He informed Fan Jian that Li Zhengguo was indeed out of danger now.
With those silver needles preserving his life, the other young lady would surely be safe as well. Hearing this, Fan Jian breathed a sigh of relief and led Lu Lai to Li Xiang's side. To his utter astonishment, Li Xiang now lay pale as death, clinging to life by a thread, a stark contrast to Li Zhengguo, who lay there safe and sound. But Li Zhengguo's injuries were clearly more severe than Li Xiang's. How could this be? As Fan Jian and Lu Lai approached, they immediately noticed that Li Xiang's body was now devoid of silver needles. Fan Jian flew into a rage, cursing furiously.
Which bastard pulled out the needles? Didn't I explicitly forbid anyone from touching them?
Lu Lai frowned, shaking his head repeatedly.
It's too late.
Even if you brought me here, there's nothing I can do. We need to hurry and find the master who treated old Master Li earlier. While I could theoretically reposition the needles, I lack the technique and internal energy required. The only way to save this young lady now is likely known only to that master practitioner. Li Junmei's vision darkened at these words, and she nearly fainted in Su Chunli's arms. Manhwa heard this and flashed a look of contempt, but dared not say more. Others might be disregarded, but Lu Lai was a venerable elder of great prestige. No matter how arrogant he might be, he had to show some respect to this senior figure.
Master Lu, Chu Fan said he'd be here immediately.
Please, help my sister.
Unwilling to watch Li Xiang fade away like this, Lu Lai sighed deeply.
He handed his walking stick to Fan Jian and said, "Very well, I shall do everything in my power. But whether she can be saved ultimately depends on when that master healer arrives.
Everyone, please step outside."
After dismissing the onlookers, Lu Lai retrieved his silver needles, determined to fight for every moment of Li Xiang's life. His motivation stemmed not only from pity for Li Xiang, but more crucially, from a desire to meet the master who had administered acupuncture to Li Zhengguo and Li Xiang in their critical moments. He longed to witness firsthand how such a life-saving technique was performed. If he could learn even a fraction of their techniques, it would make today's efforts worthwhile.
Chapter 132, Arriving at the Last Moment.
Outside the hospital room, a group waited anxiously for news.
Fan Jian looked at the utterly exhausted Li Junmei and Su Chunli and offered reassurance. Please don't worry too much.
Old Master Li has improved significantly.
I'm confident that once Mr. Chu arrives, Miss Li Xiang will surely pull through.
Li Junmei felt immense gratitude toward Fan Jian. Throughout the journey to the hospital, had it not been for his constant care, she doubted she could have endured. Not to mention, when Manhwa was causing trouble, he had specially invited Lu Lai here to keep things under control.
Captain Fan, thank you so very much.
No need for such formality.
In truth, Mr. Chu is my benefactor.
I'm truly glad I could be of assistance. I should have been more vigilant, but I never imagined such a tragedy would befall your family.
My failure to notice sooner is entirely my own carelessness. Truthfully, Fan Jian couldn't be blamed for this at all.
Li Junmei understood this perfectly well.
Fan Jian primarily oversaw the Tang family's large clan territory. It was only natural he couldn't spare attention for a minor family like the Lis.
For the Li family to seek ties with the Tangs would be nothing short of climbing the social ladder. Thus, despite living nearby for years, the two families had never interacted. Yet for some reason, the Tang family seemed to step in and offer crucial assistance at pivotal moments these past few days. In many company matters, Li Junmei could also vaguely sense the Tang family's influence. If her suspicions had been vague before, today's appearance of Fan Jian and Lu Lai had solidified Li Junmei's long-held conjecture. Lu Lai rarely made house calls anymore. Had the Tang family not personally requested it, he would never have made this trip. But considering Fan Jian's mention of Chu Fan being some kind of life-saving benefactor, perhaps it was due to the good karma Chu Fan had cultivated with his extraordinary skills. Li Junmei shook her head, dismissing the thought. Her mind was now entirely consumed by her sister's condition. Su Chunli glanced at her watch, her impatience boiling over as she complained, "That Chu Fan is unbelievable.
If he can perform acupuncture, why didn't he come to the hospital? Where did he go? Doesn't he realize he's trying to kill his grandfather and sister?"
Hearing Su Chunli's words, Fan Jian hesitated, wanting to speak but holding back. Li Jinmei opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing. Inside the hospital room, Ronghua watched Lu Lai desperately trying to prolong Li Xiang's life and quietly complained to his assistant. Who would have thought the Li family had such clout they actually managed to get old Master Lu here? But in my opinion, there's no saving Li Xiang now. Even if the King of Heaven himself came, it wouldn't make a difference. Don't be fooled by Lu Lai's age and unsteady legs, his ears are as sharp as ever. The moment he overheard Ronghua's words, he erupted in anger. Young doctors these days are getting more and more out of hand.
The patient isn't even dead yet, and you're spouting nonsense? Get out. Old Master Lu, you've got it all wrong. I'm the doctor here, and you're the outsider. If anyone should leave, it's you, got it? Calling you Old Master Lu is me giving you face, don't get too big for your boots. Ronghua chuckled. Dr. Rong. What nonsense are you spouting?
No sooner had Ronghua finished speaking than the head nurse, unable to bear it any longer, loudly reprimanded him and ordered 2 assistant doctors nearby to drag Ronghua out. Then, the head nurse bent down to apologize to Lu Lai. "I'm truly sorry, Old Master Lu. This Dr. Rong is the son of our hospital director. He has a terrible temper. Please don't take it personally." Lu Lai merely gave a cold laugh and said, "Then you'd better start looking for another job. If someone like him becomes president, your hospital will go bankrupt for sure." Lu Lai wasn't merely speaking out of anger. With his current standing and the Tang family's connections backing him, dealing with an overconfident Ronghua would be effortless. Lu Lai bustled about the ward, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He didn't even notice how many years it had been since he'd exerted himself this much. Though skilled in acupuncture and some internal energy techniques, his advancing age had depleted his vital energy. Unlike Chu Fan, who could effortlessly stabilize Li Xiang's vital organs, Lu Lai could only patch things up haphazardly, inserting needles wherever critical failure loomed. Within moments, Li Xiang's body was already densely covered with over a dozen needles. Lu Lai knew full well that his method was merely a temporary fix, buying her at most another 5 minutes. Outside the ward, Su Chunli was frantic with worry, still muttering curses at Chu Fan for arriving too late. Li Jinmei's mind was in turmoil. Though she knew she shouldn't blame Chu Fan, Su Chunli's influence had planted seeds of resentment in her heart. Why did he have to run off at such a critical moment? Why couldn't he have finished treating them before leaving? Was chasing after someone really that important? "One last minute, master, please hurry. I'm truly at my wit's end." Lu Lai was drenched in sweat, looking as if he'd been pulled from water, his lips turning pale. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, the emergency room door burst open. Finally, a dusty and disheveled Chu Fan appeared before Lu Lai. The moment Lu Lai saw this young man, younger than his own grandson, his eyes rolled back and he collapsed onto the floor. Chu Fan took 3 steps in 2 to reach Lu Lai's side. Without pausing to help him up, he quickly took over everything while muttering thanks. "Old master, thank you for saving Ah Xiang's life. I never imagined you were the successor of the flower shifting star needle technique." "Wait, no, how come your flower shifting star needle method incorporates some of the Mi family's needle techniques?" Chu Fan's muttered words sent a chill through Lu Lai's heart. He never imagined this young man could discern both ancient acupuncture techniques at a glance. His spirits lifted instantly as he scrambled to his feet. Though his curiosity burned fiercely, he dared not disturb Chu Fan. Standing obediently by, he began observing the young man's technique. So this lad must be the one who treated Li Zhonghua and Li Xiang earlier. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Though the hybrid technique combining Lu and Lai acupuncture methods was somewhat peculiar and not particularly effective, it had indeed bought Li Xiang an extra 10 minutes or so until he arrived. Chu Fan felt immense gratitude toward him and naturally didn't mind Lu Lai watching his technique. Lu Lai watched in awe as Chu Fan used his internal energy to manipulate the silver needles he had inserted. Without even needing to remove them, he effortlessly shifted their positions. This left him utterly astonished. He never imagined anyone's internal energy could be so powerful it could reposition acupoints. This trip today had truly been well worth it. Chapter 133, The Crisis Averted. In less than 5 minutes, Chu Fan had completed everything. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he turned and bowed to Lu Lai. "Old master, thank you for your hard work." Lu Lai waved his hand repeatedly, his aged face flushed as he said, "Come now, it's already quite something that I didn't cause you any trouble." "Young friend, I am Lu Lai. May I ask your honorable name?" "Master Lu, no need for such formality. Just call me Chu Fan." Seeing Chu Fan's remarkable skill coupled with such humility, Lu Lai felt even more favorably toward him. He praised repeatedly, "This old man's skills are far from perfect. Only by combining 2 acupuncture techniques did I barely manage to stabilize this young lady's life. Young Master Chu, with just that one procedure, you pulled her back from the brink of death so swiftly the difference in skill is clear. Chu Fan blushed at the praise and hastened to say, Master Lu, please don't speak so humbly. You actually applied both acupuncture techniques quite well. However, I suspect you learned modified versions, which is why replicating the original miracles proved difficult.
Could it be that young Master Chu has also studied these two acupuncture techniques? Chu Fan shook his head. I only have a basic understanding, nothing masterful. I'm afraid I can't assist you further. Lu Lai's disappointment was palpable.
Truthfully, Chu Fan spoke this way because Lu Lai was already quite advanced in years. At this stage, attempting to cultivate inner chi anew and master the original needle techniques would be next to impossible. To tell him the truth would only crush his hopes. Better to feign ignorance and spare him the lingering regret. As the two stepped out of the ward, Li Junmei immediately approached, asking, How is she? Has Ah Xiang regained consciousness? Glancing at the anxious Li Junmei, Chu Fan nodded and replied, Don't worry, she's fine now. But she's lost too much chi and blood, so she'll need more Chinese medicine and proper rest.
Grandpa is the same.
He's getting on in years, so he'll probably need quite a while to recover properly.
Li Junmei finally exhaled deeply. That's not the concern. As long as their lives are stable, I'm at ease. Lu Lai stepped forward then.
Thanks to young Master Chu's masterful techniques, he stabilized both patients in time.
If you're still concerned, you can send them to the central hospital next door for treatment.
My disciple serves as its director and will certainly provide the utmost care. On one hand, he harbored deep distrust toward Manhwa. On the other, he saw this as an opportunity to befriend Chu Fan. Learning some of his medical secrets would be a tremendous bonus. Chu Fan was aware of Lu Lai's ulterior motives, but he didn't mind offering him some guidance within his capabilities in the future.
Seeing everything settled, Fan Jian also felt relieved. He bowed his hands and said, Mr. Chu, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. I need to reinforce security in our area. I'm truly sorry for what happened today. Chu Fan waved his hand dismissively. Captain Fan, you needn't call me Mr. Chu anymore. Just use my name. That group caught us off guard. How could you possibly be blamed for today's events? Thank you for your understanding. I'll be on my way now.
After exchanging pleasantries, Li Junmei also agreed to the transfer proposal. The central hospital promptly dispatched a special vehicle to pick her up and arranged for her to be placed in a VIP ward. Manhwa watched them depart helplessly, a nameless rage igniting within her.
What's this about? Was Central Hospital rushing to First Hospital to poach patients? And with such a grand display? It was blatantly implying that his medical skills were inadequate. This infuriated him. He stormed into the president's office, found his father, and demanded he report the Central Hospital for unfair competition. Though his father doted on his son, how could he possibly do such a thing? While it's true that competitors are natural rivals, basic decorum must still be maintained. He flatly refused Manhwa's suggestion. Rejected by his father, Manhwa's fury only intensified. He recalled a classmate now employed at the Central Hospital who had recently mentioned wanting to jump ship to the First Hospital, hoping Manhwa could pull some strings for him. This thought sparked an idea in Manhwa's mind. Lu Lai, you old bastard, you're trying to embarrass me, huh? Just you wait. After settling into Central Hospital, Chu Fan sent Li Junmei and Su Chunli out to grab a bite while he stayed in the ward to tend to Li Zhonghua. As for Li Xiang, she was still receiving a blood transfusion and was being cared for by the nurses in the intensive care unit. Lu Lai's apprentice had recently left for a conference in the provincial capital. Fortunately, the hospital staff, both senior and junior, all recognized Lu Lai, and no one dared to neglect the patients he had brought in. Before leaving, Lu Lai exchanged contact information with Chu Fan, assuring him to reach out anytime if assistance was needed. Chu Fan understood Lu Lai was seeking to establish a connection and didn't object, nodding his thanks. Not long after Lu Lai left, Li Junmei returned. Watching Chu Fan carefully wipe the sweat from Li Zhonggua's forehead, she felt a wave of emotion wash over her. Thank you, Chu Fan. If it weren't for you today, our entire family might have met their end. Hearing such gratitude, Chu Fan felt a twinge of unease. He scratched his nose and dared not utter a word. If the Li family discovered that Wei Li's retaliation had become so ruthless precisely because he had acted first, their gratitude would surely turn into furious curses. Seeing Chu Fan's silence, Li Junmei assumed he refused to forgive her. She bit her lip and sat down beside him, looking hurt. A little while later, Su Chunli returned. Though she didn't directly blame Chu Fan, she didn't give him a friendly look either. Meanwhile, Xing Shangxuan continued his search for the legendary stone golden flower. Truth be told, his presence on this mountain wasn't to eliminate threats for his sect. He was specifically sent by his senior brother, Pei Qianhu, to find the stone golden flower herb. It was truly amusing how fate worked. His chance encounter with the sect's traitor had been nothing short of fortunate. Moreover, Xing Shangxuan's luck on this outing seemed truly explosive. Not only had he eliminated the traitor, but after roaming the mountain forests for half a day, he discovered a golden plant, the very stone golden flower he had long dreamed of finding.
Xing Shangxuan had spent years wandering and cultivating, utterly absorbed in the martial arts, and hadn't returned home in a long time. When he passed through Jinling recently, he decided to visit his daughter. To his utter shock, he discovered a tragedy had struck his daughter's household. His once lively granddaughter had been in a car accident, leaving her legs crippled and her face disfigured. Her spirit had been crushed, and she now spent her days listless and sickly, as if she might wither away at any moment. His daughter wept daily, pleading for her father's help. How could Xing Shangxuan stand by and watch his granddaughter suffer? He summoned his senior disciple, Pei Qianhu, imploring him to intervene at all costs. Pei Qianhu readily agreed to the task, personally examining Xing Shangxuan's granddaughter and locating the appropriate prescription within ancient texts. Yet one crucial ingredient remained elusive: the stone golden flower. Xing Shangxuan obtained the stone golden flower and hurried back to the Sun household, placing it directly into Pei Qianhu's hands. Upon hearing his father-in-law had returned with the stone gold flower, Sun Kaichuan was overcome with excitement. He hurriedly brought his wife and daughter to Pei Qianhu's room. Indeed, Xing Shangxuan's daughter, Xing Xiu, was none other than Sun Kaichuan's wife. And their daughter was none other than Sun Linger, Shu Weishirshan's unfortunate pen pal. Chapter 134, Sun Linger's treatment fails. Master Pei, now that the final ingredient has been found, can my daughter's illness be cured? Sun Kaichuan displayed utmost reverence before the renowned medical king Pei Qianhu. His former arrogance toward Chu Fan completely vanished. Pei Qianhu nodded, his expression confident. Rest assured, I'm at least 80% certain of success. However, Linger, I must prepare you mentally. The qi and blood in your legs have been obstructed for so long that you cannot stand. When I clear the blockage shortly, the pain will be excruciating. However, I cannot administer anesthetics, as the chemicals would interfere with the efficacy of the stone golden flower. It could easily ruin all our efforts. Senior Pei, no need to say more. I'm fully prepared. If I can't stand again, I'd rather die. Sun Linger's rootless affliction grew increasingly frequent, leaving her dazed for at least 10 hours each day with only rare moments of lucidity. Living like a walking corpse, she too felt immense suffering and resolved to find release. Seeing the young girl's resolve, Pei Qianhu said no more, merely instructing Sun to carry her to the bed. Sun Linger lay on the bed, her eyes tightly shut, her eyelids trembling violently. Clearly, this young woman in her early 20s was terrified by the unknown terror facing her. No matter how hard she tried to appear strong, the thought of her current state, neither fully human nor ghost, unable to sit upright or stand, her face covered in scars, filled her with utter despair. Whether she could be saved now depended entirely on Pei Qianhu's skill. Sun Kaichuan and his wife stood beside her, holding their breath in tense anticipation. Xing Shangxuan, too, was deeply worried, hoping only that his senior brother could turn the tide and not disappoint them. After preparing everything and mixing the necessary potions, Pei Qianhu drew out the gleaming silver needles and began inserting them into Sun Linger's acupoints. The family's hearts were in their throats as they silently prayed for a favorable outcome. As time ticked by, the pain etched deeper into Sun Linger's face. Unable to bear witness to their daughter's suffering, her parents swiftly escorted her out. Xing Shangxuan, who prided himself on his worldly experience, had expected to remain unshaken by such a minor matter. Yet, he too gradually felt overwhelmed, stepping out with a heavy heart. The moment Sun Kaichuan saw his father-in-law, Xing Shangxuan, he immediately clasped his hands together in a respectful bow, his face filled with gratitude. Father-in-law, please accept this humble bow from your son-in-law. Thank you for going out of your way to invite Dr. Pei to treat Linger. What nonsense are you talking? Xing Shangxuan shook his head slightly. Linger is also my granddaughter. How could I stand by and watch her suffer without helping? Ah, with physician Pei here to assist, my heart can finally settle. A few days ago, I went to seek out Wei Yizhen, hoping he would treat Linger. But that old fool wouldn't even come. He just dismissed me, saying he was powerless to help. It infuriated me. Xing Shangxuan patted Sun Kaichuan's shoulder and said, Wei Yizhen's skills are what they are. He probably truly couldn't help. After all, Linger's illness is exceptionally difficult to treat. But the real insult came later. Some guy named Chu showed up at our place, acting all high and mighty, claiming he could cure Linger. But his condition? I had to go apologize to Wei Yizhen first. Otherwise, he wouldn't lift a finger. Sun Kaichuan fumed. Apologize to that old fart? I just kicked him right out. TSK, you're being too impulsive. Xing Shangxuan shook his head repeatedly at his son-in-law's words, clearly disapproving. Ah, father-in-law, if he truly had the skills, I'd treat him with respect. But this kid who showed up is probably just as young as Linger. If even Wei Yizhen couldn't cure Linger's illness, how could this kid possibly have a solution? He clearly came looking for trouble. Kicking him out was already showing him plenty of face. Sun Kaichuan's reasoning seemed sound, yet Xing Shangxuan couldn't help but frown. That Wei Yizhen is going too far. Not only did he refuse to treat us, but now he sends some greenhorn to humiliate us? We'll settle this with him later. Seeing his father-in-law agree with his reasoning, Sun Kaichuan nodded with satisfaction, as if he'd found an outlet for his frustration.
It was laughable, really, a man of standing from a prominent family getting so worked up over such a trivial matter. Pei Qianhu's treatment lasted a full 6 or 7 hours. Only when the moon was bright and the stars sparse did he emerge, exhausted, carrying his medicine box. The moment they saw him emerge, the family rushed over to ask about the outcome. Dr. Pei Qianhu smiled and replied, "The little girl has been fortunate indeed, she's managed to pull through. I reckon by morning, she should be just fine." Hearing this, joy spread across everyone's faces. Xing Shangxuan grabbed Pei Qianhu's hand, his voice trembling with emotion. "Senior brother, I truly don't know how to thank you enough. Master Pei, no wonder you're called the medical king of this generation, truly miraculous." Sun Kaichuan chimed in. Hearing their praise, Pei Qianhu merely shook his head modestly. "There are always greater talents out there," he replied. "Please don't speak so highly of me. You two stay here and keep watch. I need to go rest." Learning that Sun Linger's rootless ailment would soon be cured and her legs restored to normal, everyone needn't worry about her appearance either. Even if it couldn't be fully restored, cosmetic surgery was always an option. As one of the 4 great families, the Sun household certainly wouldn't be short on funds. Sun Kaichuan was now buzzing with excitement, his face radiant with joy. After Pei Qianhu departed, the Sun family gathered in Sun Linger's room. Sun Linger did indeed look much more spirited than before, her eyes now brighter and more lively. "My dear granddaughter, how are you feeling now?" "Grandpa, thank you so much. I feel so light and free now, like I could run and jump tomorrow." Hearing Sun Linger's words, Xing Shangxuan was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his aged face. The family embraced each other, weeping tears of joy. The heavy burden in their hearts had finally been lifted. But the happiest of all was Sun Linger herself. Once an athletic star, she had endured a year of suffering that was no life at all. Even if she recovered, she might not be able to roam freely like before. But just being able to stand and walk like a normal person filled Sun Linger with profound gratitude. Everyone waited for dawn, for the medicine's effects to fully wear off. When that moment came, Sun Linger would be restored to her former self. Yet when the sun rose, the Sun family did not witness the dawn breaking, but instead found themselves plunged into endless darkness. Sun Linger's legs hadn't improved as hoped. Though the rootless affliction was lifted, her legs seemed worse than before. A girl weighing less than 100 pounds had legs swollen like an elephant's, covered in bruises so deep and purple they were horrifying to behold. Chapter 135, Seeking Chu Fan's Help. Sun Kaichuan was terrified and rushed off to find Pei Qianhu. The moment Pei Qianhu saw Sun Linger's legs, he sucked in a sharp breath, his face turning deathly pale. "Master Pei, what happened to my daughter?" Pei Qianhu replied awkwardly, "Linger seems to have an allergic reaction to the stone gold flower." "What?" The Sun family members were struck dumb by this devastating news. Allergies weren't the real problem. The issue was that Pei Qianhu had previously stated Shi Jinhua was essential as a medicinal catalyst for Sun Linger's treatment. Now that Sun Linger was allergic to stone gold flower, didn't that mean she would never recover? The one most devastated by this turn of events was Linger herself. She had dreamed of recovery, so much so that last night, overcome with excitement, she hadn't slept a wink. Recalling the 7 or 8 hours of excruciating pain she endured yesterday in pursuit of her former self, Sun Linger felt as though it all amounted to a cruel joke. So, was it all in vain? Is there truly no hope left? Pei Qianhu never dreamed in his wildest imagination that someone could be allergic to stone gold flower. Yesterday he had vowed with absolute certainty that he could cure Sun Linger's legs, and now he had been thoroughly proven wrong. Xing Shangxuan wiped away his tears and comforted everyone, "Don't lose hope. At least Linger's rootless condition is cured now. I believe there must be other solutions." Though he spoke these words, Xing Shangxuan knew deep down that if even Pei Qianhu had no solution, his granddaughter might truly be confined to a wheelchair for the rest of her life. Sun Kaichuan sat on the ground. This usually strong man, helpless in the face of his daughter's suffering, appeared utterly fragile and tormented. What if his daughter truly could never walk again? He certainly had the means to support Sun Linger for the rest of her life, but with her proud spirit, could she endure such a fate? Nothing in this world is more cruel than giving someone hope only to plunge them into the depths of hell. And right now, Sun Linger was enduring that very agony. Sun Linger was still just a child. No matter how strong she was, she could never endure such a blow. As the others spoke, her eyes rolled back and she fainted completely. "My precious daughter, wake up." Seeing his daughter collapse, Xing Xiu's heart ached so deeply he wept like a child. The entire family was thrown into utter chaos, utterly lost without a guiding presence. Just as despair gripped them all, Xing Shangxuan suddenly grabbed Sun Kaichuan, who was slumped on the ground, and roared, "Desperate times call for desperate measures. Go immediately and fetch that young man you turned away last time. Perhaps he truly has a solution." Xing Shangxuan's sudden change of heart stemmed partly from desperation and partly from recalling Chu Fan, whom he had encountered the previous day. That Chu Fan, though young, had easily defeated Wang Gaonai, and their match's strength was undoubtedly above that of a celestial master. This proved that age meant little, true strength was what mattered. He was willing to take a gamble. Perhaps that young man could truly cure Sun Linger?
Sun Kaichuan, upon hearing his father-in-law's words, felt the hope was slim.
Yet he solemnly nodded, determined to seek Wei Yizhen's intercession. For his daughter's survival, he would grasp at even the faintest glimmer of hope. He could never give up.
The group rushed off to Yizhen's clinic. The moment Wei Jingjing saw the Sun family arrive, the color drained from her face. Thinking they'd come to cause trouble again, she hurried back inside and called out for Wei Yizhen. Wei Yizhen, likewise expecting hostility, was contemplating how to defuse the situation when Sun Kaichuan burst in and bowed deeply before him.
Master Wei, I have wronged you greatly before.
I beg you to show mercy and help our Sun family.
Wei Yizhen couldn't bear such a grand gesture and quickly helped Sun Kaichuan up.
Mr. Sun, I've told you before, it's not that I won't help, but I'm powerless to do so.
I truly lack the ability. No, Master Wei, I'm not here to impose.
I'm begging you, please help me find that Mr. Chu from last time.
Sun Kaichuan looked slightly embarrassed. Ah, you're here to find Chu Fan?
Only then did Wei Yizhen snap out of his daze, finally grasping the purpose of the visit.
Alright, I'll give him a call.
But whether he's willing to come or not is entirely up to him.
Great, I'm counting on you.
Though Wei Yizhen didn't know how ill Sun Linger had become, he believed that if even Chu Fan couldn't help her, she was likely beyond saving. As for Chu Fan, he'd stayed at the hospital all night and only returned to rest in the early hours. Early this morning, Li Jinmei summoned him to the company. Before he could even turn on his computer, his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was Wei Yizhen calling. Chu Fan guessed it was likely another difficult case requiring his assistance.
Answering the call, he asked, Old Wei, what kind of problem have you run into this time? Well, it's about that previous matter. You remember the Sun family, right? Their daughter, Sun Linger. Her family just came to see me.
They said they used stone golden flower to treat Miss Sun yesterday.
Wei Yizhen sounded somewhat embarrassed.
I thought it was foolproof, but it turns out Miss Sun is allergic to the stone golden flower. Now her legs are swollen beyond belief. And that young lady is so proud and haughty, if we can't cure her, I fear she might even lose her life.
Didn't you say last time you had a way to treat her? Can it still work now?
Upon hearing this, Chu Fan was speechless.
Stone gold flower? TSK.
The prescriber may have some skill, but this is far too risky.
Sun Linger's constitution is so weak she can't even tolerate sunlight. How could she not be allergic to stone gold flower? This is sheer nonsense.
As a physician, one must exercise caution when prescribing medicine, always considering the patient's condition. Stone gold flower is indeed highly effective for rootless ailments and blocked blood vessels, but how could Sun Linger possibly tolerate such potent medicine?
Chu Fan, from the sound of it, you have a solution? If you do, come quickly.
That girl is truly pitiful.
The Wei Yizhen of today was no longer the greedy man he once was.
Though the Sun family had previously treated him with disrespect, they had at least come to apologize, and their sincerity was evident. Besides, this was for his family. Any past grievances could be set aside for now.
Seeing Wei Yizhen's magnanimity, Chu Fan couldn't refuse.
Alright, have them return to the Sun residence and wait for me.
I'll head over immediately. You should come along too.
While you're at it, gather some medicinal herbs for me. I'll send Jingjing a list of what's needed.
Alright, we'll split up then.
Wei Jingjing quickly received the prescription Chu Fan sent and hurried to the back to prepare the ingredients.
Wei Yizhen relayed Chu Fan's instructions to the Sun family. Pei Qianhu stood nearby, looking somewhat displeased. Using the stone golden flower was indeed risky, but were there any other formulas in this world? He refused to believe it. Chapter 136, The Mountain Sage.
The group hurried back to the Sun residence with the herbs.
By then, Sun Linger had fainted from crying.
Wei Yizhen took her pulse, his expression growing grave. Following Chu Fan's earlier instructions, he fed her some of the prepared astragalus and sweet dew. The deathly pale color finally returned to her face, and she slowly regained consciousness.
Master Wei. Yes, it's me. Don't be afraid. Chu Fan will be here soon. He said he has a way to treat you. Just lie still. You'll be fine.
Wei Yizhen spoke softly to comfort Sun Linger. Pei Qianhu watched from the side, unable to suppress a pang of jealousy. Yesterday, the Sun family had showered him with endless gratitude, yet today he was cast aside. The esteemed medical king was being treated worse than this merely somewhat famous Wei Yizhen. Soon, he would be overshadowed by another young upstart. How could he possibly tolerate this? Sun Kaichuan, seeing Wei Yizhen had truly awakened his daughter, was overcome with regret. He approached Wei Yizhen, his face heavy with guilt.
My apologies, Master Wei. I was rude earlier. I hope you won't hold it against me. Of course I won't. Wei Yizhen waved his hand dismissively. Your daughter was ill, and your anxiety was understandable. I can appreciate that. Besides, I truly lack the skill and knowledge to treat your daughter. Your harshness toward me is understandable. But you shouldn't have treated Chu Fan like that. If you hadn't chased him away last time and let him treat your daughter, things wouldn't have ended up like this. Yes, it's all my fault. I won't be so impulsive again. When Mr. Chu arrives later, I'll definitely apologize properly. As a father, Sun Kaichuan had shed every trace of his former arrogance. As long as his daughter's illness was cured, he wouldn't mind apologizing or even kowtowing in penance. Pei Qianhu watched coldly from the side, growing increasingly irritated. He was determined to see for himself what kind of person this Mr. Chu was, whether he could even handle such profound adoration. Just as he was seething with indignation, the butler announced at the door that Chu Fan had arrived. The Sun family dared not delay and hurried out to greet him. Wei Yizhen led the way. The moment he saw Chu Fan appear, he felt half the battle was won. I've already given Ms. Sun the astragalus and mucuna extract as you instructed, and she has indeed regained consciousness. Good. Once the astragalus dew is in her system, her allergic reaction should subside quickly. Once the swelling in her legs recedes, we can proceed with the next phase of treatment. Xing Shangxuan had intended to exchange a few words with Pei Qianhu. He knew full well how proud and arrogant his senior brother was and feared he might take offense, so he wanted to prepare him in advance. But the moment he heard Chu Fan's voice, he froze in place as if struck by lightning. He whipped his head around and recognized Chu Fan instantly. Young hero, so you are the Mr. Chu they've been speaking of. Chu Fan also froze upon seeing Xing Shangxuan. What a coincidence! Is this your home? Xing Shangxuan hurriedly replied, it's my daughter's home. Sun Linger is my granddaughter. Seeing Xing Shangxuan's visibly excited expression, Sun Kaichuan asked curiously, Father-in-law, do you know this Mr. Chu? Didn't I tell you yesterday about the sage I met in the mountains? That sage is him. Xing Shangxuan was utterly astonished, his hands trembling at the sight of Chu Fan. So young, yet possessing the power of a celestial master. Not only that, but his medical skills were equally unparalleled. Heaven itself seemed unfair. How could it produce such a versatile genius? When Wei Yizhen first mentioned that the person who could save his granddaughter was a young man in his early 20s, Xing Shangxuan had harbored some doubts. But now, realizing that this young man was none other than Chu Fan, he could almost guarantee that this matter would be a sure thing. Young hero, it's such a relief to see you again. I entrust my granddaughter's illness to you. My daughter nearly lost her life during childbirth to bring this child into the world. I beg you, whatever it takes, save her. Chu Fan had already promised Wei Yizhen, and now that he knew the person seeking his help was an acquaintance, he certainly wouldn't stand by and watch her die. He nodded and said, rest assured, I understand. Though I don't care for your son-in-law, your granddaughter is innocent. I had planned to wait a while longer, hoping your son-in-law would come to his senses and apologize to old Wei before I intervened. I never imagined you'd be so desperate that you'd resort to using Shijinhua. Chu Fan never once said he wouldn't save Sun Linger, he was merely waiting. Logically, if Pei Qianhu hadn't interfered, Sun Linger could have held on for at least another half year. Now, though the rootless disease is cured, the necrosis in her legs has worsened significantly. This makes her far more susceptible to other complications, putting her in a more critical condition than when she was suffering from the rootless disease. Sun Kaichuan, hearing Chu Fan's sharp rebuke, felt deeply humiliated. He hurried out to bow and apologize. Mr. Chu, I'm sorry. I realize my mistake now. Please, whatever you do, save my daughter. The fault is mine, punish me instead. Enough. Your daughter is kind-hearted. I understand this and won't hold her accountable. Come, it's about time. The group followed Chu Fan back to Sun Linger's room. Her legs, which had been swollen and gleaming with fluid, had indeed improved significantly after drinking the astragalus elixir, no longer as terrifying as before. The Sun family, seeing this, were overjoyed. They all agreed that Chu Fan truly had some skill. He hadn't even arrived yet, but he'd already administered the right treatment. Now that he was here, it would surely be even easier. Feeling somewhat more comfortable, Sun Linger slowly opened her eyes at the sound of movement. Learning that the visitor was Chu Fan, tears streamed down her face. Mr. Chu, you've come? Yes, we meet again. Rest assured, I have a way to help you walk again. Don't be sad. After comforting Sun Linger, Chu Fan instructed Wei Jingjing to retrieve the items he had prepared earlier. He then dismissed everyone except Wei Yizhen to assist him. Wei Yizhen was flattered and delighted to observe Chu Fan's techniques up close once more. Thus, Pei Qianhu and the Sun family members all waited outside the door. Xing Xiu still felt uneasy and turned to ask Xing Shangxuan. Dad, do you really think that young man is reliable? He's so young, I just can't help but feel uneasy. Trust those you employ, and employ those you trust. Don't judge him by his youth, his abilities are extraordinary. I believe in him, so stop saying such foolish things. Xing Shangxuan understood his daughter's concern for her granddaughter, so he refrained from scolding her. He simply urged her to relax and trust Chu Fan completely, no matter what. Xing Xiu held deep respect for her father. Hearing his words, she fell silent. Pei Qianhu, feeling overlooked, watched his junior disciple worship another like a deity. The sight left a bitter taste in his mouth. Chapter 137, A Piece of Cake. Inside the room, Wei Jingjing helped Sun Linger remove her outer garments. Chu Fan then retrieved the medicinal concoction Wei Jingjing had prepared earlier, coating the silver needles with it.
As he channeled his energy to insert the needles, he simultaneously explained the technique to Wei Yizhen. Master Wei, I may not always be available to assist you in the future. Therefore, today I shall pass on this set of Yuozhuanqing needle techniques to you. After studying it yesterday, I've minimized the internal energy required for this technique. With the potion's assistance and proper technique, you can fully execute it even without heavy reliance on internal energy.
Yuozhuanqing needle technique?
I know a renowned physician surnamed Lu who also masters this technique. Wei Yizhen found the name strangely familiar. After a moment's thought, he mentioned it to Chu Fan.
Chu Fan smiled and replied, You mean Lu Lai, right?
I met him yesterday, which inspired me to refine the technique. While his method bears the name Star-Shifting Flower Needle, it's not the original version. His modifications have altered it beyond recognition, rendering it largely unusable. Chu Fan was not a stingy man. He too hoped to pass down these ancient formulas to benefit more patients.
It was rare to encounter purely passionate practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine like Wei Yizhen and Lu Lai.
If he could teach them these techniques, traditional Chinese medicine would surely flourish and spread further.
Chu Fan explained while performing the acupuncture, occasionally letting Wei Yizhen take the lead. As time ticked by, Sun Linger's swollen calf gradually regained its slender, fair appearance.
The meridians beneath became distinctly visible, blood vessels dilated, and blood flowed freely from top to bottom. Even her toes, which had been perpetually cold due to years of stagnant qi and blood, now felt warm.
Sun Linger knew this was a good sign.
It meant the qi and blood in her leg were now flowing freely. Another hour passed, and the bulging veins on her leg returned to normal. Her little toe was rosy and healthy, indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person.
Done.
By now, Wei Yizhen was drenched in sweat. For the latter half of the procedure, Chu Fan had guided him through nearly every step. He couldn't recall the last time he'd felt this tense in his entire life. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable.
Sun Linger's leg had fully recovered.
Not only that, but before leaving, Chu Fan had left her a beauty-enhancing formula. By applying it to her face as directed, within a month, her complexion once marred by illness would return to its former state. Even the scars left by the car accident would vanish without a trace. Emerging from his daughter's room, Sun Kaichuan watched Wei Yizhen, drenched in sweat, alongside the relaxed Chu Fan and the excited Wei Jingjing, feeling somewhat perplexed.
Wasn't Chu Fan supposed to be treating his daughter? Why did Wei Yizhen look so exhausted?
Xing Shangchuan rushed over immediately, his face brimming with excitement as he asked, Young hero, how is my granddaughter? She's fine now, but since she's just recovered from a serious illness, the rehabilitation process will be quite challenging. That girl has a strong competitive spirit. I've already advised her to limit her rehab to just 1 hour a day for the first week, but I'm afraid she won't listen, Chu Fan said calmly.
You parents should keep an eye on her too. Take it step by step. Don't let overzealousness ruin all the progress.
This rehabilitation process will likely take about a month, combined with the beauty-enhancing formula I prescribed for her. In a month's time, your precious daughter will be both healthy and radiant, full of life just like before. After hearing Chu Fan's instructions, Xing Xiu was overcome with joy, tears of emotion welling up in her eyes. Sun Kaichuan and Xing Shangchuan also felt their eyes well up. Wiping away his tears, Sun Kaichuan pulled out his wallet, waved his hand generously, wrote a check for 10 million, and handed it to Chu Fan.
Mr. Chu, this is a small token of appreciation. Once my daughter is fully recovered, I will repay you double this amount. Chu Fan didn't take the check.
He had watched Sun Kaichuan write it and knew its value. Hearing the man intended to double that amount, he could only marvel at the generosity. It was just a small favor. Accepting so much money would be outrageous. Seeing Chu Fan refuse the check, Sun Kaichuan assumed he found the amount insufficient or was still holding a grudge. Momentarily at a loss, he turned to his father-in-law for help with a pleading look. Xing Shangchuan smacked Sun Kaichuan on the forehead.
You idiot! Why didn't you prepare all the money earlier? Why are we talking about installments? Quick, think. Do you have any property or assets you can offer? Just give the property to the young hero outright. Right. I'll go find the keys,
Sun Kaichuan declared, then bolted toward the house. Chu Fan nearly choked on his words. Truly, birds of a feather flock together.
He quickly called out to Sun Kaichuan, Hold on. I'm not refusing because you offered too little. I think you offered far too much.
Ha! Sun Kaichuan was flustered. In his entire life, he'd only ever heard people complain about not getting enough money, never about getting too much. Once again at a loss for words, Sun Kaichuan cast a pleading glance toward Xing Shangchuan. Xing Shangchuan promptly shoved the check into Chu Fan's hand.
Young hero, please accept this no matter what.
Your willingness to overlook past grievances and treat my granddaughter is a testament to your noble character. This money represents our heartfelt gratitude and our token of appreciation. If you refuse it, we won't be able to rest easy. Seeing Xing Shangchuan on the verge of kneeling, Chu Fan reluctantly accepted the check. He added sternly, I'll take this one check, but don't bother with the rest.
This is more than enough. I absolutely won't accept any more.
All right.
After much internal struggle, the Sun family ultimately agreed. They simply couldn't stand up to Chu Fan. Besides, there was plenty of time ahead, and ample opportunities to repay the favor later. There was no need to alienate someone over a single transaction. With the matter settled, Chu Fan departed the Sun residence. Pei Qianhu pushed past the crowd and was the first to rush into Sun Linger's room. He grabbed her wrist to take her pulse. His expression started out furious, then grew increasingly stiff, finally settling into a look of disappointment. He'd been planning to humiliate the girl, but thankfully hadn't let out a single fart. Otherwise, he would have been utterly mortified. That young man really had some skills. This thought perked Pei Qianhu right up. He immediately grabbed Xing Shangshuan and pleaded, "Junior brother, I'm begging you, could you introduce me to that master we just saw? You know, I've devoted my entire life to martial arts and medicine, yet now I've mastered neither. That young hero has surpassed me in both. Alas! Senior brother, I'm not exactly close with him either. Approaching him out of the blue might just make him angry. Why not ask Wei Yizhen? Their relationship seems pretty solid." Xing Shangshuan was at a loss for words. "You're right. I'll go find Wei Yizhen right now." And so, Pei Qianhu rushed out of the Sun residence in a flurry, chasing all the way to the One Needle Clinic. He clung to Wei Yizhen, insisting relentlessly that he must help him secure the recommendation. Chapter 138, Pulling up seedlings to help them grow only backfires. Meanwhile, after leaving the Sun residence, Chu Fan didn't return to the company but headed straight to the central hospital. With nothing pressing to do today, he might as well check on Li Zhonghua and Li Xiang again, it would ease his mind. As for skipping work, his job was just a formality anyway, no payment, no worries. Upon arriving at the central hospital, Chu Fan encountered Li Zhenmei. It turned out she too had no heart for work today, so she'd postponed all her tasks to accompany her family at the hospital. "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to go to work? I couldn't leave them. How's Grandpa doing?" Chu Fan cut straight to the point. "He woke up this morning, but he's asleep again now. The doctor says he's recovering well, but Xiang isn't doing so great. She's still unconscious. The doctor says her blood supply is still insufficient and they're trying to find a volunteer with rare blood type." Chu Fan pondered for a moment before saying, "Actually, blood transfusions aren't necessarily the only solution. If we could find some medicinal herbs that help stimulate blood production, strengthening her body's own hematopoietic function, the problem would be solved." While Li Zhenmei might have some input on other matters, she knew nothing about medicine and relied entirely on Chu Fan. Therefore, the moment Chu Fan finished speaking, Li Zhenmei asked excitedly, "Do you know what herbs can achieve that effect? I can go buy them." Seeing how much trust she placed in him, Chu Fan patted her shoulder and said, "Leave this to me. You stay here and keep watch. I won't let anything happen to Xiang." "Then go," she replied. "If you need money later, just tell me. No matter the cost, even if it means selling everything I own, I will save Xiang." Seeing the resolute look in Li Zhenmei's eyes, Chu Fan nodded. He didn't tell her that these herbs capable of inducing blood generation weren't something money could secure. They were rare treasures of nature, elusive and impossible to obtain. Even cultivators exhausted every means to obtain them. For ordinary people, acquiring even a trace was harder than climbing to the heavens. Fortunately, Chu Fan had cultivated some connections. Without going into distant pasts, the Sun family who had recently received his favor was a lineage dedicated to martial cultivation. Perhaps they would be more knowledgeable in this matter. Tango-san was another option. They'd collaborated several times, and he was a reliable man whose household also harbored a cluster of martial arts experts. Not to mention his own men like He Shui and the others, though they were currently occupied with the Yao Yin group and shouldn't be disturbed unless absolutely necessary. The two then visited Li Zhonghua's hospital room. Though still weak, Li Zhonghua had regained consciousness. The moment he saw Chu Fan and Li Zhenmei enter, his expression softened immediately, though he struggled to conceal the pain radiating through his body. Chu Fan understood that Li Zhonghua's injuries had struck at the very root of his martial cultivation. Though his physical condition was now stable, mobilizing his internal energy would undoubtedly cause excruciating pain. And Li Zhonghua was a man who prided himself on his strength. He absolutely refused to abandon his cultivation and become a cripple. Unfortunately, some things were like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon, forcing the process would only backfire. Chu Fan could offer little help. It was up to the old man's own willpower to endure. Chu Fan conversed with Li Zhonghua for quite some time. Li Zhonghua expressed his deepest gratitude, for though he was merely an external force practitioner, as a fellow martial cultivator, he understood the immense effort Chu Fan had expended to save his life. Su Chuanli listened silently beside them, not uttering a word from start to finish. She had treated Chu Fan poorly yesterday, almost like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, a classic case of ingratitude. By all logic, she should apologize. But given Su Chuanli's temperament, she would never bow to a junior. Chu Fan understood this and held no expectation that Su Chuanli would change her opinion of him. After all, his relationship with Li Zhenmei was purely contractual. Once the Li family's affairs were fully stabilized, he would bid her farewell.
Compared to staying with the Lee family, he had more important matters to attend to. But while Chu Fan didn't mind Su Chuanli's attitude, that didn't mean Li Zhenghua felt the same. Seeing Su Chuanli remain silent for so long, he frowned and urged, "Say something. This young man saved both my life and us Xiang's. How can you not express your gratitude?" Suddenly called out, Su Chuanli looked slightly uncomfortable. Still, it gave her an opening. She deliberately stiffened her expression and said, "Fine, Chu Fan. I'll thank you on behalf of the Li family. I did say some harsh words yesterday, but that was because you, young man, don't know how to prioritize. Why did you rush off chasing after someone? Where did you chase them to?" Su Chuanli remained her stubborn self, shifting blame back onto Chu Fan as she spoke. Chu Fan didn't reveal the truth. He merely smiled and replied, "You're absolutely right, Grandma. I was indeed too eager yesterday. But I know those people were sent by Weiler. They're already ready to break ties with us." Weiler? How could he personally get involved and collude with Yang Yaoyan? Upon hearing this news, Su Chuanli was struck dumb with shock. Weiler was the head of the Wei family. If even he had stepped in, the Li group might not be able to hold out. Chu Fan sensed Su Chuanli's worry and reassured her, "Grandma, don't panic. I already went to see Weiler yesterday and talked things over. He won't dare cause us trouble again. As for Yang Yaoyan, without Wei Li's backing, crushing him will be child's play for our Li group. We'll acquire Yaoyan group outright, our holdings will more than double. Are you out of your mind? You negotiated with Wei Lu? Who do you think you are?" Su Chuanli rolled her eyes, completely dismissing Chu Fan's words. Just as Su Chuanli was about to berate Chu Fan again, Li Zhenghua stepped in to smooth things over. "Alright, old lady, cut the scolding. My mouth feels bitter. I'd love some of that chicken soup you make. Could you go home and stew some for me?" Though Su Chuanli and Li Zhenghua bickered constantly, their bond remained unshaken. Hearing Li Zhenghua's words, Su Chuanli nodded and left. After seeing Su Chuanli off, Li Zhenmei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Li Zhenghua watched Li Zhenmei and Chu Fan standing side by side, and couldn't help but think how perfectly suited they looked together. He smiled at them and said, "Your grandmother and I are getting on in years. We're counting on you younger generation to manage the company well and, while you're at it, help the Li family grow and prosper. You two are busy with work, but that doesn't mean you should neglect everything else. We said we'd focus on building your relationship and not rush the wedding. Yet you haven't even shared a bed, despite being together for so long. It's time for some progress, don't you think?" Chapter 139, Slandering Lu Lai. Chu Fan dared not respond to this remark, shifting his gaze instead to Li Zhenmei. Li Zhenmei's cheeks flushed crimson as she bit her lip and said, "Grandfather, you're not worried I'll be at a disadvantage? Why the rush?" Li Zhenghua sighed. "You are older than Chu Fan, and he is so outstanding. Why would I be impatient? Of course I'm afraid my flawless grandson-in-law might fly away." Though advanced in years, Li Zhenghua remained sharp of mind and eye. He had long suspected that the marital relationship between Chu Fan and Li Zhenmei was not as pure and harmonious as he had originally imagined. But he didn't care about that. As long as Chu Fan could become his true grandson-in-law, help Li Zhangmei manage the Li family, and expand the Li group, the process was irrelevant. As the three were talking, a doctor with a grim expression rushed past the doorway. Not long after, the head nurse assigned to Li Zhenghua's ward entered, her mind clearly elsewhere. Li Zhenmei, who held a favorable impression of the head nurse, casually struck up a conversation. "Sister Dong, you seem preoccupied today. Has something happened? Don't even ask. Ugh, it's such a pain. The director's out at a meeting, and there's literally no one left in charge here," the head nurse sighed. "Huh? What's going on at the hospital?" Chu Fan recalled the hurried doctor he'd seen earlier and couldn't help but ask. Seeing that this family didn't seem like trouble, the head nurse opened up to them. "We have this golden couple at our hospital. The guy's the deputy director of psychiatry, and the girl is the team leader in our nursing station. The director hasn't been around these past few days, right? His mentor, old Master Lu Lai, often comes by to help manage things. Who would have thought that old codger would act so disrespectfully? This morning, he actually..." Anyway, when the head nurse came out, her hair was all disheveled, and she was crying as she came to find me. Right after that, the male doctor flew into a rage, chasing after Lu Lai with his fists ready to punch him. Now both sides are arguing fiercely, and the board members have even arrived. I have no idea how this will be resolved. Honestly, that old man. At his age, how can he still have such lecherous thoughts? Through Nurse Dong's account, Chu Fan finally pieced together the whole story. There was a married couple at the hospital, and this morning, the husband's wife had been molested by that old lecher, Lu Lai. Though Chu Fan had only met Lu Lai yesterday, he knew deep down that the man wasn't like that. Lu Lai's health had deteriorated significantly. He now needed a cane just to walk. Even if he wanted to, he simply couldn't. Meanwhile, the head nurse was in her prime. All the head nurses in the hospital were as agile as deer, more manly than men themselves. How hard could it be to push an old man away? This whole thing simply didn't hold up to scrutiny. But since the man held considerable prestige within the hospital, people fell back on their habitual biases, showering female victims with sympathy. That's why Lu Lai now found himself unable to defend himself, facing a barrage of criticism from all sides. After piecing this together, Chu Fan informed Li Junmei and rushed over.
The couple clearly intended to make a scene.
The hospital director's office was swarming with people, including several high-ranking officials in suits standing there, gazing at Lu Lai with feigned sorrow. The woman was still sobbing, while the man raged with fury. Lu Lai stood there with his head bowed, his eyes vacant. He understood he'd been set up, yet couldn't figure out a way out. He didn't know whether to just accept defeat or what.
Chu Fan sized up the couple.
Having spent time living with Li Junmei lately, he'd encountered plenty of wealthy individuals.
He instantly recognized the watch on the man's wrist. It was identical to the one Yang Yaoyan wore.
Chu Fan had previously inquired with Zhu Dachang. The watch on Yang Yaoyan's wrist was a globally limited edition of only 900 pieces, priced around 1 million yuan.
Now that the initial release period had passed, its value could only climb higher.
Moreover, the watch's material was exceptionally peculiar and notoriously difficult to maintain. Yang Yaoyan's watch had clearly been worn for some time, its condition no longer pristine. Or perhaps, being a wealthy man, he simply didn't care about its appearance. Yet the watch on this man's wrist gleamed flawlessly, its strap without a single scratch. Even with the most careful use, daily wear and tear would inevitably leave marks. It simply couldn't be this pristine. Which meant the watch on this man's wrist was brand new. While this hospital was considered one of Nanjing's major medical institutions, it was still somewhat exaggerated for a deputy director of the psychiatric department to casually afford $1 million watch. Then there was the woman.
She wore a pair of diamond earrings that sparkled just as brightly, clearly costing a fortune.
Recalling Nurse Dawn, whom I'd met earlier, she had already risen to the position of head nurse, yet she wore no jewelry at all except for a diamond ring under a carat, likely her wedding band. In stark contrast, this couple radiated wealth and privilege, making it impossible not to draw conclusions. After observing these details, Chu Fan had a rough idea of what was going on. Even without knowing the true mastermind behind this or their motives, one thing was certain: Lu Lai had been framed.
One of the senior executives pondered for a long moment.
Seeing no one else speak up, he finally said coldly, "Mr. Lu, we are deeply grateful for your willingness to assist our hospital.
But you cannot use this assistance as a pretext for such actions. You're a man of your age. What on earth are you doing? Cheng Shui came here with pure intentions, merely to deliver medical records. Even if she is beautiful, she didn't seduce you. How could you commit such a despicable act?"
Lu Lai hung his head.
I didn't do anything. She.
Before Lu Lai could finish, Cheng Shui cut him off with a shriek. "You old bastard, you dare lie?" she demanded.
You did nothing? Then how did my clothes get torn? How did my hair end up like this? And who slapped me across the face? Did I do it myself?
Wu Gang, standing nearby, looked heartbroken for his wife. He wrapped his arm around Cheng Shui's shoulder and angrily demanded, "I don't care whose teacher you are. You need to give us a satisfactory explanation for what happened today. Who doesn't know my wife and I are newlyweds? Are you deliberately trying to disgust me? Even though the dean and I have disagreements on some matters, you can't take revenge like this." The disagreement Wu Gang referred to was his bid to become head of psychiatry, for which he'd showered the dean with gifts. However, after comprehensive evaluation, the dean's protege deemed another candidate more suitable and refused all gifts, a decision that left Wu Gang seething with resentment. That's precisely why he reached out to Manhwa about switching hospitals. Manhwa had already agreed to his plan. If he and his wife helped stage this elaborate scheme, once they arrived at first hospital, he would become director and she would become head nurse. Beyond that, Manhwa had generously gifted them numerous presents, including this limited edition watch and that pair of diamond earrings.
Chapter 140, Never admit to something you didn't do.
Alright, we will certainly provide you both with a satisfactory resolution.
Deputy Director Wu, please remain calm for now. Seeing the couple visibly agitated, the senior staff repeatedly tried to calm them down.
Lu Lai trembled with rage, pointing at Wu Gang and shouting, "You and your wife are blatantly lying.
I did nothing.
It was clearly your wife who came in acting all coy, messing up her own hair, then ran out crying for no reason.
As for that slap mark on her face,
I wouldn't be surprised if you were the one who gave it to her.
What have I ever done to offend you two that you'd fabricate such lies and slander me like this?
Ha! You old fool, you're really good at turning the tables.
Me, hit my wife? Me, Wu Gang, hit my wife?
Go ahead, call the police." Wu Gang put on an air of official business, angrily pulling out his phone.
Lu Lai wasn't intimidated. She retorted fiercely, "Go ahead. Call the police. Let the disciplinary committee handle this. Let them see if I've done anything shameful." Both sides insisted on calling the police, but the hospital executives were frantic. They waved their hands frantically, exclaiming, "What police? What police? Don't you know shame? Would this kind of thing be something to brag about? You have no shame, but we still have our dignity. This matter absolutely must not be exposed. Lu Lai, you're not even a doctor at our hospital. What are your intentions, coming here to cause trouble? The speaker was Hua Daiji, another member of the hospital's senior management. He'd had a grudge against Lu Lai since their youth. Seeing Lu Lai in trouble now, he'd rushed over more eagerly than anyone else, launching into a relentless interrogation without hearing Lu Lai's side of the story. Lu Lai was nearly overcome with rage. He'd never been so humiliated in his life. He hadn't done anything wrong, yet he was being falsely accused of being a lecherous old man. How could this be acceptable? He had lived his entire life with integrity, conducting himself with honor and dignity, never once engaging in inappropriate relationships. If this matter wasn't cleared up today, he would be the subject of gossip wherever he went. Lu Lai was, after all, a major figure in the Chinese medicine community. He absolutely could not tolerate his reputation being destroyed. Hua Daki saw Lu Lai's defiance, and it delighted him immensely. He couldn't care less whether Lu Lai was truly innocent or not. As long as he could pin this mess on him, he'd be satisfied. Therefore, Hua Daiji, without distinguishing right from wrong, immediately assured Wu Gang and Chang Shui that he would compensate them appropriately, begging them only not to make a huge fuss over the matter. Lu Lai gritted his teeth and roared. Why not make a big deal out of it? Let's make it as big as possible. Call in the inspectorate to investigate, let them see if I'm clean or not. Enough already. Do you really think we're your disciples, so easily fooled? I saw through you long ago, you old scoundrel. This time, we're sparing you the embarrassment to save your face. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. Hua Daki's words made Lu Lai's face turn even paler. Clutching his chest, he was so enraged he felt like he might have a heart attack. Enough with the act. Get out of here. At least you're not one of our hospital's doctors, otherwise, I'd have no idea how to resolve this. Leave quietly, and we'll just give your apprentice a stern talking to. As for how much compensation you'll owe, I'll let you know later. Better get that money ready in advance, don't be caught unprepared. Hua Daiji threatened Lu Lai, not only framing him as a lecherous old pervert but also demanding he pay to settle the matter. Lu Lai naturally refused to be the fall guy. Money was secondary, the real issue was that he wouldn't admit to something he hadn't done. But at this moment, who was listening to Lu Lai? Everyone was piling on, accusing him left and right, urging him to be sensible and not drag the hospital or his apprentice down with him. Lu Lai never dreamed that after a lifetime of integrity, his final days would be tarnished by such a false accusation. If it were just him alone, he would fight to the bitter end, never letting the other side succeed. But now, they were blatantly threatening his apprentice's future. After all these years of hard work, his disciple had finally become the director of the central hospital. If that career were to be ruined because of his involvement, Lu Lai would never rest in peace. Just as Lu Lai was weighing his options, about to agree to back down, Chu Fan stepped forward. Wait! Everyone turned to see a man dressed in work clothes, looking like a hospital janitor. Wu Gang immediately rolled his eyes and snapped, this place doesn't need cleaning. Get out! Can't you see we're busy with important matters? Oof. Chu Fan shot Wu Gang a cold smile before approaching Lu Lai. Old Lu, never admit to something you didn't do. Lu Lai, seeing it was Chu Fan who had come and showing such trust in him, was instantly overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his aged face. He shook his head. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. At my age, it doesn't matter to me, but I don't want my disciple. I don't want my disciple to be implicated because of me. Who the hell are you? Who let you in? Hua Daiji, seeing someone dare to speak up for Lu Lai, immediately flew into a rage, his face contorted with fury as he barked out his rebuke. Chu Fan answered calmly and confidently, I'm a family member of one of your hospital's patients. I have some connection to old Lu. Hearing trouble had erupted here, I came to take a look. So you're not from our hospital? Then what are you looking at? Get out of here. Chu Fan shook his head and continued, if it weren't for Dr. Lu's heroic intervention yesterday, my grandfather and sister-in-law would likely have lost their lives. He saved them. So now that someone is falsely accusing him, I absolutely cannot stand by and do nothing. Falsely accused? Ha! What do you mean by that? He stuck his filthy hands out himself, yet you claim someone else framed him? What? Did I hold his hand? The clown immediately stepped forward to confront Chu Fan, insisting he must prove Lu Lai's guilt before he'd be satisfied. Chu Fan ignored this clownish interloper, instead approaching Wu Gang and Chang Shui. Your acting is truly impressive, you too. But alas, the newly rich often lack the proper composure. One of you wears a brand new watch worth over $1 million, the other dazzling diamond earrings, fearing no one would notice you took bribes, is that it? May I ask the leaders present here, can any of you afford such a watch? How many of you can actually afford it? I see his name tag says he's just a deputy director. Are all the deputy directors at your hospital this wealthy? You. Wu Gang was momentarily speechless. His family's circumstances and how they've managed over the years are things his colleagues are more or less aware of. By all accounts, neither he nor his wife could possibly afford such an extravagant luxury item. Claiming he won the lottery or something similar was simply too far-fetched. Chapter 141, Get the Facts Straight First. Chu Fan's counter-question instantly shifted the gaze of everyone present toward the couple. But Wu Gang quickly retorted, "Are you suggesting I'd sacrifice my wife's honor and reputation just to frame this old man? Even if I were willing, would my wife be? What could we possibly gain by framing this old man? He'd just walk away, but we'd still have to work at the hospital. Wouldn't we be afraid of people pointing fingers at us?" Wu Gang spoke with righteous indignation, as if he truly had nothing left to lose. His words carried the desperation of someone determined to expose Lu Lai at any cost. "So I'm genuinely curious who exactly is behind this? What kind of reward could possibly be offered that would make both of you willing to sacrifice your entire futures?" Chu Fan possessed an uncanny ability to see through people's hearts. If he'd only been suspicious at first, now, standing face to face with Wu Gang and studying his eyes, Chu Fan was certain he was right. Lu Lai stared blankly at Chu Fan, who stood before him with unflinching resolve, defending him with such passion. His heart swelled with overwhelming emotion. He never imagined that the one who would ultimately stand up to believe in him and defend him would be Chu Fan, a young man with whom he shared only a superficial acquaintance. Just as Wu Gang and Chang Shui were about to erupt into a loud argument, a knock sounded on the dean's office door. Everyone frowned and looked up, their expressions instantly changing. Chu Fan glanced over too, only to recognize Xing Shangxuan and Sun Kaichuan. It turned out these two had been scheming over how to thank Chu Fan. Upon learning his father-in-law had been hospitalized, they saw it as a golden opportunity. Without a moment's hesitation, they rushed over, their hands laden with large and small gift packages. Little did they expect that before they could visit Li Zhenghua, they'd hear the commotion here. The Sun family were investors in the hospital, though they rarely had time to manage its affairs. Their role was simply to provide funding and collect dividends at year-end. Despite this, the Sun family held the largest stake in the entire hospital. Even all the directors present today combined held less sway than Sun Kaichuan. Therefore, upon seeing Sun Kaichuan appear, the hospital directors hurried forward to greet him, none daring to show him the slightest disrespect. Hua Daiji saw this as a golden opportunity to ruin Lu Lai's reputation. He stepped forward again, embellishing the story with dramatic flair before concluding, "Deputy Director Wu and Nurse Chang are renowned as the golden couple of our hospital, with exceptional professional skills. If they were to storm out in anger over something like this, it would be a tremendous loss for our institution." After hearing this, Sun Kaichuan shook his head. "I still think we should investigate the matter thoroughly first. Dr. Lu's reputation precedes him. There must be plenty willing to throw themselves at him. Why would he take such a risk?" Sun Kaichuan had previously invited Lu Lai to examine his daughter at home. Though ultimately unable to help, he had gained some insight into Lu Lai's integrity and naturally wasn't swayed by Hua Daiji's attempts at sowing discord. Seeing his scheme fail, Hua Daiji quickly signaled to Cheng Shui and Wu Gang, urging them to join in with their own complaints. The couple clasped hands, swallowing nervously. Both felt uneasy and ignored Hua Daiji's subtle cues. As the head of the Sun family, Sun Kaichuan was renowned for his keen insight and sharp discernment. Had they known he'd be present today, they would have postponed their scheme. If Sun Kaishan caught on to their scheme, forget about transferring to First Hospital, they'd likely never be able to stay in Jinling again. The couple felt their hearts race, unable to utter a word. Seeing how useless they were, Hua Daiji had no choice but to bite the bullet and take matters into his own hands. "Mr. Sun, appearances can be deceiving. Sometimes people just lose their minds. The victims are right here. How hurtful your words must be to them." Sun Kaichuan wasn't swayed by moral pressure. He smiled and said, "I only wish to see the truth come to light and offer a different perspective. I mean no insult to anyone. You can't pin a crime on someone without letting them defend themselves. That's collective slander. In my view, matters like this require an open and honest investigation. If old Lu truly committed such a disgraceful act, he deserves to be ruined and sent to prison. But if he is completely innocent, your tone of knowing what is best for him while pressuring him to confess isn't that just being unreasonable?" Hearing Sun Kaichuan's words, Chu Fan's opinion of this previously arrogant and rude fellow softened slightly. Yesterday, when Sun Kaichuan had bowed deeply to him, Chu Fan had forgiven him, yet still believed Sun Kaichuan wasn't trustworthy, not someone to rely on like Tango-san. Yet today, Sun Kaichuan's words had opened Chu Fan's eyes. This guy might occasionally be arrogant, but his intelligence was sharp. He didn't choose to muddle through like those fools. He was far superior. Upon hearing this, Wu Gang and Cheng Shui, the married couple, visibly flinched. Their eyes darted nervously, avoiding Sun Kaichuan's gaze. Their guilty expressions made it clear to Sun Kaichuan that Lu Lai was most likely framed. The other party simply couldn't withstand an investigation. Realizing this, Sun Kaixian felt even more confident. Truth must be debated to be revealed. Today, everyone should speak up and debate this matter thoroughly to get to the bottom of it. Just as Sun Kaichuan spoke, Xing Shangxuan suddenly spotted something and stepped forward, greeting Chu Fan. "Young Master Chu." Only then did Sun Kaixian notice Chu Fan. He hurried over, clasped his hands in a bow, and said, "Mr. Chu, we were just about to come find you. What a surprise to run into you here."
Chu Fan smiled faintly. I was originally in the hospital room tending to grandfather Li. But upon hearing that old Lu had encountered trouble here, he is a benefactor to the Li family, I naturally came to help uncover the truth. Sun Kaichuan, who had always leaned more toward Lu Lai, now found himself unexpectedly and unwittingly aligned with Chu Fan.
His resolve strengthened considerably. Mr. Chu is absolutely right. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. With Sun Kaichuan's endorsement, even those who disliked Chu Fan had to take his words seriously. Chu Fan understood that without surveillance footage, this case couldn't be resolved by mere words alone. The couple had undoubtedly orchestrated everything meticulously. The real breakthrough would come from examining their motives. Chu Fan didn't dwell on the harassment allegations but shifted the conversation. I assume the Discipline Inspection Commission investigates doctors accepting bribes, right? I'm genuinely curious, where did Deputy Director Wu acquire that million-yuan watch? Could it be connected to this? Chapter 142, Guarding One's Integrity.
Sun Kaichuan followed Chu Fan's lead, glancing at Wu Gang's wrist and instantly recognizing the watch's exorbitant value.
His expression turned cold as he demanded, Deputy Director Wu, what exactly does your family do? Wu Gang panicked.
He never imagined that his sudden wealth as a formerly poor man, meant to be flaunted, would backfire so badly, leaving him instantly exposed at the mercy of others.
Aye.
Wu Gang's eyes darted nervously as he tried to deflect the question, but after a long pause, he still hadn't given a clear answer. Seeing his helplessness, Chu Fan turned to Cheng Shui.
Nurse Chang, since your husband can't explain it, you tell me.
Where did his watch and your diamond earrings come from?
If you bought them yourselves, you should have receipts, right? Or were they gifts from friends? Which friend? And why would they suddenly give such expensive presents?
Both working in a hospital, they were bound by ethical standards prohibiting the acceptance of red envelopes or gifts from patients or their families.
Their sudden wealth raises legitimate grounds for the hospital to investigate.
Whether they were gifts or personal purchases, the source of the funds must be accounted for. Wu Gang scratched his head in frustration, while Cheng Shui stammered nervously.
No matter how they tried to explain, they couldn't make sense of it.
Sun Kaichuan, seeing this, bluntly stated, fine, since you won't talk, I'll just report this to the police. That way, higher-ups can send someone down to thoroughly investigate the source of your assets and see if there's any shady business going on. With that, he made to dial the phone immediately. Wu Gang, cornered like a cornered dog, rushed out with his wife without a second thought. But Cheng Shui twisted her ankle and fell flat on the floor. Wu Gang steeled himself, abruptly letting go of Cheng Shui's hand and bolting out alone.
Such a ridiculous scene would make even a fool realize something was off.
Yet no matter how fast Wu Gang ran, it was futile. Forget about the expert Chu Fan, even the master Xing Shengxuan alone could easily catch him. Despite giving Wu Gang a half-minute head start, moments later, Xing Shengxuan effortlessly grabbed him by the collar and brought him back. Sun Kaichuan sneered coldly. While we don't know if these large sums of unexplained assets are connected to this matter, I believe you all have your own judgments.
You two stay right here. I'll summon the Internal Affairs Department immediately. We'll get to the bottom of this in front of everyone. Don't investigate. Don't call the police. I know I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong.
Cheng Shui, abandoned by her husband, seemed to suddenly see the light. She had sacrificed too much in this frame up, not only her own innocence and reputation, but also enduring a brutal slap from her husband. It wasn't just that she gained less than him in the end, she was abandoned at the very last moment. This shattered Cheng Shui completely, finally hardening her resolve to reveal the truth.
From Cheng Shui's account, everyone learned the absurd details of the incident.
They discovered the mastermind behind it wasn't someone from the hospital, not the ridiculous figure everyone had assumed, but Ronghua from First Hospital, their rival. The directors were furious beyond belief at this treacherous double cross by the couple. They had assumed this was an internal hospital conflict, never imagining these two would take dirty money from the rival hospital to sabotage their own. Now, there was no way they would let this go. They were determined to report it to the police and send this couple and that damned Ronghua to jail. At this very moment, Ronghua was blissfully awaiting good news, completely unaware that disaster was about to befall him. Thus, the matter came to a close, and Lu Lai's innocence was finally preserved. Overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his aged face, he clutched Xing Shengxuan, Sun Kaichuan, and Chu Fan, at a loss for how to express his gratitude.
Sun Kaichuan beamed with delight.
His timing today had been perfect. Not only had he become Lu Lai's benefactor through this incident, but more crucially, he'd gained influence over Chu Fan. Nothing could make him happier. Yesterday, Sun Kaichuan had conducted a small investigation into Chu Fan. He not only discovered Chu Fan's identity as the son-in-law of the Li family but also uncovered intricate connections between Chu Fan and the Tang family. Unable to resist, Sun Kaichuan had called Tango-san to inquire. To his surprise, Tango-san remained tight-lipped, merely stating that the Tang family was willing to serve Mr. Chu. He also issued a silent warning to Sun Kaichuan, never cross Chu Fan, or else even he wouldn't spare the Sun family. Logically speaking, the Sun family's power was no weaker than the Tang family's. Even if Tango-san were as foolish as they come, he wouldn't have spoken to Sun Kaichuan with such an arrogant, bossy tone. But this time, Tang Gaozan was completely out of character, putting on an air of if anyone dares touch Chu Fan, the Tang family will fight them to the death. This genuinely startled Sun Kaichuan, who hastily explained his purpose in detail, revealing that Chu Fan was also his benefactor.
Only then did Tang Gaozan's attitude soften.
He then informed Sun Kaichuan that Chu Fan was also a benefactor to the Tang family. He proposed that both families should communicate more regarding matters involving Chu Fan, offering each other favors to foster mutual understanding. It was precisely this consideration that had driven Sun Kaichuan to rush over today, fearing he might offend such an important benefactor. Upon hearing that the Sun family had come to visit Li Zhonghua, Chu Fan waved them off, urging them to return home immediately.
My family doesn't know I know you, he said.
I appreciate your kindness, but there's no need for all this fuss.
Ah, very well.
Then please take these gifts back with you.
Take them back for now. If I ever need anything in the future, I'll contact you.
Chu Fan didn't close the door completely. He was also considering that he might need their help later when he went to ask Li Xiang for the medicinal herbs he required. After bidding them farewell, Chu Fan returned to Li Zhonggua's hospital room. Li Zhenmei approached him with concern.
How is he? Is old Lu all right? Chu Fan nodded. Old Master Lu is an upright man.
He was framed by that couple. The investigation has cleared him.
He's fine now. That's truly wonderful.
He is, after all, a benefactor to our family.
Knowing he's safe and sound puts our minds at ease.
Li Zhenmei exhaled in relief.
The day passed quickly. Considering Li Zhenmei's busy schedule, Chu Fan took the night shift.
He first inquired about the situation with He Shuwei. Upon learning everything was under control, he instructed He Shuwei to consolidate the Chou family's forces and compile a comprehensive report. He planned to review it later to grasp the overall situation. Although the Chiu brothers had been subdued, other relatives of the Chiu family including directors of the Tingfei Business Association remained outside their sphere of influence. Each would need to be tackled individually and brought under their control. This was a long-term task that couldn't be accomplished overnight, it could only be done step by step. After hanging up with He Shuwei, Chu Fan found himself with nothing to do and started scrolling through his social feed. Having not used QQ for years, his Moments feed was overflowing with posts. They detailed the current lives of various classmates. Though they hadn't kept in touch much, scrolling through them evoked a sense of nostalgia. Scrolling through, he noticed only his middle school classmates were sharing lifestyle photos, while most of his high school friends Li Hua included were venting about their internships.
Seeing Li Hua's pouty selfie, Chu Fan couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. That guy's tendency to complain about everything really hadn't changed a bit.
Still, he was a good friend. Chu Fan decided to reach out to Li Hua tomorrow and arrange an internship for him at Tingfei Business Alliance.
Chapter 143, Talking about Chu Fan.
Compared to the complaints about grueling internships flooding the social feed, Bai Shu MA's days were clearly much more pleasant.
Her internship was at her family's Danqing medical clinic.
She spent her days assisting her grandfather in treating patients. Under his patient guidance, she learned many things that couldn't be taught in school. Her grandfather, Bai Hua, was a remarkably open-minded man who never harbored any gender biases. He had always intended to pass down the Danqing medical clinic, which he had built from scratch, to his granddaughter. Therefore, during her internship, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to teaching Bai Shu Ma. Today, however, Bai Shu Ma seemed distracted. Though she held the tools for measuring herbs in her hands, the herbs themselves were scattered all over the floor.
Noticing this, Bai Hua asked curiously, "What's gotten into you today, girl? Why are you so distracted? How could you lose focus after just a few days? Have you already forgotten about the praise you received at school the other day?"
Hearing her grandfather's question, Bai Shu Ma bit her lip awkwardly.
"I'm sorry, Grandpa. I've been thinking about some things."
Bai Hua watched his granddaughter's earnest expression and pursed his lips.
"Focus on your work during work hours. Save other thoughts for later." "No, Grandpa. I'm thinking about things related to medicine."
Bai Shu Ma hurriedly explained, then pulled Bai Hua down to sit beside her. She began recounting her encounter at Erxian Bridge with the woman who had been saved by Chu Fan.
"I encountered an asthma patient.
During an attack, she couldn't speak, was unconscious, lips turning blue from severe oxygen deprivation, essentially near death.
Then some doctor misplaced an acupuncture needle, worsening her condition. Is that even salvageable?" After hearing Bai Shu Ma's account, Bai Hua frowned deeply and said, "Which incompetent doctor couldn't diagnose the condition and ended up harming the patient?" The only area where traditional Chinese medicine lags behind modern medicine is in its slower efficacy. While we do have methods to temporarily stabilize a patient's vital signs in emergencies, there's essentially only one chance. A single misstep leads to irreparable consequences.
Once the needle is misplaced, the outcome is almost certain to be irreversible.
Seeing Bai Hua speak with such certainty, Bai Shu Ma suddenly laughed. "Grandfather, you're wrong this time, that patient was cured in the end." "Nonsense. You little rascal are just trying to slack off and avoid work, so you're making up stories to distract me, aren't you?
Baihua didn't believe a word of Bai Shuemei's story, suspecting she'd made up this exaggerated case just to chat idly with him. To his surprise, Bai Shuemei shook her head solemnly. Grandpa, may lightning strike me dead if I'm lying.
This really happened to me. And that miracle worker who cured the patient? He's my old high school classmate.
Seeing Bai Shuemei's smug expression, Baihua retorted with obvious skepticism, you're getting more and more outlandish with your stories, girl. If you'd said some master like Wei Yizhen had intervened, I might have believed you.
But you say it was your former high school classmate? That means he's about your age. Experience in traditional Chinese medicine isn't something you accumulate in a year or two. How could someone your age possibly surpass me? I don't buy it.
Baihua flatly dismissed Bai Shuemei's claim, then stood up to resume his work.
But Bai Shuemei wouldn't let it go.
She stepped forward and blocked Baihua's path.
Grandfather, how can you not even believe me?
This happened at Erxian Bridge. Yu Hui and I encountered it together.
It's absolutely true.
Hearing this, Baihua stroked his beard thoughtfully, sighed deeply, and said, talented individuals emerge in every generation, each leading the field for centuries.
Perhaps I truly am narrow-minded.
I wonder which professor your classmate studied under to attain such prowess. I'd be quite interested in seeking his guidance myself. Bai Shuemei scoffed coldly, her face dripping with disdain.
Grandpa, what's gotten into you today? Your intuition is as weak as a kitten's.
That guy's a convict dropped out of college to serve time in prison. Later, I asked him if he'd learned medicine from some master. He told me it was just a rustic remedy for treating people in the countryside. Even the vets back home knew how to handle it.
Nonsense.
Baihua frowned at Bai Shuemei's know-it-all attitude, cutting her off with a sharp retort.
Why do you believe everything you hear, girl? Country folk remedies can't treat illnesses like this. Traditional Chinese medicine is profound, especially acupuncture. One wrong move and you could paralyze someone.
The folk remedies that survive in the countryside are all incredibly simple and easy to learn.
Do you really think acupuncture, a technique even your grandfather and I have never heard of, could possibly be simple and easy to learn? Bai Shuemei suddenly understood, slapping her thigh in realization. So he was fooling me.
And here I was, actually believing those country remedies were so powerful.
You're the one who's too stupid. Traditional Chinese medicine is a profound discipline. It's not something just any lowly peasant could learn. How could that be possible? But tell me more, could that kid be from the countryside?
Baihua was intensely curious about Chu Fan, pulling Bai Shuemei aside to ask questions left and right, hoping to learn more.
But Bai Shuemei herself couldn't say.
She hadn't interacted with Chu Fan for 3 years, and these past few days had only involved brief encounters.
Her understanding of him was still stuck in high school. How could she possibly answer? Of course, Bai Shuemei was genuinely curious too. After 3 years apart, how had this prison-bound guy acquired such extraordinary medical skills? Could it be that some medical genius in prison had taken him as a disciple?
Seeing Bai Shuemei remain silent, Baihua realized his granddaughter still knew little about this man named Chu Fan and could only let the matter drop. Early the next morning, just as he arrived at the clinic with Bai Shuemei, several luxury cars screeched to a halt outside Danqing Clinic.
Dr. Bai, save us. Hearing the cries outside, Baihua rushed to the door. His surprise grew when he recognized the arrival as the renowned wealthy tycoon, Hua Laobei. Mr. Hua? What brings you here so early in the morning?
Hua Bei spoke urgently. Dr. Bai, my father's old ailment has flared up again.
He's already been taken by ambulance to the central hospital. Please come with me immediately.
Upon hearing it was old Master Hua's recurring ailment, Baihua immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. He hurriedly motioned for Bai Shuemei to help him prepare his belongings.
Bai Shuemei scrambled to pack Baihua's medical kit.
After seeing him off, she remained alone at the clinic, yet her eyelid twitched incessantly as if something ominous was about to unfold.
Chapter 144, This mentor is going through menopause.
Meanwhile, Chu Fan, who had stayed up all night at the hospital, was still wide awake and alert. On his way to the hospital cafeteria to buy breakfast, he happened to spot Yu Hui. The usually haughty Yu Hui stood there like a beaten dog, silently enduring a scolding from a doctor in a white coat. I have no idea what they're teaching at your school these days.
You can't even grasp the most basic knowledge. Are you here to intern or to worship me like a deity? Don't think your looks will let you off the hook.
I'm your supervising instructor, and I'm telling you, if you make another rookie mistake like this during the next month of your internship, you can forget about graduating.
I'm sorry, Director Zhou. I truly didn't mean to. I won't make this mistake again. For some professions, supervising interns might be a breeze, but for mentors in traditional Chinese medicine, it's quite the opposite. They constantly have to keep an eye on these students. If anything goes wrong, the mentor has to step up and take responsibility. Director Zhou was already swamped with work, and now he had to deal with Yu Hui, a careless student. This morning, Yu Hui had even said the wrong thing to a patient, causing Director Zhou to get scolded by the patient's family. Her frustration boiled over, and she took it out on Yu Hui.
Yu Hui knew she'd made a mistake, but Director Zhou's words were unnecessarily harsh.
She hadn't done it on purpose. Did she look like she wanted to be scolded?
Director Zhou had been particularly harsh lately, perhaps due to menopause. Even when Yu Hui hadn't made any real mistake, she'd nitpick and find fault, only stopping after giving Yu Hui a thorough dressing down. Under such pressure, Yu Hui grew increasingly tense. And when she was tense, she made more mistakes, which only led to more scolding. When she first learned she'd been assigned to the city center hospital for her internship, Yu Hui had been quite pleased. The hospital had a prestigious reputation, and her mentor was a woman surely she'd be easy to get along with.
Little did she know, reality would prove otherwise. Since arriving here, she hadn't had a single good day. She had already recognized her mistake. Couldn't you show some tolerance? Just then, a familiar voice rang out. It was Li Hua. A distant relative of his was hospitalized, and he'd come to visit. He happened to see Yu Hui, his high school classmate, being scolded and couldn't help but speak up. Hearing someone dare challenge her, Zhou Jie's expression darkened further. She turned to Li Hua and coldly snapped, "Who do you think you are? What business is it of yours? Yu Hui, is this another stray man you've been fooling around with?" Zhou Jie once again mercilessly directed her accusations at Yu Hui. Yu Hui was undeniably pretty, especially with her narrow, elongated eyes that looked like a little fox's, utterly captivating. Now in menopause, Zhou Jie's figure had lost its former grace. Seeing Yu Hui pampered by men filled her with seething resentment, making her words even harsher. Li Hua hadn't expected Zhou Jie to be so vicious and immediately fired back. What kind of talk is that coming from a woman? It really drags down the standards of doctors. Zhou Jie couldn't be bothered to argue with Li Hua. With a dark expression, she turned to Yu Hui. "You're quite something, aren't you? Acting all innocent in front of me, but secretly encouraging your wild man to cause trouble for me, huh? Fine. I won't mentor you anymore. Go back and get reassigned." With that, Zhou Jie turned to leave. Yu Hui panicked at the words. She was counting on getting a good grade. If she was sent back to her unit without an internship record, she might not even get her diploma. "Director Zhou, I didn't ask him to come speak for me." "Li Hua, you keep your mouth shut." Yu Hui was in a complete state of panic, feeling no gratitude toward Li Hua whatsoever. Zhou Jie sneered coldly, "Stop putting on a show in front of me. I can't stand even a speck of sand in my eyes." "Who's putting on a show? With your tiny nose and eyes, sand couldn't even fit in there if it tried. You're just jealous of beautiful women because you're ugly yourself. At your age, you really have no self-respect." If he had spoken up for Yu Hui earlier, now Li Hua was simply annoyed by Zhou Jie. As he spoke, his peripheral vision caught sight of Chu Fan. Surprised, he exclaimed, "You're here too? Perfect. There's strength in numbers." Chu Fan felt like laughing and crying at the same time. He hadn't planned on getting involved at all. But out of respect for Li Hua, he could only offer a few words of support. "Director Zhou, if the intern made any mistakes, you could certainly point them out and have her correct them. There's no need to berate her so harshly. Your mental state is so poor, why not see a doctor? Are you avoiding treatment? You're a physician yourself. If you can't even manage your own emotions, let alone let them affect your work, how can you possibly treat others? Menopause, at its mildest, is a physiological cycle. At its worst, it's a psychological disorder. Zhou Jie's state is clearly off. Her harshness goes beyond what's typical for menopause. Unless she's truly a terrible person, there must be something wrong with her mental state. This is severely affecting her work." The moment Zhou Jie heard Chu Fan's words, she felt he was implying she had a mental illness. She flew into a rage, her anger boiling over. "You little bastard, who do you think you're talking about?" she screamed. "I think you're the ones with issues. Two men protecting one woman, you've got some nerve. Yu Hui, you've got some nerve today, bringing these two little brats to challenge me, huh? Fine, if you think you're so tough, I can't handle this big Buddha statue. Whoever's got the guts can take her away." Zhou Jie, after all, had worked her way up to director at the hospital. The hospital would never risk embarrassing her over a mere intern. If this escalated to higher-ups, regardless of who was right or wrong, Yu Hui would be the one to suffer. If she could switch advisors and continue her internship here, that would be best. But if her file were actually expelled and she lost her internship opportunity, she'd become the laughingstock of the entire college. Seeing Zhou Jie get serious, Yu Hui was scared to the point of tears. "What are you two doing? I know you're trying to speak up for me, but I really did mess this up. Please, don't make things worse." Li Hua shot a disdainful glance at Yu Hui's pathetic display and snapped, "Hey Yu Hui, you're usually so sharp-tongued. Why do you turn into a mute in front of that old hag?" Li Hua glared at Yu Hui, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Chu Fan remained silent, shifting his gaze to the other side. A clatter of hurried footsteps echoed as a group of sweaty medical staff burst into view. "Director Zhou, we finally found you. This patient has developed acute renal failure. Please come take a look immediately." Chapter 145, Utterly Unethical. Acute renal failure? Hearing about such a critical case, Zhou Jie couldn't help but panic.
She didn't want to admit it, but her mental state had been poor lately, sometimes even causing her hands to shake. In this state, she could manage routine tasks like taking pulses and prescribing medications without major mishaps.
But facing an actual emergency patient? Mistakes were inevitable. Director Zhou, what are you standing there for? Hurry up. That patient is old Hua.
If anything happens to him, our hospital is finished.
Upon hearing the patient's identity, Zhou Jie grew even more tense.
She hastily tucked her hands behind her back, her breathing becoming ragged. The Hua family held considerable influence in Jinling, and Hua Chang was one of the city's 5 underground tigers. One misstep, and it would spell disaster. The thought sent Zhou Jie reeling. She felt like she might collapse right there on the spot.
This won't do. I haven't handled this patient before. Go find Director Yu. Have him.
Director Zhou, Director Yu is on family leave back home.
Have you forgotten? You're the only attending physician on duty today. If you don't step up, who will?
Zhou Jie's eyes grew even more blurry at the words. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck her, a way to extricate herself completely. Forcing herself to appear composed, she nodded and declared, "In that case, I'll have to handle this personally."
Yu Hui, come assist me. Ha!
Yu Hui froze in shock. She never imagined Zhou Jie would bring her along for such a critical surgery and make her the assistant.
How could a rookie like her possibly handle such immense responsibility? What ha? Get over here.
But Zhou Jie seemed determined, leaving Yu Hui no room to refuse. She practically shoved her into the examination room.
Upon entering the treatment room, Zhou Jie didn't intend to perform the procedure herself. Instead, she addressed Yu Hui, "This is an excellent opportunity for you to practice.
I'll be here to guide you, but you'll be the one performing the treatment.
Understand?" Yu Hui panicked. How could she possibly treat this kind of illness? If she were that skilled, why would she be interning here, looking up to others? This was utterly absurd. Director Zhou, you must be joking. I'm completely out of my depth.
I've never performed surgery myself, and I've barely had chances to observe.
If you make me treat this patient, I'll end up killing them.
Zhou Jie didn't care whether the patient lived or died. All she cared about was who would take the blame. So, in a rare display of warmth, she encouraged Yu Hui, "Don't worry.
It hasn't even started yet. Why are you looking so gloomy, as if it's already over? I'll be here to guide you. What are you afraid of?" Don't be fooled by Zhou Jie's words. In reality, her mind was already spinning with calculations. If old Hua really died in the end, she'd simply claim that Yu Hui, her eager-to-please assistant, had acted impulsively. Taking advantage of her momentary inattention, Yu Hui had secretly interfered, disrupting her treatment plan. That way, Yu Hui would shoulder all the blame. Yu Hui wasn't stupid. Even if she were clueless, she knew this wasn't a situation for a mere intern like her to take charge. Therefore, she waved her hands repeatedly, refusing to take another step forward. Seeing Yu Hui's refusal to cooperate, Zhou Jie flew into a rage, slapping her across the face while cursing, "If you won't treat him, then get out. Get as far away as you can. This hospital has no place for a talkative, useless person like you." "But Director Zhou, this is a critical situation. I've never treated acute renal failure before. Why did you push me to take charge? What were you thinking?" Yu Hui retorted angrily. "You can't handle it, so you want me to take the fall, right?" Yu Hui hadn't dared to argue earlier because she was in a position where she had to bow to pressure. But now that she'd been pushed to this point, if she still let herself be manipulated like a fool, wouldn't that be utterly stupid? Even the most foolish person could weigh whether graduation was more important than her life. Zhou Jie couldn't afford to offend the Hua family. Did she, a mere college graduate, think she could? Seeing Yu Hui dare to defy her, Zhou Jie's face turned liver-colored with rage. Forcing calm, she bellowed, "Say whatever you want. A useless person like you doesn't deserve an internship at our hospital. I'll kick you out. I will." Zhou Jie flew into a rage, ignoring the dying old Hua lying there as she argued fiercely with Yu Hui. If she couldn't pin all the blame on Yu Hui, then half would do. She'd claim Yu Hui lacked discernment, insisting on arguing with her and unsettling her focus, thus missing the critical window for treatment. That way, while she might be criticized for unprofessionalism, the ultimate blame would still land squarely on Yu Hui. Their heated argument in the examination room drew the attention of those outside, and soon the nurses began whispering. "Is that intern missing a few marbles? Who gave her the nerve to argue with the chief? What is that girl playing at? Could she be deliberately stalling to kill the patient? Shouldn't we go in and try to calm them down? Dr. Hua's status is extraordinary. If something happens to him because treatment was delayed, we'll all be in big trouble." The nurses argued fiercely among themselves, but when it came time to enter the room, none dared to step inside and risk the consequences. Just then, Chu Fan stepped forward, pushing aside the chattering nurses and striding decisively into the examination room. "Quiet down, both of you. This is a matter of life and death, not the time for bickering. Step aside. I'll handle this."
Chu Fan radiated an overwhelming aura of authority, like a general on the battlefield. His words were spoken with force and conviction, commanding respect. Trembling, Yu Hui quickly retreated to the side, not daring to utter a single word, and obediently stood behind Chu Fan. Zhou Jia, however, watched Chu Fan coldly, her mind already scheming up another devious plan. Chu Fan instantly saw through her scheming. He glared at her and snapped, "Put away your dirty tricks. I know exactly what you whispered to Yu Hui just now. You'd better cooperate with me in treating old Master Hua. Otherwise, you'll die a far more miserable death than him." Zhou Jia never dreamed she'd be threatened by a junior even younger than her own son. She gritted her teeth in fury, yet found herself utterly powerless against Chu Fan. As for why Chu Fan was helping Yu Hui, the reason was simple. While he held no particular fondness for Yu Hui, saving a life was better than building 7 tiers of a pagoda. Moreover, from their conversation, he gathered the patient was connected to Hua Chang. At the internship reunion Yu Hui and Bai Shuame had hosted last time, he owed Hua Chang a favor. Now was the perfect chance to repay it. Moreover, Hua Chang remained one of the 5 tigers of Jinling he hadn't yet co-opted. This presented a perfect opportunity to win him over or resort to force if necessary. First the courtesy, then the force. Chapter 146, What a Divine Healer. Thus, the examination room became the domain of Chu Fan, an outsider, as he issued orders while Yu Hui assisted from the sidelines. As for Zhou Jia, she could only seethe in silent frustration. With that old witch no longer disrupting things, Chu Fan held his breath and concentrated. He swiftly drew out a silver needle, sterilized it, and inserted it into old Master Hua's Yongquan acupoint. Watching from the side, Yu Hui felt her scalp tingle. She was so tense that every hair on her body stood on end. The old man lying on the hospital bed might be a complete stranger to them, but his life hung in the balance and with it, the lives of everyone present. Kidney disease was no laughing matter. If dialysis or other treatment wasn't arranged immediately to stabilize his condition, from onset to death, it wouldn't even take half a day. Chu Fan, can you really handle this? I beg you, don't ruin me. My future means everything to me. Yu Hui sobbed beside him, her heart pounding in her throat. Despite Chu Fan's confident demeanor, Yu Hui felt utterly anxious. If I couldn't handle it, I wouldn't have come. Without turning his head, Chu Fan added, besides, I'm saving this person because I want to. It has nothing to do with you. You don't need to worry about liability. Oh, you're quite the manly man, aren't you? Too bad you're overestimating yourself and putting on too much of an act. Zhou Jie heard these words and coldly interjected. Chu Fan replied icily, only a useless person like you would be scared by such a minor illness. It's obvious who's overestimating themselves. Who are you calling useless? Who do you think you are? Zhou Jie was furious, her face flushed crimson with rage, her eyes blazing. But as she spoke, Chu Fan had already pulled out the silver needles one by one. All right. I've stabilized old Hua's condition. The rest is up to you. If you can't even handle this minor task, then you truly are a complete waste of space. With that, Chu Fan gathered the needles and walked away first. Yu Hui glanced at Chu Fan's retreating figure, then at Zhou Jie's sour expression, and hurried after Chu Fan, terrified of facing Zhou Jie's wrath again. Zhou Jie had indeed been poised to unleash a torrent of abuse, but upon realizing old Master Hua's condition had stabilized, she fell silent. Still, she dared not take over. After all, those two had already left. Without a scapegoat, if the patient died on her watch, she'd be in serious trouble. Thus, Zhou Jie also rushed out of the treatment room, instructing the nurses to immediately notify the hospital director to come and assess the situation. At that moment, Chu Fan was heading toward Building B of the inpatient ward. Li Hua's distant relative was there, and as a good friend, having run into him at the hospital, Chu Fan naturally intended to pay a visit. Yu Hui, her eyes red-rimmed, trailed behind him, terrified that Chu Fan might shift the blame onto her and she wouldn't be able to clear her name in time. Chu Fan, that was old Hua lying in that hospital bed. They say his son, Hua Chang, has serious clout in Jinling. You killed his dad, he won't let you off the hook. You still have time to run. What nonsense are you spouting? Chu Fan was so exasperated he nearly laughed. I cured Hua Chang's old man. If he finds out, he'll be begging me on his knees to thank me. How could he possibly go after me? Give him 100 guts, and see if he dares. Chu Fan, stop talking nonsense. Where did you cure anyone? You clearly left a mess for Director Zhou and then ran off with me. Clearly, Yu Hui believed Chu Fan was lying to deceive Zhou Jia, just biding his time to make a run for it. Meanwhile, Vice President Ji Xing stormed into the treatment room. Spotting Zhou Jia standing outside nervously biting her nails, he snapped angrily, Director Zhou, what are you doing? The patient's condition is critical, yet you're standing outside ignoring it. Do you even deserve to be a doctor? Zhou Jie stammered for a long moment, unable to utter a word. Hua Bei, who had arrived later, couldn't be bothered with this woman. He shoved her aside and declared, all of you, get out of here. I've invited Dr. Bai to treat my father. You're all useless. When I have time later, I'll make you pay. Ji Xing's forehead broke out in a cold sweat at these words.
He bowed and scraped an apology, hoping only that Bai Hua could work a miracle and stabilize old Master Hua's condition. Otherwise, their hospital would be finished. As Bai Hua walked toward the examination room, he remarked, "Don't pin too much hope on me. Acute renal failure has a very high mortality rate. I can't guarantee I'll be able to save him." Only then did Zhou Jie snap out of her daze, about to shift the blame onto Yu Hui. But before she could speak, Bai Hua, who had reached old Master Hua's bedside, suddenly exclaimed with astonishment and delight. "Good heavens! What a divine healer! To turn such a critical situation around, forcing toxins out through the patient's sweat, what immense inner energy must that require?" Bai Hua exclaimed repeatedly in the treatment room, nearly showering the acupuncturist with praise. Ji Xing listened nearby, a gleam of admiration gradually lighting up his eyes. He hadn't known the hospital harbored such extraordinary talent. Seeing his father safe and sound, Hua Bei breathed a sigh of relief. He excitedly grasped Ji Xing's hand and exclaimed, "Director Ji, your hospital is truly extraordinary. I initially feared you'd be helpless, but it turns out my knowledge was simply limited. To express my gratitude to this master, once my father is discharged, I will donate an additional inpatient building to commemorate your hospital's heroic act of saving his life." Bai Hua couldn't care less about all this talk. All he wanted now was to meet this divine healer immediately. "Director Ji, who exactly performed the acupuncture on old Hua? Could you please bring him out immediately so I can meet him?" Hua Bei hurried over and added, "I also wish to meet him and express my gratitude in person." "Thank you for your trouble, Director Ji." Ji Xing nodded, logically assuming that only Zhou Jie was qualified to treat old Master Hua, and thus she must have been the one who cured him. Without further ado, he summoned Zhou Jie to meet them both. Zhou Jie was visibly flustered, her mind racing with uncertainty. She knew she should tell the truth now that it wasn't her who saved old Hua, but that seemingly ordinary, unremarkable young man. But how many times in her life would she get an opportunity to be so highly valued? The lad had walked away on his own, she hadn't deliberately stolen the credit. Perhaps she could take his place. After wrestling with the decision for a long time, Zhou Jie finally made up her mind. So what if she took the credit? Would that foolish young man come back to expose her? At worst, she could write excellent on Yu Hui's internship certificate later, that would be the end of it. With that thought settled, Zhou Jie stepped forward without hesitation and took Hua Bei's hand. "Mr. Hua, you needn't repay me. I was on duty today, this was my duty. Even if it weren't old Master Hua lying in that hospital bed, but a beggar, I still wouldn't hesitate to help." Chapter 147, Exposed. Zhou Jie's words were grand and noble, as if she were a person of the highest medical ethics. Ji Xing watched Zhou Jie from the side, his smile never fading. Just 2 days ago, he'd been agonizing over who to appoint as the director of the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. Now, it seemed his dilemma was resolved. Medical skills that even Bai Hua recognized would surely command the respect of the entire hospital. Bai Hua looked at Zhou Jie, his eyes brimming with admiration and envy. Truly, women are no less than men. I never imagined a female practitioner could master internal energy to such a masterful degree. Such prowess, I've never seen a second person in my lifetime capable of achieving this. And yet you remain so humble and courteous, such grace truly puts me to shame. Hua Bei nodded in agreement. "Director Zhou, though you treat my father like any other patient, in my heart, he is the pillar of our Hua family. Saving him is saving our entire family. Here is the key to my newly purchased villa. Please accept it as a token of my gratitude." Zhou Jie glanced at the gleaming gold key and was utterly stunned. Her mouth watered uncontrollably, and her eyes practically sparkled with gold. Hua Bei's newly purchased villa was worth at least several million yuan, and he was just casually giving it away to her? This perk was simply too good to be true. Seeing Zhou Jie's reaction, Hua Bei slipped the key into her pocket without further ado. Zhou Jie tried to feign refusal, but Ji Xing spoke up first. "Director Zhou, please accept it. Don't disappoint Mr. Hua's kind intentions." While the hospital technically prohibited accepting gifts, Hua Bei was no ordinary person. If the hospital could cultivate a good relationship with him, all those expensive equipment purchases and budget allocations for inpatient department upgrades and maintenance would be secured. Bai Hua was genuinely curious about how Zhou Jie had treated old Dr. Hua. Turning to her, he asked, "Director Zhou, could you demonstrate again how you channeled your energy to expel those toxins?" Zhou Jie froze upon hearing this. She knew nothing about internal energy and could only stammer out a flimsy excuse. "Dr. Bai, it's not that I don't want to demonstrate for you, but the patient is already well. Who would I demonstrate on now? Use me. Just let me observe your needle insertion technique. It won't harm me if you insert them into ordinary acupoints." Bai Hua, being quite the inquisitive soul, promptly extended his arm for Zhou Jie to perform acupuncture. "Director Zhou, since Dr. Bai is so curious, why don't you demonstrate for him?" Zhou Jie took a deep breath. Seeing everyone staring at her expectantly, she steeled herself, picked up the silver needle, and inserted it into Bai Yuang's arm. While acupuncture shouldn't be performed carelessly, certain acupoints merely promote blood circulation and regulate qi. As long as the placement was accurate, there would be no adverse effects on the body.
But as they say, man proposes, God disposes. Just as Zhou Jia mustered her courage to perform a mock demonstration on Baihua's arm, her hand suddenly trembled, sending the needle completely off course. The needle went in at an angle, and Baihua's face turned pale.
Even a novice apprentice wouldn't make such a basic mistake.
Before Zhou Jia could react, Baihua pulled the silver needle out himself, his face ashen as he demanded, "You weren't the one who just performed the acupuncture, were you?"
A master's touch reveals the truth.
Baihua's pallor stemmed from Zhou Jia's misplaced needle. But his immediate recognition of her deception wasn't solely due to the incorrect acupoint, it was the sheer lack of force in her needle insertion. With such feeble force, she'd be lucky to even hit the acupoint, let alone use internal energy to expel the poison. This woman possessed absolutely no internal energy whatsoever. Baihua publicly exposed Zhou Jia's deception. Her face instantly flushed crimson, her embarrassment so profound she wished the ground would swallow her whole. Dr. Ji, equally taken aback by Zhou Jia's deception, defended his hospital's reputation. Believing Baihua had misjudged the situation, he sternly countered, "Dr. Bai, Director Zhou has just completed an acupuncture session.
A minor error now is understandable. You can't dismiss all her previous contributions just because of this minor slip-up, can you?"
Huabei also spoke up for Zhou Jia. "That's right, Dr. Bai.
People aren't machines, mistakes happen. Regardless, Director Zhou saved my father."
There were only a few young nurses outside the door.
Who else was present?
Besides her, who else had the skill to save my father?
You're really overthinking this.
Seeing both of them covering for her, Zhou Jia felt a little more at ease. But when she met Baihua's piercing gaze, she knew she couldn't keep up the act.
Baihua indeed sneered coldly, "I've practiced medicine for decades. If I couldn't even tell whether someone possesses internal energy techniques, wouldn't that mean I've lived in vain? Her misplaced needle isn't a major issue.
The real problem is that this woman possesses no strength whatsoever in her hands. Forget about expelling toxins from the body with internal energy, it's questionable whether she can even circulate energy in her dantian. I stake my reputation on it, there must be another master present. It was this master who saved old Master Hua." Baihua's words sent a ripple of shock through the entire room. The young nurse outside seemed to remember something and blurted out, "But Director Zhou wasn't alone in the treatment room earlier.
There was also intern Yu Hui and her classmate."
This nurse usually got along well with Yu Hui and knew how Zhou Jia constantly made things difficult for her.
Now the tables had turned.
Yu Hui and her friend seemed to have performed a great service. Seeing this as a golden opportunity to prevent Zhou Jia from ever bossing everyone around again, the nurse immediately stepped forward.
Ji Xing heard this and looked at Zhou Jia with an awkward expression, frowning as he asked, "Is what the nurse said true? There were others here just now? Who exactly performed acupuncture on old Hua?"
Seeing that the truth could no longer be concealed, Zhou Jia confessed everything honestly. She had never possessed the ability to save old Master Hua. The one who truly turned the tide was indeed Yu Hui's classmate.
"Damn it! You!" Huabei stormed forward with a menacing glare, grabbing Zhou Jia by the collar. "Who gave you the nerve?
You're clearly useless, yet you dared to try and take credit in front of me."
Ji Xing was furious too.
The director of their own hospital had committed such an embarrassing act.
If word got out, the hospital's reputation would be ruined. "Zhou Jia, where did that expert go?" I don't know. He's a young man who knows Yu Hui. You could call Yu Hui and ask."
Zhou Jia turned ashen-faced with fear and dared not lie any longer.
"A young man? You mean the acupuncturist who treated my father was a young man?"
Seeing Huabei's disbelief, Zhou Jia immediately pulled the young nurse over to testify. "Ask her if you don't believe me, she saw it with her own eyes."
The young nurse nodded. "That's right. Yu Hui's classmate is also very younger than me. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry and bring him back. Old Hua's continued recovery might still need his guidance."
Baihua gave detailed instructions, while a faint sense of joy welled up inside him. To encounter such a master healer capable of bringing the dead back to life was undoubtedly an honor. Chapter 148, This woman's intelligence is her Achilles heel. At the same time, Yu Hui and Xu Fan had arrived at Building B of the inpatient ward, standing outside the hospital room of Li Hua's relative. Yu Hui urged Xu Fan to leave immediately, but he refused to budge. Instead, he chatted with Li Hua about graduation plans and even offered to help him find a job. Li Hua was so moved he nearly bowed down to Xu Fan.
Yu Hui listened distractedly from the sidelines. Of all the people she knew, Bai Shu Ma was the most dependable. Bai Shu Ma's family also had some influence.
Yu Hui was now contemplating whether to call Bai Shu Ma and beg her to help get Xu Fan out of there quickly. After all, she was the one who had dragged Xu Fan into this quagmire. If she now caused him to end up in prison, her conscience would never forgive her. Just as Yu Hui was wrestling with this dilemma, a frantic ringtone suddenly pierced the hospital room. Everyone turned to look at Yu Hui, but her face had gone deathly pale, as if she'd been struck dumb.
After a long moment, Yu Hui finally snapped back to reality. Yet her first instinct wasn't to answer the phone. Instead, she grabbed Chu Fan by the arm and dragged him out of the room under Li Hua's bewildered gaze. Chu Fan, you must leave now. They must have discovered something wrong with old Master Hua. If you don't leave immediately, you might not be able to leave at all. I'm just a woman, after all. I didn't plant the needle. Even if they catch me, they won't do much to me. But you're different. You just got out of prison. You can't go back. This time, Yu Hui genuinely cared for Chu Fan, not wanting him to repeat his mistakes. Seeing her genuine concern, Chu Fan realized this woman still had a shred of conscience, however small. Why would I end up in jail? I didn't do anything wrong. How could you not have done anything wrong? You definitely caused problems for old Hua. Wah! Yu Hui's sobs grew more frantic as the ringing intensified. The caller seemed desperate, calling again and again. Even when Yu Hui didn't answer, they refused to give up. Alright, stop crying and answer the phone. I didn't cause him any harm, I cured him. You're lying, you. Chu Fan couldn't be bothered to argue with Yu Hui anymore. He simply pulled the phone from her pocket and pressed the answer button for her. The moment the call connected, an urgent, frantic voice burst through the line. Yu Hui, where the hell have you been? And that classmate of yours, get them back here immediately. We need you both urgently. The moment she heard it was the dean calling, Yu Hui felt her vision go dark and nearly fainted on the spot. Fortunately, Chu Fan caught her from behind, helping her steady herself. Dean, we haven't done anything wrong. Please, just let us off the hook. TSK, what nonsense are you spouting? I know you haven't done anything wrong. Hurry over here, stay in the treatment room. Quickly. Ji Xing's tone was urgent, yet he didn't seem to be furious. The call left Yu Hui utterly confused, completely unable to grasp the situation. Chu Fan, anticipating that the caller merely wanted to see him rather than confront him, replied as expected, I told you, he's definitely fine. With old Hua's extraordinary status, if I'd really injured him, would your director be this calm? But Yu Hui's thought process was unconventional. She didn't believe this meant the situation was resolved. Instead, her expression turned grave as she warned Chu Fan, you don't understand these old foxes. He might be playing hard to get. Bottom line, get out of there fast. Run as far as you can. Yu Hui was absolutely unwilling to let Chu Fan go back. She didn't want him to take that risk. Chu Fan had already spent nearly 3 years in prison. A second stint would surely result in a harsher sentence. Moreover, this time it was the Hua family patriarch who'd caused the trouble. Even if Chu Fan took full responsibility, Hua Bei's temperament meant he'd never let it go. You're really full of it. Let me tell you, I don't need to run, and neither do you. They called us back, so we're going back. Chu Fan seemed utterly unconcerned, showing not a shred of worry. Yu Hui, seeing his calm demeanor, grew so anxious she began shedding tears. But even after talking herself hoarse, Chu Fan refused to listen. She had no choice but to follow him toward the treatment room. Zhou Jia had assumed these two wouldn't return. She'd been counting on their absence so she could spin the story however she wanted, covering up her earlier mistake. But she never imagined these two would actually return. At that moment, Bai Hujixing and Hua Bei were both in the treatment room monitoring old Master Hua's condition, while Zhou Jia was sent out alone. Thus, the first person they encountered upon returning was Zhou Jia. Zhou Jia's eyes darted around as another devious plan formed in her mind. She stepped forward and said coldly to them, you two have some nerve, daring to come back? Do you have any idea how grave your mistake is? Dr. Bai is currently performing acupuncture on old Master Hua inside. Fortunately, only I saw you return. Get out of here immediately and never come back. Hearing Zhou Jia's words, Yu Hui burst into tears on the spot. See? I told you something bad would happen. You wouldn't believe me. They're waiting for us to walk right into their trap. Chu Fan, you have to leave now. I'm begging you. What do you mean he should leave? You're leaving too. You're my intern, after all. I don't want to see you punished. I'll take the blame for this. You two get out of here now. Zhou Jia's words sounded noble and sincere, as if she genuinely cared for both of them. Yu Hui was moved to tears upon hearing this, even bowing deeply to Zhou Jia in earnest gratitude. Chu Fan was stunned by this woman's cunning. He wasn't falling for it. Not only did he refuse to leave, but he sneered coldly, you're quite the scheming doctor, aren't you? Trying to trick us out of here so you can take all the credit for yourself, huh? With your character, if something happens to old Dr. Hua, do you really think you'd let us go? I don't buy it for a second. Chu Fan pushed open the examination room door as he spoke. The loud slam made everyone inside turn toward the doorway, their eyes immediately locking onto the young man with an extraordinary presence. What do you want with me? Facing these powerful figures, Chu Fan showed not a trace of fear. Isn't the patient already fine? Why did you bother calling me out here? Got nothing better to do? Chu Fan knew exactly why Hua Bei had summoned him back, but to maintain the upper hand without revealing his own, he feigned complete ignorance, waiting for Hua Bei to speak. Sure enough, seeing Chu Fan so composed despite his youth, Bai Hua and the others were stunned by his seasoned demeanor. Hua Bei immediately stepped forward and bowed. Benefactor, please accept my deepest gratitude. Chapter 149, Asking for a favor demands the right attitude. Yu Hui, standing nearby, heard Hua Bei's words. Tears welled up in her eyes as she stood frozen, as if doubting her own ears. Zhou Jie hadn't expected this kid to be so bold, completely falling for her trick. Heh, you're quite clever. You know I'm your benefactor, but this incompetent fool isn't. Fine, I'll give you credit for having some sense. Chu Fan shrugged, pointing at Zhou Jie. This person's medical ethics are utterly lacking. Keeping him in the hospital will only harm others. Do you understand what I mean? The moment Chu Fan finished speaking, Zhou Jie felt countless murderous glares fixated on her. In an instant, she transformed from a glamorous director into a pariah. The thought of being hunted down like a rat in the streets sent a wave of rage coursing through her. She screamed wildly, "You just got lucky. What are you so cocky about? Do you really think you're so great? I have far more experience than you. What gives you the right to lecture me here?" Zhou Jie completely lost it, ranting and raving like a madwoman. Seeing this woman dare to yell and scream here, disturbing his father's rest, Hua Bei's temper flared. He raised his hand and slapped Zhou Jie across the face. "Who gave you the right to stand here spouting nonsense and insulting the divine doctor?" Hua's slap was hard. Zhou Jie spun around and crashed onto old Master Hua's hospital bed. This was disastrous. Already frail, old Master Hua felt Zhou Jie's heavy body crush down on him, nearly snapping his ribs. A muffled groan escaped old Master Hua as the readings on the monitor plummeted, all vital signs immediately becoming abnormal. Hua Bei was utterly terrified. He shoved Zhou Jie aside, glanced at the machine's blaring warning alarms, and looked at everyone in panic. "What are you all standing around for? Quick, save my father!" Ji Xing stood helplessly by, while Bai Hua's gaze naturally fell upon Chu Fan. Chu Fan massaged his temples, exasperated. "Couldn't you have called him out first before lecturing him? Now you've just added to my workload." Hua Bei was sweating profusely with anxiety. "I'm so sorry, divine doctor. This is my fault. Please treat my father. Whatever you want, mountains of gold or silver, if I, Hua Bei, can afford it, I'll hand it over with both hands." Then he turned to threaten Zhou Jie. "This whole mess is because of you. And you still think you can change the divine doctor's mind?" Zhou Jie knew that if anything happened to old Hua, she'd surely end up in jail. After a moment's thought, she lowered her voice and whispered into Yu Hui's ear, "Hurry up and talk some sense into your classmate. What time is it now? He's still putting on airs here. If old Hua gets hurt, you can kiss your internship certificate goodbye." The mention of her internship certificate made Yu Hui immediately tug at Chu Fan's sleeve, hoping he would relent. Noticing Yu Hui's panic, Chu Fan narrowed his eyes and addressed Zhou Jie. "We're just classmates. We're not particularly close." Chu Fan's words plunged Yu Hui into despair, but his next statement offered some solace. "But I absolutely despise being threatened. Since you're asking me for a favor, you'd better show me some respect." With that, he pulled a nearby chair over and sat down. Zhou Jie dared not press further. This man before her seemed young, yet he understood human nature profoundly, far beyond anyone she could hope to outmaneuver. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Zhou Jie finally steeled her resolve and knelt down before Chu Fan with a thud. She had no choice. The Hua family's retaliation was something she simply couldn't bear. "I'm sorry, Yu Hui. I'm sorry, sir. I was wrong earlier. I shouldn't have turned the tables or shifted the blame. Please, I beg you, show mercy and handle this matter." Zhou Jie finally apologized. Whether sincere or feigned, at least her demeanor appeared earnest. Yu Hui never dreamed her former internship mentor, who had constantly manipulated her, would now grovel before her like this. If not for Chu Fan's intervention, how could she ever have received such fair treatment? But how had she treated Chu Fan? First, she had mocked him at Urshian Bridge. Later, when he saved someone for her, she had stolen his credit. And at the internship gathering, she had even considered using Chu Fan to help Bai Zuini get rid of Chen Kaisu. The more she thought about it, the more Yu Hui felt like a despicable person, her eyes brimming with shame. After a flurry of commotion, Chu Fan finally agreed to treat old Master Hua. He stepped forward, silenced the alarms of the medical equipment, then took out his silver needles and began acupuncture on old Master Hua with deliberate, measured movements. Chu Fan performed the acupuncture openly, not hiding his technique. Bai Hua craned his neck to observe, and Chu Fan didn't stop him. After all, there was nothing extraordinary about the needle technique itself. The true essence lay in the application of internal energy. Even if Bai Hua were to learn it, it wouldn't matter much. Without grasping the true essence, one could only mimic the outward form, never truly replicating the skill. Bai Hua held his breath, fully intent on studying the technique. But before he could get a clear look, Chu Fan had already finished the acupuncture. "All right, the patient is fine now. If you guys get hurt from any more bumps or scrapes, don't come looking for me. If someone's already this sick and you still aren't careful, I'd say you're trying to kill him on purpose." Chu Fan's words were blunt and unapologetic, sparing no one's feelings, not by Hua Bei, or even director Ji Xing. Hua Bei nodded repeatedly, his usual domineering demeanor completely gone. He agreed earnestly, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. Bai Hua stepped forward, clasped his hands, and said, "Young friend, may I ask you a question? That acupuncture technique you just used." Chu Fan glanced casually at Bai Hua and said earnestly, "Venerable senior, forgive my bluntness. You'll never master my acupuncture technique. Instead of wasting time on this, you'd be better off studying something else." Chu Fan had no ill intent, he merely wished to spare Bai Hua from further wasted effort. After all, the man was already advanced in years. To think he could cultivate his dantian and learn internal qi acupuncture techniques at this stage was truly wishful thinking. Yet the moment the words left his mouth, Bai Hua's expression darkened. After all, he was the head physician of the Danqing Medical Clinic. Out in the world, countless people hailed him as the White Medical King, a figure renowned alongside the famed Wei Yizhen. Now, humbly seeking guidance from a young man, the other dared to look down on him? This sent his temper flaring. "Young man, I'm giving you face, honoring you by offering to take you as my teacher. Even if you refuse to teach me, there's no need to speak so harshly. My reputation as Bai Hua is well established. Even if I lack skill, I'm no mere greenhorn for you to mock." Chu Fan hadn't expected Bai Hua to be so thin-skinned, leaving him somewhat speechless. What kind of mockery was that? I was merely calmly urging Bai Hua to face reality. Chapter 150, The Extreme Bai Hua. Bai Hua. So you are the renowned Bai Medical King. Upon hearing Bai Hua introduce himself, Yu Hui was utterly shocked. She immediately grabbed Chu Fan and exclaimed, "Stop talking nonsense. This gentleman is a living legend in Jinling's traditional Chinese medicine community, a master of the highest caliber, one of the absolute best. How dare you speak to him like that? Do you even want to stay in this field anymore?" Chu Fan shrugged it off. What did I say? If he was truly capable, why didn't he handle it himself just now? Why come begging me? Besides, I'm just stating facts. I didn't criticize him, I'm merely helping him understand his own limitations. Yu Hui's vision darkened at Chu Fan's words. Bai Hua was so enraged his beard bristled and his eyes bulged. After living so many years, he was now being looked down upon by a junior. Hua Bei had been deeply grateful to Chu Fan, but seeing his arrogance now, he was momentarily at a loss. As the tension hung heavy, Bai Hua, still seething, rolled his eyes and declared angrily, "You upstart brat. How dare you show me such disrespect? Today, I'll settle this with you once and for all. Stab a needle into my arm and let me feel your inner energy. If you truly possess such formidable skill, I'll acknowledge your mastery today." Bai Hua spoke thus because he wanted to experience it firsthand. Only then could he confirm whether Chu Fan truly possessed such extraordinary abilities so formidable that even he himself couldn't master them. Chu Fan shook his head. "I have no desire to fight you, nor is there any need. I'm merely advising you not to waste your efforts. If you insist on ignoring my words, then there's nothing more I can do." With that, Chu Fan turned to leave. Bai Hu, however, had thrown caution to the wind. With a roar, he grabbed a silver needle nearby and jabbed it into his own body. His entire body went numb, and he crashed to the ground with a thud. "Come! Perform acupuncture on me. Save me!" Bai Hua's bizarre action stunned everyone present. Yu Hui covered her mouth, staring at Bai Hua in disbelief. Chu Fan rubbed his nose, glancing at Bai Hua's pale face, torn between laughter and tears. "Why put yourself through this? If I really didn't help you, what would you have done? Would you have actually gone and died?" Chu Fan hadn't expected Bai Hua to be so obsessed with medicine that he'd stick a silver needle into his own arm just to test Chu Fan's limits. Truthfully, this tactic was inspired by Bai Hua's observations of Zhou Jie. "If you refuse to save me, I'll die. I'll see if you'll let me test my needles." Chu Fan detested such inhumane tactics, yet he was moved by the old man's stubborn persistence. He sighed deeply. To put it plainly, Bai Hua simply wanted to learn more, though his methods were a bit extreme. Chu Fan pulled a silver needle from his pocket, crouched beside Bai Hua, and said, "Today, I'm truly impressed by you. Since you insist on understanding, I'll demonstrate it for you. Listen carefully, Qi like the Dantian, spirit like a pillar. Circulate the heavens and earth, soar like dragons and phoenixes. Qi flows from the west into the major acupoints. Needle unmoved, Qi leaps outward. Blood valleys shift and rise, the bell falls upon the Dantian. Circulate and transform." The incantation Chu Fan recited left Ji Xing and the others utterly bewildered, completely lost in the fog of his words. Bai Hua, however, widened his eyes as if struck by sudden enlightenment. With Chu Fan's support, he sat up. The moment Chu Fan withdrew the silver needles, Bai Hua's complexion finally returned to normal, yet his expression was profoundly desolate. "I admit defeat. This technique truly eludes my grasp." Bai Hua now understood Chu Fan had deliberately avoided stating it plainly earlier, merely to spare his pride. Truly, Lian Pa had grown old. At his age, Bai Hua simply couldn't cultivate such formidable internal energy anymore. The thought of how he had just humiliated himself left Bai Hua feeling utterly defeated. He rose from the ground on his own, then bowed deeply and respectfully to Chu Fan. "Ambition knows no age. This old man has learned his lesson today.
Seeing Bai Hua bow respectfully, Chu Fan returned the gesture with a slight bow of his own.
As I said before, specialization is key.
Though you cannot cultivate internal energy techniques, you can dedicate yourself to other aspects and still make great contributions to traditional Chinese medicine.
Chu Fan's words weren't merely meant to spare Bai Hua's pride. After all, the man possessed abilities inherited through generations of cultivation. If he were to start cultivation from scratch, who knew how many years it would take?
Bai Hua nodded emphatically, his respect for Chu Fan now utterly unshakable.
Thank you for your wise counsel, young friend. Might I ask one more question of you? Go ahead. Bai Hu pressed on. Who is your master? Self-taught.
Chu Fan answered crisply, yet not a single person present believed him.
How could someone so young possess such formidable skills without a master's guidance?
Bai Hua assumed he simply didn't wish to say.
He pressed on. Then where do you work now?
I have a medical clinic called Danqing under my management.
If you're not averse to it. I work at a real estate company and don't have time for traditional Chinese medicine.
Today, I merely acted out of a doctor's compassion.
Chu Fan cut Bai Hua off.
He knew Bai Hua was trying to recruit him, but he didn't want to be tied down. He had bigger things to accomplish.
You work at a real estate company? That's a complete waste of talent.
Bai Hua, learning that Chu Fan wasn't practicing traditional Chinese medicine, beat his chest in frustration, utterly regretful. Chu Fan, however, responded with a casual shrug. A diamond shines wherever it is.
I'm quite happy working at the real estate company. Thank you for your appreciation.
Yui watched Chu Fan casually decline Bai Hua's invitation, her face brimming with envy.
Danqing Clinic.
It's on par with Asian Clinic, a place every TCM student dreams of working at.
Yet Chu Fan dismissed it without a second thought. What prospects could there be in menial work at a real estate company? A single month working at Danqing Clinic would be worth nearly half a year at the real estate company. How could he be so unreasonable?
Jixing quickly stepped in to persuade him. Young doctor, traditional Chinese medicine truly needs you.
How about joining our hospital as a part-time physician? I can offer you the same compensation as a full-time employee. Chu Fan still shook his head. If you hire me as a doctor at a legitimate hospital, aren't you courting disaster? I don't even have my medical license yet.
If someone reports me, I bet your hospital would be shut down for good.
When lives were at stake, saving people was an act of bravery.
But if he obediently came to work as a traditional Chinese medicine doctor and something went wrong, the public outcry would be magnified beyond measure.
It's a thankless task truly not worth the trouble. Chapter 151, Overinterpreting the Body.
Chu Fan's words sent another wave of astonishment through the crowd.
How could someone so talented fail to pass the medical licensing exam? That's just absurd.
The group exchanged bewildered glances, utterly incredulous. Huabei promptly stepped forward, handing Chu Fan the villa key he'd just retrieved from Zhou Jie's pocket.
Master physician, thank you for treating my father. This is a small token of my gratitude.
Chu Fan hesitated to accept, but after a moment's thought, he took it.
The Li Group's property was a pre-sale unit. Although the payment had been made, the handover wouldn't occur for another half day.
With my sister's vacation approaching soon, renting a place wouldn't be ideal. Might as well make this villa our temporary home.
Your father is out of the woods now. Just make sure he rests well.
For the next month, his diet must be low in oil, salt, and sugar. If he indulges and ruins his health, don't come looking for me. With that, Chu Fan continued walking toward Building B of the inpatient ward. Bai Hua watched his departing figure with a look of deep regret, sighing slowly, such extraordinary talent, yet unwilling to walk the path of traditional Chinese medicine.
What future does TCM truly hold? Must it rely on fools like me? Alas!
Everyone watched Bai Hua, his face etched with sorrow and melancholy, unsure how to console him.
If someone with such talent called himself a fool, what could they possibly say?
This was truly a case of comparison being the thief of joy.
Zhou Jie, come with me.
Ji Xing waved his hand, his face dark. A knot formed in Zhou Jie's heart. She knew the dean was preparing to settle the score later.
But what could she do? Who was to blame but herself for thinking she was clever and causing such a huge mess?
Compared to the despairing Zhou Jie, Yui felt a sense of exhilaration after surviving a catastrophe. Her annoying advisor had been fired, meaning she'd finally be free from his constant scolding and arbitrary demands. Meanwhile, when Chu Fan saw Li Hua again, he was just about to leave.
What were you and Yui rushing off to do? You two aren't, you know.
Glancing at Li Hua's teasing expression, Chu Fan nearly punched him.
What are you thinking? A patient had an issue, so I went to help out. Bull. Keep spinning your yarns. Li Hua didn't buy it for a second. Chu Fan had been in prison these past few years. How long had he even been out? If he could really treat patients, he'd be the director of the Academy of Sciences by now. Here. This is the consultation fee the patient's family gave me. Seeing Li Hua's skepticism, Chu Fan casually pulled out his villa keys and tossed them over.
Li Hua caught it reflexively, then looked puzzled.
What's this? The villa keys. See the note attached? The villa's address is written on that note. Didn't you tell me before that you plan to rent a place after finding a job? Perfect timing, I'll let you stay in my villa rent-free. Save you some cash. Anyway, Chu Fan hadn't settled things with the Lee family yet. The contract with Lee Jinmei was still stalled, so he'd probably have to stay with the Lee family for a while longer. Leaving the villa unused was a waste. Might as well let Li Hua make use of it, they were buddies anyway, so what did it matter? Li Hua unfolded the note and his eyes nearly popped out of his head when he saw the villa's location. Bro, you must be out of your mind. This villa's in the city center, the cheapest ones start at 3 million. Are you sure you didn't steal these keys? Do I look like the type to do that? Chu Fan rolled his eyes and stated bluntly, fine time to move in. For work matters, contact the number I gave you, they'll assist you. With that, before Li Hua could even process it, Chu Fan walked out the back door and headed toward the hospital wing where Li Xiang was staying. Not long after he left, Yu Hui caught up. Seeing the villa keys Li Hua held the ones Hua Bei had given him, she immediately pressed for details. I'm not entirely sure. Chu Fan said it was from a patient's family member. I suspect it's fake, most likely from that distant relative he mentioned at Jin Yan's birthday party last time. Li Hua paused, a hint of pain in his voice. I suspect this so-called distant relative is actually a wealthy woman. She's keeping him financially, and this key belongs to her. Even his offer to help me find a job, I bet he asked her for that favor too. After all, he just got out of prison. It's impossible for a distant relative to treat him so generously. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lived so frugally during his school days. Not to mention, after his parents died in a car accident, not a single relative visited him in prison. Only his sister waited for him patiently. Your interpretation. Yu Hui's eye twitched. She felt Li Hua was overanalyzing things. A kept man with a sugar mama could have such influence that an old TCM master like Bai Hua would bow to him. You've got to be kidding me. You agree with me, right? Li Hua thought Yu Hui agreed with him, exhaling alongside before adding, I hope you won't spread this around. Even if Chu Fan is being kept, I wouldn't look down on him. Everyone has their own way of living. Li Hua, actually. Ding dong. Just as Yu Hui was about to say something, Li Hua's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the message and his face lit up. Great. My resume finally got a response. I have an interview this afternoon and need to get ready. Bye. Li Hua considered Chu Fan a close friend, so he didn't want to trouble him, especially not by asking him to overexert himself physically for his sake. He decided to rely on his own strength to find a job and a place to live. Oh, and could you pass this key along to Chu Fan for me? Thanks. Li Hua left. Yu Hui stared at the key in her hand, torn between laughter and tears. Was this guy just wired differently, or was he genuinely clueless? Everyone said Chu Fan had boundless potential. Hua Bei even declared that from now on, Chu Fan was their family's benefactor. Anyone who dared cross him would be crossing the Hua family. This indirectly proved Chu Fan's true strength. At the same time, it also meant that the distant relative Chu Fan mentioned was definitely not some wealthy woman keeping him as a kept man, rather, it was a mistress Chu Fan was keeping. Of course, the likelihood of that being the case was low. After all, based on their interactions, Chu Fan's character didn't seem so low as to stoop to that level. The only plausible explanation was that the woman knew Chu Fan, perhaps someone seeking to climb the social ladder by associating with him, or possibly his secretary. Chu Fan, once thought of as just a lowly nobody, had suddenly risen to prominence, becoming a figure even North China feared. This couldn't help but set Yu Hui's mind racing. Chu Fan, oh Chu Fan, who exactly are you? How did you go from being a prison inmate to suddenly soaring to the top? Muttering to herself, Yu Hui suddenly made up her mind. She had to seize this opportunity and get her hands on Chu Fan. At this stage, she was the only one who knew Chu Fan's hidden potential. She had to strike first. After all, the luck to snag a rising star doesn't come to just anyone. Chapter 152, 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. During his visit to Li Xiang's hospital room, Chu Fan grabbed a quick bite and contacted the Sun family to help gather some medicinal herbs. Around noon, Li Jinmei arrived carrying lunch. Seeing Chu Fan gently stretching Li Xiang's limbs, she couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Though Li Xiang and Chu Fan were not related by blood, he treated her like a true younger sister, far better than those superficial cousins like Li Huihui. Chu Fan, you've worked hard. Come have some food. Li Jinmei had intended to visit in the morning, but her busy work schedule forced her to postpone until noon. Chu Fan shook his head. That's your lunch. If I eat it, won't you go hungry? I don't have much to do this afternoon anyway. One meal more or less won't make a difference. Xiang seems to be in good condition. She just can't wake up yet because of nerve damage. Once I gather all the herbs, she'll recover quickly. Hearing Chu Fan's assurance, Li Jinmei nodded, feeling increasingly satisfied with him. Thank you. They stood in silence, but the look Li Jinmei gave Chu Fan now held a hint of something more than before. Just as Chu Fan was about to change the subject, Li Jinmei's phone suddenly rang. Another client had unexpectedly arrived at the company, demanding her immediate return for negotiations. Recently, the Li Group had been thriving. Yang Yaoyan had vanished without a trace, and surprisingly, he hadn't come looking for trouble.
Consequently, many clients who had previously worked with Yao Yen Group had switched their allegiance to Li Jinmei. Li Jinmei welcomed them all with open arms, extending warm hospitality to each. Seeing her approachable demeanor, completely devoid of any haughtiness, these clients grew even more inclined to partner with her.
After a brief farewell, Li Jinmei drove back.
Chu Fan tidied up Li Xiang's hospital room, opened the window to air it out, and arranged for a dedicated nurse to care for her. He then planned to meet with Hua Chang to finalize the unification of the Jinling 5 tigers, eliminating any lingering concerns. Unexpectedly, as soon as he reached the door, he ran into Hua Bei, who had come looking for him accompanied by another man and woman. Hua Bei had discreetly investigated Chu Fan and learned he was the son-in-law of the Li family. Recently, the Li family had faced troubles, with both Li Zhonghua and Li Xiang hospitalized at this very facility. Coincidentally, Hua Bei's brother and daughter had come to visit Old Master Hua. Upon learning that Chu Fan had saved Old Master Hua, they decided to stop by and express their gratitude to him. Hua Bei's brother was none other than the renowned Hua Chang, while his daughter, Hua Shui, was a beauty with rosy lips and pearly teeth. Today, Hua Shui wore a white gauze dress with light makeup, her skin as fair as snow. Her beauty rivaled Li Jinmei's, perhaps even more youthful and radiant. Seeing Hua Chang, Chu Fan felt as if someone had delivered a pillow just as he was nodding off. "Mr. Chu," Hua Chang began, his flattery immediately evident, making Hua Shui blush slightly.
"The moment I learned father had been rescued, you were the first person I thought of."
"Indeed, only a divine physician like you could have pulled him back from the brink of death." She pursed her lips, bowed to Chu Fan in gratitude polite yet measured, embodying the grace of a well-bred young lady. Hua Bei took a call and turned to Hua Chang. "Brother, there's an issue with a shipment.
I need to head out immediately. I won't be joining you at Wanbao Pavilion.
You take Shuer along to broaden her horizons."
"Alright, go handle it." Hua Chang nodded and saw Hua Bei off. His eyes darted around before turning to ask Chu Fan, "Mr. Chu, are you free this afternoon? I happen to have 3 invitations to the Wanbao Pavilion appraisal event. Would you care to join us?" "Wanbao Pavilion? What's that?"
Chu Fan heard the ancient-sounding name and felt intrigued yet puzzled. Hua Shui interjected with a smile, "Mr. Chu, you may not know this, but Wanbao Pavilion is a remarkable place. It houses every rare treasure under heaven, precious herbs, cultivation tools, magical artifacts for opening portals. There's nothing in the world they don't sell."
While items might not always be in stock, the quarterly appraisal gathering guarantees an abundance of rare treasures.
That's why tickets are incredibly hard to come by. Our family had to book these 3 passes well in advance. Because Wanbao Pavilion has branches all over the place, every time they hold an appraisal fair, tons of wealthy folks come to check it out, not just the rich folks from Jinling.
Last time, we didn't get in.
Though meeting Chu Fan for the first time, Hua Shui felt an immediate warmth toward this benefactor, radiating a refreshingly pleasant aura.
Chu Fan's interest was piqued.
Li Xiang was still searching for the herbs. Although the Sun family claimed most had been secured, several key ingredients remained elusive. If they could find the required herbs at Wanbao Pavilion, it would certainly save them a great deal of trouble. Besides, he still needed to finalize arrangements with Hua Chang to bring him into his camp, so he couldn't afford to miss it. Still, Chu Fan felt awkward about seeming too eager. He deflected the topic with a roundabout remark, "Going isn't a problem, but wouldn't it be a waste to give me such expensive tickets? I'm just a country bumpkin who's never been to a place like this before.
Won't dressing up like this embarrass you guys?" Chu Fan was clearly overthinking it.
Hua Chang had earned his place among the 5 tigers of Jinling not only through his abilities but also because he was remarkably unconventional, bold and unpretentious.
"Not at all.
It would be an honor for Wanbao Pavilion to have someone of your caliber grace their appreciation event."
"Exactly.
If anyone dares to criticize you, this lady will be the first to make them pay." Hua Shui chimed in from the side, adopting a fierce expression as if ready to help Chu Fan teach those blind fools a lesson. Chu Fan felt a strong affinity for this kind, adorable girl with a touch of chivalry and readily agreed.
The trio soon arrived at Wanbao Pavilion, nestled in the bustling city center. Even before stepping inside, Chu Fan felt uneasy.
The 10,000 Treasures Pavilion looked ordinary, just like any common pawnshop, with a modest storefront.
Could such a place truly be as mysterious and extraordinary as rumored?
As if reading his thoughts, Hua Shui spoke before Chu Fan could utter a word. "Mr. Chu, don't be fooled by Wanbao Pavilion's unassuming exterior.
Its interior is a world apart. Once you step into their secret chamber, its opulent splendor will leave you utterly speechless." Chu Fan was taken aback by her words. Sure enough, the exterior appeared ordinary at first glance. Yet, turning left into the passageway and walking straight ahead, a gilded gate soon came into view.
Stepping through the gate, an incredibly spacious hall unfolded before Chu Fan.
Chapter 153, Whoever Buys is the Sucker.
The venue was only as large as a soccer field, but since there weren't many guests, everyone was mainly concentrated in the front rows. Each was decked out in gold and silver, dressed to the nines, obviously wealthy business owners. They mingled, chatting about everything under the sun, their conversation punctuated by bursts of laughter. Standing among them, Chu Fan felt decidedly out of place. But Hua Chang paid no heed to this. He promptly invited Chu Fan to take a seat, treating him as an honored guest.
Hold on.
Before Chu Fan could sit down, a man wearing a straw hat and a short-sleeved jacket, dressed like a provincial tycoon, called out to them.
Hey Hua Xiang, you're really dragging this out. What kind of thing did you bring? You're treating him with such respect, letting him sit first? Does this kid even deserve it? Where's Hua Bei? Don't tell me he's scared of getting his face slapped by me, so he didn't dare show up?
The man spoke in a sarcastic tone, his head bobbing in an irritating manner that screamed, asked for a beating.
Fumu, don't push your luck. My brother had an urgent matter, that's why he couldn't make it.
This gentleman is my special guest, you have no right to criticize him.
Hua Qiang warned sternly. Distinguished guest, he scoffed. TSK.
I heard your old man was hospitalized this morning after a health scare.
What? The moment your patriarch fell ill, the Hua family went to the dogs? You're calling this piece of trash a distinguished guest? You've got to be kidding me. Ah, what a pity Hua Bei couldn't make it.
I specially invited a master appraiser today to help me authenticate treasures. With him here, the grand finale treasure is surely mine for the taking. But I do worry about your Hua family. All this time I've considered you formidable rivals, turns out I was overthinking it. Fu Mo ranted on, his words dripping with contempt for Hua Chang and the others. Chu Fan became his prime target, subjected to relentless verbal attacks. Just as Hua Chang was about to speak, Hua Shui interjected coldly, you judge people by appearances. The Mr. Chu we invited may not look impressive, but he's far more capable than those useless fools surrounding you. To be perfectly honest, my grandfather's illness has been cured by none other than Mr. Chu himself. With him protecting us today, I'm certain our family will celebrate double good fortune.
Even the grand finale treasure will undoubtedly be ours.
Humph. After arguing with the other party, Hua Shui pulled Chu Fan to sit down. She then lowered her voice and said, Mr. Chu, don't pay any attention to that bore. He's just a nouveau riche bumpkin.
Besides his money, he's got nothing.
Chu Fan hummed in acknowledgement, unfazed. Just then, the sound of a gong rang out from behind them.
This signaled the official commencement of the appraisal event.
The head of Wanbao Pavilion was a middle-aged man in his 50s, dressed in a blue mandarin jacket, with a distinctly prosperous appearance. However, just by looking at his face, Chu Fan could tell he was a wolf in sheep's clothing, someone absolutely not to be trusted.
Moreover, the man's forehead bore a reddish-black hue today, a sign that he was likely plotting something.
This scheme could have succeeded, but for some reason, the unexpected occurrence of the purple star clashing with the moon meant he would start high and end low, ultimately suffering a major setback.
Chu Fan slipped his hands into his pockets and silently calculated. What a coincidence!
The purple star that the pavilion master encountered today was none other than himself.
It seems the Hua family's fortune is at its peak today. Bringing me along was indeed the right move.
With that thought, Chu Fan smiled. It seemed everything was destined by the heavens. The pavilion master picked up the microphone and delivered a speech, spouting a bunch of nonsense like how delighted he was to see everyone gathered here. The crowd wasn't buying it, urging the pavilion master to cut to the chase and bring out the treasure to be appraised today.
The pavilion master dared not offend these influential figures.
He immediately nodded with a smile and arranged for one hostess after another to approach, trays in hand.
This was the first item of the day.
The rules remained unchanged, the highest bidder wins, payment is due immediately upon winning, and goods are delivered after payment is received. Worried that Chu Fan might find the proceedings tedious, Hua Chang discreetly glanced at his expression.
Seeing Chu Fan craning his neck with keen interest, studying the items on the tray, Hua Chang finally relaxed.
Mr. Chu, if anything catches your eye, just let me know. I'll present it to you as a separate token of appreciation. Chu Fan shook his head slightly.
I doubt I'd like most of these.
I'd advise you not to buy them either. At least the first two aren't worth much, whoever buys them will be a sucker.
Fu Mo, seated nearby, had been observing Chu Fan closely, determined to see what made this brat so special that he could be a guest of the Hua family. Hearing Chu Fan's words, he immediately burst into loud laughter. Gallery master, did you hear that? Someone here is saying your items are no good.
The pavilion master was about to introduce the first two exhibits when Fu Mo's words caught his attention.
His gaze sharpened as he retorted angrily, who is so presumptuous? The Treasure Pavilion's appraisal event never displays inferior items. Which esteemed expert possesses such discernment that they dare pass judgment before this pavilion master has even introduced the pieces? It's him! Fu Mo relished stirring up trouble, wagging his finger accusingly at Chu Fan.
Everyone assumed Chu Fan had come to cause trouble. The guards of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion were no exception. The moment Fu Mo singled him out, the black-clad guards immediately advanced with menacing stares, adopting a confrontational stance as if ready to engage Chu Fan. Seeing this, Hua Chang quickly stood up and bowed his hands, saying, Master, please don't take offense. My friend here was merely speaking off the cuff, just chatting idly with me.
Surely the esteemed 10,000 Treasures Pavilion wouldn't be so lacking in magnanimity?
Hua Chang employed a strategy of courtesy before confrontation, clearly intent on protecting Chu Fan. But today, the pavilion master of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion seemed to have swallowed gunpowder or something.
His face twisted with fury as he declared, "I truly lack such magnanimity.
Our pavilion scours the world for treasures, but it's merely to run errands for everyone, to help wealthy patrons select items that catch their fancy."
This guy starts off by belittling my exhibits. Isn't this just ruining the event?
Fu Mo smirked quietly from the sidelines, certain Hua Chang and this reckless brat were in for a world of trouble. Just as Hua Chang was at a loss for what to do, Chu Fan stood up with a smile and said, "Well done, Wanbao Pavilion. Today, I listened to Mr. Hua praise you to the skies, thinking you must be some kind of magical place. But just looking at these two things you've brought out, I can tell you're here to make a mockery of yourselves." Not only did Chu Fan refuse to apologize, he only grew more animated. This single remark left both Hua Shui and Hua Chan utterly dumbfounded. The pavilion master of Wanbao Pavilion was furious, his face turning as red as a pig's liver.
"You insolent brat! How dare you spout such nonsense here, slandering our 10,000 Treasures Pavilion? Have you grown tired of living?" Chapter 154, The Baffling Mr. Chu. "I never slandered you." As Chu Fan spoke, he walked onto the stage and pointed at several copper coins placed on the first tray. These Jiajing Tongbao coins are all fake, artificially aged counterfeits. What else could it be but a joke? The legacy of the divine physician encompasses the vast and infinite. When this divine physician retreats into seclusion for even a brief period, it spans the lifetimes of several generations. His knowledge, cultivated from ancient to modern times, encompasses everything. How could ordinary people possibly comprehend it? With just his limited knowledge, Chu Fan had already become a master of treasure appraisal. Whose items are counterfeit? These Jiajing Tongbao coins were specially acquired from overseas collectors. How could they be artificially aged fakes? The Jiajing 13th year coins were minted in denominations of half, third, 5, and 10 cash. The 10 cash variety features a cross on the reverse hole, making it extremely rare. Only 30,000 Jiajing Tongbao 10 cash coins were ever cast, and they remain exceedingly scarce in collectors' hands today. Chu Fan chuckled and continued, "Yet you've produced a full 10 of them." Before Chu Fan could finish, the Wanbao Pavilion master cut him off. "What? Just because I acquired more, you call mine fake? Let me tell you. Securing 10 Jiajing Tongbao 10 cash coins proves Wanbao Pavilion's capability. It doesn't prove they're counterfeit." "I never said Wanbao Pavilion lacks capability. I merely said you're foolish," Chu Fan remarked with a faint, mocking smile. You insolent brat, you're asking for a beating." The head of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, enraged and humiliated, immediately ordered his men to attack Chu Fan. "Don't lose your temper. Hear me out. The Jiajing Tongbao 10 cash coins were never issued in large quantities to begin with. Most were used as military currency during wars. While some collectors held onto them, these coins circulated for 32 years. Long-term use inevitably caused wear and tear." Chu Fan continued calmly. "When minted, the Jiajing Tongbao 10 cash coins weighed no more than 24 grams. After over 30 years of use and wear, even if buried directly underground at the time, data from excavations across various regions indicate that most unearthed Jiajing Tongbao 10 cash coins today should weigh no more than 20 grams. A weight of 18 or 19 grams would be considered exceptional. Your set of 10 coins is indeed remarkably fine. The characters are clear, the copper surface flawless. Yet this particular coin weighs a full 21 grams. What? Did these coins land in your hands fresh off the minting line?" Chu Fan asked the Wanbao Pavilion master with a smile, but the man flushed crimson, rendered speechless by the pressing question. He could only grit his teeth and say, "I only acquired this recently myself. I haven't had it appraised by an expert yet. I just brought it out to show everyone." "Then what about the second item? Didn't you claim my second piece was also fake?" "This is an authentic Tang Bohu painting personally verified by experts. There can be no mistake." The master of Wanbao Pavilion was brimming with confidence this time, even producing several expert appraisal certificates to display one by one to the crowd. Even Hua Chang, upon seeing them, felt Chu Fan was bound to lose face this time. He quickly stepped in to smooth things over. All right. Everyone has moments of misjudgment. Mr. Chu, please take your seat. Master of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, let's not dwell on this matter any longer. We should get the formal proceedings started." Chu Fan had been about to say something else, but then his eyes twinkled. He smiled and said, "Forget it. Blocking someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. I'll let you off the hook." With that, he turned to look at Fu Mo and said to Hua Chang with feigned reluctance, "You can bid on that painting down there. We'll make a solid profit." Fu Mo perked up his ears, having clearly overheard Chu Fan's words. Hua Chang stared at Chu Fan in utter confusion, utterly baffled. What was this Mr. Chu up to? One moment he was swearing before everyone that the painting was fake, and the next he was inviting him to bid on it. What was he playing at? Fu Mo was equally baffled.
After a moment's contemplation, it suddenly clicked. Aha! I see what you're up to, kid. You deliberately declared that Jiajing Tongbao coin fake, then made those bold claims to make everyone suspect Tang Bohua's 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix is also counterfeit. That way, no one would bid high. Then you get Hua Chang to bid, so he can snag it for peanuts. Others will think he's doing the Wanbao Pavilion master a favor, but in reality, the painting is genuine. You're deliberately driving down the price. Fu Mo felt supremely clever for exposing Chu Fan's scheme, his words delivered with such conviction that several nearby merchants overheard and secretly marveled at Chu Fan's profound cunning. Clearly, only the very first one was a fake, yet he insisted the first two were counterfeits too. It was pure palace intrigue. In other words, this Tang Bohu painting must be genuine. Everyone resolved to compete fiercely with Hua Chang. Especially Fu Mo. He had always been at odds with the Hua family, and this time he was itching for a fight, determined to snatch the painting away. Seeing Fu Mo's determined expression, Chu Fan deliberately feigned regret and said, "This is bad, he overheard us. My apologies, Mr. Hua. I was trying to help you save some money, but it seems I've backfired instead." This time, Chu Fan raised his voice slightly, ensuring nearly every shop owner in the hall heard him. The owner of Wanbao Gallery secretly breathed a sigh of relief, snorted coldly, and feigned authority. "Stop playing these underhanded tricks in my gallery. You'll only shoot yourself in the foot. Alright, everyone has seen the painting. As for whether it's a genuine Tang Bohu, I'm sure you all have your own judgments. Begin your bids." To show his full support for Chu Fan, Hua Chang took the lead, shouting first, "I bid 2 million. Hua Chang's words drew a smile from Chu Fan, who nodded approvingly. Fu Mo, unable to tolerate their excitement, immediately interjected, "So this VIP isn't that important to you after all? He staged such a grand spectacle for you, and this is all you're willing to offer? Oof. I bid 3 million. Seeing the painting so fiercely contested, the other businessmen, whether driven by competitive spirit or genuine desire, began bidding in turn. Before long, the price soared to 5,500,000. Hua Chang was a rough-and-tumble guy who knew nothing about these refined, romantic things. He'd come here today just to check out the ritual artifacts. So when the bidding reached this price, Hua Chang was tempted to give up. He turned to look at Chu Fan, hesitating before asking, "Mr. Chu, do you genuinely like this painting?" Chapter 155, sold out and still counting the money. "Yes, I do." Chu Fan nodded. "How could I not like something that lets me take a shot at Fu Mo? Very well. Today, I, Hua, shall bid on this painting and present it to Mr. Chu." Hua Chang was going all out. If Chu Fan had said he wasn't that fond of it, he might have stopped right then. But since Chu Fan liked it, and since Chu Fan was also the man who saved his father's life, if even a mere painting couldn't satisfy him, then the Hua family would be showing their stinginess. With that thought, Hua Chang raised his paddle again and declared, 8 million. He deliberately widened the gap with the other bidders to ensure he could secure the painting. In truth, Hua Chang's funds were limited. If the bidding drove the price too high, he wouldn't just miss out on this painting, he'd likely lose his chance at the most coveted treasure, the one he truly desired to protect his family's home. Thus, Hua Chang took an unconventional approach, driving up the price to deter others. It was a clever strategy, but Hua Chang had underestimated Fu Mo's determination to outbid him. "Then I'll bid 10 million. Hearing this figure, both the pavilion master of Wanbao Pavilion and Chu Fan's hearts trembled simultaneously. The Wanbao Pavilion master never imagined a forgery could fetch such a staggering price. It seemed he'd have to make a swift escape after this scam. If they ever caught wind of his tens of millions in losses, they'd surely tear him limb from limb. Chu Fan, however, worried that at such a high price, if Fu Mo dropped out, the painting would be stuck with Hua Chang. Chu Fan observed Fu Mo's expression again. Seeing him brimming with fighting spirit and utterly triumphant, clearly riding high on his momentum, he said to Hua Chang, "Raise it to 10,100,000. All right. Hua Chang placed the bid as instructed, and Fu Mo instantly flared with anger. Adding a mere 10,000 yuan? Wasn't this blatantly trying to provoke him? Fu Mo couldn't stand such humiliation. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Enough. You penniless fool, stop competing with me. I'll bid 11 million outright. This painting is mine." Hua Chang turned to look at Chu Fan and asked, "Mr. Chu, to be honest, I don't have much budget left for this painting. If you really like it, why don't we go all in and make one final bid? Let's take a chance." "Stop bidding." Chu Fan shrugged indifferently. "What's the point of buying a fake painting? Ha?" Both Hua Chang and Hua Shui were dumbfounded. One moment Chu Fan urged them to bid aggressively, the next he dismissed it as a fake. Was he just saving face, or was he joking? The two were utterly perplexed, completely baffled. Fu Mo sneered coldly, "Enough with the act. Can't afford it, so you're just trying to smear the seller? Can't afford it, so you call it fake? If I were the head of Wanbao Pavilion, I'd have kicked you both out long ago." Chu Fan smiled without comment, giving Hua Chang and Hua Shui a meaningful look to signal they needn't say more. The Wanbao Pavilion master nearly burst out laughing at the thought of having made over 10 million from such a worthless painting. There was no need for any further discussion. Truth be told, both opening items were indeed counterfeits. He'd slipped them in himself. Don't be fooled by his flashy appearance. He was nothing more than a hired hand. He'd worked diligently at the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion for years, yet his salary remained a mere $1,000,000 a year. The excessive profits from these rare treasures brought him little commission, leaving the Wanbao Pavilion master deeply resentful. Fortunately, he had met a master forger and decided to collaborate with him. They planned to pull off one last big heist before disappearing for good. Moreover, beyond these two treasures, even today's grand finale, the prized house-protecting artifact, was also the work of that master forger. That house-protecting artifact could net him at least a few $100 million. Not just enough for this lifetime, but enough to cover expenses for the next one too. Then he could simply pack up and leave. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Moreover, the pavilion master had already noticed Hua Chang's keen interest in that particular treasure. If he were to chase Hua Chang away now, who would help drive up the price later? He wasn't about to make that mistake. With that thought, the pavilion master stepped forward to smooth things over, urging both sides to calm down. He then announced that this exhibit would be acquired by Fu Mo, the wealthy patron. Fu Mo finally smiled with satisfaction. He paid the price, strode triumphantly onto the stage, and flashed Hua Chang a contemptuous grin, as if he had finally won. Chu Fan nearly burst out laughing. Losing over 10 million and still so proud, what a character. The appraisal event continued. The items presented later by the Wanbao Pavilion master were noteworthy if not priceless treasures, at least all genuine. Whenever an item showed profit potential, Chu Fan had Hua Chang bid on one or two as investments. Soon, the grand finale everyone had been waiting for arrived. The house-protecting artifact Hua Chang had been muttering about finally appeared before Chu Fan. It was a statue of Zhong Kuei, carved with remarkable lifelike precision. Its eyes blazed with intensity, radiating an aura as powerful as a rainbow. A single glance felt like a shock to the soul. If ordinary mortals reacted this way, then demons and evil spirits would surely tremble in terror at the sight of such an upright Zhong Kuei statue. Hua Chang's heart immediately stirred with desire upon seeing it. Chu Fan glanced at it too. This Zhong Kuei statue was indeed a Tang Dynasty artifact. The ultramarine pigment on it still retained a high saturation today, but there was no doubt about it, this was not a good item for protecting the home. For this Zhong Kuei statue was not cast from plaster, but from human ashes. And not just any ashes, they belonged to a single person. If it were merely a scam to swindle money, Chu Fan could have endured without exposing the Wanbao Pavilion's master. But now this scoundrel wasn't just seeking profit, he was plotting murder. Zhong Kuei was originally a guardian deity of the Ghost Gate, radiating righteous energy. Now possessed by a wrong spirit, it cannot ward off demons at all. On the contrary, anyone who places such a statue in their home will inevitably be swarmed by spirits and monsters day after day. Over time, it could even breed a powerful collective of malevolent spirits, disrupting the order of the mortal realm and bringing suffering to all living beings. At this thought, Chu Fan's expression darkened instantly. You're a truly vicious leader. Not only do you want to swindle everyone out of their money, but you're after their lives too. This is unforgivable. His words weren't particularly loud, but the room was quiet at that moment, so everyone heard him. Hua Chang's expression shifted, but before he could speak, Fu Mo sneered coldly, "You're quite petty, aren't you? Unhappy about not getting the Tang Bohu original, so now you're stirring trouble?" Chu Fan shot him a glance and sneered, "Authentic? You're really helping them count the money after selling it." "Mr. Chu, what do you mean by that?" Hua Shui asked, puzzled. "The Tang Bohu painting he just bought is a fake. It was created using the deboning technique, a method that makes it look identical to the original, but it's merely a replica," Chu Fan stated calmly. "Though the bone-shedding technique demands exceptional skill from the forger, its results are flawless. Ordinary people cannot tell the difference, most have never even heard of it." At these words, the Wanbao Pavilion master's face turned pale. That brat actually saw through his scheme? Chapter 156, The Wicked Will Perish. Fu Mo harbored deep animosity toward Hua Chang and would never so easily trust the words of someone close to him. He sneered dismissively, saying foolishly, "Don't even think about using me as a pawn. I'm not stupid enough to be manipulated by you. If you want to pick a fight with the pavilion master, just say my painting is fake. You think I'm dumb enough to fall for that?" Fu Mo's words brought a broad smile to the pavilion master's face. Such a fool, perfectly suited to his purposes. Hua Chang stepped forward and declared, "Fu Mo, the grudge between you and me is our own business. It has nothing to do with Mr. Chu. Mr. Chu is an upright man. He would never deceive you in such a matter." But Fu Mo wouldn't listen. He snapped his fingers, summoning a large group of his men. "Hua Chang, you old bastard. You deliberately brought this little punk here today to provoke me, didn't you? I won't fall for your trick. I have no old grudges or recent conflicts with the Wanbao Pavilion's master. Why would he set me up? You want to stir up trouble between me and the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion? I won't let you have your way. Brothers, attack." Hua Qiang hadn't anticipated Fu Mo arriving with such a large entourage. He'd come today with only his niece and Chu Fan. If a fight broke out, even if he could take on 10 men single-handedly, he couldn't protect his niece and Chu Fan from harm. Hold your fire. Unexpectedly, the head of Wanbao Pavilion called a halt to Fu Mo. Since someone questions the integrity of my goods, I must prove their innocence. Otherwise, how can I continue my business? His words seemed magnanimous, but in truth, he was playing a strategic game, letting the bait go to prevent the final exhibit from going unsold. Fine. For the sake of the Wanbao Pavilion master, I'll grant you this favor. Fu Mo snorted and said, "Young man, present your evidence within 3 minutes. I'll see if your eyes are truly as sharp as you claim." Simple enough, just spit on it. Chu Fan's expression was a mix of amusement and mockery. The expressions of everyone present shifted. What kind of absurd authentication method is this? Kid, you're messing with me, aren't you? Fu Mo's face turned ashen. Chu Fan shrugged indifferently. This is the result regardless. Take it or leave it. Fine. I'll see this through to the end today. If you're really pulling my leg, you'll face the consequences. Fu Mo said, then actually spat onto the painting. To everyone's astonishment, the next second, Tang Bo's painting changed color. The scene left everyone utterly dumbfounded. Hua Shui covered her mouth in astonishment. It really is a fake? Mr. Chu, what's going on? Hua Chang asked curiously. The components in the painting react with enzymes, that's its only flaw, Chu Fan replied calmly, hands behind his back. Which is why one must read widely, master math and science, and then you'll have nothing to fear anywhere in the world. His words left Fu Mo speechless with embarrassment. Spending over 10 million on a fake and losing face in the process? What a bloody loss. Damn it. How dare Wanbao Pavilion sell fakes? Don't they want to stay in business in Jinling? Fuming with rage, Fu Mo trembled as he glared at the Wanbao Pavilion's pavilion master. The others joined in the condemnation, the scene descending into utter chaos. That damn brat dared disrupt my plans, he's asking for trouble. The Wanbao Pavilion master's eyes turned bloodshot with rage. Had Chu Fan not interfered, selling that final masterpiece would have secured his fortune for life. Now look at this mess, he only made money off the fake painting and got nothing else. He who sows the wind shall reap the whirlwind. You peddle counterfeits yourself, yet dare accuse Mr. Chu? Hua Shui was the first to step forward, voicing her indignation on Chu Fan's behalf. Enough nonsense. Since you dare sabotage my auction, you'll all pay with your lives. The Wanbao Pavilion master roared, about to summon his men, but Chu Fan vanished in a flash, dashing forward. In the blink of an eye, he circled around to the master of the 10,000 treasures pavilion's back. That swift maneuver left Hua Chan utterly dumbfounded. Fu Mo was about to send his enforcers after him, but Chu Fan was too fast, light as a bird, leaving only streaks of afterimages as he vanished into the air. Even someone as dim-witted as him could tell this man was no ordinary person. Not only had he spoken with such authority during the appraisal, but his martial prowess was undeniable, definitely not someone Fu Mo could afford to provoke. For a moment, Fu Mo even felt a flicker of relief. Though he'd been swindled out of his money, at least his life remained intact. The Wanbao Pavilion master, now held captive by Chu Fan, wore no trace of anger on his face. He dared not make any rash moves. He had brought numerous reinforcements today, planning to have his men strike the moment anyone uncovered his scheme, even if it meant slaughtering every guest present. But he never imagined that before he could even call his men, Chu Fan would see through his scheme and have him by the throat. What do you think you're doing, boy? To catch the thief, first catch the king. Chu Fan chuckled coldly. You're quite ruthless. This billion-dollar talisman to protect the house is actually made from human ashes, a complete cursed artifact. Scheming for wealth while plotting murder. How utterly shameless. Made from ashes? A curse? Under these circumstances, none of the present business owners were fools. They had all caught glimpses of the truth. They'd shelled out hundreds of thousands for tickets to this appraisal event, only to be played like fools. And now the pavilion master of Wanbao Pavilion was even plotting to silence them forever. These were influential figures in society, how could they possibly swallow their pride? In an instant, they swarmed the Wanbao Pavilion master, demanding an explanation. The Wanbao Pavilion master never dreamed his plan would fail at this final step. He steeled himself and roared menacingly, "You'd better not make any rash moves. Let me tell you, I've already planted explosives in this room. If you let me go, we can all walk away clean. I only want the treasure, I never intended to kill any of you. But if you insist on pushing me to my death, then we'll all go down together." Though suppressed by Chu Fan, the Wanbao Pavilion master's madness knew no bounds. As he spoke, the master of the 10,000 treasures pavilion pulled a black controller from his pocket and bellowed at the crowd with dramatic flair, "Open your dog eyes and look clearly. This is the detonator for the explosives. If you truly wish to die with me, then continue." A wave of commotion swept through the crowd. Weighing the pros and cons, wealth was but a fleeting thing, they had plenty of it. Naturally, saving their own lives was paramount. Even Hua Chang urged Chu Fan, "Mr. Chu, let him go this time. None of us are short on money. There's no need to destroy everything. I discovered the explosives hidden in this room long ago and secretly sabotaged their detonation wires. They won't explode. Chu Fan remained utterly unperturbed. Bull. The head of Wanbao Pavilion fumed, utterly dismissing Chu Fan's claim. The others all shook their heads in disbelief. They had been watching Chu Fan almost constantly during this short period. Especially Fu Mo. His eyes had scarcely left him. How could this guy have had time to sabotage any fuses? He was clearly lying. Chu Fan acted decisively, snatching the black button from the Wanbao Pavilion master's hand and pressing it without hesitation. Chapter 157, A Wise Bird Chooses Its Perch. Ah! The screams rose in waves, each louder than the last. People trembled in fear, some collapsing onto the ground in terror. Yet as the seconds ticked by, no explosion erupted and nothing happened at the scene. Chu Fan remarked calmly, "See? I told you it wouldn't blow." How could this be? The head of Wanbao Pavilion stared in horror. He snatched the detonator back from Chu Fan's hand and frantically pressed it dozens of times, yet the scene remained eerily silent. Everyone stood unharmed. Hua Shui and Hua Chang were stunned. They had stood by Chu Fan's side the entire time, never leaving him for a moment. Could he possibly be using psychic powers? The bomb failed to detonate, and the Wanbao Pavilion master was swiftly subdued by the swarming bodyguards of the wealthy attendees. Unfortunately, the auction proceeds had already been laundered overseas and were utterly unrecoverable. Fuming with rage, Fu Mo beat the Wanbao Pavilion master half to death before he felt any relief. With everything settled, Chu Fan followed Hua Chang out. Fu Mo watched his retreating figure, lost in thought. Seems like it's time to bow to Hua Chang. Damn it, after all these years of fighting, I still can't beat him. Where did he get such incredible luck to find an ally like that? Not only was Fu Mo puzzled, but even Hua Chang himself couldn't make sense of it. This Mr. Chu was not only skilled in medicine and adept at appraising treasures, but possessed combat abilities that defied comprehension, truly beyond the realm of human understanding. For a moment, Hua Chang grew even more respectful toward Chu Fan. If before it was merely the Han family's reverence for Chu Fan and their gratitude for saving their father, now Hua Chang worshipped him like a god, wishing he could set up an altar for him in his own home. Despite Hua Shui's repeated inquiries, Chu Fan merely smiled without answering, insisting it was his secret. After all, mystical arts like chi manipulation transcended scientific explanation. Revealing the truth would only invite disbelief, so he chose silence. This incident instantly cemented Chu Fan's reputation throughout the martial world. At the treasure appraisal event, the wealthy patrons were so terrified they nearly lost their wits. Before they could even recover, they were simply allowed to leave. Now, having come to their senses, they flocked to his doorstep bearing gifts, insisting Hua Chang introduce them to that mysterious master. Even Fu Mo, who had always opposed Hua Chang, arrived bearing gifts, humbly bowing and scraping, his former arrogance completely gone. Hua Chang politely declined each request. Closing the door behind him, he turned to Hua Shui and said, "Shuer, Mr. Chu informed me of the unification of the Jinling 5 tigers. Both our enemies and he Shu Wei have now pledged allegiance to him. He wants me to lead the Hua family in joining his cause. What do you think? Mr. Chu is no ordinary man. Though young and relatively unknown now, I believe given time he will become a dominant force in this region. Aligning with him early would secure us protection and support in the future." Hua Shui had no objections whatsoever. Forget his martial prowess, just look at his medical genius. That alone could extend our lifespans, wouldn't you agree? That makes sense. Hua Chang nodded, then added, "But what about the Han family? Mr. Chu was a benefactor to the Han family. Out of respect for him, they won't mind us switching allegiances." Hua Shui reasoned. "No. More accurately, they wouldn't be able to stop us. Since Mr. Chu could subdue the 3 enemy brothers without a sound, it proves he possesses power beyond our imagination. The Han family wouldn't dare, nor could they, choose to act against Mr. Chu because of our allegiance unless they wish to lose a divine physician." Hua Shui continued, "Moreover, Mr. Chu could have subdued our Hua family just as he did the Chiu family. Yet he chose not to. Either his methods have limitations like skill cooldowns, or Mr. Chu is of noble character, unwilling to force us into submission. He prefers diplomacy before force. Personally, I believe the latter is more likely. Otherwise, Mr. Chu wouldn't have helped us avoid the losses from the 10,000 treasures pavilion." Hua Chang listened and found this reasoning very convincing. "These past days, I've heard the Wei family was targeted by a mysterious figure, and the Tang family is now aggressively sanctioning them to weaken their influence. Hearing your analysis, I suspect that mysterious figure must be Mr. Chu. If even the Wei family, one of the 4 great clans, can be brought down, our Hua family certainly wouldn't stand a chance. Uncle, whatever decision you make, I'll support you." Hua Shui saw Hua Chang sigh deeply and smiled. "Though I'm just a young girl, and you should discuss these matters with my father, I don't mind sharing my thoughts to entertain you." Hua Chang laughed heartily. "Xiao Shui, don't belittle yourself. As the eldest granddaughter of the Hua family, you are destined to inherit the family legacy. If we were to entrust the entire clan solely to you, neither your father nor I could ever feel at ease.
But if you could marry Mr. Chu and gain his support, then both of us would truly die with peace in our hearts.
Hua Chang's meaning was crystal clear.
His fundamental reason for discussing this with Hua Shui was to have her seduce Chu Fan and find a way to marry him. Only then could they ensure Chu Fan would become the Hua family's reliable pillar. Compared to living under someone else's roof, becoming in-laws was the long-term solution.
Hua Shui blushed crimson upon hearing this.
It wasn't that she didn't feel anything for Chu Fan. If possible, she would gladly marry such a skilled and powerful man.
But how could she possibly interfere when Chu Fan and Li Junmei had already registered their marriage? He was now the Li family's son-in-law.
Uncle, if Mr. Chu were single, I would certainly try my best.
But he... Hua Chang shook his head. Ah.
A wise bird chooses its perch. A master of Chu's caliber deserves more than one wife. It'd be a shame to limit him to just one.
Besides, I could see your beauty took his breath away today. If you're willing to put in the effort, there might just be a chance.
Hua Shui never imagined her uncle could be so open-minded. She was momentarily speechless, yet a flicker of hope ignited within her. Even if Chu Fan were married, as long as they hadn't had children and weren't bound by children, divorce remained a possibility to some extent. If she could captivate Chu Fan sufficiently, perhaps she could even persuade him to divorce Li Junmei. Chu Fan, on the other hand, was in a good mood. Though today's trip to Wanbao Pavilion hadn't yielded the herbs he sought, Hua Chang had witnessed his prowess and would surely choose to align with him.
Moreover, every wealthy individual who witnessed his prowess today would likely hold him in awe.
Once the Five Tigers were reorganized, leveraging the Soaring Commerce Alliance to win over these wealthy individuals would undoubtedly establish him as one of the new four great families.
He might even achieve a superpower-dominated, multi-stronghold status.
After all, with the Wei family crumbling, the Han, Tang, and Sun families would all be recipients of his favors.
Who would dare to oppose him? Reaching this conclusion, Chu Fan felt he had accomplished a monumental task. At the very least, Jiling could now serve as his stronghold, free from external constraints. Chapter 158, The Four Great Families' Order will be shattered.
Leveraging connections from the Hua, Tang, Sun, Zhou, and Li families, Chu Fan gathered all the required medicinal ingredients within just 3 days. He took a day off from work, spending an entire day and night brewing the medicine in the small kitchen. Finally, he formed it into a pill and fed it to Li Xiang.
After the treatment, Li Xiang finally regained consciousness, brimming with energy. That very day, she was up and playing games, clamoring to be discharged from the hospital.
This miracle left everyone utterly speechless. After all, Li Xiang had been bedridden for so long. Even if her muscles hadn't atrophied, surviving solely on nutritional supplements without proper food and drink would have left her body severely weakened.
Yet Li Xiang showed no signs of weakness whatsoever. Instead, she was as vigorous as a dragon or tiger, leaving everyone utterly perplexed.
While others marveled at the feat, Lu Lai simply regarded it as Chu Fan performing at his usual level.
As a medical prodigy, possessing such abilities was only to be expected. Li Junmei and Su Chunli didn't dwell on it.
They were immersed in the joy of Li Xiang's recovery, and life for the Li family could finally return to normal.
With these minor matters resolved, Chu Fan's focus returned to Yang Yaoyan. With only 1 day left before Yang Yaoyan's poison would take full effect, the old man still hadn't shown any sign of submission. This puzzled Chu Fan.
How could Yang Yaoyan remain so calm all these days, regardless of whether he lived or died? He had made it perfectly clear, if Yang Yaoyan failed to transfer his shares in Yaoyan Group to Li Junmei as instructed, the true qi infused into his body would unleash a deadly poison, causing his intestines to rot and leaving him suffering worse than death. Though the deadline hadn't yet arrived, the toxin should have been fermenting by now. Yang Yaoyan should have shown some reaction by now. How could he possibly hold out this long? Ah well. Tomorrow is the deadline anyway. Chu Fan was eager to see what tricks he could pull. No sooner had Chu Fan put this matter out of his mind than Tango-san's call came through. After days of working together, their relationship had grown closer, and Tango-san could now address Chu Fan by his full name. Tango-san called because the Sun family had been repeatedly inquiring about Chu Fan lately. Though he'd managed to dodge their questions with vague answers, he couldn't quite figure out the nature of Chu Fan's relationship with the Sun family. He wanted to probe a bit to determine his own stance toward them. After all, the leader sets the example. It was truly astonishing that Tango-san, the formidable head of the formidable Tang family, had placed himself under Chu Fan's command. Though Chu Fan still appeared to be a lowly, powerless clerk, in reality, he had long since become a figure towering above the four great families. Only some stubborn fools remained blind to this reality. After discerning Tango-san's purpose, Chu Fan pondered briefly before replying, "While I owe the Sun family a small debt of gratitude, my relationship with them pales in comparison to the closeness I share with you, Uncle Tang. Moreover, I know little about their household, only that Xing Shang Xian, the father-in-law of Sun Kaichuan, appears to be a cultivator." Chu Fan deliberately feigned ignorance, hoping this would prompt Tango-san to reveal more inside information. True to his expectations, as soon as he finished speaking, Tango-san said, "Chu Fan, if you trust me, I advise you to cultivate closer ties with the Sun family.
As you've observed, Sun Kaichuan's father-in-law is a formidable cultivator, and their family has always been a martial arts dynasty. Though they may seem less commercially powerful than our Tang family, when it comes to overall strength, I must give them due respect. There are many wealthy people in this world, but few who can truly protect their lives. The Sun family is teeming with masters. If they were to serve under your command, whatever you wish to accomplish in the future, or whoever you wish to protect, would become far easier. Sun Kaichuan may seem difficult to deal with, but in truth, those in the martial world possess a heart of chivalry and righteousness. He is no exception. He has contacted me several times these past days, repeatedly expressing his desire to serve you, his benefactor, in any capacity he can. His sincerity is evident. You should give him a chance. Though Tango-san's call also served to speak well of the Sun family, every word he shared with Chu Fan was genuine, not a shred of embellishment. Chu Fan recognized Tango-san's sincerity and nodded. Thank you, Uncle Tang, for sharing this information. Given that, I can now confidently build a relationship with the Sun family. They've been diligently searching for medicinal herbs for Li Xiang these past days. Having successfully mediated the relationship between Chu Fan and the Sun family, Tango-san hung up the phone with satisfaction. Among the four great families, the Tangs and the Suns maintained relatively close ties. At the very least, there was no animosity between them. If the two could unite against a common enemy in the future, one wielding wealth, the other martial prowess, it would certainly make things much easier. These past years, the four great families had stagnated like stagnant water in a deep pool, stable, yes, but utterly lifeless. If Chu Fan's sudden emergence could stir the winds of change and reignite their rise, wouldn't that be a blessing? Meanwhile, Chu Fan promptly contacted Sun Kaichuan. First, he thanked him for procuring the medicinal herbs. Then he requested Sun Kaixian oversee security for the Li family, ensuring no repeat of the previous incident. He could have enlisted Hua Chang's help or deployed his own men, but these families weren't martial arts clans. Without Sun Kaichuan's strength, the risk of trouble was too high. Upon hearing Chu Fan's request, Sun Kaichuan was so overcome with excitement he trembled all over. Looking for medicinal herbs was probably just something Chu Fan mentioned offhand, hardly a thoughtful gesture. But the task he'd just assigned was different. Anyone could see how much he valued the Li family. Entrusting their lives to him meant he already considered the Sun family his own kin. The more Sun Kaichuan thought about it, the more delighted he became. He readily agreed to the request, even swearing solemnly that as long as the Sun family stood, the Li family would remain safe and sound. After hanging up, Sun Kaichuan paid a visit to the Tang family with gifts in hand. After all these years, the two families had finally formed a formal alliance. Brother Tang, I owe you big time for putting in a good word for me. Tango-san smiled and replied, it was my honor to assist Brother Sunday. Now that you're tasked with protecting the Li family, you must give it your all and ensure nothing goes wrong. Rest assured, Brother Tang. This time, Mr. Chu instructed me not only to protect the Li family but also to keep a close eye on the Wei family to prevent any last-ditch counterattacks. It seems the balance among the four major families is ripe for disruption. With such lucrative stakes involved, I will certainly give it my all. The alliance formed between Tango-san and Sun Kaichuan remained entirely unknown to others. At this moment, Wei Lu was immersed in the grief of losing his son, unaware that the spears of those two families were already aimed at him. Chapter 159, Fan Gathering. The next day, Chu Fan went to work at the company as usual. Just as he stood up from his seat to get a drink of water, a call came in. It was Didi, the streamer who had exchanged numbers with Chu Fan at Jin Yan's birthday party. Hey, Chu Fan, you free right now? Thanks to you last time, I got to pig out and learn a ton. Today's my fan meetup, return the favor. I'm inviting you to join us, okay? The moment he answered, Didi's vibrant voice filled Chu Fan's ears. Fan meetup? You really do act like a celebrity. Chu Fan found it intriguing. He'd only ever heard of celebrities having such events, never imagined even outdoor live streamers could host fan gatherings now. Oh, come on, what celebrity? Just a few loyal viewers who've supported me all along. Gotta keep the relationship strong so they keep throwing money my way, right? Are you coming? Can I refuse? Chu Fan countered. Of course not. Jin Yan is here too. She has something to tell you. Fine. Chu Fan had intended to decline, but hearing Didi put it that way, coupled with having no pressing commitments, he readily agreed. The two quickly agreed, and after work that afternoon, they met at the fan gathering location. Staring at the elaborately dressed Didi before him, Chu Fan exclaimed in surprise, I never expected you to look so stunning with makeup. Didi pursed her lips. Of course I do. I attract fans with my looks. If I looked different online and offline, wouldn't people call me a fake when I got back? You sure are willing to spend money. This place looks pretty pricey. Chu Fan surveyed the lavishly decorated venue and whistled. You're absolutely right. I rented out the entire floor this time. Just for this afternoon alone, it's a whopping 200,000 yuan. They finally gave me a 10% discount because I'm a somewhat well-known streamer. Whoa, you must be raking it in, splurging 180,000 on a single treat. Impressive.
Though the prices here weren't as steep as the place they visited last time, they were still far beyond what ordinary people could afford. I'm not footing the entire bill. My top donor sponsored $150,000. If I had to cover $180,000 alone, this gathering wouldn't have happened. Dee waved her hand dismissively, laying out the truth.
Her top patron goes by the single character 2 online. Don't let the unimpressive name fool you. He's a bona fide second-generation rich kid. Whenever there's a platform entertainment event, he'd instantly shower Dee with hundreds of thousands, all real cash. The platform's commission and taxes ate into the amount she actually received, but brother 2 remained generous, never letting Dee lose face.
Have you two met? Chu Fan asked, puzzled. Thinking Chu Fan was implying something, Dee puffed out her lips and retorted, what are you talking about? I'm a proper streamer, I don't do those sleazy things.
I didn't mean it that way, Chu Fan clarified. I just can't understand how he'd spend so much money on you without ever meeting you. Chu Fan wouldn't casually lend hundreds of thousands to someone he knew, let alone give it away as gifts.
It's like throwing meat buns at a dog gone without a trace, right? Oh, everyone has different spending habits. Maybe that 100,000 is just their pocket money for a day or two.
Dee shrugged indifferently.
The longer you stay in this line of work, the more you witness the wealth gap between people. After seeing so many wealthy individuals, such displays no longer elicited surprise. The two quickly arrived at the private room where the gathering was held. And honestly, people were really supportive even before the party officially started. 7 or 8 tables were already filled. It seemed Dee really knew her stuff when it came to streaming, otherwise, she wouldn't have amassed such a loyal fan base. And these fans weren't just men, plenty of young women had been drawn in by Dee's looks and become her devoted followers.
Hello, everyone. You're all here so early, thank you all for coming to support me.
The moment Dee entered the private room, a warm smile lit up her face as she engaged intimately with her fans.
Naturally, Chu Fan was promptly relegated to the sidelines. The enthusiastic fans kept asking for Dee's autograph and showering her with gifts.
Standing outside, Chu Fan felt completely out of place amidst the lively scene. Just as Chu Fan stood there, unsure of what to do, Jin Yan's arrival finally saved him. But when they sat down, he noticed Jiang Run was also present, and his expression stiffened slightly once more. After their last meeting, Chu Fan had come to realize that the Jiang Run of today was vastly different from the person she once was. They could never be close friends like they were in high school. That's why, when Jiang Run added him as a friend through the group chat a few nights ago, Chu Fan hesitated and ultimately chose not to accept. This was precisely why today's meeting felt especially awkward for Chu Fan. Jiang Ren was a woman who valued her pride. In front of Jin Yan, she wouldn't press Chu Fan about this matter. Moreover, yesterday Jiang Ren had asked around among their old hometown acquaintances and discovered that Chu Fan didn't have any wealthy relatives at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lived with his sister in that shack for so many years. Even now, their old family home still stood. Which meant that Chu Fan had definitely lied about being a distant relative of Morong Qin. Lying about something like this proved their relationship was undoubtedly something they couldn't bear to reveal. Without a second thought, Jiang Ren concluded Morong Qin was Chu Fan's wealthy sugar mama. Though she couldn't fathom why a young, beautiful woman like Morong Qin would pass up so many eligible bachelors to settle for Chu Fan, a man lacking both charm and looks, she figured to each his own. In any case, Chu Fan was undoubtedly being kept, and that much was undeniable. Now, seeing Chu Fan again, Jiang Ren was seething with indignation. She refused to give him a single glance throughout their meeting, as if he owed her a fortune.
Chu Fan couldn't fathom Jiang Ren's mindset and didn't care about this woman's thoughts anyway.
He simply chatted with Jin Yan about their respective lives over the past few years.
Though their lives had taken vastly different paths, Jin Yan was a thoughtful girl.
She didn't press Chu Fan about the unpleasant parts of his past, instead sharing many stories of her experiences abroad. Just as they were deep in conversation, a man suddenly slammed a bottle of liquor down in front of Chu Fan. He then plopped down on the other side of Jin Yan, a smirk playing on his lips.
Jin Yan, who's this? Why are you chatting with him?
Chu Fan glanced up at the man before him. He sported a full beard, his hair hanging in a messy, unkempt style, and wore a beige linen shirt.
His lazy demeanor gave him a distinctly bohemian vibe.
But he was clearly all style and no substance. His eyes lacked any depth, and his face wore a clear expression of dislike toward Chu Fan.
Chu Fan was baffled. He didn't even know the man. Where did this hostility come from? Chapter 160, The Human Nature of Everyone. This is an old classmate of mine. Why shouldn't I chat with him?
Why are you being so sarcastic? Jin Yan grumbled before introducing Chu Fan.
This is Su, a friend I met while studying abroad. Coincidentally, he's also one of Dee's online fans.
The guy studies art, talks nonsense all day, and has a nasty way with words. Don't take it personally.
He's just a big kid who was spoiled rotten by his family's wealth since childhood.
Though Jin Yan said this, it was clear she and Su still got along well. Chu Fan didn't have much fondness for the guy, but for Jin Yan's sake, he gave him a nod. Su, however, showed no intention of returning the greeting. He merely sneered and turned his head away, leaving Chu Fan feeling thoroughly awkward.
Jiang Ren observed the scene from the side, offering a forced smile. Some people should just save themselves the trouble, she remarked. Don't go fawning over every rich person you see. It's just awkward. Susu caught the hidden meaning in Jiang Ren's words and immediately chuckled. You truly understand me, Miss Jiang. The two played off each other with seamless coordination. Jin Yan watched from the side, pursing her lips. Just as she was about to speak, Shu Fan pulled her back. Forget it. Don't bother with them. Sorry, I didn't expect him to be so rude. But did you offend Jiang Ren? Why is she acting like this too? Shu Fan shook his head. I left so abruptly last time, barely exchanging a few words with her. How could I have offended her? Maybe she just doesn't like me. Jin Yan seemed to recall something as she mentioned this. Oh, about that birthday gift you gave me last time. I thought about it and still feel it's too extravagant. I brought it with me today, it's in the car. You can take it later. Jin Yan was meticulous about etiquette. She knew bringing that dress directly here might embarrass Chu Fan, so she deliberately left it in the car. Chu Fan was deeply touched by Jin Yan's thoughtfulness. He certainly wasn't going to take it back. Why take it back? I'm a grown man, I can't wear women's clothes. That gift was my heartfelt gesture. Just keep it. No, that gift is simply too valuable. I really can't accept it, and... At this point, Jin Yan suddenly began to stammer, as if worried her words might offend Chu Fan. Just say what you need to say. I later chatted with Jiang Ren and found out that the beautiful woman who bought you the gift isn't even your relative. Honestly, for my birthday, your presence is all that matters, no need for all that fuss. Your youth won't last forever, especially since those wealthy women grow tired of things quickly. Jin Yan stated bluntly. Of course, I don't mean to look down on you, but I think you should start planning ahead. Why not save all the money she gives you? If you two ever part ways, at least you'll have some savings, right? Jin Yan's earnest, self-pitying speech truly stunned Chu Fan. Jiang Ren had spread rumors in front of Jin Yan, claiming he was a kept man by Morong Qin. You have to hand it to Jin Yan, her character was truly admirable. Even suspecting he was a kept man, she spoke with such gentleness, constantly putting him first, as if afraid of hurting his pride. Wait, you've got this all wrong. I know you meant well, but I'm not being kept by anyone. Chu Fan found himself both amused and exasperated. He couldn't help but admire these women's imagination, it was truly formidable. Seeing Chu Fan's reluctance to admit it, Jin Yan assumed it was pride talking. She sighed softly and said, we're old classmates who know each other inside out. You don't need to put on airs in front of me. But everyone walks their own path in life. If you truly refuse to heed my advice, there's nothing I can do. Still, I urge you to plan ahead. Rest assured, no matter what you choose, I won't look down on you. If you ever feel overwhelmed and want to turn back, you can come to me anytime. I'll do everything in my power to help you. Seeing Jin Yan clench her fists, her face serious yet regretful, Chu Fan felt deeply moved. But that emotion also brought him conflict. He muttered a hasty thank you, desperate to escape the topic. With a resigned expression, he grabbed a fruit platter and began eating, trying to mask his inner frustration with food. To Jin Yan, however, this appeared as escapism. She was convinced Chu Fan had strayed onto the wrong path, and her heart ached with sorrow. How diligently he had studied in the past. How could he, in just a few short years, not only sink so low as to end up in prison, but then, upon release, show no sign of reform? Instead, he'd gone off to become a gigolo. It was truly a pity. Under Jin Yan's motherly gaze, Chu Fan felt the pressure mounting. What kind of bad luck had he gotten himself into? Trying to help elevate Jin Yan's birthday banquet with good intentions, only to be slandered so badly he could barely hold his head up. While sorrow befell one, joy found another. As Chu Fan stood speechless and choked with emotion, Su beside him was chatting happily with Jiang Ren. Both were self-styled pseudo-artistic youths who loved crafting personas. They chatted as if they truly knew the person they were discussing. Oh my, Miss Jiang Ren. I always thought you were purely a businesswoman, but to discover your deep passion and expertise in literature and the arts were kindred spirits. Miss Jiang Ren, I'm about to open an art gallery and need a capable manager. Would you be interested in working for me? The prospect of working at an art gallery instantly sparked Jiang Ren's interest. Being president of a Li Group subsidiary wasn't bad, but the wealthy people she encountered were far too limited. But working at an art gallery would be different. Wealthy individuals with an appreciation for art now that was true affluence. The problem was, Jiang Ren herself was only a half-baked expert. Her superficial knowledge of art wouldn't be enough to handle the demands of an art gallery. She feared that if she took the job, she'd end up overworked and underpaid. With a troubled sigh, she said, Mr. Su, working alongside a talented individual like you would be an immense honor in my life. But to be perfectly honest, I'm facing significant financial pressure. Unlike wealthy individuals like you, I can't afford to pursue artistic dreams. My current job pays 400,000 or 500,000 yuan a year. If I gave that up to work for you, I'd probably starve. Jiang Ren adopted a pained expression, as if she were the most pitiful person in the world.
Upon hearing this, Susu immediately responded, a mere 400,000 to 500,000 yuan a year has you trapped? Alas, it pains me to see an elegant goddess of art like you still worrying about money. Come work at my art gallery, and I'll pay you 600,000 yuan annually, plus year-end bonuses. I guarantee you won't go hungry. Susu's confident chest thumping instantly perked Jiang Ren up. Artistic talent could be cultivated over time, but such a high salary wasn't something you could just stumble upon. But just as Jiang Ren was about to agree, Susu suddenly added another sentence. But I feel our conversation today was too superficial. I haven't been able to form a thorough assessment of you, Miss Jiang. How about this, after this gathering, I'll take you to my art gallery. We can get to know each other better, have a thorough chat, and see if we truly resonate. If you, Jiang Rang, prove to be my kindred spirit, then even a higher annual salary would be acceptable to me. Jiang Ren had been navigating the corporate world for years. How could she not detect the hidden meaning in Susu's words? This so-called getting to know each other was nothing but an excuse for a physical encounter. Though Jiang Ren intended to seduce Susu, she wasn't ready to give herself away so quickly. Rarely did she encounter a genuine heir to a fortune. She didn't want a fleeting affair or a one-night stand. She aimed to enter the inner sanctum and fulfill her dream of becoming a wealthy family's mistress. Thus, Jiang Ren responded with feigned reluctance, I'm terribly sorry, but I have quite a bit of work today. Attending this gathering has already consumed all my free time. I still have work to do after I get back. How about tomorrow? The art gallery isn't going anywhere. Ha, Miss Jiang, you're quite the joker. You're absolutely right, the art gallery certainly isn't going anywhere. Susu was an impatient man. Though his invitation hadn't yielded the desired result, he kept dropping hints at Jiang Ren, trying to coax her into agreeing. Jiang Ren, a master of teasing resistance, not only dismissed Susu with a few words but also stirred his heart even more. Chu Fan, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but shake his head. Society truly is a melting pot. Chapter 161, The Tycoon makes his entrance. In the blink of an eye, the gathering had been underway for nearly half an hour. All the fans who were expected to attend had arrived, except for the most generous and extravagant one big brother too, who still hadn't shown his face. Amidst the laughter and cheer, the head waiter knocked on the private room door, followed by several smiling servers. The waitstaff pushed in an aquarium filled with all kinds of beautiful creatures. The most eye-catching were two fiery red-blood parrots. Also known as the god of wealth fish, they carried auspicious symbolism. While not exorbitantly priced, securing specimens of exceptional quality was no easy feat. The restaurant's wealthy owner had just airfreighted dozens of them in today, hence the manager and servers were now distributing them to the private rooms. Though the fish themselves weren't expensive, the aquariums were custom-made, translucent yet opaque, exceptionally clear, and clearly crafted from materials worth a fortune. Jiang Ren leaned in to examine them, running his fingers over the aquarium before remarking with a smile, the fish are one thing, but this tank feels cool to the touch. I wonder what material it's made of. It's quite different from anything I've seen before. Susu, hearing this, also leaned in. After a thorough inspection, he declared with great authority, it's diamond mixed with white jade. This not only enhances transparency but also creates a certain magnifying effect, making the water appear even more crystal clear. Seems the owner here knows their stuff, using such high-quality materials. Miss Jiang was right earlier, the fish inside aren't particularly rare, but this tank alone must have cost hundreds of thousands to craft. Truly meticulous. As a spoiled playboy with no real education, Susu had spent considerable time delving into such trivialities. Naturally, he spoke with authority and expertise. Jiang Ren listened with admiration, murmuring, Mr. Su truly lives up to his reputation as a cultured gentleman. Your breadth of knowledge is astonishing, even such specialized expertise. Your artistic discernment puts us amateurs to shame. Susu basked in the flattery, then promptly returned the compliment to Jiang Ren. Miss Jiang, there's no need for such modesty. If you're an outsider, then there must be very few insiders indeed. You're discerning. I recognize this aquarium's exceptional nature at a glance. Clearly you've done your homework. Their back and forth flattery grew tiresome to Chu Fan. The others, however, were thoroughly enjoying the show. After all, Susu was clearly a wealthy sucker, and Jiang Ren was undeniably beautiful. Consequently, many viewers were thoroughly impressed by their performance. Bolstered by these sycophants' applause, Susu's confidence soared. His gaze swept over the room and settled on Chu Fan. In a sarcastic tone, he remarked, no need for such flattery, everyone. I've merely dedicated my limited time to reading, enriching my life. Unlike certain people who spend all day scrambling to climb the social ladder, neglecting both their appearance and their knowledge. They stick around like flies, then start guzzling food and drinks without a shred of dignity. It's truly beyond words. Following Susu's gaze, everyone saw Chu Fan still stuffing his face. Was he also a fan of Miss Didi? He seemed unfamiliar. No way. Every single person in our group has been introduced and recognized. This guy isn't one of us. Who brought him? He must be Miss Didi's friend. I saw him come in with her. Ah, so that's it. But how could Miss Didi have such an inconsiderate friend?
He didn't even bother to greet everyone properly. Anyone watching would think this was his own party.
Though these netizens weren't particularly fond of Chu Fan, it was their first meeting. Since there was no history of animosity, they let it slide after a few remarks.
Susu and Jiangren watched as Chu Fan wasn't singled out or kicked out by the netizens like they'd expected.
They felt a bit resentful, their expressions clearly sour. Didi sensed the tension brewing and hurried over to rally the fans for more activities. After playing for a while longer, she realized the gathering had been underway for nearly an hour, yet the top donor still hadn't arrived. This puzzled Didi. She reached for her phone to call and inquire, but just as she lifted it, the private room door swung open once more. A man dressed in a white suit, sporting sunglasses and slicked back hair, entered with the air of a small-town entrepreneur. He wasn't tall, with a slightly protruding belly. Though his looks were only average, he was decked out in gold and silver jewelry, and his watch alone was worth $1 million.
Though they'd never met before, Didi instantly recognized him as her top-ranked big brother. Brother too. Oh my, you're such a busy man. Why did you come so late?
Spotting her benefactor, Didi immediately greeted him with a smile, ushering him onto the stage. She announced grandly, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is Brother 2, who has supported me all these years. Without his guidance, I wouldn't be where I am today. Let's give him a round of applause for his support."
After finishing her speech, Didi handed the microphone to Toj. Toj smiled and introduced himself. "Hello everyone, I'm Wodetu.
Nothing else to say, just enjoy your meal, have a great time, and keep supporting our Didi in the future.
Sorry I'm late tonight, folks. Couldn't help it, a business partner insisted I attend their birthday. My apologies.
I'll start by pouring myself a drink as penance."
Wodetu seemed like a pretty easygoing guy.
He downed his drink without waiting for anyone else, then stepped off the stage. After stepping down, he walked straight toward Chu Fan's table. Everyone exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what was happening. The next second, Susu stood up and shook Wodetu's hand, finally clearing up the confusion.
"I never imagined the legendary top-ranked player would be you. Ha! Just spending a little money for some fun. But what brings you here?" Wodetu laughed heartily. Susu chuckled, "What a coincidence. Let me introduce you. This is my classmate, Jin Yen, and her friend, Jiangren. They're close friends with the streamer you're promoting. I came with them and never expected to run into you here." After some friendly chatter, it became clear that Susu and Wodetu were old acquaintances. It made sense, both were well-off second-generation rich kids around the same age. It would have been strange if they hadn't known each other. The moment Wodetu saw the graceful Jin Yen and Jiangren, a smile instantly spread across his face. He greeted them warmly with a smile. Finally, his gaze settled on Chu Fan, who had been sitting quietly, focused on his food. Chapter 162, The Aquarium Breaks. Even back on stage, Wodetu had noticed this guy. When he raised his glass, everyone else joined in a toast except this kid, who remained completely unmoved. When others applauded, he remained seated, not even lifting a finger. Wodetu had already harbored resentment toward him while on stage. Susu saw immediately that Wodetu was displeased and promptly added fuel to the fire beside him. "Oh my, some people really do put on airs. They come to a banquet where others are footing the bill, freeloading on food and drink, yet show not a shred of the respect due to the host. People have walked right up to him, and he still hasn't budged an inch. What the hell is he playing at? Exactly. How can his butt be so heavy he can't even get up to say hello? Is he paralyzed in his chair or something?" Jiangren chimed in with his own sarcastic remarks, subtly disparaging Chu Fan. Chu Fan paid no mind, sitting there oblivious, eating and drinking as usual. Didi sensed the awkwardness and was about to step in to smooth things over when a man who'd been fawning over Wodetu in the live stream room stormed over. "You little punk! Are your ears deaf or your eyes blind? Brother Tuo's been standing there forever. What the hell are you doing?" The sycophant unleashed a torrent of abuse. When Chu Fan remained unmoved, his rage boiled over. Grabbing a decanter nearby, he hurled it straight at Chu Fan's forehead. Jin Yen hadn't expected things to escalate so suddenly. She grabbed Chu Fan, trying to pull him out of the way. But Chu Fan sat there motionless. Only when the decanter came within inches of his face did he slightly turn his cheek, letting it fly past his ear. Jin Yen felt her heart nearly leap out of her chest. Just as she exhaled in relief, a thunderous crash echoed through the room. The next second, the room erupted in screams. Oh no, the aquarium's shattered. The aquarium they'd just been bragging about as priceless now bore a gaping hole, water gushing out with a gurgling sound. That sycophant's luck was truly abysmal. The tank had been solid as a rock, yet he'd managed to shatter it with his awkward swing. If this lackey had the money to pay for the tank, he wouldn't be groveling for tips and live streams all day. Realizing the catastrophic mess he'd created, his face instantly drained of color, and he became utterly flustered and at a loss. Susu turned to glare at the sycophant, then pointed a finger at Chu Fan's nose and snapped, "Hiding? What the hell are you hiding from? You with your mongrel face, are you more precious than that damn fish tank?" Faced with Susu's reversal of blame, everyone present felt a bit sorry for Chu Fan. But given the current situation, it was clear Chu Fan was not well liked by anyone. Judging by his attire, he wasn't someone of any standing. Given that, having him take the fall was a decision no one would object to. In an instant, Chu Fan, the victim, became the target of everyone's anger. To avoid trouble, not a single person was willing to speak up for him. Listening to the harsh accusations, Chu Fan sighed deeply. He picked up the wine beside him, took a sip, then slowly pushed himself up from the table, hands braced on the surface. He glanced at Su Su, about to speak, but was cut off by Jin Yen. Enough, enough. We should focus on how to compensate for this aquarium.
Jin Yen stepped in partly out of pity for Chu Fan, but also to prevent any mishaps at Didi's fan gathering.
Didi quickly stepped forward, smoothing things over with some conciliatory words. Wodeta wasn't short on cash. After Didi's smooth talk, he immediately agreed to cover the damage to the aquarium himself and not pursue the matter further. Wodeto's promise brought relief to everyone. After receiving the confirmation, Didi immediately turned to Chu Fan and asked, "Are you okay? I'm really sorry.
That fan might have had too much to drink.
Don't take it personally."
Having just settled the money issue, Didi's attention shifted to Chu Fan. This left Wodeta feeling rather displeased, as if he'd been used and discarded like a fool after paying up. But he had already promised Didi he'd cover the cost.
Backing out now would be a blow to his pride. Fortunately, Su Su was there. Noticing Wodeto's discontent, Su Su quietly whispered a few words into his ear. Just as they were talking, a waiter entered in response to a call.
Spotting the shattered fish tank, he gasped in shock and rushed to report the incident to the manager. Faced with such significant damage, the head waiter dared not make a decision on his own and promptly summoned the manager responsible for this private room. This man, Guan Xiao, knew all sorts of shady characters and was distantly related to the restaurant's owner, making him quite capable of handling the situation. Once, two rival gangs came here to negotiate and ended up trashing the private room completely. At any other hotel, the owners would have been furious but kept their anger bottled up, swallowing their pride. But when Guan Xiao stepped in, he made the leaders of both gangs slap themselves across the face repeatedly. They scrambled to pay compensation, not daring to utter a single extra word. When Wodeta saw Guan Xiao arrive, his expression shifted slightly. Clearly he knew this formidable figure too. "Brother Xiao, my deepest apologies. Care for a smoke? Not in the mood." Guan Xiao merely gave a perfunctory reply, pushing away the hand Wodeta extended toward him, clearly not welcoming him warmly.
"What's going on here? Who's trying to crash my turf?" Guan Zhao's gaze turned icy, his voice dripping with unquestionable ferocity. He didn't sound like a service staff member at all, but rather someone come to demand answers. Wodeta knew Guan Xiao had a short fuse and quickly interjected, "Not at all. We wouldn't dare come here to cause trouble for Brother Xiao. It was them they got too rough playing around and accidentally caused this mess." Wodeta swiftly distanced himself from the incident, subtly shifting the blame toward Chu Fan and the sycophant. The henchman, catching Guan Zhao's gaze fixed on him, immediately froze in terror. He collapsed to his knees, trembling uncontrollably, and pleaded without dignity, "Boss, I didn't mean to. I never intended to smash the aquarium. I just wanted to teach that arrogant brat a lesson. Who knew he'd dodge it?" The lackey shifted blame onto Chu Fan, terrified Guan Xiao would order him punished. Guan Xiao watched the spineless creature and sneered, "Enough, enough. Stop feeding me this nonsense. I don't care who broke it. One thing, that fish tank cost 300,000 yuan. If you don't pay that money today, every single one of you here, not a soul is leaving. Get the money now." As Guan Xiao snapped his fingers, the private room entrance instantly filled with security guards. Not just these people, not even a fly could escape. Chapter 163, Scrambling for Cash. The Water Friends had only come for a gathering. They never imagined encountering such a situation. They stared at each other wide-eyed, all feeling a bit panicked. This has nothing to do with us, right? I didn't even come close to that fish tank. How can they make me pay for it? I mean, it was clearly those two who caused this mess. We don't want to be the ones footing the bill." Once one netizen spoke up, others quickly joined in, all scrambling to distance themselves from the incident. "Shut up, all of you." Guan Zhao's thunderous roar instantly silenced the crowd trying to shirk responsibility. Licking his jaw, he declared, "I'll say this one last time, no one leaves here today without paying up. Stop whining, got it?" Guan Zhao's aura of supreme authority was terrifying, and the look in his eyes when he glared was downright menacing. The crowd instantly fell silent, heads bowed, not a soul daring to utter a word. That lackey never imagined he'd caused such a colossal disaster. Kneeling on the ground, he could only sob, his eyes darting toward Wodeta in hopes of rescue. Wodeta had originally intended to cover the costs, but now that things had escalated to this point, he felt that paying up would make him the sucker. Besides, that Chu Fan fellow still sat there with his usual devil-may-care attitude. If he was so good at putting on a show, then let him take responsibility himself. Seeing that Wodeta seemed to have changed his mind, Didi steeled herself and stepped forward to negotiate with Manager Guan. "Manager Guan, could you possibly be a little more flexible? The crack in that aquarium isn't that big. If it's just a repair, it shouldn't cost that much, right? Repair? Ha! You women are hilarious. You want us to use junk? Don't make it sound like I'm trying to rip you off. I can show you our purchase order. 300,000 is our internal price. Either pay up or shut your mouth. Don't piss me off. Guan Xiao showed Didi no mercy, his face cold as he demanded payment. The atmosphere at the scene instantly turned icy. Su Su leaned close to Wadaitu and whispered, "Brother Tu, why don't you cover this payment first? We'll sort out the rest internally." Su Su had initially intended to use someone else's knife to kill, which is why he told Wadaitu not to pay this money, hoping Guan Xiao would direct his anger toward Chu Fan. But he hadn't anticipated that Guan Xiao, this ruthless man, would completely defy expectations and demand that everyone present be detained. Su Su had no desire to remain trapped any longer, so he changed his mind and began urging Wadaitu to contribute funds. Wodata glanced at Su Su. After some deliberation, he still felt uneasy. "Folks, logically speaking, I spend over 300,000 on any given night in the live stream room. Plus, that guy who smashed the aquarium Jia Jia is my friend. I should cover his damages." But here's the thing, this incident wasn't solely Chatz's fault. In fact, the main blame doesn't even lie with him. So asking me to cover this cost just doesn't sit right. Some people aren't even regulars in our stream, they just come here to freeload, cause trouble, and then hide like turtles afterward, sitting there acting like nothing happened. I can't stand people like that. Wadaitu's remarks once again directed the blame squarely at Chu Fan. Everyone glared at Chu Fan, gritting their teeth, determined to force him to pay. But just by looking at his clothes, you could tell this kid couldn't afford it. Forget 30,000, he'd probably struggle to come up with even 3,000. Seeing everyone ganging up on Chu Fan again, Didi stepped in to smooth things over. "Everyone, please don't speak like that. Chu Fan was just trying to dodge the bottle, it was instinct. How about this? I'll cover the cost, but I don't have that much on me right now. Could everyone chip in? Think of it as giving me my gift early. Thank you all, bosses. I'll remember this forever." Didi really had a way with words. At her urging, the online viewers reluctantly opened their wallets and started chipping in. Jin Yen and Jiang Ren weren't online viewers, but since they were present, each contributed a token amount. Just as everyone was contributing, Chu Fan suddenly stood up and headed straight for the restroom without a word. This wasn't a bathroom escape, he'd genuinely drunk too much and couldn't hold it any longer. But no one cared about that. To everyone else, he was just a damn coward. It was all because of his immaturity that the sycophant, Jia Jia, had thrown the sobering device, smashing the aquarium. Now, acting like nothing had happened, he wasn't planning to contribute a single penny. It was utterly disgusting. Chu Fan made his way to the restroom, first taking care of his personal business, then calling Morong Qin to ask her to wire some money over. Once this mess was settled, he'd be out of here. He'd come here at Didi's invitation to see what Jin Yen wanted with him. Now he knew Jin Yen wanted to return the gift, and having eaten and drunk his fill, it was time to go. Of course, his help wasn't out of guilt, he simply didn't want to see Didi in a difficult position. After hearing the whole story, Morong Qin replied with a smile, "Mr. Chu, you don't need to pay anything. Rest assured, I'll handle this. You should eat, drink, and enjoy yourself, don't let this spoil your mood." Hearing this, Chu Fan chuckled, "Then I'm truly grateful." After ending the call with Morong Qin, Chu Fan emerged from the restroom. At that moment, the group hadn't yet pooled their money. They had come here primarily for the fan appreciation event, and no one had anticipated having to chip in extra money. With a final shortfall of 50,000, all eyes turned to Wodaitu and Su Su, expecting them to cover the deficit. But Wodaitu was already annoyed that Didi was protecting Chu Fan, and Su Su wasn't even close to Didi. Neither of them was willing to pay. Guan Xiao sat nearby, smoking and drinking, growing impatient as he waited for them to bring the money. He flicked his cigarette butt away and slammed his hand on the table, startling everyone. Just as Guan Xiao was about to resort to force to extract the money, his phone buzzed in his pocket before he could speak. "Damn it, you're lucky. I'm taking this call, but if you haven't scraped the money together by the time I get back, I won't be so polite." With that, Guan Xiao stormed off, cursing under his breath. The moment the door closed, the group, who had been holding their breath, immediately started blaming each other. "Jia Jia, why did you act so impulsively when you know you have no money? What business is it of yours if he doesn't stand up? Brother Tu didn't say anything, but you started yelling." "Exactly. Why should we pay for the stuff you smashed? Aren't you Brother Tu's lackey? Then go ask him to bail you out. Hey, don't blame all of it on Jia Jia. Blame that little bastard over there, now he's playing the turtle, not even letting out a fart. Hey, you little punk, pay up. You wouldn't actually expect us to bail you out, would you?" After all the back and forth, the blame once again landed squarely on Chu Fan. Chu Fan rolled his eyes imperceptibly, his expression unruffled. "Enough, everyone. No one's paying a cent." Chapter 164, Stealing Credit. "Kid, have you lost your mind? You think you can just walk away from a 300,000 yuan aquarium? You want to leave your life here? A man's reputation is his life, just like a tree's bark. Even if you're broke, you can't be this clueless. Squeak. As the crowd bickered and berated Chu Fan, the private room door suddenly swung open. Everyone gasped in shock and fell silent. The next second, Wang Zhao's head poked through the doorway. He gave everyone an awkward smile, then fidgeted with his hands before clearing his throat. My apologies, everyone. I didn't mean to startle you. I had no idea you knew Mr. Chu. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Since you're Mr. Chu's friends, why bother with compensation? This stuff is all yours, smash it however you like. I got a bit carried away earlier and was rude. I hope you won't hold it against me. You lot, get this cleaned up right now. My apologies, everyone, our aquarium was simply too flimsy. I'll have it custom made by a different manufacturer immediately. Today's meal is on the house, as a token of my sincerity. Please enjoy yourselves, and if you need anything, just let me know. Guan Xiao rattled off his monologue, then ordered the scene cleaned up. Immediately afterward, he bolted like a scared rabbit, tail between his legs. It all happened so fast that before anyone could react, he was already gone. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, still reeling from the shock. Who is Boss Chu? Do you know him? With their standing, they couldn't possibly know such a big shot. From the sound of it, this Mr. Chu must be someone who could make Guan Xiao bow and scrape. Su Su's eyes darted around as a thought struck him. He immediately turned to look at Wodetu and said, Brother Tu, I remember your uncle's surname is Chu, right? Could it be your uncle calling? Wodetu stroked his chin, unsure of the memory. But since no one else was around to take credit, and he was the only one with a connection, he naturally nodded without hesitation. Yeah, my uncle's surname is indeed Chu. Though he said this, Wodetu was inwardly puzzled. He wasn't particularly close to his uncle, and he hadn't reached out to him for help earlier. How could his uncle have called Guan Xiao? Or was it that someone here had recognized him but kept quiet? Though he couldn't figure out what was going on, since everyone tacitly agreed it was his doing and no one came forward to contradict him, he naturally accepted the credit. Just as everyone stepped forward to thank Wodetu, Chu Fan suddenly laughed out loud. Brother Tu, right? I didn't see you call your uncle just now. He wasn't even here, how could he know about this? Chu Fan didn't choose to expose Wodetu outright. Instead, he wanted to use words to knock some sense into him to remind him to have some dignity and not claim credit that wasn't his. But Wodetu didn't catch on. Even though he knew the kid in front of him was a Chu, his ragged clothes didn't suggest any connection to the influential Mr. Chu. So, with a cold sneer, Wodetu declared with brazen confidence, My uncle has connections everywhere. He's a powerful figure, what doesn't he know? He probably heard I was here having fun, so he called to give me a heads up. That's how this whole thing got resolved by accident. What's the big deal? No sooner had Wodetu finished speaking than Jia Jia, the henchman who'd been kneeling on the ground moments before, nearly scared out of his wits, perked up instantly. Exactly. Some country bumpkins just haven't seen the world. They can't even grasp something this simple, what idiots. Sigh, some things just aren't for those dimwits to grasp. They could rack their brains till they're blue in the face and still never understand what having connections feels like. Bro, you're so awesome. To settle this without spending a single penny, you're truly our #1 boss. The flattery made Wodetu feel a bit giddy, his mood lifting even more. But the meticulous Jin Yan sensed something was off. Earlier, Guan Xiao had said they were all friends of Boss Chu. He hadn't mentioned Wodetu specifically. If it really had been his uncle's connections, how could Guan Xiao not have come to praise Wodetu a little? Moreover, after Chu Fan said the money didn't need to be paid, Guan Xiao genuinely didn't make anyone compensate. In her view, it was highly likely that Chu Fan had pulled strings behind the scenes. Unfortunately, few were as perceptive as Jin Yan. The others, with their short-sightedness, rushed to curry favor with Wodetu. Even Jiang Ren was no exception. She had initially enjoyed pleasant conversations with Su Su and even considered switching jobs. But after this incident, Jiang Ren shifted her hunting target. Though Wodetu's style wasn't particularly fashionable and his looks were somewhat lacking, he was loaded with cash and backed by extraordinary family influence. A man like that was worthy of her. Seeing the matter finally resolved, Jia Jia smoothed his clothes and strode over to Chu Fan with an air of superiority. He slammed his fist on the table and declared, jaw jutting, Hey, you little brat, you don't think this is over, do you? We were all anxious and frustrated because of you earlier. You owe Brother Tu a huge favor, yet here you sit, not even letting out a fart. Have you gone mute? When everyone was chipping in money, you ducked off to the bathroom to take a leak. Now that it's settled, you're stuffing your face like a pig. What's the deal? Are you some starving ghost reincarnated? As the guy's words grew increasingly nasty, Chu Fan, who'd been trying to avoid trouble, started getting worked up. Before he could act, Didi slammed her hand on the table, grabbed Chatsa by the sleeve, and yanked him aside. Are you out of your mind? Sure, you're a regular viewer in my livestream and you've spent a fair bit on me, but honestly, I think you're not only a shady character, but downright disgusting. You started this whole mess, why are you trying to pin it on Chu Fan? He's my friend.
You keep coming here to provoke him over and over, don't you think that's going too far? I know you've been showering me with money. Pull up your back-end records yourself, each transaction counts.
Figure out exactly how much you sent, and I'll refund it to you.
Stop humiliating my friends.
Dee has been streaming for years and is quite the smooth operator, but today she simply couldn't stand by and watch. She was even willing to risk upsetting her own fans to stand up for Chu Fan. Many viewers tune into Didi's streams precisely because she stands by her convictions, acts with integrity, and has navigated the platform's internal conflicts unscathed. So when Didi made this choice, her viewers weren't disappointed, they secretly cheered her on. After all, it was obvious to everyone that this cheat hunter had gone way too far. Truth be told, this guy had barely spent any money in the stream. He was just a chatterbox, exceptionally skilled at sucking up to the boss. He'd even harassed female viewers privately, making him deeply disliked by many of the female streamers. Jaja never expected Didi would openly confront him over Chu Fan. He glanced at Wodetu, reluctant to abandon the boss he'd spent years groveling to, and reluctantly rubbed his nose. Fine, I'll give you face. I'll let him off today. But his disrespect toward Big Brother too? That's not over. You little punk, we'll settle this later. Chapter 165, Talking to the Wall. After delivering his threat, Jaja finally quieted down. Chu Fan's world finally found some peace. Zhongren shot Chu Fan a look of utter disdain at his stoic silence through all the scolding and insults, her eyes practically rolling to the heavens.
Honestly, I'm speechless. How can a man be so utterly lacking in manliness?
Xiaoyan, it's all your fault for inviting this loser to the reunion and introducing him to Didi.
Now look at the embarrassment we're in. At your birthday party last time, he was such a show-off, throwing money around like it was nothing, acting all high and mighty. But this time? He wouldn't even pull out a single coin. Probably got his ass kicked by that rich woman. Having a freeloader like him as a classmate is a disgrace to my name, Zhongren. Zhongren grew more animated as she spoke, practically shouting as if afraid no one could hear her. Jin Yen, hearing this, quickly pulled Zhongren aside. Hey, cut it out. Chu Fan probably has his reasons. That jerk started this whole thing today. Why are you picking on him like this? Yen, if he hadn't come, would they have picked a fight?
Besides, what he said was spot on, that kid was totally disrespectful to Brother Tuesday.
And in the end, didn't we only get out of that mess because of Uncle Tu's connections? He hasn't even uttered a single word since then. Don't you think he's being unreasonable?
Faced with Zhongren's relentless questioning, Jin Yen momentarily lost her words.
Su, hearing Jin Yen still defending Chu Fan, felt his anger welling up.
He curled his lip, stepped forward, and grabbed Chu Fan's arm.
Hey, kid, how long do you plan to keep hiding like a turtle? Hearing Jin Yen and Miss Jiang arguing over you weren't secretly thrilled, were you? Didn't you feel pretty damn good when Didi stood up for you just now? Let me tell you, you can't rely on women forever. If you're a man, get up there and apologize. Thank Brother Tuesday. That'd show you've got some brains. Su spat out venomously. Su, it's all over now. Why bring it up again? Just sit down already.
Jin Yen feared they might actually come to blows and hurriedly stepped in to smooth things over.
I won't sit down. Su refused to listen, grabbing Chu Fan and refusing to let him go.
Jin Yen tried to say more, but Zhongren cut her off.
Enough, little Yen. Some people just need a lesson. If you let him off easy this time, he'll dare to do it again next time. Think about it, if we hadn't gotten lucky and been rescued by Uncle Tu this time, wouldn't we all have perished here today? Now that it's settled, isn't it only fair to privately reason with him? Teach him a lesson so he doesn't repeat this mistake. Leave it to me.
If he doesn't learn from this, he'll cause even bigger trouble next time. Zhongren feigned concern for Chu Fan, leaving Jin Yen speechless.
Chu Fan burst out laughing upon hearing this. Next time?
It's not me who should be worried about next time, it's you lot.
I'm helping you out this time, but next time you won't be so lucky.
Honestly, it was beyond words. Not only could these people not tell who was helping them, but they were lecturing him instead.
How ridiculous.
Chu Fan had intended to keep a low profile and avoid making a fuss, but these people were so incredibly stupid that he had no choice but to speak up.
You're quite the actor. Help you provided? Ha! If you're Mr. Chu, then I'm the Empress Dowager. Zhongren didn't even pause before launching into her mockery. Her words sent the entire crowd into uproarious laughter, with others joining in the chorus of mockery. Oh my god, I've seen pretentious people before, but never someone this pretentious. What a freak of nature. Who wouldn't agree? He's clearly here to freeload, not wanting to spend a single penny, yet he dares call himself Boss Chu? If you're so capable, why are you dressed like a beggar? Where'd you buy that thick skin to steal credit? I want some too. Not only did no one believe Chu Fan's story, he became the laughingstock of the entire gathering. Jin Yen had suspected the boss wasn't Wodata's uncle, but she hadn't confirmed that Boss Chu was actually Chu Fan himself. She had intended to speak up for Chu Fan, but the words on her lips died abruptly. Upon hearing this, Xia seized another opportunity to attack Chu Fan.
Smirking, he leaned in and said, "Oh my, I must say, your face is thicker than a city wall. What now? Trying to take advantage of brother 2 again by pretending to be his uncle? As expected, even if you knew the truth, you probably wouldn't believe it. I know I'm preaching to the choir here. Whatever." Chu Fan shrugged his shoulders. "Anyway, I've had my fill and done what I came for. Didi, thank you for your hospitality. Jin Yen, I'm off." With that, Chu Fan took off like the wind, swiftly leaving the scene. That kid sure knows how to make a quick getaway. Of course he did. If he didn't get out of here fast, his bluff would be called. He's nothing but a loser, yet he insists on pretending to be some big shot. And no one even believes him. What's the point? Jia rolled his eyes dramatically, as if getting rid of Chu Fan made him the victor. Though Didi felt some concern for Chu Fan, she also thought the lie he spun at the end was utterly ridiculous. To protect her fans, she ultimately kept quiet. In the end, Jin Yen couldn't sit still any longer. She was, after all, a kind-hearted girl who wanted to have a heart-to-heart with Chu Fan, urging him to live with his feet firmly on the ground. So Jin Yen picked up her handbag and announced, "Everyone, I'm feeling a bit unwell. I'll head home first. See you next time." Everyone knew Jin Yen was making excuses. Jiang Ren rolled her eyes in exasperation, wondering if Jin Yen had water in her brain. Seeing how Chu Fan had become, why didn't she pull back in time and rein in her actions? Didi saw Jin Yen was leaving and wanted to see her out, but she couldn't just leave her online friends hanging. She could only nod in agreement. Su saw his chance and quickly stood up, pulling on his coat. "You're not feeling well. I can't let you go home alone. Let me drive you. I just got a new sports car and was worried about not having a beautiful lady in the passenger seat." "A sports car? What kind of sports car?" Upon hearing Su had a new ride, Shot's eyes widened like saucers. He sensed he might just find himself a new big brother. Su was pleased to hear the question, but feigned indifference. "Ah, it's nothing special, just a Lexus. Good enough for now." Chapter 166, No Risk, No Reward. "Ha? Alexis is just getting by? That car could buy 2 aquariums." Chaja's face lit up with envy, and the other netizens chimed in with their own sighs. While those present could certainly afford a sports car costing hundreds of thousands, they wouldn't consider that kind of money small change. The way Su talked about it, it sounded like buying such a car was no big deal. The gap between the rich and the rich is truly vast. Jiang Ren bit her lip, weighing her options internally. She still couldn't quite let go of Su. "Sigh, I've never even ridden in a Lexus sports car. Could you take me along too?" Of course. Su wasn't entirely without affection for Jiang Ren. Seeing her take the initiative to join in, he was naturally willing. Truth be told, this car belonged to his older brother. He'd merely snuck out the keys and driven it here to show off. Now that he'd achieved his goal and even hooked up with 2 girls, he was secretly thrilled. The group left the party venue. Though the men present felt a bit down after losing these 2 beauties, they still had the wealthy Watai 2 to schmooze with. Plus, with Didi keeping them company, the mood remained fairly decent. After descending the stairs, Jin Yen scanned the area but saw no sign of Chu Fan. She turned to Su, intending to decline his offer to walk her home and search for Chu Fan herself. Before she could speak, Jiang Ren interjected with an exasperated look. "All right, Xiaoyan, I know what you're thinking. You just want to find that guy and talk some sense into him, right? But let me tell you, don't feel sorry for men, especially not poor ones." "No, Jiang Ren," Jin Yen shook her head. "Look at Guan Zhao's behavior back then. Don't you think it's a stretch to credit all that to Uncle Wodetu? If it really depended on Uncle Wodetu's connections, then Wodetu was right there. Why didn't Guan Zhao exchange pleasantries with him? Instead, he addressed the other guy as Mr. Chu? Besides, look at how uneasy Wodetu seemed when facing Guan Zhao. I just don't buy he's that influential." Jin Yen voiced the thought she'd mulled over all night. After listening, Jiang Ren bit her lip, agreeing that something about the situation did seem off. Still, Jiang Ren didn't intend to dig deeper. She preferred to attribute it all to Wodetu. After all, what was Chu Fan anyway? Xiaoyan, don't overthink it. Whoever Boss Chu really is, he's definitely not Chu Fan, right? Jin Yen explained, "I don't think Chu Fan would necessarily lie, but he probably enlisted someone else's help." Stop it. Xiaoyan, what kind of mind-altering potion did that guy feed you? How could you possibly believe his nonsense? Jiang Ren saw Jin Yan's heart leaning toward Chu Fan and immediately wore a look of disdain. He refused to listen any further, feeling it was a complete waste of his time. Su chimed in from the side, "Yeah, Xiaoyan, I think you've totally been led astray by that kid. He's just spouting nonsense to show off, and you're actually taking him seriously? I've known Wodetu for years, and his family truly holds considerable influence. This matter was likely settled out of respect for him. Stop overthinking it." Under the successive blows from both of them, Jin Yen found herself unable to defend herself, even if she wanted to. She could only lower her head in silence. With Chu Fan absent, Jin Yen saw no reason to leave alone.
The trio arrived at the parking lot, where the gray Lexus immediately caught their eyes.
Pretty cool, huh? Susu proudly flaunted the car as if he truly owned it.
Jiang Ren's eyes lit up at the sight of such a luxury vehicle, nodding wildly.
It really is handsome.
Jin Yen, however, had no interest in joining in the praise.
She instinctively took a seat in the back. This suited Jiang Ren perfectly.
Without a word, she slid into the seat beside Susu, not forgetting to strike a seductive pose. She undid an extra button on her shirt, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her cleavage.
She angled herself perfectly, striking the most alluring pose. Susu understood Jiang Ren's intentions, his throat tightening slightly.
He decided to drop Jin Yen off first, to see if he might have a chance to score a home run with Jiang Ren today. As the saying goes, tears of joy.
Susu's mind was wandering, and he wasn't paying attention while driving.
He ended up bumping into a white sedan parked beside him. Fortunately, the speed was low, resulting in only a minor bump.
Jiang Ren and Jin Yen didn't seem to notice, but Susu was drenched in cold sweat. This was his big brother's brand new car. He hadn't even driven it much yet, and now he'd wrecked it. If his boss found out, he'd be in for a serious scolding when he got back. With a heavy heart, Susu got out to assess the damage.
Thankfully, it wasn't severe, just a few scratches on the paint.
The white sports car he'd hit, however, was in much worse shape. A large section of its front end was badly scratched.
The white paint made the damage stand out even more. What kind of car is this? It can't take a single bump.
My car only lost a bit of paint, but look at his what a wreck.
Cheap domestic junk.
Hearing Susu's rant, Jiang Ren shot him a speechless look before slowly remarking, "That's a McLaren.
Starting price, $2 million. The interior looks pretty fancy too, probably some rich guy's toy." $2 million? Susu was stunned.
He'd assumed it was some no-name brand, but it turned out to be worth a fortune. Jin Yen, listening nearby, couldn't help but feel worried.
How much would she have to pay to compensate for such an expensive sports car? Today was just one disaster after another.
How could she have crashed into such a precious sports car the moment she stepped out?
What on earth should we do? If it's this expensive, the compensation must be astronomical. Don't worry, don't panic. I'm not freaking out, so why are you two getting so worked up?
Susu said this, but inside he was scared out of his wits. His brother had just bought this car and hadn't even insured it yet. That meant if he had to pay for the damage, it would all come out of his own pocket.
How could he possibly afford that?
The three of them stared wide-eyed at each other, waiting for the owner, when the parking lot patrolman approached. Spotting the trio gathered around the car, he immediately shouted, "Oh my god.
Get away from there. That's Joe Erdong's car, Mr. Dong's car. Did you guys wreck his car? Oh no, you're dead meat." The patrolman's words sent Susu's heart plummeting to the depths. Who was Joe Erdong? He knew him well enough.
He was one of the Jinling Five Tigers, the second in command of the Chiu brothers. A man who kills without spilling blood.
What terrible luck. Why did I have to damage Joe Erdong's car today? Chapter 167, Is This My Fault or Not?
Susu felt his legs go weak, cold sweat beating on his forehead. He could barely stand.
If this car really belonged to Joe Erdong, no amount of compensation would ever cover it.
The patrol officer, worried they might flee and pin the blame on him, immediately pulled out his phone to snap photos of the three. Pointing to the nearby surveillance camera, he declared, "This place is under full coverage surveillance. You three stay right here and wait for Boss Dong.
Not a soul is leaving, got it?" All three were drenched in cold sweat.
Their worry now extended beyond whether they could afford the compensation.
More crucially, what if money alone couldn't resolve this?
Just as their fear reached its peak, Chu Fan's figure slowly materialized before them.
"Jin Yen? What are you doing here?"
Chu Fan had come to the parking lot because Morong Chin had told Chiu Erdong about the fan gathering. Chiu Erdong, who happened to be drinking here, immediately sought out Chu Fan and handed him his car keys. The implication was clear: let Chu Fan show off in front of his friends and restore his pride. Chu Fan wasn't interested in such flashy displays, so Chiu Erdong settled for a compromise. He'd have Chu Fan go to the parking lot first, then arrange for a driver to take him home.
Chu Fan didn't refuse this arrangement.
Little did he expect that as soon as he found a parking spot, he'd see Jin Yen and the others staring wide-eyed at his car. Jin Yen heard Chu Fan's voice and looked up, her eyes brimming with hurt. She worried his mood might be affected and had come out specifically to talk to him. Instead, he was strolling around here as if nothing had happened, while she herself had suffered undeserved misfortune alongside Susu.
Jiang Ren couldn't help but see that Chu Fan's carefree demeanor. If Chu Fan hadn't insisted on leaving early, why would they have come out? If they hadn't come out, they definitely wouldn't have collided with that car. The next moment, Jiang Ren snapped indiscriminately, "Why are you asking us? Are you blind? It's all because of you. What does this have to do with me?" Chu Fan was speechless. Glancing at Chu Fan's innocent expression, Jiang Ren felt his anger deepen. He turned the tables and retorted, "It's precisely because you insisted on leaving early that Jin Yen worried about you, forcing us to come out. Now we've wrecked someone's sports car, don't you think it's your fault? Chu Fan was utterly speechless at Jiang Ren's twisted logic. How could she pin this on him? This woman and that scumbag hunter upstairs were cut from the same cloth. Say whatever you want, it's your mouth to begin with. Cut the sarcastic remarks. I'm just having a day. A tiger in a lowland gets bullied by dogs. You're just here to laugh at my misfortune. But a lowlife like you, who can't even afford a car, has no right to mock me. Su ranted furiously, talking to himself as if Chu Fan were his imaginary enemy. Chu Fan couldn't be bothered to respond to these two snobs who judged people by their appearance. Only the thought of Jiang Ren saying Jin Yen had come out of concern for him stirred a flicker of warmth within him. Jin Yen, I'm perfectly fine. If even such foolish remarks could provoke me, wouldn't I be driven mad every single day? Who the hell are you calling stupid? Before Jin Yen could respond, Su exploded again. You bastard, you really don't know when to quit. Listen to me, I'm in a bad mood right now. If you dare utter another word, believe me, I'll smash your mouth shut. Chu Fan hadn't expected this guy to act so brazenly after messing up. He chuckled, I'll be damned if I believe you. Try touching me, then. What if I do? Not only will I tear your mouth apart today, I'll beat you to death. Su was utterly enraged. His eyes turned bloodshot as he swung his fists and charged at Chu Fan. Seeing the two about to come to blows, the patrol officer standing nearby raised his electric baton and bellowed, Stop it. You brat, you're really something else. You rammed old Dong's car, and instead of figuring out how to pay for the damage, you're standing here shooting your mouth off. Don't you fear death? Instead of wasting your breath threatening others, you'd be better off figuring out how you're going to die. Su grew increasingly terrified, but in front of Chu Fan, he refused to show weakness. Forcing himself to hold his ground, he retorted, just pay the damages, right? If you had the money to pay, you wouldn't be sweating buckets like this. Chu Fan saw through Su's nervousness and couldn't help but shake his head. What the hell do you care how much sweat I'm pouring? Su yelled at Chu Fan again. Chu Fan curled his lip and pulled his car keys from his pocket. You tell me if it's my business or not? The headlights flashed on instantly, and the doors slid open. All three men were startled, their mouths gaping wide. Su, snapping out of his shock, turned pale. You can afford this car? Wait, no. He said this car belongs to Dong Yi. You stole Dong Yi's car? You've got some nerve. With your IQ, you wouldn't last an episode in a Conan movie. Chu Fan rolled his eyes. Patrolman, I know the owner. Could you pull up the surveillance footage for me as evidence? Xiao Erdong had kindly arranged a driver for him, and now that the car had issues, he naturally had to lend a hand. Upon learning Chu Fan was acquainted with Xiao Erdong, the patrol officer's demeanor shifted to one of deep respect. He nodded repeatedly, saying, Rest assured, I'll handle this properly. I won't let him get away. Su watched the scene unfold, his face twisting in silent agony. The trash he had been talking about actually knew Xiao Erdong? What a slap in the face. Though he seethed with resentment, Su ultimately softened his stance toward Chu Fan to minimize his own financial losses. Hey, buddy, can we talk? Am I worthy of being your brother? I'm just a nobody, no need to be so polite. Pay whatever you owe, it's just a few aquariums at most. You're loaded, you can definitely afford it. Don't panic. If Su could really afford a few aquariums, he would have jumped out there earlier to show off. Why else would he stall for so long? Bro, I'm begging you, I can't even scrape together the cost of one fish tank. Su had completely broken down. His earlier arrogance vanished, replaced by utter humiliation. Jiang Ren felt a pang of unease seeing Su so submissive. Chu Fan, cut the act already. Give a break when you can. You only know Xiao Erdong because some rich woman's keeping you. Why act like you own the place? Chu Fan rolled his eyes dramatically, refusing to even glance at Jiang Ren. Miss Jiang, I'm begging you to use your brain. Which ancestor told you I was kept by a rich woman? If you keep spreading these rumors, I can sue you for defamation, understand? Chapter 168, Dogs Fighting Among Themselves. Jiang Ren was seething with rage, yet she had no evidence to back her claims. Her face turned ashen. Although Jin Yen found it satisfying to hear Chu Fan speak his mind, the situation at hand still needed resolving. Lowering her head, she adopted a conciliatory tone with Chu Fan. Chu Fan, your car really is quite expensive. We simply can't afford to pay the full amount. Could you perhaps consider a discount? Make it a little cheaper? Seeing Jin Yen speak on his behalf, Su immediately nodded in agreement. Honestly, I haven't even insured this car yet. I'd have to pay for everything out of my own pocket. If you really make me pay hundreds of thousands, it'd be like taking my life. At this point, Su dropped all pretense, whining as he laid bare his financial struggles. But Chu Fan wasn't about to let it go. He pressed on, how could you not be able to pay? You're an artist. Your gallery sells paintings for hundreds of thousands each, you said so yourself upstairs. You even claimed your paintings were priceless, with big shots lining up to buy from you. Now you're suddenly crying poverty when it comes to paying compensation? That's not fair. That was all just bragging.
My little gallery is barely the size of a palm, and it's practically bankrupt. I was just trying to show off in front of Jin Yan, that's all. If I were really that rich, why would I have to suck up to that guy surnamed Wu upstairs?
Hearing Susu spill the beans, Chu Fan couldn't help but chuckle, while Jin Yan beside him cringed in embarrassment for their classmate.
As for Jiang Ren, she stared at Susu in utter shock, nearly fuming with rage. Jiang Ren grabbed Susu by the collar and demanded, "So you were lying about offering me that art gallery management position with a 600,000 yuan annual salary?" Susu felt his face burning, but he could only admit the truth. "I just thought you were pretty and had some connections. I figured if I could sweet-talk you into joining, maybe it could revive the gallery. That's why I..." "You shameless bastard." Jiang Ren was so furious she raised her hand and slapped Susu across the face. "You damn woman, who do you think you're hitting? If you weren't so greedy, would you have fallen for my trick? Don't think I didn't see through you, you're just a gold digger. You're the gold digger. You're just a poor hick trying to act fancy." Watching this farce of two dogs fighting, Chu Fan's earlier gloom vanished completely. He wished he could call DD over to livestream this, the views would skyrocket for sure. Enough. Stop bickering. I can't be bothered listening to this. For Jin Yan's sake, and since your apology sounded sincere enough, hand over 30,000 yuan. I'll talk to Chiu Erdong and have him file an insurance claim for the repairs. The moment Susu heard 30 grand would settle this, he stopped complaining about the price. He swiftly scanned the QR code and transferred the money in one fluid motion, as if terrified Chu Fan might change his mind. The money's paid. We're clear on this, no hard feelings, and old Master Dong won't come after me, right? Susu's willingness to pay up so readily stemmed partly from fear that prolonging the standoff might lead to even steeper costs, and partly from dread that Chiu Erdong learning of this would bring trouble his way. Chu Fan knew exactly what Susu was thinking. Waving his phone, he said, "I'm not as shady as you. Since I've got your money, I won't pursue this any further." Susu assumed Chu Fan was just confirming receipt of the money. Only Jin Yan, watching nearby, understood the truth. While Susu and Jiang Reng were bickering like dogs, Chu Fan had secretly recorded the entire ridiculous scene on his phone. That was his real trump card. Jin Yan saw everything, but she didn't plan to say anything. After all, Susu and Jiang Ren were the ones who had acted improperly. She trusted Chu Fan wasn't the type to casually go back on his word and seek revenge. As long as those two kept their tails tucked between their legs from now on, this footage would surely never see the light of day. The matter finally came to a close. With Susu looking such a sorry state, Jin Yan couldn't possibly ask him to drive her home. As for Chiu Erdong's car, it still needed repairs and was naturally unusable. So Chu Fan handed the keys to the belatedly arriving driver and naturally walked toward the door with Jin Yan, intending to hail a cab and leave. Just then, Jiang Ran, who had exchanged spit with Susu, smoothed her hair and hurried over. "Give me a ride too," she said. "Yanzi and I are going the same way. We can travel together, it'll be safer on the road." Jiang Rin and Jin Yan lived far apart. She merely wanted to follow the two men out, eavesdrop on their conversation along the way, and see what Chu Fan was really up to. However, even sharing a taxi, Chu Fan had no intention of taking Jiang Rin along. He smiled and said, "Miss Jiang Rin, I recall you have a car. Didn't you show it off at our last class reunion? Why didn't you drive it here this time?" Alright, I know you drove yourself. I saw the keys in your bag. Since you drove, you can just go back on your own. Maybe we'll meet again someday." After saying this, Chu Fan called Jin Yan and left together, leaving Jiang Ren standing there alone, utterly embarrassed, the veins on her neck bulging prominently. "What gives you the right to act so arrogant in a taxi? Think you're all that just because you're Chiu Erdong's lackey? Ha! Don't think I don't know your connection to Chiu Erdong is all thanks to your rich woman connections. You'd better cling to that rich woman's leg and never let go. Otherwise, the day she kicks you to the curb, I'll see if you can still be so arrogant." Jiang Ren cursed furiously, then pulled her car keys from her bag and stormed off in a huff. Meanwhile, Chu Fan and Jin Yan took a taxi home. Neither of them minded the ride. In fact, it gave them a chance to chat undisturbed. "Chu Fan, I never imagined you'd know Chiu Erdong, let alone ride in his car. Too bad it's going in for repairs now, otherwise, I'd have loved to experience it myself." "No worries. Once it's fixed, I'll take you for a spin," Chu Fan chuckled. "Won't Chiu Erdong mind?" Chu Fan shook his head. "Not at all. If that guy dared to mind, he'd be asking for trouble." Jin Yan, though different from others and not as sharp-tongued toward Chu Fan, still harbored doubts about how he could make such bold claims with a straight face. She recalled how Chu Fan always appeared in plain clothes and unremarkable attire, yet his actions were unexpectedly extravagant. The VIP card last time, the luxury sports card this time. Each item clashed completely with his appearance and demeanor. Aside from being kept, she couldn't fathom any other explanation. "Chu Fan, what exactly are you up to? Spill the beans already." Chapter 169, Mr. Chu is more frightening than imagined. "I work at a real estate company." Chu Fan answered bluntly. "Why are you suddenly asking me this?" Jin Yan asked tentatively. "Working at a real estate company, how did you get to know someone like Chiu Erdong?"
A friend introduced us. We hit it off after a few meetings. Chu Fan covered up. After hearing this, Jin Yan's expression turned peculiar. You mean that friend? It wouldn't happen to be that beautiful young lady we met last time, would it? Not exactly. She's more like his boss. Chu Fan couldn't think of a better explanation, so he just threw himself into it. Ha!
Jin Yan stared at Chu Fan in disbelief, mistakenly assuming Murong Chin's boss was also a woman. After all, a woman as stunning as Murong Chin surely had no shortage of admirers. She'd never need to hire a gigolo.
But if it was Murong Chin's boss, well, that was another story. Older wealthy women don't go for good looks, they prefer smooth talkers.
Perhaps Chu Fan had pulled some trick to win over Murong Chin's boss that would explain everything. But such matters weren't something to discuss openly, and even if she asked Chu Fan, he'd likely deny it. Therefore, Jin Yan merely pondered it internally without pressing Chu Fan for specifics. Chu Fan naturally overlooked the stunned expression on Jin Yan's face, assuming she was merely amazed by his connections. After dropping Jin Yan off at her place, he was about to give the driver his home address when Jin Yan spoke up first. By the way, Chu Fan, since we're already near my place, why don't you come up for a glass of water? The driver's ears perked up at the suggestion, his face lighting up with anticipation as he looked at Chu Fan. He even thoughtfully turned off the meter. Clearly, to any normal man, such a late-night invitation from a beauty like her would be impossible to refuse. But Chu Fan was the exception. He shook his head solemnly and said, I can't. I have things to do. Next time. Chu Fan's decisive refusal wasn't because he was some saintly figure like Lu Xiaowei, nor because he disliked Jin Yan. He simply had to get back to work. Li Zhangmei had already mentioned his absenteeism several times, both directly and indirectly. If he went to visit Jin Yan again, he would inevitably be late for work. Hearing Chu Fan's words, a flicker of disappointment crossed Jin Yan's eyes. But she quickly smiled, waved at him, and said, all right then. I'll invite you over another time. Goodbye. After they parted ways, the taxi driver restarted the meter. As he pulled away, he glanced at Chu Fan through the rearview mirror and gave him a thumbs up. Good for you, kid. That play hard to get move was pretty damn clever. I saw the look in that girl's eyes as she left full of lingering affection and reluctance. But I just can't wrap my head around it with such a once-in-a-lifetime chance and such a gorgeous girl. How could you not even get out of the cab? You're not, are you? By the time he uttered the last sentence, the driver's voice even trembled slightly, as if he feared becoming the victim of some sensational news story. A man who could turn down such a beauty, what wouldn't he be capable of? Noticing the mix of admiration and wariness in the driver's eyes, Chu Fan was utterly speechless. Leaning back in his seat, he closed his eyes to rest while speaking slowly. It's nothing serious. Just strict family rules. Really? I don't buy it. The driver shook his head repeatedly, convinced there was more to the story. His gaze drifted deliberately toward Chu Fan's lower body. Chu Fan instantly understood the driver's insinuation and nearly choked on his breath. He was perfectly normal, damn it. Seems like getting the driver's license needs to be moved up on the agenda. Not having a car is just too inconvenient. Inside the grandson family mansion. Staring at the intelligence gathered recently on the table, Sun Kaichuan and his father-in-law, Xing Shangshuan, exchanged a look. Dad, this Mr. Chu seems far more formidable than we imagined. Are we really going to follow him? I can't shake the feeling he's trouble waiting to happen. Sun Kaichuan hesitated. While he admired Chu Fan's prowess and coveted his medical skills. But the thought that Chu Fan had just been released from prison not long ago, yet had already pulled off so many major events one after another, deeply offended both Xueqingji and Wei Le, and even effortlessly slain several masters, made his heart race with anxiety. Before allying with the Tang family, he hadn't known Chu Fan was such a troublemaker. Otherwise, he would have deliberated carefully and not made such a hasty decision. After all, provoking too many enemies could bring undeserved calamity upon those with lesser strength. By then, while Chu Fan might emerge unscathed, they could well become collateral damage. Xing Shangshuan sighed bitterly. I never anticipated this. I knew Mr. Chu possessed extraordinary skills, but I never imagined his methods would be so ruthless. Still, there's no turning back now. Since the Tang family has chosen to stand with him, we can't hesitate any longer. Though young, Mr. Chu embodies the fearless boldness of a newborn calf. He possesses an unrivaled, domineering aura. Those destined for greatness invariably share one trait, ruthlessness. Though ruthless, he has principles, killing when necessary, saving when appropriate. I see nothing wrong with his actions. As for Wei Lo, after losing 2 sons, he's become quite despondent. I foresee the Wei family collapsing soon, which is why I urged you to pledge allegiance to Mr. Chu without delay. Xing Shangshuan took a sip of tea, then spoke with unwavering resolve. If we delay, once the Wei family falls, the Li and Tang families will seize this territory. There will be no place for ours, and we might even be forced into submission. Sun Kaichuan felt his heart stir at these words, yet unease lingered. Father, your reasoning holds merit, but these underworld figures remain unpredictable. Xueqingji won't let his brother's death go unavenged. What if Mr. Chu falls to Wei Lo?
Wouldn't all our current arrangements be for naught? Are you stupid? Can't you keep tabs on that Shue fellow and tip off Mr. Chu so he can prepare in advance? Though I haven't witnessed Chwechingji's skills in years, I doubt he's a match for Mr. Chu.
We should still place our bet on Mr. Chu.
Xing Shangchuan's conviction was unwavering.
No matter the opponent, he firmly believed in Chu Fan. Sun Kaichuan still harbored some hesitation, but the Sun family's continued standing over the years owed much to his father-in-law's support. He held considerable respect for this man. With Xing Shangchuan standing so firmly behind Chu Fan, Sun Kaichuan had little left to say.
All right then.
Since you say so, Dad, I'll go all out today.
Chapter 170, Preparing to Seek Medicine. The day passed slowly.
At dusk, within the Li family mansion, Li Junmei, returning from a banquet, was chatting with Li Zhonghua and Su Chunli. It was truly strange. Every time there was a business banquet like this, Yang Yaoyan was always the most enthusiastic. But this time, he accepted the invitation and didn't show up. Moreover, I chatted with everyone at the banquet, and they all said they hadn't seen Yang Yaoyan for several days now. It was truly baffling. What on earth had he been up to lately? Li Junmei had been swamped with work these past days. Attending the banquet today was a rare break from her hectic schedule. Yet, as she glanced around, she realized it had indeed been quite a while since she'd heard anything about Yang Yaoyan.
He hasn't come looking for trouble with the Li group in all this time? That's completely out of character for him. After hearing Li Junmei's words, Su Chunli also murmured in astonishment, could it be that evil begets evil, and he's fallen ill? That would truly be divine retribution.
No, Li Junmei shook her head.
I heard Yang Yaoyan isn't sick. It's more like he's possessed. He won't go anywhere except his office, not even home.
Who knows if he's hiding from someone he offended or if he's genuinely swamped with work. Either way, this quiet retreat is highly unusual. Li Junmei worried that Yang Yaoyan might be plotting something to harm the Li group, and she felt quite uneasy.
Li Zhonghua shook his head at this. Don't worry. Whatever Yang Yaoyan does is his own business. It definitely won't affect our Li group.
Yesterday, I played chess with an old friend. One of his students happens to work at the Housing and Construction Bureau. During our conversation, I learned that Yaoyan Group has recently stepped into a minefield. They're receiving multiple penalty notices daily, and all their past construction violations have been dug up. Even those quality inspectors who used to help Yang Yaoyan falsify reports have all been fired, including a department head. I reckon he's too busy cleaning up his own mess now that the truth's out, which is why he hasn't come after us. Besides, he won't have the time anytime soon. After hearing Li Zhonggua's intelligence, Li Junmei finally let out a sigh of relief.
Oh my, it really is divine justice.
After all these years of running rampant in Jinling, he's finally gotten his comeuppance.
Hearing Li Junmei's naive words, Su Chunli pursed her lips and said, How old are you? Still believing in silly notions like divine justice?
In my opinion, he clearly offended someone and got his comeuppance. This isn't a natural disaster, it's man-made misfortune. Who cares what it is? As long as Yang Yaoyan stays away from causing trouble for us, ha! Li Zhonggua's decisive words were followed by the sound of three people bursting into loud laughter in the living room. With Yaoyan Group collapsing, not only would Li Group's earlier crisis be swiftly resolved, but they could also snap up numerous projects left behind by Yaoyan Group.
It was like manna from heaven. Amidst their laughter, Zhu Fan pushed open the door and walked in.
After work, Zhu Deshang and the others dragged him to a colleague gathering, which is why he was only returning now.
Zhu Fan, sit down. You've been working your fingers to the bone these past days trying to find a cure for me, haven't you?
Li Zhonghua said with a smile.
Honestly, you needn't have gone to such trouble. Death is inevitable, and I never sought longevity anyway. At my age, I'm not going to run off fighting anyone. It's all right.
Li Junmei, seeing Chu Fan return so late, was about to confront him when grandfather launched into this long speech. She was completely baffled, unable to make heads or tails of it.
Grandpa, what are you talking about? Of course, living 100 years is a good thing. But Chu Fan, what kind of medicine are you preparing again? Is something wrong with Grandpa's health?
Li Junmei cared most about her family's health. Hearing that Li Zhonghua needed medicine, the smile vanished from her face, replaced by a serious expression.
Don't worry. Grandpa is perfectly healthy.
I plan to prepare a formula that can extend his lifespan and transform his constitution.
Grandpa used to be a martial artist.
I have specialized advancement pills here. After taking them, his physical constitution will greatly improve, and his lifespan will increase. Hearing Chu Fan's words, Li Zhonghua visibly relaxed. For between him and Chu Fan lay a secret one Li Zhonghua wished his family never knew. After Chu Fan had cured Li Zhonggua's ailments at the hospital last time, he had taken his pulse and discovered that Li Zhonghua had suffered from qi deviation during his youth. This was the reason why, despite years of cultivation, Li Zhonghua had been unable to break through.
Failing to advance wasn't a major issue in itself.
As Li Zhonghua had said, at his age, he wouldn't be going out to fight and kill anyway. But that incident of qi deviation had inflicted irreversible damage on Li Zhonggua's body. If a remedy couldn't be found soon to help him break through his cultivation barrier and rebuild his physical form, his lifespan would likely be no more than a year. This time frame was far too short. Chu Fan was certain that if Li Jinmei learned of this, she would be utterly heartbroken. Therefore, he only confided this matter privately to Li Zhonghua, vowing to find every herb necessary to aid his breakthrough.
Both Li Jinmei and Su Chunli were outsiders to the cultivation world. Deceived by Chu Fan's vague assurances, they immediately believed his words. Seizing the moment, Chu Fan took the opportunity to request leave from Li Jinmei, explaining he needed to help Li Zhonghua search for several medicinal herbs the next day. Li Jinmei didn't refuse. After all, Chu Fan wasn't much help at the company anyway, and grandfather's health was the priority. Go ahead. If you haven't found them by tomorrow, I'll extend your leave. But where exactly are you planning to search? Do you have enough money? I'll manage. As for where to look, I haven't figured that out yet.
I'll need to ask around later, Chu Fan replied vaguely.
You have enough money? Fine.
If it runs out, tell me, don't try to pretend you're better off than you are.
Got it.
Chu Fan certainly wasn't short on cash. Even if he did run short, all he'd have to do was mention it, and countless people would be lining up to hand it over. Why would he need Li Jinmei? The next day, Chu Fan ventured into the mountains alone. This was the very spot where he had encountered Xing Shangxuan. The fact that Xing Shangxuan had discovered golden stoneflowers here proved the mountain's exceptional qualities.
Perhaps he could find the medicinal herbs he needed.
Even if not, substituting stone gold flowers in his formula wouldn't be a bad option. Though its efficacy might be slightly diminished, combined with his own refining techniques, it could at least extend Li Zhonggua's life by several years. Holding this thought, Chu Fan plunged into the mountain forest. After searching extensively, he couldn't even find the stone golden flower, likely all harvested by Xing Shangxuan during his previous visit. Left with no other choice, Chu Fan called Tango-san again, asking him to help find a medicinal herb called Nine-Turn Salvia.
Chapter 171, Crisis Approaches.
Nine-Turn Salvia was not ginseng, but a rare red plant resembling ginseng. Chu Fan wasn't certain he could find it, so he asked Tango-san to keep an eye out for him. As for the stone golden flower, Chu Fan later called Xing Shangxuan to inquire. Sure enough, he had collected them all. There were still some left over from the previous use, which Xing Shangxuan could conveniently give to Chu Fan.
With the medicinal herbs somewhat secured, Chu Fan descended the mountain with a sense of relief.
But no sooner had he descended than Tango-san called again.
Chu Fan was slightly taken aback.
How did Tango-san manage to find the Nine-Turn Salvia, such a rare herb, so quickly?
Uncle Tang, you're truly remarkable. How did you manage to?
This isn't about the herbs. Uncle Tang called you to plead for his life. We'd barely hung up when our butler retrieved a letter from the mailbox. Upon opening it, we discovered a blood-stained note threatening to take my father's life tonight. I'm afraid we'll need your help once more.
Tango-san's voice was filled with urgency, clearly shaken by the blood-stained letter.
His family had received threatening letters before, but none had been as terrifying as this one. Both the format and wording were unusually forceful, as if the sender was truly determined to achieve their goal at any cost.
How dare someone be so brazen as to deliver a threatening letter in broad daylight? Alright, I'll head over immediately.
Chu Fan agreed readily. After all, he'd been interacting closely with the Tang family lately, and their relationship had grown quite intimate. The Tang family had helped him out, so naturally he would return the favor. As Chu Fan rushed toward the Tang family's ancestral home, a private jet departed from the metropolis and touched down in Jinling. On board, besides the crew, were 3 other individuals. One was elderly, another young, and the third was neither old nor young. This third individual displayed the most respectful demeanor among the 3. The younger man appeared to be in his early 20s, clad entirely in black with a solemn expression.
His name was Wei Sandiao, the son of the late Wei Debao and the sole grandson of Wei Lu.
Born with an extraordinary physique, he had been chosen as a disciple by a reclusive master before he was even weaned. For years, he had secluded himself in the mountains to cultivate his skills, never once descending before his 20s.
Wei Debao only had the chance to visit his son during major holidays. A few days ago marked Wei Sandiao's birthday. He had hoped his father would bring his young son to visit him, but after waiting and waiting, no family came. Instead, he received word from his grandfather, Wei Lu, that both his father and uncle had met tragic ends at the hands of villains. With his grandfather now too frail to manage alone, he had sent someone specifically to bring him back home. Upon hearing this, Wei Sandiao was overcome with grief and rage. He immediately bid farewell to his master, determined to descend the mountain no matter what. The 2 men who accompanied Wei Sandiao down the mountain were his master's senior disciple, the older of the 2, who had always treated him like his own son. The other was his master's retainer. Though seemingly ordinary, his movements were remarkably agile. Even Wei Sandiao found it difficult to match him. Wei Sandiao was a prodigy in martial arts, having devoted years to training. Now, with these 2 masters by his side, avenging his father seemed within reach. From the moment he could remember, Wei Sandiao had never ventured down the mountain, let alone set foot in Jinling.
The dazzling world outside held countless novelties, yet Wei Sandiao felt no desire to admire them. His heart was consumed solely by the vengeance he sought for his father and uncle. Wei Sandiao's master's servant, Yang Bao, had raised him from infancy. Witnessing his young master's profound grief, Yang Bao silently vowed to avenge him. Even while still on the plane, Yang Bao pounded his chest and declared to Wei Sandiao, "Young master, rest assured. Such a deep and bitter grudge this servant will certainly aid you in exacting your revenge. That scum Chu Fan's time is running out. Once I capture him, I'll make sure you get your revenge. Thank you, Uncle Bao. With you and Grandmaster Sure accompanying me down the mountain, I feel much more confident. I will avenge father and uncle. I won't let that Chu Fan get away with anything." After this vow, Wei Sandiao turned to his master's senior brother, Ho, and asked with some puzzlement, "By the way, senior brother, you mentioned you had important business to attend to this time down the mountain. Why don't we handle your affairs first before moving on to other matters?" His reason for accompanying them down the mountain was twofold: to protect Wei Sandiao and aid his vengeance, and to attend to his own affairs. However, upon hearing Wei Sandiao's suggestion, Ho shook his head and replied, "Let's settle your revenge first. I've come to Jinling to kill many people including Wang Ganai, Xing Shangxuan, and, never mind. Suffice it to say, I intend to reclaim every bit of humiliation I suffered back then. But we can start by giving them a taste of their own medicine. Let them wait for death in dreadful anxiety that might be more entertaining." Ha! Wei Sandiao, unaware his senior master harbored such deep enmities with so many, exchanged a glance with Yang Bao and remained silent. Meanwhile, Xing Shangxuan was restless today. While admiring his ancient inkstone this morning, he accidentally shattered a treasured piece he'd collected for years. This incident left him in a foul mood all morning. Seeing his father-in-law so distraught over a mere inkstone, Sun Kaichuan casually remarked, "Come on, Dad, don't be so upset. I'll have someone discreetly search for a better one to replace it."
That should do, right? You fool. This isn't merely about a mere inkstone. I've felt restless since dawn. Trouble is brewing.
Sun Kaichuan curled his lip dismissively.
Alright, old man, stop scaring yourself.
Sun Kaichuan was about to say something nice to cheer up his father-in-law when suddenly a thunderous roar erupted outside, as if the sky itself were being torn apart.
What's that noise? An airplane? But it's flying way too low.
Sun Kaichuan looked puzzled.
Which airline would be bold enough to fly a plane right over their house?
As the roar of the engines grew increasingly piercing, Sun Kaixian could no longer stand it. Furious, he stormed out the door, determined to investigate.
Xing Shangxuan's heart sank.
He quickly pushed open the door first. Moments later, the roar of the plane's engines faded, replaced by a wild, unrestrained laugh.
Ha! Who would have thought?
Xing Shangxuan, who feared nothing under the sun, would one day be so utterly terrified by the sound of an airplane engine.
Chapter 172, Ho's Might.
Xing Shangxuan stepped forward, staring intently at the bearded old man before him.
He scrutinized the man for a long moment but couldn't place who he was.
Ho, noticing his stare, curled his lips in a look of utter contempt.
What's the matter, Xing Shangxuan? Have you developed dementia in your old age? You can't even recognize me, Ho? Ho? It really is you.
Xing Shangxuan recognized him, of course, though he found it hard to believe. A man who had vanished nearly 20 years ago would suddenly show up at his doorstep. It was obvious he meant no good.
Humph, Xing Shangxuan.
I told you I'd come for revenge.
Have you forgotten my words?
Ho's expression hardened, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Xing Shangxuan exhaled a heavy breath and sighed. You brought this upon yourself. If you insist on accusing me of wrongdoing and seeking vengeance, then so be it. Let's fight. I'm curious to see if you've improved at all in these 20 years.
The moment the words fell, both men surged forward simultaneously.
Fists and palms collided with a deafening crash, sending shockwaves rippling out as if the heavens themselves were splitting apart. All these years, Ho had thought of nothing but revenge, so every punch and kick now carried the intent to kill. Xing Shangxuan, however, had spent his time wandering mountains and rivers, enjoying family harmony. The fierce killing intent that once radiated from his every move had long since vanished. The outcome of their clash was obvious. Xing Shangxuan quickly found himself at a disadvantage. A single heavy punch from Ho sent him crashing to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth. Truthfully, Xing Shangxuan had known he was likely to lose even before the fight began. Too many concerns weighed on his mind now. The more he feared death, the easier it was to lose. This outcome had been predetermined long before the first blow was struck. Ha! Just as I expected. Xing Shangxuan, you've fallen to my hands today.
Do you accept this defeat?
I refuse to accept this. Ho, if my eyes did not deceive me, that was the Yin Gu Sha fist you just used. How dare you cultivate such a vile martial art?
Don't you feel ashamed?
Xing Shangxuan was filled with anguish not only over his defeat, but also over the calamity Ho would bring to Jinling if allowed to run rampant. Cultivating the Yin Gui Sha fist requires consuming the hearts of young children at regular intervals to pacify the malevolent energy within. For sure Ho to have reached such a level, there must be mountains of corpses behind him.
Ha! What do I have to eat? The victor takes all.
Had I cultivated this fist technique earlier, I would never have fallen to you. My son would not have perished without medicine to save him.
You owe me a son. You owe me a life.
Today, I've come to claim yours. But rest assured, I won't kill you just yet.
You've got only days left anyway. Better to keep you alive for now.
I'll round up the other scoundrels who blocked my son's path back then make all of you kneel before his grave to beg forgiveness.
Humph.
After Sure Ho finished speaking, he strode away. Wei Sandio and Yang Bao, following behind him, were thrilled to see their senior master display such formidable power.
They felt certain their journey to Jinling would now proceed smoothly. Dad! Are you okay? Dad!
Seeing his father-in-law beaten to the brink of death, Sun Kaichuan was heartbroken. He hurriedly called Wei Yizhen, pleading for him to come immediately.
Master, I never knew your cultivation technique was so formidable. Had I known, I would have chosen to be defeated by you back then. Ah, don't speak that way. This is a cultivation method that defies heaven and harms humanity.
Were it not for a blood feud deep as the sea, I, Sure Ho, a heroic figure of my generation, would never have walked this path. You should follow your master and practice orthodox martial arts. Though your progress might be slower, with your innate extraordinary physique, by the time you reach my age, you'll surely surpass me in brilliance. Sure Ho patted Wei Sandiao's shoulder. If his own son had lived to grow up, he was only 4 or 5 years older than Wei Sandiao, he would surely have been just as tall and sturdy. This thought only deepened the bitterness in Sure Ho's heart. He despised those hypocritical scoundrels with every fiber of his being.
Had they not vied with him for power, would his beloved son have perished so tragically from illness?
As the group approached the Wei residence, Sure Ho spoke before they even entered the gate. We've been followed by numerous spies along the way, likely all of Chu Fan's scummy informants.
Yang Bao, you handle this.
Yes, sir.
Yang Bao nodded, then darted nimbly into the shadows.
Moments later, he returned with a solemn expression. All taken care of.
All right, let's go. After dealing with the spies, the three entered the Wei residence.
Wei Lanao lay paralyzed in a wheelchair, his mouth twisted and eyes askew, unable to utter a single coherent sentence. The moment he saw his own grandson, he could only weep, his eyes filled with hatred and fury. Seeing the look in his grandfather's eyes, Wei Sandiao understood everything.
Kneeling at Wei Li's feet, his eyes bloodshot, he declared, "Grandfather, please don't be angry. I will avenge father and uncle.
That bastard Chu Fan, I will grind his bones to dust. And those who sheltered him will not need a peaceful end either."
Wei Li nodded frantically, tears streaming down his aged face.
The sight moved Sure Ho and Yang Bao standing nearby. Sure Ho himself had endured the agony of burying his own child, so he felt deep sympathy for Wei Lu. Even if the old man deserved his fate, it mattered little to him.
All right, stop crying for now. Let me examine your grandfather. There might still be a chance.
Sure Ho spoke as he pulled Wei Sandao aside, personally examining Wei Lu before declaring, "Humph.
Your grandfather's condition is still salvageable.
His paralysis isn't due to any actual physical ailment. Someone deliberately sealed his meridians using internal energy.
This technique of sealing acupoints is profound, but not irreversible. Now then, contact your second master uncle.
If you can bring him here, he will surely turn the tide." Upon hearing Sure Ho's words, Wei Sandio was overjoyed.
Grabbing Wei Li's hand, he eagerly declared, "All right. I'll summon second uncle master immediately." "All right. You pursue your vengeance, I'll pursue mine.
We'll split up and handle our respective matters. If you encounter any thorny problems over there, you can always contact me for help later.
I'm off now." With that, Sure Ho turned and walked away without looking back. Wait. Senior uncle, who are you going to kill this time? Do you need our help?" "No need. This time I'm going after Tang Xuanzan.
If he falls, the Tang family will crumble. When that happens, your Wei family will reap the benefits.
Just wait for my good news. We bid you farewell, master." After Sure Ho departed, the Wei trio eagerly bid farewell to Wei Lu.
Taking Yang Bao with them, they set out to eliminate Chu Fan to honor the spirits of their father and uncle in the afterlife.
Chapter 173, Grandmaster Deng. Meanwhile, Chu Fan arrived at the Tang family villa.
The moment he stepped inside, Tang Do-san rushed over, breathless, thrusting the blood-stained letter into Chu Fan's hands.
The moment Chu Fan caught the scent, his expression instantly turned icy. What a beast! Seeing Chu Fan so enraged, Tang Do-san asked in confusion, "Chu Fan, you haven't even read the contents yet? Why are you cursing him already?" "Uncle Tang, you don't understand. This blood letter was written with an infant's blood.
An infant's blood carries a distinct, peculiar scent. I would never mistake it.
It seems the sender is a heartless, ruthless monster. And they've likely cultivated dark arts, otherwise they wouldn't hunt down infants." Hearing Chu Fan's words, Tang Do-san's expression darkened further. Thankfully he'd summoned Chu Fan to hold the fort, otherwise tonight would have been a disaster.
Tang Xuanzan, listening nearby, sucked in a sharp breath, utterly stunned.
Who on earth is this assassin? How could they be so utterly inhuman?
As the three men spoke with grave expressions, a young girl lounging on the sofa playing with her phone sneered coldly. Just listen to him spout nonsense.
Baby blood? What utter rubbish! Tang Xian, don't be disrespectful.
Hearing his daughter's snark, Tango-san snatched her phone and yanked her up.
My apologies, Shu Fan.
I completely forgot to introduce you earlier. This is my good-for-nothing daughter, Tang Xian.
Tang Xian hurriedly greeted Mr. Chu. If it weren't for him saving me last time, I'd be an orphan now, you know? Is that really necessary? Couldn't Uncle Fan have saved us too? Tang Xian didn't hold Chu Fan in high regard.
She merely curled her lip and gave him a perfunctory nod.
Tang Xian.
My deepest apologies, this little brat Chu Fan has been spoiled rotten by our family.
Apologize to him properly right now.
If he leaves, our entire family will die here today.
Tang Xuanzan also spoke sternly.
Though reluctant, Tang Xian obediently apologized to Chu Fan.
Fine then. Sorry for judging you by appearances. But if you really want to leave, go ahead. I've already asked my senior to find a master who can definitely keep us safe. If you leave, maybe we'll be rid of a burden, it'll actually be easier for us. Tang Xian shook her head dismissively, seemingly unconcerned about the night ahead. What nonsense! Who did you bring? Why didn't you tell us?
Tango-san was completely baffled, unsure what his daughter was up to this time.
Didn't I tell you this morning that I shared this with my senior? He was deeply concerned and immediately helped me contact an elder from his family. They should be here any minute. Tang Xuanzan pondered for a moment before asking, the elder from the Deng family, you wouldn't mean Deng Yan, would you? Tang Xian's eyes lit up.
She snapped her fingers and exclaimed, bingo!
Grandpa, you really know your stuff.
That's exactly who he invited, the fierce fist, Deng Yan.
With Grandmaster Deng backing us, it certainly eased everyone's minds considerably. Tango-san exhaled deeply, the weight on his chest finally lifting.
With both Chu Fan and Deng Yan here to protect them, even if the Lord of Death himself came, he wouldn't be able to take their lives.
Just as they spoke, the doorbell chimed. Tang Xuanzan's wife walked to the entrance and opened the door.
Standing there was a lean, elderly man, sharp-eyed and stern-faced, clearly someone of considerable stature.
Tang Xuanzan rose to his feet, instantly recognizing the visitor as Deng Yan. He hurried forward to greet him, smiling broadly as he said, Master Deng, thank you for coming all this way.
Deng Yan returned the slight bow with a smile.
It's no trouble at all.
I've long held great respect for old Master Tang.
It's my honor to be of assistance this time.
Please come in, please come in. Tango-san, overcome with excitement, hurriedly ushered them inside.
The Deng family held considerable prestige in the Demon City.
Their willingness to send someone to assist was a significant show of respect to the Tang family.
Moreover, the person sent was no ordinary individual, it was the legendary Master Deng Yan himself. This truly demonstrated their sincerity. After entering, Tango-san introduced everyone present. Finally, he turned to Chu Fan and said solemnly, Master Deng, don't let this young man named Chu Fan fool you. He is our Tang family's great benefactor. Without him, we would have perished at the hands of those villains last time. Deng Yan nodded, sizing up Chu Fan but detecting no overwhelming aura emanating from him.
He dismissed it as Tango-san flattering the other party and didn't take it too seriously. Tango-san, noticing this, added, Master Deng, last time the assassins came with such ferocity that even Captain Fan nearly didn't make it. It was only thanks to Chu Fan's timely intervention that he single-handedly turned the tide. Oh? That truly proves you can't judge a book by its cover. I saw this young man's slight build and never imagined he could fight even better than Fan Jin? Interesting. Then show me what you've got tonight. If you're as formidable as Mr. Tang says, you'll come back to the Magic City with me. I'll train you personally, you'll make leaps and bounds in no time. Deng Yan was clearly giving Tango-san plenty of face, adopting an attitude of willingness to mentor the younger generation as he addressed Chu Fan. Chu Fan remained non-committal, merely bowing his hands without further comment. Tang Xian stood nearby, smirking as she addressed Chu Fan, you've hit the jackpot here. Countless people would kill for a chance to learn from Grandmaster Deng, yet none get it. Tonight, you better bring your A game and show them what you've got. With Deng Yan's endorsement, Tango-san and Tang Xianzan no longer felt as dependent on Chu Fan as before. They even considered their role in connecting him to Deng Yan as repaying a favor to Chu Fan. Observing this family's behavior, Chu Fan felt speechless inside, yet he didn't choose to leave immediately. Whether it was his own overactive imagination or not, Chu Fan couldn't shake the feeling that tonight's assassin would be utterly ruthless and vicious. Deng Yan, right before his eyes, seemed far too weak to handle such a threat. But one doesn't speak ill of the short in front of the short, so Chu Fan couldn't voice his concerns outright. He could only wait and see, ready to act once the assassin arrived. As everyone sat on the sofa drinking tea and chatting, just as the mood began to sour, Chu Fan's ears twitched, picking up an unusual sound. The sound wasn't far off, yet the approach was swift as the wind, capable of closing the distance in the blink of an eye. One possessing such prowess could not be an ordinary individual.
It seemed his assessment was correct. The assassin arriving today was undoubtedly extraordinary. Chapter 174, Old Enmities. Even a master like Xing Shengxuan could be effortlessly thrown aside by this opponent, let alone the mere Deng Yan standing before him now. Though Chu Fan didn't particularly care for Deng Yan, he couldn't stand by and watch him walk blindly to his death. He spoke up proactively, "Elder, the assassin is already here. From his footsteps alone, I can tell he possesses profound inner strength. He likely has some extraordinary techniques. Why not have you stay here to protect Elder Tang while I go and engage him?" Though Chu Fan phrased it delicately, Deng Yan understood the implication. He considered himself inferior and unworthy to face the assassin. "Ha, youngster, you talk a big game. I haven't heard anyone approaching. Listen again." While Chu Fan spoke with Deng Yan, the latter's strength was insufficient to detect those terrifying footsteps. Yet after their verbal sparring, the intruder drew ever closer, and Deng Yan finally sensed something amiss. Even so, he couldn't have imagined how terrifying the approaching figure truly was. Instead, he sneered contemptuously, "I don't think whoever's coming is anything to fear. If you're too cowardly to face them, stay right here and watch how this old man deals with him. As a grandmaster of my stature, would it not be laughable if I let a junior charge ahead? In other words, stop trying to steal the spotlight here. Just watch and learn and try not to embarrass yourself." Tang Xian rolled her eyes dramatically, thinking Chu Fan was utterly shameless. Going right up to Deng Yan to say such things was like showing off a knife in front of Guan Yu. "Alright, Tang Xian, just keep your mouth shut." Tango San couldn't tell who was right between the two, nor did he want to judge the dispute. He could only tell his daughter to stop adding her 2 cents. Tang Xian seated inwardly, pouting and sticking out her tongue at Chu Fan. Tang Xuanzan thought for a moment, then pulled Chu Fan aside and said, "Chu Fan, you're young and inexperienced. You probably don't fully grasp what a grandmaster truly represents. I'll explain these matters to you properly later, and you'll understand. But for now, you mustn't say another word. If you continue, you'll only invite ridicule. Master Deng's strength is unfathomable. With him here, we'll surely get through today safely." Chu Fan paid little heed, lowering his head without a word. In the blink of an eye, the footsteps reached their ears. The next second, the doors and windows rattled violently, as if they might shatter at any moment. Amidst the howling gale, the main door exploded outward with a thunderous crash. Through the swirling gunpowder smoke, Shirho's figure materialized before the group. His reason for coming to kill Tang Xuanzan this time was twofold. First, he was acting on someone's request. Second, he was seeking revenge for himself. Though Shirho had never met Tang Xuanzan, years ago both his son and Tang Xuanzan had fallen gravely ill. Their recovery depended on a single, extremely rare medicinal ingredient, and only one portion existed. To save his son, Shirho attempted to seize the herb. However, his strength proved insufficient against the escorting guards. Ultimately, he could only watch helplessly as Tang Xuanzan used the herb, leading to his son's death. Meanwhile, Tang Xuanzan remained robust and healthy to this very day. For years, Shirho has harbored this grudge, viewing both the person who exchanged the medicine back then and Tang Xuanzan himself as his sworn enemies. "Tang Xuanzan, you're an old man yet you compete with children for survival. You've lived 20 extra years too long. But today, entrusted by another and driven by old grudges, I must settle this with you." With that, Shirho charged forward. Seeing this, Deng Yan swiftly stepped forward to shield Tang Xuanzan. "If you want to kill old Tang, you'll have to get past me first." Shirho appraised Deng Yan, then burst into laughter. "So you are the master they speak of, the one who has long protected the Tang family. To them, a mere grandmaster might seem an insurmountable chasm, but to this old man, you are but a wronged soul beneath the earth. If you insist on death, I shall grant your wish. First I kill you, then him." Shirho couldn't care less. He came here today to kill. Anyone who dared stand in his way would be slain, not a single one would escape. "How dare you? With this grandmaster present, how could I allow your reckless actions?" Seeing Shirho disregard him, Deng Yan's temper flared. He unleashed a punch, aiming straight for Shirho's dantian. Shirho didn't even bother to dodge. Instead, he smiled warmly at Deng Yan and took the blow squarely. "Ha! Like a child scratching an itch. Utterly feeble. With skills like yours, you dare call yourself a master? You must have swallowed every last pill of shamelessness in the world." After mocking Deng Yan, Shirho's eyes flashed with malice. He seized Deng Yan's wrist and twisted it lightly. With a sharp crack, Deng Yan's arm snapped clean in two, held together only by a sliver of flesh. Blood spurted directly onto Tang Xian's face, turning the young girl's complexion deathly pale as she collapsed backward onto the ground. This time, Tang Xian was truly terrified. It was the first time she'd ever witnessed such cold-blooded murder. Deng Yan was flung backward, crashing to the ground over 10 meters away. He never imagined this Shirho would be so ferocious. Though he hadn't unleashed his full power with that punch, he'd still put in at least 70 or 80% of his strength. Yet not only did it fail to harm his opponent, it cost him an arm. The excruciating pain made Deng Yan regret his actions bitterly. If he'd known this would happen, he never would have come. Alas, there was no remedy for regret.
Fortunately, Shurho hadn't killed him. Cultivation is no easy feat. This old man has no desire for complications. So, as long as you get out of my way and don't interfere with my business of eliminating the Tang family, I will let you go afterward.
Hearing this, Deng Yan immediately knelt in gratitude. Thank you, senior, for sparing my life.
I have no deep ties to the Tang family. I was merely sent here on someone's behalf.
Since you're willing to let me off, I swear I won't cause trouble again. Master Deng, how could you? Tang Qian's dark purple eyes widened instantly at Deng Yan's words. Her chest heaved with fury. What grandmaster this or that?
I'm merely a dog at the senior's beck and call.
My deepest apologies, Miss Tang.
Life and death are predestined. Fortune and misfortune are in the heavens.
Who told you to provoke those you shouldn't have? This has nothing to do with me.
I made this special trip intending to do the young master a favor by sparing you. Though you're not the sharpest tool in the shed, you possess some charm. We took a liking to you this morning, which is why we were willing to help.
But to think you could trade my life, Deng Yan's life, for just your looks? You've lost your mind.
Deng Yan's words cut like a knife, silencing Tang Qian with just a few sharp remarks.
Tang Qian never imagined that the senior she'd always trusted and depended on secretly thought of her this way.
Overwhelmed by grief and anger, she gritted her teeth in frustration, yet felt utterly powerless.
Chapter 175, I Said No One Dies. Tang Xuanzan, too, was stunned by Deng Yan's shamelessness, slamming his hand on the table as he rose. A man may die but not be disgraced.
You call yourself a grandmaster yet throw all dignity to the wind. You're nothing but a disgrace to the martial arts world.
Cut the rant.
Why should I care if you deserve to die?
What business is it of mine if someone comes looking for revenge? Why should I help you? Don't take things for granted.
Deng Yan grew more animated with each word, adopting not only an indifferent stance but even a hint of schadenfreude. Shurho had intended to let him off, but witnessing such brazen insolence, he grew thoroughly irritated.
You talk way too much. Even if Tang Xuanzan deserves to die, it's none of your business to say so.
This junior acknowledges his mistake and will depart immediately.
Deng Yan sensed the killing intent radiating from Shurho.
Clutching his severed arm, he trembled as he prepared to leave. Yet barely a few steps had he taken when Shurho flicked a finger, sending a jet of air that struck Deng Yan squarely in the back of the head.
The next instant, a loud bang echoed as Deng Yan's head exploded into a bloody mess, his eyes wide open in death. Witnessing such ruthless cruelty, Tang Xuanzan knew his own death was inevitable today.
Steeling his resolve, he stepped forward and declared, though I know not when our enmity began, since you seek me out, spare them.
Kill only me. Impossible. My son died because of you. Not a single descendant of your Tang family shall be spared.
If you seek to extinguish my line, I shall ensure yours meets the same fate.
Shurho showed no sign of backing down. Killing one was the same as killing two. Why not wipe out the entire Tang family? Tang Xuanzan knew they were now at the mercy of their captors.
With Shurho determined to kill, they were doomed to this fate.
Very well. Perhaps this is our Tang family's fate.
If you wish to wipe out every last member of our clan, I have no words to argue. But I beg you spare him. He bears no relation to our Tang family. He was merely a guest here by chance.
If you doubt me, investigate. There are no male descendants among our Tang family's grandchildren. Tang Xuanzan was an upright man, unwilling to involve the innocent.
Thus, he sought to negotiate with Shurho, pleading for Chu Fan's life.
Shurho eyed Chu Fan coldly and sneered, You, Tang Xuanzan, truly are a master of self-aggrandizement. No wonder so many delivered medicine for you back then. Humph. Very well. Since he's about to die, I'll grant you this wish. Kid, get lost. After nodding, he turned his gaze to Chu Fan, signaling him to leave. Chu Fan hadn't anticipated that Tang Xuanzan's final act of concern would be securing his own survival.
Earlier, this family had neglected him because of Deng Yan, and Chu Fan had been somewhat displeased. Therefore, even though he knew Deng Yan couldn't defeat Shurho, he had let him go to his death. But now, witnessing Tang Xuanzan's profound benevolence, Chu Fan's resolve shifted completely. Shaking his head, he stepped forward and declared, The Tang family and I are sworn allies. I came here today specifically to protect them. You need not spare me, for I will not leave. I've sworn to protect the Tang family. At these words, Tang Xuanzan, Tango-san, and the others immediately looked stunned, while Tang Qian wore an expression of utter disbelief.
Young man, I wronged you earlier. I never imagined you'd be so honorable. But I advise you not to be reckless. Leave while you still can. If our family dies together, we'll have each other on the road to the underworld. What would you be doing by staying with us? Though Tang Qian feared death, she saw no purpose in Chu Fan staying. He'd only become another corpse. I said it, no one will die. Chu Fan replied expressionlessly, then turned his gaze away from the Tang family members, fixing it squarely on Shurho. Their gazes locked, currents of meaning swirling beneath their eyes. Ha! You ignorant brat, you truly have the audacity of the clueless. You're mistaken. I know you're practicing the Yin Guaisha fist. Precisely because I know, I must eliminate you today.
A demon like you, who feeds on human flesh, has no right to exist in this world. If you obediently reveal who sent you to kill old Master Tang, I might consider sparing your body intact. Otherwise. Oof. Chu Fan let out a cold laugh, 1,000 words unspoken. Ha! In all my years, I've never been threatened. You know the Yin Guaisha fist? Looks like you've got some skill. Fine, then. Let me see just how much skill you really have. This time, Shirho was thoroughly enraged. He stepped forward and launched a fierce attack at Chu Fan. Chu Fan met him in midair, delivering a kick straight to Shirho's dantian that sent him flying out of the Tang family's gates. Both men flew through the air for a considerable distance. Only after a full dozen seconds did a series of earth-shattering crashes erupt near the distant rockery. Shirho crashed to the ground, blood gushing from the corner of his mouth. Clenching his hands over his lower abdomen, he stared up at Chu Fan, who stood atop the rockery, looking down at him with a mocking smirk. A sudden alarm bell rang in Shirho's mind. Who the hell are you? The one who's going to take your life. Chu Fan answered with casual indifference, then descended from the sky, planting another foot squarely on Shirho's ribs. With a series of sharp cracks, Shirho's entire chest caved in. Blood poured from every orifice, the stench of blood detectable dozens of meters away. Shirho was dead. Though he hadn't uncovered the identity of Shirho's backer, Chu Fan was certain the man wouldn't let this rest. Chu Fan turned to face the stunned Tango-san and his men, bowing slightly. My apologies, he said. I didn't expect him to go down so easily. But I'm certain his backers will return. When they do, just contact me. Whenever you need me, I'll rush to protect you without delay. Tango-san stared in shock for a long moment before swallowing hard. Chu Fan, we weren't very polite earlier. Please don't hold it against us. Alright, Uncle Tang, no need for apologies. You've helped me a lot lately, this is the least I could do. They shouldn't have any backup today. You guys clean up the area yourselves. I'm off. Chu Fan's last words weren't bravado, he genuinely hadn't controlled his strength. He hadn't expected Shirho to die so easily. It was a mistake. He felt a pang of regret, realizing his brute strength was matched by a lack of control over his power of flaw that had led to this outcome. He knew he must return and train diligently. After Chu Fan departed, Tang Qian stared blankly at his retreating figure, unable to snap out of her daze for a long while. Could this really be a hero descended from the heavens? Chapter 176, Trouble Never Stops. Meanwhile, as Shirho set out seeking vengeance, Wei Sandiao also departed with Yang Bao. The two quickly drove to the Li Group building. The moment the car came to a stop, Yang Bao addressed Wei Sandiao, Young master, why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Let me handle that Chu Fan for you. No, Uncle Bao. This is our Wei family's vendetta. I must avenge it myself. He killed my father and uncle, and left my grandfather in that state. I'll make him pay with his blood. Killing him outright would be too easy. Uncle Bao, capture that brat for me. I'll personally torture him later, make sure every one of the 72 tortures is inflicted upon him. Only when I've tortured him to death will I be able to swallow my anger. Young master, rest assured. I will see this through for you. Thank you, Uncle Bao. Let's go. With that, the two stepped off the car and strode into the Li Group building with unwavering determination. The receptionist, noticing their peculiar attire, promptly approached and inquired, May I ask what brings you here, sirs? Wei Sandiao appraised the attractive receptionist in her brown uniform, a smirk curling his lips as he replied with a wicked grin, We're here to do some business. Seeing the lecherous look on his face, the receptionist's expression instantly turned cold. If you can't speak properly, please leave. If you dare harass me, I'll call security. The service attitude at the Li Group front desk was famously excellent, but even they couldn't keep their cool when faced with such a rotten scoundrel. However, Wei Sandiao, who was clearly in the wrong, turned icy the moment he heard the receptionist dare speak to him that way. Before he could react, Yang Bao, who had been following behind him, stepped forward and grabbed the receptionist by the throat. You woman have some nerve, daring to insult my young master. Believe me or not, I'll snap your neck. Cough cough, help. The receptionist's eyes rolled back as her neck was squeezed, her pretty little face turning a purplish red. Security guards, alerted by the commotion, rushed over, brandishing electric batons as they charged at the two. But Yang Bao stood his ground like a one-man fortress, effortlessly tossing all the guards aside in the blink of an eye. Wei Sandiao smirked triumphantly, his face cold as he addressed the half-dead receptionist, Young master's in a good mood today. I'll spare your worthless life. Remember this, watch your tongue from now on. With that, he strode up the stairs with Yang Bao, head held high. The security team leader was terrified out of his wits by the arrival of such ruthless individuals and immediately contacted the president's office. Upon receiving the alert, Wu Mini immediately retrieved the surveillance footage from downstairs. After watching it, her face drained of color. She hurriedly sought out Li Jinmei and relayed the incident to her. Seeing the man's aggressive demeanor and trained fighting skills, Li Jinmei immediately thought of Chu Fan. Chu Fan had previously crossed Yang Yaoyan in the Wei family, who had vowed to make him pay with his life.
It seemed this was their moment of reckoning. Seeing that the security guards were no match for the attackers, Li Jinmei hesitated. She quickly summoned Niu Lang, the bodyguard who had been following her. Niu Lang had already been briefed. Before Li Jinmei could speak, he volunteered, "My deepest apologies, Ms. Li. The two men downstairs, my team and I simply can't overpower them."
Can't handle them?
"But you're professional bodyguards." Li Jinmei could scarcely believe her ears. "Ms. Li, we are professional bodyguards, but those two are clearly martial artists. We simply can't win against them.
So what do you expect me to do now? Just sit here and wait to die? Doesn't your company have anyone else more capable?"
"If you can find me someone capable, I'll pay whatever it takes." Li Jinmei was at a complete loss. Not wanting Chu Fan to fall into the enemy's hands, she had no choice but to opt for spending money to avert disaster.
Niu Lang shook his head. "Ms. Li, it's not about the money. We genuinely lack the capability. Right now, the only one who can handle them is Mr. Chu." "Mr. Chu? Which Mr. Chu? Call him immediately."
"I'll pay whatever it takes." "Ms. Li, Mr. Chu is your company's Chu Fan."
"Are you out of your mind?" Li Jinmei was furious upon hearing Niu Lang's answer.
She had ordered these men to protect Chu Fan, yet this fool wanted to recall him to certain death? How absurd! Seeing Li Jinmei's furious state, Niu Lang was about to explain when Wei Sandiao arrived with Yang Bao in tow.
"Stop looking for anyone. It won't matter who you find. Where is that bastard Chu Fan? Hand him over."
Wei Sandiao kicked open the office door and bellowed before even stepping inside.
"That bastard."
Mid-shout, he caught sight of the graceful Li Jinmei. His curses abruptly halted, and the ferocity on his face faded considerably. Having trained in the mountains for years without ever seeing a woman, Wei Sandiao now stared at this heavenly beauty, his eyes going wide and his mouth practically watering.
Yang Bao, trailing behind him, was no less affected.
While Wei Sandiao had never been with a woman, Yang Bao had both tasted and seen what he desired. One glance at Li Jinmei's voluptuous, enchanting figure told him this woman wasn't just beautiful to look at, she'd be even more delicious to taste.
"Young master, might you bestow this woman upon me?"
Yang Bao asked, his eyes gleaming. Wei Sandiao also fancied Li Jinmei, but upon second thought, she seemed considerably older than him, certainly no longer a virgin. Though her looks were undeniable, she felt like a downgrade for him. So, he smiled and agreed to the request.
"Uncle Bao, what's the problem? I suspect this woman is the very Li Jinmei.
If not for her, that bastard Chu Fan wouldn't have crossed our Wei family.
You can torture her however you like. Leaving her filthy life hanging by a thread is already a mercy from me."
Wei Sandiao's words infuriated Li Jinmei, yet she was powerless to retaliate. Though Li Jinmei was an outsider to this world, she could tell from their cold, hard demeanor that these two were no good. Niu Lang and the others knew they stood no chance against these two, but they'd been paid to protect her. At the critical moment, they stood in front of Li Jinmei. "Mr. Li, don't act on impulse.
Contact Mr. Chu immediately and ask him to return.
There might still be a chance to salvage this situation. Otherwise, with just our strength, we won't be able to hold them off for long."
Chapter 177, Rushing to Their Doom.
Li Jinmei dismissed Niu Lang's words as utter nonsense.
If even these professionals couldn't hold them off, what chance did Chu Fan stand?
Yet despite her skepticism, the fact that they had shielded her at the critical moment made her decide to grasp at straws. She quietly pulled out her phone and sent a message to Chu Fan. Before she could even finish composing the message, however, the agonized screams of Niu Lang and his men filled the air. They were instantly knocked to the ground, utterly unable to resist. This only made Li Jinmei more anxious.
Having lived in the mountains for years, Yang Bao finally encountered such a stunning beauty.
He discussed with Wei Sandiao that they should indulge themselves thoroughly before getting down to business. Wei Sandiao, eager to observe, readily agreed.
Watching these two beasts close in on her, Li Jinmei was terrified to the point of near collapse.
Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. "You two dare take another step forward and see what happens. Who dares to speak so boldly?" Wei Sandiao turned his head and immediately saw a young man, roughly his own age, striding toward him with the confident gait of a dragon or tiger.
"You're Chu Fan?"
Though Wei Sandiao had never met Chu Fan, the mere sight of his stride told him this was no ordinary man.
"So what if I am?"
Chu Fan sensed the same aura emanating from these two men as he had from Shi Ho, whom he had killed. Though he didn't know the relationship between the three, birds of a feather flocked together.
That alone was enough to conclude these two couldn't be good people either. "So what? You dare ask me what? You filthy brat. You murdered my father and uncle, then sealed my grandfather's meridians with your inner energy, crippling him for life. What do you think I should do? Kill you to vent my rage, of course." Wei Sandiao was now consumed by rage, casting all thoughts of beauty aside. With his enemies before him, his sole focus was to kill Chu Fan and appease the spirits of his father and uncle in the afterlife. Gazing at the youth before him, his face twisted in fury, Chu Fan smiled. "So the Wei family still has a stray like you. I thought I'd wiped them all out. TSK, TSK.
First time I've seen someone practically beg to die. Fine, you want to kill me? Come at me.
I'm eager to see just how capable you are, daring to cause trouble at the Lee group.
Chu Fan was in a foul mood today.
The incident of beating Shirho to death weighed heavily on his mind. He felt he hadn't controlled his strength properly, a complete failure. And now, right after returning, he ran into these two little bastards, whoever they were, to Shirho, coming to cause trouble for Lee Junmei.
Perfect.
This would be just the thing to vent his pent-up frustration. No need for our young master to step in personally.
Just me alone will suffice.
Yang Bao rubbed his wrists and stepped forward, launching a flying kick straight at Chu Fan's face.
Chu Fan instantly spotted Yang Bao's opening. He casually plucked a leaf from the money tree by the door. The leaf spiraled upward, slicing toward Yang Bao's midsection. Don't underestimate this feather-light leaf.
With speed as its weapon, it packs more power than the sharpest blade. Before Yang Bao's foot even reached Chu Fan, that inconspicuous leaf, accompanied by a whirlwind, sliced toward the most vulnerable part of his body.
Ah!
Yang Bao let out a piercing scream as a large pool of blood spilled from between his legs. He knelt on the ground, trembling in agony, the color draining instantly from his face.
Humph. Let lust cloud your mind this time, I'll sever it cleanly for you.
Lee Junmei hadn't seen when Chu Fan had struck, nor did she comprehend what had transpired.
Yang Bao had completely blocked her view. By the time she could see Chu Fan's face again, Yang Bao had already collapsed.
Wei Sandiao witnessed the entire scene. Staring in disbelief, he rushed to Yang Bao's side and sealed his pressure points.
Then, seething with fury, he pointed at Chu Fan and shouted, "You bastard! You won't learn your lesson until you're 6 feet under." Chu Fan chuckled lightly. "I've shown you more than enough mercy.
Today, an old man reeking of the same stench as you had his ribs crushed under my foot.
Guess if he'll survive." Chu Fan's seemingly offhand remark sent alarm bells ringing in Wei Sandiao's mind.
"What did you say?"
"I said I encountered an old man today. He reeked just like you lot and was just as reckless in provoking me. Now he's nothing but a pile of mush. Why don't you two call out to him? Let him slow down on his journey to the underworld. That way, the three of you can keep each other company."
Chu Fan wore a warm smile, yet his words sent a chill down the spine.
What was the old man wearing?
"I didn't really notice his clothes, they were all stained crimson by the snow. But I remember he said his name was Shirho.
He must be one of your people, right? You're saying my master's uncle is dead?"
Wei Sandiao could scarcely believe his ears. In his eyes, his senior master was an invincible figure, his cultivation of the Yin evil fist rendering him unstoppable. Today they had witnessed Shirho effortlessly defeat Xing Shangxuan, a renowned figure in the martial cultivation world. If even that old codger couldn't stand a chance against the senior master, what kind of threat could this brat possibly pose?
Wei Sandiao still couldn't believe it, but Yang Bao knew Chu Fan must not be lying.
He hadn't clearly seen what the hidden weapon that ambushed him was earlier, but now, looking closely, it turned out to be a leaf from the money tree. To wield such power from a mere leaf, this man was no ordinary opponent.
"Young master, flee now. Return and inform the master of this matter.
Have him personally lead men to slay this bastard. You are no match for him."
"We must leave at once." "Oh ho, so you have someone backing you? Fine, call him over."
"I hadn't planned on letting you two off, but since you can still call others to help me practice my skills, I'll thank you in advance."
"Go call them."
Chu Fan waved them off dismissively, like shooing away beggars, sending them packing. After they left, Lee Junmei approached Chu Fan nervously, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead. She forced herself to sound calm as she said, "Chu Fan, letting them go like this will surely cause endless trouble later." Chu Fan shook his head. "Even if I didn't let them go, the people behind them wouldn't just let it go. I want to know who the real mastermind is, so I'll play along and let them go back to report. This way, once they see my strength, they'll send someone more formidable right away.
It'll save us from this endless back and forth." Lee Junmei simply couldn't fathom Chu Fan's reasoning.
Just as she was about to say more, a ringing sound interrupted them.
Chapter 178, Cultivate This Prodigy.
The call came from Sun Kaichuan. Wei Yizhen and Wei Jingjing had already examined Xing Shangxuan, both reporting his injuries were too severe for them to treat. They bluntly stated that in the current world, no one but Chu Fan could save Xing Shangxuan. Sun Kaichuan dared not delay, forcing himself to swallow his pride and plead for Chu Fan's help once more. The moment Chu Fan heard Xing Shangxuan had been injured by Shirho, a flicker of emotion finally crossed his otherwise unruffled face.
He knew Xing Shangxuan's capabilities well.
Though far superior to that Deng Yin fellow, facing off against Shirho was still a pipe dream. This time, he must be badly hurt. Human life was at stake. Chu Fan wasted no more time with Lee Junmei. After a brief instruction, he rushed out in a hurry.
Watching Chu Fan's hurried retreat, Lee Junmei's expression grew pensive. She then addressed the others, "Erase every single surveillance recording. Everyone who witnessed this today, every last one of you dare to utter a single word about it, and don't blame me, Lee Junmei, for showing no mercy." Lee Junmei was a ruthless and decisive powerhouse. She knew this incident absolutely could not be allowed to escalate. Though still shaken, she calmly and methodically arranged everything.
Upon arriving at the Sun residence, Sun Kaichuan was kneeling beside Xing Shangshuan's bed.
Though not Xing Shangshuan's biological son, he wept bitterly, his grief palpable. The moment he saw Chu Fan arrive, he crawled on his knees to the doorway to greet him. "Mr. Chu, you finally arrived. I beg you, please save my father-in-law. We're as close as father and son. If he passes, our Sun family will be ruined." Wah!
A man's tears are not shed lightly, only when he reaches the depths of sorrow.
If even Sun Kaichuan was crying like this, Sun Linger and Xing Shangshuan's daughter were undoubtedly even more distraught.
The atmosphere inside the room was heavy. Wei Yijin and Wei Jingjing stood helplessly, their faces also filled with emotion. Why speak such despairing words?
You've treated me well, so I won't stand idly by. Enough talk all of you, leave.
I'll perform acupuncture on him. Chu Fan cut through the chaos decisively, quickly calming everyone's emotions. After shooing them away, he took out his silver needles, focused his mind, and channeled his Dantian energy.
He finally managed to stabilize Xing Shangshuan's injuries.
Finally, he wrote out a prescription for Sun Kaichuan in sweeping, elegant strokes. "There," he declared.
"Your old man is out of the woods. Follow this prescription for a week and I guarantee he'll be as lively as ever, just like before. Thank you, Mr. Chu. You're truly our family's savior. Thank you, Mr. Chu. You saved my grandfather."
The Sun family members showered Chu Fan with endless gratitude, but he merely waved it off.
"It's nothing. Your family has helped me with quite a few things too."
"No, it was our duty.
Mr. Chu, from this day forward, my life belongs to you.
Whether it's climbing mountains of knives or plunging into cauldrons of boiling oil, I'll do whatever you command.
From this day forward, our entire family fortune is yours. Whether you need money or anything else, just ask. Sun Kaichuan won't hesitate for a second."
Sun Kaichuan had harbored doubts about his father-in-law's decision, unsure whether following Chu Fan's path was right or wrong.
But after today, Sun Kaichuan's resolve was utterly solidified. Right or wrong, he would follow Chu Fan down this path to the bitter end.
Seeing Sun Kaichuan's sincerity, Chu Fan patted him on the shoulder and said, "Mr. Sun, you needn't go to such lengths.
I understand your intentions. Should the need arise, I won't hesitate to accept your help."
No sooner had they finished speaking than an elderly man who had been standing in the corner stepped forward.
This man was none other than Xing Shangshuan's senior disciple, Pei Qianhu.
The last time Chu Fan had come to treat Sun Linger, his medical techniques had astonished Pei Qianhu, who had long hoped for an opportunity to exchange ideas and seek guidance from Chu Fan. However, considering his advanced age and seniority, he felt it would be awkward to proactively seek guidance from a junior, so he had kept putting it off.
This time, Xing Shangshuan's injuries had left him utterly helpless.
It was Chu Fan who stepped forward, effortlessly saving Xing Shangshuan's life. This time, Pei Qianhu resolved firmly, regardless of any sense of propriety, he must cultivate a relationship with this extraordinary talent.
Chu Fan had seen Pei Qianhu before but didn't recognize him. Now that the other man had stepped forward to greet him, Chu Fan politely nodded in return. Seeing Chu Fan acknowledge him, Pei Qianhu was overcome with excitement. He immediately poured out his thoughts like beans spilling from a sack.
Only then did Chu Fan understand this man had come seeking medical guidance. Having already taken leave from Li Jinmei, Chu Fan accepted without hesitation. Seated in the Sun family's parlor, he embraced the principle of speaking freely and thoroughly, engaging Wei Yijin and Pei Qianhu in a discussion of medical arts. These two medical luminaries now sat there like elementary school students, their hands clutching small notebooks, eager to meticulously record every word Chu Fan uttered. Sun Kaichuan watched this rather bizarre scene, his mind filled with nothing but awe. Such formidable skill capable of making two legendary physicians bow in submission could belong to no one else in this world but Chu Fan. After nearly half an hour of lively discussion, Xing Shangshuan finally stirred awake. Seeing Xing Shangshuan awake, Sun Kaichuan and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Mr. Chu, it's getting late. Why not stay for dinner tonight? It's the least we can do to express our gratitude for saving my life." Xing Shangshuan chimed in from the side, "Indeed, Mr. Chu. You saved my granddaughter before, and now you've saved this old man. Such immense kindness, how can we ever repay you? How can we ever repay you?" Xing Shangshuan's eyes welled with tears, and he was nearly ready to kneel on the ground to pay his respects to Chu Fan. Chu Fan couldn't possibly accept such grand gestures. After all, his abilities were merely gifts of fate. "You both insist on thanking me, but I believe all this was destined by heaven. I merely followed the course of fate. Had we not crossed paths, I would never have been able to heal you. Truly, there's no need to dwell on it." After brushing off the matter with a few words, Chu Fan turned his attention to inquiring about the origins of that stone marquee. Xing Shangshuan, hearing that Chu Fan had slain Shi Ho, was utterly stunned. He stared at Chu Fan as if he were a god. "Mr. Chu, you truly killed Shi Ho?" "Yes, and I deeply regret it. I never imagined he'd be so fragile. The moment my foot landed, his ribs snapped. Ugh, just thinking about it now makes me feel sick." Glancing at Chu Fan's expression of regret and disgust, the others in the room exchanged stunned looks, their faces frozen in utter horror. A single light step killed Ho? What kind of godlike strength is this? Just how many surprises did this Chu Fan still hold for them? Was this man not only a divine healer but also possessed of mysteriously supernatural abilities? Chapter 179, Li Linfeng. Sun Kaichuan had initially planned to host Chu Fan for a meal at home. However, upon reconsidering that many ingredients would require air delivery and he hadn't prepared in advance, he feared it might be disrespectful to Chu Fan. Ultimately, he decided to make a reservation at the Golden Fortune Hotel. Chu Fan felt this was far too extravagant, but considering the Sun family certainly wasn't short on money, he didn't say much more. This was Sun Kaichuan's gesture of goodwill. He understood that in the past, he had always trusted the Tang family more, feeling closer to them. But from now on, the Sun family could be placed on equal footing with the Tang family. These two prominent families would serve as his left and right arms, one handling affairs of state, the other military matters. Whatever difficult situation arose, he could turn to them for assistance. Returning to the Hades Hotel, Chu Fan encountered his old friend Shigu once more. Seeing Chu Fan walking alongside the Sun family members, surrounded by them, Shigu was utterly astonished. Just how influential was this Chu Fan? Not only did Sudaran treat him with special regard, but even the Sun family showed him such deference, truly remarkable. Oh my, Mr. Chu, you've honored us with your presence again. Shigu, ever the smooth operator, greeted Chu Fan first before acknowledging the Sun family. The Sun family was taken aback that Shigu knew Chu Fan and asked curiously. Shigu casually explained, Mr. Chu is a close friend of CEO Su Tellin. I've had the honor of dining with him before, so naturally I remember him. Su Tellin? Upon learning of Su Tellin's connection to Chu Fan, the Sun family was genuinely astonished. The Su family's influence was no small matter. Though not as historically established as their own, their business operations were vast, extending not only throughout Jinling but also wielding considerable power in the Magic City. At first glance, Chu Fan seemed ordinary, yet he had secretly cultivated connections with so many influential figures. Truly, you can't judge a book by its cover. The group arrived at the reserved private room. No sooner had they sat down than Shigu received a call. Got it. I'll be there shortly to oversee things. Make sure you entertain them properly, no slip-ups, understand? The caller seemed to be someone important. Shigu gave detailed instructions for quite some time before finally hanging up. Sun Kaichuan teased from the side, what kind of big job did you take on, Mr. Chi? You've gone to such lengths to arrange everything so meticulously. Shigu, who counted Sun Kaichuan as a friend, chuckled in response, the third young master of the Li family from the Magic City is here. He's staying with us tonight. Given his stature, how could I not treat him properly? The Li family from the Magic City? What are they sending people here for? Haven't they always looked down on Jinling as some backwater they wouldn't bother visiting? No sooner had Shigu finished speaking than Sun Kaichuan curled his lip, clearly unimpressed with this Shanghai Li family. Shigu chuckled in response, that I wouldn't know. But judging by the grand display they've put on this time, it must be something significant for the Li family. The group chatted and laughed, soon forgetting the matter entirely. Chu Fan had initially taken interest upon hearing the other party also bore the surname Li. But upon learning from Sun Kaichuan that it was an incredibly arrogant family, he decided not to pry further. At the same time, Li Linfeng, the third young master of the Li family mentioned by Shigu, had arrived at the largest presidential suite in the Hades Hotel. He sat on the sofa with a look of disgust, pursing his lips as he said, this godforsaken place is so backward it's crumbling. Even the so-called biggest hotel is nothing special. I refuse to stay here. Get that bastard Yang Yaoyan to see me immediately. Young master, Yang Yaoyan doesn't want to come either. He's trapped at his company. Someone has sealed off the Yaoyan group. He contacted us for help precisely because he can't get out. TSK, ha. How did my father ever fall for such a useless piece of trash back then? How long has it been now? He said he wanted money, and we've given him plenty. He said he wanted connections, and we've hooked him up with people. We've satisfied every single one of his demands. Yet he still hasn't taken down the Li group. You could shove a pie right into his mouth and he wouldn't know how to chew it. If it weren't for this godforsaken place, Jinling, where we can't find a single decent replacement, I'd be tempted to just call it quits. Enough of this. Who exactly did he cross? Hearing Li Linfeng's impatient tone, the man standing behind him quickly replied with a cautious expression, young master, according to our intelligence, he's crossed someone named Chu Fan. That Yan Yaoyan used to rely heavily on a guy named He Heishui. But recently, He Heishui was killed by He Shui. After He Shui took over, he abandoned Yang Yaoyan and switched allegiance to that Chu Fan. He's the one who's got Yang Yaoyan cornered in the company right now. After hearing the man's report, Li Linfeng's eyes nearly rolled back into his head. Trapped by that traitorous bastard? No wonder Jinling hasn't achieved anything worthwhile these past years. Every last one of them is useless, utterly useless. And who the hell is this Chu Fan? If he's really got the chops, hand over the takeover of the Li group to him.
Let Yan Yaoyan rot in the corner. Li Linfeng acted entirely on impulse. He never considered Yang Yaoyan one of his own, he merely saw him as a disposable tool for eliminating the Li group. If this tool proved useless, he'd simply replace it. But the answer the man gave only added insult to injury, further souring Li Linfeng's already gloomy mood. Young master, absolutely not. Our investigation shows that Chu Fan is closely involved with Li Jinmei. He's part of the Li group. Oh? Is that so?
Seems this Li Zhonghua still harbors thieving ambitions, scheming to rebuild his fortune from Jinling. Originally, considering our family ties, I hadn't planned to exterminate him completely. But look at him now, acting so presumptuous. Does he really think he can use that woman, Li Jinmei, to get back into the Magic City and reclaim the Li family's fortune? Ha! He can dream on. Just as Chu Fan suspected, coincidences are few and far between in this world. The Li family of the Demon City and the Li family of Jinling were originally one and the same. If one were to trace the lineage properly, this Li Linfeng should actually address Li Zhonghua as his fourth great uncle. Yet over the years, as the cast-off son of the Shanghai Li family, Li Zhonghua had received no benefits whatsoever. Instead, he'd been banished far away, targeted for complete annihilation. While Yang Yaoyan appeared to be collaborating with the Wei family, it was the Li family of the Magic City who had been quietly supporting him behind the scenes all along. Originally, eliminating the Jinling Li family wasn't urgent. But recently, while Yang Yaoyan faced relentless pressure, Li Jinmei's ventures sailed smoothly. She even secured interest-free loans for investment. This development caused a major stir not only in Jinling but also spread like wildfire throughout the Demon City. Some had even approached Li Linfeng, asking if the Jinling Li family might share some connection to their own Shanghai Li family. Upon hearing this question, Li Linfeng immediately grew restless. What does the Li family of Jinling amount to? And what was that Li Zhonghua? How dare they try to link themselves to them? They've got the nerve. Under normal circumstances, Li Linfeng wouldn't have given this a second thought. But recently, Li Jinmei's rise in Jinling had been far too smooth. So smoothly that Li Linfeng couldn't help but feel threatened, forcing him to step in personally to help Yang Yaoyan settle everything quickly. Looks like we'll have to get tough this time. Go take care of all the people watching that good-for-nothing Yang Yaoyan. Bring him to me. I need to give that useless fool a proper talking to. Yes. The Li family of the Demon City, mindful of their reputation, wanted to severely suppress Li Jinmei but couldn't intervene directly. With no suitable replacement currently available, they reluctantly reinstated Yang Yaoyan despite their disdain for him. The man left the room promptly after receiving his orders. Li Linfeng lit a cigarette, his eyes gleaming as he studied the latest photos of Li Jinmei sent by his subordinate in his inbox. If only this were ancient times, such a beauty. What a pity. My dear cousin, it's time to give you a little taste of your own medicine. Chapter 180, Yang Yaoyan's Rescue. At that moment, Li Jinmei was accompanying Su Chunli to the mall for shopping. The moment they stepped out of the elevator, Li Jinmei's phone began vibrating frantically. This was her private number, rarely used by others. Seeing the unfamiliar caller ID, Li Jinmei didn't hesitate to hang up. But the caller persisted relentlessly, ringing non-stop. Left with no choice, Li Jinmei finally answered. Hello? Who is this? Li Linfeng. Li Linfeng stated his name without hesitation. Hearing that name, which sounded like the devil's own, Li Jinmei's expression instantly froze. The flush that had been on her cheeks faded almost entirely. What do you want? Nothing much. We're all family, my dear cousin. Your tone, though, is breaking my cousin's heart. Gather fourth uncle and fourth aunt. Let's meet at the Hades Hotel. Li Linfeng detected Li Jinmei's panic, his tone growing lazier and more casual. The Hades Hotel? You're in Jinling now? Exactly. So hurry up. I'm giving you face by addressing you as fourth uncle and fourth aunt. But if you dare not show up, or make me wait too long, don't blame me for disregarding family ties. Ha! With a chillingly threatening laugh, the call ended abruptly. Li Jinmei rubbed her temples, feeling dizzy and disoriented. Grandma, Li Linfeng is here. He wants to see us. What? He actually tracked us down to Jinling? This is going too far. It was their fault back then. Forget it, we can't win against them. Call your grandfather. Su Chunli looked utterly helpless as she hunched back into the elevator. Her earlier excitement had withered like frostbitten eggplants, making her appear several years older. You can't fight City Hall. Even if the Li family of Magic City was at fault back then, even if they'd been keeping a low profile and doing nothing wrong since. If the Li family of Shanghai insisted on making trouble and sought to destroy them completely, they had no choice but to wait meekly for their doom. That's why today's meeting was non-negotiable. They had to show up, not just to make an appearance, but to grovel. All they could hope for was that the other side might take pity and spare them. Inside the brilliant group, Yang Yaoyan, usually full of vigor and spirit, now lay in bed with eyes bulging like a hawk being starved. In just a few days, his once rotund frame had wasted away to skin and bones.
Every vein in his body was starkly visible, even tinged with an unusual purple hue. For days, Yang Yaoyan had felt his blood boiling, hearing the thudding of his heart pumping even with his eyes closed. Though he was confined to the company, he didn't actually want to leave. He couldn't figure out what was wrong with his ears and nose. Sounds that should have been barely audible now felt like someone banging a gong right next to his ears. Scents so faint they were barely perceptible made him retch and vomit, unable to keep any food down. Yang Yaoyan felt like a walking corpse, or rather, even more miserable than one. He had intended to call a doctor to examine him, but He Shui blocked every visitor at the door, preventing anyone from entering.
Yang Yaoyan had planned to endure through the night.
If there was still no word from Weller by morning, he would follow Chu Fan's advice and surrender to Li Jinmei.
He was certain his physical deterioration was directly linked to Chu Fan. But before dawn broke, Li Linfeng's men stormed into his office offering Yang Yaoyan a different path forward. He quickly composed himself, mustering his strength to prepare for a thorough briefing with Li Linfeng. Downstairs, He Shui, having received word of a rescue attempt for Yang Yaoyan, personally led his men to the scene. Upon his arrival, Yang Yaoyan was just about to leave with a man in black. He Xia couldn't just let Yang Yaoyan slip away. He immediately charged forward with his men. Before he could even utter a threat, a heavy punch landed squarely on him, knocking He Xia unconscious on the spot. When He Shui finally came to, dazed and confused, Yang Yaoyan and his men were nowhere to be seen. Terrified, He Shui hastily roused his men, demanding any information they had about the black-clad figure. After questioning them, one of his men actually recalled overhearing the black-clad man speak. "How you report this to the third young master is up to you. I've given you countless chances, yet you still fail miserably." The third young master came personally this time. "If you still can't take down the Li group, your life is on the line." As the subordinate repeated these words, alarm bells rang in He Shui's mind. The Li group that Yang Yaoyan was targeting wasn't that Li Jinmei's Li group? He dared not delay, immediately dialing Chu Fan's number. After stammering through the situation, he had the subordinate repeat the entire conversation to Chu Fan. When Chu Fan received the call, he was chatting with Chi Gu and the others. Seeing that it was He Shui calling, he assumed the guy had gotten himself into trouble again and was calling him to clean up the mess. But to his surprise, He Shui said on the phone that Li Jinmei was in danger. This news instantly made Chu Fan tense, and he immediately began asking detailed questions about the situation. After listening to He Shui's account of the entire sequence of events, Chu Fan quickly regained his composure. Since they'd just taken Yang Yaoyan away, they probably wouldn't move against the Li group so soon. He still had time to maneuver. "Alright, I got it. Focus on recovering. Just get the underground operations in order for now. I'll handle this. Thanks for your hard work." Chu Fan hadn't hidden the call from the Sun family or Chi Gu. They were all his own people, and they would inevitably meet He Shui in the future. After hanging up, Chu Fan turned directly to the others and asked, "You've lived in Jinling for years. You must know many secrets. Tell me that Li family from Magic City who came today, what connection do they have to our Jinling Li family?" The Sun family and Chi Gu exchanged glances, both unaware of the hidden details. Sun Kaichuan scratched his head. "All I know is that the Jinling Li family only came here during Old Master Li's generation. Their ancestral roots aren't from Jinling, but beyond that, I'm not sure. Even if their ancestral roots aren't in Jinling, they probably have no connection to the Li family from the Magic City, right? The Magic City Li family has done so well. If they were related to our Jinling Li family, they'd surely have extended a helping hand by now. How could they have ignored us all this time?" After some discussion, no one could come up with a clear explanation. Chapter 181, Powerful Connections. Chu Fan listened to the muddled discussion, his head throbbing with frustration. The arrival of that third young master from the Li family of the Demon City coincided with Yang Yaoyan being rescued. This couldn't possibly be mere coincidence. "Mr. Chu, why do you look so grim? What's really going on?" "Yeah, tell us what's going on, we'll help figure it out." The Sun family wanted to repay a debt of gratitude. Shi Gu sought to strengthen ties with Chu Fan. Seeing him so troubled, everyone pressed him for answers. This is merely my own suspicion. I fear the Li family of the Demon City may be plotting against the Li family of Jinling. But I have no proof, nor do I understand the feud between them. It's truly hard to say." Chu Fan's expression was grave. As the saying goes, even an impartial judge finds it hard to resolve family disputes. Acting on mere conjecture, he couldn't possibly intervene. Yet if he didn't intervene, Li Jinmei could be in grave danger. Judging by what He Shui overheard, the other side definitely harbors malicious intent. They mean us no good. Heaven forbid it be so. I dare say nothing else, but with the might of the Shanghai Li family, crushing our Jinling Li group would be as easy as squashing an ant. Shi Ge felt the same unease. Unable to offer any real help, he could only silently pray that Li Jinmei wouldn't suffer such misfortune. Sun Kaichuan's attitude wasn't much different from Qi Ji's. Naturally, he was willing to serve Chu Fan faithfully. By extension, he'd also lend support to the Li family. But helping the Li family of Jinling meant standing against the Li family of the Demon City.
Even if Sun Kaichuan had the courage and resolve, he simply didn't possess the capability. Seeing the solemn expressions on everyone's faces, Chu Fan knew they couldn't help with this matter. As he racked his brain for solutions, Wei Yizhen's words suddenly struck a chord. Chu Fan, if you're truly at a loss, why not reach out to old Master Han? He might be able to help. As soon as Wei Yizhen spoke, Sun Kaichuan nodded in agreement. Exactly, Mr. Chu. I recall seeing you at old Master Han's birthday banquet. If you truly have a connection with him, this matter could be resolved much more easily. Shigu pondered for a moment before chiming in, exactly. While the Han family might not match the Li family in overall strength, they built their empire step by step from Jinling and hold significant influence in the metropolis. Old Master Han has many former disciples who now hold high positions and considerable power. They've lent the Han family no small amount of support. If the Li family dares to touch them, it will be like pulling one hair and moving the entire body. They'll inevitably face backlash. Chu Fan nodded slightly after hearing their words. He still held the Han family card up his sleeve. If push came to shove, reaching out to them would surely yield some assistance. But he wouldn't rush to contact them just yet. It had been ages since he'd been in touch, and the situation's outcome remained uncertain. All this was mere conjecture. If it turned out to be a false alarm, wouldn't all this trouble be for nothing? Chu Fan calmed his mind and pondered carefully. He decided he should first clarify the relationship between these two Li families. Since Sun Kaichuan was unaware, perhaps the Tang family might hold some information. Old Master Tang was roughly the same age as Li Zhenghua. They might have known each other in their youth. With that thought, Chu Fan dialed Tango San's number again. Shiga overheard Tango San's voice coming from the phone. Her eyes instantly widened in disbelief. Why was even the head of the Tang family being so courteous to Chu Fan? Su Tellin, the Han family, the Tang family, and now the Sun family. Just how many powerful connections did this Chu Fan have? Tango San understood Chu Fan's purpose and immediately went upstairs to find his father, asking Tang Xuanzan to clarify Chu Fan's doubts. And sure enough, just as Chu Fan had suspected, Tang Xuanzan, roughly the same age as Li Zhenghua, did know the inside story. It turned out that in his youth, Li Zhenghua hadn't lived in Jinling at all. Instead, he'd been in the Demon City, helping the Li family manage their business affairs. Everything had been peaceful until Li Zhenghua's father passed away, when the Li family's fortunes took a drastic turn. Though Li Zhenghua was the fourth son in the family, he was his father's favorite. On his deathbed, the patriarch of the Li family had made a will, stating that Li Zhenghua should succeed him. This decision, however, angered Li Zhenghua's eldest brother, Li Rufeng. As the eldest son and grandson, he felt it was unjust to cede the family business to his fourth younger brother. Thus, while outwardly cooperating with Li Zhenghua and accepting everything, he secretly rallied members of the Li family, engaging in underhanded schemes to drive Li Zhenghua out. In the end, the upright and honest Li Zhenghua was foolishly deceived by Li Rufeng. He signed his name on the share transfer contract, and from that moment onward, he was completely cut off from the Li family of the Demon City. After many twists and turns, Li Zhenghua arrived in Jinling with his meager remaining assets. Starting from scratch, he eventually made a remarkable comeback. The reason old Master Tang knew about this was because the incident had caused quite a stir back then. Even after Li Zhenghua had settled in Jinling, the Shanghai Li family repeatedly sent agents to disrupt his life. It was ultimately Tang Laoya's father who intervened, telling the Shanghai Li family, Jinling is Jinling. The Shanghai folk had best keep their hands off. Only then did they finally back down for the time being. Fortunately, the Tang family held absolute sway over Jinling back then, even commanding Li Rufeng's respect. Otherwise, who knows how badly Li Zhenghua might have been bullied. Old Master Tang had witnessed this entire affair firsthand, which was why he knew the details so clearly. After hearing all this, Chu Fan couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. The Li family of the Demon City had truly gone too far. It seemed this Yan Yaoyan was also secretly backed by the Li family of the Demon City. They feared the words spoken by old Master Tang's father back then and dared not come over to cause trouble again, so they covertly supported their minions, aiming to destroy the Li group. Chu Fan finally pieced everything together. He thanked old Master Tang and hung up the phone. Beep. Just as Chu Fan was deep in thought, Shi Ji's internal pager buzzed again. His expression instantly darkened. This call was specifically for the presidential suite, meaning it was exclusively for Li Linfeng. Its ringing now signaled trouble at Li Linfeng's location. Serving the third young master of the Li family from the Magic City was never an easy task for Qi Gu. Now, having learned of the complex relationship between the Li families of the Magic City and Jinling, he felt even more like he was walking on thin ice. With obvious reluctance, he answered the call. After listening to his colleague's report, his expression darkened further. Mr. Chu, the Li executives have arrived. Chapter 182, Direct Threat. Chu Fan frowned. Mr. Li? You mean Li Jinmei? Yes. Mr. Qi, could you escort me over? Hearing Chu Fan's request, Qi Gu hesitated. He couldn't afford to offend the Li family in the Magic City. Though he desperately wanted to align himself with Chu Fan, how reliable was this man, really?
Noticing Chi Ji's hesitation, Chu Fan didn't press the matter. He opened the door, preparing to go upstairs himself. Sun Kaichuan, noticing this, quickly gave Chi Gu a meaningful glance and whispered, "Have you forgotten Mr. Chu still has the Han family card to play?" Sun Kaichuan's reminder struck Chi Gu like a bolt of lightning. He sprang to his feet and declared, "Mr. Chu, please follow me." The Li family of Magic City was formidable, but two fists couldn't fight four hands. With so many powerful families backing Chu Fan, plus the Han family's support, he could at least hold his own against the Lis. Moreover, compared to the arrogant and tyrannical Li family of the Demon City, Chu Fan was approachable and even willing to call him brother. Chi Gu instantly understood which side he should align with. "Thank you." Chu Fan bowed to Chi Gu, then specifically instructed the others in the room before leaving, "I know you're all my allies, but the situation is dire and complex. We still don't know how things will unfold. Exposing our connection too soon would be unwise. Please wait for me in the private room." Chu Fan's foresight won over Sun Kaichuan and the others, who all nodded in agreement. Chi Gu escorted Chu Fan through the exclusive elevator to the top floor, arriving swiftly at the presidential suite. However, he didn't accompany them further. Instead, he handed the room key card to Chu Fan. "Mr. Chu, this is as far as I can take you." "I understand. Thank you." Chu Fan took the key card but didn't immediately enter. Instead, he pressed his ear against the door, listening intently to the sounds inside. Chi Gu observed this from a distance, finding it rather peculiar. The soundproofing in the presidential suite was so effective that even if there were explosives inside, you might not hear a thing outside. Why was Chu Fan going to such unnecessary lengths? Little did he know that Chu Fan possessed extraordinary senses. If he chose to listen, such soundproofing was utterly useless. At the same time, Li Linfeng met with the three members of the Li family. After the three entered, he didn't even bother to rise from his seat. Puffing on his cigarette, he chuckled, "Well, I never expected to see you looking so spry after all these years, fourth uncle." Fourth aunt looks splendid too. As for my cousin, she's simply breathtaking. If we weren't related, I'd be itching to propose marriage to her myself. Shut up. Li Zhenghua couldn't bear it any longer. His face turned cold as he snapped, "Enough of your nonsense. Since you address me as fourth uncle, show some respect. What exactly do you want?" "Fourth uncle, you're a smart man. What do you think I want? Haven't you figured it out by now? Yang Yaoyan, come out." Li Linfeng snapped his fingers, and Yang Yaoyan emerged from the adjacent room, a sly grin on his face. "Here are the share transfer documents. I'll give you dividends every year. All you have to do is sign obediently and let the Li group vanish completely from Jinling. Young Master Li won't go to extremes against you." From the moment Yang Yaoyan stepped out, the meticulously orchestrated conspiracy the Li family of Magic City had spent years plotting finally surfaced. Su Chuanli and the others finally understood why Yang Yaoyan had consistently targeted the Li group all along. So all this time, the mastermind behind it all was the Li family of the Demon City. Li Zhenghua's face turned ashen with rage. Su Chuanli, beside herself with fury, snapped, "Did you really have to push things this far? Even if we're not family, we've been running our company peacefully in Jinling. What business is that of yours? All these years, we've never used the Shanghai Li family's name for any business dealings. Everything we have, we earned with our own hands. You've already killed one of our sons, isn't that enough?" Hearing Su Chuanli's words, Li Zhenmei's expression suddenly froze. Her head felt as if struck by a hammer, buzzing with disbelief. Could it be that the deaths of our parents? Was that car accident? The thought tore at Li Zhenmei's heart, and tears welled up uncontrollably. Su Chuanli, who always presented herself as an iron lady, was now deeply moved, tears streaming down her aged face. Li Linfeng, however, sneered coldly and inhumanely, saying, "Fourth grandma, how can you say such things? No one wants to see natural disasters or man-made calamities. Don't blame us for them. We're not trying to wipe you out completely, otherwise we wouldn't have let Yang Yaoyan give you dividends. We simply wish you would stop using the Li family name to meddle in outside affairs. Though you've never publicly acknowledged your connection to us, people inevitably grow suspicious upon hearing the name Li Group. To avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, you'd be wise to sign the contract quietly. Don't make things difficult for everyone. Frankly, I can't stand this godforsaken place any longer. Sign now, and I'll hop on my private jet back home immediately. That way, everyone's happy. Isn't that ideal?" Li Linfeng spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if he already had Li Zhenghua and the others firmly in his grasp. But in reality, his personal intervention stemmed from panic over the staggering investment Li Zhenmei had secured. Over the years, the Li group in Jinling had developed rather modestly, consistently overshadowed by Yang Yaoyan's dominance. Unable to make significant waves, the Li family in Shanghai had largely left them be. But Chang Kuang's investment shattered the equilibrium between the Li group and the Yao group, tilting the leverage in favor of the Li group. Worse still, it threatened to propel the Li group to the pinnacle of Jinling's corporate elite. This sent the Shanghai Li family into an instant panic.
They feared Li Zhonghua might truly make a comeback, feared he would return to exact revenge on the Shanghai Li family, feared he still harbored ambitions to reclaim what he believed was rightfully his. To nip these thoughts in the bud, they had no choice but to send Li Linfeng on this mission. While everything was still under their control, they had to swiftly cut through the chaos and eliminate the Jinling Li group before things got out of hand. Su Chuili never imagined that the investment deal which had filled her with such joy just days ago would now become the fuse that sent the Li group to the chopping block. After all these years of hard work, Li Zhenmei had finally achieved something worthwhile. She certainly wasn't about to hand it over willingly. And to make matters worse, the transfer agreement stipulated that they would take the entire Li group, yet only pay a measly 1% dividend annually. This was utterly outrageous. Chapter 183, Utter Shamelessness. Li Zhenmei flung the contract violently, slamming it into Yang Yaoyan's face. Simultaneously, she roared with fury, "You think you can trade away my grandfather's lifelong work for such a pittance? You're dreaming." Facing Li Zhenmei's furious rebuke, Li Linfeng shook his head, his smug expression practically begging to be slapped. My dear cousin, you've been in business for years. You know perfectly well whether I'm dreaming or not. It's precisely because this represents Granduncle C's lifelong dedication that I'm willing to preserve your company, handing it over intact to Yao Yan Group for continued operation. Had I been ruthless enough to crush your company completely, then your hard work would truly have been wasted. If it came to that, forget about dividends, you'd be saddled with debt, facing bankruptcy, liquidation, and ending up homeless. Li Linfeng was blatantly threatening them, yet the three Li family members could do nothing but seethe with anger. This world was a jungle where the strong preyed on the weak. The Li family of the Demon City possessed the power to crush them into the dirt, while they themselves lacked the strength to topple their oppressors. As Li Linfeng had warned, refusing to compromise would only lead to a more miserable fate. If it were only Li Zhenmei, given her temperament, she would surely choose to shatter like jade rather than be crushed like tiles. But now, with her grandparents growing old and Li Xiang still in school, she couldn't make a stand. If the company truly went bankrupt, would she really have to lead her entire family into homelessness? Li Zhenmei knew she couldn't act on impulse now. Suppressing the raging fire within her heart, she weighed her options and said, "If your only objection is to us conducting business under the Li family name, then we can change the company's name. We can also transfer grandfather's shares to grandmother. That way, grandfather's name won't appear in the shareholder registry, and no one would ever guess." "Enough, cousin. They say beautiful women aren't smart. After reviewing your resume, I thought you might be the exception. But it turns out you're just another pretty face. How could you say something so ridiculous?" "Ha!" Li Linfeng's contemptuous attitude jolted Li Zhenmei back to reality. The other party was clearly intent on wiping us out completely. Even that 1% of mercy they might have shown could be revoked on a whim. There was absolutely no room for negotiation. "So you won't let us off no matter what?" "Of course. Don't blame me for being ruthless, cousin. The victor writes history. Suppose it had been my grandfather, not fourth uncle, who was expelled back then. I'm sure our positions would be reversed today. Wouldn't you agree? Pa! We'd never stoop to your level of shamelessness." Though Li Zhenmei hadn't lived through those events, she knew everything from her grandparents. Back then, grandfather was clearly the heir designated by great-grandfather. Yet that Li roughing schemed in secret, exploiting grandfather's kindness to steal everything away. Grandfather, magnanimous as he is, chose not to pursue the matter. Yet these villains had the audacity to play the victim, coming here to make endless accusations. Even clay figures have their limits, let alone when it involves the work of a lifetime. "I won't sign. No matter how persuasive your words, I won't sign." Li Zhenmei resolved to stand her ground. She refused to repeat her grandfather's mistakes, to live a life where kindness invites exploitation. Cousin, fourth uncle and fourth aunt are both quite advanced in years. They couldn't bear the pain of burying their own children again. You must take care of your health. Don't be so hot-tempered. If you ruin your health from all this anger, where would you find it again? Right? Li Linfeng sneered coldly, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "You're threatening me? Cousin, you're joking." Li Linfeng suddenly burst into laughter, waving his hand as he chuckled. But before Li Zhenmei could relax, he added, "It's nighttime now, you know. Old Master Hang, I'm afraid I'll need to borrow your skilled hands." As he spoke, Li Linfeng shuffled over to the window, turned his back to Li Zhenmei, and lit a cigarette. That resolute silhouette sent a chill down one's spine. "It is my honor to serve the Li family." A voice, incredibly hoarse, came from behind Li Zhenmei. The moment Li Zhenmei turned her head, a muffled groan and a shrill scream echoed beside her. Li Zhenmei whipped her head back to her grandparents, only to see old Master Hang clad in his black robe had already struck Su Chuanli and Li Zhonghua. Li Zhonghua, still weakened from a recent severe injury, collapsed straight onto the sofa after being struck hard across the back by old Master Hang. Su Chuanli fared even worse. Though her body held no major issues, she remained an ordinary mortal. The collision of internal force within her caused excruciating pain in her internal organs, and she instantly fainted. "Grandpa! Grandma!" Seeing her two elders lying motionless on the floor, Li Junmei immediately lunged toward them. But before she could reach them, Old Master Hang grabbed her. His grip was as hard as stone. No matter how much Li Junmei struggled and pounded against it, she couldn't break free. Just as Old Master Hang raised his palm to strike Li Junmei's forehead, Li Linfeng, standing by the window, raised his hand to stop him. "Hey, Old Master Hang, let Li Junmei stay. My cousin may be a wild child, but she's stunningly beautiful. Just feed her some mind control potion. Later, when important guests come, you can use her to entertain them. Might just get twice the result with half the effort." Ha! Understood, third young master. Old Master Hang understood the implication and raised his hand, preparing to strike Li Junmei unconscious first. Bang! Before he could act, the presidential suite door crashed violently to the floor. Hearing the commotion outside, Chu Fan shattered the door panel with a single palm strike, appearing before them. But he hadn't expected to arrive a step too late. Seeing Li Zhonghua and Su Chuanli both lying on the floor, Chu Fan's expression instantly darkened. "You don't want to live anymore? Chu Fan? I knew you'd show up. Third young master, this little bastard ruined our plans."
The moment Yang Yaoyan recognized Chu Fan, his entire being surged with excitement.
He knew his recent health issues were undoubtedly connected to Chu Fan. He hoped Li Linfeng would take charge and properly exact revenge on this Chu Fan, while also curing his illness. The moment Li Linfeng heard that the man before him was Chu Fan, he burst into loud laughter. "You search high and low in vain, yet find it without effort.
Since you've come right to me, this couldn't be better.
Looks like I won't have to spend the night in this godforsaken backwater after all. Old Hang, kill him." Li Linfeng wanted to wrap things up quickly. He planned to dispose of these men swiftly and return to the metropolis to enjoy his fortune. Old Master Hang nodded in agreement, then flashed to stand directly opposite Chu Fan, locking eyes with him.
Chapter 184, Piece of Cake. Grandpa. Grandma.
Li Junmei seized the moment, rushing to Su Chuanli's side. Tears streaming down her face like pear blossoms, she cried out to her grandparents, hoping they would come to their senses. Overwhelmed with grief, Li Junmei blamed herself for not breaking down the door immediately, choosing instead to eavesdrop outside. If only she had arrived sooner, perhaps none of this would have happened.
Chu Fan, they heard Grandpa and Grandma. What should we do? Wah! At that moment, Li Junmei was utterly distraught, weeping like a child.
Beyond helplessly pleading with Chu Fan, she could do nothing else. Seeing her like this, Chu Fan felt a pang of heartache. He whispered softly, "I'll get justice for Grandpa and Grandma."
Don't worry. Ha! Justice? You've got some nerve, kid. Who do you think you are? Zhong Kuei or Judge Bao?
Li Linfeng sneered again, showing no respect for Chu Fan whatsoever.
Chu Fan, I've heard quite a bit about you from Yang Yaoyan. I'd say you're a promising talent.
Now that I've finally met you in person, though your looks aren't much to speak of, you do possess some guts.
Here's what I suggest, Yang Yaoyan is utterly useless.
Even if he takes over the Li group, he'll never amount to anything.
Why not kill Li Junmei?
If you take her life, it'll be your pledge of loyalty to the Li family of Magic City. I'll hand over the Yao group to you to manage. From now on, you'll be our Li family's representative in Jinling. I guarantee you'll be rolling in gold and silver, with more than enough to last a lifetime.
What do you say?
Li Linfeng purred with a savage grin.
Put. I don't want a single cent of your filthy money.
Chu Fan refused without hesitation.
Filthy money?
Chu Fan, think carefully. This chance comes but once. I value cleverness over raw ability. If you refuse to cooperate just because you fancy Li Junmei's face, I suggest you use your head a little more. With money, what woman can't you get? Even if you're set on Li Junmei's face, you could pay to have another woman surgically altered to look just like her. How hard could that be? Why ruin your entire future over one woman? Li Linfeng never says a single sensible word, yet he thinks he's utterly reasonable. After hearing this, Chu Fan burst out laughing. With descendants like you, the Li family of Shanghai must be nearing its end. Partnering with you now would be like moving into a building just as it's about to collapse. Did I get my head stuck in a door? Ha! Chu Fan's dismissive chuckle infuriated Li Linfeng. He flicked his cigarette butt aside, pointed a finger at Chu Fan's nose, and snarled, "Chu Fan, you've chosen the path to hell when heaven was within reach. Is that it? Fine. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant you your wish. The Li family has plenty of talent, we don't need a useless fool like you. Old Master Hang, just kill him." Understood, third young master. Old Master Hang obeyed without hesitation, drawing the thunder whip from his waist. Its shadow danced like a dragon, crackling through the air with thunderous roars that seemed to split clouds and shatter rocks, sending shivers down the spine. Chu Fan took half a step back, studying the opponent's thunder whip technique. He realized, so he's the successor of the 18 thunder whips. Having inherited the divine physician's legacy years ago, Chu Fan naturally possessed profound knowledge of every martial art that had emerged throughout millennia of human civilization. Know thy enemy and know thyself, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Now that he knew his opponent's style, countering it would be as easy as taking candy from a baby. Old Master Hang hadn't expected such a young man to recognize his signature technique.
He sneered coldly, "Well, boy, you've got some knowledge."
"That's right, this is the Thunder 18 whips. You'll die by my whip, and you can smile in your grave."
"What a joke. You think your feeble techniques can eliminate me?"
"Today, I'll send you straight to the underworld to repent before your ancestors to repent for wielding this whip technique so laughably."
"You're courting death." Hearing Chu Fan's defiance, Old Master Hang's face turned icy cold.
He swung his whip, lashing out with a crackling roar as he charged forward.
Yet his seemingly grand and magnificent moves proved hollow and empty.
Chu Fan deftly sidestepped the lashing whip, then spun lightly to land at Master Hang's left flank. Reaching out, he grabbed Old Master Hang completely off guard, executing a shoulder throw that sent him crashing to the ground. The whip was swiftly snatched from his grasp. Old Master Hang lay dazed on the ground, unable to comprehend how he'd been brought down.
"Give me back my Thunderbolt whip."
To have his weapon snatched so effortlessly was nothing short of utter humiliation. "Don't worry," Chu Fan replied. "What use would I have for such junk? I'll save it to bury you with. Right now, I'll demonstrate the true thunderous 18 lashes for you. Let me show you what our ancestors' legacy truly looks like. Watch closely." As he spoke, Chu Fan whipped his wrist, each strike powerful and forceful, landing blow after blow with bone-chilling intensity. In the blink of an eye, Old Master Hang was whipped until his flesh split open. Old Master Hang could endure no more. He hastily swallowed a life-saving pill, abandoning all thought of reclaiming the family heirloom, and bolted for the door. Staggering out, Old Master Hang fled. Chu Fan didn't pursue him. Instead, he tossed the whip aside with a look of disgust. What a piece of junk. After discarding the whip, Chu Fan rubbed his wrist and walked step by step toward Li Linfeng. That old geezer won't last much longer. He may have run off, but he probably won't even make it out of this hotel.
Now it's your turn.
No sooner had Chu Fan finished speaking than shrieks erupted from beyond the door.
"Old Master, what happened? Help! Someone's dead!" "Ah!" The screams grew louder and louder, nearly piercing Li Linfeng's eardrums.
His heart clenched violently. Staring at Chu Fan in utter terror, he collapsed to his knees with a thud. Seeing the other man scared out of his wits, Chu Fan didn't rush to deal with him. Instead, he first took out his silver needles to administer simple treatment to Su Chunli and Li Zhonghua. Only after confirming they were both safe and sound did he lift his head. With steady, powerful strides, he walked step by step toward the foul-smelling Li Linfeng. Glancing at the yellowed water stain on the floor, Chu Fan sneered, "I thought the esteemed third young master of the Li family had some real guts.
Turns out, that's all he's got? You've got your phone on you, right?"
Li Linfeng stared blankly at Chu Fan. Hearing the question, he hastily nodded in a flustered manner.
Chu Fan's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. "Hand it over. Write your last words.
Remember to tell them to burn that whip for the old man from earlier.
Save him the agony of dying with regret." Chapter 185, You're the one who killed him. You can't kill me."
Li Linfeng was on the verge of losing his mind. This Chu Fan, though his face bore a gentle smile and his tone was utterly unassuming, spoke words that sent chills down one's spine. It felt like standing in the dead of winter, as if one's very bones were freezing solid. "I'm the third young master of the Li family from the Demon City. If I die, my father will come seeking revenge, and my grandfather won't let you off either. You've got it backwards." Facing Li Linfeng's threats, Chu Fan remained utterly unmoved, his face twisted in scorn as he retorted, "It's me who won't spare your grandfather. A traitor like him deserves to rot in hell. You go ahead. If you get bored, linger a while longer on the road to the underworld. Your entire family will likely join you for a reunion before long." Just as Chu Fan prepared to strike Li Linfeng, his palm poised to strike, he caught sight of Li Jinmei staring blankly at him out of the corner of his eye. Only then did he realize he shouldn't kill so casually. But the arrow was already on the string. With a hardened heart, Chu Fan ultimately eliminated Li Linfeng. After completing this act, before Li Jinmei could react, Chu Fan stepped before her. His piercing gaze locked onto hers, plunging her into a hypnotic trance. He Shu Wei killed them. He Shu Wei killed them all. After Chu Fan's brainwashing, Li Jinmei became utterly convinced that He Shu Wei had killed both Li Linfeng and Old Master Hang. She then fainted. With the matter settled, Chu Fan called He Shu Wei. Over the phone, Chu Fan asked He Shu Wei, "Do you have a gun?" "Yes." "Bring it over. I'll send you the address." Shortly after hanging up, He Shu Wei arrived with his men. Each carried a gun in hand and another holstered at their waist. He Shu Wei assumed Chu Fan was preparing for a major operation. Though he felt this was dangerous, he had resolved to follow his boss through thick and thin. He brought every weapon he could get his hands on. Seeing the other side arrive with such a large force, Chu Fan couldn't help but laugh bitterly as he patted He Shu Wei on the shoulder. "My bad for not being clear. Was there a body on the way here?" "Yes." "Bring it inside." Although staff had discovered Old Master Hang's body, Shiga knew this matter shouldn't be publicized. Instead of having the staff call the police, she contacted Chu Fan to ask how to handle it. Chu Fan instructed Shigo to evacuate everyone, leave the body exactly where it was, and delete all surveillance footage from the presidential suite floor that night, including the footage of Lee Junmei and her group arriving at the hotel. Every single image captured along the way had to be wiped clean. Without hesitation, Shigo complied. Before long, He Shui's men carried in the body of old Master Hang. Chu Fan gave He Shui a sharp look and said, "1 bullet each for these two." "You're the one who killed them, got it?" This wasn't the first time He Shui had taken the fall for Chu Fan. He was well versed in such matters, nodding before adding a hole to each of the bodies. Then he turned to Yang Yaoyan and asked, "Mr. Chu, what about that guy? Should I give him a bullet too? Don't kill me. Please, don't kill me." Having witnessed everything, Yang Yaoyan was utterly petrified. Only when He Shui pointed the black muzzle at him did he snap out of his daze. He dropped to his knees, frantically kowtowing, begging Chu Fan to spare his life. In the blink of an eye, Yang Yaoyan's forehead was a bloody mess, making his already skeletal face look even more terrifying. "Mr. Yang, if only you had known today would come, why did you do what you did back then?" Chu Fan casually sat down on the chair He Shui had pulled over, then remarked nonchalantly, "Leaving you a dog's life isn't out of the question. But you should remember the task I assigned you earlier. Haven't you handled it yet? Tomorrow. I'll have it done tomorrow. This time, I won't go back on my word." Yang Yaoyan knew exactly what Chu Fan was referring to. He quickly swore to heaven, vowing he would see it through. Chu Fan pondered for a moment. He decided that Yang Yaoyan himself must personally sign the contract to avoid arousing Lee Junmei's suspicion. Showing a rare flash of mercy, he instructed He Shui, "Hold off on killing him for now. He still has some use to me. Let's see how he handles the matter before deciding his fate. Clean up this place, don't cause trouble for the hotel." "Yes." He Shui was left behind with his men to handle everything. Chu Fan then hoisted the 3 Lee family members lying on the ground, carrying them back to Lee Junmei's car. Just as he was about to ask Shigo to lend him a driver, Lee Junmei regained consciousness. Chu Fan's hypnosis had worked. Though her face was grim upon waking, she didn't press for answers. Instead, she turned to Chu Fan and said, "I never imagined He Shui was actually working for you." Hearing Lee Junmei's words, Chu Fan suddenly remembered he'd overlooked this detail when brainwashing her earlier. With no other choice, he nodded and explained, "It's not exactly working for me. I treated him for an illness before, so when he saw someone giving me trouble, he stepped in to help." Lee Junmei nodded. "I never imagined your medical skills would carry such weight. Thank you for this." "No problem. It's what I should do." Having successfully glossed over the matter, Chu Fan exhaled a long breath of relief. Lee Junmei drove him straight back home. Chu Fan couldn't go back to say goodbye to Chi Gu and the others. Thinking of Sun Kaichuan and the others still waiting for him downstairs, he felt a bit guilty. He sent them a message, telling them to go back and rest early. But Sun Kaichuan and the others had already heard from Chi Gu about Li Zhonghua and Su Chunli's injuries. They couldn't rest easy, and they also saw this as a golden opportunity to curry favor. So when Chu Fan called and asked Wei Yizhen to bring some medicinal herbs to the Li family villa, they all tagged along. They didn't openly greet Chu Fan, though. Instead, they made excuses about having dinner with Wei Yizhen tonight and decided to drop by for a visit. Li Junmei never dreamed that so many distinguished guests would arrive at her home in the dead of night. Especially Sun Kaichuan, once a figure she could only admire from afar. Now he was here in her home, offering warm words of comfort and suggesting that since they were all developing their careers in Jinling, they should support each other. He told Li Junmei that if she ever faced any difficulties, she could come directly to him. This left Li Junmei flattered and overwhelmed, feeling as if she were in a dream. Still, she didn't read too much into it, assuming Sun Kaichuan was simply standing up for them because he couldn't stand seeing people from the Magic City bullying those from Jinling. Chapter 186, Tango-san's heartfelt sincerity. After seeing Sun Kaichuan and the others off, Li Junmei gazed at her still unconscious grandparents with a grave expression. "Though you didn't kill Li Linfeng and the others, you did bring He Shui into this. Even if they sought revenge, they wouldn't go after He Shui. They'd come after you. You should find a place to hide. Our contract ends here. I'll transfer all the money to your account. If you ever need anything in the future, just let me know. As long as I can afford it, I won't let you down." Li Junmei felt utterly despondent. Though she hadn't yielded this time, the Li Group's demise was imminent. She must transfer assets before bankruptcy struck, lest she end up destitute and homeless. Watching Li Junmei's frantic state, Chu Fan offered a half-amused, half-exasperated reassurance, "It's fine. Put your mind at ease. The Li family in Magic City can't touch you. Besides, didn't Sun Kaichuan and the others just say they'd do their best to help? That's just polite talk. We've never had much of a relationship with the Sun family. Only a naive fool like you would take it seriously. By the way, why haven't Grandpa and Grandma woken up yet?" At Li Junmei's question, Chu Fan's expression visibly stiffened. But he quickly regained his composure and smiled indifferently. "Don't worry. Grandpa and Grandma are elderly and suffered such severe blows. Their bodies are still recovering.
It's perfectly normal for them not to wake up yet. They should be fine by tomorrow afternoon. Don't you even trust my word?
Li Junmei pondered for a moment. Chu Fan was indeed quite reliable, especially when it came to medicine.
She nodded. Of course I believe you. You should go rest.
I'll take care of Grandpa and Grandma here. No, I'll take care of them.
You have a tough battle ahead tomorrow. You should get some rest. Then I'll leave it to you.
With Chu Fan pounding his chest in assurance, Li Junmei's anxious heart settled, and she agreed to go upstairs to rest. The moment Li Junmei left, Chu Fan rushed into Li Zhonghua and Su Chuanli's room, already drenched in sweat. He immediately called Wei Yizhen, Master Healer Wei, find me 2 Arctic ginseng roots right away.
Grandpa and Grandma's condition is critical. If they don't take the medicine before dark tomorrow, they might not make it.
Chu Fan's earlier composure had been entirely feigned. He didn't want to upset Li Junmei, so after sending her away, he had been scrambling for a solution on his own. Wei Yizhen, too, had been fooled by Chu Fan's masterful acting, believing Li Zhonghua and Su Chuanli were truly out of danger. Hearing Chu Fan's urgent plea now, he was immediately horrified. He quickly contacted all his old friends and began mobilizing them to help search for the herbs. Besides Wei Yizhen, Chu Fan also entrusted Sun Kaichuan to do everything possible to find Arctic ginseng. Sun Kaichuan readily agreed. Chu Fan then prepared to call Tango-san, asking for his assistance as well. Unexpectedly, before he could make the call, Tango-san's phone rang first. Before Chu Fan could speak, Tango-san asked with heavy gravity, "Chu Fan, you've taken action against the Li family of Magic City, haven't you?" Uncle Tang's information network was indeed formidable. Chu Fan didn't deny it. Li Linfeng had only just died, yet Tang Gaozhen had already received the news. It was indeed remarkably swift. Don't you know? Every Li family member has a special chip implanted inside them. When Li Linfeng died, the chip sent a message back, including a recording of the incident. The Li family in Magic City now knows you're the mastermind behind it all. Come to my place for shelter immediately. Tang Do-san's urgent tone over the phone touched Chu Fan somewhat. Uncle Tang, thank you for your kindness. But since I dared to take action against him, I've no fear of the consequences. I wouldn't want to drag you into this. Ah, don't talk about dragging me down. Just come over. Though our Tang family isn't what it used to be, that demonic Li family wouldn't dare touch us lightly. Rest assured, I'll protect you completely. Tango-san's sincerity was palpable, treating Chu Fan as if he were family. But Chu Fan still shook his head. Uncle Tang, my mind is made up on this matter. There's no need to say more. If you truly wish to help me, then find me 2 Rakshasa fruits. Rakshasa fruit? What on earth is that? I've never even heard of it. Though Tang Do-san desperately wanted to assist, he was utterly baffled by Chu Fan's request. Chu Fan explained, it's a life-saving medicine. Li Junmei's grandparents were injured by the Li family from the demon capital. Only Rakshasa fruit can be used as the key ingredient to save them. Hearing this, Tang Do-san grasped the urgency of the matter. He immediately agreed, promising to do everything in his power to find the Rakshasa fruit. It must be said that the Tang family's connections were extensive. Within mere minutes, Tang Do-san returned with news. Chu Fan, I just got word that the Magic City Auction House will hold its quarterly auction tomorrow at Lingnan Mansion in Magic City. Word is there are 3 Rakshasa fruits listed in the auction catalog. I've already instructed my secretary to prepare the funds. I'll go tomorrow and bid on those 3 fruits for you. Just wait for my good news. Tang Do-san truly went above and beyond, not only tracking down the Rakshasa fruit but also preparing to personally fund its purchase. Chu Fan was deeply grateful to Uncle Tang, but he didn't want to trouble him so much. He declined, Uncle Tang, I'm already incredibly grateful that you found the Rakshasa fruit for me. I'll go myself tomorrow. I have enough money. Alright then, I'll keep digging around to see what the Li family in the demon capital is planning. But if things turn sour, you must come to our place for shelter. Tang Do-san had considered dispatching guards to protect Chu Fan, but upon reflection, he dismissed the idea. Given Chu Fan's formidable skills, any bodyguards he sent would likely only become a liability. After thanking Tang Do-san, Chu Fan briefed Wei Yizhen on the Li family elders' situation, asking him to keep an eye on them. Chu Fan himself would depart tomorrow for the auction. Wei Yizhen readily agreed. The two discussed some temporary excuses to placate Li Junmei, just in case. Oh, and since you're unfamiliar with the city, traveling alone might be inconvenient. I'll have Jingjing accompany you tomorrow. She has a car, which will make things easier for you. Wei Yizhen wouldn't pass up any chance to bring his granddaughter and Chu Fan closer, and this time Chu Fan genuinely needed a reliable guide. Chu Fan nodded, thanked Wei Yizhen repeatedly, and headed upstairs to rest. Chapter 187, Spinning Bike. The next morning, Wei Jingjing arrived early, bringing Wei Yizhen and picking up Chu Fan. The two headed straight for the expressway bound for the metropolis. Meanwhile, Wei Sandiao, hiding like a rat scurrying through the streets, seethed with resentment. He recalled how full of vigor and spirit he and his 2 companions had been when they first arrived, yet now they were reduced to the state of stray dogs. He vowed to find Chu Fan and exact his revenge. The journey back to their master's door was long, so Wei Sandiao kept calling his master. But the mountain signal was poor, and it took nearly half a day of trying before he finally got through.
What's wrong, third thief? You've only just left. Why are you calling the master so soon?
Hearing his master's warm voice, Wei Sandiao burst into tears. He relayed the news of his master's brother and Yang Bao's tragic deaths.
Upon hearing the news, Wei Sandiao's master flew into a rage.
He and his senior disciple were as close as brothers, and he and Yang Bao had been inseparable for years.
Though Yang Bao was his subordinate, he was also family.
The three had only descended the mountain together a few days ago, yet two had already met such a tragic end. This was utterly unacceptable to him.
Chu Fan, is it? I'll remember him. Stay right there. I'm setting out immediately to join you.
I won't let this reckless scoundrel off lightly.
Master, though young, this man's strength is formidable. To ensure absolute safety, perhaps you should summon the other two senior masters to accompany you?
Wei Sandiao feared that failing to kill Chu Fan might bring trouble upon himself, so he suggested mobilizing the entire sect to ensure Chu Fan's death.
You're absolutely right, I'll bring them along.
Wei Sandiao's master found his disciple's reasoning sound and immediately summoned his two junior brothers. The matter was thus settled. Wei Sandiao was finally satisfied. His current period of hiding his light under a bushel was only temporary. Once his master and senior disciples arrived, Chu Fan's time would be up.
Everything the Wei family had lost, Wei Sandiao would personally reclaim. At the same time, Chu Fan couldn't care less about these potential threats.
Whether it was Wei Sandiao's group or the Li family from the Demon City, they were nothing but clowns to him. His sole concern now was the Rakshasa fruit. Without the Rakshasa fruit as the key ingredient, even if he exhausted every effort to save the lives of the Li family elders, they wouldn't regain consciousness anytime soon.
Who knew how heartbroken Li Jinmei would be then?
Wei Jingjing understood the gravity of the situation and sped along the road, quickly bringing Chu Fan to Lingnan Prefecture in the Demon City. She and her grandfather had previously treated wealthy patients in the city, so she was fairly familiar with the area. Seeing that the auction was still hours away, Wei Jingjing planned to take Chu Fan out for a meal nearby. But just as they stepped outside, a voice filled with surprise and delight called out from behind them.
Jingjing! Is that you? Why come to the Magic City without telling me? Despite the other person's enthusiasm, Wei Jingjing's expression was anything but pleasant. Her face wore a look of resentment, as if she'd encountered not a familiar friend, but a plague. Just as Chu Fan was puzzled, the man had already approached Wei Jingjing, slinging his arm around her shoulder with apparent warmth. Wei Jingjing looked extremely uncomfortable, shifting several times toward Chu Fan before finally managing to dislodge the man's arm. She then said awkwardly, "What a coincidence, single bike. Never expected to run into you here. What's so coincidental about it? There's an auction here this afternoon, right? I came specifically for that. You know me, I'm always into antiques and collectibles. I never miss an auction. And you? What brings you here? Could it be you're here for the auction too?" Dan Che spoke animatedly, constantly edging closer to Wei Jingjing. Even someone as oblivious to romantic affairs as Chu Fan could tell the guy had ulterior motives toward her. Wei Jingjing kept dodging until she ended up in Chu Fan's arms. Chu Fan shifted slightly, shielding Wei Jingjing behind him. Seeing this, Shan Che's expression instantly turned icy. "Hey Jingjing, what's this all about? We're classmates. I was just trying to talk to you. Why are you hiding behind him? And who the hell is this guy?" Dan's tone was distinctly displeased, his piercing eyes flashing with a menacing glare that made Wei Jingjing's scalp tingle. "This is my friend, Single Bite. If you've got nothing else, you can go about your business. We won't bother you." Wei Jingjing's tone sounded peculiar, her voice even carrying a hint of tremor. Now Chu Fan was certain, Wei Jingjing was terrified of this man. But what exactly was she afraid of? Chu Fan couldn't figure it out, but Bicycle's next words explained everything. "Hey Jingjing, when did I say I was busy? The auction doesn't start for a while yet. I'm bored anyway, we can sit down and catch up. Oh, and I posted something in the group chat last month, not sure if you saw it, my dad got promoted to the provincial health system. When I visited him last time, I happened to see materials about your family clinic. How's business?" Shan Che stared at the two with a fake smile, seemingly making small talk but actually threatening Wei Jingjing. If she dared to upset him, Wei Yishan's clinic wouldn't last another day. After grasping the hidden meaning, Chu Fan finally understood why Wei Jingjing behaved this way toward the young master before them. But while Wei Jingjing had reservations, fearing he might target the clinic, Chu Fan had no such concerns. He wasn't even part of the One Needle clinic. A grown man constantly bringing up his parents, was it because he had no achievements of his own to speak of? If you had any real talent, you wouldn't need to ride on your father's coattails to intimidate others, would you? Chu Fan's words hit the nail on the head, mercilessly shaming Shan Che. Single Bike froze for a moment before snapping back furiously, "Where the hell did you little punk crawl out from?" Wei Jingjing had previously avoided confronting Dan Che, fearing it might affect her grandfather. But now, hearing Dan Che openly insult Chu Fan, she shed her timidity and glared at him. You just want to bully people and ask Jingjing out to dinner, don't you? I advise you to give up. Jingjing doesn't like you at all. She's practically screaming her disgust for you from head to toe. You didn't notice that, did you? Who the hell do you think you are? What business do you have speaking up?
Dan's expression darkened further at Chu Fan's harsh words. As the saying goes, if the name is not proper, the words will not be convincing.
Chu Fan's eyes darted around, and he dropped a line. Why shouldn't I speak up? You're openly flirting with my girlfriend, am I supposed to just take it? Chapter 188, You've got to take responsibility for me. The word girlfriend instantly struck Wei Jingjing's nerves. She never imagined Chu Fan would defend her like this.
Her heart began racing wildly, and her cheeks flushed crimson.
Seeing Wei Jingjing's utterly delighted expression only fueled the bike's provocation. Wei Jingjing, seriously? Your taste is that bad? You actually picked some lowlife like him as your boyfriend? You must be out of your mind.
Wei Jingjing had harbored a secret crush on Chu Fan for ages, idolizing him as her male god. Hearing Shan Che repeatedly call him a loser made her face turn an ugly shade of anger.
Who are you calling a loser? My boyfriend is taller, better looking, and more talented than you. You're the one who's crazy.
Single Bike never dreamed Wei Jingjing, who always feared his power, would dare speak to him like this. He felt his male pride challenged. He was filled with regret, cursing himself for playing the gentleman back then. If he'd taken her when she was still in Shanghai, there'd be no room for Chu Fan in the picture. But upon reflection, Shan Che realized he'd been keeping tabs on Wei Jingjing through her close friends all this time. He'd never heard of her having a boyfriend, so how did this guy suddenly appear? The person he'd been using as a source was very close to Wei Jingjing. There was no way they'd be kept in the dark. With that realization, Shan Che regained his composure and sneered coldly, Enough. You two don't need to put on this charade to fool me.
I know you've never had a boyfriend. And with his character, how could he possibly be worthy of you? Dressed like a ragamuffin, he looks no better than a beggar. Just then, Single Bike's phone rang. He glanced at it, then sighed helplessly. I've got things to do right now. Can't be bothered to expose you two. We'll see about this. Wei Jingjing, you just wait. I won't let this slide. With that, Shan Che turned and walked away.
After taking a few steps, he turned back and flipped Chu Fan the middle finger. Though Chu Fan remained silent, he discreetly flicked his finger, sending a surge of energy into Shan Che's body. Shan Che felt only a sudden chill and didn't think much of it, turning to climb back into the car. After Shan Che left, Chu Fan said to Wei Jingjing, Don't worry about that bastard's threats. If he dares to have his father mess with your family's clinic, I'll find people to take care of it for you. Chu Fan now had considerable backing. Families like the Hans, Sons, and Tangs were at his disposal. If anyone dared to bully them, he wouldn't let it slide. Wei Jingjing nodded sweetly at his words, her face flushing with coyness as she asked, Chu Fan, do you really want to be my boyfriend? I'm telling you, that guy Shan is a real loudmouth. By now, my old classmates probably all know about this. You'd better be responsible for me. Chu Fan scratched his head, torn between laughter and exasperation. But I only did it to help you get rid of that annoying guy sooner. You can't turn around and blame me for it. Dan Che drove off, glancing back at the rearview mirror to see the two of them still laughing and chatting. Enraged, he gripped the steering wheel tightly, his face turning ashen. His father had texted him, demanding he return immediately for an urgent matter. That was why he had to leave temporarily. But he hadn't given up on Wei Jingjing. After all, this woman was someone he'd desired for years. Besides, even if Wei Jingjing wanted a boyfriend, she'd surely pick someone better than him. What was that little punk worth? If others found out Wei Jingjing rejected him for such a low-caliber loser, wouldn't they laugh themselves silly? This thought only fueled Single Bike's fury. He was determined to teach Chu Fan a lesson. But before he could devise a plan, excruciating pain erupted in his stomach. The agony made him want to roll around in agony. He quickly pulled his bike to the side of the road and ran a long way before finally finding a public restroom. Yet despite the excruciating cramps, nothing came out. Cold sweat drenched Shan Che's forehead as he felt like he was dying. Meanwhile, Wei Jingjing led Chu Fan to a nearby restaurant for lunch. Afterward, they returned to the Lingnan Mansion venue, ready to secure the much-needed Rakshasa fruit at the auction. Though Wei Yizhen hadn't accompanied them, he had sent word ahead, stating his granddaughter would bring distinguished guests. Consequently, the staff at the Magic City auction house treated Wei Jingjing and Chu Fan with courtesy, specially arranging seats near the front for the pair. The Magic City auction house ranked among the province's 4 major auction houses. Its quarterly auctions gathered a wealth of treasures, whether ancient artifacts, rare curiosities, or natural wonders. Nothing was beyond their reach. Many attendees knew they couldn't afford anything, yet still came to broaden their horizons and soak up the atmosphere. As such, invitations to the quarterly auction were highly coveted. This time, Chu Fan had enlisted Tango San's help to secure his invitation. It was said that bigwigs like Su Tellin usually attended as scheduled, though Chu Fan had no idea if he'd actually encounter them today. No sooner had the two taken their seats than an elderly man dressed in a crimson tang suit approached from a short distance away.
Spotting Wei Jingjing, he beamed and said, "Why, isn't this Jingjing? Your grandfather didn't come?"
Wei Jingjing reluctantly stood up, bowed to him, and replied, "Grandpa had other things to attend to, so he couldn't make it."
Oh my, oh my. Is he truly busy, or is he afraid he wouldn't be able to hold his head up after seeing me? Why don't you just tell me the truth? Grandpa genuinely had things to attend to. To be blunt, if the two of you met, who knows who'd be too embarrassed to look up. Humph.
Wei Jingjing snorted coldly, sat back down on her own, and didn't even bother to glance at the old man.
This struck Chu Fan as quite peculiar. Wei Jingjing was a very polite young woman.
The other person appeared to be around the same age as Wei Yizhen, yet Wei Jingjing showed them no courtesy whatsoever.
Could it be that they had some deep-seated grudge? After sitting down, Chu Fan couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Wei Jingjing rolled her eyes and replied, "That old man's name is Ingwenjong. Grandpa says he's a self-important old fool who loves to chase fame.
He's got no real talent, yet he's always trying to take advantage of my grandfather." Her voice wasn't exactly quiet, and Ingwenjong overheard her. He chuckled dismissively.
"If I were truly incompetent, I wouldn't have made such a name for myself in the Magic City. It's just as well your grandfather isn't here today."
If the Xia family saw him, they probably wouldn't let him off easily. You little girl, I advise you to be careful too.
If the Xia family decides to settle the score with you over your grandfather's debts without thinking twice, you'll be in big trouble, ha!
With that, Ingwenjong swayed his head and walked away.
Wei Jingjing's face darkened upon hearing his words. She lowered her head,
fidgeting with her fingers.
After a moment's thought, she turned to Chu Fan and said, "Chu Fan, why don't you just bid on your own? I'll go back and wait for you. Once it's over, I'll come back to pick you up."
With that, Wei Jingjing hurriedly turned to leave. Just then, a commotion erupted at the entrance. Wei Jingjing collided head-on with the head of the Xia family, striding in with the confidence of a dragon and the vigor of a tiger.
Chapter 189, Xia Qianqiu. Where are you running off to, little brat?
The man recognized Wei Jingjing instantly, blocking her path with a stern glare.
You two grandfather and granddaughter think fleeing to Jinling solves everything? Ha! Parading around under the title of Divine Healer, do you truly believe my Xia family is easy to bully, or what? Now that you've returned to the Demon City, you owe me an explanation.
Tell your grandfather to come forward and clarify why he killed my father all those years ago.
Hearing Xia Qianqiu's words, everyone's expressions turned to utter shock. They'd never heard of any feud between Xia Qianqiu and Wei Yizhen. This explosive revelation today truly startled everyone. When did this happen? How come I've never heard about it?
It happened several years ago. At the time, Wei Yizhen was running a medical clinic in the metropolis with his daughter, Wei Jingjing. Xia Qianqiu's father happened to fall near their clinic and was brought in for treatment.
Within hours, the old Xia passed away.
Wei Yizhen flatly denied any fault in his treatment, insisting that life and death were predestined and that he had done everything possible.
Fearing Xia Qianqiu's retaliation, he eventually moved to the Magic City.
Recently, word spread that he had opened another clinic in Jinling.
But hadn't this happened years ago? Xia Qianqiu wasn't known for his patience. Why was he only now deciding to seek retribution? Because back then, Wei Yizhen had enlisted a powerful figure to protect him. Xia Qianqiu had granted that person a favor, promising he wouldn't actively seek trouble as long as Wei Yizhen stayed away from the metropolis. Though Wei Yizhen hadn't come today, Wei Jingjing had walked right into his trap. Xia Qianqiu wouldn't let such a golden opportunity slip away.
The crowd buzzed with chatter, and Chu Fan absorbed every word.
He didn't believe Wei Yizhen would deliberately harm someone. No doctor could guarantee a patient's survival. Xia Qianqiu blaming Wei Yizhen for his father's death was utterly unreasonable.
Mr. Xia, my grandfather has explained the circumstances to you countless times. He did everything within his power.
The old man's condition was simply too critical.
Any doctor would have faced the same outcome.
Why persist in this relentless pursuit?
Wei Jingjing had been by grandfather's side throughout the entire treatment process and knew every detail. She, too, saw no fault in grandfather's actions.
You're talking nonsense.
To speak with such a conscience-less heart at such a young age, the Wei family truly has no good souls.
I had an autopsy performed on my father afterward.
The pathologist explicitly stated his illness was merely ordinary internal injuries.
With timely treatment, there would have been no danger to his life whatsoever.
That quack of a grandfather of yours, clearly lacking the skills, still insisted on taking on a job he couldn't handle, causing my father's untimely death. I, Xia Qianqiu, will not rest until justice is served.
I warned you all, don't let me catch sight of you in the Demon City. Now that you've come crawling to me, don't blame me for seeking justice for my father.
The Wei Jingjing before him was merely a woman. Xia Qianqiu knew that capturing her would surely force Wei Yizhen to come to him.
Once he set foot in the Demon City, he'd never leave again. Xia Qianqiu spoke, reaching out to grab Wei Jingjing's arm.
Faced with his aggressive advance, Wei Jingjing froze in terror. Just as she stood paralyzed, Chu Fan grabbed her arm and yanked her behind him. He immediately raised his fist, engaging Xia Qianqiu in a one-handed brawl. After several exchanges, Xia Qianqiu staggered back a few steps.
Glaring at Chu Fan, he gritted his teeth and snarled, "Where the hell did you come from, you little bastard?" Before Chu Fan could respond, a dark-clad man stepped between them. His expression stern, he declared, "No fighting within Lingnan Prefecture. If you wish to fight, take it outside. This is your first and final warning." Xia Qianqiu had intended to retaliate, but his expression darkened upon hearing this. Nevertheless, he swept his sleeve and departed. The prefect of Lingnan Prefecture was not someone he could afford to offend. Before leaving, however, he hurled a threat at Chu Fan, "You little brat, this isn't over." After Xia Qianqiu departed, Chu Fan patted Wei Jingjing's shoulder and said, "Jingjing, don't be afraid. With me here, no one can harm you." Wei Jingjing nodded, her eyes brimming with gratitude. But no sooner had Chu Fan finished speaking than someone snorted derisively. "Do you even know where you are, kid? Once we leave Lingnan Prefecture, getting rid of you will be a piece of cake for the Jie family head." "Oof. Let him try then. I'll protect Wei Jingjing's life no matter what," Chu Fan retorted without hesitation. Xia Qianqiu turned, snorting coldly. "I never intended to kill this girl. I only wanted to use her to lure that bastard Wei Yizhen out. But since you put it that way, don't blame me, Xia Qianqiu, for being ruthless and applying collective punishment. You're the bastard. Grandpa wasn't wrong back then." Wei Jingjing pouted, still defending Wei Yizhen. With the skilled Chu Fan protecting her, her fear had subsided considerably. Xia Qianqiu curled his lip but ultimately said nothing more. This wasn't the place for him to cause trouble. After all, it belonged to someone else. He couldn't act recklessly here. Everything could be discussed once they were outside. After Xia Qianqiu left, the man in black approached Chu Fan and said, "Young man, you show real guts. Here's my card. Once you're out of Lingnan Prefecture, if you need anything, you can contact me. I can at least get you out of the Demon City." Seeing the other party extend goodwill, Chu Fan, stranded in an unfamiliar place, didn't refuse. He accepted the business card with both hands, glanced at the name, and said, "Mr. Chiu, thank you for helping us out earlier." "It's nothing. You don't need to call me Mr. Chiu. I admire you. Just call me Uncle Chiu." This man was Chiu Delong, the owner of Hairua Pharmaceuticals. His business was vast, and he was well known throughout all of China. His reason for approaching Chu Fan was to invite Wei Yizhen to serve as a consultant for his company. He had reached out multiple times before, but Wei Yizhen had declined each time, citing a busy schedule. Seeing Wei Jingjing and Chu Fan being threatened was a rare opportunity. He figured doing Wei Yizhen a favor now might soften him later if he heard about it. Wei Jingjing recognized Chiu Dalong and understood the situation. She expressed her gratitude to him before pulling Chu Fan back to their seats. Chapter 190, Single Bike's Ordeal. At the same time, Shan Che, who hadn't attended the auction nor been able to handle his father's business, lay sweating profusely in bed. His body was hunched like a dried shrimp. He was suffering from unbearable abdominal pain, feeling as if his stomach were churning violently, like Sun Wukong was causing a ruckus inside. His belly had swollen into a large, hard lump, making him look like a woman in her 10th month of pregnancy. "Dad! Help me! I'm dying from the pain. I'm really going to die from this pain. Wah!" Seeing his son writhing in agony, Dan's father was frantic with worry. He had already summoned Ing Zhongwen, but until the latter arrived, all he could do was hold his son's hand and offer encouragement. Before long, Ing Zhongwen rushed over from the auction venue, medicine box in hand. He took Shan Che's pulse inside. "You've been struck by chi energy to seal your acupoints. Did you offend some master?" "No, who would I have offended? I just..." Just as Shan Che was about to deny it, he suddenly recalled his argument with Chu Fan at noon. "Old Master Ing, are you saying I was set up by someone skilled in martial arts?" "Indeed. The perpetrator not only practices martial arts but possesses formidable internal energy. Most crucially, they understand medicine, truly a master of all trades. Fortunately, they only sought to discipline you and didn't strike too hard. If you'd endured a few more hours until the chi dissipated, you'd have been fine. I know what happened now. I got into a fight with that bumpkin Wei Jingjing brought along at noon. She must have learned some shady trick from her grandfather to mess with me." After hearing this, Ing Wenzhong nodded and said, "That grandfather and granddaughter from the Wei family are indeed no good. That girl is so young yet already so wicked. But she shouldn't have such powerful chi, right? Of course, they might have devised some other vicious method. Either way, just stay away from them in the future." After speaking, Ing Zhongwen took out silver needles and helped Single Bike adjust the chi energy within his body. Single Bike instantly exhaled in relief, stretched out his limbs on the bed, and after taking several deep breaths, the pain finally subsided. His round belly also deflated. "Old Master Ing, I can't thank you enough. Wei Jingjing mentioned they're also heading to the auction in Lingnan Prefecture. Let's go find her now that rotten woman is utterly vicious." "All right. Xia Qianqiu is also planning to deal with that brat. If we join forces, we'll definitely flush out that old fox Wei Yizhen." The auction hadn't started yet, so guests sat in small groups, eating and chatting. But Chu Fan and Wei Jingjing found themselves isolated. On one hand, everyone eyed Chu Fan warily.
Dressed like an ordinary person, he held little value as a connection. On the other hand, everyone knew Xie Qianqiu was targeting Wei Jingjing, and they certainly didn't want to get involved. Fortunately, neither Chu Fan nor Wei Jingjing were the type to crave attention. They didn't find this isolation particularly difficult to endure. Instead, they chatted comfortably among themselves, content in their own company. Just then, a shadow fell from the left. Chu Fan looked up to see Shan Che, his lips still pale. He must have been badly beaten earlier, but now he seemed recovered. Wei Jingjing, you truly have the heart of the most venomous woman. The moment Shan Che came to a halt, he immediately pointed at Wei Jingjing and unleashed a torrent of curses. He was convinced that after enduring such suffering, Wei Jingjing must have been the one who had sabotaged him. Hearing Shan Che's insults, Wei Jingjing felt a surge of anger welling up inside her. Dan Che, she snapped, can you stop picking fights? What did I ever do to you? What did I do to you? Wei Jingjing, I've pursued you relentlessly all these years, believing I've been nothing but kind and loyal to you. Yet you did something to me, something that caused excruciating abdominal pain and nearly killed me. If it weren't for old Master Ring stepping in to save me, I'd have let you kill me. You woman have a heart of pure malice. Hearing these accusations, Wei Jingjing's face was written with innocence. She hadn't done anything to the bicycle, nor did she possess such abilities. Stop playing innocent here, you little brat. That vicious bastard Wei Yizhen's granddaughter is no angel either. You may look innocent enough, but you're rotten to the core. What dirty tricks did you pull to ruin young Master Shan like that? Just as Wei Jingjing was about to retort, her peripheral vision caught Chu Fan smirking nearby. Instantly, she understood what was happening. Chu Fan stepped forward at just the right moment, smiling as he said, don't go framing the innocent. I'm the one who messed with that kid. Jingjing had nothing to do with it. Yeah, right. You country bumpkin, what the hell do you know? Shan Che cursed without a second thought. He looked down on Chu Fan, convinced someone who looked like a construction worker couldn't possibly have such skills. Chu Fan shrugged it off with a smile, curling his index finger. If you don't believe me, I can demonstrate it again right in front of you. After all, this old thing can cure you. With that, Chu Fan flicked his finger, silently channeling the energy into Shan Che's body once more. Though Shan Che hadn't yet relapsed, he suddenly recalled midday when he'd felt a chill breeze sweep past his back just like this. So it really was you, you little bastard. Damn you. Just as Shan Che was about to unleash a torrent of curses, he suddenly let out a piercing scream, collapsed to the ground, and began rolling around. Chu Fan had only given him a mild warning earlier that day. Seeing the fool come looking for trouble again, he naturally struck harder this time, causing the bicycle's symptoms to flare up faster and more violently. Seeing single bike collapse, Ying Zhongwen's expression turned cold. He glared at Chu Fan with malice and said, don't you feel despicable using such methods to harm others? Chu Fan shrugged indifferently. Didn't he refuse to believe? I was merely demonstrating. Besides, didn't you heal him once before? Let's see if you can do it again. With that, Chu Fan sat back down, his expression one of eager anticipation. Ying Zhongwen dismissed him with a wave. What's so difficult about that? Your petty tricks are nothing to an old man like me. Dan Che's cries grew louder and louder, his face turning purple as if he could barely breathe. Hearing the commotion, several people hurried over to watch. Seeing Dan Che's stomach rapidly swelling up as if it might burst at any moment, they all gasped in shock. Hearing Shan Che's agonized cries, Yingwen Zhong quickly bent down, pulling out his silver needles, preparing to relieve Shan Che's pain as he had done earlier. Chapter 191, You're just too weak. Unexpectedly, this time Shan Che's cries were especially fierce. His entire body convulsed uncontrollably, and finally, his eyes rolled back as he fainted. Ying Zhongwen tried every technique he knew, yet he couldn't cure the bicycle's symptoms. Instead, he watched helplessly as its belly swelled larger and larger, eventually bursting through its clothes. Yingwen Zhong began to panic. With so many people watching, he had just boasted loudly that he could definitely cure Shan Che. Now, so quickly, he was being proven wrong. It was utterly embarrassing. Old Master Ying, young Master Shan seems to be failing. A bystander, seeing Shan Che's breathing grow weaker and weaker, couldn't help but grow concerned. Ying Zhongwen's hands were shaking violently. If this man truly died, his entire reputation would be ruined right here. Chu Fan sat nearby, looking down on Yingwen Zhong as he scrambled frantically. With a faint, mocking smile, he remarked, what's the matter? Could it be you can't fix him? For someone who calls himself a miracle doctor, you don't even need someone of Wei Lao's caliber to step in. Even Jingjing could easily cure him right now. You're just not good enough. Shut up. Already overwhelmed, Yingwen Zhong was further provoked into a fit of rage and embarrassment. Wei Jingjing looked at Chu Fan with panic, silently shaking her head. She had never encountered such a condition and had no idea how to treat it. Chu Fan smiled silently, gesturing for Wei Jingjing to stay calm. Yingwen Zhong steeled himself and tried several more methods, but not only did the patient not wake up, his complexion grew even paler. He even showed signs of shock, his breathing ceasing entirely. As it became clear the man was truly dying, the assembled guests turned pale with terror, their souls seemingly leaving their bodies. Seeing Shan Che turn increasingly blue, as if dead, Wei Jingjing felt a wave of fear wash over her. If this man truly died, she feared they both would face dire consequences.
Chu Fan, Don't worry, he won't die. I'm just giving him a little punishment.
But some people are useless at accomplishing anything, yet excel at making things worse.
Chu Fan's words were clearly aimed at mocking Ying Wenzhong.
Already overwhelmed, Ying Wenzhong's face darkened to a grim expression.
Chu Fan's words did reassure Wei Jingjing somewhat, but the thought that a single careless remark from Shan Che could shut down her grandfather's clinic still left her feeling bitterly sad.
But then she thought, after enduring Shan Che's harassment for so many years, seeing him finally get his comeuppance felt like a vindication.
As Shan Che's condition rapidly deteriorated, the murmurs of concern around him grew louder. Hearing these voices of doubt, Ying Wenzhong became increasingly flustered, breaking out in a cold sweat in an instant.
Old Master Ying, if you really can't handle this, let Wei Jingjing take over.
If young Master Shan dies, this whole affair will become impossible to explain.
Exactly. Wei Jingjing, stop just watching Steppen already. The crowd urged Wei Jingjing in unison.
Finally, Ying Zhongwen sighed, helplessly halting his movements. Seeing Ying Zhongwen give up, Shan's father hurried forward and bowed his hands to Wei Jingjing.
Miss Wei, I beg you, please save my son. My son has always been devoted to you.
Though his methods of pursuit might have been a bit extreme, he truly had no ill intentions.
You were classmates, you can't just stand by and watch him die. Wei Jingjing remained silent.
It wasn't that she wouldn't help, she simply had no idea how to save him.
Before Wei Jingjing could speak, Chu Fan stepped forward.
Your son can stay, but you must promise he'll never bother Jingjing again.
You also can't use underhanded tactics to harm the Wei family's clinic. Do you agree? Seeing his son on the brink of death, what could the bicycle rider's father possibly refuse? Sweat pouring down his face, he nodded frantically. I agree. I agree to anything.
Please, Jingjing, hurry and help him.
Fine. But remember, you said it. Everyone here is witnessing this. You're a man of standing, don't go back on your word.
Or else, I'll make sure neither you nor your son live out your days in peace. After delivering his threat, Chu Fan turned back to Wei Jingjing with a gentle expression. Since they've admitted their mistake, please help them out. Wei Jingjing bit her lip, her eyes filled with distress. If grandfather were here now, he might truly have a way to treat the bicycle.
But she herself? She didn't possess such abilities.
Ying Wenzhong sensed Wei Jingjing's unease and stood nearby with a cold smile, eager to see her fail.
Chu Fan leaned close to Wei Jingjing's ear and whispered something.
After hearing it, Wei Jingjing stared at Chu Fan in disbelief, then nodded and bent down.
Chu Fan told Wei Jingjing to just stick the needle in anywhere. As long as she inserted the silver needle, the bicycle would instantly be fixed. Though Wei Jingjing didn't understand the mechanism, she trusted Chu Fan wouldn't deceive her. Summoning her courage, she drew the silver needle and randomly jabbed it into the bicycle's Tongtian acupoint. Meanwhile, as everyone's eyes were fixed on Wei Jingjing, Chu Fan quietly channeled another surge of qi into the bicycle's frame, completely dispersing the previous energy. Thus, the moment Jingjing withdrew the needles, Duanch instantly awoke. His round belly visibly deflated at a rapid pace. Awake but extremely weak, he took several deep breaths and slowly pulled himself up. Ying Wenzhong found it hard to believe. He hurriedly pulled Shan Che over to check his pulse and indeed, he was fine. Witnessing this miraculous scene, the crowd looked at Wei Jingjing with newfound respect. None had imagined that the young Wei Jingjing possessed greater skill than Ying Zhongwen. Ying Zhongwen had always considered himself superior to Wei Yizhen, yet now he couldn't even match the latter's granddaughter. Humiliated and furious, he bellowed, "There's trickery involved. There must be trickery involved." Chu Fan scoffed coldly. "You wouldn't be suggesting we teamed up with Single Bike to set you up, would you? Doesn't that sound ridiculous even to you?" "Exactly. First, Single Bike doesn't have that kind of acting chops. Second, anyone can see that Single Bike and Chu Fan's group are rivals. How could they possibly team up to frame Ying Wenzhong?" Ying Wenzhong was utterly mortified. The excuse he'd concocted not only failed to save him but made him appear even more incompetent and ridiculous. Having lived this long, Ying Wenzhong had never been so thoroughly humiliated. He glared at Chu Fan through gritted teeth, but ultimately had nothing left to say. With a dismissive wave of his sleeve, he stormed off. Shortly after, Shan Che, supported by his father, also departed the scene. Though he was unwilling to leave, the excruciating pain he had endured was something he absolutely did not want to experience a second time. Chapter 192, The Auction Begins. After this incident, everyone began to look at Wei Jingjing with newfound respect, proclaiming her a true heir to Wei Yizhen's legacy, a young miracle doctor. Overwhelmed by the sudden attention, Wei Jingjing responded with vague pleasantries. Though a bit uneasy, she was also delighted she had brought honor to her grandfather. Chu Fan was equally the center of attention. With just a flick of his finger, he could render a bicycle utterly helpless, a skill that couldn't be underestimated. Earlier, Xiao Dalong had tried to offer them a favor, only to be rebuffed. Figuring they weren't Wei Asian anyway, he'd stopped engaging with them. Now, seeing them back in the spotlight, Zhou Dalon once again approached them. However, Chu Fan didn't think much of this man, finding him far too opportunistic. To shake off these pesky flies, Chu Fan took Wei Jingjing out for a stroll. The gardens of Lingnan Prefecture were exquisitely beautiful, and exploring them offered a unique charm. Nearly an hour later, the assembly announcement echoed through the venue as the host declared the auction was about to commence. Guests returned to their seats, and Chu Fan and Wei Jingjing settled into theirs in the third row. Looking up from their seats, they could see rows of special private boxes on the upper level. The outer walls of these boxes were made of two-way glass, making it impossible to see inside from the outside. Yet the aura emanating from within told Chu Fan that those who could enter these boxes were no ordinary individuals. Chu Fan was only here to bid on the Rakshasa fruit and had no desire for complications. Thus, he held no interest in prying into the affairs of those martial arts masters. Yet seated to their left were several gossip-loving pioneers. Through their discussions, Chu Fan gleaned some insights. It turned out that those seated above were all dignitaries and nobles of special status. Some held extraordinary positions, while others came from families with immense power, which is why they received special treatment. Minutes later, the auctioneer stepped onto the stage, and the auction commenced. The auctioneer in charge of this event was Fangjin, the star hostess of Magic City Auctions, who presided over every quarterly auction. The first items brought up were antique calligraphy and paintings. Though Chu Fan knew little about such things, he could tell these antiques carried an aura of age and authenticity. They were clearly genuine. After the antique paintings and calligraphy were auctioned off, Fangjin smiled warmly and said, "I know many distinguished guests here are not here for these mundane items. Now we come to the most thrilling part of every quarterly auction. Please prepare yourselves." The most thrilling segment Fang Yan referred to was the auction of rare treasures and precious medicinal herbs. The first thing they brought out was a 1,000-year-old red ginseng root. Red ginseng is common, but specimens aged 1,000 years are exceedingly rare. Even its fine root branches exude abundant crimson sap when lightly pinched, a testament to its exceptional quality. Even a single root fiber could be used medicinally to achieve longevity benefits. The starting bid for this 1,000-year-old red ginseng was 3 million. Amidst fierce bidding, the price skyrocketed, eventually reaching 8 million. Chu Fan showed little interest, never even raising his bid card. Wei Jingjing, standing nearby, asked curiously, "Why do you seem so uninterested? Is it because you don't have enough money? Before I came, Grandpa gave me some. If you need it, just let me know." Wei Jingjing thought this 1,000-year-old red ginseng was truly an excellent tonic. With both Li Zhonghua and Su Chuanli injured, they definitely needed restorative medicine. This rare ginseng was a precious herb. Deeply touched, Chu Fan smiled and waved his hand. "Though the herb is excellent, I don't need it. I can unlock the potency of a 1,000-year-old ginseng using ordinary ginseng. No need for such extravagance." Wei Jingjing believed every word Chu Fan said and nodded in admiration. "You're truly remarkable." While they spoke, the 1,000-year-old red ginseng was auctioned off at a high price. Fangjin then ordered several other exceptionally rare immortal herbs to be brought forth. Yet to Chu Fan, these were hardly extraordinary items, and since he had no use for them, he remained silent. Nevertheless, these divine herbs fetched substantial prices, with one Songhai Binglan grass even reaching a staggering 30 million. This was because the Songhai ice blue herb could effortlessly cultivate a physique suitable for cultivation in ordinary people. Though Chu Fan held no interest in these herbs, he knew that the finest items were always saved for last. With the earlier items fetching such astronomical prices, he couldn't help but wonder how much he'd have to pay when the 3 Rakshasa fruits finally came up for auction. Just as he thought, Fangjin brought out the Rakshasa fruit. Also known as the King of Hell fruit, despite its grim name, this immortal fruit could rejuvenate one's internal organs. It was especially prized by cultivators for repairing damaged meridians and replenishing vital energy. After Fangjin gave a brief introduction to the Rakshasa fruit, he announced the official start of the auction. The starting bid alone was a staggering 17 million, immediately shutting out many onlookers who couldn't even qualify to bid. The price skyrocketed, reaching 30 million in the blink of an eye. Yet even at this staggering sum, bidders continued to raise their paddles in an unending stream. Chu Fan hadn't even gotten a single chance to bid yet. Wow, these folks really know their stuff, driving the price up this high. Wei Jingjing pursed her lips and chuckled. This is just the beginning. I peeked at the catalog earlier. This Rakshasa fruit is one of the final 3 treasures. Judging by past auction results, the final bid will easily start at 100 million. Do you even have enough money? 100 million? That's more than enough. Even if it's not, I can contact Uncle Tang and Uncle Sun to wire me the funds. Counting his enemies, Chu Fan currently had tens of billions in deposits at his disposal. He felt it should be more than enough. Even if it fell short, he could borrow from others. Money was the least of his concerns. Just as Wei Jingjing had predicted, the bidding climbed steadily until it reached 105 million yuan, at which point the number of bidders finally began to dwindle. Hearing this figure, Chu Fan knew it was time to make his move.
Raising his hand, he immediately bid 120 million. This sudden jump in the bid wasn't because Chu Fan was foolishly wealthy, but rather to demonstrate his resolve to the competitors. It also prevented any misunderstanding that he was engaging in malicious bidding. By making his determination to win clear, the bidding process itself would be spared much unnecessary trouble.
Chapter 193, The Highest Bidder Wins.
Fangjin, seeing Chu Fan bid so high on his first try, couldn't help but crane his neck to glance at him. Noting his plain attire, he felt a twinge of suspicion but said nothing. Maintaining his composure, he repeated the price and asked if anyone else wished to bid. No one in the main hall below uttered a sound, but suddenly, a bell rang out from one of the private boxes upstairs. The caller was equally interested in the Rakshasa fruit, instantly raising the bid to 130 million yuan. Their intent was naturally the same as Chu Fan's. However, Chu Fan needed these 3 Rakshasa fruits to save Li Zhonghua and Su Chuli's lives. He showed no hesitation, immediately countering with 15 million. Hearing this figure, Fangjin paused in surprise. Such exorbitant bids were typically reserved for VIP guests in the private boxes. How could a mere guest seated in the main hall possess such audacity today? Sharing Fangjin's bewilderment was a man in the private room, clad in black with a stern expression. Today was truly strange. Why was the guy downstairs so fired up? Who was he? I don't know. He looks unfamiliar, never seen him before. But he came with Wei Yizhen's granddaughter, Wei Jingjing. Probably her boyfriend, replied the assistant beside him. Go tell Wei Jingjing. I'll have a generous gift prepared for Wei Yizhen later. I, Mo Zaijiang, am determined to get these Rakshasa fruits. Tell them both to back off. Mo Zaijiang might be wealthy, but he wasn't about to be taken for a sucker. He considered himself on decent terms with Wei Yizhen. If Wei Jingjing heard his name, she should grant him this favor. The assistant nodded and was about to go negotiate when he heard Mo Zaijiang continue. If those 2 youngsters refuse, just call Wei Yizhen directly and tell him these Rakshasa fruits are being sought on behalf of old Lu. Understood. Normally, Fang Jin would now ask if anyone else wanted to bid. But it seemed her earpiece had received some command. With a slight smile, she changed the subject, chatting casually with the guests present, saying it was to ease the tense atmosphere. Meanwhile, the assistant approached Wei Jingjing and relayed Mo Zaijiang's message. Without hesitation, Wei Jingjing declined. I'm truly sorry. Normally, I should give Uncle Mo this favor, but we're buying this Rakshasa fruit to save a life. I'm so sorry. Upon hearing Wei Jingjing's response, the assistant pulled out his phone and called Wei Yizhen directly, relaying Mo Zaijiang's message. After hearing the full story on the other end of the line, Wei Yizhen hesitated for a moment. That Mr. Lu was not someone he could afford to offend. Wei Yizhen lowered his voice on the phone and asked Chu Fan, Chu Fan, is there any other way to save those 2 elders? If there is, we'll find another solution. That Mr. Lu. Chu Fan sensed Wei Yizhen's dilemma and replied, Mr. Wei, this item is what I want, not you. Even if they want to negotiate, there's no need for them to threaten you. Let me handle the talks myself. With that, Chu Fan hung up, pushed the phone back to Wei Yizhen, and added, go tell your master this has nothing to do with Wei Lao. I bid on the Rakshasa fruit for my own use. Human lives are at stake, no room for politeness here. Let's just compete on financial strength. Whoever bids the highest takes it. After all, this is an auction, isn't it? Chu Fan wore an expression of utter self-assurance, showing no intention of saving face for his own master. His assistant's expression immediately turned cold. He snorted lightly. Kid, did you not understand my words? This Rakshasa fruit isn't for our master, it's specifically requested by Master Lu. Even Wei Yizhen wouldn't dare refuse Master Lu's face. Who do you think you are? Chu Fan remained unfazed by the insult, grinning as he replied, mind your own business about who I am. I can afford it. If your boss wants it, let him bid higher himself. Chu Fan thus rebuffed the assistant, who stormed back to the private room in a huff. Before long, the ringing sound echoed through the private room again. The bidder had raised the price to 160 million. Chu Fan didn't hesitate for a moment. He raised his paddle again, bidding 170 million. This sent another wave of astonishment through the crowd. It seemed this young man was determined to go head-to-head with old Lu. Noticing the expressions on everyone's faces, Chu Fan turned to Wei Jingjing with a puzzled look. Who exactly is this Mr. Lu? Wei Jingjing was vague, only saying she wasn't entirely sure either, but that the other party was indeed quite powerful, either extremely wealthy or very influential. Chu Fan didn't dwell on it too much. After all, this was an auction, the highest bidder took the item. Besides, he wasn't driving up the price maliciously, he genuinely needed it to save a life. No matter how you looked at it, Chu Fan's reasoning held water. Upstairs, Mo Zaijiang frowned slightly upon hearing his assistant's report. His expression turned grim as he muttered, humph. A young bull fearing no tigers. That brat actually dares to challenge me? Though furious, Mo Zaijiang felt genuinely troubled upon hearing the bid had just jumped another 10 million. Forget it, brother Jiang. Looks like they're determined to have it. Since that kid won't even listen to Wei Yizhen, he must have his own plans. Buying 3 Rakshasa fruits at such a high price is too low a return on investment.
Let's just let him have them.
Mo Zaijiang shot a puzzled glance at the redhead beside him.
You've lost your mind? This is what Master Lu specifically requested.
The redhead gave a chilling smile, stepped closer, and whispered into Mo Zaijiang's ear, "Killing to get what we want, isn't that what we do for a living?" Mo Zaijiang pondered the redhead's words briefly before shaking his head.
No way. That Wei Jingjing is Wei Yizhen's granddaughter. If anything happens to that brat, Wei Yizhen won't be happy.
Red Hair scoffed dismissively.
Explain what? Is Wei Yizhen even worth it? He's just some minor doctor.
People respect him outside, calling him Divine Doctor, but without that respect, he's just a decrepit old man.
Between old Lu and him, who's more important? You wouldn't be so blind as to not see that, would you?
Red Hair's words stirred Mo Zaijiang's thoughts. He too feared failing to retrieve the Rakshasa fruit, which would surely earn Lu Ye's wrath. After a moment's thought, Mo Zaijiang nodded.
We'll do as you say. Master Guan has been searching this area for traces of Wang Ganai lately.
Contact him and ask him to come to Jinling to help seize this thing. If they cooperate, spare their lives. If they resist to the death, send them straight to the underworld.
Chapter 194, The World Tree. The higher-ups finally settled the matter.
Fang Jin waited for a long while, confirming through her earpiece that the price in the private room would not rise further. Only then did her smile return as she confidently sealed the deal, selling the Rakshasa fruit to Chu Fan.
17 million was spent in an instant.
While not a staggering sum compared to Chu Fan's savings, the thought of the tens of millions he'd overbid to outcompete the upstairs bidder still stung a little. Fang Jin had initially worried that Chu Fan's plain attire might signal an inability to pay, potentially causing the item to go unsold. Yet he paid more decisively than anyone else, taking the Rakshasa fruit away immediately. With the desired item secured, Chu Fan wanted to leave immediately with Wei Jingjing. The sooner they returned, the sooner he could save the lives of his elderly parents. But just as they stood up, Fang Jin brought out the final, most prized treasure of the day. Typically, the grand finale treasure at each quarterly auction was something truly eye-catching, either a family heirloom or a rare, divine material. This time, however, Fang Jin presented something that left everyone utterly baffled, an object resembling a mushroom. Though mushroom-like in appearance, it was no mushroom. This object was incredibly hard, so much so that even a hammer couldn't crack it. According to Fang Jin, they had even tried using a hydraulic press to determine its nature, yet it remained completely unscathed. Simply by virtue of its unparalleled hardness, this object could be considered a treasure. Though no one knew its purpose, the very fact that such a marvel could form in nature was truly astonishing.
Whispers spread among the crowd.
Uncertain of its nature or purpose, their interest in purchasing it remained lukewarm. Yet its sheer strangeness fueled a growing buzz of discussion, each wave louder than the last. Upon hearing of its peculiar nature, Chu Fan turned to take a look and instantly recognized it as the root of the World Tree. The World Tree was the primordial source of all life in ancient times and the dwelling place of the elven race. Later, with the extinction of the elves, the World Tree lost its servants to tend it and naturally withered and died. From that point onward, the spiritual energy on Earth declined and vanished, leaving the cultivation world in a state of decline. The mushroom-like object in Fang Jin's hand was the dried root of the World Tree. To ordinary people, it held no power.
But to someone knowledgeable like Chu Fan, it could awaken spiritual energy and aid cultivation.
When used in medicine, it could transform decay into wonder, even revive the dead, truly an unparalleled treasure. Chu Fan had been about to leave, but upon seeing this object, he pulled Wei Jingjing back down to sit. Wei Jingjing was puzzled, assuming Chu Fan wanted to stay and watch the commotion, so she didn't think much of it. Immediately after, Fang Jin continued, "Though we've consulted countless experts, none could identify what this object truly is. Yet my boss believes that something so elusive to so many masters must be no ordinary thing. Thus, we've set the starting bid at 80 million, awaiting the destined buyer." As soon as Fang Jin finished speaking, murmurs erupted from the audience below the stage.
What the hell? Putting this thing as the finale? They're ruining their own reputation. Exactly. Who'd pay such a high price for something they don't even know what it is? Only a fool would buy it.
Sounds like Jiang Taigon fishing, let the willing take the bait, ha. The crowd murmured in disbelief, convinced no one would pay such a price for this. But just as the crowd gloated, waiting to see how the auction house would save face when no one bid, a bell rang from a private box upstairs. The bidder opened with a staggering 100 million. Perhaps because the item was so extraordinary, no one followed up with a higher bid for quite some time. Chu Fan wasn't about to let such a treasure slip away. Compared to the 3 Rakshasa fruits he already held, this root of the World Tree was an absolute steal. He raised his paddle again, bumping the price up by 10 million. The bidder, perhaps a connoisseur or simply annoyed by Chu Fan, quickly countered. The auction hall instantly became a duel between the two, their bids trading back and forth until the price skyrocketed to 200 million in the blink of an eye. Fang Jin stood on the stage, her eyes wide in astonishment. She glanced back at the object beside her, doubting even herself whether it was truly worth such an astronomical sum. Wei Jingjing thought Chu Fan had lost his mind, stubbornly competing with the other bidder.
She hurriedly urged him, Chu Fan, stop. We don't even know what that thing is. Why are you buying it?
The others nearby also thought Chu Fan was looking for trouble, perhaps just seeking fame. Snatching the Rakshasa fruit earlier was one thing, but this was another matter entirely.
But this thing? Nobody even knew what it was. Paying such a high price for it?
That was just plain foolish. Glancing at Wei Jingjing, whose face was etched with anxiety and fear of being the sucker, Chu Fan smiled.
Others may not know what this is, but I do.
Trust me, it's worth every penny, even if it costs 100 million. I wouldn't give it up easily, even if it meant going broke today. Chu Fan's words left Wei Jingjing utterly stunned, almost unable to believe her ears.
10 billion? What on earth is this?
As they spoke, Mo Zaijiang rang the bell upstairs. This time, he raised the price directly to 250 million.
Mo Zaijiang didn't know what this thing was. He was just popping up to annoy people. After all, Chu Fan had just snatched the item he wanted. Since Chu Fan was now determined to get it, Mo Zaijiang was determined not to let him have it so easily. He had to make things difficult for him. Chu Fan had guessed Mo Zaijiang's intentions, but he remained unfazed.
He immediately countered with 300 million. Seeing Chu Fan bid so aggressively, Mo Zaijiang realized he was determined to secure the item. With a sly grin, he countered with a bid of 300 million and 1 yuan. Auction house rules stipulated that bids must increase in increments of 1 million yuan.
However, once the price surpassed 300 million, that rule no longer applied. Moreover, as Mo Zaijiang was a VIP guest, Fang Jin dared not object even if his bid violated protocol. Mo Zaijiang's intentions were now blatantly obvious. Everyone knew he was deliberately trying to disgust Chu Fan.
Wei Jingjing tugged at Chu Fan's sleeve and urged, forget it.
He's clearly targeting you. Why should you be the one to pay such an outrageous price? In Wei Jingjing's view, no one even knew what this thing was. Without Mo Zaijiang's interference, Chu Fan would have secured it long ago.
Wei Jingjing had expected Chu Fan to ignore her advice again. After all, he just declared it worth 10 billion yuan.
To everyone's utter surprise, Chu Fan nodded in agreement. You're right. Fine, let him have it. I don't want it. Chapter 195, Treasures Still Require Money to Acquire. Fang Jin's face turned slightly green upon hearing Chu Fan's words.
He stole a glance at the private room upstairs, his heart pounding with anxiety. The big shot upstairs had intended to play a trick, but now he dug his own grave. Even if he didn't renege on the deal, things were bound to get ugly.
Sure enough, upon hearing Chu Fan had relinquished the treasure, Mo Zaijiang upstairs was utterly dumbfounded. If he was willing to pay such a high price of 300 million, why had he given up on the Rakshasa fruit earlier? This thing was clearly worthless. If he really spent that much to buy it back, wouldn't he become a laughingstock among his brothers? The more Mo Zaijiang thought about it, the angrier he became.
He blamed it all on Chu Fan, convinced the brat was deliberately toying with him. Slamming his fist on the table in the private room, he cursed, damn it. That little bastard not only snatched the Rakshasa fruit I wanted, but now he's played me like a fool. I'll make sure he pays with his life.
Go tell Master Guan no need to take him alive. Kill him.
The more miserable his death, the better. Though Mo Zaijiang yearned to kill Chu Fan himself, striking him down within Lingnan Prefecture would surely incur the prefect's displeasure. That would likely backfire spectacularly. Better to use someone else's hands clean and efficient, sparing him future criticism. He'd have to pay the money, of course. But 300 million yuan for a worthless piece of junk whose true nature remained a complete mystery. The more he thought about it, the more infuriating it became. Mo Zaijiang had briefly considered reneging on the payment, but dismissed the thought immediately. The Yinling auction house was run by the Lingnan Prefecture governor's mistress. No one had ever dared to default on a payment to her over the years. He dared not set such a precedent. Judging by the fate of those who had previously crossed the Lingnan Prefecture governor, he knew he'd be left with nowhere to bury his remains. Therefore, even if it meant selling off every last possession he owned, he had to scrape together the money. In another upstairs box, the young man who had placed the first bid sighed in frustration. He thought no one would recognize the roots of this world tree, hoping to snag a bargain. Little did he expect so many connoisseurs would attend this auction. He simply couldn't compete with them. Oh well, fortune favors the bold. It's just that we don't have the deep pockets like those guys. The elderly man beside the youngster patted his shoulder, his expression unruffled. The young man pouted, his voice tinged with displeasure. But if we got the world tree's root, Grandpa, you could use it to cultivate and break through your bottleneck. That's been your lifelong dream. Well, what can we do? We just don't have that kind of money. Humph. Blame it all on that Mo Zaijiang. He doesn't recognize its value at all. He's just trying to outbid that youngster down there. I'll find a way to get back at him later. In another private room, the expression on the beautiful woman who had also placed several bids was equally displeased. Beside her stood a wheelchair. Seated within was an elderly man with snow-white hair. His face was deathly pale, his breath faint, and his condition appeared dire.
Grandpa, I'm so sorry.
The woman bit her lip, barely holding back the tears.
It's all right. This is my fate.
The roots of the world tree had been snatched away by someone who didn't know their worth. The more Chu Fan thought about it, the more regretful he felt.
Hearing Chu Fan sigh beside her, Wei Jingjing asked curiously, "Hey Chu Fan, why are you so regretful? What exactly was that mushroom?"
Just as Chu Fan was about to speak, he noticed several people nearby pricking up their ears to eavesdrop. He shook his head and replied, "Never mind.
Since I didn't get it, I won't say more."
At least they had secured the Rakshasa fruit for Li Zhonghua and Su Chuanli. Life was full of disappointments, and Chu Fan accepted it with equanimity. He and Wei Jingjing set off together, determined to return to Jinling as quickly as possible to save lives.
After the auction concluded and the crowd dispersed, Fang Jin took the auction tally to the study upstairs. "Director, the final item, the root of the world tree, was ultimately bid on by Mo Zaijian."
"Was there any competition for it?" asked a woman reclining on a daybed, her eyes closed in relaxation.
"Yes.
Besides Mo Zaijian, the one most eager for that item was a young man in the general bidding section.
His name seems to be Chu Fan.
He also secured the 3 Rakshasa fruits.
Frankly, I don't think Mo Zaijian truly wanted it.
He was just competing with Chu Fan and ended up stuck with it.
Besides those two, there were also the Wu Gui and Wan Sanqian families.
But their budgets were likely limited, so they dropped out after just 2 or 3 rounds of bidding." After hearing Fang Jin's report, the woman propped herself up from the daybed, picked up the teacup before her, and took a sip. She then spoke in a leisurely tone, "You're quite right. That Mo Zaijiang is nothing but a clueless country bumpkin.
He's merely a black-gloved errand boy for others probably couldn't even identify what that item was.
As for Old Master Wan and Old Master Wu, one seeks salvation, the other cultivation. They're likely true connoisseurs."
"What a pity. And this Mr. Chu Fan you mentioned, what's his background? Why haven't I ever heard of him before?" Fang Jin shook his head. "I've only met him once too.
He came with Wei Jingjing, the granddaughter of the divine physician Wei Yizhen.
He seems like someone important, though his clothes and appearance are a bit shabby. He's quite generous with his spending, though. It's hard to figure him out right away."
The woman nodded and waved her hand dismissively.
"Never mind. If fate permits, we'll likely cross paths again someday. Go find Mo Zaijian. Find a way to buy that thing.
It's a waste for it to stay in his hands." After dismissing Fang Jin with a wave, the woman sank back onto the couch, closing her eyes to rest. Her complexion was pale, suggesting a deficiency in vital energy. At the same moment, Wei Jingjing drove Chu Fan off the highway onto a small road when a sudden roar of engines erupted from the opposite direction. The next second, a large group of motorcycles stopped in front of Wei Jingjing, blocking her path. After the motorcycles cleared the way, a black sedan slowly pulled up. The door opened, and out stepped Shan Che and Ing Zhengwen. Accompanying them was another elder clad in black robes. Dressed entirely in dark garments with hair tied back in a Taoist-like style, he appeared sharp and alert, clearly no ordinary figure at first glance. Wei Jingjing pulled open her car door, her face a mask of disbelief. "Shan Che," she said, "did you forget your promise just now? Didn't we agree you wouldn't cause us trouble?" "Who said that?" The bike snorted derisively, as if Wei Jingjing's words were utterly naive and laughable. "Wei Jingjing, all's fair in love and war. You and this little brat put me through hell. Did you really think I'd walk away unscathed? Besides, I haven't broken my word. I said I wouldn't trouble your grandfather or bother you again, but I never promised to let this little bastard off the hook. That little bastard actually tried to steal my woman and schemed to harm me. If I let him off, everyone would laugh me to death." Single Bike wore a smug expression, clearly convinced the elder beside him was more than capable of dealing with Chu Fan.
"Enough. Don't waste your breath on them. I know the whole story.
Young man, you have 2 choices before you, either kneel and apologize obediently, or die by my hand. The choice is yours."
Master Jing didn't want to waste any time.
To him, dealing with Chu Fan was as easy as taking candy from a baby, utterly simple,